Chapter 1 Mythical Closed Beta Access. Tianhai City, Jiaming Residential District. Building 3, Unit 1, Apartment 1302. After a long day's work, Chen Xuan tossed his briefcase aside and collapsed onto the sofa, too exhausted to move. Working from dawn to dusk, toiling away without selling a single house, this real estate job is truly exhausting. As if remembering something, Chen Xuan picked up his phone, tapped a few times, and then made a call. "Hey Mom, I transferred 3,000 to Dad's card. That's your living expenses for this month." "Silly child. Your dad and I are back in our hometown, we don't need much money. You're in the big city with high expenses, keep it for yourself." Chen's mother replied over the phone. "It's okay, I've saved some." "Alright, we'll keep it for you, save it for your wedding fund. Hurry up and find your mom a daughter-in-law." After some casual chatting, Chen Xuan hung up the phone, a gentle expression softening his weary face. In his previous life, he was an orphan and rarely experienced parental affection. Though he had spent little time with his parents on Blue Star in the 3 years since his transmigration, he could still deeply feel their immense love for him. Because of this, after starting work, he would send his parents 3,000 yuan as living expenses every month without fail. Even when his salary was reduced, he would rather endure hardship himself than miss the payment. Thinking of his mother's advice, Chen Xuan smiled bitterly. "With a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, where can I find a wife?" Blue Star wasn't much different from the world of his past life, which dashed Chen Xuan's dream of becoming a literary copycat. He had no choice but to return to his old profession honestly. Fortunately, with some experience under his belt, he managed to save up a decent amount over these 3 years. But, at that moment, the text message notification sounded. Chen Xuan picked up his phone and couldn't help but laugh. Game developers these days are really going all out. The message read, "Dear user with the number ending in 6888, congratulations! You have been selected for the exclusive beta testing of Myth Epic before its official launch on Blue Star. Click www for details." Such spam messages were something Chen Xuan would never pay attention to. Without a second thought, he was about to delete it. But unexpectedly, the website opened on its own, and his phone became unresponsive at that moment. No matter how hard he pressed the buttons, there was no reaction. Damn, did I get a virus? Chen Xuan's face darkened as he frantically pressed the power button, trying to shut down and restart the phone. At that moment, grand and majestic music began playing from the phone. Immediately after, Chen Xuan saw the screen display various exotic and mythical creatures in incredibly realistic and breathtakingly beautiful graphics, leaving him utterly stunned. "Dear beta tester, congratulations on activating your beta qualification. This game is naturally generated by the heavenly Tao consciousness of the mythical epic, serving as a glimmer of hope bestowed by the heavenly Tao upon all beings in the world about to be invaded by the mythical epic. Please note, the mythical epic will descend upon Blue Star in 1 week. Beta testers have only 1 week to experience the game. After this period, beta qualifications will be revoked, the game will be permanently closed, and the abilities of the characters in the game will be 100% reflected onto the players in reality. Players who unlock and develop professions through the game will receive a daily feedback of 1/10 of the highest base attributes cultivated the previous day. This feedback will directly affect the players in reality until the mythical epic descends in 1 week, at which point the feedback will be fully realized." One after another, notifications popped up on the phone screen, leaving Chen Xuan's face flickering between shock and doubt. Could it be that this game is real? If it were someone else, they might have smashed their phone immediately to prevent their money from being taken and their browsing history exposed. But Chen Xuan actually found himself somewhat convinced. After all, he had crossed over to Blue Star in the first place. If something as bizarre as transmigration could happen, then the arrival of the mythical epic didn't seem too far-fetched. As for this game, it was probably a perk of being a transmigrator. Thinking this way, Chen Xuan's mindset stabilized considerably, and he began to familiarize himself with the game. It was at this moment that he realized he could now operate his phone. The game's setting, in broad terms, revolves around the invasion of exotic beasts, leaving humanity in dire straits. However, humans can awaken professions through awakening stones, and by nurturing these professions, they can resist the beasts. There are countless professions, broadly categorized into 3 major types: combat, life, and support. Each category encompasses innumerable distinct professions, and these professions are further divided into tiers, ranked from low to high as common professions, advanced professions, rare professions, legendary professions, and finally mythical professions. Additionally, There are some unique hidden professions that are one of a kind. After learning about the game, Chen Xuan realized that his game character had already been created, and it was modeled after his own appearance and name. Chen Xuan checked the time 7 p.m. sharp. Whether the game was real or not would likely be confirmed in a few hours. Following the guidance, Chen Xuan opened the in-game profession draw pool, ready to begin selecting a profession. There was a question mark above the profession draw pool. Clicking on it revealed a note. Only beta testers can choose their profession through the draw pool. In reality, professions can only be awakened via awakening stones, no choice, no refusal. After closed beta players draw their profession once bound, this profession will follow the beta player for life, and the profession drawing pool will be permanently closed. After reading the note, Chen Xuan became noticeably more cautious. The first profession draw is free, but subsequent draws require myth coins or purchasing a profession draw game package. Chen Xuan clicked on the free draw. As long as he didn't bind it, he could keep drawing professions indefinitely. The profession drawing pool would only close after binding, giving Chen Xuan unlimited choices. Congratulations, player! You've drawn the common profession farmer. Farmer, a lifestyle profession. Once activated, you will possess exceptional talent in cultivating crops. Well, no luck in being the chosen one. Chen Xuan's lips twitched as he immediately switched to the game's main interface. We may not be lucky, but we can always spend money. After checking the in-game store, there were about a dozen profession draw packs available, priced at 12, 30, 68, 98, 128, 328, and 648. Chen Xuan did the math. Buying all these packs would give him roughly 500 profession draws. Among them, the 128 Deluxe Pack, 328 Premium Pack, and 648 Emperor Pack also included profession EXP pills, which could directly level up a profession upon use. Chen Xuan immediately bought 312 Supreme Packs, 330 Treasure Packs, and 368 Luxury Packs, totaling 70 draws. Then, he immediately started drawing for professions. 3 minutes later, Chen Xuan's face was dark with frustration. After a full 70 draws, he had only managed to pull 2 rare professions, both of them support types. Was his luck really this bad? Gritting his teeth, Chen Xuan purchased 3 more deluxe 128 yuan packs, giving him 100 more draws. But instead of drawing right away, he solemnly washed his hands before starting again. 80 attempts in total just to draw one legendary class, and it turned out to be a life-oriented one. Chen Xuan was so furious his entire body trembled. Is the drop rate this abysmal? This is downright predatory. But just as Chen Xuan was about to give up hope, a majestic and unique soundtrack suddenly played. The game screen lit up with golden light, accompanied by extraordinary visual effects. Chen Xuan's body jolted. His eyes locked onto the crimson gold pillar of light on his phone screen. Chapter 2, Chaos Swordsmaster. Congratulations, player. You've drawn the mythical class, Spirit Summoner. Spirit Summoner, a combat class capable of summoning deceased spirits to fight alongside you. For every 10 levels gained in this class, you can summon an additional spirit. Chen Xuan stared at the description of the Spirit Summoner, his expression shifting through a range of emotions. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and clicked to draw again. There was no other reason, it was simply a mythical class. Although the mythic class is the highest tier profession and is already difficult for ordinary people to awaken, it is still possible. As the only person on Blue Star with beta access, wouldn't it be a bit too LOL if he only bound himself to a mythic class? At the very least, it should be a unique hidden class and an extremely powerful one at that. It's just spending money, right? He can afford it. Chen Xuan's heart was bleeding. If this mythic epic turned out to be fake, he'd probably be eating instant noodles every day this month. He gritted his teeth and decided to buy all the gacha packs, then began pulling like a man possessed. Buzz! At that moment, Chen Xuan tensed up, his eyes locked onto the dazzling array of sword shadows flashing across the screen. Congratulations, player. You've drawn the hidden class, Chaos Swordmaster Unique. Chaos Swordsman, a combat class. Upon binding, grants the Chaos Sword Body. Chaos Sword Body. Experience gained from slaying mutated beasts increases by 200%. Can awaken all sword path skills. Sword skill effects are enhanced by 100%. Class talent effects are enhanced by 100%. After binding, the user enters an initial awakening state. Later, players can hunt powerful mutated beasts and use their essence to further enhance the Chaos Sword Body. Chen Xuan relaxed completely, his face filled with ecstasy. He didn't know if there were any hidden classes stronger than the Chaos Swordsman, but as far as he was concerned, he was extremely satisfied with this class. Moreover, he only had 10 more draws left, and he didn't believe that someone as notoriously unlucky as him could pull a hidden class stronger than the Chaos Swordsman in those remaining attempts. Bound class, Chaos Swordsman. Esteemed beta tester Chen Xuan, congratulations on becoming a Chaos Swordsman. You have obtained the Chaos Sword body and awakened the spatial sword skill. Spirit Sky Slash. Note: for every 10 levels gained in this class, one sword skill lineage will awaken. Upon reaching level 50, you may cultivate class skills through the Heavenly Armory. Looking at the prompt on his phone, Chen Xuan's smile grew even wider. For his first awakened skill, he actually obtained the powerful space attribute. He finally didn't have to suffer from bad luck anymore. Moreover, every 10 levels, he could awaken a new sword skill from any attribute. It was worth noting that even for mythic tier classes, the maximum number of skills one could awaken within the first 100 levels was only 5 to 7. Classes below mythic tier had even fewer. Furthermore, most people's skills were limited to the same attribute as their class. For example, a class leaning toward the water attribute couldn't awaken fire-based skills, but he could awaken skills from all attributes. This alone already surpassed every other class. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan immediately used all the profession experience pills he had obtained from purchasing the gacha packs. Originally only at level 1, his level began to skyrocket. A moment later, Chen Xuan opened his profession panel. Name: Chen Xuan. Profession: Chaos Swordsman Unique. Level 45. Strength: 1380. Constitution includes defense, vitality, etc. 1840. Spirit: 2760. Equipment: none. Class skills: spatial. Spirit Dome Sword / Ice. Frozen for Miles Lightning. Sword summons Divine Thunder Dark. Dark Prison Annihilation. Class talents: locked unlocks when player reaches level 50. Note: the maximum attributes for ordinary people in strength, constitution, and spirit are 10 points. Looking at the professional panel, Chen Xuan's eyes flickered as he pondered. At level 1, his strength, constitution, and spirit were 6, 8, and 12 respectively. Calculating this way, from levels 1 to 10, the base attributes are summed, meaning 6, 8, and 12 multiplied by 10. Beyond that, the base attributes of the first 10 levels are doubled and then added. For example, from levels 11 to 20, it would be 12, 16, and 24. From levels 21 to 30, it would be 24, 32, and 48. From this perspective, the higher the level, the more terrifying the attribute growth becomes. To Chen Xuan's delight, the 3 professional skills awakened later were all rare special types, rather than the conventional 5-element types. At this moment, Chen Xuan's stomach began to growl. He checked the time. It was almost 8 p.m. He controlled his character to farm experience in the Beast Dungeon while he hurriedly made and devoured a pack of instant noodles. 20 minutes later, Chen Xuan sat on the sofa, not looking at the game but anxiously waiting. Never before had he felt time pass so slowly. He wanted to know whether, as soon as midnight struck, the abilities of his in-game character would truly be reflected in him at a 10% rate. He had just spent nearly an hour topping up several thousand yuan. As a worker with a monthly income of around 8,000, this entertainment expense had already exceeded what he could afford. Because of this, Chen Xuan didn't dare to top up anymore. If it turned out to be fake, continuing to spend would ruin him. The game itself was actually quite dull, just grinding dungeons to level up. And since the character could handle the dungeon runs automatically, Chen Xuan didn't even need to lift a finger. After waiting for another half hour, he still couldn't resist picking up his phone again to examine the game closely. The wait was agonizing. Without something to distract himself, Chen Xuan truly couldn't hold back. But at that moment, aside from the game, he had no idea what else to do. The hierarchy of professions in the entire game, or rather in the Mythic era, is roughly divided into basic 100 levels, King Realm, True King, Legendary Saint, and Mythic Monarch. Above the Mythic Monarch, there is also a Cosmic Emperor, though this tier appears grayed out and cannot be viewed at all. In addition, the game offers countless gift packs, covering a vast array of items. Some of these packs are priced at amounts that far exceed Chen Xuan's wildest imagination. For example, the Supreme Luxury Exclusive Pack contains just one item, an Awakening Stone that can appear in reality ahead of time, priced at a staggering 1 billion. If the arrival of the Mythic era is real, this price is actually not high. In fact, it's incredibly low. To pass the time, Chen Xuan meticulously examined every gift pack available. Some of the contents made his eyes gleam with envy, but their prices quickly dashed his hopes. The savings he had painstakingly accumulated amounted to just over 100,000, which wasn't even enough to cover the fraction of some gift packs' costs. After browsing through the in-game store's gift packs, Chen Xuan turned his attention to the bestiary. While it might not include every creature from the mythical era, it covered a vast majority, featuring some extraordinarily powerful beasts, some even reaching the level of mythical monarchs, with abilities that were bizarre and fantastical. At first glance, it seemed like an expanded version of the classic of mountains and seas. Finally, after Chen Xuan's agonizing wait, the clock struck midnight. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds. 57. When the time turned to 6 zeros, a melodious game sound rang from Chen Xuan's phone. Noble beta tester Chen Xuan, congratulations on reaching level 47 in your profession on the first day. Your real-world body is about to receive a 10% feedback of your base attributes. Chapter 3, Lin Tong. After grinding dungeons for several hours, his profession level rose from 45 to 47, and his base attributes became Strength 1572, Constitution 2096, Spirit 3144. This meant that if the feedback were to occur even just 10%, his original base attributes of Strength 6, Constitution 8, and Spirit 12 would become Strength 157.2, Constitution 209.6, and Spirit 314.4. Compared to ordinary people whose 3 basic attributes max out at 10 points, his attributes have already allowed him to step into the extraordinary, becoming the strongest human on Blue Star. Boom! The entire room suddenly radiated dazzling brilliance, as golden specks of light materialized out of thin air, rendering the space utterly dreamlike. Under Chen Xuan's astonished gaze, these golden specks surged into his body like a torrent. At that moment, Chen Xuan nearly moaned in pleasure. He could clearly feel the cells in his body gradually filling with energy, a powerful sense of strength surging within him as if a single punch could shatter everything. The entire process didn't last very long. After about 3 minutes, the room returned to calm. Chen Xuan raised his hands and looked at them, noticing that his skin had become fair and smooth, like a baby's. His abdominal muscles, biceps, and other muscle groups were clearly visible, with extremely perfect definition. At this moment, Chen Xuan felt something extraordinary. He could clearly sense that he had become very strong, but he had no concrete idea of just how strong. After some thought, he got up and went to the kitchen, picking up a small knife and drawing it across his palm. Clang! Not even a scratch, just a faint white mark left. I've hit the jackpot! Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement. He knew that from this moment on, his life would change completely, and even the entire Blue Star would undergo transformations. To test it, Chen Xuan stabbed himself hard with the tip of the fruit knife. Unsurprisingly, the knife bent instantly. A physique of 209 is already this terrifying. How much stronger would the complete feedback be? The light in Chen Xuan's eyes burned intensely. Next, the kitchenware in the kitchen fell victim to Chen Xuan's hands, becoming test subjects for his strength. The stainless steel pots were effortlessly crumpled into balls by him. After testing for a long time, his excitement gradually subsided. He picked up the last pot, boiled water, opened the instant noodles, and cracked an egg into it. 5 minutes later, Chen Xuan picked up his chopsticks and began eating gracefully. He slurped the noodles one by one, as if trying to vent the excitement hidden deep in his heart. After finishing his late-night snack, he took a shower, lay on the bed, and quietly began to ponder. The arrival of the mythical era in 1 week may be humanity's chance to transcend the ordinary and achieve the extraordinary, but at the outset, it will undoubtedly be a colossal disaster. Caught off guard, even nuclear-armed superpowers will suffer heavy losses. Leaving aside whether nuclear weapons can kill those powerful alien beasts, the sheer scale of the devastation would be more than any major nation could bear. Though this world is a parallel timeline, the dragon country he belongs to is still part of the Chinese civilization. If he lacked the ability, that would be one thing, but now that he has it, how could he stand by and watch his people suffer? Moreover, with the support of the state during this week, the growth he could achieve would be beyond imagination. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, even if he maxed out all possible loans, how much could he really obtain? A few million at most. Of course, these millions could still bring him great achievements, but they pale in comparison to the support of a nation's wealth. Even with the worst assumptions, given his current strength, he could escape unscathed even if surrounded. At that point, at the very least, his conscience would be clear. To be fair, Chen Xuan still hoped to collaborate with the nation. Once the mythical era arrives, the world's landscape will undoubtedly undergo drastic changes. Although he holds the advantage of foresight, he cannot possibly stand alone against the myriad mythical creatures of that era. Having a country as a backing is definitely more beneficial than harmful. As he pondered, Chen Xuan originally wanted to take a nap, but found himself unable to sleep at all, feeling incredibly excited. Forget sleep, let's grind. With a quiet snort, Chen Xuan decided not to sleep after all. He picked up his phone, grinding through dungeons while browsing the information about exotic beasts and alien races recorded in the beta test qualifications. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and Chen Xuan, who hadn't slept all night, slightly furrowed his brows. Too slow. After an entire night, his profession level had only reached 49. Without spending money at this rate, it would be quite an achievement if he could reach level 70 in a week, and that was with the double experience bonus from the Chaos Swordsman class. Otherwise, the progress would be even slower. After some thought, Chen Xuan got up, brushed his teeth, and quickly prepared a simple breakfast. After eating, he opened his phone's contact list, scrolled to the entry labeled Sister Lin, and dialed without hesitation. Lin Tong, in her 30s, was the director of the Tianhai Municipal Government Office and a former client of his. Rumor had it that this woman had powerful connections behind her. Precisely for this reason, Chen Xuan chose to contact her to leverage her connections and gain an audience with the highest authorities. "Hello, who is this?" On the phone, a pleasant voice came through, and Chen Xuan responded with a smile. "Sister Lin, it's me, Chen Xuan, an employee at the Longwa Home Sales Office. Are you in the office right now? I have something extremely important to discuss with you. All right, come over then." In an office on the third floor of the Tianhai City Government Building, Lin Tong, dressed in civil servant attire, hung up the phone and frowned slightly. She had some impression of Chen Xuan, even a bit of goodwill, but if he thought that this slight connection alone could get her to do him a favor, he was sorely mistaken. Who didn't he know that Lin Tong was impartial and incorruptible, handling everything strictly by the book? An hour later, Chen Xuan stood before the solemn and sacred government building and stepped inside. "What did you say?" A sharp voice rang out from the director's office, drawing frequent glances from passing civil servants. Inside the office, Lin Tong stared fixedly at Chen Xuan, her delicate fists clenched tightly. If not for a shred of patience, she would have already called security to throw him out. The mythical era will invade in a week, and he has beta access? Utterly ridiculous. This guy, has he got a death wish? Daring to mess with a public official? And her, the director no less? Chen Xuan wasn't surprised by Lin Tong's reaction. Anyone hearing his words out of the blue would definitely respond this way, or even more intensely, they might have already kicked him out as a lunatic. "I can prove it." "All right, go ahead and prove it." Lin Tong took a deep breath, crossed her arms, and leaned back in her office chair, looking indifferently at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan glanced around the office, then stood up from the chair opposite Lin Tong and walked over to a solid wood table nearby. He met her gaze and said calmly, "This is the power I've gained." Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xuan struck the solid wood table with his palm. In an instant, the entire table shattered like broken glass, splitting into countless small wooden fragments that scattered across the floor. Seemingly feeling this wasn't enough to prove himself, Chen Xuan glanced at the other items in the office, strode forward, and threw a punch. Bang! In just a few breaths, the once grand and solemn office had turned into something resembling a garbage dump. Anything that could be smashed, Chen Xuan had basically destroyed. If not for fear of causing too much of a commotion, even the walls would have been demolished by Chen Xuan. He was well aware that without extraordinary performance, Lin Tong, as an official, would never risk losing her position to speak up for him. At this moment, Lin Tong's beautiful eyes narrowed, and a look of astonishment flashed across her exquisitely flawless face. With her extensive background, she knew that beneath the surface of the modern technological world, there existed some ancient martial arts practitioners. She had even witnessed them firsthand. However, while those individuals possessed remarkable martial skills and could easily defeat a dozen unarmed ordinary people, none could achieve what Chen Xuan had just demonstrated. What was truly terrifying was the speed Chen Xuan displayed. With her keen eyesight, she couldn't even keep up, only seeing layers of afterimages flicker by. Before she could react, the room had already been torn apart by Chen Xuan. The destructive power is truly astonishing. This office is too confined to fully display it. The power I control is far greater than this. Chen Xuan's words once again made Lin Tong's chest heave. The power Chen Xuan currently wielded was already astonishing enough to shock the world. Yet this wasn't even his full strength? Wait, if Chen Xuan could control such power, did that mean the invasion of the mythological era was also real? After coming to her senses, Lin Tong's exquisitely beautiful face was filled with solemnity. She glanced at Chen Xuan and asked, "Are you thinking of cooperating with the nation? Although the time is short, just 1 week, this is undoubtedly an opportunity for our dragon nation. With the full strength of the country, a week is enough to accomplish many things." Hearing this, Lin Tong frowned slightly, pondered for a long while, and finally picked up the phone on the table to dial a number. Chapter 4. Dragon Nation's Attention. Xiaotong, what brings you to call your grandpa today? From Lin Tong's phone came a kind and gentle voice. Despite being several meters away from Lin Tong, Chen Xuan could still hear it clearly. He didn't know what status Lin Tong's grandfather held, but for such an important matter, the person Lin Tong thought of first must be extraordinary. "Grandpa, I have something very important to tell you. Have the technical team encrypt our upcoming conversation at the highest level." Lin Tong's expression turned serious as she spoke solemnly. "Understood." After responding, Lin Tong's grandfather hung up the phone. Ding ding. A few minutes later, the phone rang, and Lin Tong immediately answered. "Go ahead, what is it?" "Grandpa, here's what happened. There's, in the ancient and elegant room of the capital's grand courtyard, an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with white hair and beard, listened to the voice coming through his phone. His pupils constricted, and his chest rose and fell slightly. Even on the battlefield in his younger days, he had never been so agitated. After retirement, he had cultivated a calm demeanor, never showing his emotions. But now he truly couldn't hold back. After a long silence, Lin Xiong spoke into the phone. "Xiaotong, let that young friend answer the phone. Grandpa wants to have a word with him." In the office, Lin Tong handed the phone to Chen Xuan, signaling for him to answer. "Hello. Little friend Chen, is what you said true?" "Absolutely true. Aside from my own changes, I have other means to prove it, but I'll need the state's assistance." "Other than Xiaodong, have you told anyone else?" "No one else." "All right, young friend, please wait in Xiaodong's office. I'll send someone to pick you up immediately." After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiong's expression turned grave. Having lived for 80 years, this was the first time he had heard of something so bizarre. If it weren't for his granddaughter personally verifying it and his trust in her, he would have dismissed Chen Xuan as a fraud. When it involved the nation, even the slightest possibility couldn't be ignored. Otherwise, he would become a traitor to the country. He picked up the landline in his study and dialed his assistant's number. "Prepare the car. To the Forbidden City." Meanwhile, in the office, Chen Xuan handed the phone to Lin Tong, secretly relieved. Finally got connected. Everyone has their own selfish motives, and Chen Xuan is no exception. While cooperating with the country aligns with a greater moral cause, it also serves Chen Xuan's personal interests. After all, with the nation's support, he can freely purchase in-game packs to enhance himself. With such massive financial backing, even in just 1 week, the heights he could reach would be beyond imagination. "What would you like to drink?" Lin Tong's beautiful eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as she smiled lightly at Chen Xuan and asked. Once the state confirms the facts, Chen Xuan's identity will undergo a dramatic transformation. From this moment on, Chen Xuan is no longer someone she can treat casually. Fortunately, she was the first to make contact with Chen Xuan. No matter how much things change in the future, she won't be left behind. In fact, she might even rise to greater heights because of it. "Plain water is fine." Chen Xuan responded with a smile. He had naturally noticed Lin Tong's change, but he didn't mind, as this was a normal reaction. While Lin Tong was pouring hot water, Chen Xuan sat on the sofa and checked his phone, only to find that his profession level had already risen to level 50 during this time. "Congratulations, player Chen Xuan. Your profession level has reached level 50. At this point, you are now a qualified Chaos Swordsman. The talent draw pool has been unlocked for you. You can draw talents through the talent draw pool. Before reaching the King Realm, your profession can accommodate up to 5 talents. Once bound, the talent draw pool will close again. Please choose carefully. In addition, the professional skill training system is now open, along with the Wutong Dangerous Realm dungeon. Clearing the Wutong Dangerous Realm will reward you with skill scrolls, which can be used to develop professional skills. Of course, you can also directly purchase skill scroll packs in the in-game store. As he read the prompts on the interface, a sharp glint flashed in Chen Xuan's eyes. He opened the game store, and his expression immediately darkened. Talent draw token packs. Basic, containing 20 talent draw tokens, priced at 200,000. Intermediate, containing 50 talent draw tokens, priced at 680,000. Advanced, containing 100 talent draw tokens, priced at 1,280,000. If this game hadn't been developed by Mythic Epic, he would have definitely filed a complaint. These guys are absolutely money-crazed. All the savings he'd painstakingly accumulated couldn't even afford the basic talent extraction token bundle. Forget buying a toilet in the capital, he couldn't even afford a damn in-game bundle. As for skill scrolls, it was even more outrageous. The cheapest white-tier skill scroll bundle cost 1 million, and the higher-tier ones? Chen Xuan didn't even dare to click on them. So this is the beta game you were talking about? Lin Tong placed a glass of plain water on the table in front of Chen Xuan and sat down beside him without hesitation, curiously examining the game interface on Chen Xuan's phone. A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, making Chen Xuan involuntarily touch his nose as he smiled and replied, "That's right. A woman around 30 years old is in the prime of her life." With Lin Tong's exquisitely beautiful face and perfect figure, no man could resist her charm, not even Chen Xuan. Of course, the stirring in his heart lasted only a moment. With his mental strength now exceeding 300, he could perfectly control himself. If the mythological era truly arrives, this price isn't expensive, it's actually quite low. Lin Tong glanced at the price of the gift package in the store and said softly. Even though Chen Xuan was strapped for cash, he had to admit that Lin Tong was right. Compared to the mythological era, this price couldn't be any lower. With the nation as his backing, would he still need the mere 100,000 or so in his savings account? Absolutely not. Knock, knock. Just as Lin Tong was about to say something, a series of knocks sounded at the door. "Come in." As soon as Lin Tong finished speaking, the office door was pushed open, and a dozen or so imposing soldiers in military uniforms strode in. They approached Chen Xuan and saluted him. "Mr. Chen, please come with us. Director Lin, please join us as well." "Much obliged." Chen Xuan stood up, returned the military salute, and walked out. Lin Tong and the dozen or so soldiers followed closely behind Chen Xuan. Stepping into the corridor, Chen Xuan noticed about 20 soldiers standing there, all fully armed. The civil servants of Tianhai city government, who were originally working, had even been cleared out. He initially thought this was already quite a grand display, but upon arriving in front of the government building, Chen Xuan realized he had underestimated the nation's level of attention to this matter. With his heightened perception, he could sense that the entire government building was essentially surrounded by fully armed soldiers. Some were hidden in the shadows, while others were guarding against prying eyes from the civil servants. A total of 7 bulletproof vehicles were neatly parked in front of the government building. Indeed, faced with unprecedented changes, how could the nation not take it seriously? As Chen Xuan got into the car, the bulletproof convoy slowly drove away from the government building. Chapter 5: Beyond Human. It took quite a while before the civil servants emerged from their offices, peering curiously through the windows at the line of vehicles, whispering among themselves. Many of them were witnessing such a grand scene for the first time, and each one was quite frightened. Some even wondered if some big shot had gotten into trouble. But even if that were the case, would it really warrant military personnel to make the arrest? Yet, no matter how much they speculated, they couldn't uncover the truth behind it all. Inside the armored vehicle, no one spoke, and the atmosphere felt heavy. Chen Xuan gazed at the bustling traffic outside the car window, sighing inwardly. Even with the backing of the nation and possessing beta access, he still lacked sufficient confidence to face the impending mythical era. After all, no one truly knew what it would entail or just how powerful the mythical beasts within that era would be. Time was far too tight. Even with the full might of the nation, it would be impossible to fully protect the entire country. How much devastation would that bring when the time came? The moment he got into the car, Chen Xuan began pondering how to help Dragon Country prepare for and defend against the impending mythical era, and how to leverage the early advantage to create opportunities for the nation. Lost in these thoughts throughout the journey, his mind was filled with fragmented ideas. Who would have thought that not long ago he was just an ordinary real estate agent, and now he was contemplating matters of national importance? Fate truly works in mysterious ways. "Mr. Chen, we've arrived." At this moment, the soldier temporarily acting as the driver softly called out to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan raised his head and looked out the car window, realizing that they had unknowingly arrived at a military base. Not far from the convoy, a row of imposing soldiers stood in perfect formation. At the forefront was a burly middle-aged man dressed in dark green military uniform, with a general's star on his shoulder. He was leading several senior colonels as they strode toward the bulletproof vehicle where Chen Xuan was seated. When Chen Xuan got out of the car and stood firm, the group had already approached him and saluted him with a military gesture. Not daring to be remiss, Chen Xuan promptly returned a standard salute. "Mr. Chen, I am Lin Jianye, the commander of the Dongfeng base." "Commander Lin, I am Chen Xuan." Chen Xuan noticed that while he was speaking with Lin Jianye, Lin Tong, who was standing nearby, seemed somewhat awkward, as if she wanted to say something to Lin Jianye but hesitated due to the formal setting and ultimately didn't dare to speak up. "Lin Jianye? Lin Tong? This is my father-in-law? Pa, what am I thinking?" Under Lin Jianye's guidance, the group headed toward the central building. A major stayed behind, looking at the soldiers who had gone to fetch Chen Xuan, and said solemnly, "From now on, forget everything you just did. Also, go to the hall and sign the confidentiality agreements." "Yes. Mr. Chen, we need your cooperation for some tests. Would that be convenient for you?" Hearing Lin Jianye's words, Chen Xuan nodded and said, "Sure. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Chen." With that, Lin Jianye led Chen Xuan to an elevator. Apart from Lin Tong, only 3 senior colonels followed them inside, while the other officers remained outside. Chen Xuan noticed the elevator was descending. It seemed the real Dongfeng base was located underground. After a series of complex verifications, the group arrived at a spacious hall filled with various testing equipment, along with over a dozen research experts. "Mr. Chen, this is academician Yi Sheng from the National Academy of Sciences. He will be conducting your tests next." After some polite exchanges, Yi Sheng, dressed in a white lab coat, pointed to a steel dummy not far away and said to Chen Xuan, "Mr. Chen, please unleash your strongest power and strike that dummy." Chen Xuan nodded and walked straight to the dummy. At this moment, everyone present held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Xuan. Even the high-ranking officials of Dragon Country, watching from the Forbidden City in the capital through live cameras, fell into complete silence, their gazes locked on the screen. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out as everyone watched intently, only to see the dummy sent flying by Chen Xuan's strike. The specially reinforced wall was left with numerous dents, while the dummy itself had been reduced to fragments, its chest completely pierced through. This scene left Lin Jianye, Lin Tong, Yi Sheng, and the others utterly dumbfounded. It wasn't until this moment that Lin Tong realized just how restrained Chen Xuan had been when he punched through her table earlier. "What are the readings?" Realizing what had happened, Yi Sheng quickly turned to his assistant and asked, "Basic strength exceeds 4,000 kilograms. That single statement left everyone speechless. The thought, "This is inhuman," simultaneously flashed through everyone's minds. Those present were all individuals of extraordinary status, and they were all aware of the existence of ancient martial arts. However, based on their knowledge, even the most elite ancient martial artists would never have a base strength exceeding 2,000 kilograms. Reality is not a martial arts novel. Ancient martial artists who can achieve a strength of 1,000 kilograms are extremely rare, and each one is officially recorded by the state. Continue the testing. After a full 2 hours, Chen Xuan was finally led by Lin Jianye to rest in an office. There's no doubt that everyone involved in the test was utterly stunned by the capabilities Chen Xuan demonstrated. In the office, apart from Chen Xuan, only Lin Jianye remained. He handed an encrypted laptop to Chen Xuan's desk and said, "Mr. Chen, the leaders wish to speak with you." Hearing this, Chen Xuan's expression turned solemn as he straightened his attire. The video call connected, revealing several elderly men seated in an elegantly traditional office. Upon seeing this, Chen Xuan immediately stood up and saluted, saying, "Good day, leaders. Comrade Chen Xuan, greetings." The gentle voices of several senior officials came from the screen, followed by the first leader saying with a smile, "Comrade Chen Xuan, please take a seat. Could you please provide us with a detailed account of the situation?" After sitting down, Chen Xuan clenched his hands tightly under the table to vent his nervousness. He looked at the screen and began to recount the events slowly. "Are you saying the power you've gained now is just 1/10 of that class's base stats?" A moment later, an astonished voice rang out, and even Lin Jianye, standing nearby, had his pupils constrict. They had personally witnessed how terrifying the power Chen Xuan currently possessed was, Yet such strength was merely 1/10 of that class's base stats. That's correct. Every day this week, I can gain 10% of the attribute values increased from training my profession the previous day. Hearing this, the expressions of the leaders grew solemn. The chief leader asked again, Comrade Chen Xuan, we heard you have other methods to prove this incident? To be honest, the strength Chen Xuan had displayed had already convinced the leaders of his claims. However, since this involved the entire nation, they had to be extremely cautious. In other words, they needed Chen Xuan to provide more convincing evidence to help them make a firm decision. After all, once they made up their minds, the entire country would undergo earth-shaking changes within a few days. The financial resources required and the potential losses to be borne would be immeasurable. In the game store, there are some treasure packs that can manifest in reality in advance. But, the money! Chen Xuan scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Chapter 6. The Myth Special Bureau. Haha. Seeing Chen Xuan's simple and honest demeanor, the leaders couldn't help but laugh, and the tense and heavy atmosphere seemed to dissipate a bit. Janya, Comrade Chen trusts the nation, and naturally the nation cannot let him down. Yes, sir. Seeing this, Chen Xuan quickly said, 5 million is enough. Lin Janya nodded slightly, picked up his phone, and made a call without even asking for Chen Xuan's bank account number. Chen Xuan understood that before the state had brought him here, all his information had likely been thoroughly investigated. Now, Lin Janya probably knew him better than he knew himself. Not long after, 5 million was deposited into Chen Xuan's account. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan took out his phone in front of everyone and purchased the in-game package he had already chosen. Buzz! About 10 minutes later, the space in front of Chen Xuan suddenly twisted violently, rippling like water. Immediately after, an exquisitely crafted sword covered in intricate patterns pierced through the void, appearing within the office. This caused Lin Janya, who was standing nearby, to sharply narrow his pupils, his entire body tensing up. At this distance, if Chen Xuan, now armed, decided to attack him, Lin Janya wouldn't even have time to scream before meeting his end. Compared to Lin Janya's vigilance, what astonished the several senior officials even more was the sword that had materialized out of thin air. This is a professional-grade weapon from the game. According to the classification, it's a spirit-tier divine weapon used by professionals between levels 51 and 70. Its incredibly sharp, ordinary bulletproof armor likely wouldn't withstand a single strike. Chen Xuan had never actually used such a spirit-tier divine weapon before, so he didn't dare to speak with absolute certainty. Comrade Chen Xuan, please wait a moment. We need to discuss this among ourselves for a bit. A moment later, the first leader spoke to Chen Xuan. To them, no matter how sharp that sword might be, it was not worth noting. The manner in which the sword had appeared was enough for them to firmly believe Chen Xuan's words. Therefore, what they should focus on most was the impending arrival of the mythical era. Chen Xuan gave a slight nod, straightened his posture, and saluted the leaders. After the call ended, Chen Xuan relaxed considerably. Even though he had now achieved transcendence, he still felt immense pressure when facing these elders. In the office, Chen Xuan and Lin Janya remained silent, quietly waiting. Seizing the moment, Chen Xuan took out his phone and opened the game interface. Before arriving at the Dongfeng base, Chen Xuan had already controlled his character to enter the Wutong Dangerous Realm dungeon for training. In that short period, his professional level had surprisingly risen to level 52 all within just over an hour. It seemed the Wutong Dangerous Realm dungeon offered significantly more experience than regular dungeons. He wondered, once the mythical era descended, how the dungeons and dangerous realms from the game would manifest in reality. Half an hour later, the video call was reconnected. The expressions of the leaders were grave. The first leader stared intently at Chen Xuan and said solemnly, Comrade Chen Xuan, the state has decided to establish the Myth Special Affairs Bureau under the cabinet of Dragon Country, with you as the director and Comrade Lin Janya as the deputy director. The headquarters of the Myth Special Affairs Bureau will be temporarily located at the East Wind base. Within the next week, all resources will be prioritized for the Myth Special Affairs Bureau to implement the plan for the arrival of the Myth era. You and Comrade Lin Janya are to draft a detailed proposal after discussion. Furthermore, issue the first directive of the Mythological Anomaly Bureau. Within the next week, the primary objective of the Mythological Anomaly Bureau is to assist you in raising your in-game class master level as much as possible. All required funds will be provided by the National Treasury. Hearing the words coming from the laptop, Chen Xuan was completely stunned. He never expected to suddenly shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Anyone in his position would be just as shocked. All he wanted was to ask the state for funds to develop his own class master and incidentally inform them about the arrival of the mythological era. How did he suddenly end up being appointed as the director of the Mythological Anomaly Bureau? Whether in his past life or after crossing over, he was just an ordinary citizen of China. If not for possessing the beta testing qualification, he would never have had the chance to set foot in this base in this lifetime. Comrade Chen Xuan, there's no need for you to belittle yourself. The fact that you obtained the only beta testing qualification on Blue Star proves that you are extraordinary. The nation believes in you, and you should believe in yourself too. These two sentences sent a shiver down Chen Xuan's spine, and an inexplicable surge of passion welled up within him. Yes, sir. Chen Xuan will spare no effort to assist Dragon Nation. Under the gentle gazes of the senior officials, the video call gradually ended. Quickly adapting to his role, Lin Jianya directly asked Chen Xuan, "Director, do you have any plans in mind? Time waits for no one, they must race against the clock, leaving no room for slack." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan pondered for a moment, organizing the fragmented thoughts he had been mulling over along the way, then spoke slowly. "From what I understand, after the descent of the myths, there will initially be invasions by mythical beasts. But if we withstand this initial chaos, we will gain a brief period for development. Moreover, after the advent of the mythical epoch, the spiritual energy from the mythical world will flood into Blue Star in large quantities. This will also stimulate the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star. Under the influence of this energy, both plants and animals on Blue Star may undergo mutations." Lin Jianya frowned deeply. The situation was even more severe than he had imagined. According to Chen Xuan's words, wouldn't Dragon Country have to guard not only against the mythical beasts of the mythical epoch, but also against the mutated flora and fauna of Blue Star? I've been thinking since I arrived and have drafted some preliminary plans. Commander Lin, would you mind reviewing them for me? Chen Xuan turned to Lin Jianya and spoke softly. "Please go ahead, Director." Lin Jianya sat upright attentively, all ears to listen. So far, no one understands the myth epic better than Chen Xuan. His plans will largely determine the direction of their Myth Special Bureau for the coming week. First, large-scale recruitment. Resisting the arrival of the myth epoch is destined to be a prolonged battle. Our Dragon Nation needs a continuous supply of soldiers. Second, recall overseas Chinese. 2 days before the myth epoch arrives, the Dragon Nation will close its borders. Third, using provincial capital cities as the base points, establish 34 defense zones across Dragon Country by surrounding larger cities with smaller ones. Strive to relocate populations from remote mountainous areas into these defense zones. It is estimated that each defense zone will be garrisoned with 200,000 troops. Additionally, set up energy detection centers in major defense zones to enhance the capability of monitoring locations where mutated beasts may appear. Fourth, from this moment onward, gather top scientists to expedite the production and development of highly lethal weapons. Fifth, after the advent of the mythological era, domestic citizens may experience panic. Efforts must be made to reassure and guide them. These are the initial thoughts for now. Commander Lin may convene relevant personnel to refine and supplement the plan. If there are differing opinions, Commander Lin is also encouraged to voice them directly. As Chen Xuan's words fell, a look of surprise appeared on Lin Jianya's face. In such a short time, Chen Xuan had managed to come up with such a detailed plan. Although there were some flaws, it was already quite remarkable. After all, before this, Chen Xuan had been just an ordinary person. The director's plan is more than enough to keep our Special Affairs Bureau busy. I will gather the relevant personnel for discussion and submit the detailed plan to the director as soon as possible. As he finished speaking, Lin Jianya seemed to remember something and added, "Director, how much funding do you currently need? I will report it immediately and have it transferred to your account." Chapter 7. First, top up 10 billion. Let's start with a top up of 10 billion. Chen Xuan didn't stand on ceremony and spoke bluntly. With the backing of the nation, we must think big 100 billion is just the beginning. Lin Jianya nodded slightly and, right in front of Chen Xuan, began making a phone call. About 10 minutes later, Chen Xuan stared at the string of zeros displayed on his mobile banking app, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Chen Xuan, oh Chen Xuan, stay calm. It's just 10 billion, don't let your legs shake like that. Director, your office will be temporarily located here. How does that sound? Hearing Lin Jianya's words, Chen Xuan snapped back to reality and nodded slightly. Then please rest for a while. I'll immediately gather the experts to discuss the plan. With that, Lin Jianya saluted Chen Xuan and turned to leave. Despite being a major general, Chen Xuan's current position and importance had already surpassed his own. As someone capable of awakening his profession early and nurturing it, Chen Xuan would undoubtedly become a leading figure in defending Dragon Country against the alien beasts after the invasion of the mythical era. After Lin Jianya left, Chen Xuan took out his phone and, as if in a frenzy, began spending heavily on in-game purchases. Looking at the prices of the bundles in the game store, Chen Xuan chuckled softly. Once, I saw you as a towering mountain. Now, you are but a low hill to me. Talent Draw Pack. Buy Skill Scroll Pack. Buy. After purchasing the Talent Draw Pack, Chen Xuan didn't hesitate to start drawing. Majestic music echoed, and the exquisitely beautiful visuals were like a dream. For those low-tier talents, Chen Xuan didn't even glance at them. Unless it was a legendary grade talent or higher, he wouldn't bother. After a full 100 draws, Chen Xuan's eyes lit up as he stared intently at the mythic grade talent appearing on the screen. Clear Sword Heart. A top-tier mythical quality talent in the sword path, capable of comprehending all ultimate principles of the sword, foreseeing crises related to oneself in advance. It provides extraordinary enhancement to both the understanding of the sword path and the power of sword skills. After thoroughly understanding Clear Sword Heart, Chen Xuan didn't hesitate to bind it and then continued drawing talents. A full half-hour later, Chen Xuan looked at the 5 top-tier mythical talents displayed on his profession panel and chuckled with delight. Chaos Sword Domain. A top-tier domain-type talent that can fuse the player's various sword paths to form a unique domain. Note: the domain is a prerequisite for breaking through to the King Realm at level 100. It requires personal comprehension and cannot be achieved through experience pills. If the player fails to comprehend it, they will be unable to break through to the King Realm. Imperial Dragon Physique. A top-tier physical talent that enhances one's physique by devouring the essence of exotic beasts. Upon reaching perfection, one can achieve sainthood through sheer physical prowess. Crimson Flame Crucible. A top-tier skill talent that allows the user to convert exotic beasts into life crystals. Life crystals contain immense power, and when consumed, can enhance the strength of oneself or others. The higher the quality of the beast refined, the higher the quality of the life crystal produced. Phoenix Rebirth. A top-tier passive life talent that triggers rebirth when the bound individual faces a life or death crisis. Note: rebirth has a certain chance of failure. If successful, the individual will undergo a complete transformation, far surpassing their previous state. With these 5 talents, Chen Xuan became an all-around warrior, devoid of any weaknesses. With the Chaos Sword body for offense and the Emperor Dragon Tyrant body for defense, coupled with the Phoenix Rebirth in times of crisis, and the entire nation backing him up, how could he possibly lose? Unfortunately, all 5 of these talents are currently at their initial stages. To advance them, he must rely on his own comprehension and training, as they cannot be enhanced through the game. Otherwise, Chen Xuan would undoubtedly max out all 5 talents immediately. After binding the 5 talents, Chen Xuan continued his shopping spree, purchasing all available vocational skill scroll packs to upgrade his major professional skills. Vocational skills, aside from their quality tiers, also have realm levels, categorized as Mortal tier corresponding to levels 130, Mystic tier 3150, Spirit tier 5170, and Earth tier 7100. The initially awakened professional skills, even those of mythical tier, are only at the mortal level. To improve them, one must rely on personal comprehension of the skills, gradually enhancing them bit by bit. Of course, Chen Xuan is an exception to this rule. By purchasing skill scrolls, Chen Xuan directly elevated all 5 professional skills to the spiritual tier. In addition to the 4 previously awakened professional skills, after reaching level 50, Chen Xuan also awakened another professional skill, Radiant Illumination, a light-based skill. After completing all this, Chen Xuan controlled his character to farm the Wudong Dangerous Realm dungeon while he continued browsing the in-game store. Unfortunately, the experience pill packs had a daily purchase limit. Once bought, he had to wait until the next day for a refresh before buying more. Otherwise, Chen Xuan would have definitely pushed his level to 100 first. Once the myth descended, no matter how strong Chen Xuan was, he wouldn't be able to protect the entire Dragon Kingdom alone. Therefore, the awakening stones in the store, which could manifest in reality in advance, were an absolute must-buy. He checked and found that there were 3 such packs in total, each containing 1 awakening stone, with an additional note, these awakening stones are restricted, each can only awaken professions for 100 people. Chen Xuan's face darkened, his heart filled with silent complaints as he continued reading. If it were merely about awakening a profession, the assistance it could provide would be quite limited. After all, even a first-level professional, though stronger than an ordinary person, would still be as insignificant as an ant in the face of exotic beasts. While Chen Xuan was browsing the game store, the entire Dongfeng base sprang into action. The security level was raised several notches higher than before. Lin Jianye, in an extremely short time, recruited numerous research experts to discuss the plan Chen Xuan had outlined. After making additions and improvements, the decisive Lin Jianye directly brought the revised plan to his office for Chen Xuan's review before submitting it to the cabinet. There is no doubt that the entire plan has received unanimous approval from the cabinet. In the acting director's office, Lin Jianye handed a stack of top-priority red documents to Chen Xuan and said, "Director, the cabinet has approved the plan, granting our Myth Special Bureau full authority to implement it." Chen Xuan nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Time is of the essence. Prioritize the implementation of the containment zone plan and immediately convene a Congress of representatives from all industries and sectors, especially the construction industry. Will you be attending the Congress of Representatives?" Chen Xuan shook his head. "Count me out. You go. It's not the right time for me to step into the public eye yet. Also, there's no need to disclose anything to them to avoid causing panic. Just issue the central command directly. Recruitment, recalling overseas Chinese, and developing powerful weapons all should proceed simultaneously. Compared to wasting time arguing with those people, Chen Xuan would rather spend money on in-game packs. Besides, he was well aware of his own limitations. As the director, there was much he didn't understand. Overseeing the general direction was enough. The details could be left to Lin Jianye and others to handle. Yes, for the next period of time, I may not be able to stay at the base often. I have prepared a secretary for you. If you have any needs, you can directly communicate with her. Xiao Tong, come in." As soon as the words fell, Lin Jianye called out toward the door. Then, Lin Tong, dressed in a black and white suit that perfectly accentuated her figure, pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Lin Tong, Chen Xuan's lips twitched. The dignified director of the Tianhai Municipal Government Office, serving as his secretary? At this moment, Chen Xuan hadn't fully grasped the significance of his identity as the director of the Myth Special Affairs Bureau. Had he understood it better, he would have realized why Lin Tong had become his secretary. Behind this, it wasn't just Lin Tong's own, well, perhaps the entire Lin family's intentions were at play. Chapter 8: Global Shock. What exactly is Dragon Country planning? In front of the Great Hall of the People in the capital, representatives from various industries, having received urgent notices, abandoned all their schedules and rushed here. Sweat poured down their foreheads, and they gasped for breath, with no energy left for conversation. Due to the suddenness of the timing, many media outlets had not been informed. By the time they received the news, numerous representatives had already entered the hall, while the entire perimeter outside was secured by armed police. The hastily arriving media reporters could only wait outside. Dear viewers, the nation has just urgently convened a representative assembly. What is currently being discussed remains unknown. Stay tuned, as the Chaoyang public will provide real-time updates for you. Reporters rushed to report the news one after another. Since it was currently working hours, few people noticed the sudden incident. Among them, many foreign media outlets sensed something unusual and promptly reported it to their respective countries. Inside the assembly hall, all the representatives looked at Lin Jianye, who stood tall on the high platform, with expressions of confusion. Even those who knew Lin Jianye's identity wore looks of bewilderment. How could a major general preside over such a political assembly? Lin Jianye had no patience to argue with these people. He directly opened the red-coded document labeled Number 1 on the lectern and solemnly announced, "By order of the State Council, an emergency decree is hereby issued." At these words, all representatives immediately sat upright, straining their ears to listen. The decree is as follows. From this moment onward, all ongoing national policies shall be suspended. The entire nation must mobilize its resources to implement the containment zone plan. Using provincial capitals as anchor points, smaller cities shall encircle larger ones to establish 34 containment zones. All construction companies and mining companies must fully serve this plan. Silence. The entire Great Hall of the People was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the representatives stared at Lin Jianye on the podium as if they had seen a ghost, utterly dumbfounded. Halt all national policies? Mobilize the entire strength of a nation with over 1 billion people to focus on one thing? If they didn't know where they were, they would have thought Lin Jianya was a madman. Currently, the domestic environment is thriving, and the country has already become the world's second largest economy. Any comprehensive changes now could trigger consequences as catastrophic as a landslide. This is a command unanimously approved by the entire cabinet. We hope all of you will fully cooperate with the nation in the coming period. After speaking, Lin Jianya directly left the podium, leaving behind numerous representatives exchanging bewildered glances. The moment the doors of the Great Hall of the People opened, the waiting journalists rushed forward. However, under the guards' protection, they couldn't get close to the representatives and could only shout questions from a short distance, holding up their microphones. President Wang, could you give us a hint about the meeting's content? President Ma. Facing numerous questions from reporters, no one responded. Every representative hurried along, but sharp-eyed journalists noticed that those from the construction industry couldn't hide their joy. Could it be that this meeting's agenda is related to the construction industry? Many reporters speculated in private, but no matter how they guessed, they couldn't uncover the truth behind it. Oh my God, check Weibo now. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out in the crowd, and upon hearing it, all the reporters quickly pulled out their phones. They saw a trending topic titled, "What exactly is the Myth Special Bureau?" rapidly climbing to the top spot. Scrolling down, the top 10 trending topics were all related to the Myth Special Bureau. These journalists clicked on the official Weibo account of the Myth Anomaly Bureau, only to find that it had just been registered and had only posted one message. Yet, this single post was about to shake the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the world. From this moment onward, all national policies are suspended, and full efforts will be devoted to implementing the Defense Zone Plan. The Myth Anomaly Bureau calls upon all construction workers in the Dragon Kingdom to heed the nation's call and participate in the Defense Zone Plan. From this moment onward, recruitment will be open to citizens of the Dragon Kingdom aged between 20 and 40, with plans to expand the military by 8 million. Veterans will be given priority. The Myth Anomaly Bureau urges aspiring young people to answer the nation's call and actively enlist. The Myth Anomaly Bureau calls upon overseas Chinese to return to the country. Soon, the Dragon Kingdom will close its borders, and after that, those who do not return will have no chance to do so in the future. The above decision has been unanimously approved by the entire cabinet, the director of the Myth Special Affairs Bureau, and the top leaders of Dragon Country, and is to be implemented immediately. Once this Weibo post was published, it was reposted by all official media outlets, quickly drawing the attention of a vast number of netizens. In a short time, the post's views surpassed 100 million, with over 1 million comments, and the numbers continue to rise. Oh my God! What on earth is happening? Are we going to war? 3-year veteran answering the call where to sign up. At Myth Special Bureau. This comment caught the attention of the Myth Special Bureau's online monitoring team, who immediately pinned it and replied with a registration link. In no time, the number of replies under this comment skyrocketed. 5-year veteran, answering the call. 2-year military veteran, answering the call. In addition, major construction companies, mining corporations, cement plants, and others also responded to the call under the same Weibo post. The unity and rallying power of Dragon Country deeply shocked the foreign media lurking behind the scenes at this moment. Just the sight of those uniformly aligned replies was enough to inexplicably stir one's blood. What shocked these foreign media even more was that, although there were many curious comments, not a single person questioned the nation's decision. If this had happened in their own countries, countless people would likely have taken to the streets in protest, or even incited riots. At the same time, leaders from other countries who learned the news also urgently convened meetings. In the White House of the Stars and Stripes, the silver-haired leader was in a rage. Damn it, what exactly does Dragon Country want to do? Recruiting 8 million soldiers? Does Dragon Country want to start a world war? Investigate. Use all means necessary to uncover the purpose of Dragon Country. Leaders of nations friendly with Dragon Country also contacted the head of state via phone, seeking specific information, but all they received was a refusal to comment. Guided by the principle of friendly coexistence, the head of state subtly hinted, "The world is about to face an unprecedented transformation, my friends. It would be wise to prepare early." This hint soon reached the ears of other national leaders, but no one paid it much attention. After all, not every individual or country possesses the same boldness and influence as Dragon Country. Many high-ranking officials from various nations were busy on Twitter, trying to calm the agitated masses of their respective countries. United States. Rest assured, no one understands Dragon Country better than I do. Dragon Country must be bluffing to stir up global chaos. They've always been this cunning, don't fall for their tricks. Japan. Don't worry, Dragon Country's claim of sealing its borders is utter nonsense. Such a move would be suicidal, there's no way Dragon Country would actually do it. America. We strongly condemn Dragon Country for causing global panic. We urge Dragon Country to abandon its military recruitment and avoid provoking war. Online discussions are boiling over, leaving the world in shock. Not only that, but in reality, major television stations across Dragon Country have also been broadcasting numerous directives issued by the Myth Special Bureau during primetime slots. Chapter 9. United as one to face the changing times. Tianhai City, at a roadside food stall. 7 middle-aged men with dark complexions had gathered together, their faces filled with despondency. Hua Tu, still haven't found a project? If this goes on, the workers are going to revolt. A small foreman said with a bitter face, complaining to the leader. Yeah, Hua Tu, hurry up already. Several people around also chimed in. These individuals all belong to a private construction crew, with the leader being the man at the forefront, named Hua Long. This construction crew has several dozen members and is somewhat well known in Tianhai City. However, due to the impact of the pandemic in recent years, many construction crews have been struggling, and it's common for them to fail to secure projects. You think I don't want to? But you all know the current situation. I've been begging left and right, but it's no use. What else can I do? Hualong said with a gloomy face and an angry tone. To keep this construction team going, he had even dipped into his own savings to subsidize the workers. If things continued like this, not only would his men soon be eating dirt, but he himself would be reduced to the same. Welcome to the evening news. At 16:20 this afternoon, the central government issued the Red 1 document, to be implemented by the newly formed Mythical Specialization Bureau, which reads as follows. From this moment on. At that moment, a voice came out of the television hanging inside the stall. Clunk! The sound of a chair collapsing rang out. Hua Ridge suddenly got up, staring at the TV with tears in his eyes, and the several small foremen beside him did the same. Brothers, the country is in need, and it is only right that we should answer the call. If the state asks, the people will answer. We can't let our country down. Hua Ridge looked excited, swept a glance at his brothers, and drank aloud. Drink up, and tomorrow notify everyone under your hand to report to the old man for Angie duty. It's on. This night, countless construction workers cried tears of joy. The state promulgated this policy, almost pulling them back from the abyss. If not, many people have no other choice but to change careers. But what can they, ordinary construction workers, do except for a handful of strength, even if they change their jobs? Not only these construction workers, those veterans also all excited. They did not expect to be discharged from the army. There is a day to join the army again. Military career, it is true that it is very bitter and difficult, but the experience of it, but enough to remember for a lifetime. Many people say the barracks is the place where men should stay. A few hours have passed since the Mythbusters Bureau posted the tweet, but the stir that has been created is far from dissipating. It's intensifying, simply because, this time, the Dragon Kingdom has moved for real. The embassies of the Dragon Kingdom all over the world, at 19 o'clock sharp, Dragon Empire time, unanimously spoke out. Embassy of the Dragon Kingdom of Stars and Stripes. Anyone who is a citizen of China, please return to your country as soon as possible. In 2 days, all embassy staff will be evacuated. Cherry Blossom Country, Rice Country, Northern Bear Country. The vocalization of these embassies has the world's population talking like crazy. This night, the Dragon Kingdom of China, focusing on the eyes of everyone around the world. No one knows this ancient and mysterious Oriental country. In the end, what do you want to do? Suspend all national policies. Draft 8 million troops. Withdraw embassies. Recall overseas subjects. These policies give people the feeling that they are like dreams, but would anyone with a little bit of sense promulgate such a crazy plan? Can it be that the Dragon Kingdom is really going back to the closed-door lockdown of more than 100 years ago? On Twitter, almost the vast majority of foreign netizens were mocking, and even some of the international students from the Dragon Kingdom were directly tweeting that they would never go back and that they aspired to the breath of freedom. The publication of these people made the foreign netizens jump even more joyfully, all waiting to see the joke of the Dragon Country. God. Look at that big worm in the east. What a stupid thing to do. Even the people in their country don't believe in their country, so I don't understand how so many people can respond. Shouldn't this be a time for protests and marches? The people of that country, cowards and cowards, they don't have the courage to march in protest. Dongfeng Base, inside a vast conference room, Chen Xuan sat in the first place, with Lin Jianya sitting beside him, and underneath sat elites from all walks of life, densely packed with hundreds of people. How's the online opinion? Lin Jianya knocked on the table and inquired towards the network group. The public mood is very high. The vast majority have responded to the country's call. A small number of bad voices, but also the first time to suppress. Overseas, most of them are singing the praises of the country, led by the US. It's almost all negative, and some of the financial predators are even planning to use this as a way to make a buck on our country. Among them, the most negative ones are still the remarks made by some overseas dragon students on Twitter, which have a great impact. The head of the network group, Yi Yong, hurriedly rose to report, glancing apprehensively at Chen Xuan, who was seated at the top of the table. Those who were able to sit here were all elites among elites and had also signed a confidentiality agreement. It was basically impossible for them to leave this Dongfeng base within the next week, and many people maintained enough awe for Chen Xuan, the mysterious and highly placed young man. They who had fought for many years would not belittle Chen Xuan due to his youth. Instead, they would pay more attention to him due to his youth. At such an age, to be able to sit in this position, the energy behind it could be imagined. Although they had been told some information about the mythic era, they did not know the specific identity of Chen Xuan, who nowadays had disappeared from the internet and was classified as a top secret of the Dragon Kingdom, including Chen Xuan's family members who had been sent by the state to protect them. A man with a rebel bone is not to be cared for or persuaded. Just take care of those who love the country. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Chen Xuan's face was calm as he stared. What is the use of returning to a foreign country for those who want to live in a foreign country? It's already the country's benevolence to inform them, but if they want to come back or not, how can the country be so kind to them? You can't imagine. How are the preparations for the construction of the 34 precautionary zones? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's inquiry, Lin Shang, the head of the construction group, rose and responded. The major construction companies, civilian engineering teams, as well as mineral companies, cement factories, steel factories, and so on, have all responded positively to the call and have already been transporting materials to their designated locations overnight, so construction can begin tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan gently nodded his head and commanded, "The treatment that should be given should not be less. It is a sign of trust in the country that they have responded to the country's call, and they should not be let down." Yes, this meeting, which lasted a full 2 hours, after sorting everything out, Chen Xuan got up, looked at the people present, and said aloud, "Comrades, facing this unprecedented great change is a menace, but also an opportunity. I believe that as long as the whole nation, are united in their determination, this change will definitely not be a disaster, but an opportunity for my Dragon Kingdom." When Chen Xuan's words fell, the young people in the meeting all blushed, and some of the middle-aged and old people also felt their blood boiling, as if the entire person was 10 years younger. All hands on deck to fight the change. Chapter 10. What can't be done when the nation's effort is used to do it. Inside the room, Chen Xuan was waiting for the Occupation Master power feedback as he pulled up the occupation panel and projected the base values that he could feedback. During this period of time, his vocational master level had been raised to 57, and the corresponding base values had changed drastically from the day before. Name Chen Xuan. Profession, Chaos Swordsmaster only. Grade, 57. Strength, 4134. Strength value increased by 1000 due to the talent Emperor Dragon Buster. Physique, 4972. Physique value increased by 700 due to the talent Emperor Dragon Hegemony. Spirit, 6168. Equipment, True Martial Spirit Sword Spirit level. Occupational skills, Space, Spirit Dome Sword Chop Ice, Ice Seal Miles Thunder, Sword Edict Divine Thunder Darkness, Dark Prison Mendacity Light, Universal Illumination of the 8 directions. All the skills have reached the 100 level, and the skills can be broken through again after the player has comprehended the relative corresponding laws. Occupational talents, Sword Mind Enlightenment, Chaotic Sword Domain, Imperial Dragon Buster Body, Red Inferno Furnace, Phoenix Dao Nirvana. Note: commoners have a maximum of 10 points in Strength, Constitution, and Spirit. Looking at the values on the occupation panel, Chen Xuan couldn't help but sigh lightly, perhaps due to being a traveler. his spiritual values, from the ground up, exceeded the highest values of ordinary people, which led to his spiritual values far exceeding the other values. Fortunately, he had awakened the Emperor Dragonbuster body, and as long as he continued to delve into the Emperor Dragonbuster body and leveled up that talent, his two base values of strength and physique would also increase with the promotion of the Emperor Dragonbuster body. This rule of change of values after the vocational division level up is unfair to many people because it is based on the initial values of the awakened person, and the initial values like his strength of 6, physique of 8, and spirit of 12 in terms of strength are very weak. And those who had all three initial attributes at full value were definitely the ones with strong battle power in the same realm. After all, from the very beginning, they were already ahead of the crowd. If one wanted to change the situation, other than awakening the gifted Emperor Dragon hegemony body like him, the only way was to look forward to the heaven-defying treasures that might be born after the coming of the mythic era. Boom! As Chen Xuan sighed, the strength feedback arrived as promised, a massive warmth surging into his body, crazily transforming his body with that powerful and vast strength, causing Chen Xuan to become infatuated with it. 10 minutes later, the realistic Chen Xuan's values had morphed into 413.4 strength, 497.2 physique, and 616.8 spirit, with even the weakest strength being 40 times that of an ordinary person. He gently clenched his fist, and in the void, even sonic booms were produced, and the strong wind blew the facilities in the room shaking. After experiencing the changed strength slightly, Chen Xuan called up the mall and checked out the gift packs. Awakening Stone gift pack contains a restricted grade awakening stone that can reflect reality in advance, allowing 100 people to awaken, limited to 3 purchases, each gift pack priced at 1 billion. Buy. $3 billion was spent by Chen Xuan in an instant, without blinking, without shaking his hand, just a little bit of blandness. Experience Pill gift pack contains 3 helicopter level 10 experience pills. This experience pill is restricted to levels below 80. After reaching level 80, the experience beyond is invalid, priced at 300 million. Buy. As it pertained to his own vocational division level, Chen Xuan would not hesitate at all. To his surprise, behind this Experience Dan gift pack, there was also a brush out of the Experience Dan gift pack that could reflect reality in advance, priced at a full $3 billion, with a whole 100 Experience Dawn that could be helicoptered to 10 levels with the restriction of using them below level 30. This gift pack is, without a doubt, a definite must-have. In short, for Chen Xuan at this moment, there were just 3 words: buy, buy, buy. He finally realized how cool it was to be able to have kryptonite without any worries. No wonder those rich women, every time they shopped, it was like loading a car. I'll take everything but that one. That's a good one when you think about it. Chen Xuan, how can you be so vulgar in your thinking when the age of myth is coming? Be correct. After some self-reflection, Chen Xuan dropped his character, who had risen to level 80, to the Sycamore Fierce realm to brush up on the monsters, while he himself fell into a deep sleep. The next day, construction site in the precautionary area of Tenkai City. Good morning, viewers. Welcome to the Straight from the Precautionary Zone construction site live broadcast. I'm Anchor Mo, a sweet-looking, playful woman with an explosive body grin, 2 dimples, and smiled out at her cell phone screen. Goddess, it's so nice to see you as soon as I wake up. Mo, get out of the way. Don't block my view of the construction site. Inside the live broadcast room, all kinds of pop-ups were flying. Since yesterday's release of the Mythical Species Bureau Weibo, the heat of several policies is high. Microblogging hot search top 10, all about the Mythical Species Bureau, all the entertainment stars, and even other news, none of which can be hit. This has led to major anchors, in order to rub it in, rushing to the precautionary zone construction sites to broadcast live. Families, we can see that in just one night's time, all sorts of construction equipment is already in place, just waiting for the construction workers to arrive and work can begin. That's the speed of my dragon country. Anchor Mo stood on the periphery, holding her cell phone and sweeping toward the construction site, voicing out with extreme pride. Dragon Kingdom speed. #1 in the world. In terms of infrastructure, there's no country on the planet that can beat that. The pop-ups are flying and you can feel the heat through the screen. Look, the construction workers are entering. Let's go along and interview them. At this time, dozens of people clattered in the distance, attracting the attention of the anchor Meng Meng. She rushed to the live broadcast and then held up her cell phone and jogged towards those people. The ripples were so strong that the LSBs on the air couldn't keep their heads above water. Hello, may I interview you? Hua Ridge looked at the lovely woman in front of him, his face hesitant. It won't take you too long. Upon hearing this, Hua Ridge nodded helplessly. Okay. Grab some tight immediately start work. Seeing Hua Ridge's face full of displeasure, the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Outrageous. How can anyone not be tempted by Mo's beauty? He dislikes this reluctance all over his face. Without a woman in your heart, moving bricks is a natural god. Nothing can stop me from starting. It was hard to catch someone. Meng Meng did not dare to waste time, and quickly asked, "Are you stopping your work to respond to the call of the state?" After a moment of silence, Hua Ridge shook his head. Before that, this engineering team of ours had stopped working for a long time. Because of the previous epidemic? Yes. Noticing that Hua Ridge and the others looked forlorn, Meng Meng quickly changed the topic. Do you have confidence in building this precautionary area? Do you think it's possible to accomplish such a huge amount of work in a short period of time? Upon hearing this, Hua Ridge's face was solemn, staring intently at Meng Meng's cell phone camera, and said in a condensed voice, "Even if you don't believe in yourself, you have to believe in the country. What can't be done when a nation is raised to do something?" When the words fell, Hua Ridge didn't care what the anchor Meng Meng's reaction was, and directly said stiffly, "Your interview time is up. We should get started." A line of dozens of people crossing the anchor Meng Meng toward the construction site at the same time. From all sides there are many large and small engineering teams to enter. At this moment, the sun had just risen, and the reddish glow reflected on the entire construction site like a miracle. It was a scene that the people on the air would never forget. Years later, this image appeared on the internet and was voted the most beautiful sight before the fall of the mythic era. Chapter 11: Mythical Special Forces. Dongfeng Base. When Chen Xuan arrived at the office, the first thing he saw was the playfully standing Lin Tong, with steaming coffee already on the table. After Chen Xuan sat down, he picked up the coffee and took a sip, smiling. Just the right amount of sweetness, and you added milk? You're really treating yourself like a secretary?" Facing Chen Xuan's jab, Lin Tong similarly laughed. "Director or secretary, it's all about serving the Dragon Kingdom. In your position, you seek to do your job. As a director, I will do my best, and as a secretary, I will likewise do my best." At those words, Chen Xuan nodded gently, his face solemnized. "I purchased the awakening stone that can reflect reality in advance last night. Immediately notify Director Lin and have him draw the strongest special forces in the country, limiting the number to 300. I intend to have them awaken in advance to form the mythic special forces. Also, put another $10 billion on my card." Due to the awakening stone restriction, Chen Xuan was simply unable to select powerful occupational awaken to form the mythic special forces, and could only try his best to select people with high base values to awaken. As for what professions they could awaken to, it would depend on their luck. "Understood." Lin Tong responded and then immediately carried it out. Lin Jianya, who had received the order, didn't dare to be slow, and immediately notified the Dragon Kingdom's top special forces in the country to put down all their tasks and rush to Dongfeng Base. However, within an hour, within the Dongfeng Base, an armed helicopter continued to fall, and a loud roar was heard in all directions. "Report, Dragon Soul Squad. 30 people should be here. 30 people are actually here. Please ask the chief to check." "Report, Pointed Sword Squad. 30 people are here. Please check, sir." "Report." A loud voice echoed across the training ground, and a squad with different costumes, like lances, stood straight and erect, waiting for Lin Jianya's instructions. These people, every single one of them was a soldier king, and every single one of the squads was the ace of every major war zone. It was no exaggeration to say that if all 300 of these people appeared within a single country overseas, the leaders of that country would have to panic. After sweeping the circle, Lin Jianya nodded in satisfaction and droned aloud. "You guys are probably wondering why you've been summoned here. Let me tell you, China and even the Blue Star will face unprecedented changes. Our enemy is very, very strong, and you are the ones chosen to be the first warriors to face the enemy. Tell me, do you have confidence?" As these words fell, the 300 soldier kings shouted in unison, "Yes." A vast and majestic sheer aura of confidence shot up into the clouds. One team after another, "Follow me." March in unison. Inside the underground base, a huge room. Chen Xuan and Lin Tong were already waiting here, and besides the two of them, there were also various instruments as well as dozens of research experts, who had come to study the values of those special soldiers after their awakening. In addition to this, the awakened special soldiers would also contribute a bit of their blood for the scientists to study the genes that had changed after awakening their professions. Not long after, under Lin Jianya's leadership, a team of top special forces stepped into the middle of the hall. All of them did not look askance. Even if they were extremely curious in their hearts, none of them moved about. It wasn't until Lin Jianya walked up to stand behind Chen Xuan that a flash of surprise passed across the faces of this group of special forces. Chen Xuan looked younger than them, but his status was even above Lin Jianya, who was already a major general. A brief introduction. I, Chen Xuan, 27 years old, director of the Mythic Specialization Bureau, and captain of the Mythic Special Forces. From this moment onwards, you will be scratched from your original team registrations and become members of the Mythic Special Forces, above all troops, and once you join, you will be directly awarded the rank of Major. Likewise, you will also become the vanguard of the Dragon Kingdom's fight against the myth. The level of danger far exceeds that of the missions you have performed in the past. If anyone wants to quit, they can leave now. Not a single person moved. All of the special forces stood straight and gazed firmly at Chen Xuan. Seeing this, Chen Xuan nodded his head in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, 3 huge boulders engraved with peculiar patterns were presented in the middle of the hall. This scene of things appearing out of thin air made this group of special soldiers who had experienced life and death, all of their pupils shrank. Strong willpower can let them hold back did not appear commotion. Everyone line up, walk in front of the awakening stone in turn, put your palms on it, and tranquilize your mind. Under Chen Xuan's command, each and every special forces soldier began to receive their occupational awakening. Seeing the real-life occupational awakening for the first time, Chen Xuan was still rather curious, his gaze fixed on the first special forces soldier to be awakened, not only him but also Lin Jianya and Lin Tong on the side, as well as the researchers and special forces soldiers present at the scene all stared curiously as well. This special soldier, very extraordinary, can be called the king of soldiers amongst kings of soldiers, was Xia Pinggu, the captain of the Sharp Knife Special Force. Only to see, Xia Pinggu stretched out his calloused, wide and thick hand and stuck it on the awakening stone. Buzz! In an instant, the arcane patterns on the awakening stone, as if activated, lit up one after another, and the lavender light shone like a dream, reflecting the entire hall. Xia Pinggu's entire person was as if he was wrapped into a giant cocoon by this lavender light, and other than Chen Xuan, no one else could see Xia Pinggu's figure at all. This peculiar scene caused the group of special forces to no longer be able to hold back, and they all exclaimed in alarm and commotion. Lin Jianya did not have the heart to reprimand them at the moment. Even though he had long since seen quite a few transcendent means from Chen Xuan, at this moment, he was still shaken. When the transcendent powers of fiction suddenly appeared in a world where science was paramount, no one could remain calm. On the contrary, it was Chen Xuan, whose eyes flickered with essence and couldn't stop a smile from escaping his lips. He hadn't expected to awaken a legendary profession in just his first awakening, worthy of being the captain of a top special forces unit. Don't look at his whole body mythic level, but in reality want to awaken a mythic profession, difficult as heaven, even the legend, can be called 1 in 100,000 normal people can awaken the higher professions has been very good. A few moments later, the light dissipated, and Xia Pinggu walked back with a face full of excitement. The moment he awakened his profession, he could clearly feel that he had become stronger, at least several times stronger than his previous self. What occupation did you awaken? Chen Xuan looked towards Xia Pinggu and inquired out. He was able to judge Xia Pinggu's awakened occupation level through the color light pillar, but he was unable to directly see through his awakened occupation. Combat class legendary profession. Holy fighting warrior. Possessing a super high combat awareness, with a sense of battle far beyond the ordinary. In the basic 100-level zone, 3 major career skills can be awakened. Xia Pinggu didn't dare to slack off, standing straight and reporting towards Chen Xuan. After awakening his profession, he could feel the terrifying power hidden in Chen Xuan's body, and in his eyes at this moment, Chen Xuan was like a humanoid ferocious beast, causing his heart to palpitate and tremble. But strangely enough, he did not sense the aura of the profession from Chen Xuan. Not bad. Go to the side and work with the research scholars. Chen Xuan nodded appreciatively, and immediately afterward, he looked towards the group of special forces and droned in a condensed voice. Next. Chapter 12. 8 Square Sword Formation. Pops wants to join the army. This occupational awakening lasted for more than 2 hours before it ended, and to Chen Xuan's surprise, 10 legendary occupational awakenings appeared amongst the 300 special forces soldiers, each of which were captains of the major special forces. There were also a whole 108 rare professions, and the rest of the special forces, basically all of them were higher professions, and what they had awakened, most of them were combat professions, and only a few of them were auxiliary professions. With a little thought, Chen Xuan understood the whole thing. This group of people can be the members of the top special forces of the Dragon Kingdom. Almost all of them were carefully selected from the major war zones, and all of them have experienced the battlefield killings, no matter the strength and physique or will level, are far more than other soldiers. It was both unexpected yet reasonable for them to awaken such a high career level. Among these people, the one that Chen Xuan valued the most was the Dragon Soul Special Squad Captain Yi Wentao, who had awakened the legendary hidden profession Holy Formation Master, Sacred Formation Master, combat class occupation, super high talent for formation perception. The speed of arranging formations is several times faster than that of an unusual formation master, and the power of the formations it arranges will be increased by several times as well. This profession, for the current Dragon Kingdom, was even just below him in importance. After all, with the formation Yi Wentao had set up, the security of the 34 precautionary zones of the Dragon Kingdom would be greatly improved, and even if they couldn't hold back the high-level foreign beasts that might descend, they could at least buy him a little bit of time to rescue them. Chief, I'll leave these people to you, I'll get busy. Looking at the many special forces soldiers surrounded by research experts not far away, Lin Jianya said towards Chen Xuan. If it wasn't for the fact that the establishment of the mythical special forces was extremely symbolic and important, he wouldn't have been able to find the time to come over, and compared to Chen Xuan, who was a bit laid back, he was simply too busy. All sorts of things require his observation as well as his attention. Hard work, old Lin. Chen Xuan patted Lin Jianya's shoulder and comforted him. With this stance, Lin Tong, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but roll her eyes. After lunch, Chen Xuan received a report handed over by the research experts that the 300 special forces soldiers who had awakened their professions, even if it was only at the first level, had all doubled their physical qualities. The 10 legendary profession awakened, their strength and physique had all reached 20, and the rest of them, they were all above 17 as well, the overall base values, making Chen Xuan envious when he looked at them. At 2 in the afternoon, Chen Xuan gathered the mythical special forces and took out the experience elixir gift packs he had purchased, distributing them to this group of special forces who had awakened their professions. Among them, 10 legendary occupation awakeners were each given 3 pills, directly elevating them to level 30, and the remaining 70 were distributed according to their occupational level. The rest of us will have to wait for tomorrow to brush up on the experience elixir packs. After those people had all taken the experience elixir and leveled up, Chen Xuan stood before the crowd and drank aloud. Comrades, do you think that your current self is strong? Strong. One special forces soldier yelled at the top of his neck, his entire face red. It was no exaggeration to say that they could now all casually crush their former selves. To ordinary people, you are indeed strong, but to our enemies, you are still weak, so weak that you are not even as weak as ants. After he finished speaking, Chen Xuan could sense a look of disbelief surfacing on the faces of many, but he ignored it and continued. By becoming members of the mythic special forces, you are already qualified to know the truth of the matter. In 5 days, no, 4.5 to be exact, the mythic era will descend on the blue planet, and at that time, the entire blue planet will be invaded by foreign beasts, facing bodies tens of meters long, maybe even hundreds or thousands of meters. Do you still think you are strong at this point? Hiss. When Chen Xuan's words fell, all the members of the mythic special forces, all of their pupils shrank, their faces flashing with horror, and even though they had been in the battlefield for a long time, they were not able to restrain their expressions when they heard such a metaphysical and horrifying truth. I hope that you will all train yourselves more rigorously and not be proud of your sudden climb in strength. You, the vanguard of the fight against myths and the confidence that the country has built up for its people. I hope that after the mythic era descends, you can make the entire nation understand that as long as the mythic special forces are around, the Dragon Kingdom will be safe and sound. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, the many members of the mythical special forces responded in a deep voice with grave expressions on their faces. Yes. Seeing this, Chen Xuan nodded gently, his eyes signaling Lin Tong, who was standing at the side. Lin Tong, who had made preparations earlier, led a group of staff members to distribute an atlas to the hands of many members of the mythical special forces, which was a compendium of the beasts that the researchers had borrowed from Chen Xuan's cell phone to make a perfect copy of the beasts' atlas within the game. It's the complete book of Fey. Next, I don't care if you memorize it by rote or use other methods, you must keep the information in here, firmly in your minds. In the process of memorizing, You may also discuss with each other what you should do to kill this foreign beast if it were you facing it. As the words fell, Chen Xuan didn't care what the group's reaction was as he beckoned towards Yuan Tao. Yuan Tao, you come with me. As Chen Xuan, Lin Tong, and Yuan Tao left, this group of mythical special forces members, too, gathered together, flipping through the book of exotic beasts while discussing intensely. Inside the office, the svelte-faced Yuan Tao stood straight and waited for Chen Xuan's instructions. Now that you have reached level 30, have you awakened any vocational skills? After sitting down, Chen Xuan asked without any nonsense. Back to the chief. A legendary skill has been awakened. The 8-square sword formation. 8-square sword formation. A sword Dao formation with great power. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura as he commanded towards Yuan Tao. What materials are needed to set up the 8-square sword formation? Make a list of them and take it to the logistics department. And when the logistics department has finished collecting the materials, you will immediately rush to the 34 precautionary districts, and in each of the precautionary districts, lay down the 8-square sword formation. Time is of the essence, you do it immediately. Yes, the loud voice echoed throughout the office as Yuan Tao saluted Chen Xuan with a military salute before turning around and leaving the office. There's something you might have to take care of yourself. At this moment, Lin Tong walked over to Chen Xuan's side with a somewhat odd expression on her face. What is it? Your father was so strongly committed to joining the military that he even argued with the people at the recruiting office. Ever since Chen Xuan had become the director of the Mythic Specialization Bureau, Chen Xuan's parents had been protected, but it was all in secret and was not displayed in front of Chen Xuan's parents' eyes. Thus, they did not know that their own son was now in the leadership of the Dragon Kingdom. This conscription, only for the 40 years old, and Chen Xuan's father Qin Lujun has long exceeded, but its intention to join the army is strong and is a 10-year veteran, and therefore the conscription office of the people, it is not good to forcefully refused, can only be reported. Lin Tong, who had learned of the news, dared even less to act without authorization, and could only report it to Chen Xuan, allowing him to deal with it on his own. What? Chapter 13. This time, I'll fight for you. At this moment, Chen Xuan was truly confused. My father is almost 50 years old, and he's still joining the army? What are you thinking? At this time, Lin Tong on the side handed over a tablet, which was playing the surveillance video of the conscription office. Within the video, a middle-aged man wearing dark green camouflage uniform was rolling up his sleeves, and the staff of the conscription office argued. You guys, why don't you let me join the army? I'm only 46. I'm not old yet. I'm a 10-year veteran. I have much more experience than those new recruits. Why can't I join the army? I'm not old enough to join the army. My blood is not cold. Since the country needs it, if I, a veteran, don't go on, who is qualified to go on? Looking at the screen, the appearance of his own old man pulling his red neck and shouting, drawing a chorus of hoots and hollers, the corners of Chen Xuan's mouth twitched. Why did the country limit the age of conscription? For one, young people's physical qualities were malleable, able to keep up with high-intensity battles. For another, even if the future changed drastically, young people's potentials were higher after their careers were awakened. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of some people being old and strong and awakening super strong professions, but this kind of situation is definitely extremely rare. The battlefield of the future was destined to be the battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom's youth. As long as he was still around and the Dragon Kingdom soldiers were still around, it would be impossible to let these older generations go to the battlefield. What they had experienced was more than enough, and this was the time to enjoy their blessings. The young people of the Dragon Kingdom hadn't even died out yet, so how could they let the older generation go to war? Are there many such cases? Chen Xuan raised his head and inquired towards Lin Tong. Many. The enthusiasm of the populace is beyond our imagination, but all veterans of the older generation have basically enrolled at the conscription office. This time, the power displayed by the people of the Dragon Kingdom, even the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom, were shaken by it. Many people were actually very confused and curious about the country's decision, and were even uncertain and worried about the country's and even their own future, but when the country was in need, they remained unshakable. Earlier, when the #1 chief executive was informed of this incident, he sobbed and lamented. The people's hearts are available. The people of the country are united. What risks can't be overcome? Only after a long moment of silence did Chen Xuan instruct, let the people from the conscription office send out a notice explaining, don't let these veterans have a lump in their hearts. My father there, I'll call myself to talk. Yes. Only after Lin Tong had gone out to do her job did Chen Xuan take out his cell phone and dialed his own father's number. Hey, brat, have you found your daughter-in-law yet? Listening to the brash voice coming from his cell phone, the corners of Chen Xuan's mouth twitched. Still a familiar formula. I heard that you're going to join the army? The country is in need, and I, a 10-year veteran, am duty-bound. Chun Lu-jun on the other side of the phone was silent for a moment before speaking out righteously. Then you are late. Your son has already joined the army. If you and I, father and son, both go to war, who will take care of mom? This time, you just rest at home and take care of mom. Son going to war for you, Chen Xuan said playfully at his cell phone. He knew his own old man's obstinate character. Conventional methods of admonishment would definitely not work. Besides, it was not wrong for him to join the army. The director of the Mythical Special Weapons Bureau is not an army? Mythical Special Forces captain, not the army? You brat, what are you fooling around with? Hurry up and come back to me. Chun Liujuan's exasperated voice came out from the cell phone, but the intense worry couldn't be concealed. Pops has orders. I definitely have to oblige. But you, a 10-year veteran, should know what the nature of desertion is, right? Chen Xian's calm words directly silenced the entire Chen Lu-jun on the other end of the phone. Take good care of yourself, and actively cooperate with the training. Although the training is bitter, it is for the sake of less bloodshed on the battlefield. It's better to train as much as you can than to bleed on the battlefield. You must. Listening to the chatter coming from his cell phone, Chen Xian's heart warmed as he quietly listened. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, how many people today were tirelessly instructing their sons who had enlisted in the military, just like his old man? In the past, when joining the army, many people took it as an honor and didn't feel that there would be any dangers. After all, this is the era of peace. Even if in the unknown corners of the world, a battle may occur, it's not the turn of one's own son to take the field. But this time, the Dragon Kingdom's big move, with the fingers of the feet to think all know, may really want to have a big war. Thus, this time to join the army is not a joke. After a long time, Chen Xuan hung up the phone and turned towards Lin Tong, who was waiting by the side, and said, "How many recruits are participating in the conscription this time?" "Basically all veterans." "All right, tell them to hurry up their training. Time is running out." "Understood." As if he had thought of something, Chen Xuan continued, "Some of the assholes in the country, as well as those ill-intentioned foreigners, you can also tell them to get lost." Upon hearing this, Lin Tong lightly laughed. "This matter, Deputy Director Lin is already on it." Ding dong. At this time, a message tone suddenly came from Lin Tong's cell phone. Picking it up, Lin Tong's face changed instantly. "Director, something has happened." A Dragon Nation student in Stars and Stripes learned that the country had recalled overseas Chinese and decided to return home, but was detained by Stars and Stripes. Upon hearing Lin Tong's words, Chen Xuan was a bit dumbfounded. Stars and Stripes detained a Dragon Kingdom student? Why? That international student, named Xiao Chunfeng, is a globally recognized top demonic genius. At only 35 years of age, he has already won the World Lifetime Achievement Award for scientific research, and has extremely high attainments in the 4 areas of medicine, biology, physics, and nuclear energy. There was once someone who decided that he would stay in the Star-Spangled Nation, and at that time it even caused my Dragon Nation to be ridiculed for a while, and even some of the top echelons of the Star-Spangled Nation treated him as one of their own. And now that he has suddenly announced that he wants to return to his country, I think that the Star-Spangled Nation couldn't stand it, and that's why he was detained. Lin Tong's face was clear and cold as she explained in a condensed voice. Snort. What an overbearing bandit. Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh. His eyes filled with chills as he took out his cell phone to take a look. On the internet, it was true that it had already made a scene. After learning the news as well as receiving the will of the upper echelons, the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately convened a press conference and issued a statement strongly condemning Star-Spangled Nation's behavior. Strongly condemn the hegemonic behavior of the Star-Spangled Nation. Our country calls on the Star-Spangled Nation to return the detained citizen of our country, Xiao Chunfeng. If not, our country will not hesitate to use all means to welcome back our citizen. Ku said, "The words are not predictable." The video of this press conference on Weibo was liked and forwarded by countless Dragon Country people, and within just 10 minutes, it had already reached the #1 microblogging hot search. My great Dragon Country has stood up. Detaining our scientists? What did Star-Spangled Nation think? I hope that this time, the country will be tough to the end. Not only that, on Twitter, there were also many foreigners commenting. God, this is really bad news. The Lion of the East has awakened. Following the Mythical Specialization Bureau, the Dragon Nation once again attracted global attention, and this time it was because of the stars and stripes detaining Dragon Nation scientists. Chapter 14. Every Dragon Country citizen, no room for failure. Stars and Stripes White House. Shit. What the hell is the Dragon Kingdom up to? A group of people sat around, their faces changing vaguely with some trepidation. In fact, the reason why they detained Xiao Chunfeng was one. They did not want to let this demonic scientist return to the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was already strong enough, and two, it had to do with the Dragon Kingdom's big moves in recent times. From the Dragon Country, that mysterious myth special bureau issued a notice. The Dragon Country, a series of big action has not stopped. First began to build that 34 precautionary area, and then is a large purchase of all kinds of materials, recall overseas Chinese, withdraw the embassy. What's even more outrageous is that not long ago, they were even prepared to repatriate the embassies of various countries as well as people from other countries by force, and now their embassy in the country of Rice has been ordered to be evacuated within 2 days, and there are already soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom staking out the surrounding area. Originally, I thought that the Dragon Kingdom was just a false alarm, but who would have thought that the Dragon Kingdom would actually move for real? Although many in the West are singing the praises of this ancient Eastern nation. Once this ancient Eastern nation gets real, who doesn't panic? Among them, especially the Stars and Stripes, they desperately wanted to know what the Dragon Kingdom was up to. This feeling of not knowing anything drove them to the brink of insanity, and they, who had always liked to be in control, simply couldn't accept it. Chancellor, a carrier fleet group from the Dragon Kingdom just moved. At that moment, a beautiful blonde secretary hurriedly ran into the conference room and whispered towards the gray-haired Star-Spangled Nation's Grand Commander. Shedder. No. After cursing angrily, the Chancellor led many of the top brass and hurried to the command room. At the same time, inside the Dongfeng base, Chen Xuan also received a call from the number 1 head of the cabinet. Comrade Chen Xuan, how has the Mythic Specialization Bureau been acting lately? Reporting to the chief, the entire nation is united and everything is in order. Chen Xuan stood straight, holding up his cell phone and solemnly uttering his voice. It's hard work, putting you under so much pressure. Hearing the words in his ears, Chen Xuan's heart surged as he hurriedly responded, You work harder. Please believe that with so many sufferings, I, the Dragon Kingdom, have survived, and this time, it will be no exception. Believe, of course I do. Chief number 1 responded cheerfully, and then he continued, You should have heard about Comrade Xiao Chunfeng, right? Just learned. Every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom is not to be trifled with. If not necessary, the Dragon Kingdom is really unwilling to initiate a battle at such a sensitive time after all. Our main enemy is not another country, but the Mythic era. If things really come to a point where they cannot be undone, I would like to ask you to make a move to bring scientist Xiao Chunfeng back. At those words, Chen Xuan's face changed slightly as he hurriedly said, Chen Xuan is terrified. As the director of the Mythical Specialization Bureau, serving the people is the highest purpose. As long as the people are in need, I, the Mythical Specialization Bureau, am obliged to do so. The number 1 chief on the other end of the phone let out a light laugh. If everyone has this awareness of Comrade Chen Xuan, why would my Dragon Kingdom be afraid of the Mythic era? All right, I won't bother you. I'll have someone let you know if I need anything. Yes, the Mythic Species Bureau is on standby. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xuan instructed Lin Tong, who was at the side, pay full attention to the detention incident. Understood. After the seriousness had passed, Chen Xuan looked at the stunningly beautiful and exquisite Lin Tong and joked, If none of these things had happened, you would be drinking tea in your office right now while I, on the other hand, would be selling real estate to a middle-aged balding man in a suit. Lin Tong, who originally had a taut face, couldn't help but laugh as she responded, How do you know it's middle-aged baldness? Most of the clients I've met before are these types of people. Looking at Chen Xuan's handsome and clear face, Lin Tong's heart couldn't stop beating. From the time when she first bought the house, she had some good feelings towards Chen Xuan. After all, she was also a vulgar woman who ate her face, but at that time she didn't have any ideas. Even though she was already in her 30s and unmarried, and had never had a boyfriend, her status and position did not allow her to boldly pursue the one she liked when she encountered them like a normal woman. Had there been no such mishaps, her final destiny would probably have been to listen to her family and find a stranger who was a good match for her and spend the rest of her life together. Many people are envious that there are people who were born in Rome, not realizing that those who are in Rome are also envious of those who can spend their lives with the people they love. The good feelings at the beginning coupled with this series of events made Lin Tong, at this moment, couldn't help but have a thought of eating the man in front of her. Only, she profoundly knew that with Chen Xuan's status nowadays, she probably couldn't afford to climb up the ladder. And besides, the upcoming crisis wouldn't allow them to talk about love. However, she still wanted to boldly pursue once. Even if unsuccessful, recalling it later, she would not regret it. Chen Xuan was confused. The cold, soft touch on his temples and the fresh scent that continued to permeate his nose made his entire body stiffen. This woman, what does it mean? You must be tired? Everything is pressed on you, and for a long time to come, it will be necessary to rely on you to guard the Dragon Kingdom. On your shoulders, nowadays, you are carrying the safety and security of the entire Dragon Kingdom. The voice filled with gentleness caused the random thoughts in Chen Xuan's mind to dissipate, and the entire person directly fell silent. Have hangings is often people dream of things, but when this hangings with the myth of invasion, blue star survival of the department of all the words, the only real experience of the people, to feel the pressure that crushed people fast breathless. Regardless of his previous life or this life, Chen Xuan was just an ordinary person, and how could he possibly adapt to such a great burden when he abruptly accepted it? The people at the bottom might not quite understand, but Lin Tong, who had been following Chen Xuan around, was well aware of the pressure Chen Xuan was under. Don't look at Chen Xuan on the surface doing nothing, not having to do anything but buy game packs, but the pressure he was under psychologically was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Nowadays, the series of actions of the Dragon Kingdom, there are still the people of the Dragon Kingdom and even many high-ranking people to share for Chen Xuan, but once the mythic era comes, who else can share for Chen Xuan? Before the mythical special forces as well as the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom had awakened their professions, it was destined to require Chen Xuan to fight alone, and the only thing the country could do to help Chen Xuan was to provide long-distance assistance. Neither I nor the Dragon Kingdom had a choice. After a long moment of silence, Chen Xuan spoke in a condensed voice. Yeah, no choice. For the sake of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom. After answering, Lin Tong, who was behind Chen Xuan, changed her face before gradually firming up and staring. If there is a next time, I want to awaken. I may not be able to help you for a long time, but I'll work for it. Perhaps feeling that this was too ambiguous, Lin Tong hastened to tease again. As the secretary of your titular Mythical Specialization Bureau Director, how can you not be an ordinary person? Chapter 1500 levels reached, the road ahead. Under Lin Tong's gaze, Chen Xuan suppressed his extremely fast-beating heart and nodded in a breezy manner. Thank you, Chief. Lin Tong's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and that absolutely beautiful smile seemed like it was going to make all the 100 flowers lose their colors. Chen Xuan hurriedly averted his eyes and pondered in secret. Lin Tong's words had brought him up to speed. Why didn't he let his parents awaken early as well? Although it was definitely a universal awakening after the mythic era had descended, but by allowing his parents to awaken ahead of time, at least he could utilize the experience pills to train his parents. Even if there was a limit to the level that the experience pills could raise, it would still reduce the time it took for his parents to raise their level. After all, after the awakening of all the people, if they wanted to raise their occupational level, they would have to hunt foreign beasts, and hunting foreign beasts would not be without danger. He was no saint, and even though he was already in such a high position, he had selfishness. Even though he had established the mythic special forces, in the end, the initial stage of the mythic era's descent had to be faced by him alone. After all, no one knew how strong the descending alien beasts would be. Currently, in the Dragon Kingdom, the only one who could ensure a single kill of a fey beast was just him. In this case, the mythical special forces are just playing a supporting role, and in that case, it makes sense for him to let his parents take up 2 places. Jingle! At this time, Chen Xuan's cell phone rang, and upon connecting, the voice of head number 1 came to his ears. The negotiation has failed. I'm afraid you'll have to step in. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's face straightened as he gruffly said, Chief, I have an idea. The mythical special forces have just been established, so why don't we let them go as well, just as a practice run? In fact, with Chen Xuan's strength nowadays, it was easy to sneak into the country to take away Xiao Chenfeng. As long as the country didn't use lethal weapons, unusual handguns and the like couldn't hurt him at all, and perhaps a sniper's rifle could bring him a bit of trouble, but only if it could hit him. Yes, but not too many people. This trip, just bring out the Xiao Chenfeng scientist. Still, our main enemy is not them. It's the mythic era. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xuan immediately brought Lin Tong and headed to the hall where the mythical special forces were located. Assemble! As soon as he stepped into the hall, Chen Xuan's loud voice resounded out, and the many members of the mythical special forces who were originally sitting around discussing the matter dabbed to their feet, and with great speed, completed the queue. Xia Pinggu, Chen Dinghuang, Hu Shaoan. The 7 of you will follow me, and the rest of you, continue to study the complete list of fey beasts. As the words fell, Chen Xuan directly turned around and walked away, while Xia Pinggu and the others also hurriedly followed. These 7 people selected by Chen Xuan were basically all former captains of major special forces, awakened, all of whom were legendary professions. With these 7 people, plus him, if they still couldn't bring back Xiao Chenfeng, then they had awakened for nothing in terms of single combat ability, not to mention him. Xia Pinggu and the others casually carried out one. They had no opponent. Stars and Stripes has detained one of our foreign students, and the organization has ordered us to go to the rescue and bring that foreign student back safely from Stars and Stripes. This is your first battle after awakening. I hope you won't let me have a chance to strike. On the way to the ground base airport, Chen Xuan said towards Xia Pinggu and the others without looking back. Xia Pinggu and the others looked at each other in dismay. All of them did not say anything, but the killing chance as well as the invincible conviction that permeated their bodies already explained everything. It wasn't long before Chen Xuan and the others, under Lin Tong's watchful eye, boarded the armed helicopter and headed to the nearby Tianhai International Airport. Since the Mythical Specialization Bureau issued the notice, the many international airports in the Dragon Kingdom have refused foreign flights to descend, but the flights from the Dragon Kingdom to foreign countries have not yet stopped, and most of these flights are transporting those overseas Chinese who are willing to return to the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Xuan and the others were traveling on a plane that was preparing to travel to Stars and Stripes to transport overseas Chinese returning to the Dragon Kingdom. A few hours later, the time in the Dragon Empire had reached the early hours of the morning, and Chen Xuan once again received feedback on his career level, and this time the feedback was the value of 10% of his basic attributes after reaching level 80. Majestic power flowed through him, and if he hadn't been prepared and suppressed the fluctuations, he was afraid that the entire plane would have been affected. 10 minutes later, feeling the powerful strength within his body, Chen Xuan's face was pleasantly surprised. At this moment, he even felt that the blue star gravity had lost its effect on him, and he seemed to have been able to step into the air. Of course, he hadn't thought to try something. He was on an airplane, so it would be cool if he miscalculated. After obtaining the feedback power, Chen Xuan then purchased all of the refreshed mall gift packs, which included the Experience Pill gift pack as well as the Awakening Stone gift pack that could reflect reality in advance, and the Experience Pill gift pack that was restricted to use below level 40. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan used all of the experience elixirs that he had used for his in-game character, and his professional level climbed from level 80 to level 100. The base 100 level is finally complete. Chen Xuan's face was filled with joy. The real time from this mythic game until now was 3 days, but the span was 4 days as it was now past the early hours of the morning. If it was reality, absolutely no one would be able to ascend from level 1 to level 100 in just 3 days. Although jubilant, Chen Xuan was not proud. After all, the basic 100 levels were just the foundation. On top of that, there were several more levels, and the mythic era was full of foreign beasts that were stronger than the basic 100 levels. He also needed to continue to improve himself while the mythic games were still open. However, the next moment, the prompts coming from the cell phone interface caused Chen Xuan's face to change. Congratulations to player Chen Xuan for reaching level 100. You are now a full-fledged Chaos Swordmaster. From the basic 100 levels to the King Realm is a large span that can no longer be boosted with experience elixirs, and even if a player breaks into the King Realm, they can no longer be boosted with experience elixirs. Even after the mythic era has descended, players will not be able to gain experience from slaying foreign beasts. After the King Realm, it's more about sensing the laws, and the only way to sense the laws is to rely on oneself, or if a player is able to search for extremely heaven-defying law supreme treasures, they can also use this to improve. Tip: as the player is a Chaos Swordmaster and has a Chaos Sword body that awakens all the skills of the entire system, the player has an innate advantage in sensing the department to which the awakened vocational skill belongs, and the player can start sensing from there. Until Mythic Games closes, the game mall will still be refreshed daily and players can continue to purchase gift packs. In addition, there will be a big update in the game mall tomorrow, when some brand new gift packs will be refreshed, and players can make purchases if needed. Seeing these hints, Chen Xuan's face was a bit lost. He was still thinking of using this game to raise his career level to Legendary Saint Zun before the Mythic era descended. No more, but also to True King. Now it looks like that dream is out the window. It was also true that if brushing the monsters could be unhindered all the way, the cultivation of the foreign beasts in the Mythic era was afraid that they had already reached an unimaginably high level. Being able to reach 100 levels, he was already a big step ahead. Chapter 16, We Take You Home. After sighing lightly, Chen Xuan used the purchase skill scroll gift packs, collectively using them on the 5 newly awakened profession skills after level 50. Raising their levels to 100 as well, Chen Xuan called up the profession panel and carefully examined it. Name Chen Xuan. Profession, Chaos Swordmaster only. Grade, 100. Strength, 59,280. Physique value increased by 1,000 due to the talent Emperor Dragon Buster. Physique, 82,540. Physique value increased by 700 due to the talent Emperor Dragon Hegemony. Spirit, 116,460. Equipment, True Martial Spirit Sword Spirit level. Occupational skills, Space, Spirit Dome Sword Chop Ice, Ice Seal Miles Thunder, Sword Edict Divine Thunder Dark, Dark Prison Mendacity Light, Universal Illumination of the 8 Directions Fire, Firejacking Gold, Gung Jin Chop Wood, Heavenly Wooden Goddess of Mercy Earth, Absolute Defense Time, Time Reversal Sword Formation. All the skills have already reached the 100th level, and the skills will be able to break through again after the player has comprehended the relative corresponding laws. Occupational talents, Sword Mind Enlightenment, Chaotic Sword Domain, Imperial Dragon Buster Body, Red Inferno Furnace, Phoenix Dao Nirvana. Note: commoners have a maximum of 10 points in Strength, Constitution, and Spirit. Looking at the character panel, Chen Xuan nodded with satisfaction. Worthy of being a mythic rank hidden profession, it was truly strong. He couldn't wait to feel how powerful the power he could obtain after his career was fully fed back. Unfortunately, if it wasn't for his innate weakness, his base attributes would be even stronger. However, having many skills as well as talents added to his body was enough to make up for his innate deficiencies, and he could definitely be called invincible in a battle at the same level. Several more hours passed, and the flight that Chen Xuan and the others were traveling on finally arrived at the Stars and Stripes Los Angeles airport, and with the help of the agents, Chen Xuan and the others quietly rushed towards Xiao Qinfeng's place of detention. Meanwhile, the internet has once again been extremely derisive of the dragon's insufficiently tough stance. On Twitter, many foreigners sang carnival tunes, and a line of mockery kept appearing. Is this the so-called Lion of the East? It's true that people used to call them the sick man of East Asia. Shit, the Dragon Kingdom has shrunk again. Even in China, there were many disappointed voices, but compared to those netizens who were immersed in the internet, those workers building the precautionary zone, even when they learned of the news, just smiled lightly and immediately plunged back into the construction. Though short-lived, the 34 precautionary zones under the national consensus are taking shape. It is still true that when a country does something at all costs, the results it can achieve will be far beyond the common imagination. And in these precautionary zones, construction workers from time to time can see a youth with a group of people fiddling with some weird stone sculptures on the construction site. This youth was none other than Yi Wentao, who had been instructed by Chen Xuan to rush to the major precautionary zones to construct formations. Many reporters outside the precautionary area construction site, seeing this odd scene, wanted to go and interview Yi Wentao, but they were stopped before they could get close to Yi Wentao. It can be said that the cohesion as well as creativity shown by the Dragon Kingdom in these few days, so that countries around the globe are all shocked and scorned. So in this seizure incident, those foreigners caught the opportunity to desperately ridicule and disparage, trying to cover up the scruples of their own hearts. This is not without the instigation of those hostile countries. Inside a villa in Los Angeles, a gentle young man stood in front of an ink painting of a mountain landscape, quietly watching. On the surface, this villa is quiet, but in fact, the entire villa is under surveillance. Secretly, there are dozens of real guns and bullets star-spangled nation soldiers guard, even the most rampant terrorists, afraid of not dare to easily step into this villa. A blonde, shapely woman with 2 glasses of red wine came toward the youth. "Shaw, a drink." Xiao Qinfeng reached out and took it without saying anything. The woman's sexy flaming red lips lightly sipped a mouthful of red wine and looked at Xiao Qinfeng, softly saying, "Xiao, why must you return to Dragon Country? Wouldn't it be nice to stay in Stars and Stripes? There's the beautiful goddess of liberty here. It's full of freedom. And as long as you're willing, you'll instantly get a Stars and Stripes green card and have $10 billion as well as me." The waves were raging, soft and close to the body. If it were any other man, he would be afraid that he would already be unable to hold on to it. But Xiao Qinfeng was ancient and unperturbed. He swept a glance at this internationally famous Star and Stripes actress Lilia, and faintly said, "I will never be able to betray my motherland." Boom! Lilia was about to say something, but at that moment, a roaring sound came. followed by intense gunfire accompanied by angry curses into the villa. Shedder. What man? Damn. At this moment, around the villa, dozens of Star-Spangled Nation GIs were holding their guns up, constantly sweeping towards the darkness. Even though they possessed infrared glasses, they failed to detect the enemy in the darkness. Shoo! The sound of breaking air exploded, and the surrounding Star-Spangled Nation GIs looked around in unison, only to see several large trees blasting towards them, startling them into panicking and dodging. And just as they were dodging, several figures stared at the gunfire and approached them at an incredibly extreme speed. Bang! The man at the head violently blasted out a punch, and the entire outer wall of the villa was directly smashed out a big hole. God! What kind of monster is this? Shouting sounds were heard one after another. Even though this group of Stars and Stripes soldiers were well trained, in front of those several figures, they were like miscellaneous fish, but whenever they were touched, they basically collapsed to the ground. In just a few minutes, however, the group of Stars and Stripes soldiers were all lying on the ground, and even those who weren't dead were pretending to be dead, not daring to get up. Chen Xuan carried his hand on his back, calmly and comfortably stepping over a group of corpses. The surrounding Xia Pingwu and the others also converged, following Chen Xuan as he stepped inside the villa. Shet, who are you guys? In the villa hall, several Star-Spangled Nation soldiers protecting Xiao Chunfeng as well as Lilia looked at Chen Xuan and the others who were fishtailing in with terror in their eyes, and the one at the head boldly rebuked them, but his face was flustered. Chen Xuan ignored the several Star-Spangled Nation GIs and looked straight toward Xiao Chunfeng, saying in a condensed voice, "We have come to take you home." This sentence directly caused Xiao Chunfeng to collapse. His entire body trembled uncontrollably as hot tears filled his eyes, and he nodded heavily towards Chen Xuan. Bang! When Xiao Chunfeng nodded his head, Chen Xuan moved, as if he was shifting his body, instantly arriving in front of those several Star-Spangled Nation GIs, who could not even shoot in time before they were directly sent flying out by Chen Xuan. Oh God! Lilia on the side as well as Xiao Chunfeng were stunned, and Lilia even exclaimed as if she had seen a god. Chen Xuan casually waved his hand, knocking Lilia out, and then straight afterward, he led Xiao Chunfeng away. The entire process, less than 10 minutes. This was, after all, the territory of the Stars and Stripes, and they had to race against the clock. Otherwise, once the Stars and Stripes reacted and moved to encircle them with large armies or weapons of mass destruction, even Chen Xuan wouldn't be able to carry it off. Chapter 17. Leaving with Ease, Agent Peacock. After exiting the villa, Chen Xuan and the others directly boarded the vehicle arranged by the agent and rushed to the nearest pier, where a boat prepared by the agent was already waiting. Even though Chen Xuan and the others were fast, the people hiding behind the surveillance would surely be the first to notice and report it, and at that time, the reacting Stars and Stripes executives would surely blockade the airport. Consequently, they could only leave the Stars and Stripes by virtue of the time difference and quickly by sea. Shet, the Dragon Kingdom is really insidious and hypocritical. To send someone over secretly. This is a defiance of my Stars and Stripes. The shame of my Stars and Stripes will be washed away with blood. General William, the great general of the Stars and Stripes, who had gotten the news, broke into song in the command room. Notify Los Angeles to block all roads and close the airports. Send troops at once, and bring these damned yellow-skinned monkeys back to me. With General Williams' order, the troops stationed in Los Angeles moved instantly, and the entire Los Angeles road, too, was blocked off by the police. Meanwhile, the Stars and Stripes media, which had gotten the message, caught wind of it. One by one, reporters carrying cameras, broadcasting on all major roads, the entire Stars and Stripes network blew up. God, what are these GIs doing? It's all being felt up in the house. Shet, this is going to be the biggest joke in my Stars and Stripes history. One Star-Spangled Nation, angrily venting rhetoric. On the other side, Chen Xuan and the others, who were facing the blockade, didn't pay the slightest bit of attention, charging all the way across the street. Of course, that's why they took advantage of the time difference and moved away at breakneck speed before the LAPD could complete their lockdown. Only when Chen Xuan and the others arrived at the pier, they were followed by a dozen police vehicles, and in the air, there were several armed helicopters as well as real-time live broadcast helicopters dispatched by several large media companies. Xia Pingwu, you guys escort Mr. Xiao to the ship first. After getting out of the car, Chen Xuan swept a glance at the Star-Spangled Nation police in the distance as well as the helicopter gunships in the air, and instructed straight away. Captain, what about you? Xia Pingwu and the others, including Xiao Chunfeng, all had their faces changed as they looked at Chen Xuan in death. They were well aware of Chen Xuan's identity, and they also knew that Chen Xuan's importance to the Dragon Kingdom far exceeded that of Xiao Chenfeng, and if something happened to Chen Xuan, they would be the sinners of the entire Dragon Kingdom. There's no harm in it. This group of people can't keep me yet. Follow orders. Chen Xuan waved his hand unconcernedly and chided in a cold voice. Upon hearing this, Xia Pinggu and the others gritted their teeth and turned around with Xiao Chenfeng and left. Before leaving, Xiao Chenfeng stared at Chen Xuan with a deadly stare and solemnly said, "I'll wait for you on the ship." Chen Xuan laughed, not bothering with Xiao Chenfeng and the others, and came straight to the back of the two cars that had been crashed like rags, each hand grabbing on the back cover of the car and swinging it violently. Meanwhile, the LAPD chief was holding up a bullhorn and shouting, "You are surrounded. If you don't want to die, put down your weapons, put your hands up, and walk out obediently." "Oh by Ka! Shet!" As soon as his words fell, the police officers beside him fled in a hurry while cursing angrily, and the unidentified police chief looked up, and his pupils instantly shrank. He was still dumbfounded when a police officer yanked him right out of the way. Bang! The two cars smashed into the ground and instantly exploded into flames. Many of the police officers who couldn't dodge were sent flying out by the impact. After throwing out the two cars, Chen Xuan did not stop. He grabbed the cargo box on the side and threw it towards the helicopter gunships that were shooting at him. The cargo box that was several meters long and weighed an unknown amount of money was thrown out casually in Chen Xuan's hands like a small stone. The shocking scene left the star-spangled police officers confused. "Oh my God! Is this Superman? Shet! What kind of monster are we dealing with, exactly?" Under the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd of Stars and Stripes police and even military personnel, Chen Xuan left calmly. He stood on the deck like a god, making the crowd of Stars and Stripes people look away. Even the combatants on the helicopter gunships subconsciously stopped their strafing. Just now this guy, taking the cargo box as a stone to throw them, all let the helicopter pilot almost scared urine. At this moment standing on the boat, they even afraid that this monster cannot take the boat to smash them. Those helicopter pilots were not confident that they would be able to escape from this monster again. On the boat, Xia Pinggu and the others all looked at Chen Xuan in awe. They had thought that they were unrivaled after their awakening. But at this moment, they realized that there were people outside the mountains, and even more frightening was that such a powerful Chen Xuan had yet to be truly awakened. They couldn't imagine how strong Chen Xuan would be after awakening. Xiao Chenfeng, who was on the side, became even more frenzied, his eyes staring at Chen Xuan dead on. As if he wanted to eat him up, he excitedly stepped forward, grabbed Chen Xuan's arm and inquired, "You're a genetic warrior? I can't imagine that the biologists in the country are already this strong. All of them are able to research a powerful genetic warrior like you." Chen Xuan broke away from Xiao Chenfeng's hand and smiled mysteriously. "Soon you will know." When the words fell, Chen Xuan told Xiao Chenfeng to go to his room on the ship to rest, and after that, he told Xia Pinggu and the others to spread out around the perimeter to keep watch while he himself came to the captain's room. As soon as he stepped into the captain's room, Chen Xuan was stunned. All that could be seen was the captain's cabin, where 5 men in black tights were pointing guns at the Stars and Stripes man who had started the ship. So it is. Chen Xuan suddenly realized, previously he was still wondering, that group of agents how to get such a large ship, did not expect to be directly hijacked. To Chen Xuan's surprise, the leader of these 5 agents was actually a woman. She was wearing a ponytail, her face was clear and fair, her eyebrows were like faraway daisies, her nose was firm, and her body was tall. If Lin Tong was mature and charming, then this woman was valiant. Such a beautiful woman. Who would have thought that she would be an agent? Peacock, Ostrich, meet the chief. After Chen Xuan entered the captain's room, the 5 agents saluted Chen Xuan in unison. Although they did not know Chen Xuan's exact identity, they had previously received orders from their superiors to follow Chen Xuan's command in all matters and to not let anything happen to Chen Xuan, even if everyone died. Furthermore, they had just seen Chen Xuan's inhuman strength with their own eyes, and even without that order, they would not disrespect Chen Xuan. Hard work. The state has arranged for a fleet to be waiting on the high seas, so if we can just make it through this, we'll be able to return home. Understood. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, the woman codenamed Peacock as well as the rest of the group all nodded in response. You won't have to be agents anymore when you go back this time. Soon, there will be a great change like never before, and agents and whatnot will no longer be needed. If you want to join the army, you can go, or if you want to return to ordinary life, you can. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan swept a glance at Peacock and the others and stared. The entire blue star seemed to be peaceful, but where the sun couldn't shine, there was a menace that was unimaginable to ordinary people, and Peacock and the others were in the midst of such a menace at all times. To their own country, they are deserved heroes, but to other countries, they, the agent spies, are everyone's fault, and once caught, it's not so easy to die. Chapter 18 Global Shock. Genetic warriors? What? Escaped. Rubbish. So many people let those yellow-skinned monkeys escape. Inside the command room, General William cursed at his cell phone, his face red with shame. This time, the entire Los Angeles police were mobilized and even helicopter gunships were used, and as a result, not even a single hair was caught. He could already imagine the scene of being pointed at and cursed by the Chancellor. For that matter, it was still a small matter. What he really cared about was that if he couldn't get that group of damned yellow-skinned monkeys killed or captured back, this matter would surely become a stain that could never be erased from his military career. At this time, the video that came from his cell phone made him fall silent, shock welling up on his face. Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu? Shit! After cursing angrily, General William's forehead was filled with cold sweat. He could see much farther than an unusual person. From the video, the strength shown by that person, even if Stars and Stripes' topmost special forces faced it, they would have to be completely wiped out. Such a horrible single combat ability, decapitation and capture the flag, undoubtedly easy. The Dragon Kingdom hides this inhuman monster. Its purpose, in the end, what is it? Then associating the various actions of the Dragon Kingdom in the past few days, General William could not sit still at once. His face was ruthless, and he angrily said, "At all costs, we must keep this group of people. Notify Raptor Force Detachment 1 and have them move out." Raptor Force, Stars and Stripes Cutting-Edge Air Force Unit, equipped with F-15 Eagle fighters, F-16 fighters, and F-22 Raptor fighters, all of which had AIM-120s mounted on them. It was an extremely capable and extremely well-equipped aerial. The Air Force is extremely capable and well-equipped. With General Williams' order, at a certain secret base in Stars and Stripes, several mighty and domineering fighter jets shot straight up into the sky, swept towards the ship where Chen Xuan and the others were. At the same time, a huge fleet was docked on the high seas. Within the command room on the main ship, hundreds of Dragon Kingdom military observers were keeping an eye on Chen Xuan and the others' vessel via satellite. In addition to that, within the command room, there stood a handsome middle-aged man in a dark green military uniform, and on his shoulders, carrying 2 general stars, was the commander of this fleet, Dragon Kingdom Lieutenant General Huangfu Jinzhong. Report. There are 5 F-15 fighters, 3 F-16 fighters, and 1 F-22 fighter, rushing towards the myth vessel, with an estimated distance of 150 nautical miles. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Jinzhong's face sank. It's a detachment from the Raptor Force. Faced with such a major event, Huangfu Jinzhong didn't dare to trespass and took out his encrypted cell phone, dialing the number 1 red phone. Wait a little longer, trust him. Just know one thing, no matter what the cost, you must keep Comrade Chen Xuan, even if it means crossing the high seas. Yes. Listening to the voice coming from his cell phone, Huangfu Jinzhong responded in a condensed voice, his tiger's eyes blossoming with a radiant light. On the other side, as the small detachment approached, Chen Xuan on the ship also sensed the abnormalities in the air, and he stepped out of the cabin and stood on the deck, slightly squinting his eyes as he gazed at the firmament. Behind him, followed by Xia Pinggu and the others as well as Peacock's few people. Gradually, the figure of the squad was revealed from the clouds, and that mighty and majestic body made Xia Pinggu and the others' pupils shrink. "Captain, jump!" In the next second, Xia Pinggu and the others' faces changed drastically as they violently exclaimed, only to see that a warhead with sparks in the air was falling towards them like a meteor. No one could have imagined that this star-spangled nation would be so ruthless. Without even a single greeting, it directly launched, "This is I can't get it and won't let others get it." The extreme sense of crisis caused Chen Xuan to not be able to think too much and instantly move. Now that he had received 3 feedbacks, and the third one, even more so, had reached the 80th level of the profession, even if it was only 10% of its basic attributes, it still allowed Chen Xuan's strength value to exceed 1005, while the 2 values of physique and spirit were even higher. With such perverted values, the gravity of the blue planet no longer played much of a role for him. Although he hadn't reached the point where he could walk on air, a short period of time in the air was not much of a problem. Only to see that Chen Xuan appeared in the air as if he had shifted his form, delivering a forceful side kick at one of the warheads that came through the air. Bang! The slug was instantly sent flying by Chen Xuan, landing on the surface of the sea at a great distance, sending out a shocking explosion, and immediately afterward, Chen Xuan shifted one after another, kicking one slug after another away. One after another, explosions were presented on the surface of the sea, and the powerful impacts rolled up monstrous waves, causing Chen Xuan and the other's vessel to sway continuously, as if it might be overturned by the waves at any moment. After kicking the warheads away, Chen Xuan's figure shifted and appeared on the vessel, dismantling the flagpole with his bare hands before throwing it out with force. The terrifying force caused airbursts to resound all around, and an F-15 fighter jet that was unable to evade was directly penetrated by the flagpole, exploding like a firework. From the time Chen Xuan made his move to the time this F-15 fighter jet exploded, not even a minute had passed. Whether it was Xia Pinggu and the others on the ship, Huangfu Jinzhong and the others in the huge fleet on the high seas, or General William of Stars and Stripes who was monitoring the situation in real time, all of them were dumbfounded and stood frozen on the spot like statues. Those pilots flying the fighters were even more scared out of their wits. Shite! How could there be such a monster? Looking at Chen Xuan, who was standing on the ship and was about to project the flagpole. These pilots didn't even think about it and immediately pulled up. They didn't even dare to appear in Chen Xuan's line of sight. At the same time, in the Star-Spangled Nation's White Palace, the Star-Spangled Nation's top brass who were utilizing satellites to watch the battle, each one of them gulped furiously, and their faces turned a little pale. Under Chen Xuan's appalling intimidation, this pursuit was destined to become a joke. A few hours later, under the escort of the Dragon Kingdom fleet, Chen Xuan and the others returned to the country safely, but little did they know that at this moment, the internet was already boiling like boiling water. The cause was a piece of news posted on Twitter by the top media of the Stars and Stripes Nation. Breaking! Scientist Xiao Chenfeng was robbed by a mysterious group of people. Is this a genetic warrior? Or Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu? Under this news, there was also a video of Chen Xuan's great power on the pier. Oh! Is this Superman? The mysterious Dragon Kingdom has indeed revealed its fangs. The ancient Eastern Kingdom has all sorts of incredible abilities. God! He even threw the car as a brick. This news began to send out after nearly 10 hours of fermentation, has been on fire all over the world, the entire dragon country, once again by the global spotlight, even if it is the domestic, are shocked a large area. The country is hiding the immortal cultivation from us. Nonsense! To believe in science, this should be a genetic warrior developed by our country. While being shocked, the netizens of the Dragon Country were immensely proud and rejoiced on Twitter. On the other hand, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Nation also issued a statement on the incident. Our country deeply sympathizes with the terrorist attack on the Stars and Stripes Nation, but thankfully, this group of terrorists still has a good heart and sent our country's scientist Mr. Xiao Chenfeng safely back to his country. Scientist Mr. Xiao Chenfeng back safely. God, terrorists! Once this statement came out, not to mention the foreigners, even the domestics were a bit confused. Eyes wide open. Ahem. Yes, it was terrorist. It was also the scene where Chen Xuan kicked the flying warhead that wasn't publicized. Otherwise, the public outcry would have been even greater. Chapter 19 Exclusive Divine Soldier, Pope of Enlightenment. While countries around the globe were discussing this incident of the Stars and Stripes encountering terrorists, Chen Xuan, the one who had started it all, was inside the Dongfeng base, awakening the members of the mythical special forces for a new round. Previously, on the plane to Stars and Stripes, Chen Xuan once again purchased awakening stone gift packs that could reflect reality in advance, still limited to 3, each containing an awakening stone that could hold 100 people to awaken. After more than 2 hours, these 300 new members of the mythic forces were also all awakened. Compared to the first round, there were only 5 legendary professions awakened in this round, and there were more rare professions than in the first round. Due to the limited amount of experience Dan, Chen Xuan did not allow the new members of the mythical special forces in the second round to take the experience Dan, but instead gave it to the 300 members of the mythical special forces in the first round, raising their professional levels, all of them up to level 30, and the 10 legendary professionals, all of them up to level 40. At this point, the Dragon Kingdom had 600 early awakened special soldiers in addition to Chen Xuan. It was worth mentioning that in this round of awakenings, Chen Xuan's secretary, Lin Tong, had also occupied a slot, and the occupation she had awakened had caused Chen Xuan to be flabbergasted. Sacred Light Swordmaster, a legendary profession of light-based sword Dao, with an innate and superb sense of light as well as sword Dao, within the base 100 levels, the experience value gained from slaying foreign beasts is increased by 70%. The profession is half combat and half support, and can attack or nurse. After encouraging the newest members of the Mythic Special Forces, Chen Xuan tossed the complete book of Fey Beasts to them for study before returning to his room. This trip to the Star-Spangled Kingdom had been a toss and turn of 20 or so hours, and with the addition of the 2 or so hours spent awakening the new members just now, The time was now nearing the early hours of the morning, and Chen Xuan, too, was about to receive his final feedback for the basic 100 levels. Boom! When the time came to 12 in the morning, the 100 levels of feedback arrived as promised, and the vast power poured out like a heavenly river, enveloping Chen Xuan's entire person in it, improving his physique, and under the powerful force, the emptiness around him was vaguely distorted in a gesture that was visible to the naked eye. It took nearly 20 minutes for the movement in the room to stop, and Chen Xuan, who had received 100 levels of feedback, had his base attributes morphed into Strength 5928, Physique 8254, and Spirit 11646 at this moment. At this moment, Chen Xuan felt unprecedentedly powerful. The blue star gravity had completely lost its effect on him, and he was already able to move through the air like in the Immortal Cultivation novels. In addition, up to more than 8,000 physique, so that his physical defense and even vitality are strong to an extremely terrifying point. Nowadays even sniper rifles cannot hurt, even small rockets and so on, but also ineffective against him. After adapting to the surge of power, Chen Xuan picked up his cell phone and tapped on the game mall with a look of anticipation. He would like to see the game's so-called mall big update. What exactly updated gift packs? The Experience Dan, Awakening Stone, and other gift packs. There is no change. The only change is that there are more new gift packs. Chaos Swordmaster exclusive Growable Divine Warrior gift pack includes sword, armor, and boots, priced at 5 billion. Enlightenment gift pack contains a futon that can reflect reality in advance. The futon can only exist for 2 days. Sitting on it, enlightenment increases 100-fold, priced at $3 billion. Special gift pack containing the locations of the awakening stones that appeared throughout the Dragon Kingdom in the first 3 days after the mythic era descended, priced at $10 billion. Note: the number of awakening stones appearing is related to the total population of the country, the size of the country, and the strength of the aura recovery. Seeing the 3 newly updated gift packs, Chen Xuan didn't hesitate and directly dialed towards Lin Tong, asking her to wire $30 billion into her card. Since cooperating with the state, the money he got from the state, Chen Xuan basically used it to buy game gift packs, and he had detailed records of every expenditure, making them into statements to be presented. Perhaps the country might not care, but what needs to be done, Chen Xuan must do. This was also the reason why he didn't ask Lin Tong to remit a large amount at once. If it was in the past, Chen Xuan might still have pursued wealth, but ever since he had learned that the mythic era was about to descend, he no longer had much of a heart for the pursuit of wealth after all. Having reached a status position like his, wealth and whatnot was nothing anymore. Guarding the safety and security of the Dragon Kingdom was what he should think and do, otherwise, he would be sorry for the country's trust. Of course, it doesn't hurt to have a little selfishness now and then. After obtaining Lin Tong's remittance, Chen Xuan did not hesitate to purchase all of the gift packs within the mall, the most important ones, of course, being the 3 newly updated packs that had come out. The Chaos Swordmaster exclusive Divine Soldier gift pack could enhance his strength, while the Enlightenment gift pack was able to give him the possibility of breaking into the King Realm in a short period of time. What is the concept of a 100-fold increase in enlightenment? It must be known that now Chen Xuan Professional Master's spiritual value has already exceeded 100,000, under such a horrifying spiritual value. His own enlightenment has far exceeded that of ordinary people. If it were to be raised by 100 times, Chen Xuan wouldn't dare to imagine how terrifying his own enlightenment would be. Originally, if he wanted to break into the King Realm in a short period of time, it was basically impossible, but after his enlightenment had increased by 100 times, even if it was only for a short 2 days, Chen Xuan was confident that he would break into the King Realm. It's just that, if you want to utilize the enlightenment bushel to make a breakthrough, you need to wait for the in-game professions to be fully fed back before you can do so. At this moment, Chen Xuan, although the basic value has been powerful to a point that is unimaginable to ordinary people, but he does not have the profession of those space, ice, and other laws of the sense, and the only way to wait for the complete feedback on the basis of the professional division sense, he can carry on the integration and deep level of understanding to the power of the law. Special gift packs that would allow the Dragon Kingdom to quickly find the awakening stones so that more people could be awakened, or else it wouldn't be so easy to find the awakening stones on their own. Early morning. Chen Xuan, who had gotten up early, first headed to his office and instructed Lin Tong to have Lin Jianya once again select the new members of the mythical special forces from the major war zones before heading to the conference room with Lin Tong. Today, it was August 30th, 2025 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar, and there were still 2 days to go before the mythic era descended. The meeting that Chen Xuan was about to attend was the first plenary session since the creation of the Mythic Specialization Bureau, and the meetings that Chen Xuan had previously participated in were merely high-level meetings of the Mythic Specialization Bureau. This was also the first time that Chen Xuan, the director of the Mythic Specialization Bureau, had made a public appearance in front of all the members of the Mythic Specialization Bureau. This plenary session was both a debriefing of the major subgroups of the Mythic Specialty Bureau and to unfold the plans for the next 2 days in detail. Chen Xuan, who was dressed in a suit, was handsome and upright, with a pair of gleaming eyes that seemed to make people fall. And when he and Lin Tong stepped into the vast conference room, the gazes of all the people in the entire conference room all converged towards him. As far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of people in the entire conference room, and many of them, among them, were characters who often appeared on TV. Chapter 20. If you fight, then fight. As Chen Xuan and Lin Tong approached, the people in the conference room stood up in unison and saluted Chen Xuan. Many of those who hadn't seen Chen Xuan before had shock on their faces. They hadn't even expected that this mysterious director of the Mythical Extraordinary Bureau would be so young. In full view of everyone, Chen Xuan came to sit down on the seat marking the position of the director on the elevated platform, while Lin Tong, on the other hand, stood behind Chen Xuan. At this moment, the high platform was already filled with the top management of the Mythical Specialization Bureau, of which Deputy Director Lin Jianya was sitting on Chen Xuan's left, and on Chen Xuan's right was the head of the Weapons Scientific Research Group, the former president of the Dragon Academy of Science, Liu Yixing. On top of that, there were a dozen other Mythical Specialization Bureau executives such as the head of the construction team, the head of the network observation team, the head of the diplomacy team, and the head of the internal cleansing team. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to the cabinet heads for coming to this Mythic Species Bureau plenary session. In the next moment, Chen Xuan picked up the remote control on the table and pressed it, before standing up and applauding facing the projector in front of him, followed by the entire Mythical Extraordinary Bureau members who also stood up and applauded. As the projector played, several heads of the cabinet suddenly appeared on the screen, participating in this meeting via video call. All of you have worked hard. Let's begin. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's face was solemn as he immediately spoke out. Each group will begin reporting on their work. The head of the construction team got up, came to the high platform, faced the crowd, and said aloud, "Good morning to the honorable heads of the cabinet and Director Chen. Today, the 34 precautionary zones of the Dragon Kingdom have all been completed by more than 70%, and before the great change comes, the construction team will implement the will of the central government, and the 34 precautionary zones will be perfectly completed, giving the people a perfect answer to the central government. Cyberwatch Group, Weapons Research Group, the entire meeting, which lasted for 3 hours, under which the Mythical Specialization Bureau reported the progress of its work to several heads of the cabinet, and made summaries and improvements, in an attempt to create a hard shield for the Dragon Kingdom before the big change came. After the meeting, Chen Xuan and Lin Tong went to the training ground where the Mythical Special Forces were located to awaken the 298 newly joined members before distributing all of the experience pills. To Chen Xuan's surprise, among the 298 new members were several of the agents who had previously met them in Stars and Stripes. Among them, the most outstanding was the woman codenamed Peacock, who had awakened the legendary hidden profession Dark Blade Master. Dark Blade Master, Dark Blade Path profession after awakening, will have a legendary quality Dark Blade body, has an innate advantage in the perception of Dark Blade Path, Dark Blade skill power increased by 50%, within the base 100 levels, the experience gained from slaying foreign beasts increased by 70%. After encouraging some of the many members of the Mythic Special Forces, Chen Xuan boarded a mediocre domestic car, with Lin Tong acting as the driver, and headed to his hometown in Hangcheng. In 2 more days, the Mythic Era would descend, and Chen Xuan was going back this time, firstly, to awaken his parents to their professions, and secondly, to get together with his parents. After all, once the Mythic Era descended, he would be fighting on the front lines, and basically would not have the time to get together with his parents. At the same time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom held a press conference and issued a statement that once again shocked the world. In 12 hours, the Dragon Kingdom is sealed. Embassies around the world seize the time to withdraw. Overseas Chinese who want to return also seize the time to return. In addition, please do not relevant foreign personnel as soon as possible to leave the Dragon State. 12 hours later, if there is not from the person, will use force to expel. With the exception of scientists from other countries who have good intentions for the Dragon State, who have worked in the Dragon State for a long period of time and started a family, who have made contributions to the Dragon State, and who have the nationality of the Dragon State and other nationalities of other countries, the rest of the expatriates, all of them are irrelevant expatriates. When the country is sealed, troops will be sent to guard it, but anyone who trespasses will be shot on the spot. When this message was sent out, in just a few seconds there were countless replies and likes, and the netizens of the Dragon Nation who were active on the internet replied excitedly one by one. Blow up! The Dragon Kingdom is finally no longer silent. In the past, It was others who expelled people from my dragon country. Now it's finally my turn to expel people from other countries. It's so damn cool. This life has no regrets for entering China. Compared to the excitement of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, the countries around the globe were horrified, and one by one, the leaders of the countries, all of them were silent. Even if they were no longer willing to admit it, they could not hide the fact that the Dragon Kingdom was the second largest economy in the world, and once the Dragon Kingdom was sealed, it would deal a fatal blow to all countries around the globe, especially those countries that had industries in the Dragon Kingdom. Losing such a huge market as the Dragon Kingdom will shrink the wealth of many foreign companies by at least half or even more. When the Dragon Kingdom is silent, no one takes it seriously, but when it explodes, the world will tremble. This news from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom is hanging high in the first hot search on Weibo, and the 10 or so hot searches down the line are all related to this news as well. No one knew what the Dragon Kingdom was going to do. Countless countries sent spies to try to find out what the Dragon Kingdom was up to, but in the end they all sank like a stone into the sea and didn't raise a single storm. This time, the firmness of the will of the Dragon Kingdom was so strong that not only its own nationals were shocked, but even the people of various countries around the globe were shaken by it. After an urgent meeting of the leaders of the countries, the Western countries, led by the Stars and Stripes, issued a solemn statement. Calling on the Dragon State not to act out of anger, the embassy is a symbol of peace for all countries. The Dragon State, if it is determined to use force to expel it, will undermine the peace of all countries around the globe, and this will certainly lead to irreversible results. After releasing this statement, the leaders of the countries looked at each other and laughed. They didn't think that the Dragon Kingdom had the guts to be an enemy of all the countries around the globe, and the so-called sealing of the country by the Dragon Kingdom would become a joke. Honestly, if the dragon market wasn't so big that the plutocrats behind them were pressuring them, they wouldn't want the dragon to seal the country and take their own lives. Less than 10 minutes later, the statement issued by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom silenced everyone. If you fight, then fight. Stars and Stripes? Cherry Blossom Country? Rice? What does the Dragon Kingdom want? At this moment, the toughness of the Dragon Kingdom has made many Western leaders manic yet terrified, and since the appearance of the Dragon Kingdom's damned Mythical Specialization Bureau, everything has been out of control. Has always been known as a peace-loving dragon country, surprisingly are so tough we must know that the past dragon country can never say this kind of highly likely to lead to World War. What's wrong with the world? Anyway, while the world was roaring over the Dragon Kingdom's move, Chen Xuan had already returned to his old home in a leisurely manner. When she saw Chen Xuan bringing Lin Tong home, the smile that surfaced on the face of Chen Xuan's mother, Yi Shui, was practically brighter than a flower, pulling Lin Tong to sit on the sofa in a burst of hush-hush, not even caring about Chen Xuan. Good boy. Chen Xuan's father, Chen Lu Jun, patted Chen Xuan's shoulder in satisfaction. Chapter 21, Alchemy and Enchantment. Old Chen, stop it. She's my secretary, Lin Tong. Chen Xuan breathlessly rolled his eyes and explained towards Chen Lu Jun. It was undeniable that Chen Xuan had thoughts about Lin Tong in his heart, but the situation that followed did not allow him to talk about love, at the very least, until the Dragon Kingdom was completely stabilized and possessed the ability to fight against the Mythic era. He probably wouldn't even put his heart into this aspect. Off. Do not find a better excuse. Really think that your father I 10 years of military for nothing? You're a new recruit, and the state still gives you a secretary? Are you not awake? When Chen Xuan's words fell, Chen Lu Jun cursed without any good reason, and even moved his hand to slap Chen Xuan's head, causing Lin Tong, who was fidgeting on the sofa, as well as the state personnel who were secretly guarding the two Chen Lu Jun couples, to tremble in fear. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, there was no one else other than these two who dared to treat this Mythical Specialization Bureau chief in such a manner. Old Chen, if you want to say that, your son me will stop pretending and show my cards. I, Chen Xuan, director of the Mythical Specialization Bureau. When these words fell from Chen Xuan, not to mention Chen Lu Jun, even Yi Shui, who was pulling Lin Tong to shush her on the sofa, was confused, and their first reaction was one of shock. This kid, how dare he say anything? Before Chen Lu Jun and Yi Shui could react, Chen Xuan clapped his hands. Immediately afterward, Mr. and Mrs. Chen Lu Jun saw two soldiers equipped with real guns and bullets carrying a stone, walking into their suite, and after placing the stone in the living room, the two soldiers saluted towards their son, Chen Xuan. The mission has been accomplished. Please give instructions to the chief. Return to the line at once. Yes. Both Mr. and Mrs. Chen Lujun were still confused until after the two soldiers left. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Lujun had been a soldier and could tell at a glance that the guns carried by those two soldiers were real, he would have thought that Chen Xuan had deliberately found someone to play them. What's going on? My son just joined the army and he's now the chief? It's a joke. Under the sky, there is no that a pair of parents is not looking for a son of the dragon. Chen Lujun couple also hope that Chen Xuan can be accomplished. But the key is Chen Xuan this has not become a dragon, this damn are on the sky. Although Chen Xuan had only traveled over for 3 years, as one who possessed the memories of his predecessor who had long succumbed to the obscene power of the Chen Lujun couple and the true family disciple position, to be honest, the sight of the dumbfounded Chen Lujun couple was still a little bit pleasing in his heart. Cool as it is, business must be done. Chen Xuan put away the playfulness on his face and solemnly came to sit down on the sofa, saying towards the clueless Chen Lujun couple, "What I'm about to say is currently the top secret of the Dragon Kingdom. After you hear it, just keep it in your mind and don't say anything outside. 2 days later, the blue star will change completely. The specific changes you will know then. At that time, if the country has any initiative, you must follow the command. My son came back this time, firstly, to accompany your 2 elders, and secondly, to awaken your 2 elders to their profession. The so-called profession is..." In the process of Chen Xuan's speech, Chen Lujun and his wife, the whole process belonged to the state of listening to the heavenly book. Completely should be the words, clueless tree under you and me. Like a machine, Chen Lujun, under Chen Xuan's guidance, placed his palm against the awakening stone placed in the living room. Boom! However, after a dozen seconds or so, brilliant reddish golden pillars of light burst out from the awakening stone, causing the originally calm and collected Chen Xuan, as well as Lin Tong, to dabble and stand up, their gazes deadpan as they stared at Chen Lujun, who was enveloped by the reddish golden pillars of light. His own old man actually awakened the mythic profession? Chen Xuan's entire body was confused. Although he said that he wanted his parents to awaken early, but in fact he did not hold any hope. After all, the old Chen and old Ye's age is not small. The reason why they awakened early, one of the reason is to let them can occupy a little bit of a head start, and the other is also want to let their physical quality can be improved a little. However, Chen Xuan never expected that old Chen, who was nearly 50 years old, would awaken the mythic profession. This was by far the second mythic profession awakened in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Not only were Chen Xuan and Lin Tong confused, Chen Lujun himself was also confused. At this moment, he clearly felt the huge power flowing in his body as well as the related professional sense that filled his mind. In his almost 50 years of life, the first time he encountered such a mysterious thing, who else would have to be confused? Old Chen, what occupation are you awakened to? What is it? After the light dissipated, Chen Xuan rushed forward and grabbed Chen Liujuan's arm as he asked excitedly, "Divine, mythic level, hidden profession enchanter." Chen Lujun subconsciously voiced out a response. Enchanter, mythic life class hidden profession, can enchant all non-living items. Enchanting power, related to the level of the professional division and the sense of enchantment. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xuan's eyes flickered with essence. Originally, he had wanted his parents to stay honestly in the rear, but now it seemed that he was afraid that it would not be possible. A mythic level enchanter is absolutely vital to the Dragon Kingdom today, not to mention, just attaching defensive attributes to the walls of the 34 precautionary zones alone will make those walls even stronger, and the certainty of resisting the ravages of the foreign beasts will be even greater. After pulling the dumbfounded Chen Lujun to sit down, Chen Xuan said towards Yishui, who was also stunned at the side, "Olji, you go and awaken as well." Oh yes." After returning to her senses, Yishui answered. She came to the awakening stone and took several deep breaths before pressing her palm against it. A minute later, the brilliant red golden light pillar descended once again, completely wrapping Yishui. This time, even Lin Tong didn't hold back and exploded in a low voice. She looked at Chen Xuan, then at Chen Lujun as well as Yishui, who was wrapped in light, and was quite speechless in her heart. This family, what kind of gods are they? A family of 3, all of them awakening mythic level professions? If she didn't know the inside story, she would have thought that it wasn't secretly manipulated by Chen Xuan. After the light dissipated, Chen Xuan once again excitedly went up to inquire. "Divine, mythic level hidden profession alchemist." Alchemist, a mythic level life class hidden profession, refining all elixirs, and automatically possessing elixir formulas for all classes in the profession's inheritance. At this moment, Chen Xuan no longer knows how to express his feelings. His parents activated the occupation, Our mythic level hidden occupation not to mention even are also to the country have great use. Of course, compared to the enchanter, the alchemist was not very useful at the moment because the blue star had not yet recovered its aura and had not yet produced elixirs, so naturally it was impossible to make pills. However, in the future, the role of an alchemist would definitely be no less important than that of an enchanter, if not more so. After all, an enchantment master could only enchant a weapon or a piece of defense, whereas an elixir made by an alchemist could enhance a person's overall strength. For example, healing pills, experience pills, vigor pills, and so on. These pills in the future were absolutely scarce. Chapter 22 Garrison Precautionary Area. After both Old Chen and Old Yi had finished awakening, Chen Xuan took out the experience elixir he had withheld and handed it to Old Chen and Old Yi to take immediately. With Chen Xuan looking after them, the promotion of the two occurred without any surprises, their occupational levels reaching level 41 after another, and the soaring physique as well as spirit made Old Yi and Old Chen almost drastically change. Crow's feet on Lao Ye's face dissipated. Originally some dry long hair has become black and bright. The whole person seems to be 10 years younger out of thin air. If Lao Yi and Lin Tong go out shopping at the moment, I'm afraid that everyone will think that these two women are sisters. When Lao Yi saw the change in himself in the mirror, the whole man smiled like a little cutie. The same. Sure enough, no woman can escape the temptation to become beautiful. Ahem. Mr. Chen. Ms. Yi. Getting down to business. Come and sit. Looking at the couple's hated look as they stuck together and sized each other up, Chen Xuan coughed. Seeing as you've made old me younger, old me won't punish you for your disrespect today. Yi Shui blankly glanced at Chen Xuan and voiced out without any good humor. Saying that, but she still pulled Old Chen and obediently sat on the sofa. The corners of Chen Xuan's mouth twitched, his face filled with speechlessness, as he felt that things had taken a turn for the worse. He felt that, at this moment, shouldn't Yi Shui be surprised that she had awakened her profession? Surprised at his identity and even his ability? But she didn't. She only cared that she had become younger and more beautiful. Vulgar old leaf. Chen Xuan shook his head, no longer paying attention to Yi Shui's thoughts. His face was solemn as he solemnly said towards the couple, I, Chen Xuan, in my capacity as the director of the Mythic Specialization Bureau, appoint Comrade Chen Lujun as the head of the Mythic Specialization Bureau's Demon Attachment Group, and Comrade Yi Shui as the head of the Mythic Specialization Bureau's Alchemy Group. When Chen Xuan's words fell, Chen Lujun and Yi Shui were both confused. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Chen Xuan's identity. From the moment they awakened to their professions, there was no longer any doubt in their minds about what Chen Xuan had just said. It was just that they, a small civilian, had suddenly become the team leader of the most mysterious mythical specialization bureau team in the Dragon Kingdom nowadays. How could they not be confused? At the same time, they were also worried in their hearts that if Chen Xuan appointed them in such a manner, would it be said that Chen Xuan was nepotistic, thus affecting his future status? That's an order. The couple was just about to say something when they saw Chen Xuan's face slate, his gaze fixed on them, and that undoubted look made the hearts and livers of the Chen Lujun couple, who had always treated Chen Xuan like a dog, tremble. Yes, Chief. As a 10-year veteran, Chen Lujun even subconsciously got up and gave a military salute towards Chen Xuan. Secretary Lin immediately formed the Alchemy Group and the Enchantment Group. Only after both of them had responded did Chen Xuan instruct Lin Tong, who was at the side. Yes. After the serious time, the family was once again happy. Well, to be precise, it was Old Chen, Old Yi, and Lin Tong's family that was happy, and Chen Xuan, his own son, was directly ignored. After having a sumptuous dinner at home, Chen Xuan didn't stay at home for the night, but instead took Old Chen and Old Yi and returned to the Dongfeng base where the Mythic Specialization Bureau was located. 2 hours later, the group arrived at the Mythic Specialization Bureau, and Chen Xuan allowed Lin Tong to take Old Yi to pick out a dormitory while he led Old Chen inside the office of the newly formed possessed demon group. The several young men who had been waiting in the office for a long time, once they saw Chen Xuan come in, their faces were agitated and their bodies straightened up. Good day, Chief. After Chen Xuan returned a military salute, he pointed at Chen Lujun and introduced, in the future, this is the leader of your attachment group, Chen Lujun. Your first task is to work with your group leader to travel to the 34 precautionary districts and enchant all the walls in the 34 precautionary districts. Immediately afterward, Chen Xuan turned toward Chen Lujun and said, Old Chen, the task is heavy and the time is urgent, so you can set off once you have rubbed shoulders with them. I understand. Seeing this, Chen Xuan also stopped bothering them, allowing them to plan on their own. Dragon Empire time, August 30th. 2100 hours sharp. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom issued an updated statement. Dragon Kingdom, seal the kingdom. 10 minutes later, the second news item was published since the Mythbusters appeared in the public. At 9 o'clock on August 31st, 2025 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar, there are 34 precautionary districts throughout the Dragon Kingdom, with a proposed garrison of 6,800,000 troops, and it is expected that for each precautionary district, 200,000 troops will be stationed. The major precautionary zones, organizing related matters. With the release of these two news items, the Dragon Kingdom and even countries around the world once again exploded. Only seen in my lifetime. What's the big deal the country is going to do? Follow your command and trust your country. Tenkai Precautionary Zone received. Received by Hangzhou Preventive District. Under the super high attention, these two news squeezing out all the hot searches, top the first. Even on Twitter, there are a large number of netizens from various countries talking about these two news. A number of foreigners who lost their jobs due to the sealing of the Dragon Kingdom were even cursing, not only the Dragon Kingdom, but also their own countries, vigorously venting their anger. At the same time, countries are also made nervous by the actions of the Dragon Country. To know many countries around the world, even the first military power of the Stars and Stripes, the number of resident troops are not 6 million, and even half of them are not enough. And that's just on the surface. What about in the shadows? ING Scalawags. From now on, pay full attention to the movements of the Dragon Kingdom. All major bases are under martial law, ready for war at any time. Inside the White Palace of Stars and Stripes, the white-haired chancellor jumped in anger, cursing angrily while ordering the military hierarchy. The Prime Minister of the Sakura Kingdom similarly convened an emergency meeting, in which this Prime Minister of the Sakura Kingdom was similarly furious, but anyone with a clear eye could see that he was flustered. Baka. Rikoku. Greatly bad. Contact Big Brother and request Big Brother's assistance. If the Dragon Kingdom were to start a world war, it would definitely take us. While the Commander-in-Chief of the Rice Country held the meeting, he also had the Ministry of Foreign Affairs speak, calling on the Dragon Kingdom to stop the saber rattling and not to start a world war. In time, countries followed suit. However, it was as if the Dragon Kingdom didn't hear them and pressed on without paying any attention to them. It was a night that was destined to be uneventful. Even in the Dragon Kingdom, there are many people who toss and turn and stay up all night, forcing themselves to believe in their country, but they can't stop being terrified inside. However, I'm afraid that no one could have imagined that the war that the Dragon Kingdom would start was not other countries at all. The next day, at dawn, the major precautionary areas has gathered many network anchors as well as major media, and some people even quarrel with each other to grab a good position. Long guns were set up on both sides of the precautionary area access road, and there were a lot of local residents who had also gotten up early and gathered together. Each precautionary district stationed 200,000 troops. Such a grandiose scene, except for the old generation of people who had experienced the war, pressed no one to see it with their own eyes. There are many company owners who come to the office only to see an empty office. Chapter 23. Where the lance points, the enemy will eventually perish. Audience members, welcome to the Tian Hai Live Broadcasting Room. I'm Anchor Meng Meng. On the top floor of a high-rise building in the Tian Hai Precautionary District, cute and pretty Mo, standing in front of the camera, said with a joyful smile, "Mo, get out of the way, we want to see the army move in." Dense pop-ups, almost the screen cover, although the time is still early, but the people who guarded the attention of the live broadcast room, but the number of countless, alone in the Tian Hai Live Broadcast Room, there are millions of people to watch, not to mention that there are countless anchors around. As the crowd waited, time crept by and soon came to the scheduled time for the garrison. Boom! Whether it is the present anchor or the audience in the live broadcast room, they are all eagerly looking forward to it. Suddenly, the sound of roaring sound, the entire earth is constantly trembling. Countless anchors of the camera head have to focus toward the distance. In the next moment, a scene that caused the countless subjects of the Dragon Kingdom to be shocked as well as have their blood boiling, appeared, only to see, at the end of the distant road, a 99A main battle tank as well as a 04A infantry fighting vehicle formed a long line and were slowly approaching the Tian Hai precautionary area. In addition to that, a fully loaded troop transportation vehicle also followed behind these land overlords. The entire procession, stretching for countless miles, could not be seen at a glance. That magnificent atmospheric scene, look at the crowd present excited and anchor standing in front of the camera, for the audience to introduce those land overlords, obviously for this live broadcast, put a lot of effort to understand the Dragon Country land army configuration. As a matter of fact, not only the whole population of the Dragon Country is concerned, Foreign leaders also through the satellite pay attention to this garrison event, compared to the people of the Dragon Country just see the corner. From the satellite overlooking the whole territory of the Dragon Country of the foreign leaders, see even more shocking. That one long dragon coming out from the major bases like a dense net covered the whole Dragon Country. Until this moment, those foreign leaders only really realized that the Dragon Country that exploded, how amazing it was. The silent lion, once it roars, will shake the heavens and the earth. On Twitter, all kinds of mocking netizens of other countries, after seeing that one magnificent atmospheric video, also all fell silent. Many years later, many surviving foreigners recalled this scene today with great emotion. That day, the ancient Eastern Kingdom, awakening from slumber, let the countries trembling with fear, but the ridiculous thing is that the countries do their best to prepare, ready to face the world war set off by the Dragon Country. But in the end, the Dragon Country pressed them in the eyes of the people from the beginning to the end of the people's enemies. It is not the earth. 1 hour later, the central news of the Dragon Kingdom on the major network platforms released a video, which was recorded by the very same satellite overlooking the entire Dragon Kingdom captured the image of the army's entry. In addition to that video, there is a caption that reads, "Where the lance points, the enemy will perish." As soon as the news was sent out, it garnered numerous likes as well as comments. What is the central mom hinting at? Dog's head to save his life. If there is a war, the war will be won. Is it really going to be a big fight? Throughout the day, the entire nation of the Dragon Kingdom was in a frenzy of discussion, and a data platform survey showed that today's active index on the internet was fully several times that of previous days. On the internet, apart from the videos of the troops stationed in the precautionary zones, it was the people of the major precautionary zones who spontaneously gathered supplies and sent them to the camps where the troops were stationed. The video of the people carrying rice and oil and fruits and vegetables made people in other countries once again shocked by the super cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom. In addition to the moves made by the Dragon Kingdom, the rest of the countries have also prepared some moves in response to the Dragon Kingdom's moves. For example, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Star-Spangled Nation has publicly stated that it will send a fleet of aircraft carriers to the territorial waters near the Sakura Nation in the near future to conduct military exercises. Immediately after this statement was issued, the Sakura Nation also made a public statement that the Sakura Nation would cooperate with the Stars and Stripes Nation and jointly execute military exercises to promote the development of a favorable international military environment. These statements were a joy to watch the netizens of the Dragon Nation. You're the most unfriendly person in the world, and you're promoting a favorable military environment? I don't know who you're talking to. At 9 o'clock in the morning on September 1st, 2025, the Dragon Kingdom calendar, the Mythical Specialization Bureau published a news release on all major platforms. As unanimously approved by all the heads of the cabinet, the director of the Mythical Specialization Bureau, and the senior leaders of all the ministries of the Dragon Kingdom, tomorrow, the whole country will take a one-day holiday in all walks of life, so that all nationals will stay at home and will not go out. When this news was sent out, the entire internet exploded once again. Hiss, it's about to start. Huh. Although I'm looking forward to my vacation, I'm very uncertain about the future. Don't panic, beautiful girl. Give an address and I'll come to protect you. What time is it? And you guys are still in the mood for bull? Everyone is talking, the mood swings are great, a lot of scholars are on the network to express their views, one of the scholars to get most of the people's praise. If you ask me, everyone should do what they need to do. Listen to your country. No need to wander. No need to hesitate. Trust your country. 5,000 years have passed. How many disasters? My Dragon Kingdom still exists in the world. But what about other ancient civilizations? The strongest thing about Manhwa is not the 1.4 billion people or the unfathomable number of soldiers, but the possession of a heart that is courageous enough to fight and swim against the current no matter what adversity it faces. Half an hour later, the Mythbusters Bureau once again released a heavy news item. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp, the Mythic Species Bureau will hold a press conference for the entire nation. The entire cabinet, the director of the Mythic Specialization Bureau, and the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom's ministries will all be in attendance. At the same time, the most mysterious and strongest mythical special forces of the Dragon Kingdom will make their debut and be paraded before rushing to garrison the major precautionary zones. At this moment, many netizens in the Dragon Kingdom as well as other countries were numb. These 2 days of the Dragon Kingdom, simply high profile beyond words, a series of actions, shocked the world do not know how many times. Mythical special forces? The most mysterious is also the strongest? We have such a special force in our country? Looking forward. Expect +1. Expect +124. While all the nationals of the Dragon Kingdom were looking forward to it, the White Palace of the Stars and Stripes, that white-haired chancellor, was again in a red-faced rage, and in the past few days he had inhaled oxygen for I don't know how many times, and his blood pressure was constantly climbing, so that the medical team guarding the side was trembling with fear that this one would collapse in the next moment. Mythical Special Forces? Shit. What the hell are those agents doing? How could they not find out such important information? Can someone tell me what this so-called mythical special forces are? In the face of this question from the Chancellor, the military leaders of the Star-Spangled Nation, you looked at me and I looked at you, all of them pretended not to hear. Just kidding, I'm still confused myself. You ask me, who do I ask? At this moment, all the Western countries are tense, can let the always low-profile Dragon country say the most mysterious, also the strongest these words, enough to see this myth of special forces of the powerful. There were quite a few countries that were frantically mobilizing their armies and constantly laying out their defenses for fear of being caught off guard. Chapter 24. Dragon Kingdom, Never Give In. East Wind Base, inside the dormitory. Chen Xuan quietly waited for the early hours of the morning. This would be the last time he purchased the Mythic Era Game gift pack. And it would also be the time when the Mythic Era Game would close. Rokoku Calendar. September 2nd, 2025. 0 hour. The gift packs in the game mall are, once again, refreshed. It is worth mentioning that this time the Experience Dan gift packs that can reflect reality in advance, although still limited to purchase, but enough to purchase 5 times. Each gift pack contains 200 Helicopter 10 Experience Dan that is restricted to be taken below level 50. Chen Xuan did not hesitate to buy all of the refreshed gift packs with Kryptonite. With these Experience Elixirs, the Dragon Kingdom's certainty of resisting the coming of the Mythic Era would be a bit greater. When Chen Xuan finished purchasing the gift packs, an ancient and magnificent voice came out from within his cell phone. Dear Blue Star's only internal test player Chen Xuan, thank you for your company during this period of time. Now please evaluate the Mythic internal test game. After this voice fell, a series of evaluation options popped up on Chen Xuan's cell phone, and looking at it, Chen Xuan could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Dude, you're going metaphysical here and you're doing game reviews? In the end, Chen Xuan, with a clear conscience, clicked all 5 stars to give this mythical internal test game a perfectly favorable review. Thank you for your comment. In light of your high approval of this in-game test, I'd like to gift you with a few messages. Message 1. The Mythic Era will descend upon the blue planet tomorrow at exactly 12 o'clock noon, and there will be no warning before the descent. Message 2. There are good and bad beasts within the Mythic Era. If you want to help your country, try to communicate and ally with a friendly beast. Message 3. Within the Mythic Era, there are not only countless foreign beasts, but also extremely powerful foreign races, which will only treat humans as blood food. Message 4. Within a month, the foreigners won't descend. So take advantage of this 1 month to grab a hold of yourself and be strong. Honored internal test player. Note: complete feedback from the vocational division will be transmitted to you 1 hour after the game closes. As the last words fell on the game interface, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder, followed by a burst of bright light flashing past, and the mythical internal test game within the cell phone disappeared without a trace. The game gift packs that Chen Xuan had purchased were also present in the room. However, at this moment, Chen Xuan could not be bothered to check it out as he sat on the sofa with an ugly expression on his face. The first 2 pieces of news were barely considered as good news, but the last 2, they were simply bad to the core. Although the foreign beasts were strong, they were ultimately just beasts, low in rank and far inferior to humans in terms of intelligence. Thus, as long as too many and overly powerful foreign beasts did not descend at the same time, Chen Xuan still had the confidence to tackle them. But the Fae, that's different. Although he didn't know what the foreign races in the Mythic Era were really like, but being able to survive within a world like the Mythic Era, these foreign races didn't need to think about it to know how powerful they were. Once the foreigners descend, coupled with those foreign beasts and the mutation of the native plants and animals of Blue Star caused by the revival of the spiritual chi human beings, is there still a way to live? The current technology, although powerful, but those thermal weapons, but also to the basic 100 levels within the effective, after reaching the King's realm, but also nuclear bombs can cause a slight threat. The rest of the thermal weapons standing still will not have any damage. As for true kings and above, nukes were like toys to be held at random. It can only be fought. At least, until the result is actually here, the Dragon Kingdom will never give in. After a long time, Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face firmly murmured out softly. The most important thing for Chen Xuan at the moment was still to fend off the invasion of the foreign beasts at the early stages of the Mythic Era's descent. and the only way he and even the Dragon Kingdom would be able to consider the matter of the foreigners that lay behind them was to fend them off. If you can't even stop the Fae, what's the point of worrying about the Fae? A few moments later, Chen Xuan summoned a few members of the mythical special forces and had them carry the awakening stones out to awaken the professions of those new members of the mythical special forces, and in addition, he had also put Deputy Director Lin Jianya in charge of distributing the experience elixirs to raise the profession levels of the many members of the mythical special forces. At this time, the entire underground base was brightly lit. All of them were not sleeping. All of them were nervously preparing for the final inspection of the precautionary zone, resource supply, and so on. All of them needed to be coordinated by the Mythical Specialization Bureau. When the Mythic era descended, it was easy to cause chaos, and even eschatology would arise even if there were major armies stationed there. If there weren't enough supplies to replenish them, even the ultra-cohesive Dragon Kingdom would erupt into turmoil. People, once starved to the extreme, may do anything. Fortunately, since the establishment of the Mythical Specialization Bureau, the Dragon Kingdom had been preparing supplies, and within a short period of time, there was not much of a problem in supplying the entire country. Time slipped by in the waiting. Finally, Chen Xuan's chaotic Swordmaster complete feedback descended. Boom! Only to see endless torrents of power, spreading out from the void, swarming towards Chen Xuan, his entire body directly floating in mid-air, blossoming with radiant light. Under the powerful power fluctuation, everything within Chen Xuan's dormitory was reduced to smithereens, and even that power fluctuation spread out towards the entire underground base. Bang! With the room Chen Xuan was in as the center, several nearby rooms shattered apart, smoke and dust filled the air and debris flew. Even the underground base built with special metals could not carry the fluctuations. Fortunately, there were no injuries as everyone was working in the work area. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the entire underground base. The members of the mythical special force were the first to arrive. Only when they stepped on this place they felt a powerful pressure like a huge mountain, suppressing them. Even if they had already reached level 50, they were trembling under this pressure. That's the chief's room. Could it be that the chief is awakening his profession? Heavens! Such a terrifying movement. What profession has the chief awakened? Moreover, this power is too terrifying. Isn't it? All the members of the mythical special forces, dumbfounded, looked at the ruins in the distance, murmuring, their faces filled with astonishment. All but the members of the mythic special forces. Return to your jobs. Lin Jianya, the deputy director who hurriedly arrived, swept a glance at the crowd of onlookers and drank in a cold voice. All members of the mythic special forces, scatter around and build a defense to prevent the spread of power from causing the underground base to collapse. Immediately afterward, Lin Jianya continued to order. Yes, the many members of the mythic special forces who received the order immediately took action, erupting their own power and constructing a huge light shield, completely enveloping the ruins in the distance. Seeing this, Lin Jianya then secretly sighed in relief. He stood side by side with Lin Tong, looking out at the ruins in the distance, and asked in a low voice, "You have also reached level 50 now. If you were to fight against the director, how many moves could you resist?" Upon hearing this, a bitter smile spread across Lin Tong's delicate and absolutely beautiful face. "Dad, you think too highly of me." With the power fluctuations emanating from the director, it's presumed that even if the entire mythic special forces teamed up, it's estimated that it wouldn't be enough for the director to kill alone. Chapter 25. Like a sword immortal in the dust. In the ruins, Chen Xuan's entire body was wrapped in radiant light. Countless sword Dao Upanishads surged into his mind. These sword Dao Upanishads, as if they were innate, not a single bit of rustiness. The only thing that existed was a familiarity that was as familiar as an arm's swing. The majestic power torrent, constantly transforming Chen Xuan's physique, his bone density as well as the width of his meridians, all enhanced countless times. The 5 major talents at this moment, gathered in one. In addition, the awakened 10 major career skills belonging to the lineage of Arcana had also been melded together by Chen Xuan. The Chaos Swordmaster exclusive divine soldier sets that he had purchased surfaced one after another, and were autonomously worn on his body. This divine weapon set, containing the Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, Chaos Emperor Dragon Armor, and Chaos Emperor Dragon Boots, were all of a grade that corresponded to 100 levels of Earth rank extremity. Boom! Lin Jianya and the others waiting outside the ruins suddenly heard an ear-splitting boom explode, and before they could react, a figure soared out of the ruins and stood above the void. At this moment, Lin Jianya and even many members of the mythical special forces were dumbfounded, and Lin Tong, who was standing beside Lin Jianya, had brilliant colors in her eyes, and her heart was pounding. She looked at Chen Xuan, who was floating in mid-air in fascination, only to feel that her entire heart, as a whole, was about to fall, only to see a pair of mighty and domineering red-golden armor, enveloping Chen Xuan's heroic and upright body, a red-golden dragon-patterned long sword encircling his body translucent with a glistening luster, and countless sword shadows emerging behind him. At this moment, Chen Xuan was truly like the sword immortal. A single glance would cause one's heart to palpitate and tremble. As the crowd shook, Chen Xuan collected his aura, drifted down, and walked towards Lin Jianya and the others. Nah, didn't control the force at once. This, should I pay for it? When Chen Xuan's words fell, Lin Tong instantly failed to hold back and laughed out delicately, and Lin Jianya, as well as the many members of the mythical special forces, also held back their laughter. And then, the group of people flanked Chen Xuan and headed to the mythical special forces training hall. After these few days of development, counting Chen Xuan's parents as well as Lin Tong, the number of people who had awakened ahead of time had reached 1,500, and every single one of them had reached level 50. Among them, there were 2 mythic professions, namely Chen Xuan's parents, while there were 45 legendary professions, 490 rare professions, 960 higher professions, and 5 ordinary professions. Currently, there were a total of 1,497 members of the mythic special forces, with 1,120 combat class professions, 350 auxiliary professions, and 27 life class professions. Although it was a bit of a pity, the 27 members who had awakened their life class professions were destined to only serve as logistics personnel. For a short period of time, the mythical special forces would still focus on combat. Inside the training hall, Chen Xuan stood on a high platform, looking down at the many members of the mythical special forces standing upright beneath him, a look of satisfaction welling up on his face. After a moment of contemplation, he said aloud, "I have resolved to form a mythic mobile special force squad codenamed Red Sky, with the initial members, tentatively, being 45 legendary occupation awakened, such as Xia Pinggu. Red Sky will be the true elite of the mythic special force, responsible for rapid rescue, maneuvering response, guarding the imperial capital's precautionary zones, etc. The rest of the members of the mythic special force will be divided into 34 squads immediately after the press conference, rushing to garrison the 34 precautionary zones." Roger! A loud voice resounded throughout the entire training hall, without anyone questioning Chen Xuan's decision. In today's mythical special forces, Chen Xuan was a well-deserved believer. Now, form up and head to the logistics department to receive your battle armor and weapons. Yes, the battle armor of the Mythic Special Forces was developed by the Weapons Research Group of the Mythic Special Bureau, and each pair weighed 500 pounds and was crafted from a special metal. The battle armor was uniform, but the weapons were based on each person's awakened occupational traits, and both the battle armor and the weapons had been enchanted by the Chun Lu Jun, greatly increasing defense as well as attack. Although Lin Tong was not a member of the Mythical Special Forces, she had also obtained a pair of enchanted armor due to the early awakening of her profession. And as for her weapon, it was the Jinwu Spirit Sword that Chen Xuan had initially purchased to convince the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom. In the latter half of the night, all of the Mythic Specialization Bureau were making preparations, including Chen Xuan, who this time around personally sat in the Mythic Specialization Bureau Command Center, coordinating all plans. Although, in his heart, he immensely wanted to break through to the King Realm with the Tao Enlightenment Pope, it was too late. The initial stage of the Mythic Era's descent, the entire Dragon Kingdom would need him to guard it. If he closed his eyes at this time, once something happened, he would be the sinner of the Dragon Kingdom. At 3 in the morning, some light sleepers in the major precautionary zones as well as the night owls heard a roar. Looking through the window, they found a transportation truck driving into the precautionary zone. These transportation vehicles formed a long line. A glance cannot be seen at the end, which transported basically our edible supplies. Many night owls picked up their cell phones and took pictures of this scene, sending them online, at which time they realized that there were already other people in the precautionary area sending photos, and the content of the photos was almost the same as theirs, which were rows of transportation vehicles that could not be seen at the end of the line. At 5:30 a.m., Deputy Director Lin Jianya took over from Chen Xuan, sitting in the command center, while Chen Xuan, with Lin Tong, Lao Yi, Lao Chun, and many members of the Mythical Special Forces, boarded the transport vehicles and rushed to Tianhai Airport, preparing to take a passenger flight to the imperial capital via Tianhai Airport. The journey was unobstructed, and Chen Xuan and the others were soon aboard the passenger plane. The sun rose in the east, reflecting the red half of the sky. At exactly 7 in the morning, the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom, men and women, young and old, all turned on the CCTV and ate their breakfast while waiting for the press conference to be held. The residents who were closer to the wall of the precautionary zone were surprised to find that a tank had been driven under the wall at an unknown time, with its gun facing the sky, and at the same time, on the high wall of the precautionary zone, there was a soldier of the Dragon Nation holding a gun and standing straight. On top of that, everyone in the precautionary zone could hear the roar of fighter jets exploding in the air. Although many people were very curious in their hearts, they didn't go out of their homes, following the country's instructions and staying honestly at home. At the same time, the leaders and even the people of all countries around the globe, no matter what the time difference was, all of them waited in front of the screen through the broadcast, knowing clearly in their hearts that this press conference of the Dragon Kingdom would represent the next pattern of the world. With a series of big moves of the Dragon Kingdom, this war is destined to be unavoidable. The difference is, which country will the Dragon Kingdom actually take? At this moment, the imperial capital Great Hall of the People has been set up. The famous host Xiaokong, Xiaosha, Xiaoqing is with the camera wandering in the Great Hall of the People. For the other side of the screen of the dragon, all the nationals as well as the people of the countries around the globe, introduces the layout of the hall and so on. Chapter 26. Fellow Taoists, the day of proof has arrived. Good morning, viewers. I'm the host, Xiaokong Xiaosha Xiaoqing. It's now 7:45 on September 2nd, Dragon Empire time, and as we can see, the doors of the Imperial People's Assembly Hall have been closed, and armed personnel are dutifully guarding the outside of the hall. The participants, too, are entering in an orderly manner. As these words fell, the pop-ups in the webcast room covered the sky. It's finally begun. Does this look like a pledge meeting? I wonder who the country is planning to fight? Looking forward to the unveiling of the strongest and most mysterious mythical special forces. Expect +1. 10 minutes later, the empty Great Hall of the People was already filled with figures. With the exception of the 2 rows at the very front, the rest of the participants had basically entered. In the last 2 minutes, all the members of the cabinet, as well as Chen Xuan and the other Dragon Kingdom executives, had also entered. The Dragon Kingdom press conference officially began. This press conference, not long after, was hailed by the people of all the countries around the globe as kicking off the prelude to a new era, and was also known as the last press conference for the alternation between the old era and the new era. The Dragon Kingdom, moreover, was hailed as the leader of the new era by the global human race. Under the attention of millions of people, the number 1 chief ascended to the high platform. His face solemn and sacred, he turned to the microphone and said aloud, "Comrades, good morning. The Dragon Country and even the Blue Star global countries will face an unprecedented big change. And in this big change, I, the Dragon Country, have prepared everything. I hope that no matter what happens next, don't panic, don't mess up, believe in the country, believe in the government, and believe in the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. The Dragon Kingdom's 8,000 long years have been tested by countless disasters, and we've survived them all. This time, there is no exception." As the words fell, all the people in the synagogue stood up and applauded, and on all the major live broadcasts, there was also a wave of praise. For the details, please ask the director of the Dragon Kingdom's Mythical Specialization Bureau, Comrade Chen Xuan, to introduce you all. Immediately afterward, the number 1 chief walked off the high platform and returned to his seat, giving Chen Xuan, who had risen, an encouraging look. Soon, Chen Xuan, who was dressed in a Zhongshan suit and a handsome and tough man, appeared in the sights of the entire nation as well as people from all over the world, and this was the first time that Chen Xuan, the director of the Mythic Extraordinary Bureau, had made a public appearance since the Bureau's inception. The director of the Mythic Extraordinary Bureau is so young. Oh my God, so handsome. Damn, old lady can't top it. Oh God, this Chun must be a genius. All the major live broadcasting rooms in the Dragon Kingdom, including the foreign live broadcasting rooms, were flooded with dense pop-up screens after Chen Xuan took the stage. Countless people were surprised by Chen Xuan's youth as well as his handsomeness, even if more than 99% of the personnel in the synagogue were all showing surprise. Chen Xuan's identity had always been kept a secret. Apart from the highest echelons of the Dragon Kingdom and some of its leaders, the rest of the people simply didn't know who the director of the Mythical Specialization Bureau actually was. But today they had officially seen it and were surprised. At this moment, Chen Xuan, who was standing on the high platform, felt a great honor as well as a heavy responsibility. Good morning, comrades. I am Chen Xuan, director of the Mythic Specialization Bureau. Many of you are meeting me for the first time, but that's fine. I hope that in the days to come, all of you will be able to see me often. When Chen Xuan's words fell, Many people had puzzled faces, and all sorts of puzzles appeared on the pop-up screens in the live broadcast room, with the exception of all the members of the cabinet who knew the inside story, as well as Lin Tong and Chen Xuan's parents, who all fell silent. They all knew the meaning embedded in Chen Xuan's words. It's bitter for this boy. He's only in his 20s, yet he's shouldering such a great burden. Regardless of whether he can withstand it or not, he will be a great contributor to the Dragon Kingdom. The second chief, who was sitting beside the first chief, looked at Chen Xuan with a gaze filled with love as he solemnly whispered towards the first chief. Chief number 1 did not utter a word, but gently nodded his head as he gently looked at Chen Xuan on the high platform. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Xuan slowly opened his mouth once again, but his opening was stone cold. A week ago, an otherworldly detector that the Dragon Academy of Science had devoted its efforts to creating was born, and during the course of the experiment, the Academy accidentally detected that there would be an otherworldly world called the Mythic Era, descending upon the blue planet and forming a space-time channel with it. After meticulous testing as well as experiments, the Academy of Sciences finally determined that the detection results of the Otherworld detector were true, and that 1 week from now, at 12 o'clock noon today, the Mythic Era Otherworld will form a space-time channel with Blue Star. This is the Dragon Kingdom senior management after deliberation jointly decided remarks its fundamental purpose is to protect Chen Xuan's special identity. As for others to believe or not, that's their business anyway. My Dragon Kingdom, there really is an otherworldly detector. The uninformed participants were confused. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were confused. The global leaders, as well as the people of various countries, were also confused. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? You think that on an occasion like this, Director Chen Xuan would joke with you? That is to say, there really is an otherworld. Oh my God! Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Really proud. Who would have thought that the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Science would come up with such a big trick without saying a word? Shouldn't you guys be worried about the consequences of an alien world coming down? Afraid of what? Can't you see that the country is already prepared? When it comes to facing other worlds, my dragon country is already a big step ahead of the world. Inside the central broadcasting room, densely packed pop-ups emerged. All the nationals were discussing passionately and enthusiastically. Not only that, the foreign people were also discussing frantically. Shit, I must be dreaming. Mythic Era Otherworld? Oh, look at the Dragon Kingdom, then look at our country? What are those scientists for? With the taxes I pay, I raise such a bunch of losers? On the high platform, Chen Xuan continued. After a series of meticulous probes, the Academy of Sciences has discovered that this mythic era is a vast world where foreign beasts and foreign races coexist, as well as a metaphysical world that is in the middle of a novel. In that world, there are terrifying alien beasts that are hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of meters, and there will be an invasion of alien beasts after the formation of a space-time channel with Blue Star. This is an unprecedented crisis, but likewise, it's also an unprecedented great opportunity. Through testing, we found that after the Mythic Era makes contact with the Blue Star will form an aura recovery, and at that time, a peculiar thing called awakening stones will appear, and humans will awaken to a variety of occupations after coming into contact with the awakening stones, and after awakening to the occupations, the human's body will become stronger. In addition, it will also be able to control arcane powers just like those in novels, including but not limited to all kinds of so-called law powers. At this moment, the entire great hall of the people was silent, with only Chen Xuan's voice echoing as everyone was stunned by the information contained in Chen Xuan's words. Even in the major live broadcasting rooms, not a single pop-up appeared, and those who didn't know thought that the network was stuck. Lean, after believing in science for a lifetime, it suddenly turned metaphysical. Metaphysical, fellow Taoists, the day of proof has arrived. Chapter 27. The world's attention, the Dragon Kingdom is invincible. Compared to the opportunities, shouldn't you be worried about the upcoming crisis? Hundreds and hundreds of meters of alien beasts, with our current technology, can we handle it? Afraid of what? Believe in the country. Believe in the dragon soldiers. Good. Can't you see the country is ready? I apologize for my earlier questioning of the state. Apologize +1. While the netizens of the Dragon Nation were talking about it, the people of foreign countries had completely exploded. What the hell is our country doing? Don't prepare yet. Shit. The end is here. Die together. Ha ha ha. Oh bugger. Awakening professions? I want great power. While the people of various countries were cathartic, the top management of various countries were first silent for a moment, and then immediately acted with urgency even in the Western countries. Although there were many people who complained that the Dragon Kingdom didn't publicize the information until this point, there was no country that didn't believe the Dragon Kingdom's words. They will disparage and sing the praises of the Dragon Kingdom, but they will never deny the fact that the Dragon Kingdom is a global power. Instead of believing in the Dragon Kingdom, they believe that a great power in the global spotlight will never lie in such a globally oriented occasion. This is not only recognition and respect for the great powers, but also for themselves. Therefore, at this moment, countries around the globe are doing their best to prepare, even if there are only the last few hours left, but it is good to be able to make more preparations. Do not underestimate any country. It's still true that when a country goes all out to do something, the energy that can erupt is beyond imagination. On the high platform, Chen Xuan's face was serious as he said aloud, "Next, please move to Tiananmen Square and join the entire nation in reviewing the Dragon Kingdom's current strongest mythical special forces. Special note, mythic special forces. Every member has awakened their profession." After the words fell, Chen Xuan walked off the platform and cabinet members and senior leaders left one after another. At the same time, the members of the meeting were also guided by the staff out of the great hall of the people, but Chen Xuan's last words, "But let the people present," for a long time could not calm down. Not only them, but the internet too were all boiling like boiling water due to Chen Xuan's last words. "Nay, I am uneducated. A line goes everywhere. Say nothing more. The Dragon Kingdom is invincible." All the people of the Dragon Kingdom were looking forward to the debut of the mythical special forces while venting their joy, and likewise, the people of all the countries around the globe were also looking forward to it. Countries around the globe even urgently organizing all kinds of scientists, trying to study the power of the so-called professional awakening, at the very least, to use this to determine how strong the mythic era really is. At the back of the hall, Chen Xuan bid farewell to the cabinet heads and the senior leaders and headed to put on his battle armor. This time, he'll be appearing as the finale. This move was a joint decision by all the members of the cabinet and even the informed leaders, wanting to utilize Chen Xuan's super strength to bring confidence to the entire nation. Facing an invasion of a powerful and mysterious otherworldly world can easily go wrong if you don't have a spiritual backbone. June do not see just a series of actions carried out by the Dragon Kingdom during this period of time alone, have made certain countries' sinful events are frequent, causing those national leaders to be anxious. Right during the press conference held in the Dragon Kingdom, when the news was circulated, certain countries then immediately saw a large amount of doomsday talk, with their nationals going wild and all kinds of sinful events springing up one after another. Therefore, for the country, especially when it is about to face a major crisis, a spiritual pillar is very necessary, and Chen Xuan is the senior leadership of the Dragon Kingdom, deliberately introduced to the spiritual pillar. On the other hand, under the guidance of the staff, all the participants came to the wall of Tiananmen Square, and in the center, there were several heads of the cabinet of the Dragon Kingdom as well as the senior leaders of various ministries, and some sharp-eyed people found that the young and mysterious director of the Mythical Specialization Bureau had already disappeared. Though chairs were set up on the walls, no one took a seat, but stood one by one, raising their eyes to the wall. However, what made them suspicious was that, on the square, in addition to some armed personnel on duty, they did not see any army, and that the most mysterious and strongest mythical special forces, even more so, did not even see the shadow. At this time, Chan Lu-jun, who served as the head of the Mythical Specialization Bureau's possessed devil group, wearing a Chinese mountain suit, jogged out from the side of the square and came to the center, facing the many leaders on the city wall, saluting and shouting, "Mythical Special Forces has been lined up. Please instruct the head. Begin." Yes. In an instant, all the long guns and short cannons set up on the city walls were all aimed at the square, which could be described as 360 degrees without a dead angle. The entire nation of the Dragon Kingdom, the people of all countries around the globe, all held their breath and gazed expectantly. "Get up. Don't want to be." Accompanied by the high and loud singing voice, a figure from the distance stepped into the air, silver-brown battle armor. In the sunlight, shining bright, powerful aura. From every member of the mythical special forces burst out. The entire plaza over the sky. The wind rises up and the clouds surge. At the forefront were the 40-odd members of the newly established Red Sky, and Chen Xuan's secretary Lin Tong, who stood neatly in the sky above the square, their professional skills erupting one after another, sword light and sword shadows filling the entire dome of the sky. At this moment, everyone froze. Whether it was the subjects of the Dragon Kingdom or the subjects of other countries around the globe, they all stood on the spot like statues. Boom! A roar like muffled thunder suddenly exploded in the sky above the entire imperial capital, and immediately after, a bright pillar of light fell from the sky, and Chen Xuan, who was clad in battle armor with a majestic appearance, stood proudly in the pillar of light. Behind it, a sword shadow that was hundreds of meters long emerged, as if an invincible sword immortal was approaching the dust. And at this moment, all the people in the imperial capital who looked up could see that frightening sword shadow. At this moment, the people of the country, the people of the world, are shocked beyond words. Even if Chen Xuan and the others did not really fight in real battles, but just from the power they displayed, one could feel their might, and that kind of immortal godlike valor was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Many years later, this last military parade at the end of the old era was known to mankind as the knock on the door for the Dragon Kingdom to take off, and at the same time it also marked the departure and takeoff of the mythical era of the Dragon Kingdom. This military parade and even press conference finally came to an end with Chen Xuan's speech. At 12 o'clock noon, the mythic era will descend, and at that time, all citizens are requested to follow the instructions, stay at home, and not go out. For supplies, there will be a special staff member who will deliver them to your door. In addition, I ask the entire nation not to panic and to trust the country, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, and the mythical special forces. In the midst of this great change, the youth of our generation, like the martyrs, have struggled valiantly against all odds. I believe that if the whole country is united, Dragon Kingdom, it will win. Chapter 28, Era Advent, the only pure land. This launch was over, but the impact it caused was earth-shattering. Stars and Stripes, Harvard College, a top institution. Inside were not only the elites of Stars and Stripes' own country, but also the elites of other countries. At this moment, inside the study room, there was silence, everyone was drilling, but there were still people whispering about love. Ms. Lin, all of you in the East have sealed off the country, so you'll have to stay here forever. Next to him, a heavily made-up girl, rubbed against him and pouted. Darling, I yearn for this place, for the smell of freedom, and it would be an honor to stay here forever. That's right, Stars and Stripes is not only the center of Blue Star, but also the center of the universe, where we can make real progress. At their previous table, a foreign student from the Dragon Kingdom also turned around and spoke out proudly. Shet, you guys, come look. Just then, too, a young white man kicked open the study hall and rushed in, cell phone held up. He directly connected his cell phone to the projector inside the study room, and the video that was playing inside was none other than the just concluded press conference of the Dragon Nation. Oh bugger! Mythic Era Otherworldly Advent. Shet, is this true? In an instant, all the students in the study room were sensationalized, and one by one, they stood up and shook their heads as if they were crazy. 1,000 times over, our countries, too, are all preparing. All the troops from the major bases have been sent out. Even the nuclear launch ports are open. As the young white man who had rushed in opened his mouth, the group of students once again shouted loudly, their faces shocked and appalled. Damn! Why is the Dragon Kingdom so strong? What gives them a head start? We're going to get a career awakening and a great power too. As this group of students cried out, inside the study room, the international students from the Dragon Kingdom who hadn't returned to their home countries looked pale, and each one of them repented their intestines. As if thinking of something, the girl with the heavy makeup hurriedly took out her cell phone and dialed her father's number. Dad, I want to go back. So hurry up and have someone get me back. On the other side of the cell phone, there was first a moment of silence, and then roared. Before letting you come back, you had to say something about yearning for the breath of freedom. And now you want to come back. It's too late. You can't even come back when the King of Heaven comes. After yelling, the man on the other side of the phone sighed and said mildly, you should hurry back to your dorm now, buy more food, and hide for now. Oh, by the way, your mom and I are planning to have another one. You take care. When the man on the other side of the phone hung up, the girl slumped directly into the chair. Her eyes were lifeless, and her heavily made-up face was filled with remorse. Lin, what are you still staring at? Hurry up and organize your international students who also haven't gone back to speak together. As long as there are many people, the Dragon Kingdom must not dare to ignore it. They cannot afford the power of public opinion. If you are successful, I would like you to take me with you to the Dragon Kingdom. As the girl gaped, the young white man beside her nudged her and gruffly chimed in. Right? After that girl reacted, she hurriedly picked up her cell phone and posted a message in the Yearning for Freedom group, which was entirely made up of international students from the Dragon Kingdom, and all of them chose to stay in the Stars and Stripes after the Dragon Kingdom called for them to return to their home countries. It didn't take long for a video to be sent to her on Weibo, which, sadly moving, perfectly illustrates the sob story of a foreign student who loved his country and failed to return home in time due to academic delays. Oh, your studies. More important than even the call of the state? Off, douchebag. Go on to your freedom. The Dragon Kingdom does not need you. Once you loved and ignored me, but now, you who can't climb up to the top are coming to climb up to the top? Under the sky. How can anything be so good? This microblog, a few minutes after it was posted, was broken through by the Dragon netizens, and after the Dragon netizens scolded it, the microblog directly blocked that girl's account, winning a wave of praise. No one in the Dragon Kingdom is paying attention to the online clamor anymore, except for the netizens who stay at home and have nothing to do. All of the Dragon soldiers stationed in the precautionary area, heavily armed, were on nervous alert, and the many hot weapons, too, had all been opened, ready to fire amazing artillery. At the same time, the members of the mythical special forces were also divided into 34 squads and rushed to the 34 precautionary zones to stand guard. If there was an invasion of foreign beasts, they would be the first sword to defend against the foreign beasts. Chen Xuan and the Red Sky Squad, sitting in the precautionary zone of the imperial capital. September 2nd, 2025, 11:30 minutes of the Dragon Kingdom calendar. Woo! A sharp and loud alarm echoed throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. The entire Dragon Kingdom was put on a level 1 alert. All airplanes were grounded, and even fighter jets, which were only always ready, did not appear in the air. The Dragon Kingdom's maritime fleet, guns filling in, surrounded the coastline, forming a wall of steel coasts and nuclear ports, hidden in unknowable bases, opened up, ready to respond to unknowable catastrophes. At this moment, all the nationals of the Dragon Kingdom, their whole hearts were lifted up. They were worried and looking forward to it, looking forward to the country being able to withstand the disaster and bring a new era to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is invincible. Mythical special forces are invincible. Director Chen Xuan is invincible. Salute to all the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who are stationed on the front line. At this time, the netizens of the Dragon Nation spontaneously ran to the bottom of the Mythical Extraordinary Bureau's Weibo number to reply, and the neatly organized replies were shocking and heated. On the other hand, countries around the globe were similarly on first-level alert, with all armies deployed and stationed in major cities, and brand new thermal weapons pulled out. At this time, no country dared to hide any longer, and it was almost as if a nation had poured out its strength to defend itself against the coming disaster. Of course, there were some small countries among them that knew they could not resist, and completely gave up resistance and fell into a final frenzy. Many years later, a reporter on a social media platform published a detailed record of what happened when the mythic era descended. That detailed record reads, at 12 o'clock on September 2nd, 2025 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar, the mythic era descended. In the sky, a huge and pitch-black crack tore open. An endless aura spewed out from the crack like a heavenly river pouring down. The entire blue star was in turmoil, and on the sea level, the waves churned and the storm went on and on. One huge black shadow after another broke free from the rift and scattered all over the blue planet, and immediately afterward, the disaster began. A giant ape-like beast, over 100 meters tall, appeared in a city in the country of Rice, wreaked havoc against a hail of gunfire, and was killed by 123 cruise missiles after causing tens of thousands of casualties. According to statistics, the countries around the globe suffered tens of millions of casualties on the first wave of alien beast invasions at the initial stage of the mythic era's descent, and the cities that were destroyed were even more difficult to count. The only pure land is the mysterious and ancient Dragon Kingdom that stands in the east. Chapter 29, 1 foot trampled to death. At this moment, the global human race looked up at the pitch-black crack that crossed the sky above the dome of the sky, and the entire population was dumbstruck, unable to return to their senses for a long time. After a brief moment of shock, Chen Xuan immediately came back to his senses. Everyone, stay on comms and report anything unusual as soon as it happens. At the same time, the countries around the globe also reacted, frantically screaming and cursing while tensely defending themselves. Especially when they saw those huge black shadows scattering in all directions. Those countries lifted up their entire hearts, inwardly praying constantly that the disaster wouldn't come to their countries. Precautionary area of E province. On the walls of the city near Shenangjia, 5 members of the mythical special forces, along with the rest of the military, were patrolling nervously. Jingle bells. At that moment, the urgent ringing of a cell phone came out from the pocket of squad leader Wu Chengyu, who took out his cell phone and answered it. Comrade Wu Chengyu. My department has detected an abnormal energy fluctuation within the Shenangjia. I've already notified Director Chen Xuan, so please pay attention to precautions. Understood. Wu Chengyo's face became grave, and after hanging up the phone, he swept a glance at the many soldiers on the city wall and shouted aloud, "All of them, raise your guns and stand ready to meet the enemy." Yes. A loud voice exploded, and everyone neatly raised the guns in their hands. In addition, dozens of machine guns were all in place, and at the same time, the missile vehicles in the military base in E Province were all ready. On the other hand, inside the newly constructed Mythical Specialization Bureau headquarters in the imperial capital, Chen Xuan and the others were all standing in front of a large screen, and what was placed within the screen was precisely the situation of the Shenangjia that was being broadcast in real time via satellite. At this moment, deep within the Shenangjia, a hideous giant snake with a black body and a length of more than 200 meters was heading towards the precautionary area of E Province in a crushing manner. The majestic chi and blood emanating from the human gathering area was like a bright light in the darkness in the eyes of these foreign beasts, extremely seductive. Chief, in your opinion, roughly how many levels is this alien beast? Can the EPD Preventive District hold it off? Deputy Director Lin Jianya, who had returned from the Dongfeng base, looked at the hideous giant snake in the large screen and inquired towards Chen Xuan in front of him. When his words fell, the many Mythic Specialization Bureau cadres gathered beside Chen Xuan also looked towards him. Within 50 meters of body size, it's a foreign beast below level 30. Within 200 meters of body size, it's a foreign beast below level 50. Within 500 meters of body size, it's a foreign beast below level 100. Judging by this giant snake should be above level 50 and below level 70. Of course, this standard of judgment is not absolute, but it can also vaguely determine the strength of these foreign beasts. As the words fell, Chen Xuan once again said, "I'm rushing to the E Province precautionary area. You guys keep focusing on it, and don't just focus on E Province, the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, all of it should be observed." Yes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Xuan turned to leave, and it wasn't long before those within the Mythical Specialization Bureau's headquarters heard a sonic boom coming from above. On the other hand, on the city wall of the E Province preventive zone, all the soldiers looked at the hideous giant snake that revealed its face, and could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Even though they had already been psychologically prepared, they were still shocked by the size. "Ready, fire!" Wu Chengyo's loud voice resounded in the ears of all the soldiers, causing them to quickly come back to their senses and immediately raise their guns to strafe. Boom! A fire dragon spewed out from the city wall like a downpour, landing on top of the huge body of the giant snake and erupting into strands of sparks. Bang! At the same time, dozens of tanks at the back of the city wall also fired their guns, and one by one, the warheads flew over the city wall, like meteors, and fell straight towards the giant snake. In an instant, the area where the giant snake was located was constantly ablaze with fire and roaring, and the terrifying impact rolled up gusts of rubble and roiling smoke. Roar! The ear-shattering roar was heard in all directions, and the residents who were closer to the city walls were frightened by the roar. They forced down the uneasiness in their hearts, and did not move presumptuously to prevent adding trouble to the country. On the city wall, all the soldiers looked at the pitch-black giant snake that was unharmed and furiously charging in. Shock appeared on their faces. Such a high-intensity strike only made this pitch-black giant snake drop a few scales. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but be thankful that Dragon Kingdom had made preparations in advance. Otherwise, if they were to encounter such a foreign beast attack while unprepared, they would definitely die or be injured in countless ways. All members of the Mythic Special Forces, follow me. At this moment, Wu Changyu had a 2-meter-long saber in his hand at some point, and after roaring this, he rushed out like an arrow off the string, the long saber in his hand waving one after another, cutting out a saber chi. The other 4 members, too, struck out. Boom! A powerful profession skill erupted and blasted towards the pitch-black giant snake. Surrounded by 5 members of the Mythical Special Forces who had reached level 50, the forward momentum of this pitch-black giant snake was stopped, and even though Wu Chengyu and the others were of a lower level than it, they were able to inflict damage on it under the siege of the 5. On the city wall, those soldiers looked at the brave and unrivaled Wu Chengyu and the others, and envy showed in their eyes. As soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, they were not afraid of any enemy, and the only thing they were afraid of was not having enough power to be able to guard the people and the country. On the battlefield, Wu Changyu and others used all their strength, although they could cause damage to the pitch-black giant snake, but they could not completely crush it. The pitch-black giant snake even became more furious because of the injury. The huge snake tail was like a long whip, waving crazily, frightening Wu Changyu and others to dodge in a hurry. Such a huge giant snake, this tail sweep down, even a small hill must be blown up, although their body after awakening has been much stronger, but also did not want to go to take a tail. High in the sky, Chen Xuan stood quietly, looking down at the battle below. He did not rush to strike. It was necessary to let this group of mythical special forces members practice more and increase their experience in fighting against alien beasts under the premise of safety. For the Dragon Kingdom to be strong, to completely withstand the mythic era, it was impossible to rely on him alone. The only way to be truly strong was for the entire Dragon Kingdom to become stronger together. If we rely on him alone, if something happens to him, won't the Dragon Kingdom be ruined? He was taking the lead, but he wasn't invincible. He had only just reached the basic 100 levels now. He hadn't even broken through to the King realm yet, and within the mythic era, the ones that were stronger than him abounded. Boom! As Wu Changyu and the others were about to be unable to hold on, Chen Xuan moved. Without any extra movement, he slammed his left foot down. Bang! In an instant, the entire heaven and earth resounded with the sound of an airburst, as if a torrent of power was declared, manifesting into a giant foot, as if it was the foot of the heavens, and it fell down with a bang. Roar! Feeling the pressure coming from above, the giant snake let out a hissing roar up to the sky, a ray of humanized fear flickering through its scarlet gaze as the snake's tail rolled backwards and upwards, sweeping towards the giant foot, wanting to block the kick. Only Chen Xuan, who had already reached the base 100 level, was not something it could resist. Bang! However, in a matter of moments, this giant snake was stepped on by a giant foot, and its huge body was directly stepped into the ground, and the entire ground was blasted out into a large hole with boiling blood soaking the entire pit. Only this kick, this head let Wu Changyu and others, our tanks and other technological weapons, are helpless, then fell. Hiss! That's the director of the Mythic Specialists Bureau. Heavens! He really is as powerful as rumored. How fortunate that my Dragon Kingdom has Chen Xuan. On the city walls, those soldiers who had not seen Chen Xuan before had their eyes widened and exclaimed in low voices, shock filling their faces. Chapter 35 Districts Attacked, Sea-Splitting Demon Jiao. Amidst the cheers, Chen Xuan reached out with one hand and manifested a large hand of power, dragging the pitch-black giant snake to the city wall. Seeing this, Wu Changyu and the others hurriedly greeted Chen Xuan. This foreign beast contains a strong power within its body. Have it processed and supply it to the soldiers for consumption. Remember, ordinary soldiers, don't consume too much at once. 1 or 2 per meal is about right. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's command, Wu Changyu and the others' faces flushed as they hurriedly responded, yes, you guys are doing well, but you need to continue to improve. In that situation just now, you guys could have teamed up to lay down a power barrier to keep this alien beast outside the city walls, and then use artillery fire to bombard and drain its strength, and then swarm it when it's exhausted. Upon hearing this, Wu Changyu and the others immediately looked ashamed, and each of them lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Okay, I'm not scolding you guys. I'm just trying to show you that it's the human intellect that's the most powerful. Make good use of your strengths, not stiffen your enemy's strengths with your shortcomings. Yes. Seeing this, Chen Xuan swept a glance at each of the soldiers who were staring at him eagerly and said aloud, you, all of you, are the future of the Dragon Kingdom. In guarding the people behind you, I hope, too, that you will guard yourselves. Don't worry about the ammo. Just bomb the hell out of me whenever an enemy shows up. Yes, Chief. At this moment, the soldiers present at the meeting shouted aloud in unison, their voices amazing to the extreme. They gazed at Chen Xuan with reverence, as if they were looking at their faith, and as if they were looking at the sole god of the Dragon Kingdom. Director, the 5 major precautionary areas of Tianhai, Northeast, Inner Mongolia, Qinghai, and Western Border are all under attack by foreign beasts. The situation is urgent. At this moment, an urgent voice came from the earphone Chen Xuan was wearing, causing Chen Xuan's face to change slightly. Be well stationed. After leaving behind these words, Chen Xuan's entire body rose up into the air, slicing through the sky like a meteor, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. With the director here, I, the Dragon Kingdom, will be safe and sound. Looking in the direction that Chen Xuan had left, Wu Changyu spoke out with a firm face. The soldiers behind him, though they did not make a sound, had the same look of approval. As Chen Xuan rushed towards the Tianhai precautionary zone, he inquired, what's the situation now? The liaison officer from the Mythic Specialization Bureau's headquarters sniffed and hurriedly responded. When you were heading to the E Province precautionary area, alien beasts appeared to attack in the 5 precautionary areas, and each precautionary area had more than 3 heads, of which the Tian High precautionary area had the most, with a whole of 5 heads, all of which were above 300 meters in size. The Red Sky Squad split into 5 teams and rushed to the 5 precautionary zones to resist, and Secretary Lin is now resisting in the Tian High precautionary zone as well. Chen Xuan's face was grave as he asked, "How is the battle going?" It was intense, and with the hot weapons, it held off for a while. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan did not respond any further, but the movements of his feet involuntarily accelerated, and the entire sky dome resounded with bursts of sonic booms. Meanwhile, outside the Tian High preventive zone, a spectacular battle was in full swing. On the city wall, a heavily armed soldier, holding a gun, spewed out a dragon of fire. Behind the city wall, a tank's gunfire roared, while before the city wall, 9 figures in battle armor were wielding an attack that contained a powerful force. Their opponents were 5 huge beasts that were more than 300 meters tall, 2 giant snakes, 2 devil apes plus a giant lizard. All of them were hideous and horrifying, and when they raised their hands and raised their feet, they could shatter the earth. Like this 300 meters high body type, the level is at least 70 levels or more. Its power has far exceeded the ordinary beasts. Because of this, Lin Tong and a few members of the Red Sky Squad did not dare to directly rush up and fight with these beasts, but rather guarded in front of the city wall with the artillery to fend off these beasts. As legendary profession awakened, the combat power of Lin Tong and the others was naturally not something that could be compared to an unusual same realm, but this combat power was maintained within a certain limit and was not too exaggerated. In terms of individual combat power, Lin Tong and the others would not have much of a problem facing level 60 or below alien beasts alone, and the entire 9 of them would be able to kill 1 or 2 level 70 alien beasts when they joined forces, but this time they were facing a whole 5 level 70 or above alien beasts. In such numbers, they were not willing to risk going hard against them until the moment of crisis. After all, if they were not careful, they would fall into those foreign beasts, and then they would surely be torn apart, and it would be too late to even save them. Boom! The roars exploded one after another, causing all the residents of the entire Tian High precautionary area to feel a tremor in the ground. And some of the older generation of residents who believed in Buddhism couldn't help but pray in front of the Buddha statues placed in their homes. And many hot-blooded young adults holding kitchen knives guarding the balcony. If the Tian High precautionary zone is really lost, they will contribute their own power, even if this power is insignificant, but they are not willing to sit back and wait for death, and even more unwilling to look at the group of soldiers guarding them to fight alone. Roar! At this time, a terrifying roar violently came out from the battlefield, and the horrifying sound wave even swept towards the Tian High precautionary area with a posture visible to the naked eye, and the glass of the nearby buildings all shattered under this roar. Immediately after that, a terrifying beast of more than 400 meters poked out from the clouds, its hideous and horrible head, scarlet and icy eyes, none of which made Lin Tong and the others, as well as the military personnel present, feel a bone-chilling chill. Sea-splitting demon sculptor. Seeing the appearance of the beast, Lin Tong as well as several members of the Red Sky Squad all changed their faces drastically, and a touch of despair involuntarily surged in their eyes. Split Sea Demon Jiao, a foreign beast recorded in the Book of Foreign Beasts, rumored to possess a trace of the bloodline of the mythical grade foreign beast Green Sacrifice Demon Dragon. At birth, it possessed the power of level 30. Even without cultivation, it could possess the strength of level 80 when it reached adulthood. Among the basic 100 levels of fiend beasts, the Rift Sea Demon Jiao, a fiend beast clan, was at least above the medium level. Boom! As Lin Tong and the others were terrified, the sea-splitting devil Jiao opened its bloody mouth and erupted into a Jiao dragon's spitting breath, which contained a majestic power, and when it first appeared, it caused the void to be vaguely distorted. Quick! Join forces for defense. As Lin Tong's words fell, all the members of the Red Sky Squad didn't dare to be slow, and they all exerted their strongest attacks, chopping towards the spitting breath, and at the same time, they also exerted all their strength to lay down a defensive shield. Boom! However, in front of the Split Sea Demon Jiao, which was close to 100 levels, Lin Tong and the others were simply not enough to look at. The attack as well as the defense that they had erupted from was easily crushed, and the horrifying force bombarded them, causing them to spurt out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the whole of them flew backward as if they were cannonballs and smashed fiercely against the wall, smashing the wall with a hole in it. Damn! All shells. Give me a hard shot. The guardian on the city wall exploded with a loud voice. For a while, heavy machine guns, tanks, and other hot weapons kept spewing out, and endless artillery fire, like a downpour of rain, bombarded towards that sea-splitting demon Jiao as well as the rest of the several foreign beasts. Chapter 31, The Dragon Kingdom is unharmed. Soon, A scene that made the many stationed soldiers desperate and powerless appeared. Only to see that under the leadership of the sea-splitting demon sculptor, these few beasts stood against the roiling cannon fire, enough to destroy a mountain, and even the defense of the sea-splitting demon sculptor failed to break down. As these beasts got closer and closer, the entire ground was like an earth dragon turning over, unable to stop shaking, and the many soldiers on the city wall were somewhat unsteady under such violent vibrations. Sinful beast! How dare you destroy my home? In the nick of time, a roar like a muffled thunderclap sounded violently from the sky, followed by a stream of light falling from the dome of the sky, fiercely smashing towards the sea-splitting devil skull. Bang! Deafening roars exploded, rubble flew, and smoke filled the sky. When the smoke and dust cleared, the crowd saw a sword engraved with dragon patterns and glittering with glittering light, directly pinning the sea-splitting devil skull to the ground, and no matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free from the sword's bondage. Roar! A roar like a whale echoed, and even though the eardrums were shaken to the point of raw pain, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers present still found the sound so pleasing to the ears. They raised their eyes to look up, but they saw Chen Xuan standing in the air like a true god descending into the world, filled with unimaginable pressure, and that upright and heroic back figure brought an unprecedented sense of security to the crowd present. Seeing the weak and miserable appearance of Lin Tong and the others, the rage in Chen Xuan's heart could no longer be restrained, and after restraining the sea-splitting demon Jiao, Chen Xuan once again struck out blatantly. He cast his professional skill, Sword Edict Divine Thunder. Boom! Densely packed thunder, surging in the void, like a group of stars falling, and like a group of dragons roaring, fiercely falling towards those few beasts, the extremely powerful thunder, so that those few beasts couldn't even dodge, and were directly bombarded into the ground. The huge body, blasted black by the thunder, lay in a pool of blood on the ground, dying. Immediately afterward, Chen Xuan looked towards the pin-split sea demon Jiao. The violent struggle accelerates the flow of blood of the sea-splitting devil Jiao. At this moment, it is also dying, even the roar all seems so feeble. Seeing that the split sea demon Jiao was no longer a threat, Chen Xuan raised his hand and beckoned, and the chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword nailed to the split sea demon Jiao's body emitted a crisp sword roar before it swept out and landed in Chen Xuan's hand. Lin Tong, Xia Pinggu, the six of you, kill these alien beasts, they can help you level up. After beheading them, have them processed and split their flesh and blood for the soldiers to consume, which will strengthen their physique, but not in large quantities. This was the method Chen Xuan had thought of on the way that would allow Lin Tong and the others to quickly enhance their levels. In the preventive zone of E Province, he hadn't considered for a moment directly decapitating that foreign beast, and now that he thought about it, it was a complete waste. Now that he was at the base 100 level, he would not gain experience even if he decapitated the foreign beasts. Instead of doing so, it would be better to heavily injure these foreign beasts and leave them for the members of the Red Sky Squad to kill. In this way, it would allow the Red Sky Squad to grow rapidly, and when later on, when the aura was completely revived, the awakening stones appeared, and the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom was awakened, it would still be possible to utilize this method. At that time, even if the foreigners come down, so what? How can they withstand the 1.4 billion people of the Dragon Kingdom? After instructing Lin Tong and the others, Chen Xuan did not stay too long as his body swayed, erupting into an ear-splitting sonic boom as the entirety of his body once again rushed to the next precautionary area that was being attacked. With the sea-splitting demon Jiao appearing in all of the heavenly sea precautionary zones, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't appear in the other precautionary zones that had been attacked, and thus, in order to prevent an irreversible catastrophe from occurring, he had to race against the clock. After Chen Xuan left, Lin Tong and the others who had recovered came before the split sea demon Jiao and the other foreign beasts, and after deliberation, Xia Pinggu and the others unanimously decided to have Lin Tong decapitate the split sea demon Jiao, while Xia Pinggu and the others decapitated the other 5 foreign beasts. After Lin Tong had beheaded that sea-splitting demon Jiao, she also learned the exact rank of the sea-splitting demon Jiao, which was a full 91 levels. At this moment, endless power spewed out from the massive body of the sea-splitting demon Jiao and swarmed towards Lin Tong. Under this power, Lin Tong's injuries instantly recovered as if it was the first time, and her profession levels also dawdled as if she had eaten a fierce drug. Xia Pinggu and the others who had killed the other foreign beasts were in the same situation. Far away on the city wall, the guardian of the Tianhai preventive zone saw this scene and couldn't help but look in the direction Chen Xuan had left, lamenting, "My Dragon Kingdom, there is a god." The sun is setting in the west, reflecting the red half of the sky. The people of the Dragon Kingdom who stayed at home for a whole day were in a fidgety mood. They wanted to know how the war was going. But until now, there was not a single bit of news coming in, which made them fidgety, and they were not even in the mood to eat dinner. The blogger you follow has published a new tweet. Check it out. At exactly 18 o'clock in the evening, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom who were following the Mythical Specific Bureau's microblog came to such a prompt on their cell phones. At one time, everyone all flocked to the microblogging. If not prepared, microblogging will be paralyzed. Everyone saw that under the official Weibo of the Mythical Extraordinary Bureau, a new dynamic had been updated, and in addition to the text, there was also a video. The Dragon Kingdom is unharmed. Those 4 short words brought tears to the eyes of all who saw them. Couples in love excitedly embraced each other. Married couples eagerly kissed. The old people looked up at the sunset reflecting the red half of the sky and felt that the twilight of this moment had never looked better. After a short period of venting their emotions, they opened one video after another. The video played. It is the scene of the alien beasts invading the precautionary area, the hideous and huge alien beasts. See the people of the Dragon Country trembling with fear, especially when they saw that the artillery fire had failed to injure these alien beasts. It was even more terrified of the faces white. But in the next second, a great surprise and even endless reverence surged into their hearts. Only to see, in the video, at the moment of crisis, Chen Xuan descended like a true god, destroying and defeating a head of foreign beasts that made them fearful. And that heroic and invincible image was deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom who watched the video. Say nothing, kowtow to the big man. Ah, Director Chen Xuan is so handsome. I can't stand the hotness. Chen Xuan is invincible. The Dragon Kingdom has Chen Xuan. What is there to fear from a mere beast? A comment appeared under this dynamic as if it was springing up, and in less than 5 minutes, 1,000,000 replies had already appeared, with a frighteningly high level of heat. Those residents of the precautionary areas that were attacked who felt it most acutely have continued to post their opinions online. With all the artillery fire and the earth shaking and the windows shattering, I thought I'd be going into battle with a kitchen knife. Hooray! The Dragon Kingdom has Chen Xuan. The internet was so loud and joyful that they would have even wanted to set off fireworks to celebrate if the situation hadn't permitted it. For the people of the Dragon Kingdom at this moment, Chen Xuan was like the sun in the daytime and the moon at night, illuminating the entire Dragon Kingdom and allowing them to no longer be uncertain or fearful in the darkness. Chapter 32. A Sorrowful Price. At the time of the online clamor, Chen Xuan, who was at the headquarters of the Mythical Specialization Bureau in the imperial capital, did not relax in the slightest, but instead became more and more grave. On just the first day of the Mythic era's descent, a whole 6 precautionary zones had been attacked, and the levels were frighteningly high as well, with even terrifying foreign beasts above level 90 appearing. Don't look at the fact that he easily killed these foreign beasts, but that was under the premise that he possessed the qualification for the internal test. If he didn't get this opportunity, the losses suffered by the Dragon Kingdom this time would be simply unimaginable. Most notably, Chen Xuan was able to clearly feel that the aura content within the blue planet was rising at an extremely fast rate, and the Mythic Specialization Bureau's observation team had also observed that within the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, there had already been quite a number of animals that had undergone mutations. What made Chen Xuan happy was that after he had changed his strategy and allowed the members of the Red Sun Squad to kill the foreign beasts, those members of the Red Sun Squad who had killed the foreign beasts had all surpassed the 50th level or higher in their profession levels. Among them, Lin Tong had the highest level of breakthrough. Slaying the Split Sea Demon Jiao that had reached level 91 had caused Lin Tong's profession level to instantly skyrocket to level 60. But this was just the limit of what Lin Tong could accept. Reality wasn't a game after all. It wasn't like you could infinitely improve by decapitating a foreign beast. The so-called experience was actually energy, the energy that the awakened profession obtained from the body of the alien beasts after decapitating them, and this kind of energy was extremely violent, and it was impossible for even a mythic profession awakened to fully absorb it. The energy of the Rift Sea Demon Jiao was incomparably huge. It was simply not something that Lin Tong could absorb in its entirety. What she absorbed wasn't even half of it. Some of it transformed into her level, allowing her to advance to level 60, while some of it accumulated within her, but more of it dissipated between the heavens and the earth and became the nourishment of the heavens and the earth. The experienced Dan in the internal test game, to put it bluntly, is also energy, but it is the alchemist who utilizes a variety of rare medicinal herbs, assisted by the energy of the mild elixir refined. This kind of elixir is able to be perfectly absorbed, but the elixir is helicopter 10 levels at the top of the day. In addition to Lin Tong, Xia Pingwu and the other 10 or so members of the Red Sky Squad had also reached level 55 or above, and coupled with the physique that had been strengthened through the consumption of the meat of the foreign beasts, the strength of the entire Red Sky Squad had been significantly strengthened. Inside the conference room, Chen Xuan was seated in the center, behind him sat his secretary Lin Tong, and further down were Deputy Director Lin Jianye and the heads of the various large and small groups. How are the casualties? Chen Xuan inquired with a serious expression on his face. The preliminary count is 3,860 dead and 158,600 wounded. Among them, those who died were basically hit by the aftershocks of the alien beasts' attacks and died instantly. For those who were injured, some were injured by the sound waves of the alien beasts, and some were injured by the aftershocks of the battle. When the head of the data statistics team reported back, Chen Xuan, as well as the Mythical Specialization Bureau executives present, all fell silent. The Dragon Kingdom had made sufficient preparations, and there were mythical special forces stationed there, members of the Red Sky Squad to support them, and even Chen Xuan, a powerhouse who had reached the 100th level, had made the first move to kill the beasts, but even so, it had still resulted in such a large number of casualties. The dreadfulness of the invasion of foreign beasts was displayed in front of the crowd. What about other countries? After a moment of silence, Chen Xuan continued to inquire. As for the small countries, the dozen or so that were attacked by foreign beasts have completely disappeared. Stars and Stripes was attacked by 10 alien beasts over 200 meters in size, and after losing hundreds of thousands of people, the Stars and Stripes think tank deduced a strategy to use a large number of dead prisoners, wrapped in fresh blood, to seduce the beasts, and to drop a large-yield nuclear bomb after gathering them together. At present, although we have succeeded in destroying those 10 foreign beasts, the economic losses we have suffered are incalculable. After the success of the Stars and Stripes, other countries followed suit and also succeeded in killing the beasts. Among them, the Cherry Blossom country suffered the heaviest losses, with millions of dead and wounded, and most of the country destroyed. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan nodded his head gently as he swept a glance at the people present, his fingers gently tapping on the table as all of them looked at Chen Xuan silently, waiting for his orders. The situation is grim, and although my Dragon Kingdom is prepared, we still can't slack off. Increase the defense, rotate the defense 24 hours a day, even if darkness falls. In addition, it is important to replenish the ammunition that should be replenished, and to transport the supplies that should be transported, to make sure that the people are not affected. At the same time, the observation group pays close attention to the locations of the awakening stones I provided, and as soon as any awakening stones appear, immediately notify the collection group to go and collect them. Also, notify the collection group to collect medicinal herbs that contain aura and give them to the alchemy group. When Chen Xuan's words fell, the people in the audience responded solemnly. Dismissed. Chen Xuan and Lin Tong left first, followed closely by many of the Mythical Specialization Bureau's senior officers, who also left to convey Chen Xuan's orders as well as make preparations for the night and even the next precautions. Chen Lujun and Yi Xiui looked at Chen Xuan's departing back and glanced at each other, relief as well as a strong sense of pride flashing across their faces. In just a few days, their son, from a district real estate salesman to the hope of the entire Dragon Kingdom, if not for the fact that it was right in front of their eyes, they would really think they were dreaming. Inside the office, Chen Xuan reclined on a luxurious leather chair, and after a moment of contemplation, he said with a serious face towards Lin Tong, who stood by the side, "Contact the cabinet." At those words, Lin Tong picked up the tablet she had handled on her desk and dialed the number 1 red phone. It didn't take long for several heads of the cabinet to appear on the screen. "Little Chen, we know all about it. This time, thanks to you." Number 1 chief's gentle voice came out from the screen, and although the rest of the chiefs had not spoken, they all looked at Chen Xuan kindly. "It's all the result of the hard work of all the people working together." After answering, Chen Xuan's face was serious. "Several heads. I have some plans here that I would like to seek your opinions on." "You say." "The foreigners, unlike the foreign beasts, are organized and disciplined, and once they descend, the damage they can inflict is far greater than that of the foreign beasts. Thus, before the foreigners descend, my Dragon Kingdom must be upgraded at all costs. With my strength nowadays, the invasion of foreign beasts in the early stages can basically be suppressed. Even if it's a King Realm foreign beast, I can still fight, but in the short term, the foreign beasts that invade our country's territory are not enough for the mythic special forces to upgrade. Therefore, on the premise that our Dragon Kingdom has dealt with the invading alien beasts, we can selectively help some countries and utilize the alien beasts that have invaded those countries to enhance the strength of the mythic special forces. Of course, what's due can't be less." Chen Xuan's face was serious and his eyes bright as he spoke eloquently under the gaze of the several heads. "Ha ha. Xiao Chen, in terms of the big picture, we naturally understand. As long as we can make the Dragon Kingdom survive this great change, and even grow stronger and stronger, and open up a new era. Some things, too, can be put aside for the time being. Don't worry, we understand what you mean. Later, we'll have the Foreign Ministry issue a public statement. Chapter 33 Prime Demon Ape Group of Fey Beasts descends. After hanging up the video call, Chen Xuan secretly sighed in relief. The reason why he had proposed this plan was because Chen Xuan had gradually figured out the so-called foreign beast invasion. This invasion was not organized and premeditated, but rather the inevitable contact between the two sides after the two worlds were connected. The appearance of the space-time passage would definitely involve some of the foreign beasts that were in the vicinity of the space-time passage at the time, and this, in turn, was the reason why the foreign beasts had appeared and attacked the people today. Therefore, before the space-time passage was discovered by large beast races or even foreign races, it was impossible for a large-scale invasion of foreign beasts to occur, and what appeared was only some curious foreign beasts that entered to explore the vicinity of the space-time passage. From the hints before the internal game closed, this discovery time probably just around a month. For other countries, even if it was just some curious alien beasts that came over to explore, it would be enough to cause a huge loss, but for the occupying Dragon Kingdom, these alien beasts that came over to explore could become a precious resource that would allow the Dragon Kingdom to rapidly increase its strength. After destroying and defeating those foreign beasts today, Chen Xuan had a huge ambition sprouting in his heart. Not only was he going to help the Dragon Kingdom ascend, he was even going to counterattack the mythic era. And in order to carry out this ambition, one must be super strong. Using the invading foreign beasts from various countries to enhance the Dragon Kingdom's strength was the first step towards realizing this ambition. At the same time, the people of various countries around the globe were also shaken by the news released by the Mythic Era Bureau, and on Twitter, uncountable foreign netizens were frantically discussing it. Shit! Why is the Dragon Kingdom so strong? Look at the Dragon Kingdom and then look at our country? I'm a Stars and Stripes scientist, asking for a Dragon Country residence permit. On the other hand, some netizens in the Dragon Country, after going over the wall, saw the hilarious tweets. All of them were happy, and some of them even took a video of themselves eating hot pot up. Oh, by karma! People in the Dragon Kingdom can even eat hot pot. God! I want to go to the Dragon Kingdom. Damn it! Why hasn't a hero like Dragon Kingdom's Chen Xuan appeared in my Stars and Stripes? Baka! Chen Xuan-san is from my Sakura country. On Twitter, the pictures of shattered cities in various countries that were attacked by alien beasts contrasted sharply with the quiet and peaceful pictures of the Dragon Country, causing countless foreign netizens to be envious. Those top tycoons, even more so, frantically begged for a Dragon Country residence permit, but unfortunately the Dragon Country, which had already sealed off the country, couldn't possibly let any more rat droppings come in and cause trouble. Half an hour later, the news released by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom completely detonated Twitter. In the spirit of humanitarianism, after our country has dealt with the invasion of foreign beasts, countries that need help can ask for help from our country, and under certain circumstances, our country is willing to come to our aid. After the assistance, the alien beasts that our soldiers exterminate will be obtained by our country. After this piece of news was sent out, there were quite a few people in the Dragon Country who expressed their disbelief. Only those who had consumed the meat of the Fey beasts revealed a sinister smile of, "I've long since seen through everything. What is the country waiting for? Why don't we quickly ask the Dragon Kingdom for help?" According to our country's experts' research, the foreign beasts contain undetectable magical powers within them. This must be a conspiracy of the Dragon Kingdom. Not bad. I hope the country will never fall for it. Compared to the conspiracy theories of certain countries' netizens, most of the country's people were praising this news from the Dragon Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, especially the Dragon Country's Iron Brother, the Batai Country, which immediately called the #1 head of the cabinet to request the Dragon Country's assistance. On top of that, there were also some countries that had friendly relations with the Dragon Kingdom, also calling and requesting for assistance. The so-called conspiracy theories in the eyes of these countries were simply laughable to the extreme. Compared to the destruction of the country, they were more willing to pay for the Fey Beast. Besides, that Fey Beast was originally killed by others. What was wrong with taking back the spoils of war? When the countries were discussing, the Mythical Specialization Bureau was brightly lit, and everyone was paying attention to the situation of the entire Dragon Country, including the garrison troops of the major precautionary zones, which were also divided into 2 batches and stationed on a rotational basis. After all, no one knew when a foreign beast would discover the space-time passage and invade Blue Star. On the other hand, all the other countries also took advantage of this rare tranquility to build defense zones, and the Star-Spangled Kingdom and other Western countries, along the area where the foreign beasts were bombarded today, built a wall of steel, intending to make this area a decimation zone. Once another Fey descended, they would do as they had done, using dead prisoners to seduce and converge the Fae before bombarding them with nuclear bombs. The night was spent in this tense atmosphere. The following day, roar! When the rising sun rose in the east and the sun shone on the earth, a terrifying roar that resounded through the blue planet violently exploded, and immediately afterward, a scene that horrified humans across the globe appeared. A terrifying giant ape close to 600 meters tall broke free from the pitch-black crack, and its ferocious aura swept through the 8 directions, causing the sea below to roll up in monstrous waves. Countries with satellites all over the world gathered their satellites on this terrifying giant ape, and with just one glance, they deeply shocked the people who were in front of the screen. Only to see, this terrifying giant ape was pitch black. Its hair was like a long black snake, dancing in the air. Its bulging muscles were like gnarled dragons lying on their backs, and its ferocious and tyrannical aura seemed to be able to be felt from across the screen. This is the Prime Demon Ape. In the Mythic Specialization Bureau's command room, Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at the screen, murmuring out softly. The Prime Devil Ape, possessing a trace of the bloodline of the ancient Devil Ape in terms of toughness, it was far more terrifying than the sea-splitting Devil Jiao that had appeared previously, and judging from its size, this Prime Devil Ape was already at the 100th level, and was even approaching the King Realm, with a combat power that was far beyond that of an unusual 100th level alien beast. Can it be dealt with? Deputy Director Lin Jianya, who was standing beside Chen Xuan, inquired with slight concern. Not much of a problem. But there's no rush. Let's take a look first. Chen Xuan's face was bland, and the words he uttered were similarly bland, but the confidence embedded within them brought great confidence to Lin Jianya, as well as the staff present. Not long after, this Prime Demon Ape landed on an uninhabited island in the sea, and the moment it landed, the island was in turmoil, the ground hardened and sunk, and the entire island shook as if it could sink at any moment. Roar! Immediately afterward, this Prime Demon Ape raised both of its arms and crazily blasted its chest, and while doing so, it raised its head to the sky and roared. Deafening sound waves rippled out like ripples, rolling up monstrous waves. In the next moment, a scene that made the people of various countries around the globe change color appeared, only to see one Prime Demon Ape after another, squeezed out from the pitch-black crack, with body sizes ranging from 100 meters to less than 500 meters, and in an instant hundreds of them had appeared. The ferocious and tyrannical aura that converged caused the wind to rise in this area, and the entire sky was covered with dark clouds, as if the end was coming. After about 10 minutes, no more Prime Demon Ape descended, but at this moment, the number of Prime Demon Apes had already approached 250, and they had gathered around the Prime Demon Ape that was close to 600 meters, with a vast and majestic aura that shook the heavens and moved the earth. Chapter 34. All of you, come with me to the attack. Jing. Deadly silence. Various countries observed through satellites around the globe are silent. Some of the people whose minds are not firm enough, but also the legs are soft, the whole body cannot stop trembling, even if the mind is firm, but also the color of the face is white. 10 or so foreign beasts can make countries lose a lot of money, this whole more than 200, and there is also a body size close to 600 meters, once going to which country, that country is almost no resistance. Even if a major country with nuclear bombs carries it off in the end, the country will basically be destroyed. These beasts must be wiped out on the high seas. After only a few moments of stupefaction, all the country's leaders made up their minds at the same time. Although dropping a large-yield nuclear bomb on the high seas would also trigger a natural disaster like a tsunami, but after all, it was far away, and even if there was an impact, it was definitely much smaller than being approached by these 200 or so alien beasts. In the Mythical Specialization Bureau's command room, Chen Xuan looked at the more than 200 alien beasts in the screen and shivered, not scared, but excited. At this moment, his eyes were glowing as if he had seen a group of supreme treasures, and his face was slightly flushed. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. He was worried that there were no Fey beasts to enhance the strength of the mythical special forces, but he didn't expect that more than 200 Fey beasts would come all at once. Even though, with a size close to 600 meters, that Fey beast leader belonged to the ranks of the strongest amongst the 100 levels, Chen Xuan's invincibility under the King Realm was not just words. Unless it was a mythic monarch level cub or a starry sky emperor cub that could make him feel some pressure, the rest were all bumbling. Notify all the countries around the globe that these foreign beasts are to be handled by my dragon kingdom. After Chen Xuan spoke towards the deputy director Lin Jianya beside him, he hurriedly walked out. Lin Tong was first stunned, and then immediately followed Chen Xuan out, followed by Chen Xuan's parents, Chen Lujun, and Yi Shoui. Reacting, Lin hastily contacted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and asked them to issue a notice. Soon, the countries that got the news were dumbfounded. What? The Dragon Kingdom really thinks they're invincible. Oh by Ka! Has the Dragon Kingdom gone crazy? That's over 200 foreign beasts. Good thing too. Let them dog eat dog and we'll reap the benefits. The countries that have conflicts with the Dragon Kingdom, such as the Stars and Stripes, have been cynical one by one, sitting in front of the screen, waiting to see the joke of the Dragon Kingdom. They are being jealous of the Dragon Kingdom's super strength. And now there is an opportunity to weaken the Dragon Kingdom's strength and also reduce the threat, so why not do it? While they were observing the movements of that group of alien beasts, they also put some of their satellites into the Dragon Kingdom territory, intending to see how the Dragon Kingdom was going to cope with these 200 or so alien beasts. As a country that had just experienced the attack of the foreign beasts, they knew how terrifying these foreign beasts were, and even if the Dragon Kingdom had a head start, if they said they could deal with more than 200 foreign beasts, they would never believe it. The result they were most looking forward to was that the Dragon Kingdom suffered heavy losses, while they, on the other hand, came over to pick peaches with ease. On the other hand, Chen Xuan, who had exited the command room, came directly outside the Mythic Specialization Bureau's headquarters, and immediately after, he took a step to ascend into the air and stood several hundred meters above the sky before his aura opened up in full force. Boom! In an instant, the winds and clouds rose above the entire imperial capital. The terrifying might was like a shocking wave, sweeping in all directions. All the people of the imperial capital were inexplicably short of breath, as if they were being pressurized by a huge mountain, and the entire population wanted to gasp for air. All members of the Mythic Special Forces, follow me. Just as the people of the imperial capital were unsure, a voice like a flood bell resounded violently from above, shocking their eardrums and making their souls palpitate. But no one was frightened instead. They trembled with excitement and ran to the window, looking up and searching for the figure they regarded as a god. However, these people of the imperial capital could never have imagined that this voice of Chen Xuan's resounded not just in the imperial capital, but throughout the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom's territory. When Chen Xuan uttered this sentence, ripples of sound waves visible to the naked eye, centered on Chen Xuan, quickly spread out towards the entirety of the entire Dragon Kingdom at an astonishingly fast speed. The Red Sky Squad in the imperial capital, as well as Lin Tong, Chun Lujun, and Yi Shui reacted the fastest and responded. Xia Pinggu is commanded. Lin Tong is commanded. When that sound wave ripple spread to each precautionary zone, the mythical special force members stationed in that precautionary zone swept up into the void and responded aloud. Tian Hai Precautionary Zone Stationed Officer Yi Luyun is hereby ordered. Northeast Precautionary Area Stationed Officer Wei Chang under orders. AP. One silhouette after another swept out from the major precautionary zones, and one flood of voices after another resounded. Even if their voices were unable to resonate throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom territory like Chen Xuan's, whenever a voice rang out in any of the precautionary districts, the people in that precautionary district would pay their reverence, one by one, coming to the window and saluting towards the stream of light that soared into the sky for a long time. In the command room of the headquarters of the Mythical Specialization Bureau, Deputy Director Lin Jianya and all the staff present, looking at the satellite shot of the stream of light that was gathering towards the imperial capital, the entire crowd was so excited that they were flushed with excitement, their blood boiling within their bodies, itching to be an awakened as well and follow Chen Xuan in taking on the enemy as well. Even his own people were so excited, not to mention the leaders of other countries who were looking down on the entire territory of the Dragon Kingdom through satellites. Those leaders of other countries who were hanging a sinister smile and sipping champagne, looking at the scene in the screen, their whole face froze, and the staff behind them, while shocked and trembling, were also mixed with a thick touch of envy. At the command, no one will not respond. Chun sang, truly a great man. After the stiffness had passed, the Prime Minister of the Sakura country couldn't help but feel so. Extremely personal heroism of the Stars and Stripes is even more frenzied, if not in the way of the Chancellor's face. I'm afraid that there are already a lot of young girls working to lick the screen. Even though they had already tried their best to restrain themselves, the light of reverence emanating from their eyes was getting thicker and thicker. At the same time, Chen Xuan, who had gathered all the members of the Mythic Special Forces, didn't say anything and directly led them, speeding towards the open sea where the group of alien beasts were located. Sprinting along the way, both Chen Xuan and the members of the Mythical Special Forces had not concealed their aura. A vast and majestic aura that was like a dragon scroll, stirring up waves. Roar! Sensing the aura of Chen Xuan and the others, the Prime Demon Ape leader violently raised his voice to the sky, his crimson eyes flashing with an intense ferocious light, his furry hands continuously pounding his chest as if he wanted to use this to show his power to Chen Xuan and the others. Immediately after, gathered in the leader beside the other prime demon ape, also follow the example, one by one up to the sky roar, beating chest venting, that savage and ferocious appearance. Look at the personnel of all countries trembling with fear. Such a terrifying beast, is it really something a human can deal with? Chapter 35. Great generals under your command. There must be a place for you. In full view of everyone, the two sides finally met. In terms of numbers, it was undoubtedly the mythic special forces that had the upper hand, but in terms of momentum, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was the group of more than 200 fey beasts that were stronger. In addition to Chen Xuan, the highest level of the mythical special forces was only Lin Tong, but it was only level 60, and was not a member of the mythical special forces, but rather a temporary follower. On the other hand, the opposite side, not only were there 100 level leaders, but level 70 and above fey beasts also abounded. Had it not been for Chen Xuan, the outcome of this battle would have been almost nothing. Human. Are you here to make a pilgrimage to worship the great Lord Rift Heaven Shoes? At this moment, the Rift Heaven demon ape leader spoke abruptly, causing Chen Xuan and the others, and even those from countries across the globe who were paying attention to this place, to freeze. A foreign beast that could even spit out human words? Even Chen Xuan was unaware of this, and the internal test game had never informed him of this information. After a slight contemplation, Chen Xuan figured it out. Reaching level 100 was already transcendent, both physically and mentally. Both had evolved substantially. In this case, being able to spit out human speech was normal. Chen Xuan's eyes flickered with brilliance as he tentatively asked, "Are you a foreigner?" Unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Xuan's words left his mouth, the Rift Heavenly Demon Ape leader glared at Chen Xuan in annoyance. "A mere foreign race? How can you compare to my great Rift Heavenly Demon Ape clan? I am the son of the great Rift Heavenly Demon King, with a noble bloodline, and my strength is even more sweeping across the 8 directions, invincible in the same realm." Sweeping across the 8 directions, invincible in the same realm? So strong. Hearing the words of the heaven-splitting demon ape, Chen Xuan's face immediately became grave. Who was easy to deal with that could be called invincible in the same realm? Although he was confident in his own strength, he would never be arrogant, much less belittle an existence that could be called invincible in the same realm. It seemed that he had previously underestimated the strength of this heaven-splitting demon ape leader, and I was afraid that the next battle would be a vicious one. Thinking like this, a thick battle spirit permeated Chen Xuan's body, and the blood in his body continued to boil. Ever since receiving the full feedback of his profession level, Chen Xuan hadn't even realized how strong he was, and the foreign beasts that he had previously encountered were simply no match for him. This had always left him with a feeling of not being able to do anything, and now that he finally had the chance to fight at full strength, how could he not be excited? Considering that you are the first human to make a pilgrimage to me, and that you have brought along so many not-so-weak subordinates, and that your own strength is not bad at all, you will definitely be given a place under my command. As Chen Xuan's blood boiled, Rift Heaven Seus slightly raised his head and spoke out proudly. As soon as his words fell, the many members of the mythical special forces behind Chen Xuan became enraged, each and every one of them surging with murderous intent, their gazes filled with rage staring at Rift Heaven Seus. The head of the Dragon Kingdom's mythical special forces bureau as a general under your command? What a joke! A mere foreign beast. How can you be worthy? Chen Xuan's face similarly turned cold. Originally, he had wanted to use this as a means to obtain more information about the mythic era from the other party's mouth. But now, it seemed that the other party was in a hurry to seek death. He directly offered up the chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword and pointed it out from afar. "You're also worthy? The price for angering the great Lord Rift Heaven Zyuos is not something that a tiny human like you can bear. Since you seek death, I, Rift Heaven Seus, will fulfill you." Chen Xuan's gesture caused Rift Heaven Seus, who had originally wanted to take Chen Xuan under his wing, to become completely enraged. He, the son of the great Rift Heavenly Demon King Lord Rift Heavenly Seosi, was actually being pointed at by a human ant with a sword? If this was spread back to the clan, how would he lose face? Not only him, the Rift Heavenly Demon apes around him also stared angrily at Chen Xuan, their fierce and terrifying auras shaking the 8 directions. Boom! An aura as black as ink erupted from Crack Heavenly Fixer's body, and under this terrifying aura, the hairs on his body were like barbs, standing up at the roots, and pitch-black thunderbolts encircled his surroundings, setting him off as if he were a demonic god, with a divine might that was immeasurable. Bang! As Rift Sky Hugh's giant foot stomped, a sonic boom exploded, the earth on the small island instantly shattered, and the void seemed to have been broken by the foot, distorting with a gesture that was visible to the naked eye. Seemingly huge body size, but the speed is incredibly fast, only a split-second time. Crack heavenly show see that huge fist has smashed to Chen Xuan's body, super strong wind, forming a circle of white air waves, toward the four sides swept away. The many members of the Mythical Specialization Bureau behind Chen Xuan were all forced back dozens of meters by this extremely powerful wave of air, each staring nervously at the battlefield. Boom! In the face of such a powerful strike, Chen Xuan did not dare to slow down in the slightest, his body tensed, his muscles constantly wriggling, his entire body's strength converging on top of his fists at the same time. He directly opened the Emperor Dragon Hegemony body, the overbearing sound of a dragon's roar immediately resonating out from within his body, and vaguely, there was a golden Lin shadow surfacing on top of Chen Xuan's skin. Although he hadn't utilized his vocational skills, this punch was definitely the full strength of the physique that he was currently able to utilize. Even if it was only the full power of the physical aspect of the foreign beasts that had appeared so far, only the invincible split heavenly cultivator of the same realm had this treatment. Bang! Under the tense gaze of the crowd, a large and a small fist crashed together with a bang, and the terrifying waves of strength centered on a man and an ape, swept away in all directions, swept up the seawater 100 meters high, and at first glance, it was as if the seawater was hanging upside down. Whether it was the members of the mythical special force, or the group of heaven-splitting demon apes under the impact of this force, all of them were shaken back. Boom! Another terrifying roar came out, and immediately after, the crowd saw a huge figure, flying backwards out of the monstrous waves, knocking out holes in the layer of waves that were 100 meters high, and then ruthlessly smashing down the island. With a bang, the entire island was as if it had been subjected to a magnitude 10 earthquake, tearing open unfathomable cracks, and the soil layer was hardened and blasted away by several levels. In the center of the battlefield, Chen Xuan maintained his punching stance, looking at the rift heavenly cultivator lying limply on the island, spewing out dark red blood, his entire being somewhat confused. No, aren't you split heaven Seus sweeping across the 8 directions, invincible in the same realm? I only exerted my full physical strength, and you couldn't carry it anymore? Obviously, you're as powerful as a devilish god of war, but I didn't expect that you'd be a loud thunder but little rain. A fake that's not useful to look at? Not to mention Chen Xuan was confused. Even Rift Heavenly Cultivator himself was confused. The Great Lord Rift Heaven Hughes was actually blown away by a human with a single punch? This human is a fake. This world is also fake. Where is there a time and space passage? I must be dreaming. Rift Sky Hughes sprayed blood while doubting the ape life. The group of Rift Heaven demon apes were similarly dumbfounded when they saw their leader defeated by Chen Xuan with a single punch. For a time, the scene was plunged into an eerie silence. It was only after Lin Tong and the others came back to their senses from their dumbfoundedness and erupted into a loud cheer that the silence was broken. Chen Xuan, invincible. Invincible. Chapter 36, The Strongest Man on Earth. Chen Xuan's punch not only dried out Cracker Thunders in a daze, but also silenced the personnel from the various countries who were hiding behind the screen and watching. They opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but when the words came to their mouths, they couldn't say anything, as if any words paled before this scene. Yes, the chief is mighty. On the other side, the Mythical Specialization Bureau Headquarters Command Room also erupted in shocking cheers. Many staff members directly stood up from their chairs and embraced each other 2 by 2. Excited beyond words, even the Deputy Director, Lin Jianya, lost his steadiness and trembled with excitement. The Dragon Kingdom is fortunate to have Chen Xuan. The cabinet heads, who also saw this scene, looked at each other and murmured out in unison. Boom! It was also at the time when the people of the Dragon Kingdom were rejoicing. An even more terrifying aura erupted from above the island. The rolling magic power seemed to be sweeping like a shocking wave, and the might was astonishing. In that monstrous wave of horrifying magical power, the figure of Cracker Thunders gradually emerged. Only, at this moment, he had already changed drastically. The original pitch-black hairs had fallen off his body, but instead of scattering on the ground, they converged together to form a large rod that looked like a wolf's tooth, and on his hard as iron skin, dense dark red lines sprang up, and a terrifyingly ferocious aura spewed out. Compared to before, the split heaven Hughes at this moment was like a true demon god. Human, to be able to force the great Lord Split Heaven Hughes to use his true body of a demon ape, you should be honored for that as well. This time, I abandon my humble illusion and, in my true form, fight you with all my might. I hope You can withstand the wrath of the great Lord Riftheus. Boom! As the words fell, crack Heavenly Seus directly struck out, his massive body appearing beside Chen Xuan with lightning speed, both fists like two meteors, blatantly smashing down. The super-strong fist force shook the void and seemed to tear open a pitch-black crack. Lin Tong and the others who were at a great distance away, just being swept by the aftershocks of this fist power, all felt their skin tingling. It was hard to imagine that Chen Xuan, who was at the center of it, was enduring what kind of horrifying pressure. This couldn't help but make their entire hearts lift. Their palms clenched as they looked at the battlefield with worry. Bang! As these two massive fists were about to smash onto Chen Xuan did not show any sign of weakness, and similarly smashed out both fists, just like twin dragons coming out of the sea, brazenly colliding with the unequaled massive fists. Terrifying air waves, centered on a man and an ape, rolled and rushed out hundreds of meters, rolling up endless waves, that heaven-destroying battle scene, watching people tremble with fear. Fist collision. One person and one ape did not stop, but continued to fight fiercely. Chen Xuan's leg was like a long whip, sweeping out with terrifying force. Cracking Heavenly Cultivator raised his arm to block. His other hand clenched his fist and slammed it down. Chen Xuan's body twisted strangely, dodging the punch and circling around behind him, swinging his fist like a shadow. Rumble! At this moment, even the satellites could not capture the figures of Chen Xuan and Rift Heaven Xios, and could only see that in the midst of that terrifying battlefield, the two streams of light were madly colliding. Each collision caused the nearby sea to vibrate, and the shocking waves continued to churn. If this battle occurs on land, even the strongest building cannot withstand such destruction. A city, I am afraid, that will be reduced to ruins. This was the first time in all of Blue Star that we had seen a 100-level fight. Both the Dragon Kingdom and the other countries were deeply shocked and terrified by this power. Those countries that possessed nuclear bombs, while they were terrified, their faces were also unsightly. Through the data that the experts had researched out, they had found that when they reached a level like Chen Xuan or Cracker Xiuxi, even if the nuclear bombs were able to threaten them, they wouldn't necessarily be able to hit them. With the speed they displayed, it wasn't difficult to avoid the center of the explosion the moment the nuclear bomb fell. Stars and Stripes and even some of the top brass of some Western countries, at this moment, a thought has sprung up in their minds. Should they put down their high spirits and ask the Dragon Kingdom for advice? While the crowd was shaking, Chen Xuan, who was on the battlefield, was unimpeded. The Rift Heavenly Xiuxi, who had exploded his true body of a demonic ape, his physical strength was at least several times stronger than before, and although it was still a bit worse than the one who had utilized his Emperor Dragon hegemony body, it still allowed him to battle soundly. Even if it was only a full strength in terms of his physique, Chen Xuan was satisfied. At least, this battle had shown him the bottom of his strength. There was no suspense in resisting the King Realm, but whether or not he could be killed, Chen Xuan wasn't sure. He would have to battle it out to find out. Unfortunately, this so-called Demon Ape true body should belong to the Split Sky Demon Ape clan's outburst type of secret art, seemingly powerful, but as long as it lasted through the outburst time, the opponent would be like a lamb at the mercy of the slaughter. By this point in the battle, Chen Xuan could already clearly feel that the power of the Split Heaven Cultivator was continuously weakening down. Bang! After a loud bang, Chen Xuan, who had sent Split Heaven Seus flying, stood proudly. He fiercely reached out with a wave, and the chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword, which was carried behind his back, instantly emitted a loud and clear sound of a sword's roar as it autonomously landed in Chen Xuan's hands. Frozen miles. When this dull voice rang out, everyone present inexplicably felt a bone-chilling chill, and immediately afterward, a scene that horrified them appeared. Only to see, with Chen Xuan as the center, the space within a radius of 100 meters, flakes of snow had surfaced, and the extreme coldness seemed to have frozen the space, and in that area one could not feel any airflow at all. Boom! A sword chopped down, wrapped in endless icy cold sword-ons, with a speed that exceeded the speed of sound towards the Rift Heavenly Demon Ape. Gradually weakened Rift Heavenly Demon Ape could not resist in time and was hit by a sword chop. In the next moment, layers of ice crystals emerged, freezing Cracker Shoes into a nearly 600-meter tall ice sculpture, and the sea surface under his feet also condensed into ice under this extreme coldness. This kind of heaven-altering sword caused the people from the countries behind the screen to shiver in fear, and their faces couldn't stop turning white. This sword, if it cuts down on their land, what will they, with what, be able to block it? The 5 words, Dragon Kingdom Unbeatable, coincidentally sprang into the minds of the personnel from all over the world, and in the picture, the figure that stood proudly was something that they could not forget for the rest of their lives. Captain, So strong. On the high seas, the members of the mythic special forces gazed at Chen Xuan's back, their gazes fervent and incomparable, as if they were looking at a god they believed in. No one denies the title of the strongest man on earth, right? A member of the mythic special forces with a jumpy personality said as much. No one responded to him, but everyone subconsciously nodded in agreement. After decapitating the cleft heavenly cultivator, Chen Xuan's eyes were stern as he fiercely looked towards the group of cleft heavenly demon apes, and as far as his gaze could see, the group of cleft heavenly demon apes retreated in unison, their large pupils flickering with panic. Even the great lord Split Heaven Hughes was frozen by this human. They didn't think that just because they had more apes, they would be able to beat this incredibly powerful human. Chapter 37, The Beginning of the Awakening of All. Boom! However, before this group of heaven-splitting demon apes had the chance to escape, a horrifying pressure would seem to be suppressing them like a brilliant heavenly might, making it impossible for them to move at all, and they could only look at Chen Xuan, who was standing in the air in horror. After suppressing the group of heaven-splitting demon apes, Chen Xuan turned towards the many members of the mythic special forces and said, "It's your turn, within an hour. If you don't kill them all, collect your own punishment." As the words fell, those below level 60, Chen Xuan directly released the suppression. At the same time, upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Xia Pinggu and the others instantly exploded, shouting and killing sounds rushing skyward as they stormed towards the group of heaven-splitting demon apes that had lost their suppression and were preparing to escape. Rumble! Deafening roars resounded once again, and the terrifying battle made it seem as if this piece of the open sea had been turned into an extinct area. With the cooperation of many members of the mythical special forces, many Rift heavenly demon apes were killed, and the mythical special forces members who got the title of decimation also had their levels increased. Next, Chen Xuan had Xia Pinggu and the other legendary profession awakenings decapitate those Rift heavenly demon apes above level 60 that he had suppressed. After Xia Pinggu and the others had decimated those Rift heavenly demon apes that were above level 60, Chen Xuan waved his hand and had many members of the mythical special forces carry the corpses of the foreign beasts and return to the Dragon Kingdom in great numbers. Looking at Chen Xuan and the others leaving, the personnel from the various countries behind the screen had been shocked beyond words. Who would have thought that this calamity of the beasts, which was enough to bring great disasters to countries all over the globe, would be solved so easily by the mythical special forces of the Dragon Kingdom. In particular, the strength that Chen Xuan had displayed had caused the countries to be terrified. The countries that were friendly with the Dragon Kingdom rejoiced, while those that were in conflict with the Dragon Kingdom cried and trembled, fearing that they would be troubled by the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Xuan didn't know anything about what those countries were thinking, and even if he did, he only laughed it off. I should be wide open. What was there to fight for in the mere blue star? That mysterious and vast mythic era world was what Chen Xuan truly aspired to. At this moment, Chen Xuan and the others were within the imperial capital base. The densely packed staff, as well as the researchers, began to divide the group of Rift Heavenly Demon Ape corpses, with the only Rift Heavenly Demon Ape corpses above level 80 being left behind by Chen Xuan. 80 levels below the beast's blood and meat can still give Xia Pinggu and others to eat, to enhance their physical strength, but 80 levels above has already undergone a qualitative change on the Xia Pinggu and others' current level simply cannot withstand 80 levels of beast blood and meat, the huge energy hidden. An 80 level or higher cleft heavenly demon ape containing the bloodline of an ancient demon ape had already reached the standard for Chen Xuan's talent Emperor Dragon Buster to devour, and Chen Xuan did not leave any stone unturned when it came to raising his own strength, even if it was just a sliver of it. On the vast base plaza, the corpses of Rift Heaven Hughes and nearly a dozen Rift Heaven Demon Ape corpses of level 80, and even 90 or more lay silently paralyzed as Chen Xuan sat down on top of the corpses and violently activated the Emperor Dragon Hegemony body talent. Boom! Strong auras erupted from Chen Xuan's body, and a vast force erupted, wrapping the huge Rift Heavenly Demon Ape corpses and pulling out the chi and blood in their bodies. Buzz! As several minutes passed, strands of chi and blood were pulled out in a manner visible to the naked eye, converging towards Chen Xuan in the void. If anyone were here, they would be amazed. The strands of chi and blood, converging into a blood-colored river, came out from the corpse of the beast and finally Chen Xuan's body, wrapping Chen Xuan's entire body into a giant blood-colored cocoon. Chen Xuan's Emperor Dragon Hegemony body talent was fully revived at this moment, greedily absorbing this vastness of chi and blood. It was also Chen Xuan. Anyone else would have had difficulty absorbing this enormous amount of chi and blood. Several hours had passed, and the corpses of the demon apes such as Crack Heavenly Seus had dried up and flattened out in a manner visible to the naked eye, transforming into a huge and hideous dry corpse, and the blood-colored light that flickered on Chen Xuan's body had gradually disappeared as well. Buzz! Chen Xuan violently opened his eyes, a ray of red aura flickering from his eyes as a powerful fluctuation that made heaven and earth tremble permeated his body. He collected his whole body's breath and realized the power of the changes within him. To Chen Xuan's satisfaction, this majestic qi and blood allowed his Emperor Dragon Hegemony body talent to directly reach the peak of its initial activated state, just half a step short of entering the intermediate state. Thanks to the enhancement of the Emperor Dragon Hegemony body, his strength and even his physique had increased drastically, and his strength was even more powerful than before. After completing his realization, Chen Xuan's body swayed and returned directly to the Mythic Specialization Bureau's headquarters. And shortly after Chen Xuan's departure, a vehicle drove into this plaza, splitting up these dry, fried demonic ape corpses, which were then transported to the lab for those researchers to experiment on. Even if these demonic ape corpses no longer had qi and blood, their bones and even fur were amazing treasures, and given to those who had awakened the refining profession to forge, it would be enough to create dozens of divine weapons. Of course, before forging, it's still a good idea to play a bit of a residual role and give that group of scientists a bit of research to work on. Chen Xuan, who had returned to the headquarters of the Mythical Specialization Bureau, was called up by Lin Tong before his butt was even warmed up. Chief, the collection team has found the awakening stones, and the deputy chief has asked you to go ahead and convene a meeting to decide on the use of these awakening stones. Essence flickered in Chen Xuan's eyes as he hurriedly inquired, "How many awakening stones have been found?" 18 pieces total. Go! Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan immediately got up and led Lin Tong towards the conference room. By the time Chen Xuan arrived at the conference room, it was already filled with Mythical Specialization Bureau executives, and after some polite greetings, Chen Xuan sat at the first position without any reservations. "I've heard about what happened, and I have a few suggestions for you guys to staff." Chen Xuan gently knocked on the table and said in a condensed voice, "For now, the defense force should still be the main focus, so I suggest that priority be given to supplying the Dragon Kingdom's military personnel with awakening, and wait until all of them are awakened before officially opening the awakening of the entire population. In addition, the concentration of aura has gradually become higher in the past 2 days, and the mutation of Blue Star's flora and fauna is gradually pulling away, so I suggest that, in the absence of infestation by foreign beasts, we let the newly awakened soldiers go to those deep mountains and ancient forests to try out their skills. In this way, we can clean up the mutated flora and fauna as well as let them practice." When Chen Xuan's words fell, the eyes of the many Mythic Specialization Bureau executives present lit up, no one speaking, but all nodding in agreement. "Since all are fine with it, let's start implementing it. By the way, the blood and flesh of all those heaven-splitting demon apes are also prioritized to be supplied to the newly awakened soldiers. The collection group, as well as the observation group, shall continue to search for awakening stones, as well as rare materials that contain auras." Yes, it was a meeting that started and ended quickly. Universal awakening must be the main direction of the future, but with not many awakening stones, both Chen Xuan and the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom would want to prioritize increasing the strength of the military. After all, they were the backbone of defense against the infestation of foreign beasts, and only if they were strengthened could the Dragon Kingdom be safe and sound. Chapter 38 Countries Awakening. At the same time, the videos of Chen Xuan leading the members of the Mythic Special Forces and easily strangling the alien beast hordes had also appeared on microblogs as well as on top of Twitter, causing widespread discussion amongst humans across the globe. The nationals of countless countries enviously marveled, while the collective sense of honor as well as the sense of unity of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom rubbed up against this super strength. Every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom was proud of being a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Xuan's popularity in the Dragon Kingdom was unprecedentedly high, and he was even a heroic figure amongst the people of other countries, what international superstars were not enough to look at in front of Chen Xuan. But soon, the appearance of a video overshadowed the news of this occasion, causing all the children of the countries around the globe to talk about it frantically. The video shows a national of the Stars and Stripes standing proudly. He looked straight at the camera and grinned, "Friends of the audience, the professional awakening of the Dragon Kingdom is actually a conspiracy. The Dragon Kingdom's top brass blocked the path of awakening for all Dragon Kingdom civilians, and used all of your country's awakening stones to awaken their advocates. It has been 2 days since the mythic era descended. Have any civilians awakened in your Dragon Kingdom? Since they know that the mythic era will come, why don't they awaken the entire nation? An entire nation awakening would be easier to fight against the Fey beasts in comparison, right? If that was all there was to it, no one would have paid any attention to him, and even his country, Stars and Stripes, might have sent troops to arrest him immediately. But the next video shook everyone to their core. In the video, the Stars and Stripes National shows the crowd his awakened profession as a fire wizard, with a handful of fire control spells that stunned people from countries around the globe. After Chen Xuan as well as the mythical special forces appeared in the world, the people of all the countries around the globe were envious of Chen Xuan and the others, especially after seeing the great power they displayed. They were even more red-eyed to the point that they wanted to go crazy. Now that someone from the Stars and Stripes had even begun to awaken and threw out conspiracy theories, many nationals of countries that were in conflict with the Dragon Kingdom had responded with all kinds of speculation underneath the video. 10 minutes after this video was sent out, video after video popped up. These videos, all of them, were of some lucky people from various countries who had accidentally touched the awakening stones that appeared in their countries, thus awakening their professions. Ha ha ha! I, the Star-Spangled Kingdom, am the true overlord of the universe and Blue Star. Quickly, gather all the heroes of our country and make them serve the country no matter what the cost. In the White Palace of the Stars and Stripes, the aging chancellor laughed up at the sky and laughed freely. At his command, the police and even the military of the Star-Spangled Nation moved to recruit accidentally awakened nationals, and the leadership of other countries moved to recruit awakened nationals within their own countries. On the other hand, under a large number of conspiracy theories, some of the people of the Dragon Kingdom were also misled, and gradually began to have voices of skepticism appear on the internet. Is it really like that Star-Spangled Nation said? Why doesn't the state explain this? Explain. My ass. You idiots. You believe whatever people say? How much has the country given to guard us, and you guys are questioning the country? What a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Despite the rebuttals from a number of strong believers, as the skepticism grew, the voices on the internet formed two sides, and on the major social media platforms there was a lot of bickering. No one would not want to awaken their profession and gain great power, and in situations involving their own awakening, many people would lose their minds and thus be enticed. Mythical Specialization Bureau, Imperial Capital Headquarters, Director's Office. Chen Xuan put down the tablet computer in his hands, his face ancient and unperturbed. In front of his desk, Lin Jianye and Lin Tong stood respectfully, waiting for Chen Xuan's instructions. Going forward, if countries such as the Stars and Stripes ask for help, they will not be allowed. Since they think they're good again, let them fend for themselves. Hearing this indifferent voice from Chen Xuan, Lin Jianye and Lin Tong looked at each other, and both bowed and responded, "Yes, Director. Put the casualty figures out there and show them how many people died to guard them while they question their country." Chen Xuan gently knocked on the desk and said in a cold voice. To be honest, when he saw those remarks on the internet, he was furious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the culture of cultivating immortality in the Dragon Kingdom was flourishing, and almost all the people in the Dragon Kingdom, especially the young people, aspired to cultivate immortality, and now that they finally had the opportunity to put themselves in their shoes, no one would not be anxious. If it's just about awakening, there's nothing wrong with that, but they shouldn't be questioning the state. At first, if the country did not firmly believe in him, immediately formed the Mythical Specialization Bureau, all the powers are entrusted to the hand. Now the Dragon Kingdom, I do not know how many people will be killed or injured. If it is not the heart of intolerance, unwilling to look at the Middle Kingdom of China suffered a disaster, he Chen Xuan, can hide their own secret cultivation, even if it cannot be as powerful as today, can occupy a head start but also absolutely have unimaginable achievements. The whole country has gone to great lengths to safeguard this land, but it suffers from national skepticism. So who is not chilled? Chief, won't you step in and explain? With your prestige, once you step forward to explain, these remarks will surely go unchallenged and no one will question them anymore. After hesitating for a moment, Deputy Director Lin Jianye violently voiced out towards Chen Xuan. Explain what? What's there to explain? To be so easily induced by some remarks, even if I explain, will they really believe me? If such a situation arises again in the future, is it possible that I will not come out to explain every time? The Dragon Kingdom in the future is destined to soar. Some people who don't have national beliefs can also be screened out in advance. Those with weak hearts and minds, even if they are awakened, they will only be a tumor in the country in the future. Chen Xuan raised his eyes to look at Lin Jianye and spoke out indifferently. At those words, Lin Jianye's heart trembled and he didn't dare to say anything more as he answered and then went out to carry out Chen Xuan's orders. And why are you angry about those people? When a country is big, there will inevitably be some tumors. We only need to guard those subjects who are worth guarding. and those who have bad intentions will regret it one day. Lin Tong came behind Chen Xuan, stretching out her slender jade hands, gently pressing and pinching Chen Xuan's temples, her soft and melodious voice drifting into her ears. Chen Xuan did not say anything, narrowing his eyes slightly as he enjoyed Lin Tong's pressing and kneading, casting away all that distracting thoughts. At the same time, the two parties who were quarreling online were informed of the Mythical Specialization Bureau's updated dynamics and flocked under the new dynamics, and when they looked at the casualty data clearly, everyone fell silent. Obviously only a few minutes, the number of hits broke 10 million, but underneath not a single comment appeared. This data contains a detailed list of the dead soldiers of the first alien beast invasion as well as their deeds, such a tragic and bloody data that shocked and distressed many of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Hail to the hero. After a short while, as this first comment appeared, a comment followed, neatly organized, not a word more or less. Chapter 39. The Four Holy Houses, Aid to Two Countries. The Universal Awakening Program was drawn up by the director of the Mythic Extraordinary Bureau and was unanimously approved by the entire cabinet after deliberation. The plan indicates that the Awakening Program will be opened in the major precautionary areas, one after another within a year, and that in 1 year's time, the awakening of all people will be reached. In addition, the College Talent Development Program, drawn up by the director of the Mythical Specialties Bureau, was unanimously approved. In that plan, the Dragon Kingdom will build 4 major colleges and universities, named after the 4 sacred beasts of the Dragon Kingdom: the Green Dragon Sacred College, the White Tiger Sacred College, the Vermilion Bird Sacred College, and the Xuanwu Sacred College. The initial president of the Committee of the Four Holy Institutes, Comrade Chen Xuan, director of the Mythic Specialization Bureau, and the remaining members are Xia Pinggu, president of the Green Dragon Holy Institute, Lin Tong, president of the Vermilion Bird Holy Institute, Chen Lujun, president of the White Tiger Holy Institute, and Yi Wentao, president of the Xuanwu Holy Institute. The 4 great sacred institutes are expected to enroll for the Dragon Kingdom 3 days from now. Anyone from the Dragon Kingdom who is above 18 years old and below 25 years old can enroll for the selection. And once they successfully enter the 4 great sacred institutes, they will be given the opportunity to be awakened. An hour after the questioning incident, the news published by the central news station of the Dragon Kingdom caused the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom to be shaken, and even other countries also paid attention to this matter. Is it too late to have a baby? If you can have him in half a month and still have him grow to 18, it must be in time. Talent. You give birth to one for me to see, and if you do, I'll cover all the tuition fees. My old lady is only 18, half a month later, for the selection. Cam, you're in your 30s. Why are you acting so young? All the major online platforms were blown up, everyone was talking madly, and those youths who had reached the age requirement were even more excited, each one of them rubbing their fists and waiting for the enrollment of the 4 sacred institutes half a month later. Is there a brother from the Mythic Specialties Bureau who can reveal what the selection criteria are? My son happens to be 18 this year. Same request. Envious. What's there to envy? Everyone awakens after a year anyway. Now, you can begin to look forward to what profession you will awaken. Inside the Mythic Extraordinary Bureau while the internet was in an uproar, Chen Xuan lay paralyzed in his office chair. His eyes closed as he rested his mind. In fact, if it hadn't been for the fact that the collection team had gathered another 20 awakening stones more than 40 minutes ago, it would have been impossible for Chen Xuan to announce the Universal Awakening as well as the University Talent Cultivation Program so quickly. 38 awakening stones, 3 days, 24 hours of uninterrupted awakening, is already enough for most of the current military personnel in the Dragon Kingdom to awaken their professions. In this way, the Universal Program can also be rolled out. After all, the sooner one awakens, the more favorable it will be. In a month's time, the foreigners will descend. At that time, the test that the Dragon Kingdom will have to endure will be even greater, and the more people that can be awakened, the greater the advantage the Dragon Kingdom will have in fending off the foreigners. Chief, Baal and Russia have asked our country for help. 1 minute ago, the 2 countries were attacked by 7 alien beasts, visually estimated to be around level 50. At this moment, Lin Tong pushed the door in and reported with a serious face. Chief Number 1 has promised the other party's assistance and ordered my mythical special forces to go to their aid. Without waiting for Chen Xuan to speak, Lin Tong continued. Let Xia Pinggu and the others make their move. A nation goes to 20. It's just as well, so that the new students of the 4 Saint Academy who are about to enter the school can also taste the flavor of the foreign beasts. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand and commanded, For a level 50 Fey beast, having Xia Pingwu and the others make a move was enough. After killing those 200 or so heaven-splitting demon apes, Xia Pingwu and the other 45 legendary profession awakened. Their levels had all been raised to level 60, while Lin Tong had even reached level 65. In addition to that, there were more than 100 members of the mythical special forces who had reached level 55 or above, and most of the rest of the people had broken through 1 or 2 levels as well. The foreign beasts that invaded in these 2 days were not enough for the mythic special forces to kill, but the large amount of foreign beast meat also allowed these mythic special forces members to absorb enough power to raise their career level. Yes. After Lin Tong nodded in response, she took out her phone and notified Xia Pingwu and the others to head to the 2 countries for assistance. Xia Pingwu and the others, who had received the order, immediately put on their battle armor and boarded the transport fighters to head to Ba in Russia. A few hours later, Xia Pingwu and the others, who were riding the fighter jet, had come to the territory of the 2 countries, and the 2 countries, who had long since gotten the news, closed down their air defense operations, allowing the 2 fighter jets to enter the territory of the 2 countries. Xia Pingwu and the rest of the dozen or so members of the Red Sky Squad were aiding Russia, and looking down from the fighter plane, they could see the Russian city of St. Fortress was in a state of war, with all sorts of artillery shells bombarding it. 7 alien beasts over 200 meters attacked the city of St. Fortress from all directions, and wherever they passed, countless buildings were reduced to rubble and Russian subjects suffered heavy losses. Kill! Seeing this tragic situation that was like a hell on earth, Xia Pingwu and the others did not hesitate and directly leapt down from the fighter plane, their terrifying aura crushing down like a mountain. Before the person arrived, the profession skill that contained a powerful force had already bombarded towards those 7 beasts. It's the mythical special forces of the Dragon Kingdom. We are saved. Oh my God. Thank you, Dragonland. The surviving residents of St. Fortress City, upon seeing Xia Pingwu and the others descend, all cried out in joy and shouted. For them at the moment, Xia Pingwu and the others were like gods descending from heaven, bringing them infinite hope, and the feeling of experiencing hell and then leaping to heaven was something that those who hadn't really experienced it simply couldn't understand. Not only were the people cheering, but the Russian soldiers were relieved, their faces filled with excitement. At the first moment of the beast's attack, they organized themselves, but the beast was so strong that it was difficult to destroy it with the current technology alone, and they couldn't just drop a nuclear bomb on the city of St. Fortress, could they? This was simply unrealistic, and it was for this reason that upon learning of the attack on the city of St. Fortress, Emperor Pu was the first to ask for help from the Dragon Kingdom. The city of St. Fortress, known as the capital of the North, must not be destroyed at the hands of a foreign beast. That would definitely be a huge blow to Russia. Although there were also awakened people in Russia who had appeared and were gathered by the country at the first opportunity, their levels were too low, and in the face of this foreign beast that generally reached level 50 or above, Emperor Pu didn't even have the idea of letting them make a move. Jokes aside, these awakened are now known as Russia's firebrands, and before they've really grown up, Emperor Pu would rather pay some price to turn to the Dragon Kingdom than put them in the slightest bit of danger. Hiss! Is this the strength of the mythical special forces? Watching Xia Pingwu and the others destroy and kill the 7 beasts and carry their corpses away calmly, all the surviving residents of St. Fortress City were shaken to their core. They have seen the mythological special forces from the online video, but the online look and see with their own eyes, the feeling is completely different. The kind of shock from the soul far from the district video can be compared. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Mythic Specialization Bureau, inside the director's office, Chen Xuan dabbed up from his chair, his face stunned as he stared intently at Lin Tong in front of him. What did you say? Chapter 40. The Strange Changes in the Kunlun Mountains. Kunlun Mountain Mutiny. These 5 words from Lin Tong exploded like thunder in Chen Xuan's ears, shocking him with astonishment. As the Dragon Kingdom's clan of all mountains and ancestor of the Dragon Vein, the Kunlun Mountains had an extremely unique status, with countless writers and ink writers adding mysterious colors to it. And now there was a mutation? This is a satellite image taken. However, because of the magnetic field disorder, it's not very clear. Lin Tong placed the tablet in her hands on Chen Xuan's desk and spoke in a condensed voice. Chen Xuan gazed at it, and his body immediately shook, only to see that in the picture, thunder and lightning were intertwined at the top of the Kunlun Mountains, as if a sea of thunder had been born, and vaguely, a shadow seemed to be visible looming in the midst of the thunder and lightning. I'll go and take a look. If there is an invasion of powerful foreign beasts, then inform me. Chen Xuan couldn't sit still, and after speaking towards Lin Tong, he hurriedly left. The mythic era had only descended for 2 days, and the Kunlun Mountains had undergone a strange change? Was it the stimulation of the aura? Chen Xuan did not know, but no matter what, he had to go and take a look. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was not in a very good position nowadays, and any instability could cause drastic changes. Seeing this, Lin Tong turned around and returned to the command room. Her intention of informing Chen Xuan was also to let him go to the Kunlun Mountains to have a look around. Apart from Chen Xuan, the others were not strong enough to solve the situation in case they encountered anything. With the establishment of the precautionary zone, the residents in the vicinity of the Kunlun Mountain had already migrated to the precautionary zone, and if it were not for the observation team monitoring the entire territory, it would not have been so easy to detect the strange changes in the Kunlun Mountain. When Chen Xuan close to the Kunlun Mountain, he saw the thunder ocean condensed on the top of the Kunlun Mountain. Video, after all, not as shocking as seeing it with your own eyes. The entire top of the Kunlun Mountain range was completely covered by thunder, the sound of roaring like a dragon's roar. Taking the hearts of the people, the violent and dense thunder was enough to make any human being deterred. As strong as Chen Xuan was, he felt threatened by the thunder. With a sway of his body, he appeared at the edge of the top of Kunlun, sensing the intensity of those thunderbolts, his face slightly grave. As a Chaos Swordmaster with all system affinity, he was inherently resistant to thunder, and coupled with having reached a career level of 100, ordinary thunder could not make him threatened at all. The thunder at the top of the Kunlun Mountains, which was only at the edges, posed a threat to him, and the thunder at its center was surely even more terrifying. Stopping for a long time, Chen Xuan took a deep breath and resolutely stepped in. A powerful aura filled out from his body, the Emperor Dragon Hegemony body instantly activating. As the topmost mythic physique-type talent, the Emperor Dragon Hegemony body was not only capable of devouring the chi and blood of foreign beasts, but also the rest of the energies, and without considering the risks involved, these mighty thunders were an opportunity for Chen Xuan. Of course, the premise was that the intensity of these thunders did not exceed the limits of what he could withstand. Rumble! As Chen Xuan headed towards the center, the thunder in the dome of the sky seemed to be stimulated as if it had been stimulated, emitting an astonishing roar, the entire sea of thunder seemingly going berserk as a result of Chen Xuan's intrusion, with countless amounts of thunder swarming towards Chen Xuan. The moment the thunder covered his body, even Chen Xuan felt his entire body go numb, as the pain of 10,000 ants eating his bones invaded him, causing Chen Xuan's face to turn white and a cold sweat to flow from his forehead. He fully activated his Emperor Dragon Hegemony body talent, absorbing the terrifying thunder, using it to quench his physique. At this point in time, Chen Xuan did not utilize his own strength, but instead purely relied on his physical body to withstand the power of this thunder. After all, this kind of opportunity to quench one's physique could not be found very often. As he borrowed the thunder to temper his body, he steadily advanced, moving further and further into the sea of thunder. On the other hand, Lin Tong and the others within the command room, after Chen Xuan stepped into the sea of thunder, his figure was nowhere to be seen, and the image was completely interrupted, which caused the hearts of the people within the room to lift. Nowadays, Chen Xuan was the linchpin of the entire Dragon Kingdom, and once he passed away, it would be an absolutely devastating blow to the Dragon Kingdom. Trust him. As Lin Tong was worried, Lin Jianya patted Lin Tong's shoulder and said in a condensed voice, "In the Sea of Thunder, as Chen Xuan traveled farther and farther, the power of the thunder grew stronger and stronger. At first, he was able to rely on his physique to carry it hard, but at the back, he had to use his own strength to resist. Despite the arduous walk, under the tempering of the thunder, Chen Xuan could clearly feel that his physique was slowly strengthening. It was this taste that was very unpleasant. As Chen Xuan approached the central section, the thunder here had already turned deep purple, as if it had formed two thunder worlds with the azure blue thunder outside, and just standing at the edge had caused Chen Xuan's sweaty hairs to stand on end, and his entire heart couldn't stop throbbing. This is the violet, heavenly, divine thunder? As if thinking of something, Chen Xuan's pupils shrunk slightly as he violently exclaimed in a low voice. He had once seen this kind of deep purple thunder in the complete list of exotic beasts, carried by a terrifying exotic beast at the mythical monarch level. That foreign beast, named the Purple Heavenly Divine Dragon, was born from bathing in the Purple Heavenly Divine Thunder, and was born with the ability to control the power of thunder, and was the topmost existence of the dragon-type thunder foreign beasts. Going or not? Chen Xuan stopped at the edge, his face hesitant. He hadn't expected that the mutation in this Kunlun mountain would be this terrifying. Even the Purple Heavenly Thunder had appeared, and with this level of thunder, even he was not confident that he would be able to resist it. With the situation that the Dragon Kingdom was facing today, Chen Xuan, who was the strongest person and even the spiritual pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, was simply not qualified to take any risks, but he was not willing to retreat just like that. he was able to have such strength nowadays, it wasn't how good his talent was. It was entirely because of that blue star's only qualification for the internal test. Sure, with his current profession and even talent, if he cultivated peacefully, he would eventually be able to achieve great things, but he wasn't invincible. How vast was the mythic era, how many living beings were there in it, no one knew, and how many amazingly talented people were born in the mythic era during those long years, no one knew either. Growing in that kind of place with plenty of aura, it is no exaggeration to say that even a pig or even an ant is too much stronger than the human beings on the blue planet. If it is not for the awakening stone, the blue planet human beings would have no power of resistance at all. If one wanted to hold onto the Dragon Kingdom or even counterattack the mythic era, one must have invincible strength. If there was no invincible faith, how could there be invincible strength? If he retreated in front of the purple heavenly thunder today, he could do so elsewhere tomorrow. Those shockingly talented and brilliant people who were able to have that kind of super strength certainly had the factor of their super talent. But more than that, it was that they were able to accurately seize every opportunity that could enhance their strength. If there was no heart to go forward, how could one excel? Gradually, Chen Xuan's face firmed up as he gritted his teeth with a hardened expression, fully activating his Emperor Dragon Buster body while simultaneously executing another power transformable talent, the Red Flame Melting Furnace. After making his preparations, Chen Xuan stepped into the Violet Heavenly Thunder region without hesitation. Chapter 41. Enrollment of the Four Holy Institutes. Boom! In an instant, the infinite purple heavenly divine lightning was like a heavy hammer, crashing into Chen Xuan's body, and unspeakable pain swept over him. And in just a few breaths, Chen Xuan's body had already seeped out dense beads of blood, staining the robes on his body into blood red. The strength of this purple heavenly divine lightning was at least equivalent to the King Realm level, otherwise, with Chen Xuan's physical strength at this moment, it would be impossible for him to withstand such a large amount of injuries in just a short period of time. If an unusual 100-level powerhouse came here, he was afraid that his corpse would already be gone. Chen Xuan gritted his teeth and held on, constantly operating the Emperor Dragon Overlord body talent, absorbing this violent purple heavenly lightning and using its power to quench his own physique, while at the same time, he also operated the Red Flame Furnace, absorbing and condensing the purple heavenly lightning that had exceeded his own range of tolerance. Only to see, under the absorption of the Red Flame Furnace, a bead that glowed with purple light emerged around Chen Xuan's body, and these beads, for a thunder profession awakened, were definitely the most precious of treasures. With his superb resilience, Chen Xuan was sensing the lawful subtleties of the violet heavenly thunder as he endured the pain. No one could imagine what kind of pain Chen Xuan was enduring at the moment, and even more so, it was inconceivable that while enduring such pain, Chen Xuan would still have the energy left over to comprehend the Thunder Dao laws of the violet heavenly thunder. Under the tempering of the violet heavenly lightning, the cells in Chen Xuan's body continued to split and compress, and his bones, muscles, and even his internal organs all became increasingly tough and strong. If someone was able to see through Chen Xuan's body, they would be able to realize that at this moment, there was an infinite amount of power filling all parts of Chen Xuan's body. This power was incomparably violent, flashing with purple thunder arcs, but under the overbearing talent of the Emperor Dragon Hegemony body. This power was squeezed hard into the flesh and blood, fusing with Chen Xuan. In this manner, Chen Xuan quenched his body while sensing the violet heavenly divine thunder laws, and whenever he was able to withstand it, he moved forward bit by bit, constantly approaching the center. Time passed quietly, and Chen Xuan, who was in the midst of it, couldn't feel the change in time at all. Command room at Mythical Directorate of Specialization Headquarters. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't he come out yet? Lin Tong looked at the Kunlun Mountain image displayed on the screen and spoke out with an anxious face. Lin Jianya on the side was equally flustered, but he didn't show it. In these 3 days, the worry in their hearts grew heavier by the day, and they even sent Xia Pinggu and the others to the Kunlun Mountains to check on them. However, with the strength of Xia Pinggu and the others, they couldn't even withstand the thunder on the edge of the top of the Kunlun Mountains, and they simply couldn't probe for news of Chen Xuan. Fortunately, the alien beasts that attacked in these 3 days were not strong, basically below level 50. Thus, they were all easily resolved by Xia Pinggu and the others. There's no need to worry, he's strong, he should be fine. Lin Jianya suppressed the worry in his heart and patted Lin Tong's shoulder, comforting him. Lin Tong didn't say anything. Her pair of beautiful eyes were red, staring at the screen, as if she wanted to search for that upright figure. Seeing this, Lin Jianya sighed lightly and turned to leave. With the enrollment of the 4 Holy Institutes just around the corner, it was impossible for him to stay here at all times, especially in Chen Xuan's absence, and as the deputy director, he needed to maintain the entire Mythic Extraordinary Bureau. Even if he was worried in his heart, the predicament facing the Dragon Kingdom did not allow him to be emotional. When Lin Jianya arrived at the conference room, many of the Mythical Specialization Bureau executives were already seated. In order to prevent the hearts of the people from floating, Lin Jianya and the other people in the know were all still hiding it from the entire Mythic Specialization Bureau, and even the executives present did not know that Chen Xuan had disappeared for 3 days. The only people who know about it are the heads of the cabinet. The director has something to do and can't get away for the time being. This time, the enrollment of the 4 sacred courts will be presided over by me. Lin Jianya swept a glance at the executives present and spoke in a condensed voice. Without waiting for the crowd to reply, he continued, "At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 4 sacred institutes will begin enrollment, and the written test will be the same standard as the college entrance exam, with more than 300 points qualifying. The 4 holy institutes were not destined to be comparable to other ordinary colleges, and thus the written exams were merely a passing phase, and more importantly, their own talent." Yes. The high-ranking person in charge of the matters of the 4 holy courts hurriedly got up and responded. Lin Jianya nodded gently and asked once again, "How is the army awakening going?" More than 7 million soldiers have been awakened, with ordinary professions occupying 97%, higher professions 2.5%, rare professions 0.4999999, and legendary professions 0.001%. Mythic profession awakened. 5. Hearing this, Lin Jianya did not get frustrated, looking as if it is not much, but the base of awakened people is large. Counting down, there are more than 700 legendary profession awakened, plus those 5 mythical profession awakened. The future of the Dragon Kingdom will definitely become stronger and stronger. Leave 2 awakening stones in the army, and all the rest of the awakening stones are moved within the 4 sacred courts. In addition, let those legendary as well as mythic profession awakened join the mythic special force, and let them attempt to kill any attacking alien beasts below level 30. Yes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, before the enrollment of the 4 holy institutes began, a dense crowd had gathered outside the door, and as far as the eye could see, the nearby streets were all occupied, and all the vehicles could not pass at all. The location of the 4 sacred courts was on the outskirts of the imperial capital, so the venue was huge, but even so, it still didn't stop the incredibly enthusiastic people. Some were parents who came with their children, and others were simply watching. Audience members, welcome to Tian Hai Live. I'm Anchor Meng Meng. A shapely woman in the crowd smiled towards the camera, prompting a crowd of LSBs on the air to cry out that they couldn't top it. We can see that all those who have signed up for enrollment in the 4 sacred institutes have already waited here, and as far as the eye can see, there's a sea of people, and I can say with certainty that this is definitely the largest enrollment in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. When Mo dropped these words, dense pop-ups immediately surfaced in the live broadcast room. That's for sure. Who would pass up such an opportunity? Mo's talking crap again. Time gradually passed, and as the crowd waited in eager anticipation, the gate of the Green Dragon's sacred courtyard slowly opened, and dozens of mythical special forces members swarmed out to guard the gate. Lin Jianya led the deans of the 4 great sacred academies out of it. Hiss, are these the members of the mythical special forces? It's really powerful. Hey, this trip was worth it. I didn't expect to get up close and personal with an idol. One by one, the people stared at the dozens of mythical special forces members with glowing eyes and whispered, their words filled with excitement. Silence. As a roar fell from Xia Pinggu, the entire square instantly became silent. Gentlemen, I am the Deputy Director of the Mythic Extraordinary Bureau, and I am in charge of presiding over this enrollment ceremony. All registered candidates should bring their ID cards for orderly admission. This enrollment, the entire process is open to the public, so parents can wait outside. As the words fell, Lin Jianya left with the deans of the 4 holy institutes, while many staff members also stepped out to preside over the candidates entering. At the same time, in the square in front of the 4 sacred courts, huge screens sprang up, allowing those waiting outside to see the candidates. Chapter 42 Strange Land. The time came to evening, and the first level of the written examination had already been held. At this moment, Lin Jianya stood on the square of the Green Dragon Sacred Academy, looking at one of the squares underneath, and droned aloud. The second exam is for guts and will. All the candidates, 10 to a team, will enter the room in turn. The first candidates were then guided by the staff into the 20 rooms on the left and right side of the square. Oh my God! There's a fey. In just a minute, dozens of candidates rushed out of the room in a panic, shouting out with faces full of fear. "You are eliminated." Some of the staff went up to calm them down and then spoke out straight. "On what grounds? That's a foreign beast." Some of the candidates could not accept this and cried out aloud. Only, no one paid any attention to these candidates and directly drove them away from the Green Dragon Sacred Academy. This time, the examination was even faster than the first level, and the people who passed in the end were less than 1/10 of the number of applicants, but even so, there were millions of people. A number of candidates and even parents who did not pass have made indignant remarks on the internet. Fortunately, the Mythic Species Bureau had anticipated such a situation and made a direct announcement. The alien beasts in the second level have been suppressed by members of the Mythic Special Forces and are not harmful in any way. What's more, there are members of the Mythical Special Forces stationed inside, and their first thought is not to seek help from members of the Mythical Special Forces, but to simply flee. How is someone with such a weak will and lack of guts qualified to become a student of the 4 holy institutes? And how can he become the Dragon Kingdom's future sharp sword against foreign beasts? When this announcement was made, all those who questioned it fell silent, and the parents of those students silently drew their belts. Ah! This night, countless mournful cries resounded in the homes of those candidates who had not passed. At the same time, countries around the globe, with the help of accidentally awakened professionals, have searched for awakening stones and begun to raise their power in a big way. But compared to the Dragon Kingdom, those countries are undoubtedly much worse. 7 whole days had passed since Chen Xuan had entered the top of the Kunlun Mountains to investigate the strange changes. In the center of the purple Thunder Sea, an upright figure stood, and a majestic aura filled his body. Under 7 days of uninterrupted tempering, Chen Xuan's Emperor Dragon Hegemony body talent had approached a small completion, and his body was even closer to the point of becoming a king of flesh, while the violet sky divine thunder laws that he had sensed were also approaching completion. At this moment, Chen Xuan's entire body, muscles, bones, and even blood were tinted with a purple glow, and vaguely, it appeared as if lightning arcs were flickering in them, exuding an overbearing and divine aura. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar emanated from within Chen Xuan's body, causing the surrounding violet heavenly lightning to constantly tremble. Phew! A moment later, Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes and lightly exhaled, unable to contain the elation that surged across his face. This time, although he had endured unspeakable pain, the enhancement was also tremendous, and his strength had at least increased by more than several times compared to before. It was at this point that Chen Xuan realized in disbelief that he had actually arrived at the center of the purple heavenly divine thunder region. Previously, in order to defend against the terrifying violet divine lightning, his entire mind had been used to run his 2 major talents as well as to perceive the violet divine lightning laws, and he hadn't had the heart to pay attention to his surroundings at all, and had only used his instincts to walk forward. As soon as he began to look around, Chen Xuan's pupils shrank as he stared dead ahead, only to see, at a distance of less than 10 meters directly in front of Chen Xuan, a huge purple door of about 10 meters loomed up, inscribed with densely packed arcane patterns, and surrounded by purple heavenly divine lightning all over its body. Is this door the root cause of the change in the Kunlun Mountains? Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the giant purple door, countless questions welling up in his heart. Stopping for a moment, Chen Xuan took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the giant purple door. When Chen Xuan stood in front of the giant purple door, a reckless and ancient aura came over him. After surveying the area for a moment, Chen Xuan did not hesitate to step forward and push open the giant purple door. He had thought that it would be difficult to push open this huge door, but he hadn't expected that it would open with just a gentle push. Boom! The moment the giant purple door opened, Chen Xuan felt an extremely rich spiritual qi spewing out from it, causing the pores of his entire body to stretch open and greedily absorb the rich spiritual qi. Can it be that this door leads to the mythic era? Although he was a bit startled, Chen Xuan still took a firm step and stepped into the giant purple door. A burst of bright light struck Chen Xuan, causing him to subconsciously close his eyes, and when he opened them to check, his entire being was dumbfounded. What met Chen Xuan's eyes was a lush mountain range. The trees were all at least 100 meters tall, as if he had come to the barbaric era all of a sudden. Moreover, Chen Xuan also found that the aura here was too dense to be true. If the blue star's aura concentration was 1 at the moment, here it was at least 1,000. With a 1,000-fold difference in aura, Chen Xuan didn't dare to imagine what terrifying beasts would be born here. He carefully spread his senses to check it out, but the next moment he froze again. Under his perception, this place was even just about 100 kilometers, and most of all, he did not find any living breath, and what seemed to be a vibrant place was actually like a dead land. Even though Chen Xuan's understanding of the mythic era was limited, he clearly knew that this could not be the vast and boundless mythic era. But if it was not the mythic era world, what was this place? Is it hard to believe that it's a secret realm in a novel? Chen Xuan secretly guessed. But with the current aura of Blue Star, how could such a secret realm be born? Unless it's man-made. Chen Xuan's face was aghast, his entire body on alert, the power in his body surging quietly, ready to deal with unexpected events as he dispersed his senses with all his might, probing in detail. In the next moment, Chen Xuan seemed to have discovered something and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise as his body flickered and sped towards the mountain range in front of him. In an instant, Chen Xuan's figure appeared in a clearing in the center of the mountain range. Raising his eyes, an ancient and reckless hall towered here. Separated by a short distance, Chen Xuan could feel the ancient atmosphere, as if this hall has existed for thousands of years. The entire hall was pitch black, shaped like an ancient palace, and on its walls, it was inscribed with patterns that seemed disordered, but contained some mysterious patterns. Before the great hall, it was a not too big or small square. 8 stone pillars stood on both sides of the road, and at the very front, a stone monument about 1 zhang high rose up from the ground, on which were inscribed densely packed fonts. Chen Xuan's mind moved, his entire body instantly came before the stone tablet. The fonts on it. Chen Xuan did not recognize any of them. After a moment of contemplation, he condensed his spiritual thoughts and enveloped them above the stone tablet. And then he got it. Merely, the information recorded on this stone tablet caused Chen Xuan's heart to send shockwaves through his heart. Chapter 43: The Secret Realm of the Human Emperor. Mountain and sea invasion. Homeland destroyed. People were robbed. I am unable to return to heaven, leaving 1,000 years of hatred. I, for the ancient Emperor Shun, commanding the entire ancient race or a recovery, I have to take advantage of the first opportunity, all the way to soar into the Starry Sky Emperor, the human race. There are also 100 mythological monarchs. Naiha, in my broken into the Starry Sky Emperor when, mountain and sea invasion, endless beasts swarmed in. I led the ancient race to resist. Naiha was outnumbered. This secret realm was created when I was on the verge of death, has the inheritance of me as well as 100 mythological monarchs. In addition, there are many ancient treasures. If the future generations have the destiny to come here, after passing the test, you can get the inheritance. The treasures therein can also be taken as much as possible. I only hope that the people of future generations can protect my human race and keep it intact for generations to come. Seeing this, Chen Xuan's pupils widened, and his heart lake was like waves rolling in, unable to calm down. Here, it was actually a secret realm created by a Starry Sky Emperor, or an ancient civilization, an invasion of mountains and seas. Could it be that it was another world just like the mythic era? Or was it just an alias for the mythic era? If it was just an alias for the mythic era, then this mythic era world would be too terrifying, wouldn't it? A Starry Sky Emperor and 100 mythic monarchs. What kind of terrifying lineup was this? At this moment, Chen Xuan simply could not imagine that even such a formidable strength had been destroyed. After being shocked, Chen Xuan's entire being became incomparably heavy. Whether or not the other party was a mythic era did not matter. What mattered was that if the other party could invade once, they could invade a second time. An entire ancient civilization that powerful had been completely destroyed. What would the Dragon Kingdom or Blue Star of today be able to withstand? The history of the Dragon Kingdom, although there was information about the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, but it was only a few words without any signs about the recovery of the aura. It was completely an ordinary ancient world. However, the information on the stone tablet undoubtedly proves that in the ancient times, Blue Star had already seen the recovery of aura and had flourished, but after the invasion of mountain and sea, the entire civilization was destroyed, and even the recovered aura could be directly dispersed, resulting in the end of Dharma era in which there was no aura at all. What level of power would have to be present to cause such a terrifying destructive force? After a long period of silence, Chen Xuan came back to his senses and shook his head. With his current strength, it would be useless to think any more. The most pressing task was to utilize this secret realm to enhance his own and even the Dragon Kingdom's power. Inside, not only is there the inheritance of the Starry Sky Emperor, there is also the inheritance of 100 mythic monarchs. If you can get it, you can definitely raise the strength of the Dragon Kingdom significantly in a short period of time. Leaving aside the relationship between mountain and sea and the mythic era, at least his Dragon Kingdom would be able to block the mythic era's invasion for a short period of time. After thinking about it, Chen Xuan took a step towards the dark hall, The closer he got, the more Chen Xuan could feel the ancient and barbaric atmosphere, and even a hidden sadness that made his mood become heavy as well as mournful. Worthy of being an ancient emperor, the aura that had been left behind for an unknown number of years was able to affect him. He pushed the pitch-black temple door, but found that he could not push it, and suddenly, he saw that there was a groove on the temple door, and after a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan forced out a drop of fresh blood and flung it on top of that groove. At least he was also a young man, having been educated in internet literature, having never eaten pork. It was hard not to have seen a pig run. Buzz! When Chen Xuan's drop of blood dripped on top of the groove, the blood was absorbed by the groove in a manner that was visible to the naked eye, and immediately after, a flash of light centered on the groove spread out towards the entire pitch-black temple door, and in no time at all, the densely packed lines on the pitch-black temple door were flooded with a brilliant ghostly light. Creak! Under Chen Xuan's expectant gaze, the hall door slowly opened, and he took a deep breath, walking towards the hall in large strides while on guard. As soon as he stepped inside the hall, a spiritual aura that was even denser than that within the mystical realm came crashing down upon him, causing Chen Xuan's body to feel soothed and relaxed that he almost couldn't help but chortle out, and he clearly sensed that the spiritual aura was all gathered within the hall, being blocked by some sort of mysterious force that prevented them from spilling out to the outside. Worthy of being a starry sky emperor, his methods were truly mysterious. After sighing with emotion, Chen Xuan began to survey the entire hall. It was only at this point that he realized that although this hall was not very large from the outside, the internal space was unimaginably large, and even with Chen Xuan's current perception, it was difficult for him to cover the entirety of the hall space. It seemed that this great hall was where the true secret realm was located. The inner space of the hall was like a real world, with mountains and water, lush and green. The only thing that wasn't there was the living beings. The trees here are very tall, nearly 200 meters at a glance, and there are countless heavenly treasures growing, including many king-class treasures. He didn't bother picking those heavenly materials and treasures, but continued to walk forward. After walking for an unknown period of time, Chen Xuan came to an open space. In the center of this open space, a 100-foot black tower that was 9 stories high towered up, just like the pitch-black hall, engraved with arcane patterns all over the body, permeated with a reckless and ancient aura. In front of the 100-feet black tower, there is a stone monument which is recorded on it is the tower's information. This 100-feet black tower is precisely the tower of inheritance created by the ancient Emperor Shun. The only way to pass the 9 layers of trials is to be extradited to the inheritance space in the 9th layer. At that time, it would be possible to obtain the recognition of a mythic monarch or ancient Emperor Shun who matched one's own, and then receive their inheritance. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Xuan did not step into the inheritance tower. He had already entered this area for a certain amount of time, and he was not even clear on what the state of the Dragon Kingdom was, in case he encountered a foreign beast that was beyond the ability of the mythical special forces to cope with. Then the Dragon Kingdom would be in danger. He spread out his senses and accelerated his exploration speed. Not long after, Chen Xuan arrived at a valley, in which a lofty and majestic attic towered over, with a plaque hanging over the door, on which were inscribed 2 ancient characters, Treasure Vault. Chen Xuan's eyes instantly lit up as he took large strides forward, and when he arrived at the attic door, the complex patterns on the door suddenly flickered with bursts of ethereal light, and immediately after, Chen Xuan felt a mysterious force sweeping over his body. Even with his current strength, he had a sense of powerlessness under this mysterious force, but fortunately, the force was not malicious, and after scanning for a moment, it disappeared. This should be a means for the ancient emperors to prevent foreign beasts from getting their hands on it. Also, this treasure trove contains what is most likely the legacy of the entire ancient civilization. With such riches, anyone else would have to be cautious. After Chen Xuan secretly speculated for a bit, he pushed open the door of the pavilion and walked towards the interior of the pavilion. On the first floor, there were thousands of square feet, and as far as the eye could see, rows and rows of neat and clean shelves loomed up, and on the shelves, densely packed items were placed. Most of them were jade bottles containing pills as well as ancient bamboo slips. There should be formations on the shelves, and with Chen Xuan's perception, he was unable to perceive the specific grades of the pills and the contents of the bamboo slips through the formations. He didn't bother checking out the pills and the bamboo slips, but continued walking towards the upper floor. There were too many for him to see by himself alone. Chapter 44 King Realm Fey Beast. The space on the second floor was similarly nearly 1,000 square feet. As soon as he stepped into the second level, Chen Xuan felt a burst of bright light coming his way. Gazing at it, the source of which was none other than a small mountain piled up by unknown ores, the colorful light almost blinding Chen Xuan. Even from a short distance away, Chen Xuan was able to sense that these ores contained a vast amount of spiritual energy. Is it hard to believe that it's a fictional spirit stone that contains spiritual power? Chen Xuan's eyes brightened slightly. The strength of the spiritual energy contained in each of these piles of ores was at least above the king realm, and the deepest ones, even his perceptions did not dare to touch them easily, and every time he approached, he felt an intense crisis. He continued to survey the space on the second level. In addition to these ores, there were countless divine weapons, some of which, even through the formations, could make him feel the sharpness as if they were trying to pierce his soul. With regards to these divine weapons, Chen Xuan didn't think much of them. After all, he possessed the growable Chaos Swordmaster exclusive Divine Warrior set, and his desire for other divine weapons wasn't that great. Ha! Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, Chen Xuan's body swayed and appeared in a corner of the second-floor attic, where a dense pile of rings were piled up, which were colorful, ancient, and mysterious. Next to the pile of rings, there was a small stone tablet on which the origin of the rings was recorded. A spatial ring crafted by a mythic monarch refiner is at the very least of the king rank or above, with hundreds of square feet of space. Seeing this introduction, Chen Xuan's eyes lit up as he condensed his power onto his palm and violently probed into it, picking out a spatial ring that had reached the king-ranked extreme grade amongst the king-ranked spatial rings. Without hesitation, he directly dripped blood to recognize his master, and his perception probed into it, and a space of thousands of cubic meters was instantly presented to Chen Xuan's perception. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction and placed his chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword and even other items into it. After doing so, he continued toward the third floor. Only when he arrived at the stairs of the third floor, he felt a strong resistance. Chen Xuan attempted to take 2 steps and found that the resistance was getting stronger and stronger. Unless he exploded with all his might, he was afraid that it would be difficult to ascend to the third floor. It seems that one needs to reach a certain realm to unlock the riches in this treasure trove one after another. That's just it. These are also enough for the Dragon Kingdom to digest at the moment. After thinking about it, Chen Xuan did not continue and turned around to exit the treasure trove. Even though with his strength he could ascend to the third floor if he really wanted to explode, there was no need to do so. With regard to the resources found so far, it is enough for the Dragon Kingdom to digest for a long time. There are times when it is not the higher the grade of the treasure that is better, what has to be appropriate is the best. Even if he obtained a mythic level treasure, so what? With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to use it at all, and it was even likely that he would be directly sucked dry. After exiting the treasure vault, Chen Xuan did not continue to explore this secret realm, but instead sped outward. The safety and security of the Dragon Kingdom is the top priority, and the secret realm is here and won't run, so why rush? A little understanding is enough. Meanwhile, on the high seas, a grueling battle is breaking out. Roar! A more than 800 meters high crack heavenly devil ape stood in the air. Its violent aura caused the void to tremble, and vaguely, there seemed to be a pitch-black crack spreading out around its body. 2 kilometers away from this heaven-splitting demon ape, a majestic ship formed an encircling circle and surrounded this heaven-splitting demon ape in it, and countless cannonballs, which erupted from the fleet, continuously landed on top of the huge body of the heaven-splitting demon ape. Countless ammunitions formed fire dragons that swept wildly. In addition to this, the members of the mythic special forces were also all out, surrounding the area, exerting their utmost to perform their skills, blasting these powerful skills on that heaven-splitting demon ape. But it was such a fierce attack, but it failed to cause too much damage to this heaven-splitting demon ape. On the contrary, the other party's punches and kicks could cause monstrous sea waves, like Lin Tong and the others, who simply did not dare to get close. Damn it! A King Realm foreign beast has even appeared. Secretary Lin, where's the chief? Xia Pinggu held back the turbulent qi and blood in his body, his face unsightly as he inquired towards Lin Tong at the side. An hour ago, the blue star, which had been calm for some time, was once again invaded by a foreign beast, and this time the invasion was only a single one, but its level had reached the terrifying King Realm. Almost just from the first moment of discovering this beast, the #1 chief immediately contacted other countries to use nuclear weapons and bombard this beast. The #1 chief was well aware that now that Chen Xuan had disappeared, the Dragon Kingdom and even the entire Blue Star would not be able to hold back this beast. And if they were not decisive, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Those countries weren't stupid either, they were well aware of the threat of this beast, and at the first moment, they agreed to Chief #1's strategy of deploying nuclear weapons to bombard this beast. Even though he had taken the opponent by surprise, he had failed to seriously injure him, merely causing him to suffer some injuries. Nowadays, the fleets of countries around the globe had gathered here, along with the mythical special forces, to barely hold the other side back. But if the trend continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were defeated. Hearing Xia Pinggu's inquiry, Lin Tong's miserable white face flickered with a touch of despondency, and her entire body fell silent as she didn't know how to respond to Xia Pinggu. She knew very well that once the people were made aware of Chen Xuan's disappearance, the situation was bound to collapse. Now that the crowd was able to fight to the death because they knew how powerful Chen Xuan was, there was still hope in their hearts. But if that hope was gone, it didn't take much thought to realize what the consequences would be. Don't worry, he'll come. Hold on for a while longer. After a moment of silence, Lin Tong replied back and continued to attack that heaven-splitting demon ape. Seeing this, Xia Pinggu and the others could only continue to follow the attack. If it wasn't for the fact that during this period of time, they had all improved and there were many fleets of ships to assist them, this heaven-splitting demon ape that had reached the king realm would have been able to exterminate a large swath of people with a single punch. Shit! Why hasn't the Dragon Kingdom let Chen Xuan make his move yet? The leaders of the countries were furious when they saw the tragic situation on the battlefield. The Western countries, led by the Stars and Stripes, even directly linked up to question the number one chief. However, the number one chief simply ignored them and hung up the phone after a few perfunctory sentences, leaving those leaders with smoke coming out of their nostrils. The fleet they had sent was far enough away from the beast, but the strength of that beast was terrifyingly incomparable, and a casual graze could cause them to suffer heavy losses. The great battle had begun in just over half an hour, and they had already lost several new types of battleships, and the death toll was at least 100,000. After all, this was a vast ocean, there was no place to escape, and once you were blasted off the battleship, you were basically dead. At the same time, Chen Xuan, who had left the secret realm and appeared at the top of the Kunlun Mountains, sensed the energy fluctuations on the high seas and instantly changed his expression. Chen Xuan cursed angrily as his entire body transformed into streams of light and headed towards the open sea at breakneck speeds, as bursts of sonic booms resounded across the Dragon Kingdom's borders. Chapter 45. Split Sky Demon Domain. Report. An unidentified flying object has been detected in the vicinity of the Kunlun Mountains. Its speed is extremely fast and has surpassed the speed of sound. A loud voice resounded throughout the command room of the Mythical Specialization Bureau's headquarters. Deputy Director Lin Jianya trembled and murmured excitedly, "It's him! He's appeared! The Dragon Kingdom is saved!" Even though he was unable to capture the image of the UFO, Lin Jianya was still certain that the UFO was Chen Xuan, who had disappeared for 10 whole days. The many staff members in the command room, hearing this murmuring voice, were equally excited, and if they hadn't been certain of the facts, they almost couldn't help but cheer. From this, one could see how important Chen Xuan was to the Dragon Kingdom today. In order to prevent a miscalculation, Lin Jianya did not inform Lin Tong and the others, but his gaze, however, was firmly fixed on the large screen in front of him. It could be seen that the battlefield within the screen had gradually appeared to be losing ground, and the foreign beast that had reached the king rank was clearly about to be unable to contain itself, and was about to break through the encirclement. By then, not only would everyone on the battlefield be dead, but the entire blue planet would have to suffer. Even if they were finally decimated by nuclear weapons, the consequences would be enough to exterminate 80% or more of the human race. Previously, in order to prevent the introduction of a huge tsunami, although the countries launched nuclear bombs, can be controlled within a certain range, although the land was affected, but the impact was not great. Because, whether it was the Dragon Kingdom or other countries, almost all of the humans on the edge of the coastline had already been evacuated and relocated inland. Sinful animal, how dare you make trouble? On the battlefield, a roaring sound like muffled thunder violently exploded. The naked eye visible sound waves, swept in all directions, shocked the crowd present eardrums raw pain, but none of the crowd present felt the pain. One by one, tears of joy, as pilgrimage to look at the dome of the sky. There, an upright figure stood, like a heavenly god descending from the heavens, heroic and powerful. It's Chen Sang, he's finally appeared. Ha ha ha, we're saved. On the Sakura Kingdom's fleet, the Sakura Kingdom's generals and even soldiers couldn't stop cheering. Not only them, but also the personnel of the other countries on the fleet were also relieved, and a touch of post hoc celebration welled up on their faces. Even though the beast was unprecedentedly powerful, Chen Xuan's invincible image had penetrated the hearts of the people and regardless of whether or not there was a grudge against the Dragon Kingdom, almost every country around the globe had recognized Chen Xuan as the existence with the most powerful single combat capability in the history of the Blue Planet. Boom! As the crowd cheered, Chen Xuan did not hesitate and directly offered up the chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword. The profession skill Spirit Vault Sword Slash was cast, and in an instant, the winds rose up on the entire sea level, and endless sword chi converged on the dome of the sky, forming a sword on that blocked out the sky. When this one sword blade chopped down, the entire void seemed to be squeezed by a terrifying force, tearing open dark cracks, the invisible pressure and even the soul-catching sharpness, even if it was not a short distance away, made the soldiers of various countries shudder. Just looking at it, it gave them a feeling like falling into an ice cave. It was hard to imagine, directly facing this sword on, and what kind of terrible pressure should be endured. Chen Xuan, who had struck out with anger, used his full power without the slightest reservation except for the several great talents that had not been activated. And this was the first time that he had used his full power since he had achieved the basic 100 levels. Roar! Amazing roars exploded as endless light converged in the mouth of the heaven-splitting demon ape, and immediately afterward, a ray of light spewed out like a pillar of light, bucking the fury and charging straight at the sword on. Bang! In an instant, a horrifying roar spread out, endless power impacts, forming a storm, sweeping away in all directions. Under the storm, the entire sea level was almost lifted 100 feet high, as if it was a layer of wave walls, alarming the distant crowd to hasten to drive the fleet away. In the midst of the roiling waves, Chen Xuan held the chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword and chopped out sword chi, constantly colliding with that heaven-splitting demon ape, endless ripples of power sweeping out in all directions, from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers, to 3 kilometers, the surrounding fleet retreating farther and farther. The people on the fleet, all of them were dumbfounded looking at the horrible battle scene. This power, how different from the legendary immortal gods. Not only them, but the top brass of the various countries that had observed through the satellites were similarly dumbfounded. Even though they had done their best to overestimate Chen Xuan's strength, they still hadn't expected that Chen Xuan's strength would be terrifying to such an extent. A randomly chopped out sword chi could raise 100 meters of waves. If it landed on a person or a ship, how could it be blocked? Originally, certain countries had gradually regained their composure due to the birth of professional awakened persons in their own countries, and even mocked the Dragon Kingdom from time to time in a conspiratorial manner. But now, seeing Chen Xuan's horrifying strength, they were all terrified. It was fortunate that they had only taunted without giving action. Otherwise, if Chen Xuan came to the door, who could be Chen Xuan's match in such a complicated terrain like the city? Even with a large yield weapon, it would be impossible to kill Chen Xuan. They couldn't just throw a nuclear weapon at a city within their own borders, could they? At that time, let alone killing Chen Xuan, their domestic populace would be able to turn them upside down. Bang! A loud boom rang out, causing the crowd to stare, only to see a huge figure flew backwards out of the monstrous waves, and it was precisely that King Realm Rift Heavenly Demon Ape. At this moment, above its huge body, covered with densely packed sword marks, pitch-black blood constantly flowing out, dripping down on the sea surface, nourishing gusts of white smoke, the original azure seawater, with the naked eye visible posture blackened up. On the void, Chen Xuan stood proudly, his body surrounded by sword chi, as if he were an invincible sword god, looking at the members of the mythical special forces in the distance with awe and longing. When will they reach the level of the captain? Human, you seek death. As the crowd shook at Chen Xuan's strength, the sound of roars mixed with infinite anger violently exploded, followed by a layer of pitch-black aperture rippling out with the heaven-splitting demon ape as the center, gradually enveloping Chen Xuan towards him. As this layer of pitch-black aperture spread out, the entire heaven and earth instantly changed, as if it had suddenly changed into a different world. Looking from Lin Tong's and other people's perspectives, they couldn't see what was going on at all, and they could only see a layer of black circles which were continuously shrouding the entire battlefield. Fields. Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as his face became slightly more grave. Even though he was powerful in battle, this was after all the first time he had faced the power of the domain, and he didn't dare to slack off. Once a foreign beast of the Rift Heavenly Demon Ape clan broke into the King Realm, the domain it perceived was uniformly a domain called the Rift Heavenly Demon Domain, and depending on the purity of its bloodline as well as its strength, the strength of the domain would also vary. The strength of this heaven-splitting demon ape was probably in the middle stage of the King Realm, and its domain was already extremely mature. Before it even enveloped over, Chen Xuan felt a powerful pressure, as if a huge mountain was suppressing him, causing his entire body to sink. Chapter 46. Domain Collision Invincible Stance. The pressure was secondary. What truly made Chen Xuan grave was that in this heaven-splitting demon domain, not only was there a strange force eroding his chi and blood, there were also bursts of demonic sounds, which were extremely seductive and seemed to be pulling him into the demonic abyss. If it were a normal 100 levels, I'm afraid that they would have already sunk under this demonic sound. Boom! After stabilizing his mind, Chen Xuan's eyes were stern as he directly executed his talent chaotic sword domain, and in an instant, an invisible air wave swept out in all directions with Chen Xuan at the center, endless sword chi tumbling within the air wave, and the stern sharpness seemed to slice through the heavens and earth. Currently in the chaotic sword domain, the only thing that was fused was the thunder system sword Dao. Thus in all of those sword chi, it was filled with monstrous thunder, overbearing yet sharp and unparalleled. It can't be helped, among the many vocational skills, Chen Xuan will only be the first skill spirit vault sword chopping deeper understanding. Wait until he will be the 10 vocational skills completely understand and integrated into the chaos sword domain. His talent chaos sword domain, only then is considered to be completely shaped. At that time the power will also be truly manifested. On the surface, this chaotic sword domain seemed to be of little use once one broke into the king realm. After all, everyone who broke into the king realm was able to perceive the domain, but having the gifted chaotic sword domain meant that Chen Xuan had one more domain than anyone else, and once the battle was on, with the two great domains coming out in unison, its power wasn't as simple as 1+1. As a matter of fact, Chen Xuan's profession or professional skills, natural abilities, and so on, were all of the topmost mythological quality, with infinite potential, and it would already be monstrous luck for a normal person to obtain one of them. But Chen Xuan was able to gather all of them together, and if he was able to fully utilize the potential therein, to what extent his strength would be elevated would be something that no one would be able to imagine at all. Nay, even with Chen Xuan's spiritual power that was stronger than normal, it was difficult for him to perceive so many super powerful abilities at the same time, and it was only at the later stages that Chen Xuan's abilities became more terrifying. Rumble. When Chen Xuan's chaotic sword domain collided with the heaven-splitting demon domain, a terrifying explosion rumbled out, a wave of shock sweeping out in all directions, shaking the entire void. Roar. No way. How could you, a mere 100-level mole cricket, possess a domain? And so strong. That King Realm's heaven-splitting demon ape's eyes were glazed over as he roared out in disbelief. In its beast life, it had never seen an existence that could sense a domain in advance in 100 levels. Even those extremely demonic prides among the foreign races were only a fledgling, perhaps far more than 100 levels in the same realm, but absolutely impossible to collide with a real domain. Previously, even after being sent flying by Chen Xuan, it had not placed Chen Xuan in its eyes. Once the field is out, the rest are all ants. In its domain it was a god and no one could contend against it, but it didn't expect that Chen Xuan also possessed a domain, and that it was so strong that it could almost contend against it, a veteran king realm, which was simply unbelievable. Silly, isn't it? Chen Xuan laughed coldly, and regardless, he urged the chaotic sword domain, crushing towards the heaven-splitting demon ape, while at the same time, he executed the spirit vault swords one after the other, with berserk thunder interspersed with sharp sword-ons, attacking towards the heaven-splitting demon ape with an unrivaled momentum, mixed in with the sword chi within the sword domain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Xuan jumped out of the domain and squeezed into the split heavenly demon domain with his strong and unrivaled physical strength, acting like a sharp sword and killing towards the split heavenly demon ape against the strong pressure. His chaotic sword domain had only just fused a system of sword paths, and its power was still inferior compared to the heaven-splitting demon domain, so it was basically impossible to kill this heaven-splitting demon ape with this chaotic sword domain. However, having the chaotic sword domain to hold back the opponent's domain and free up his hands would not have the same effect. Boom! Only to see, Chen Xuan's silhouette swept through the split sky demon domain at an incredible speed, ghostly appearing in front of the split sky demon ape, powerful and unparalleled vocational skills of various disciplines being cast one after the other, with colorful light shining throughout the entire heavens and earth. Normally, once a king realm level powerhouse executed a domain collision, they would basically be unable to move, and could only rely on their own domains to crush the opponent's domains, thus decapitating the opponent. Thus, as a last resort, king realm powerhouses would not directly use their domains against their enemies. After all, once cast, it meant that they could only rely on the strength of their domains to determine the winner. In case the other party's domains were strong, their own irony was going to be cold. Of course, it could not be ruled out that there were certain special cases that were able to remain free to move under the collision of domains, such as those like Chen Xuan. At this moment, in the split heavenly demon domain, the split heavenly demon ape, which was caught in the collision of the domains, could only watch as Chen Xuan's many powerful attacks landed on him, and that large crimson eye was filled with anger and unwillingness. Originally, he wanted to avenge his own son, but he didn't realize that even he had to get hitched. Rumble! Terrifying explosions exploded one after another. The powerful impact was like a tornado, invading the 8 directions. The entire battlefield was like the end of the world. Filled with destructive energies, countless waves rolled, as if the entire surface of the sea was pulled up hard. When everything calmed down, the corpse of the heaven-splitting demon ape had already been put into the spatial ring Chen Xuan had just obtained, and he was the only one alone in the entire void. Exiled and independent, God's martial arts cover the world. At this moment, all the people of Blue Star who witnessed this battle were shocked, looking at the figure that was like an immortal, like a god, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Win, we win! After a long time, a burst of cheering sounds only then echoed out from this piece of sea. All the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom on the warships, gazing at Chen Xuan in the void above, revering him to the point of no return. That gaze. It was as if he was looking at his god. Damn the Dragon Kingdom. Give me back Chen Sang. On the warship, the Sakura Kingdom's general looked at Chen Xuan's back, his eyes red with jealousy beyond measure, and bursts of soft growls echoed through the command room of the warship. Shit! Why don't I have an invincible person like Mr. Chen in the Stars and Stripes? I, the Star-Spangled Kingdom, am the hegemon of the universe. Many Western countries pounded their chests and were so jealous of the Dragon Kingdom having such an invincible existence as Chen Xuan that they were on the verge of going crazy, thinking about the disasters that their own countries had suffered, and then thinking about the encounters of the People's Dragon Kingdom. It was simply as if there was a gap between the sky and the earth. Chen Xuan ignored the thoughts of the various countries as he appeared on the Dragon Kingdom's main ship in a flash. Where have you been? Do you know I was worried about you? Just as he fell, a silhouette pounced towards him, worried words ringing in his ears, soft jade in his arms, and a fragrant breeze, causing Chen Xuan's entire body to stiffen. Momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing what to do. He didn't even think that Lin Tong would be so bold as to eat his tofu in full view of everyone. It was simply unforgivable and had to be eaten back. Thus, Chen Xuan embraced his waist and gently patted Lin Tong's beautiful back, softly saying, "It's all right." Under Chen Xuan's pacification, Lin Tong, who had regained her senses, flushed red and hurriedly broke away from Chen Xuan's embrace. Just now, her mind was in a blur. When she saw Chen Xuan, she didn't think of anything else, and directly rushed up to him. Chapter 47 Current Situation of the Dragon Kingdom Seeking Golden Votes. After chilling with the generals of the Dragon Kingdom on the warship, Chen Xuan returned to the country first with Lin Tong. As for Xia Pinggu and the other members of the mythical special force, they followed the fleet back to the Dragon Kingdom. Now the aura on the Blue Star has been very sufficient, in order to prevent a sea animal mutation, attacking the fleet before letting Xia Pinggu and others stay behind to guard. After all, although those soldiers also succeeded in awakening their professions, but most of them are at the level of 10 or less, while the sea beasts, even if they just mutated, but some gifted or accidentally get the metamorphosis of the heavenly materials and treasures, it is also very likely that there will be more than 30 levels of mutant beasts. It did not take long for Chen Xuan and Lin Tong to return to the headquarters of the Mythical Specialization Bureau in the imperial capital. And along the way, Chen Xuan also learned about what had happened during this period of time from Lin Tong. He did not expect that he had entered the secret realm of the human emperor in the Kunlun Mountains, but it had already passed for such a long time. Fortunately, there was no further delay. Otherwise, when he came out, the whole of the Blue Star was afraid that things had changed. Nowadays, many active soldiers within the Dragon Country have successfully awakened their professions. Most of them are combat professions, and a small portion of them are auxiliary professions. In addition, the students recruited by the 4 holy institutes this time have also successfully awakened, and there are 5 legendary professions awakened. As for the mythic professions, there is not a single one. Moreover, during this period of time hunting foreign beasts, Xia Pinggu and other members who had initially become members of the Mythic Special Force had also reached level 60 or above, and nowadays the members of the Mythic Special Force had expanded to 10,000 people, with the vast majority of them being rare occupation awakened who had been drawn from the military. Legendary profession awakened is even closer to 1,000. The overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom is not what it used to be. Even so, if Chen Xuan and those powerful thermal weapons are put aside, with the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, it can't hold back a King Realm foreign beast. Reaching the King Realm has truly transcendent. Every move has great power. Even if the number of people was large, once the domain was covered, it was all for naught. Thus, Chen Xuan intended to focus on building the Dragon Kingdom's high-tier battle force as a means of dealing with the alien invasion in the Mythic era, and with the presence of the Human Emperor Mystery Realm, this plan was highly feasible. After a slight conversation with Lin Jianya, Chen Xuan hurried to the Forbidden City cabinet to meet with several heads, and after 2 hours of conversation, Chen Xuan returned to the Mythic Specialization Bureau headquarters and began to formulate a plan. The secret realm of the human emperor, destined to be an important underpinning of the future Dragon Kingdom's resistance to the Mythic era. Chen Xuan did not intend to disclose it outright. After all, once the Universal Awakening was rolled out with so many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there would always be someone who would inflate due to the strength of their power, something that was unavoidable. People's heart is the most difficult thing to speculate in this world. Think of the past. The Dragon Country is facing foreign invasion. How many people cannot resist to rely on those invaders? If the whole Dragon Country all heart, how cannot let that small country arrogance? Even if the weapons are backward, with the pile of people can be piled up to death. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom seemed to be united as one. That was because there was him suppressing everything. Once there was an invasion of a strong enemy that even he could not defend against 100% of the time, there would be people who chose to become traitors to the foreign beasts and even the foreign races in order to stay alive. In this situation, opening up the human emperor's secret realm was tantamount to self-destruction. Even for those he had selected to enter the human emperor's secret realm, Chen Xuan did not intend to allow them to enter that pitch-black hall directly when they had not withstood enough tests. And anyway, the aura in the periphery as well as the resources that he had brought out from within were enough for them to cultivate. The next day, a few news notices issued by the Mythical Extraordinary Bureau's official microblogging broke the calmness that had existed for a long time, and the original hot searches for the invasion of foreign beasts were suppressed, even if it was other countries that were concerned. As the forerunner of the Mythic era, the Dragon Kingdom's every move attracted the attention of countries all over the globe, and even if the Stars and Stripes were no longer willing, they had to admit that their hegemony had passed away, and the Dragon Kingdom had become the new hegemon of the Blue Planet. If it weren't for the invasion of alien beasts, unifying the globe would no longer be a matter of conversation, and what would nuclear weapons be in front of that Mr. Chen? After discussions between several heads of the cabinet and Comrade Chen Xuan, director of the Mythic Specialized Bureau, the inspectorates will be formed in the near future to replace the original police stations in the 34 precautionary districts. In addition, the cabinet has decided that in 3 days' time, the Universal Awakening program will be rolled out, and at that time, there will be public officials carrying awakening stones to the major precautionary zones. So please pay attention to the announcements of the precautionary zones in which you are located if you want to be awakened. The following are the laws of the Dragon Kingdom that should be observed after the awakening of a profession. Please be sure to study them carefully if you are interested in awakening a profession, and anyone who violates the new laws will be heavily sentenced. Underneath this notice is a new law document. Finally, cool. I wish I could awaken a powerful profession. No, I have to go pay my respects to Director Chen. Crap. Bull, man. A stream of comments sprang up under the notice, and in just a few minutes, the number of views of this notice had already broken through 100 million, and all of the Dragon Nation subjects were excited in anticipation. On top of that, Twitter also erupted with amazing discussions, and people from various countries, seeing that the Dragon Kingdom was ready for a universal awakening while their country was quiet, tweeted in displeasure. Shedder, what is the country doing? Look at the other dragon country. I want to awaken my profession too. I'm so envious of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Damn it, what are those officials doing? Why don't they hurry up and let us awaken? We were already losing the Dragon Kingdom by 1 step, and now we can't catch up at all. If it is just a discussion, the key is that many people spontaneously took to the streets to protest the government's hiding of the awakening stone, unwilling to awaken the people of the country, causing the leaders of the countries to be anxious. The whole person is depressed. They weren't like the Dragon Kingdom. Once an awakened person with strong personal strength appeared in the country, whether they were willing to listen to their orders or not had to be a question mark. Before the national power was not strong enough, how could they dare to let all the people awaken? Meanwhile, Chen Xuan paid no heed to the buzz on the internet, and at this moment, he brought Lin Tong, Lin Jianya, and his parents Qin Lujun and Yi Shoui to the Mythical Special Forces training ground. Inside the arena, the 865 legendary profession awakened members of the Mythical Special Forces were standing in a neat formation, and there were also 5 other Mythical Profession awakened members who were also standing in the crowd. Through Lin Jianya's introduction, Chen Xuan had learned that these 5 Mythic Profession awakened, all of which had been awakened to the combat profession, were inherited from a military family, with their grandfathers having participated in that invasion battle, and their loyalty to the country was unquestionable. Among them, former Major Yi Zhentian of the Southeast Military Region awakened the mythological profession puppeteer, who could refine the corpse of foreign beasts into puppets to assist him in battle. Lieutenant Colonel Wei Guoqing of the Northeast Military Region awakened the Shadow Swordmaster, which favored the assassin-class Senior Colonel Wang Menghu of the Central Military Region awakened the Sacred Warfare Swordmaster Major Wu Zhenxing of the South China Sea Military Region awakened the Ghost Witch Mantra Master and Major Alamutu of the Western Frontier Military Region awakened the auxiliary-class mythological profession Glory Priest. These 5 basically were already internalized members of Chen Xuan's high-tip combatant training program, while the rest were filtered out from the more than 800 legendary professionists. Chapter 48 Cutting-Edge Selection Seeking Golden Votes. When Chen Xuan and the others arrived at the training ground, the many legendary profession awakened who were originally still murmuring held their breaths, their bodies standing straight as if they were a lance, looking towards Chen Xuan with reverence and fervor. Chen Xuan was not only the director of the Mythic Specialized Bureau, but also the captain of their Mythic Special Force, and the only god of war level figure in the entire Dragon Kingdom. His contribution to the Dragon Kingdom was beyond imagination, and since the Mythic era had descended, there had been not a single defeat, and even King Realm alien beasts had been decimated by him. With such a character, these once high-minded and proud kings of soldiers of the major military regions naturally bowed down to them. Chen Xuan brought Lin Jianya and the others to the high platform on the training ground, swept a glance at the combative crowd, and nodded in satisfaction. Boom! In the next moment, Chen Xuan did not say anything and directly erupted his own aura. A strong aura like a storm that descended upon the many legendary profession awakened in an instant, suppressing them like a giant mountain. Under Chen Xuan's intentional control, the pressure borne by awakened ones with different occupational levels varied, with awakened ones such as Xia Pinggu and others who had reached level 60 or above bearing the most pressure, while those at level 10 and 20 bore the least. But this was only relative. At their level, this pressure was already terrifying enough. No one knew what was going on because at this moment, they couldn't think about anything else, and could only do their best to resist this terrifying pressure. In just less than a minute, this group of legendary profession awakened were covered in sweat. Their clothes were soaked in sweat, and some of them were even pale, and their entire bodies were trembling uncontrollably. However, even under such great pressure, they still gritted their teeth and held on. I proposed a plan to the cabinet to create a cutting-edge battle force for the Dragon Kingdom, and several heads of the cabinet have unanimously approved it, so as long as you guys go through my selection, you'll be able to become part of the cutting-edge program. Depending on your occupation level, the pressure you endure is different. The higher your occupation level, the stronger the pressure you endure, and every 10 minutes, this pressure will increase again. The last remaining 100 awakened people will be able to become part of the cutting-edge program. Chen Xuan released the pressure while voicing out towards the many legendary profession awakened. Even after only slightly probing, Chen Xuan knew that the resources in the Human Emperor's secret realm were so abundant that it was unimaginable, not to mention these 800 or so legendary occupation awakened. In a short period of time, supplying the entire Dragon Kingdom would not be a problem. But then, in a short period of time, it would be impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to emerge as a high-end battle force, and even if the overall strength was raised, what was the use? A King Realm foreign beast would be able to exterminate a large area. Therefore, cultivating cutting-edge combatants was the Dragon Kingdom's top priority at the moment, and if a few or even dozens of King Realms could be produced, even if the foreign races invaded, the Dragon Kingdom would have the power to resist. In this selection, the test wasn't talent either, but willpower. To be able to awaken a legendary profession, the talent is naturally not weak. There is no need for an examination. After all, the corresponding potential ceiling of a legendary profession awakened person is up to the legendary Saint Zun level. Of course, this group of people were themselves the kings of soldiers of the major military districts, and some of them, even if they weren't, were soldiers who had received intense training, and in comparison to ordinary people, their willpower was definitely enough, but for Chen Xuan it wasn't enough. If you want to achieve the King Realm in a short period of time, there is no doubt about the talent and resources, but more importantly, it is still the comprehension. The only way they can sense the domain is to have a strong comprehension, thus breaking into the King Realm. The spiritual value on the career panel, in the end, is the soul value, which contains comprehension, willpower, etc., but the spiritual value is too one-sided, cannot really screen out the strong. After all, do not rule out that some people have high spiritual value, but weak comprehension and willpower. The reason why the value is high, but other aspects of the top-up only. Chen Xuan's selection was simple and brutal, and although it could not truly screen out the supreme geniuses, it was sufficient for the time being. At the same time, when Xia Pinggu and the others heard Chen Xuan's words, one by one, their eyes reddened, and those who were originally about to be unable to support themselves once again erupted with a resilient will, gritting their teeth and holding on. Even though Chen Xuan had not specifically described the contents of this cutting-edge program, they knew how great the benefits would be if they were able to become a member of the cutting-edge program. Just like before, Xia Pingwu and the other members of the first batch of mythical special forces were basically all above level 60 at this moment, and even those rare occupation awakened were far more than those who came after them. The Red Sky Squad that was later formed was now approaching level 70. There were more than 800 but only 100. The pressure of competition was unimaginable, but in order to be able to become a member of the Cutting Edge program, everyone was gritting their teeth and holding on. Even Xia Pingwu and the others, there was no exception. Boom! Once the 10 minutes were up, another powerful pressure swept over, and in an instant, some of the people who had already reached their limits were immediately lifted out, and the whole person directly fainted. The paramedics, who had been waiting at the side, came forward with stretchers and carried these people away one by one. I'm going to make it through this. This thought, like a magic spell, resounded in the minds of these still tested awakened, some of whose bodies were almost pressed into an arch, but still gritted their teeth and held on. This selection lasted for 2 hours, and in the end, Xia Pingwu and the other members of the original Red Sky Squad basically all held up, in addition to those 5 mythic occupation awakeners also held up. Congratulations! You are part of the Cutting Edge program. When Chen Xuan's words fell, Xia Pingwu and the others only felt a sense of relief as their entire bodies fell to the ground unimaginatively, panting heavily, and despite their exhaustion, smiles spread across their faces. You guys go down and rest first, and tomorrow morning, gather at the training ground. Yes, Chief. Xia Pingwu and the others pulled their necks red and shouted, seemingly weak, but they were as powerful as rainbows. Seeing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand, allowing those paramedics to take Xia Pingwu and the others away while Chen Xuan returned to the conference room with Lin Jianye and the others. Sitting on the main seat of the conference room, Chen Xuan looked towards Lin Jianye and instructed, outside of the human emperor's mysteries, I have opened up a safe passageway, so if there is an invasion of unbeatable beasts, immediately send someone to notify. As he was leaving the human emperor's secret realm, Chen Xuan realized that the violet lightning crystals he had previously condensed using the red flame furnace could withstand the violet divine lightning therein, and thus, he did not take those violet lightning crystals away, but instead, he paved those violet lightning crystals to form a safe passageway. Without waiting for Lin Jianye to open his mouth, Chen Xuan continued, I will sift through some of these resources and have someone bring them out at that time. Those resources will be prioritized to be used to cultivate members of the Mythic Special Forces, and if there are any leftovers, they will then be supplied to the garrison of the precautionary zone. The resources of the human emperor's secret realm were countless, and it was impossible to use them all to cultivate Xia Pingwu and the others. Others would naturally receive the corresponding resources, only that they could not be compared to Xia Pingwu and the others. Chapter 49 Harvesting Resources Requesting Golden Tickets. After the meeting ended, Chen Xuan arrived within the base behind the Mythical Specialization Bureau's headquarters. With a wave of Chen Xuan's palm, the huge corpse of the King Realm foreign beast appeared on the empty base, even if it was already dead. A strong pressure still permeated from its body, and if an ordinary person were to get close to it, he or she would instantly be pressed down, and shattering a few bones would be light. Chen Xuan came to the front of the massive head of the heaven-splitting demon ape. The chaotic Emperor Dragon's sword appeared in his hand in a flash, violently inserting itself into it and gently picking it out. An orb that was about the size of a fist, glowing with a faint light, was instantly presented in front of Chen Xuan. This was a foreign elixir that only foreign beasts above the King Realm could condense, also known as the Demon Elixir. It contained a huge amount of power, and once absorbed, it was enough for the professionally awakened person to be drastically strengthened. Only the power in it was incomparably violent, and without enough strength, it could not be absorbed at all. After placing the foreign Dan into his spatial ring, Chen Xuan pressed his palm against the massive head of the heaven-splitting demon ape, his talent Emperor Dragon hegemony body operating at full strength. Boom! In an instant, majestic qi and blood filled out from above that massive body, like a river of blood, swarming towards Chen Xuan, wrapping his entire person in it and transforming it into a huge blood-colored cocoon. At the same time, the corpse of this King Realm's heaven-splitting demon ape was gradually drying up. A few hours later, this huge corpse had been turned into a dry corpse. The only thing on the entire empty base was a huge blood-colored cocoon as well as a huge skeleton. Boom! About an hour later, a strong aura violently erupted from Chen Xuan's body, and the void around him even appeared to distort, as if it simply could not withstand Chen Xuan's terrifying physique. Phew! The cries were thunderous, and the momentum shook the sky. After absorbing the qi and blood of this King Realm Fey beast, Chen Xuan's Emperor Dragon hegemony body talent was sufficiently elevated to the advanced region of the initial stage, and according to Chen Xuan's guess, as long as he devoured the chi and blood of 3 more King Realm Fey beasts, his Emperor Dragon Hegemony body talent would be able to reach a minor completion. At that time, he would be able to possess the power of the King Realm by relying on the Emperor Dragon Hegemony body talent alone, and if he himself broke through the King Realm, he would be equivalent to possessing the power of a double king. Chen Xuan suppressed the elation in his heart, holding the chaotic Emperor Dragon's sword in his hand as his body continued to sway, banging sounds resounding one after another. Not long after, Chen Xuan, who had stopped his hands, walked directly towards the outside, while behind him was a mountain of bones that had already been neatly cut, and the researchers waiting in the room also stepped out at this time to carry these cut bones away. The skeleton of a King Realm alien beast had been tempered to an extremely tough point, and with the current technological means, it would take quite a bit of time to try to cut the skeleton of this King Realm alien beast. In order to minimize time, it was only possible for Chen Xuan to do it himself. On the following day, Chen Xuan took the 100 selected members of the mythical special forces, as well as Lin Tong, Chen Lujun, and Yi Shui, and headed to the secret realm of the human emperor in the Kunlun Mountains. Both Chen Lujun and Yi Shui were awakened to mythic quality professions, and even though they were auxiliary classes, their roles were far stronger than some of the combat professions. Things such as Chen Liujuan's enchantment, if played well, would be enough to allow the Dragon Kingdom to withstand the invasion of foreign beasts, while Yi Shui's alchemy would be able to drastically increase the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Nowadays, many of the members of the mythical special forces have taken the pills made by Yi Shui. If it wasn't for the fact that the recovery of the aura was still short, and that spiritual medicines were still scarce, the strength of the mythical special forces would have been even stronger. Soon, the group arrived at the top of the Kunlun Mountains, and under Chen Xuan's leadership, they stepped into the secret realm of the human emperor. As soon as they stepped in, Xia Pinggu and the others felt a rich spiritual qi coming over them, and the pores of their whole body uncontrollably opened up, greedily absorbing the spiritual qi. This is the human emperor's secret realm? Aside from Chen Xuan, the rest of them curiously surveyed the entire human emperor's secret realm. From now on, you will stay here and cultivate. After absorbing the aura for 5 hours, 2 by 2 will fight against each other for 3 hours, while then absorbing the aura again, and so on and so forth. Ignoring the curiosity of the crowd, Chen Xuan's face was solemn as he faintly spoke out. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Seeing this, Chen Xuan nodded and walked straight towards the pitch-black hall. Despite being curious about the pitch-black hall, Xia Pinggu and the others didn't dare to ask out loud, much less explore it privately, as they dispersed and sat down on their knees on the spot, beginning to absorb the aura and raise their profession level. Even Lin Tong and the Chen Lujun couple, of course, the Chen Lujun couple didn't need to train like Xia Pinggu and the others because they were auxiliary occupations. Entering the true human emperor mystic realm, Chen Xuan's purpose was clear as he sped straight towards the location of the treasure trove. It didn't take long for him to step into the first level of the treasure trove as Chen Xuan headed to the elixir area and began to take a closer look, picking out suitable elixirs for Xia Pinggu and the others and even the mythical special forces to aid in their cultivation. What made Chen Xuan thankful was that the elixirs within this elixir area were basically available at all stages except for the ones above Legendary Saint Exalt, which were not available, and there were quite a few of them. He took out all of the experience elixirs that could help the base 100 level up, and these elixirs were piled up in an entire spatial ring with 1,000 cubic meters of space. Of course, the quality of these experience pills was far inferior to the experience pills sold in the internal test game. The highest was only able to raise 3 levels, and there was also not a small amount of side effects that could not be taken consecutively. The only way to continue to take them was to consolidate the realm. Even so, these experience pills were enough to increase the strength of the Dragon Kingdom significantly. To Chen Xuan's surprise, in addition to the experience elixir, he also found a variety of auxiliary elixirs, such as the vigorous elixir that could permanently enhance the base strength value by 10 points, and the physical elixir that could permanently enhance the physical body value by 10 points. The only pity was that there was no spiritual elixir. It was also true that when it came to the soul level, even the most top-notch alchemist might not be able to refine it. However, although the effects of these auxiliary elixirs were good, they also had no small limitations, such as the vigorous Dan and the physique Dan. Once they were taken more than once, the value that could be increased would become less and less until finally, even if they were taken, there would be no enhancement. Chen Xuan is also not polite, directly took out the jade bottle containing Vigor Dan and Body Spirit Dan, like eating sugar beans, a brain into the mouth, a bottle after a bottle, but in a short time, Chen Xuan's feet will have piled up a lot of empty bottles. After about 20 minutes, Chen Xuan stopped, as these body pills and power pills no longer worked on him. Both of these 2 pills, Chen Xuan had almost taken over 1,000 of them, giving him an increase in strength as well as physique, but only a value of around 10,000. It was also him. If he were an ordinary person in a short period of time, it would be impossible for him to take so many pills. He collected all the vigorous pills as well as body pills used within the basic 100 levels, similarly filling up a spatial ring. In fact, Chen Xuan did not feel that there were a lot of these pills. After all, this was the legacy of an entire ancient civilization. The pills here, I'm afraid that they were left behind by the Emperor of Man in his haste back in the day, or else it would never have been more than this. Chapter 50 Super Enlightenment Seeking Golden Votes. Chen Xuan, who was strolling through the elixir area, seemed to have discovered something, and with a fierce cry of surprise, he quickly stepped in front of a shelf, his gaze fixed dead center on the introduction above. Law Elixir, King Rank Extreme Elixir, can help professional masters enhance the law affinity of the lineage they are comprehending, helping professional masters perceive the laws more quickly. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan directly took away 10 bottles of Law Dan. This time when he came to the Human Emperor's secret realm, not only did he want to cultivate Xia Pinggu and the others, he likewise wanted to retreat here and break through the King realm. With the Enlightenment Dandelion he purchased from the internal test game, coupled with this Laws Dan, Chen Xuan already had 100% certainty that he would break into the King realm. Thinking of this, he went to the Divine Soldier area and picked out a large number of Divine Soldiers within the basic 100 levels, filling up 3 entire spatial rings before exiting the treasure vault and continuing to explore throughout the Human Emperor's secret realm. This true secret realm of the Human Emperor was vast and boundless, and even with Chen Xuan's speed, it still took him several hours to explore it, and in addition to the Inheritance Tower and the Treasure Vault, he also discovered 2 special buildings, the Trial Tower and the Hall of Enlightenment. The Trial Tower, created by the ancient emperor himself, uses a supreme array to condense the beasts of various levels for the professional masters entering it to try out, and once the beasts therein are killed, they will be able to obtain the spiritual power of the condensed beasts, helping the professional masters to level up faster. The entire Trial Tower had 99 floors, ranging from the basic 100 levels to the legendary Saint Exalt level. The Hall of Enlightenment, which was condensed by the ancient emperor with his own power to extract the laws of heaven and earth, contains the materialized laws of each lineage, and once inside, it will allow professional masters to perceive the subtleties of the laws from a close distance, thus controlling the laws more quickly. At this moment, Chen Xuan was simply trembling with excitement. These few special buildings, no matter which one of them, had an unimaginable effect on him and even the Dragon Kingdom. In particular, the Trial Tower and the Hall of Enlightenment were definitely the best places to raise strength in the current Dragon Kingdom. Chen Xuan intended to first allow Xia Pinggu and the others to utilize the elixir to improve, and wait until the time of Ascension without Ascension before allowing them to enter the Trial Tower to try out, and then go to the Hall of Enlightenment to perceive the power of the laws. There were about 2 weeks left before the invasion of the foreigners, and these 2 weeks were the golden period for the development of the entire Dragon Kingdom. After thinking that, Chen Xuan shifted and exited the Human Emperor Mystic Realm. He summoned Lin Tong and handed her the resources he had collected, asking her to take out a portion of it and give it to Lin Jianya to cultivate the mythical special forces, while the other portion would be used to cultivate Xia Pinggu and the others. After giving his orders, Chen Xuan once again returned to the Human Emperor's secret realm. He didn't immediately go to break through the King realm, but instead came before the Trial Tower. He was very clear about how much potential he had. On the surface, he had already reached the point where he had risen to nothing, but his battle power, he had not yet reached the extreme. Although all of his many vocational skills had reached full level with the help of the skill scrolls, he did not have full control over them. To be precise, he had used his vocational skills so little that he didn't even know enough about the power that his vocational skills could bring out. On top of that, there were his 5 great talents which he had failed to fully mobilize. The reason for this was the lack of sufficient battles. Previously, although he had killed quite a few foreign beasts, they were all easily strangled, and there was simply no opportunity to utilize his occupational skills or talents. Even that King Realm foreign beast had actually failed to allow Chen Xuan to use his full strength. This Trial Tower was his chance to stimulate his potential. The foreign beasts in the 1st to 10th floors corresponded to base 10 to base 100 levels, and even though there were quite a few of them in each floor, they still failed to take Chen Xuan much time, and easily arrived at the 11th floor. As soon as Chen Xuan's silhouette surfaced, 10 basic 100-level foreign beasts attacked towards Chen Xuan. If it was an ordinary person facing the attack of 10 people of the same realm, he would have been in danger, but for Chen Xuan, even if the number of basic 100 levels were more, there was no pressure and he would be able to take care of them with ease. On the 12th floor, Chen Xuan was faced with 2 King Realm Fey beasts, and it was only at this point that he felt the pressure. But he didn't retreat in the slightest. Instead, he rushed forward with boiling battle intent and battled with those 2 King Realm Fey beasts. Several hours later, Chen Xuan resolved these 2 King Realm foreign beasts, and the aura that condensed out after the foreign beasts' collapse turned into a torrent that rushed into Chen Xuan's body, part of it quenching his body while the other part was accumulating within Chen Xuan's body. For 3 whole days, Chen Xuan stayed in the middle of the trial tower to battle the foreign beasts. Within these 3 days, the vast majority of his time, he was stuck in the 15th level because, facing him on the 15th level were a whole 16 peak early King Realm foreign beasts. Chen Xuan used all of his strength to fail to break through, and even nearly died several times under the siege of this group of King Realm foreign beasts. Although he failed to break through the 15th floor, the effect of the experience he received was unimaginable. In these 3 days, Chen Xuan had been fighting all the time, and the targets were all King Realm beasts that exceeded his own level. So the high intensity of the battles had allowed Chen Xuan to have perfect control of his vocational skills as well as his major talents in just 3 days. At this moment, Chen Xuan had truly reached the peak of the basic 100 levels that he was capable of achieving, and his battle power had risen by several times compared to his own 3 days ago. It was also on this day that Chen Xuan walked out of the trial tower and headed to the Hall of Enlightenment, preparing to break through to the King Realm. The entire Hall of Enlightenment, from the outside, did not look big, but entering the inside, it was immense, and at a preliminary estimate, there were 1,000 cubic meters of space, which was filled with colorful light, and each of the light contained a law manifestation. Even Chen Xuan felt a great pressure within this Hall of Enlightenment. After all, how could there be no pressure when all around were materialized laws? Chen Xuan took a deep breath and condensed his essence to the extreme before taking out the Tao Enlightenment Dandelion. His entire body sitting on top of the Tao Enlightenment Dandelion, directly turning on the Tao Enlightenment Dandelion's functions, while at the same time, he also swallowed a Law's Dan. Boom! In an instant, a mysterious power filled Chen Xuan's entire body. Under this mysterious power, Chen Xuan's enlightenment was increasing at a terrifying speed. Under this superb enlightenment, he even had a feeling that he could easily analyze everything in the world, and his entire being seemed as if he was about to soar into immortality. He suppressed all distracting thoughts and mobilized the 10 major occupational skills, using them to sense the laws of the various systems within them. No one could imagine how terrifying Chen Xuan's enlightenment was at this moment. If the progress of sensing the laws was 100, then at this moment Chen Xuan's speed of sensing was a crazy +1, almost 1% progress per second, but in a short period of time, Chen Xuan had already fully sensed the laws of space. Boom! It was also at the moment Chen Xuan sensed the laws of space that the halo representing the laws of space in the Hall of Enlightenment suddenly surged towards Chen Xuan, encircling Chen Xuan's circumference. The materialized spatial laws surrounded him, causing Chen Xuan, who possessed superb enlightenment, to be unable to resist continuing to perceive, as countless spatial law subtleties continued to gush out. Chapter 51. Ascending to the King Realm, 10 systemic realms seeking golden tickets. As Chen Xuan's comprehension of the spatial laws deepened, the space around him vaguely trembled as strands of spatial laws autonomously intertwined and entwined, as if constructing something. This was the fledgling of a domain, and as long as Chen Xuan was willing, he would be able to condense a spatial domain at any time, stepping into the King Realm in one fell swoop. However, Chen Xuan did not do so. His profession was a full-system Chaos Swordmaster. How could he possibly go about condensing a single system domain? That would be a complete waste of this profession of his. With the addition of 100-fold enlightenment, Chen Xuan was able to perceive the spatial laws to the limit of what could be perceived by the King Realm in just 1 hour, and it was no exaggeration to say that with Chen Xuan's enlightenment at the moment, he would be able to parse out the manufacturing methods and even the ingredients of the strongest technologies currently on the blue planet with just a single glance. If he used it to learn about technology, even if it was only for 2 days, he could become the strongest scientist in Blue Star and create technological products that were at least 100 years ahead for the Dragon Kingdom. After sensing the laws of space, Chen Xuan did not waste time and continued to sense the laws of ice. 12 hours later, the space, ice, thunder, darkness, light, fire, gold, wood, earth, and time represented by the 10 occupational skills had completely metamorphosed into laws, and at this moment, Chen Xuan's body was already surrounded by the power of the 10 systems of laws, and the colorful radiance reflected all over his body, seemingly setting him off as a supreme god. In terms of the laws of time, Chen Xuan had taken a full 3 hours to perceive it to the limit of what could be perceived at the King Realm, while the rest of the 9 faculties, basically all of them, were perceived in 1 hour. Feeling the power of the laws that surrounded him, Chen Xuan lightly exhaled, his face becoming more and more grave. He knew that the next was the critical moment, with the Tao Enlightenment futon. Sensing the laws was not a difficult task for himself. What was really difficult was how to coexist these 10 systems of laws and condense the 10 systems of the domain. It is not necessary to think to know how difficult it is to coexist the 10 systems of laws and condense the 10 systems of domains. How many amazing and talented people are blocked from this step. In particular, Chen Xuan's 10 lineages of laws also had law powers that corresponded to each other, such as the 2 lineages of light and darkness, ice and fire, and so on. Such opposing laws were inherently repulsive to each other, and trying to get them to coexist was as difficult as climbing into the sky. If it weren't for the 100x enlightenment booster as well as the Lawdan, Chen Xuan wouldn't have even had the chance to try. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Xuan began to try. Boom! As Chen Xuan mobilized the power of the laws, an invisible fluctuation swept out in all directions with him at the center, and vaguely, it seemed as if a forbidden zone had formed around Chen Xuan's body, and the originally solid spatial laws and ice laws both became violent the moment they touched. Chen Xuan clenched his teeth, resisted the pressure, and relied on his superb comprehension of the power of the laws to squeeze space and ice together, followed by thunder and fire. 30 hours later, around Chen Xuan, a field with a radius of 1,000 meters slowly took shape, in which the 10 systems of laws were intertwined and surrounded, allowing the strength of the entire field to reach an extremely terrifying point, with colorful light illuminating the entire Hall of Enlightenment, even overpowering the light of those laws of the Hall of Enlightenment. At this moment, the aura surging from Chen Xuan's body was incomparably terrifying, and an idle basic 100 level would not be able to withstand it, and the moment they approached, they would be suppressed so much that they would not be able to move. The matchless power gave Chen Xuan a feeling of invincibility, as if he could blast the entire blue star with a single punch. After 42 hours, Chen Xuan had finally ascended to the King Realm, and right up to the peak of the Mid-King Realm, just one step short of the Late King Realm, and, what's more, he was still condensing the 10 system domains. After spending another hour consolidating his realm, Chen Xuan pulled up his Profession Master panel. Realm Peak Mid-King Realm. Strength: 120 dragons. 1 dragon equals 100,000 base value. Physique: 150 dragons. Spirit: 187 dragons. Avatar: Spirit Vault Sword Slash, Ice Seal Miles, Sword Edict Divine Thunder, Dark Prison Obliteration Universal Illumination of the 8 Directions, Departure from Fire, Gung Jin Slash, Heavenly Wooden Goddess, Absolute Defense, Time Reversal Sword Formation, Wind Underworld Strike Wind, Soul Slash Soul. Talents: Sword Mind Miner, Chaotic Sword Domain Miner, Imperial Dragon Bastard Body Miner, Red Inferno Furnace Miner, Phoenix Dao Nirvana Miner. Divine Armor: Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, Chaos Emperor Dragon Armor, Chaos Emperor Dragon Boots King Grade Extreme. Domain: 10 system domains. Special talent: Chaos Source Body 3 forms, Chaos Demon Source Form. Consumes a large amount of blood, increasing power by 3 to 5 times, depending on the amount of blood consumed. Chaos Divine Source Form. Consumes a large amount of soul power, increasing power by 5 to 8 times. Chaos Berserker Form. Consumes one's own vitality, increasing power by more than 10 times on all fronts. After breaking through the King Realm, Chen Xuan's strength had increased almost across the board. The 10 major career skills had morphed into the 10 major law aptitudes. In addition to that, 2 new aptitudes had been awakened in the Wind system as well as the Soul system, and what surprised Chen Xuan the most was the awakening of the special talent, the Chaos Source Body. Even though there was a great price to pay if he wanted to utilize his Chaos Source Body, this Chaos Source Body could become his greatest card, and once he cast it, he would dare to fight hard even at the true King Realm. In addition, his 3 basic attributes were ridiculously strong. Normally, the values of the 3 basic attributes of a King Realm powerhouse would be a maximum of just 100 dragon powers, and King Realm exotic beasts might fluctuate, but it wouldn't be too much different. He, on the other hand, was only at the peak of the Mid-King Realm, with all 3 basic attribute values exceeding 100 dragon power, and the highest spirit even approaching 200 dragon power. In other words, at this moment Chen Xuan's pure power had far exceeded that of a peak King Realm level powerhouse, and if paired with the domains as well as the major divine abilities, he was already invincible under the true King Realm. Chen Xuan suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to comprehend the newly awakened Soul system and Wind system while the Tao Enlightenment futon was still having an effect. Spending 3 hours, Chen Xuan once again comprehended the Soul system and Wind system to the limit of what could be comprehended by the King Realm. With his current perception of the laws, as long as he had enough resources to replenish them, he would be able to pile himself up to the peak of the King Realm in a short period of time. Of course, with Chen Xuan's current state, the resources required were incomparably huge, and if he didn't have the resources in the secret realm of the Human Emperor, if Chen Xuan were to draw an aura on his own, he would need at least 10 years to pile up to the peak of the King Realm. The Enlightenment futon was effective, and there were still the last 2 hours left. But Chen Xuan didn't continue to improve himself, as he took out a large pile of materials and began to study them frantically with his superhuman enlightenment. These materials contained books on physics, chemistry, mathematics, and the experimental results of many Dragon Kingdom scientists, and for a whole hour Chen Xuan's brain was running at high speed, as if it was a giant sponge greedily absorbing this knowledge. This was something that Chen Xuan had already discussed with the Dragon Academy of Science before he came to the Human Emperor Mystery Realm for his retreat, and if he still had any of his enlightenment futons left, he would use his superb enlightenment to learn from them, and use this to crack the problems that the Dragon Academy of Science had encountered. Chapter 52. Psychic Energy Technology, Dragon Kingdom taking off requesting golden votes. Since the mythical era descended, all the scientists of the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Science had been working almost tirelessly on their research, and breakthroughs were made, developing quite a few new types of weapons as well as brand new alloys. But when it comes to careers and technology, it's bottlenecked. This was a concept put forward by a top academician of the Dragon Academy of Science, combining occupational power and technology to create a brand new psychic technology weapon. In his vision, if he could truly create a psychic technology weapon, then the possibility of the Dragon Kingdom resisting the invasion of the alien beasts would be increased by at least 30%. Because even if it was just an ordinary person holding a psychic technology weapon, it could cause damage to the alien beasts, and the importance of this kind of weapon to the current Dragon Kingdom was no longer self-evident. It was for this reason that the Academy of Sciences wanted to utilize Chen Xuan's superb enlightenment to see if there could be a breakthrough. If it does, the Dragon Kingdom will truly take off, and if it doesn't, the loss will be small. In just half an hour, Chen Xuan would have finished studying all the information he had brought with him and was able to integrate it. Such a fast speed did not surprise Chen Xuan. Compared to learning the knowledge on the blue planet, it was even more difficult to comprehend the laws. After all, this was a completely new field, and it involved the power of heaven and earth. If Chen Xuan's original IQ was 102, then with the addition of 100 times enlightenment, his IQ could reach 1,200 or even higher, and with such a super high IQ, even the most difficult knowledge would only be a matter of a glance. For the next hour and a half, Chen Xuan was immersed in the concept of spiritual energy technology proposed by that top scientist. In his concept, although Reiki was a brand new force, it was essentially an energy source, and if he could find a balance between Reiki and technology, he would be able to pioneer spiritual energy technology. Just like the beginning of the steam era and then the nuclear energy era, it seems to be the continuous development of science and technology, but in essence, it is a kind of progress in the utilization of energy. In the end, Chen Xuan had not only cracked that scientist's puzzle, but had also successfully pioneered psychic energy technology weapons. You have to know, Chen Xuan has two memories in the last life, although he has not stepped into the field of science and technology, but many network literature also put forward a lot of concepts of science and technology. Under the super understanding, he one by one compared to the deduction, can be successful is not an exaggeration of things. Due to time constraints, Chen Xuan had only designed 3 types of psychic weapons, namely the psychic laser cannon, the psychic gun, and the psychic mecha. The energy source for these weapons came from ores that contained a huge amount of aura, also known as spirit stones. The principle of the spiritual energy laser cannon was actually very simple. It was to utilize technological means to draw in the spiritual chi from the spiritual stones at an extremely fast speed, gathering it together and erupting into a super powerful attack, and the same was true for the spiritual energy gun. Spiritual energy mechs, on the other hand, were a bit more complicated, and for most of this hour and a half, Chen Xuan had spent it on studying spiritual energy mechs. Spiritual energy technology was pioneered, however, with the current concentration of aura in Blue Star. If one wanted to form a spirit stone vein, there would still be at least 3 more years in Chen Xuan's estimation. The only hope was the treasury of the secret realm of the Human Emperor. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan directly left the Hall of Enlightenment and arrived in the treasure vault. This time, he arrived at the 3rd level with ease, and to Chen Xuan's surprise, what was contained in the 3rd level was a huge mountain piled up with spirit stones, and as far as the eye could see, the entire 3rd level was all spirit stone mountains. He didn't rush to collect the spirit stones, but continued to step up to the 4th level. On this floor, stacked up, were countless medicinal herbs as well as secret books of formation spells. Chen Xuan knew nothing about medicinal herbs, so he did not bother to check out those herbs, but instead came to the formation secrets and began to check out the formations, which were left behind by formation masters of ancient civilizations who had awakened their formation professions, some of which they had created themselves, and some of which were their professional skills. Under Chen Xuan's terrifying perception, although there were many of these formations, he roughly understood them, and Chen Xuan picked out 2 types of formations, the spirit-gathering formation as well as the time-delay formation. One gathers aura and one can change the flow of time. Only a professional master like Chen Xuan, who had comprehended the laws of time, could set up a time-delay formation, otherwise it would be impossible for Yi Wentao, an awakened formation master, to set up such a formation. After collecting the spirit stones, Chen Xuan came outside of the treasure trove and reached out. A spatial rift was instantly presented in front of him, and with a single step of his feet, he once again appeared, and he was already in the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Science. He handed over the knowledge of psychic technology that he had pioneered to the Academy of Sciences, and under the excited and thrilled gaze of the group of scientists, he once again traveled across space to the headquarters of the Mythic Species Bureau. Chen Xuan summoned Lin Jianye and inquired about the situation in the past few days. After knowing that nothing major had happened, Chen Xuan laid down a spirit gathering array as well as a time delay array on the Mythical Special Forces training ground, allowing the many members of the Mythical Special Forces to enter it to cultivate. With Chen Xuan's current control over the laws of time, the time delay array laid down was around 1 to 10, meaning 1 day in the outside world and 10 days in the time delay array. Chen Xuan, who had returned to the Human Emperor Mysterious Realm, did as he had done, allowing Xia Pingwu and the others to cultivate in the Spirit Gathering Formation as well as the Time Delay Formation area, and then he brought Chen Lujun as well as Yi Shui to enter the real Human Emperor Mysterious Realm. He brought Chen Lujun to the Divine Soldier area in the Treasure Trove, allowing him to sense the enchantments on top of those Divine Soldiers, and then brought Yi Shui to the Medicinal Herbs area on the 4th floor, allowing her to utilize the medicinal herbs here to concoct pills. Although there were many pills within the treasury, it was impossible to supply all the people of the Dragon Kingdom with them. Thus, refining them on their own was definitely the future trend, and Yi Shui, as a mythic-level alchemist, would definitely be the leader of the Dragon Kingdom's alchemy industry in the future. At least it was his own old mom, and without involving the interests of the country, Chen Xuan taking care of his own people wasn't much of a stretch. With such a massive amount of medicinal materials supplied to Yi Shui to refine, her alchemy proficiency would surely skyrocket in a very short period of time. After arranging everything, Chen Xuan took quite a few pills from the elixir area before entering the trial tower. He intended to utilize the trial tower as well as the pills to pile up his cultivation to the peak of the King Realm before the foreign races descended. After Chen Xuan's complete seclusion, the Dragon Kingdom was likewise developing at an extremely fast pace, and although there were foreign beasts that attacked from time to time, none of them were of a high level and were quickly suppressed. During this period of time, the Dragon Kingdom had basically awakened all of its people, and under the huge base, quite a number of legendary professions as well as mythic professions had also appeared in the Folk Awakened people, and these people basically agreed to join the Mythic Specialization Bureau after the Mythic Specialization Bureau came to their doorsteps to become a member of the Mythic Specialization Bureau. It's just that although the Dragon Kingdom is growing at a high speed, there are quite a few problems that have arisen, such as too many monks and not enough meat. No Fei tough. It's only now that I've risen to the 2nd level. Older brother, it's already very good that you've risen to level 2. I haven't risen since my awakening. On Weibo, countless people were talking about it, the vast majority of them spouting off about the scarcity of Fei. After the awakening of the entire population, except for some people who preferred stability, the rest of the people were eager to hunt and kill foreign beasts to raise their level, but the invading foreign beasts could not afford to support all the people in the entire Dragon Kingdom to hunt and kill them. Boom! On October 1st, 2025 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar, the day before the alien invasion, a boom that resonated across the globe exploded in the firmament. Chapter 53 Channel Change, Nationwide Preparation for Battle Requesting Golden Votes. Boom! At 6 a.m., a roar woke up all those who were sleeping, and people from all over the globe looked up, dumbfounded, at the pitch-black rift that spanned the firmament. At this moment, this pitch-black crack was writhing violently, as if a long pitch-black snake was struggling and rolling around in the dome of the sky. Chen Xuan and the others who were in the secret realm of the Human Emperor were similarly awakened by the booming sound, and Chen Xuan hurriedly swept out of the true secret realm of the Human Emperor, leaving a message for Xia Pingwu and the others before appearing in the outside world. You guys keep practicing. I'll go out and take a look. Upon receiving Chen Xuan's order, Xia Pingwu and the others instantly settled down, no longer paying attention to the outside world's disturbances as they continued to sink into their cultivation. On the other side, Chen Xuan crossed the void and appeared at the top of the tall building of the Mythical Specialization Bureau's headquarters, looking up at the strange changes in the passageway above him with a grave expression, while Lin Jianye and the others also appeared here, looking at the changes above them with heavy hearts. Chief, do you know what this change is? Facing Lin Jianye's inquiry, Chen Xuan shook his head, mastering the laws of space. He could sense that the space-time channel was fluctuating violently. It looked like a kind of splitting up, but what exactly would happen was unknown to him. Boom! While Chen Xuan and the others were discussing, the strange changes in the sky dome did not stop as one roar after another exploded, and on top of that, there was also an invisible ripple centered on the space-time channel, spreading out towards the globe. Under the stimulation of this ripple, Chen Xuan realized that the aura of the entire blue star had begun to become active, and, from that space-time passageway, a vast and boundless aura was suddenly spewed out, which was even more terrifying than in the secret realm of the Emperor of Man, only to be diluted a lot after being dispersed throughout the entire blue star, yet it also caused the concentration of the aura of the entire blue star to skyrocket. In the next moment, brilliant ghostly light blossomed out from within the space-time channel, almost covering half of the blue star, obscuring all the obsidian light in the sky, making the entire blue star's sky darken, as if the end was coming. This scene caused all humans to tremble with fear and trepidation throughout. After a full hour, the huge crack across the dome of the sky, in full view of everyone, violently split apart, transforming into countless streams of pitch-black light that projected toward all parts of the globe. Those pitch-black streams of light were strangely fast and incomparable. Even Chen Xuan was unable to block them in time, and as he tried to do so, a strong warning of a crisis surged in his mind, as if he would surely be destroyed in an instant if he blocked the streams of light. In the end, a pitch-black stream of light landed on top of the Inner Mongolia Plateau within the Dragon Kingdom, just less than 100 miles away from the Inner Mongolia precautionary area. With a wave of his hand, Chen Xuan wrapped Lin Jianye and the others, tracking them down and landing not far away. This is... Upon seeing the object that was transformed by that pitch-black stream of light, Chen Xuan and the others all had their pupils shrink. Only to see hundreds of miles of pitch-black crack, from bottom to top, erected not far away, endless ghostly light in the crack around the bloom, so that it looks very mysterious dream. If it is gazed at for a long time, will feel that this crack is like a black hole. People's soul trembled dramatically. A moment later, Chen Xuan, who had regained his senses, had an ugly expression on his face as he guessed. This should be the branch of the passageway that split from that space-time passageway from before. Although it was only a guess, Chen Xuan was still more than 90% certain that this was a branch of the space-time passage. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianye and the others on the side similarly changed their faces. They were all the top management of the Mythical Specialization Bureau, and they were well aware of how much of a crisis such a change would be for the Dragon Kingdom. It should be known that the previous space-time passage that hung in the firmament, although it was huge and incomparable, the foreign beasts that invaded the blue star from it appeared randomly. They could appear in the Dragon Kingdom's borders, or in the borders of other countries, or even, with the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, they could be kept directly out of the coastline, preventing damage to the Dragon Kingdom's borders. But now, this space-time passage appeared directly on the Dragon Kingdom's territory, which meant that in the future, the invasion of foreign beasts would also appear directly on the Dragon Kingdom's territory, and even the foreign beasts that came out of this passage would need to be fended off by the Dragon Kingdom. Don't look at the network. Everyone is spouting about the scarcity of foreign beasts, but who really is willing to let the foreign beasts descend on their homes? Granted, slaying foreign beasts allows them to upgrade quickly, but there is a life and death crisis. While there are no foreign beasts perhaps progressing slowly, but they can also improve little by little. What really made Chen Xuan gloomy was that the foreigners would invade the Blue Star tomorrow, and at that time what they needed to face was a group of well-trained and powerful armies, and these organized foreigner armies were far more harmful than the foreign beasts. Immediately have the Construction Bureau come and build a steel defense line, using the Inner Mongolia precautionary area as a base for a 10,000-mile steel defense line. At the same time, move the people in the Inner Mongolia precautionary zone to other precautionary zones as fast as possible, and deploy 5 million troops to garrison them. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan did not hesitate and directly ordered towards Lin Jianye and the others. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom was not what it used to be, otherwise just one day would not be enough. After the mythical era, the dragon steel factories have not stopped producing. Even if the precautionary area has been built, it is still in the midst of production. Moreover, what is being produced is not ordinary steel, but a new type of alloy developed by the Dragon Academy of Science. The new alloys produced would be smelted into huge steel-like walls, and once the walls of a precautionary area were broken or a new precautionary area needed to be built, the steel would be pieced together to form a temporary wall, fending off the invading alien beasts and reinforcing the walls at the same time. Because of this, Chen Xuan dared to say that he had constructed 10,000 miles of steel defense in a single day. Without waiting for Lin Jianye and the others to make a sound, Chen Xuan continued, "This is destined to be a protracted war. While preparing for the war, continue to conscript soldiers and make sure to stockpile enough." "Yes." Lin Jianye and the others' faces flushed as they nodded in response. Seeing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand and led Lin Jianye and the others back to the Mythic Specialization Bureau. After returning to the Mythic-specific bureau, Lin Jianye and the others didn't dare to be slow, and immediately began to take action. The entire Mythic-specific bureau seemed to come to life, with one order radiating out in all directions with the imperial capital as the center. A huge slab of alloy steel iron was transported into the Inner Mongolia Preventive Zone, while the government personnel in the Inner Mongolia Preventive Zone began to move the population. Upon learning that the foreign beast invasion corridor was less than 100 miles from the Inner Mongolia Precautionary Area, no one in the Inner Mongolia Precautionary Area refused, and each and every one of them actively cooperated with the government's arrangements. Inside the Mythic Special Bureau, Chen Xuan, who had finished arranging everything, had a meeting with several heads of the cabinet, and after obtaining the support of all the members of the cabinet, he headed to the training grounds to gather the many members of the Mythic Special Forces. Despite his heavy heart, Chen Xuan still wore an expectant look on his face as he looked forward to how far these members of the Mythical Special Forces would be able to grow with the support of the human Emperor Mystic Realm's resources. While waiting for the members of the Mythic Special Forces to arrive, Chen Xuan opened his career panel to check the strength that had soared after his seclusion. Chapter 54 Peak of the King Realm, all elevated seeking golden tickets. Realm, Peak King Realm. Strength, 576 dragons, 1 dragon equals 100,000 base values. Physique, 692 dragons. Spirit, 827 dragons. Aptitude, Spirit Vault Sword Slash, Ice Seal Miles, Sword Edict Divine Thunder, Dark Prison Obliteration, Universal Illumination of the 8 Directions, Fire Revenge, Gung Jin Slash, Heavenly Wooden Goddess, Absolute Defense, Time Reversal Sword Formation, Wind Underworld Strike Wind System, Soul Slash Soul System. Talents, Sword Mind 43%, Chaotic Sword Domain 47%, Imperial Dragon Body 48%, Red Inferno Furnace 41%, Phoenix Dao Nirvana 39%. Divine Soldier, Chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword, Chaotic Emperor Dragon Armor, Chaotic Emperor Dragon Boots King Grade Extreme. Domain 12 Systems Domain Grand Completion. Special Talent, Chaos Source Body 3 Forms, Chaos Demon Source Form. Consumes a large amount of chi and blood, increasing power by 3 to 5 times, depending on the chi and blood consumed. Chaos Divine Source Form. Consumes a large amount of soul power, increasing power by 5 to 8 times. Chaos Berserk Form. Consumes one's own vitality, increasing power by more than 10 times on all fronts. This was Chen Xuan's current career panel. Ascending to the peak of the King Realm had caused his base values to soar by hundreds of dragon powers, and just from the surface, his battle power was enough to rival that of a true King Realm level powerhouse. And if coupled with all the major talents and even aptitudes, an idle true King Realm powerhouse would not be Chen Xuan's match. In addition to this, during this period of time, Chen Xuan had also incorporated his newly realized wind system and even soul system laws into his domain, forming a terrifying 12 system domain. Even Chen Xuan himself did not know what level of strength he had reached at this moment. After all, without a reference point with his current strength, all of the awakened in the entire blue planet combined would not necessarily be his opponent. Until this moment, Chen Xuan realized that having the qualification for the internal test in advance was such a great opportunity. If he had not awakened the qualification for the internal test, even if he had also awakened the hidden profession of Chaos Swordmaster, the profession panel would not have been as magnificent as it was. After all, even for a mythic profession, there was no way to make the profession skills or talents that one had awakened all reach top mythic quality. Tap, tap. Not long after, a burst of neat footsteps sounded out, as many members of the Mythic Special Forces arrived at the training ground, forming a 10,000-strong square formation, standing straight and tall, gazing at Chen Xuan with reverence in their eyes. Chen Xuan, who had returned to his senses, narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up the many members of the Mythical Special Forces, and couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. Despite the short period of time under the resources of the Human Emperor's Mystic Realm's cultivation, each and every one of the more than 10,000 Mythical Special Forces members had attained an occupational level of 50 or more, with those legendary occupational awakenings, for example, even attaining 70 or more levels. The gap in talent was manifested at this moment. The higher the quality of the awakened, the more complete their absorption of heavenly materials and earthly treasures would be. The same quality of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, given to a rare profession awakened, he would at most be able to absorb 70% of the power in it, whereas a legendary profession awakened would be able to absorb 80% or even 90% of the power in it. The foreign races are about to attack, and as the sharp swords of the Dragon Kingdom, it is time for you and the others to sheath your swords. When Chen Xuan's words fell, many members of the Mythic Special Forces, their faces flushed, their bodies surging with battle intent as they roared aloud, "War! War! War!" The sound was horrifying, and the battle intent was overwhelming. All of you, Rush to the Inner Mongolia precautionary zone immediately. Seeing this, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction and directly ordered. Upon hearing this, numerous mythical special force members lined up and walked out of the training grounds, heading towards the airport. At the same time, Chen Xuan tore through space and took a single step, and when he reappeared, he was already at the top of the Kunlun Mountains. Compared to the many members of the mythical special forces, what he was more looking forward to was the growth of Xia Pinggu and the others. These 100 were the true killer mace of the Dragon Kingdom other than him. After stepping into the small world where the secret realm was located, Chen Xuan first entered the human emperor's secret realm and had his father, Chen Lujun, rush to the Inner Mongolia precautionary zone, using his enchantment ability to enchant the 10,000 miles of iron and steel defenses to enhance their defense. Under Chen Xuan's full cultivation, his father Chen Lujun and mother Yi Shui's occupational levels had all reached level 90, and both their alchemy and enchantment abilities had been greatly enhanced. Only after doing so did Chen Xuan come outside and gather Xia Pinggu and the others, checking their profession levels one by one. Fortunately, Xia Pinggu and the others had not failed his cultivation. In a short span of 2 weeks, their occupational levels had all reached level 95, and the 5 mythic occupation awakeners had even reached level 97, on the verge of reaching the top of the 100th level. Of course, for Xia Pinggu and the others to be able to achieve what they did today, it was also inseparable from the many special buildings in the secret realm of the human emperor as well as the abundant resources. In addition to Xia Pinggu and the others, Lin Tong's level had similarly reached 95, and her battle strength, even when compared to Xia Pinggu and the others, was no less impressive. Not bad. You all have not failed the cultivation of the country. Chen Xuan scanned Xia Pinggu and the others inside out in praise. Immediately after, he did not wait for Xia Pinggu and the others to respond. Then his face was solemn. I will give you all half an hour to go to the treasure trove and pick out weapons as well as defenses suitable for yourselves. In addition, each of you will take a spatial ring. Yes, Xia Pinggu and the others answered, and with a flash of their bodies, they headed towards the human emperor's secret realm. Something happened? Lin Tong came to Chen Xuan's side and asked with a grave expression on her face. The space-time channel has mutated, splitting into channel branches and appearing within our country's Inner Mongolia preventive region. Not only our country, but the countries that still exist around the globe, basically all of them appear to have space-time channel branches. Upon hearing this, Lin Tong's face changed drastically. As Chen Xuan's secretary, how could she not know what this news represented to the Dragon Kingdom? Even though she knew that Chen Xuan was powerful and unrivaled, she could not help but feel worried at this moment. Half an hour later, Xia Pinggu and the others who had picked out their weapons assembled before Chen Xuan, who, without a word, waved his hand and directly led them out of the human emperor's secret realm, while simultaneously collecting the violet heavenly thunder crystals away. Rumble! Without the violet heavenly thunder crystal, the terrifying violet heavenly thunder once again spread across the entire top of the Kunlun Mountains, and aside from Chen Xuan, even Xia Pinggu and the others would have difficulty surviving the violet heavenly divine thunder region. After doing so, Chen Xuan directly led Xia Pinggu and the others to the Inner Mongolia precautionary zone. At the same time, the conscription notice issued by the Mythic Extraordinary Bureau caused a hot debate on the internet. What happened? Surprisingly, there's another conscription. I'm afraid it has something to do with the time and space passage anomaly in the sky. Are there any comrades joining the army? Together. I'm already a 30th level powerhouse. What's there to fear from a small foreign beast? Hiss. 30th level powers are as terrifying as this. Although everyone was a little worried in their hearts, they were cheerful in their words, and their intention to join the army was extremely strong. This time, in order to resist the invasion of the foreign races, the Dragon Kingdom had drawn all the garrison troops from the major precautionary zones, and in addition to the 5 million troops that Chen Xuan had spoken of, an additional 3 million troops were drawn as a backup. The entire interior of the Dragon Kingdom, leaving 2 million troops as well as the inspectorates of the major precautionary zones to hold down the fort. Chapter 55: The Great Powerful Army Request Golden Vote. On the north side of the Inner Mongolia preventive zone city wall, many workers were in full swing welding alloy steel plates. One after another steel city wall was presented in just a few hours. The entire north side of the Inner Mongolia preventive zone, there have been thousands of miles of steel city wall. Not far away, Chen Lujun stood in the air, enchantment skills unleashed one after another. In the alloy steel plate branded a dense arcane pattern. At the same time, the Dragon Academy of Sciences scientists also led many assistants. Construction of the development of the spiritual energy laser gun, at the same time will be distributed to the garrison of the Army of Spiritual Energy Guns. Unfortunately, the time was relatively rushed and the spiritual energy mecha failed to be produced in large quantities, and only about 100 were produced. In addition to that, the spiritual energy laser cannons were produced in hundreds, and basically all of them had to be set up on the steel defense line. The members of the mythic special forces that had already arrived were not on the city wall, but rather, together with those military personnel, they were helping to relocate the residents of the Inner Mongolia preventive zone. In addition, Xia Pinggu and the others who had come along with Chen Xuan had likewise gone forward to help. Chen Xuan, on the other hand, brought Yi Wentao as well as Lin Tong to the top of the steel defense line. Begin! Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Yi Wentao nodded and took out a large amount of materials and began to lay out formations on the steel defense line. Letting Lin Tong follow Yi Wentao in arranging the formations, Chen Xuan's figure shifted and arrived in the temporary command room of the Inner Mongolia precautionary area, which was at the moment filled with many staff members, as a single command was sent out from the computer screen. 3 middle-aged men with 5 general stars on their shoulders stood straight. These 3 were none other than the 5-star generals of the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Pangyong, Lu Heshuan, and Lin Zhongchen, all of whom had experienced that dark era and had already reached the advanced age of over 80 years old. But after awakening to their professions, their physical qualities had been enhanced by a lot, and this, coupled with some of the treasures of the secret realm of the Emperor of Humanity, had resulted in all of them returning to their old age. Perhaps it was due to their advanced age, the grade of their awakened professions was not high, only higher professions, of course, with their status. There was no need for them to personally go to the front line, they only needed to sit in the center in command. Director Chen is here. Seeing Chen Xuan's figure, Wang Pangyong greeted him with a smile, while the 2 Lin Zhongchen on the side similarly nodded kindly towards Chen Xuan. Elder Wang, Elder Lu, Elder Lin. Chen Xuan did not dare to be slow and saluted the 3 veterans. After a bit of politeness, the few people came into the conference room and sat around. Director Chen, in your opinion, just how strong is this alien invasion? Wang Pangyong looked towards Chen Xuan with a grave expression on his face and asked out loud. He had fought battles all his life, and the last thing he wanted to fight was a battle where he knew nothing about the enemy. This feeling of being as if he was blind made him feel very uncomfortable. It was too passive, unable to formulate an effective resistance plan at all. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan could not help but let out a bitter laugh. You think highly of me, for the foreign races, I am equally ignorant. Without waiting for Wang Pangyong and the others to make a sound, Chen Xuan continued, luckily, after the cultivation of the human emperor's secret realm, Xia Pinggu and the other members of the Cutting Edge program have all risen above level 95, while the members of the Mythic Special Forces are all above level 60 as well. As long as there aren't a large number of true king or above powerhouses appearing, we should be able to barely withstand them. Wang Pangyong and a few others looked at each other and laughed out softly. It's also thanks to Director Chen. All for the Dragon Kingdom. These few were highly decorated. Chen Xuan did not dare to be arrogant in front of them, and hurriedly changed the topic. Let's discuss the battle plan. As the words fell, Chen Xuan did not wait for Wang Pangyong to respond, analyzing first. Although the space-time channel appears within our country, there are benefits. As long as we can block this line of defense, the people of the Dragon Kingdom within that line of defense will still be able to live and work in peace and contentment. For the invasion of the foreign races, we know nothing about it, so let's give them a simple and rough one. First, use a large number of hot weapons to bombard. Even if it can't cause much damage, it can still wear down their strength. Wait until the time is right. Then let the mythical special forces charge in and kill them as a last resort. Temporarily do not allow the army to meet the foreigners in hard combat. Upon hearing this, Wang Pangyong nodded in agreement. Director Chen is right. Although they have all been awakened, they are after all of a lower rank, so once they go hard, it will easily result in massive casualties. Lin Zhongchen, who was on the side, also spoke out. Let's follow Director Chen's plan. This time, basically, it was all on the table, and what was being competed for was hard power. Thus, what military tactics and strategies in such a battlefield would not be able to play much of an effect. If the foreign race had sent out 100 true kings, not to mention them, even if Han Xi and Zhuge came back to life, that would be powerless to return to heaven. I'll try to hold back the foreign races above the king realm, and if possible, I'd like to be able to use the war to nurture our soldiers by utilizing the foreign races. Only by getting stronger and stronger will we be able to fend off the foreign races and even counterattack the mythic era world. Essence flickered in Chen Xuan's eyes as he said in a condensed voice, I hope we can all see this day. The news of the Spacetime Channel appearing in the Inner Mongolia Precautionary Zone was not concealed by the Dragon Kingdom, but rather it was presented generously, and even allowed a reporter from the Central News Channel to broadcast the preparations on the front line in real time. Hello viewers. I am the host Bing Bing. Let's connect to the frontline reporter and take a look at the frontline situation. Hello host. Hello viewers. My location at the moment is in the Inner Mongolia Precautionary Area. We can see that the residents of the Inner Mongolia Precautionary Area are actively cooperating with the government's efforts to migrate to the nearest precautionary area. After a few hours, most of the residents have been migrated. Is expected to be another 3 hours. The entire Inner Mongolia Precautionary Area of the residents of the whole migration is completed. Let's take a look at... Again, almost more than 80% of the Dragon Nation subjects came to the live broadcast to watch the situation on the front line. Looking at the steel torrent of tanks and missile vehicles, everyone's blood was surging. This is my Dragon Kingdom, a strong army of a great nation. Any enemy, within range of the cannons, will be destroyed. The Dragon Kingdom will win. At this moment, the nation's will was as strong as a rainbow. This live broadcast, which continued until 3 a.m., the last image the domestic public saw was an extremely spectacular 10,000-mile steel wall, with the Inner Mongolia Precautionary Area as the center point, radiating 5,000 miles in both directions. That scene, see the crowd blood surging, hate to raise the sword to join the battlefield, waving hot blood, a soldier with a straight body and wearing armor, standing on the steel city wall, that vast and boundless military power, brought great shock to the domestic people. What amazed them even more was the strange spiritual energy laser cannons erected on top of the city wall, and there were many military enthusiasts who were talking about it frantically online. Not only were the people of the Dragon Kingdom talking about it, people from all over the world were also gathered on Twitter, and the number of comments increased geometrically. However, the countries around the globe no longer had the heart to control the public opinion. All of them were tensely preparing for the war, in order to cope with the upcoming invasion of the alien hordes. On October 2nd, 2025 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar, it was 9 o'clock in the morning. The entire steel city wall of Inner Mongolia was filled with soldiers. All weapons were loaded, and the tanks, missile trucks, and so on within the city wall had all turned their guns towards the direction of the space-time passage. Chapter 56. Tanks washed the ground. Battle for battle requesting golden votes. At this moment, the entire steel defense line was filled with an aura of solemnity, and heaven and earth seemed to have become sticky. 5 million soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, spread out flat on 10,000 miles of steel city walls, an average of 500 people per mile, with one psychic gun or light machine gun in each hand, one psychic laser cannon every 50 miles, and new heavy machine guns CSLM-15 machine guns set up every 10 meters of the city wall line, in addition to rockets and grenades, which were countless. If the match was against a modern country, such a lineup would be enough to make any country on the globe tremble. In addition to these modern weapons, within the first 50 miles or so of the 10,000 miles of steel city walls, powerful formations were also laid by Yi Wentao, and once they stepped into them, the formations would be triggered, and the main combat soldiers were almost all wearing the equipment they took out from the secret realm of the human emperor, and the members of the mythical special forces, as well as the members of the cutting-edge program, were also dispersed to stand guard on the 10,000 miles of steel city walls. Could be said that in order to deal with this alien invasion, the Dragon Kingdom had given its all. On the entire steel defense line, the silence was heavy, everyone was on guard, and the air of gravity seemed to have infected both heaven and earth, making the obsidian sun on the dome of the sky quietly hide. Dressed in chaotic Emperor Dragon armor and holding the chaotic Emperor Dragon sword, Chen Xuan stood on the city tower directly opposite the space-time passageway, with Lin Tong as well as Wang Pengyong and the other 3 5-star generals standing beside him. At this moment, Lin Tong was wearing a white golden battle armor, and the tight battle armor highlighted her delicate body to the fullest, and the whole person transformed from a seductive and absolutely stunning temperament to a valiant one. Pass the order down. Once the foreigners appear, first see if the other side is good or evil. If it is good, do not hurry. If it is evil, do it at once. Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the space-time passageway and commanded in a deep voice. No one would be foolish enough to wait for the other side to fully appear on Blue Star before doing anything, and once it was decided that the other side was coming, it would be best to bombard them directly, preferably blocking them inside the space-time passage. Understood. Wang Pengyong responded, then summoned the messengers and told them to pass on the order. On October 2nd, 2025 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar, at exactly 12 o'clock noon, the earth trembled, black clouds pressed down on the city, and a foreign race descended. Roar! A deafening roar resounded violently from the space-time channel, and several beasts that were over 100 meters in size and resembled crocodiles squeezed out from the channel, followed by one beast after another like seawater surging out. What was even more alarming was that on each of these crocodile-like beasts, there was a figure about 2 feet tall, with a blackish-purple complexion, scaly armor and spikes, and other than that, the overall appearance was similar to that of the human race. Even if he was on the steel city walls, Chen Xuan could sense that those foreign races had greed in their eyes after appearing on the blue star, and they all looked in the direction of the Inner Mongolia preventive zone in unison, their mouths speaking unintelligible bird language. Although he couldn't understand, with Chen Xuan's superb spirit, he was able to comprehend the other party's meaning. Fresh world, fresh blood food, God bless my people. Chen Xuan's face went cold on the spot, treating others as blood food? Did he really think that his Dragon Kingdom's cannons weren't explosive enough? Feel good. The impact of modern weaponry. After letting out a cold laugh, Chen Xuan gazed at the area where hundreds of foreign beasts as well as hundreds of foreign races had already poured out in just a short period of time, and slowly raised his palm before slamming it down. Fire! The voice was like a bell, shaking the sky and the earth. Bang! A tank that had long been prepared instantly opened its gun. A shell mixed with fire swept over the city wall, like a meteor across the dome of the sky, falling towards the space-time passage. As far as the eye could see, the entire dome of the sky was densely filled with shells flashing by. The scene was extremely spectacular. In addition to that, inside the strategic base in Inner Mongolia behind the steel city wall, one after another gun ports were opened. The new short-range ballistic missile DFA-1 was officially launched. 200 rounds were projected. The beam of light mixed with fireworks seemed to be declaring to those foreigners the unyielding will of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom and the determination to protect the country. Boom! Shell after shell landed in the area where the foreigners were located. Ear-splitting explosions reverberated in all directions. Smoke mixed with sound waves swept through, and under the brilliant fireworks, a shocking killing opportunity was concealed. The entire earth was trembling, and it even extended to the steel city wall line, and standing on the wall it felt like the entire wall was constantly shaking, as if it was experiencing an earthquake. That area buried by artillery fire, even at a distance of 70 to 80 miles, made the soldiers on the city wall heartbroken, and they had no doubt that even if they had been awakened and were in that raging area, they would surely be torn apart by artillery fire. After all, their average professional level was below level 10, and professionals in this range, although they were already much stronger than ordinary people, they could not stop the tank's shells. The artillery fire lasted a whole half hour. The fluctuation stretched thousands of kilometers. The first wave of tank vehicles even hit the barrel of the gun's smoke, as if it was already scrapped. When the smoke cleared, the crowd stared, only to see that the 20-mile area near the space-time passage was almost broken apart, presenting a huge hole, scarlet blood, staining the entire ground, as if it had turned the hole into a lake of blood. However, what was shocking was that the number of foreign beasts and even foreign races killed by such a high-intensity bombardment was extremely limited, merely killing dozens of foreign beasts as well as foreign race powerhouses. On the city walls, the severely imbalanced battle situation did not surprise Chen Xuan. He knew better than anyone else how powerful the high-level Fae were. What he was really gripped by was the fact that, in just half an hour, the group of Fae as well as the Fae that were driven by the Fae had sprung up by tens of thousands of heads, even with the artillery fire on top of them. The overall count is close to 20,000 enemies. By rough estimation, the alien beasts were all above level 30, and the average level of the strong alien race was above level 40, but there had yet to be any alien beasts or alien races above level 70. In just an instant, Chen Xuan made his decision and shouted aloud, "Mythic Special Forces, all hands on deck, wound only, not kill, and within half an hour, settle the fight." From the very beginning, Chen Xuan did not expect to hold back this powerful group of foreigners with just cannon fire. The reason for the artillery barrage served several purposes. One is that it is better to kill a few heads than to pile them up with human lives, and the other is to slow down the time when the alien army appears on the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Under the bombardment of artillery fire for half an hour, less than 20,000 alien races and even alien beasts emerged, and the overall strength were all below level 70, a range that, with the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, was completely able to eat. Using war to feed war, borrowing the power of the foreign races to grow the strength of the Dragon Kingdom is the true purpose of this war. Because of this, after estimating the strength of the alien army, Chen Xuan did not hesitate to have the Mythic Special Forces strike. Mythical Special Forces Xia Pinggu is hereby ordered. Myth! A roar sounded out from the 10,000-mile city wall, followed by a figure leaping up from the city wall, as fast as thunder, as powerful as a mountain, blatantly charging towards the alien army. Chapter 57: A Great Victory. Splendid battle results. Rumble. The members of the mythical special force, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, were as powerful as rainbows as soon as they struck, and their powerful attacks fell like a raging wind and rain, and the sound of roaring was unceasing. Griffins, looking for death. This bird language mixed with roaring sounds was understood not only by Chen Xuan, but even by Xia Pinggu and the others. Xia Pinggu, who was standing in the air, looked at the foreign 10,000 people's grand captain who was roaring angrily, the corner of his mouth hooked, and his entire person seemed to be shifting, appearing beside this grand captain in an instant, as he ignored the guards that were nervously impacting around him, and violently slammed his fist down. A level 70 alien captain, even let him use the qualification of professional skills or not, a fist will be dry confused. He grabbed the fainted alien captain, towards the back of a ruthless fling, and then once again rushed into the alien army. Such a situation appeared on the entire battlefield, in the hands of the mythical special forces that had generally reached level 60 or above. This group of nearly 20,000 alien armies were simply defenseless. Whether it was a strong foreigner or a foreign beast, they were all knocked out and thrown to the front of the steel city wall line, and one by one, the foreigners and even the foreign beasts fell down like dumplings, smashing the ground with debris flying and smoke and dust filling the air. In just 10 minutes or so, a mountain of corpses piled up in front of the steel city wall line, and under Chen Xuan's orders, the soldiers on the city wall swarmed down and rushed up to make up for it. Even if the damage was limited, many of the dragon soldiers were also excited, either chopping or slashing, not knowing how to get tired. Under the siege of millions of dragon soldiers, these fainting foreigners and even foreign beasts died a miserable death, more miserable than the death by 1,000 cuts of the lynch mob. Those Dragon Kingdom soldiers who participated in the siege, under the stimulation of the majestic blood chi, their career levels had generally increased by 3 to 5 levels, and those lucky ones who had taken down the kills had even increased by 7 to 10 levels. This, then, was Chen Xuan's strategy of using war to feed war. What else could be as good as the blood of a high-grade exotic beast to raise a professional's level? After killing many fainted foreigners and even foreign beasts, millions of dragon soldiers were still a bit tired of it. There were too many and not enough meat. Just this nearly 20,000 foreigner army, not enough to share. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers were well disciplined, and after hurriedly cleaning up the battlefield, they returned to the city walls to stand guard, waiting for Chen Xuan's next order. In the span of 10 minutes or so, many members of the mythic special forces had already knocked out the nearly 20,000 alien troops that had appeared in the beginning, and at this moment they were lined up in front of the space-time passageway, and whenever any alien people rushed out on their alien beasts, they were greeted with an attack that was just like a raging wind and rain. No one could stop them. Even a level 70 alien captain would be knocked out at the first opportunity, becoming material for the Dragon Kingdom soldiers to practice on. Standing beside Chen Xuan, Wang Pengyong seemed to have thought of something. His eyes flickered with brilliance as he beckoned for a soldier and whispered a few words in his ear. And when the soldier was ordered to leave, a mysterious smile suddenly surged across Wang Pengyong's face. It didn't take long before the soldiers on the city walls were surprised to find that several unmanned filming planes rose up from the rear, taking aerial shots around the entire battlefield. General Wang, what are you? Even Chen Xuan, seeing this scene, could not help but stare and could not help but ask out loud. The people in the country are still on tenterhooks. I intend to film the war footage and pass it back to grow the people's confidence in the country, as well as letting them take a good look at the fact that behind them living in peace and happiness, there is a group of generals that are guarding them regardless of life and death. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan nodded gently, a look of approval welling up on his face. This move would not only boost the domestic populace's confidence in the country, but would also increase national cohesion, which could be said to be beneficial without doing any harm. This battle had lasted for 3 hours, and apart from washing the ground with missiles and even tank shells in the beginning, the rest were basically decimated by the mythic special forces. It wasn't that the alien invasion stopped there, but rather the alien race should have realized the strength of their power, so they paused the invasion to invade again after making a good plan. Thus, Chen Xuan and the others did not relax. Instead, they became more and more grave. The second wave of invasion would definitely be even more violent than the first wave. They must take advantage of this free time to prepare for battle with all their might. In the center section of the steel city wall, there was a city building that had been purposely erected to serve as the frontline's battle command room. At this moment, Chen Xuan, as well as Wang Pengyong and the other 3 5-star generals, were sitting in the command room, listening to the statistician report on the results of this battle. Upon counting this battle, a total of 177,800 foreigners and 177,800 foreign beasts were annihilated, of which 70-level foreigner powerhouses, as well as foreign beasts, totaled 38. Our generals, not a single casualty. This battle is a great victory. Even though they knew that there would be another wave of fiercer attacks, Wang Pengyong and the others still couldn't help but rejoice, wiping out a total of more than 200,000 enemy troops without a single casualty. What kind of amazing results was this? Looking at the entire history of the Blue Stars War, this is unparalleled. Of course, this brilliant result was not only because the mythical special forces were generally stronger than the invading foreigners, but also because the 200,000 plus enemy troops invaded in batches. If they had started with 200,000 plus advances, it would have been absolutely impossible to cause such a result. How about the general's advancement? Chen Xuan nodded gently, his gaze looking towards the statistician as he inquired out. Members of the mythic special forces, below level 70, 3,865, have been promoted to the first level, and although the rest have not been promoted, their strengths have all increased. Of the 5 million military personnel, more than 200,000 have been promoted to level 7 or above, and the rest have all been promoted to at least level 3. Hearing Chen Xuan's inquiry, the statistician did not dare to be slow, and hurriedly turned over the information in his hands and reported to Chen Xuan. Good, good. If this can continue, why would my dragon kingdom not worry about being strong? Before Chen Xuan even uttered a word, Lin Zhongchen on the side couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Only, it didn't take long for his laughter to stop as he knew very well that it was impossible. This time, the fact that they were able to achieve such battle results was entirely due to the fact that the foreigners had no idea about their situation and did not send out their top-notch powerhouses. Now that the foreigners had gained an understanding of their situation, it was basically impossible for them to get such battle results again. The reason why the military people were able to improve so much was because they were generally just awakened, and their highest level had not exceeded level 10, whereas the ones they were rounding up and killing were knocked out level 30 and above foreign beasts or foreign races. Such a huge gap naturally allowed them to climb up extremely fast. When they leveled up, it would be impossible for them to be so swift. Tough work, you go down. Yes. After the statistician walked out, Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a condensed voice. The results of this battle are not small, but it is not the time to be happy. The next step is still to prepare for the battle with all our might. The ammunitions that should be replenished as soon as possible. Furthermore, order the logistics to cook all those foreign beast meats so that the generals will be able to have a good meal. Understood. Chapter 58 Tough Battle Seeking Golden Votes. Compared to the glorious results of the Dragon Kingdom, the other countries had suffered a grueling battle with countless damages. The Stars and Stripes nation of Losugi, this glorious city known as the City of Angels, one of the global centers of industry, commerce, international trade, and culture, had already been reduced to a battlefield ruin, with countless skyscrapers collapsing, the sound of artillery roaring, and the sounds of miserable screams and foreigners' laughter echoing one after the other. Unfortunately, the space-time passageway that was placed in the territory of Stars and Stripes was located within the Orland County of Los Angeles City, and even though Stars and Stripes had promptly organized 3 million troops and constructed a steel defense line with countless tanks and even missile trucks, in the absence of high-level professional awakenings, Stars and Stripes was simply unable to block the passageway entrance and press against the foreigners. Just like the Dragon Kingdom did. Those alien beasts that were up to 100 meters high or even hundreds of meters high, driven by the alien race, topped the artillery fire, like no one else's territory, crazily impacting the Star-Spangled Nation's steel line of defense. In less than half an hour, under the impact of more than 10,000 alien beasts, the steel line of defense collapsed. The casualties of the generals exceeded 1 million, and this was despite the fact that the residents of Los Angeles had already been evacuated. Otherwise, the number of casualties would have been greater. Report. This is William's hut requesting a large yield nuke drop. The commander-in-chief, who had managed to escape, looked at the remnants of the army around him, which amounted to no more than 100,000, and gave this order helplessly. He knew that after this battle, he would surely be brought before a military court, and even be abused by countless Stars and Stripes nationals, becoming a sinner of the Stars and Stripes nation. But he had to. Once this group of foreign beasts were allowed to escape, the entire Stars and Stripes would suffer even greater losses, and there was a saying in the Dragon Kingdom that when you make a break, you make a break. Even if he were to fall as a sinner in the Stars and Stripes, he would make this group of alien beasts pay. Shedder. The top brass, who had been instructed by General William, cursed and hung up their communications to inform the White House. Gentlemen, the foreigners are ferocious. This general has ordered the dropping of large-yield nuclear bombs, so you should take advantage of this time to flee. General William looked at the frightened generals beside him and droned aloud. Oh by God, run! In the blink of an eye, the remnants of the group scattered and fled frantically, with only dozens of family generals loyal to General William remaining. You guys go too. And you, General? With this order, I shall be a sinner in the stars and stripes, and rather than go back and be humiliated, I shall die bravely. As the words fell, General William headed in the direction of the ravaging foreign beasts, his back slumping and magnificent. Dozens of family generals looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and finally turned around and fled. The stars and stripes are already in a good situation. Some countries are worse, like Sakura. Even if the Sakura country had also organized an army to fend off the alien invasion, but their strength was not even as good as the stars and stripes, so how could they possibly hold back the alien invasion? What's more terrible is that several foreign beasts accidentally burst Mount Fuji when they were wreaking havoc, and endless magma gushed out, and the natural disaster coupled with the scourge of the foreigners, the entire Sakura country suffered uncountable losses, as if it were an inferno on Earth and was nearly extinguished. In just 2 hours, the Sakura country, known as the Thousand Islands, had been reduced to a paradise for foreigners and beasts, and only less than 10% of the population in its heyday had been lucky enough to escape this disaster, and were struggling to survive in the air raid shelters or underneath the ruins. Just this first wave of alien invasion, it made all the countries in the world, except for the Dragon country, suffer different degrees of losses. There are more than 50 countries in this first wave of alien invasion perished. The country fell into the paradise of the alien. The world is in mourning. The roar of the beasts and the laughter of the foreigners are outlined in a rhapsody of doom, and bloodshed, misery, hatred, and so on fill every country. Some of the images, captured on video and uploaded to Twitter, have silenced countless people and caused the still active netizens to cry out in despair. In the Dragon Kingdom, some people saw these videos over the wall, and one by one, their faces turned white with fear, and they have sent the news back to the country, which immediately caused a huge uproar. Vomit! I can't eat all day today. Hiss! That's horrible. A moment of silence for these countries. It's like hell. I can't imagine. My God! Even the stars and stripes suffered such heavy losses. What about our country? Yes, how is the war situation in our country? Why isn't there any news yet? We have the right to know, for better or for worse, and I implore the state to tell us truthfully, or worse, the whole nation will fight together. From the beginning of the discussion about the tragic situation of those countries, and then later on, all the people flocked to at Mythical Extraordinary Bureau's official microblogging site, and their comments were invariably pleading for the Mythical Extraordinary Bureau to be able to inform the war situation. Originally, although the people had confidence in the Mythical Specialization Bureau, they were still wary, but now that they saw the tragic situation in other countries, how could they sit still? They'd rather be told they'd failed to fend off than be on the edge of their seats in such a hazy rapture. This hot debate intensified. In just 10 minutes, the Mythical Specialties Bureau official microblogging under the message has amounted to tens of millions. Instantly airborne microblogging hot search first. Half an hour later, a 30-minute-long video was released on the Mythical Specialization Bureau's official microblog. What was shown in the video was exactly the battle scene of the Mythical Special Forces fighting against the alien race and even the alien beasts, and in addition to that, there was also a passage. After 3 hours of hard fighting, the Mythical Special Forces under the Mythical Special Bureau, with the brilliant achievement of no deaths, annihilated more than 200,000 enemy troops, making it the most brilliant battle achieved in the history of the Dragon Kingdom and even the global war. In this war, our army dropped a total of 600 rounds of the new short-range ballistic missile DF-A1 and more than 7,000 tank shells. This battle we won. Please remember the merits of the generals on the front line. Let's celebrate them and celebrate the Dragon Kingdom. Silence. Silence. Under this dynamic, as if it was stuck, for 10 whole minutes, not a single reply appeared. This? You call this a hard-fought battle? Ahem. It's not grueling, 10,000 versus 200,000. One person wielding more than 20 swords? It's tiring, right? That's really tiring. My hands are numb even though I killed a pig just by stabbing it. Salute to the frontline soldiers. You've worked hard. Tribute. After 10 minutes, under this dynamic, countless replies sprang up, one by one, simply can't see over, among which the highest praise is the one that pays tribute to the frontline soldiers. At this moment, the fear of the whole nation disappeared and was replaced by endless pride. Look at other countries and then look at the Dragon Kingdom. There is no harm without comparison. All of them were proud to be born in China. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would be wailing and crying like the nationals of those countries at this moment. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is invincible. A declaration that appeared on the internet. Not only were netizens going wild, But even the major platform media outlets were also retweeting the developments released by the Mythical Specialization Bureau, doing their best to publicize the battle. At this time of national crisis, this great victory is definitely worth remembering by countless people. Chapter 59. Suppressing the Five Kings, Invincible Chen Xuan. On the defense line of the Steel City Wall, Chen Xuan similarly received news from the countries of the world, but he paid no heed to it. Despite the fact that we were all human races, the Dragon Kingdom was now preoccupied with its own affairs, so how would it have the spare capacity to help other countries? What's more, his Dragon Kingdom already had a gap with those Western countries, and how many of his people were slaughtered in that dark battle back then? They were already repaying their grudges with kindness if they didn't throw stones into the well. If there was no threat from the mythic era, and he had the strength he had today, Chen Xuan would have absolutely been unable to resist giving those countries a stab at him, and how could the hatred of a country and its family be extinguished over the years? But nowadays, it was still the mythic era that had to be the main focus, and it was still unknown whether those countries would be able to survive the invasion of the foreign races. Rumble. Ear-shattering roars exploded abruptly. The space-time channel 100 miles away trembled, and from afar, endless auras erupted, seemingly dense shadows, hissing in it. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers on the steel defense line instantly reacted. One by one, they mounted the city wall in an orderly manner, standing upright and straight at the wall. Standing by, all kinds of hot weapons were also on standby, ready to erupt into a shocking bombardment at any time. Chen Xuan and the others stepped out from the city building, gazing at the trembling space-time passageway, their faces somewhat grave. Under Chen Xuan's immense perception, although the other party had yet to step out of the space-time channel, Chen Xuan had already sensed several strands of King Realm aura, and in just the second wave, the other party had even deployed several King Realms. Boom! About 10 minutes later, 5 3-feet-tall figures walked out from the space-time channel. A violent aura swept through. The entire heaven and earth instantly winds and clouds. Even if it was separated by a distance of 100 miles, this terrifying aura still let the soldiers on the city walls like falling into an ice cave. Even if the will is tough at this moment, also can't help but have their legs trembling, their eyes showing horror. These 5 were none other than the King Realm powerhouses of the foreign races, and unlike the ordinary foreign races, the aura of life permeating their bodies was incomparably strong. In addition, the laws surrounded their bodies. As if they were true gods in the air, their might was limitless. After they appeared, one after another foreign race powerhouse riding their foreign beast mounts poured out from the space-time passage, and in a short period of time, hundreds had already appeared, and the number continued to climb. This barren world can still give birth to so many high-grade blood food? It's been a long time since I've tasted the blood of the human race, so I can finally have a full meal again. From now on, this planet will be the backyard of my Chen Xuan underworld race. Ha ha ha. The King Realm foreigner who was in the lead licked his lips, his eyes showing red light, flashing with extreme greed. Boom! In the next moment, the 5 King Realm Fae rose up in the air. Their aura swept like a shocking wave and pressed horizontally towards the steel defense line. It seemed like there were only 5 of them, but they gave the many Dragon Kingdom soldiers a sense of terror of being pressed by an army of 10 million. Break! But just when those 5 King Realm foreigners thought that they would be invincible on this planet, a roar like a brilliant heavenly sound violently exploded in the middle of the sky and earth, as if the sound could hit their souls directly, shocking their minds. When the leader of the King Realm foreigners wake up, he found a handsome, upright human youth has appeared in a meter away, that pair of indifference but bright to the extreme eyes, like an endless abyss. A glance will be chilling and trembling. In an instant, a great terror surged to his heart. The alien leader immediately wanted to explode, but before he could make a move, his entire consciousness was plunged into darkness, and until he fell unconscious, he didn't know why this human youth could be strong enough to reach such a point. Boom! In the eyes of outsiders, Chen Xuan merely took a single step and appeared in front of the alien race leader, and without seeing the slightest movement from him, the alien race leader fell straight down from the void, smashing the entire ground into a huge pit. Not only him, but even the remaining 4 foreign race king realms also fell to the ground one by one like dumplings, smashing out a huge pit. Chen Xuan stood with his arms crossed, a satisfied smile on his face. The 10 systemic domains were indeed powerful. Just now, he had only initially utilized the power of the domains, and before he had even truly unleashed them, the middle King Realm foreigner leader as well as the remaining 4 early King Realm foreigner powerhouses could not withstand it, and were instantly shocked unconscious by the power of the domains. It was only at this moment that Chen Xuan truly realized how powerful he was, even against a true King Realm powerhouse. From the time Chen Xuan had struck out until the 5 alien kingdoms had fainted, it was but a matter of moments, but the shock caused was beyond imagination. Hiss! Even the people of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, looking at Chen Xuan as if he were a god, especially the members of the mythical special forces, all of whom had reddened their eyes with fire in their eyes, their worship and admiration for Chen Xuan having reached a point of no return. Those were 5 king realms. How could they be knocked out so easily by Chen Xuan? What kind of amazing strength was this? How fortunate was the Dragon Kingdom to have Chen Xuan? Not only were the people of the Dragon Kingdom, but the strongest members of the foreign races were even more chilled and terrified. Chen Xuan at this moment, although he had not exuded any aura, it was as if a true god stood, harboring an immeasurable divine might that caused their entire souls to tremble. Damn! This barren world, would such a strong person really appear? A foreigner powerhouse roared in horror as he didn't hesitate and yelled in panic to retreat. Merely, while those of them who had already appeared in the Dragon Kingdom's borders could see Chen Xuan's divine might, those alien armies that were within the spacetime channel could not see it, and were still pouring out in a steady stream, to the point where the entire spacetime channel was blocked, and they had no chance of escaping at all. What's more, there was no way Chen Xuan would let them escape. Boom! However, with a wave of his hand, Chen Xuan spewed out boundless aura, shocking all of these hundreds of alien powerhouses as well as the sitting alien beasts on the spot, and immediately afterward, Chen Xuan casually flung his hand, dropping the group of alien powerhouses under the steel city wall, while he himself rolled up 5 alien king realms and returned to the top of the city wall. Mythic Special Forces. Where are they? Xia Pingguo is here. Yi Wentao is here. One by one, the members of the Mythic Special Force shouted, pulling their necks red. Their faces were filled with excitement, and above their upright bodies, a shocking battle intent surged out. Attack with all hands, surround and strangle. Leave no one behind. Yes! Terrifying soundscapes exploded on the steel defense line, as one after another mythical special forces member rose up into the air, encircling the entire space-time passageway, and once a foreign race or beast descended upon it, what awaited them would be as horrifying as a terrifying wave of horrendous attacks. Chen Xuan sat atop the city walls, quietly watching the many members of the mythical special forces fight. He had always understood that one man's strength was not as strong as the nation's, and thus, even though he could easily destroy these invading foreign races and even foreign beasts, he did not do so, leaving it to Xia Pingguo and the others to sharpen their skills. Immediately afterward, while keeping an eye on Xia Pingguo and the others in the battle, preventing them from being attacked and killed by the alien kings that had suddenly appeared, Chen Xuan struck out to awaken that alien king realm leader, intending to pry into the mythic era's situation from his mouth. Chapter 60 Terrifying Era World. Heart-devouring underworld king, a son of the great family of the Chen Yuan underworld clan, named for his preference for devouring hearts. He was very happy today because he had spent a great deal of money to finally get the quota and was able to command the Chen Yuan underworld clan generals to invade a new world, which was a monstrous opportunity for him. I don't know how many kings of the Chen Yuan underworld clan were jealous of him, and among them there was no lack of some supreme heavenly prides. If not for the fact that his grandfather was a high-ranking member of the Chen Yuan underworld clan, it would have been impossible for him to obtain such an opportunity. He came with great vigor, but never thought that the natives of this new world would be so strong. Only one photo, he made himself powerless, and he didn't even know how the other party struck. He thought he was dead, but when he came to his senses, he saw that peerlessly terrifying indigenous powerhouse again, and the other party was standing there quietly, his eyes looking at him in a flat manner, but to the heart-devouring Plutonian king, this gaze was no less than that of a god of death. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but be alarmed despite the fact that the other party hadn't exuded any aura. Don't kill me. The heart-devouring underworld king couldn't help but plead out. It could be said that bullying was the true portrayal of the heart-devouring underworld king, and in the face of Chen Xuan, an immeasurably terrifying powerhouse, he didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting, only wanting to beg for mercy to save his life. Tell me everything about your world. Chen Xuan stood with his arms folded, indifferently looking down at the heart-devouring underworld king, and in his seemingly bland gaze, there was a merciless killing opportunity. Fine, I'll talk. The heart-devouring underworld king trembled and hurriedly responded, fearing that if he was 1 minute slower, he would be slapped into bloody mud by Chen Xuan. Although the two sides did not speak the same language, they who had reached the king realm were already able to perceive the meaning of their words from each other's mental fluctuations. Thus, there was nothing to hinder communication. Under Chen Xuan's coercion, the heart-devouring underworld king didn't dare to hide anything at all, and stated everything he knew, and as he did so, Chen Xuan's face became more and more grave, and his heart even more so as he set off shockwaves. It was also that he had shielded the conversation between the two, otherwise those Dragon Kingdom soldiers must have been shaken to their core when they heard this news. The mythic era was an infinite world. No one knew exactly how big it was. Even a legend-level powerhouse like the Starry Sky Emperor would have trouble peeking into the boundaries of the world. Within the entire mythic era, there were 10,000 races and countless strong people, and even the strongest races that stood at the top of the heap didn't know how many strong people there were within this world. The location of the Chen Xuan underworld clan was merely a remote place in the mythic era world, but even so, the Chen Xuan underworld clan had given birth to a full 5 true king-level ancestors, and there was even a legendary Saint Zun's strongest ancestor, only that this ancestor was not in the clan, but rather, he went out on a journey to seek a breakthrough. What was even more frightening was that the strength of the Chen Xuan underworld race in that remote land, the desolate domain of the mythic era, was not considered a top race merely at the upper middle level, and above them there were stronger races. Even in the remote places, there were many legendary Saint Exalt realm powerhouses, so how terrifying should the more glorious places or even the center of the mythic era be? Even with Chen Xuan's current realm, he could not even imagine it. According to the history of the Chen Xuan underworld clan, the entire mythic era world had devoured no less than hundreds of worlds, and there were quite a few powerful clans that had grown strong by relying on the legacy of these worlds. The strongest ancestor of the Chen Xuan underworld clan had guessed that the mythic era world, I'm afraid, could always devour worlds and use them to promote the world origin, which was why it could have such a vast and boundless territory. Those hundreds of worlds were merely what the Chen Xuan underworld clan was familiar with. The number of worlds that the entire mythic era world had truly devoured was something that no one knew for sure. This time, the space-time channel connecting the blue star to the mythic era split and transformed into countless branches, and the location of its emergence was precisely in the middle of the desolate domain, and behind each space-time channel was a foreign race on the desolate domain. And the Dragon Kingdom's space-time passage then appeared in the territory of the Chen Xuan underworld clan. Because of this, after discovering the space-time passage, the top management of the Chen Xuan underworld clan blocked the news at the first time and regarded the space-time passage as an opportunity for the Chen Xuan underworld clan to grow, desiring that the Chen Xuan underworld clan would be able to make use of the legacy of the new world like those powerful clans, and carry forward the Chen Xuan underworld clan. They didn't know that there were other space-time passages in the blue star, nor did they know that behind those space-time passages, there was an equally connected desolate domain alien race. After listening to the heart-devouring underworld king's narration, Chen Xuan was unable to return to his senses for a long time, his forehead even oozing out a trace of cold sweat as his entire being was terrified afterward. Fortunately, this space-time channel only appeared in the remote barren domain. If it appeared in the center of the mythic era, it was impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to hold back, nor could it have the opportunity to develop, for fear that it would be destroyed in an instant by the strongest of those central powerful clans. A world was an unimaginable wealth for any race, and no one could stand the temptation. To the 10,000 races within the mythic era, the blue star was like a huge secret world that looked barren on the surface, but when this secret world was controlled in the hands of one race, the effects that could be realized were absolutely beyond imagination. In other words, the contradiction between the humans on the blue star and the 10,000 races of the mythic era world was almost irreconcilable because those races, it was impossible to give up a world unless the humans on the blue star were strong enough, so strong that those 10,000 races didn't dare to covet it. But it's a long way to go to get there. Chen Xuan sighed lightly and reached out, decapitating the heart-devouring underworld king as well as the other 4 king realm powerhouses of the Chen Xuan underworld clan. Reaching the king realm was already transcendent. Even if he knocked out and allowed Xia Pinggu and the others to kill them, they wouldn't be able to kill the heart-devouring underworld king and the others. One step at a time. Let's set a small goal first, to capture the Chen Xuan underworld clan's territory. After killing the heart-devouring underworld king and the others, Chen Xuan secretly thought to himself as he collected the loot. What the heart-devouring underworld king and the others used was a kind of storage bag similar to a spatial ring, but the space in it was far from comparable to the spatial ring that Chen Xuan had brought out from the secret realm of the human emperor. Among the 5 king realms, the wealth of the heart-devouring underworld king was the most. In his storage bag, there were a large amount of spirit stones as well as many heavenly treasures, although the specification was not comparable to the wealth in the secret realm of the human emperor, but for the current Dragon Kingdom it was also definitely a fortune. After scavenging, Chen Xuan returned to the city wall and handed over the storage bag to Wang Pengyong, allowing him to utilize the resources within to cultivate the many Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Chen Xuan. The most important thing at the moment was to comprehend the laws, and in terms of cultivation resources it was not a necessity for the time being. Furthermore, The treasures in the secret realm of human emperors were enough for him to use. Chen Xuan stood on the city wall, gazing at the battlefield in the distance. The Chen Yuan underworld clan's invasion this time was much more intense than the first time. Not only did they send out 5 king realms, but even those above the 90th level, there were dozens of them. At this moment, Xia Pinggu and the others were precisely fighting these 90-level or higher Chen Yuan underworld race powerhouses. Chapter 61 Animal Alteration Requesting Golden Votes. Rumble. Only to see, in mid-air, colorful attack constantly flashing collision. The sound of roaring endlessly, strong impact, like a storm swept in all directions. The entire ground was torn open a channel as if a gully cracks. The battle's reach stretched for hundreds of miles. If not for the steel city wall surrounding the formation guarded by Yi Wentao, the steel great wall is afraid to have collapsed, that like a god like immortals might, look at the walls of the dragon country's military personnel heart trembled with fear, but the heart is yearning for. The battle, which lasted for 5 hours, almost until the early hours of the morning before the end, the total number of invading enemy troops was approaching 400,000. Even Xia Pinggu and the others were all exhausted from the battle, with injuries appearing on their bodies in greater or lesser degrees, and those members of the mythical special forces were also bruised and battered. Fortunately, no one had fallen in battle, and with Chen Xuan, a supreme powerhouse strong enough to rival a true king, suppressing the entire scene, if there were still deaths, then Chen Xuan wouldn't have to do his job. Of course, the battle was grueling, but the rewards were great. Even Xia Pinggu and other powerhouses who had reached level 90 or above were all upgraded by 1 to 2 levels. The many members of the mythical special forces were upgraded by an average of 3 levels or more, and those Dragon Kingdom soldiers who had split up and decimated the Chen Yuan underworld clan's armies had also been upgraded by 8 to 10 levels. Currently, these 5 million soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom located at the front line, their occupational levels basically exceeded level 15, and a small portion of them even reached level 20 or above. The increase in rank was only one of the things. Those Chen Yuan underworld beast mounts also had a huge role to play. Their flesh and blood was enough to make the Dragon Kingdom soldiers' physique more advanced, and their bones could be used to build new types of weapons. All in all, this war has been a huge gain for the Dragon Kingdom. However, no matter whether it was Chen Xuan, or generals such as Wang Pangyong, or the many soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, they did not have the slightest relaxation, but instead became more and more grave. They knew very well that as long as the Chen Yuan underworld tribe had not yet been destroyed, the invasion would not end. This time, although they had decimated the incoming enemies, they were bound to completely enrage the Chen Yuan underworld clan, and their next wave of attack would definitely be even more powerful than the previous 2. Chen Xuan even felt that the other party would send out true king realm level powerhouses. Once the true king descended, he would definitely not be able to suppress the entire scene as he did before, and at that time casualties were bound to occur. After all, a true king powerhouse was enough to hold him back, while the Dragon Kingdom had no more king realm powerhouses other than him, and once the king realm of the Chen Yuan underworld clan descended, it would only be members of the cutting-edge program such as Xia Pinggu who would be able to barely withstand it. Thus, after the war ended, Chen Xuan handed over the corpses of the heart-devouring underworld king and the others to Xia Pinggu and the others, allowing them to absorb the king realm qi and blood within them and use it to move to the next level. Inside the command room, Chen Xuan and Wang Pangyong and the others were discussing the details of the next battle, not so much the details of the battle, but rather the precautionary deployments after failing to fend them off. Even Chen Xuan had no concept of how powerful the true king realm was, and although he was confident in his own strength, he didn't dare to 100% guarantee that he would be able to withstand a true king. After reaching the basic 100 levels, one senses the laws and condenses the law domain, and can become the king realm. Once one breaks into the king realm, one's life expectancy surges to more than 200, and one's physique completely metamorphoses, and one completely distances oneself from the ordinary people and even other awakened people. And after reaching the peak of the king realm, it is necessary to refine the domain, in order to transform the domain into a cave, converging the true meaning of the law. The achievement of the true king of the cave seems to still be in the king's territory, but its strength is already unpredictable. Even more frightening is that a true king powerhouse can drive the cave sky against the enemy. If the cave sky is huge enough, once it is suppressed, it will be like a whole world crushing down, and its power can be described as destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Chen Xuan's potential was extremely high, and he had even condensed a 12-system domain that had never been seen before or since, but similarly, the difficulty of him wanting to converge the true meaning of the cave heaven and transform the cave heaven into a domain was 10 times and 100 times more difficult than that of an ordinary peak king realm powerhouse. Within the basic 100 levels, one could utilize the chi and blood of foreign beasts and even elixirs to quickly brush up their levels, but to reach the king realm and above, one relied more on comprehension. But even if one was in existence with superb comprehension, it was absolutely impossible to quickly brush up their levels again as in the basic 100 levels. To the truly strong, the basic 100 levels may seem like there are 100 levels, but in reality, there is only one level, the basic realm. Refining chi and blood, strengthening the body, realizing the laws, gathering domains, condensing true intent, transforming the cavernous heavens. These 18 words were the true meaning of the three realms of the basic 100 levels, the king realm and the true king realm. Jingle bells. As Chen Xuan and the others were discussing their plans, a crisp bell rang out in the conference room, and gazing at it, Chen Xuan and the others' pupils instantly shrank. The source of the ringing was none other than the red landline that sat on the table. As the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom, how could they not know what this red landline represented? Wang Pangyong immediately stood up and answered with a serious face. I am Wang Pangyong. The opposite party spoke, and when Wang Pangyong heard it, he looked towards Chen Xuan and signaled for him to answer. I am Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan hastily took it and stared. Director Chen, something has happened in the country. The Shenangjia, Zishuangbana tropical forest, Daxinganling, and other primitive forest areas have all seen animal mutations, and the number is extremely high, and some of the animals have just mutated, and their levels have already exceeded level 10 or even level 20. Satellite observations show that the mutated animals, seemingly summoned by some kind of call, are gathering. On the phone, there were bursts of urgent voices, and even Chen Xuan's face became extremely ugly after hearing those words. Although the front line has won 2 consecutive battles, the situation is also getting more and more tense. Originally, the third wave of the attack on the Shen Yuan underworld tribe is not very confident. If the awakened are drawn to go forward to suppress the animal mutation in the country, it is likely to lead to the collapse of the front line. Phew! I see. Chen Xuan lightly exhaled and hung up after saying something towards the other side of the phone. He knew that people at home wouldn't call him if they didn't have to. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xuan frowned in contemplation, his fingers unconsciously gently tapping the table, although Wang Pangyong and the others on the side were curious about what had happened. But looking at Chen Xuan's state, they didn't make a sound to disturb him. Lin Tong. Chief. Lin Tong, who was guarding the outside of the command room, entered with large strides and took a position in front of Chen Xuan, waiting for his instructions. Draw out 100,000 troops, led by you, and return to the country to suppress the animal mutations in the Shenangjia and other primitive forests. It suddenly occurred to Chen Xuan that although these mutated animals were causing him a lot of trouble, they were not a bad opportunity to sharpen his army. After all, those animals were only just awakened, and their level would not be any higher, and having Lin Tong, an awakened person of level 90 or above, going there would be enough to suppress the entire scene. Of course, under the huge animal base, 100,000 troops were far from enough. Only the current situation could draw 100,000 was already the limit. Chen Xuan intended to mobilize the whole country, let those domestic awakened out of the precautionary zone go forward to hunt those mutated animals. Chapter 62. Dragon Kingdom Vocational Association seeking golden votes. If the Dragon Kingdom wants to be strong, not only do we need to produce the strongest people, not only does the army need to be strong, the people also need to be strong. The only way to truly strengthen the Dragon Kingdom is to enhance all aspects. Of course, as the people's strength increased, some chaos would inevitably appear, but as long as he was there and the mythical special forces were there, even if there was some chaos, it could be easily suppressed, and compared to the enhancement of the entire population, some chaos could still be tolerated. Besides, there had already been a major purge before the mythic era had descended, and with foreign countries taking care of themselves, the impact of the chaotic image wouldn't be great. Understood. Lin Tong's pretty face stared slightly as she responded seriously. As soon as the words left her mouth, she turned around and left, going forward to carry out Chen Xuan's orders. Director Chen, with only 100,000 troops, I'm afraid we can't suppress the animal mutations in the country, right? When Wang Pangyong and the others on the side heard the order given by Chen Xuan, their faces changed slightly and they couldn't help but speak out. No harm done. I have other plans. Chen Xuan's eyes flickered as he said in a condensed voice, and immediately afterward, he connected to the number 1 head of the cabinet in front of Wang Pangyong and the others to discuss his plan with him. This meeting lasted for more than 2 hours, during which time Wang Pangyong and others were also involved, discussing the details of it and finally finalizing it. The following day, the Mythical Specialization Bureau's official microblog released a dynamic that once again ignited the entire network. Yesterday evening, the alien race invaded again and launched the second wave of attack. The Mythical Extraordinary Bureau Chief Array beheaded 5 alien king realm, laying the foundation for the victory of this war. After 5 hours, the total annihilation of nearly 400,000 incoming enemies. No deaths, once again, creating a new record in the history of war in the Blue Planet. Let's congratulate Comrade Chen Xuan. Congratulate the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, and congratulate the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is invincible. You killed 5 kings, wiping out nearly 400,000 enemy troops. Hiss. When the news broke, the whole nation was shocked. In just 10 minutes, the replies under this dynamic have broken 10 million, and it is getting more and more intense. The entire Dragon Country is in a state of jubilation. The students within the 4 holy institutes, they can't help but revel in their dormitories, the sound of howling, resonating through a 10-mile radius. Too strong. With Director Chen Xuan here, the foreign races are nothing. I really want to go to the front line to see Director Chen Xuan's heroic behavior. It's over. The old lady has fallen. On all the major platforms, countless people were talking about it, and the super high heat nearly caused the servers of these platforms to crash. Half an hour later, a news item posted by the Central Military Network once again set the crowd abuzz. In light of the outstanding contributions made by Comrade Chen Xuan, the Central Military Commission has decided to award Comrade Chen Xuan the rank of 5-star general, as well as the position of honorary vice chairman of the Central Military Commission. On the Steel City wall, Chen Xuan, who had learned of the news, was stunned. He did not expect this surprise to come so suddenly. He had not received any news before. Ding! Picking up his cell phone to take a look, it was the number 1 chief who had called. Chen Xuan hurriedly answered, "Chief, see the message?" Number 1 chief's gentle, light laughter sounded out from the cell phone, and Chen Xuan nodded and responded, "I see. You are too sudden, aren't you? What can I do?" A bitter smile spread across Chen Xuan's face, and he was even a bit terrified. Even though he is now serving as the director of the Mythic Special Bureau, which is also considered to be the top level of the Dragon Kingdom, and his status is even more important, but this is the honorary vice chairman of the Central Military Commission. The status is equivalent to the real vice chairman, and even to some extent it is even a little higher, not to mention, it is also directly appointed as a 5-star admiral. Little Chen, your contribution to the Dragon Kingdom is not only in my eyes, but also in the eyes of the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom. Without you, the Dragon Kingdom would not know what it has become now. You deserve it, you needn't mind. It's just that, now that war could break out at any time, the ordination ceremony will have to wait until afterward. I do hope, however, that your ordination ceremony will be held in conjunction with the celebration. Listening to the words coming from his ears, Chen Xuan could not help but feel some complexity in his heart. Both touched by the trust of the top management of the Dragon Kingdom, but also felt the weight of the burden on his shoulders was like a mountain. Don't worry, Chief, as long as I'm still here, the foreigners won't be able to step 1 step past the steel defense line. After gathering his emotions, Chen Xuan's face was firm as he stood straight and droned in a condensed voice. "Haha, I believe you. Okay, you're busy." After hanging up the phone, Chen Xuan lightly exhaled, gazing at the distant space-time passageway with a deep gaze, not knowing what to think about again. On the other side, Chen Xuan's parents, Chen Lujun and Yi Shui, had similarly gotten the news, and the entire group was shocked silly in place, the couple sitting on the sofa for a long time, unable to return to their senses. In the end, it was still inherent concepts that were at work. After all, Chen Xuan was too young, and was only a real estate salesman more than a month ago, but more than a month later, he became a 5-star general of the Dragon Kingdom. Anyone who came here would feel dreamy. However, if one were to break down the concept to look at it, one would realize that Chen Xuan's contribution to the Dragon Kingdom was completely worthy of such a status. Chen Xuan, who had obtained the qualifications for the inner test, even without the help of the country, he could have lived a good life after the mythic era had descended, and might even have become a party hegemon, but he chose to inform the country to go forward and backward with the country, and for that alone, he would have done a great service to the Dragon Kingdom. On the first day of the mythic era, he chopped many foreign beasts and saved several precautionary zones. After that, he chopped the heavenly Demon Ape King realm and crushed the Demon Ape clan, but he also cultivated the Dragon Kingdom Sharp Knife Mythic Special Force, and now he chopped the 5 kings on the front line and crushed the otherworldly enemy of more than 600,000 people. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this pile and piece of work is to save the Great Summer from falling. In a sense, Chen Xuan's merit was greater than even the Founding Fathers. After all, what he saved was not only the Dragon Kingdom, but also the entire Chinese community, and how similar was his merit to that year's martial morning King Ranmin. While the people of the Dragon Kingdom were talking over 2 big news, the central official website broke another big news. Having been formulated by Admiral Chen Xuan and approved by the entire cabinet and even the top echelons, we hereby promulgate the plan for the Dragon Kingdom Vocational Association. Effective immediately, the Dragon Kingdom Vocational Association will be constructed in one of the 34 precautionary districts of the Dragon Kingdom, which is directly under the Dragon Kingdom cabinet, with the National General President being held by Admiral Chen Xuan, in addition to the establishment of two vice presidents, namely, Major Generals Wang Ping'an and Lu Min Chong. In the future, if you want to awaken your profession, you can go to the branch of the professional association in your precautionary area. In addition, all the people who have awakened their professions are encouraged to join the professional association of the Dragon Kingdom. And for the benefits of joining, please check the following attached documents. All those who learned the news were excitedly checking this dynamic and the documents underneath the dynamic, and the newly opened official website of the professional association had 10 million registrations in a short period of time, and the number was still increasing. On the Steel City wall, Chen Xuan, who had withdrawn from the official career website, had the corners of his mouth hooked up in a satisfied smile. This was his previous plan, to form a professional association to encompass the professionally awakened people of the entire Dragon Kingdom, and at the same time use the tasks as well as the rewards to mobilize the people to participate in suppressing the animal mutations within the Dragon Kingdom. He filled some of the resources of the human emperor's mysterious realm as rewards and set up a point system, and the only way to get points was to trade with each other or kill foreign races and beasts, but anyone with an upwardly mobile mind would never miss out on those rewards after seeing them. Chapter 63. The Fall of the Ganges, the Blazing Winged Lion Clan. Chen Xuan had still underestimated the enthusiasm of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. In just less than 2 hours, the registrations on the official website of the Dragon Kingdom Vocational Association had already surpassed 800 million, with more than 100 million people shouting out to build the vocational association chapters quickly. They couldn't wait to receive their quests. With Lin Tong as well as the 100,000-strong army, coupled with the enthusiastic populace, the animal mutations in the country were basically under control, and Chen Xuan and the others, too, were able to focus on fighting the alien invasion. However, what made Chen Xuan as well as Wang Pengyong and the others puzzled was that for 2 whole days, the Shen Yuan underworld tribe had not launched a third wave of attack, and the entire frontline was so quiet that it was a bit frightening. Despite the short break, Chen Xuan and the others did not slack off in the slightest, but instead grew more and more grave. The Shen Yuan underworld clan, it is absolutely impossible to give up raiding the New World. The only possibility is that the other party is holding back big moves. Chen Xuan and the others naturally couldn't just sit back and wait for death. In order to improve the strength of the frontline soldiers, he temporarily deployed 1 million troops, allowing Xia Pinggu to lead them, and traveled to the nearby Daxing Anling to hunt down and kill mutated animals. In addition, he also took out a large amount of elixirs to raise the occupational level of the remaining 3.9 million frontline soldiers. And with such a huge tilt of resources, the strength of the frontline soldiers increased with each passing day. Of course, even though the pills in the human emperor's secret realm were plentiful, Chen Xuan would not sit on his hands and eat nothing. When he had Xia Pinggu and the others suppress the mutated animals in the Great Qing'an Mountains, he also had them take the opportunity to harvest the elixirs in the Great Qing'an Mountains and have them bring them back to the Mythical Specialties Bureau's alchemy team to refine the pills. With the awakening of the entire population, the Mythic Specialization Bureau also grew stronger. The most intuitive manifestation of this was that the alchemy group, the enchanting group, and the weaponry group had increased by quite a number of members, and basically all of them were legendary quality professional awakened persons. These awakened people were all discovered during the original Universal Awakening, and were then absorbed directly into the Mythic Specialization Bureau. 5 days rushed by. In these 5 days, the major precautionary area of the Dragon Country Professional Association branch also have to build up, has no less than 100 million awakened, become a member of the association, and these people, after becoming a member, are the first time to take over the task, teamed up to go to the area of the animal mutation, hunting and killing mutant animals. In the evening, a message spread around the world with great speed, shaking not only the entire Dragon Kingdom, but also the countries around the globe that still remain today. The Ganges Kingdom is overthrown. These 5 words were like a terrifying storm that shook everyone to the core. Since the Sakura State, the second major global power to overthrow has emerged. Of course, both the Cherry Blossom Country and the Ganges Country are not really destroyed, because there are still quite a few survivors resisting the foreigners, just that a large portion of the country has already fallen, and it is also considered to be destroyed. Heavens! Luckily, my Dragon Kingdom has Admiral Chen Xuan. Have you seen the satellite pictures? It's like hell on earth. Alas! Let us have a moment of silence for the Ganges. On the internet, many people in the Dragon Kingdom are talking about it, including on Twitter, which has similarly set off an amazing debate. In the frontline command room, Chen Xuan, Wang Pengyong, and the others were listed. On the large screen in front of them, some images of the Ganges River country were presented. Looking at the miserable images, all of them were silent, and the entire command room was filled with a depressing atmosphere. It's the Blazing Winged Lion Clan. After a moment of silence, Chen Xuan spoke in a condensed voice, his face incomparably heavy. The Fiery Winged Lion Clan? which Chen Xuan had learned about from the heart-devouring underworld king, was a foreign race in the desolate domain, just like the Xian Yuan underworld clan. It is said that the Strong-Winged Lion clan has the bloodline of the fierce beast Strong-Winged Divine Lion, innate with the ability to control fire. Speed is far beyond the same realm, thus the overall strength in the Xian Yuan meditation clan is also much stronger, has been ranked in the barren domain first-class foreign tribes in the ranks. In their clan, there are not only 2 legendary saint ancestors but also more than 10 true king realm powerhouses, although the 2 legendary saint ancestors, one out and one dormant, will not easily come out, but the more than 10 true king realm powerhouses alone is also a huge pressure. What was even more frightening was that with the fall of the Ganges River country, the territory of the Ganges River country had gathered at least 1 million strong armies of the Fiery Winged Lion clan, and there was at least 1 true king realm commander. The Ganges country bordered the Dragon country, so if the Fiery Winged Lion clan invaded in a big way, it would definitely be a huge disaster for the Dragon country. After all, today's Dragon country was still facing the pressure of the Xian Yuan underworld clan. Fighting on 2 fronts, even Chen Xuan did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to suppress it. The only thing that was fortunate was that the Blazing Wing Lions were still digesting the land of the Ganges kingdom, and in a short period of time they should not launch an offensive. But sooner or later, the Dragon Kingdom and the Fiery Winged Lion clan will have a battle, and it will be a battle of the races in which you will die and I will live. Send an order to the Construction Bureau to send men to the Lessa Precautionary Zone at once to build a steel defense line, and at the same time to draw in 1 million troops from the country to guard it. Building a steel defense line was inevitable, and Chen Xuan's only concern was the stationing of an army. Compared to the armies on the front line of Inner Mongolia, the overall strength of the domestic armies was weaker, generally below the 10th level. Once the Fiery Winged Lion clan suddenly launched their offensive, these armies alone would definitely not be able to block it. Another 20 members of the Cutting Edge program and 3,000 members of the Mythic Special Forces were deployed to man the Lessa Precautionary Area. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan once again ordered. Even if this was the case, it would definitely not be able to hold back the attack of the Fiery Winged Lion clan, and Chen Xuan's only hope was that they could just hold out until he rushed over, and at the same time reduce some of the casualties as well. What he was most worried about now was that the Xian Yuan underworld race and the Fiery Winged Lion race would cooperate and attack the Dragon Kingdom at the same time, and at that time he, who had no time to spare, would only be able to hold back one line of defense, and the other line of defense would surely suffer heavy losses. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's order, Wang Pengyong and the others on the side did not speak, only silently conveying Chen Xuan's order. Although the threat of the Fiery Winged Lion clan is great, but after all it has not yet violated, the Xian Yuan underworld clan is the top priority. But the deployment of the military garrison is also a must, just that, drawing out these strong men once the Xian Yuan underworld clan invades in force, the pressure on the Inner Mongolia defense line will also increase greatly. Moreover, as far as the current situation was concerned, the safety and security of the entire Dragon Kingdom was almost entirely tied to Chen Xuan alone. As long as Chen Xuan could hold off the true King Realm powerhouses, the defense line would not collapse. If he could not, the defense line would collapse, and the loss of the country would be an inevitable scenario. Chen Xuan was equally aware of the pressure on him, but he had no choice, not to mention the fact that he was now in a high position in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if he was just a commoner, it was impossible for him to watch the foreigners wreak havoc on the land of China. Dragon Kingdom boundaries. Not an inch of land will be lost. No matter who, no matter how strong, dare to invade, will certainly encounter the Dragon Kingdom's sworn resistance. The most important thing nowadays was not to worry, but rather it was time to think about how to strengthen the Dragon Kingdom. The only way to keep the country and even counterattack is to be strong. Pass the order for Xia Pinggu to return to the defense line with 1 million troops. Chapter 64. No one is allowed to leave the gate until the King Realm requesting golden tickets. After these few days of hunting, the millions of troops that had traveled to the Great Xing Enling Mountains had all improved, with their levels basically exceeding 20, and even Xia Pinggu had gone up one more level, reaching 99. Although there is still room for improvement, but most of the mutated animals are deterred by the might of the army. All fled to the depths of the Daxingling and lurked, want to suppress all, undoubtedly need to spend a long time. Xia Pinggu, who got the instruction, immediately led the army to return, and after several hours, he returned to the Inner Mongolia steel defense line, and when he came to the command room to report, he realized that in the command room there were already dozens of people. Sitting in the center was none other than Chen Xuan. In addition, the 5 mythic profession awakening masters Puppet Master Yi Zhentian, Shadow Sword Master Wei Guoqing, Holy War Sword Master Wang Menghu, Ghost Sorcerer Spell Master Wu Zhenxing, and Radiant Priest Alamutuo were listed, and the legendary profession awakening masters Dark Sword Master Peacock, Sacred Formation Master Yi Wentao, Shadow Blade Master Chan Wenbin, Sacred Beast Sacred Master Hua, as well as the final Sacred Fighting Warrior Xia Pinggu. It could be said that the 5 mythic awakened and the 12 legendary profession awakened within the conference room were the highest combat power of the entire Dragon Kingdom aside from Chen Xuan. Every single one of them had a career level that was above 97. It was worth mentioning that the 2 vice presidents of the Dragon Kingdom Vocational Association, Wang Ping'an and Lu Minchong, were also among them, and they had awakened the legendary profession Heavenly Sword Saint Master as well as Bastard Pistol Saint Master respectively, of which Wang Ping'an was none other than the son of the 5-star General Wang Pengyong. After Xia Pinggu took his seat, Chen Xuan swept a glance at the people present and said in a condensed voice, "With the fall of the Ganges country and the fiery winged lion race occupying the territory of the Ganges country, with the aggressiveness of the foreign races, sooner or later, my dragon country will be at war with the fiery winged lion race. But with my dragon country's current strength, it is not able to counteract the aggression of the 2 foreign races. I've decided that starting immediately, all of you people will enter the human emperor secret realm for closed-door cultivation, and no one will be allowed to leave until the king realm." This was the king realm cultivation plan that Chen Xuan had formulated after learning of the fall of the Ganges country again. Selecting a dozen people to enter the secret realm of the human emperor to retreat, completely opening the secret realm of the human emperor to them, in which the resources were optional, and the only requirement was to break into the king realm. Although the development of the Dragon Kingdom had far surpassed other countries, it was not enough, especially when facing those foreign races. It was a bit difficult to even defend oneself. After all, the entire Dragon Kingdom didn't even have any true king powerhouses, and the only king realm was just him. Once the war started on both fronts, the Dragon Kingdom would definitely suffer heavy losses, so even though drawing Xia Pinggu and the others would lead to a huge drop in the strength of the Inner Mongolia front, it had to be done. Not to say that the entire team was promoted to the king realm, even if there were only 1 or 2, it would be worth it for the Dragon Kingdom. This, as Chen Xuan's words fell, Xia Pinggu and the others looked at each other with a flash of resistance in their eyes. Now that the Dragon Kingdom was in a time of need, they, as a member of the mythical special forces, were going to hide in seclusion in a time of danger? How can they be at ease? "Chief, why don't we wait for the war to end before we go into seclusion?" Xia Pinggu raised his eyes to Chen Xuan and cautiously voiced out. While the rest of the people did not make a sound, they likewise looked at Chen Xuan hopefully. They naturally knew the benefits of retreating in the human emperor's secret realm, but they were unwilling to set aside their defenses to go into retreat at the time of the Great War. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan glanced at Xia Pinggu and said indifferently, "This general is not conferring with you, but informing you. This is not only the order of this general, but also the supreme directive of the cabinet. The Fiery Winged Lion clan and the Xianyuan Underworld clan are just the beginning. As time lengthens, my Dragon Kingdom will need to face not just one foreign race, but multiple foreign races surrounding it. You are not deserters. Instead, you carry the hopes of the entire Dragon Kingdom. You don't need to worry about the front line. The only thing you dare to worry about is breaking into the king's realm. Gather in the square in an hour. I'll take you to the human emperor's secret realm." Dismissed. As the words fell, Chen Xuan immediately got up and left, leaving behind the silent Xia Pinggu and the others. If you don't enter the king's realm, you'll end up like an ant. Even if all the nationals of the Dragon Kingdom were all promoted to the base 100 level, they would have to kneel in the face of a mythic monarch. Even if it was the true king realm, they could easily kill a large number of them. But if there were 10,000 or even 100,000 king realms, even mythic monarchs would have to weigh their options. A lot of ants can still bite an elephant, provided that the elephant's defense can be broken through. Of course, for the current Dragon Kingdom, this was undoubtedly an extremely distant dream, and there was a long way to go if one wanted to realize it. After all, the King Realm was not a basic 100 levels, and it was not easy to break through even for legendary quality awakened people. Xia Pinggu and the others, even with the many buildings of the Human Emperor's secret realm and even a large number of heavenly materials and treasures, they might not all be able to advance to the King Realm, and Chen Xuan would already be satisfied with half of them. An hour later, Chen Xuan led Xia Pinggu and the others to the Human Emperor's secret realm, and after leaving them in the Human Emperor's secret realm, he quickly returned to the Inner Mongolia defense line without much delay. At the same time, he had not paved the Purple Sky Thunder Crystal Road, so the top of the Kunlun Mountains was still filled with vast thunder. If Xia Pinggu and others achieved the King Realm, they would naturally be able to top the Purple Sky Divine Thunder and walk out. If they had not broken through the King Realm, they would have to obediently cultivate in the Human Emperor's secret realm. If it wasn't for this crisis, Xia Pinggu and the others wouldn't have been able to walk around in the Human Emperor's secret realm at will, and in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the only ones who had the power to use the Human Emperor's secret realm at will were Chen Xuan and the several heads of the cabinet. Whether it is Chen Xuan or a few heads of the cabinet, will be the Human Emperor's secret realm as the Dragon Country's greatest heritage, but also the Dragon Country's strength of the dependents. Even if the treasures are numerous, but if it is reckless squandering, but also one day will be used up, once the secret realm of the spirit of the air is exhausted, cannot be so easy to repair over. Even Chen Xuan himself had restrained himself from utilizing too many heavenly materials and treasures, and even the treasure vault was merely open to 3 layers. Before the Dragon Kingdom had reached its most dangerous point, Chen Xuan and the several chiefs would not take out all of the wealth from the human emperor's secret realm and use it, as they were not only looking at the present, but also the future. There is a human emperor secret realm in the Dragon Country grows. It is only a matter of time, if it is depleted the wealth of the human emperor secret realm, undoubtedly because of a small loss. During the time when the Shen Yuan underworld tribe had not launched the 3rd wave of attack, the Dragon Kingdom took the opportunity to reinforce the Inner Mongolia steel defense line as well as the Lessa steel defense line. In addition to that, the many members of the Dragon Kingdom Professional Association had also continuously teamed up to hunt and kill the mutated animals, and although there were some casualties, the overall strength was greatly increased. A whole month, whether it is the Shen Yuan underworld tribe or the Fiery Winged Lion tribe, did not have the slightest movement. In this month, the 2 major steel defenses have been completely reinforced. Looking from afar, it looks like a steel beast lying on its back, extremely spectacular. Under Chun Lu Jun's enchantment, the defensive power of these 2 steel walls had greatly increased, and according to Chen Xuan's tests, both steel walls had been able to withstand impacts below the King Realm. Boom! On this day, a powerful aura violently erupted from the space-time channel outside the Inner Mongolia steel defense line, sweeping across a 100-mile radius. Chapter 65. A million troops come to offend. Under this aura, the entire heaven and earth is filled with an unspeakable oppression. Even on the Inner Mongolia steel defense line, can be clearly felt. The many soldiers of the Dragon Country even feel as if their hearts are blocked with a big stone. The whole person wants to gasp for breath. Woo! The high and loud trumpet sounded, and despite being shocked by the momentum, many of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, at the first opportunity, resisted the pressure and rushed up to man the city walls, while Chen Xuan and the others also stepped out from the city tower and stood on top of the city, staring at the distant space-time passageway. True King. Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his face unusually grave. This aura was so terrifying that even he felt the pressure. Besides true kings, no one in the King Realm could even make him feel this way. The other party's wisp of aura transmitted through the space-time channel could be this terrifying. It was enough to see how terrifying true king powerhouses could be. As Chen Xuan and the others stood in wait, a stream of light shot out from the space-time channel, and without waiting for the crowd to see what the stream of light looked like, a strong light instantly blossomed, shrouding the entire area around the space-time channel, making it difficult for people to see what was going on in it at all. Chen Xuan was worried about any mishaps, and his entire body took to the air in a flash, his aura fully open. Boom! Powerful aura stirs up the wind and clouds of heaven and earth, with Chen Xuan as the center. The void in a 10-mile radius is distorted in a manner visible to the naked eye. The Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword has appeared in Chen Xuan's hand at some point. The sharp and overbearing sword intent rushes skyward, seemingly wanting to pierce through the sky and earth, domineering and unparalleled. Chop! The ground was thunderous, and the sword intent subdued the sky. As soon as he made his move, Chen Xuan exerted his full strength. The spirit vault sword chop wrapped in a storm of sword chi, blatantly chopping towards the light cover, the horrifying sharpness tearing through the sky, and from afar, it was as if the heavenly dome had been chopped into 2 halves. Bang! When the sword on chopped at the light shield, a horrifying roar resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth, and sound wave ripples visible to the naked eye mixed with a terrifying impact of power swept away in all directions, and the entire void was instantly torn apart, revealing densely packed pitch-black cracks. The ground within a 50-mile radius was directly lifted away, and the entire earth hardened and dropped several levels, turning into a huge basin, with smoke and dust like a tornado, defiling heaven and earth. This horrifying scene made the many soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom on the Steel City Wall line look dumbfounded. Their entire bodies trembled uncontrollably. Even from such a distance, they could feel that heaven-destroying aura. Had it not been for Chen Xuan's power guarding them, coupled with the formations as well as enchantments placed on the steel defense line, they had no doubt that the entire steel defense line would have been destroyed by this onslaught, and they would have even more instantly suffered heavy losses. It wasn't until this moment that they truly understood how terrifying Chen Xuan's strength was. Above the void, Chen Xuan, however, did not have the slightest joy. Instead, he was filled with gravity. He was able to feel that the array barrier, although he had chopped out cracks, was not broken. A true king-level formation? Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Only a true king-level array formation could block his strike, worthy of being a foreign race in the mythical era. Their depths were truly outstanding. Even true king-level array discs could be taken out. A formation disc, an extremely rare treasure, a complete formation disc, condensed from a formation as well as a formation element crystal. The formation Yuan crystal stone was an extremely rare heavenly treasure that allowed one to inscribe formations in it, and the spiritual chi contained within it was enough to maintain the inscribed formation to remain for a long period of time. As we all know, it takes a certain amount of time for an array master to set up an array, whereas an array disk, which is a recording of an array in advance, can be used directly as long as it is activated. In the Desolate Domain, the formation itself is extremely precious, the True King level formation is even more rare, and the True King level formation disc is even more of a rare treasure. Once it appears in the world, it will surely cause a storm of bloodshed. Chen Xuan hadn't expected that this Xian Yuan underworld clan would even be willing to take out True King level array discs in order to invade Blue Star. Humph! If one sword doesn't work, then let's have another one. Although he didn't know what exactly the Xian Yuan underworld clan was up to, the True King level formation was powerful in killing. If he waited for the other side to free up their hands and use the formation to deal with the Dragon Kingdom's army, the Dragon Kingdom's army wouldn't be able to stop it at all. Boom! In the next instant, the terrifying aura spewed out again. The sword intent rushed to the sky. The cold light shone in the world, and the distant soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom all subconsciously closed their eyes under this light, not daring to look directly at them at all. As Chen Xuan chopped down with his sword, the entire void collapsed inch by inch, the terrifying impact forming several dragon scrolls that penetrated through heaven and earth, wantonly destroying everything around them. Even the many Dragon Kingdom soldiers on the steel walls had the feeling that they were going to be torn to shreds, and the entirety of them uncontrollably surged with panic. Bang! Deafening roars exploded, vaguely interspersed with bursts of clicks, and under Chen Xuan's two spirit dome sword choppers, this True King level formation finally broke open, revealing the situation inside. Hiss! Seeing the situation in which the dragon soldiers, instant pupil shrinkage, neatly harmonized sound of inhaling cool air echoed in the steel line of defense. Raging will tough they, at this moment cannot help but tremble, only to see, ahead of the body size of more than 100 meters of foreign beasts display, as far as the eye can see, dense, simply cannot see the end, as a small mountain, even the time and space passage were obscured by this group of foreign beasts. And on the foreign beasts, all of them stood a strong member of the Xian Yuan underworld race, all of them with a rank of at least 50 levels or more, and the 10 or so at the very front even reached the basic 100 levels, and those with a rank of 90 or more, all of them had hundreds of them. Not only that, in the air above this group of armies, there are also 3 Xian Yuan underworld race powerhouses wearing black robes, seemingly dying, but the aura that permeates out of the body is astounding. Just one glance is enough to make people fall into an ice cave, and simply cannot afford to have any resistance. 1 million foreign beasts, 1 million foreign races, and 3 true kings, they really look up to the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as his entire heart sank. He knew that the third wave of the Xian Yuan underworld clan's attack would be fierce, but he didn't expect it to be fierce to such an extent, and even though he didn't send out any king realm powerhouses, he sent out 3 whole true kings. It was no exaggeration to say that the group of Xian Yuan underworld clan in front of him was enough to equal half of the strength of the entire Xian Yuan underworld clan, and even slightly exceeded it. A mere pinnacle of the king realm, to be able to break a true king level formation, your strength is not weak. Griffin, this king gives you 2 choices. 1. Submit to my Xian Yuan underworld clan, or 2. Destroy all of your clan. The true king powerhouse at the head of the group narrowed his eyes and droned in a cold voice, seemingly not placing Chen Xuan in his eyes in the slightest, but his body hidden underneath his robes was taut. That true king level formation, although it was only at the inferior level, it was not something that the king realm could destroy. The fact that this human was able to use his cultivation at the peak of the king realm to chop down the formation with 2 swords was enough to prove that his strength was comparable to that of a true king powerhouse, and it was not an ordinary true king powerhouse. If they hadn't sent out 3 true kings this time, he really wouldn't have been sure that he could take down Chen Xuan on his own. If he could directly make Chen Xuan submit, not only would he be able to obtain a new world, but he would also be able to obtain a demonic heavenly pride that was comparable to a true king. His Xian Yuan underworld clan would undoubtedly become even more powerful, and he could even hope to unify the desolate domain. Chapter 66, Fighting Alone, Seeking Golden Votes. Hearing the words of that true king of the Xian Yuan underworld clan, Chen Xuan's face turned icy cold. Really think he's got him? Field out. Chen Xuan responded directly with his actions. His entire body's aura exploded, and colorful light instantly bloomed, enveloping the entire battlefield and illuminating this battlefield heaven and earth as if it were a dream. Boom! In an instant, a 12-lineage field of 500 miles completely shrouded the battlefield, and spatial cuts, ice fronts, thunder, and dark blades of the entire 12 lineage of attacks swept through the field, wantonly abusing and killing the many Chen Yuan underworld race powerhouses. Ah! The sudden onslaught caused the Chen Yuan underworld clan army to suffer heavy losses, and in these short few breaths of time, at least thousands of Chen Yuan underworld clan powerhouses died tragically under Chen Xuan's domain, and even those 3 true kings didn't have the time to step in to protect themselves. 12 lineage fields? How is that possible? The pupils of the leading true king powerhouse, that is, the Rift Chen true king, as well as the other 2 true kings, shrunk as they exclaimed in disbelief. The cultivation method of the foreign race, although different from the human race's career awakening, but also the same way to the king realm, is the same sense of the power of the law, but in the life of the Rift Chen true king, has never seen someone who can sense the 12 faculties of the realm. The current strongest young pride of the desolate domain was only able to perceive 5 systems, and even with this, that person was hailed as a supreme pride of the desolate domain that would be hard to come by for eons. He couldn't imagine to what extent the talent of Chen Xuan, who had sensed the 12 lineages, would be terrifying. After a short period of shock, the miserable state of the Chen Yuan underworld race's army caused his flames of anger to rise again. Damn you! The roaring voice exploded like thunder, and the volcano like eruption of anger swept across the sky and the earth, causing the temperature in the entire sky and the earth to rise suddenly, and the strong aura crushed down. Bang! The entire void seemed like it was being bombarded by a 10,000-foot mountain. Space collapsed inch by inch, and endless storms swept through just like extinction. If it were an ordinary king realm domain, it was feared that it would have already collapsed under this aura. However, Chen Xuan did not change his expression as he frantically activated his domain, strangling the Chen Yuan underworld race's army, the entire 1 million Chen Yuan underworld race's army plus 1 million Fey Beasts mounts. If he did not make a move, once he allowed these 2 million troops to impact the steel defenses would definitely not be able to withstand it even if there were formations as well as enchantments. If 5 million Dragon Kingdom troops could end up with 1 million left, it would be a stunning victory. Griffin, you will suffer the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. Seeing that Chen Xuan still dared to make a move after his own strike, Rift Chen True King's face was as gloomy as water. The power in his body exploded like a volcano erupting. He waved his hands around, and between his power spewing out, the winds and clouds of heaven and earth changed, and in just an instant, a huge shadow covered the dome of the sky, causing the entire sky to darken down completely. A full 150 miles of the split Shen cave sky, like a small world, crushed down. At the same time, the other 2 true kings of the Chen Yuan underworld race also came out in unison and summoned their own cavernous heavens, only that, compared to the split Shen true king, their cavernous heavens were a bit smaller in scope, only 120-odd miles. Domain into cave sky is a qualitative metamorphosis under normal circumstances, will be transformed into the initial 100 miles of cave sky. Certain talent supreme generation may be a breakthrough into the true king. Cave sky can reach 150 miles or even 200 miles. Within 200 miles of the cave, it was a symbol of the early stage of a true king. 500 miles was the middle stage of a true king. 800 miles was the late stage of a true king, and 1,200 miles was the peak of a true king. Those like the split Shen true king were already approaching the peak of the early stage true king realm. Boom! The 3 great cave heavens descended in unison. The entire heaven and earth was in a whirlwind. The void around Chen Xuan became viscous, hardened and folded by that terrifyingly huge force. His body trembled violently and uncontrollably under this terrifying pressure. It was not until this moment that Chen Xuan realized the frightening nature of a true king realm powerhouse. The 3 great cave heavens were like 3 stars crushing down towards him. The pressure was like 10,000 feet of huge mountains, causing his entire body to continuously bend down, the blood in his body boiling more than just a few times, and his bones were like being hit by a huge force. What was even more difficult to bear was that while True King Split Shen and the others were striking, the Chen Yuan underworld clan's army, which had been enveloped by the domain, also reacted and cooperated with the 3 True King powerhouses to launch counterattacks, constantly impacting Chen Xuan's domain. It was tantamount to saying that at this moment, Chen Xuan was fighting against 3 True Kings as well as 2 million troops with his own strength. No one could imagine the pressure that Chen Xuan was under at this moment, if not for the fact that his talent and even his foundation far exceeded that of other peak True King powerhouses. He would have been destroyed long ago. The counterattack of a 2 million strong army was not much of a problem for Chen Xuan. After all, his domain was incredibly sturdy and unrivaled in the ages, and could not be destroyed by just 2 million strong armies. The 12 systems of attacks within the domain were no joke. The Chen Yuan underworld clan army would have to waste some time trying to destroy his domain attacks, And how strong could the attacks that actually landed in his domain be? What could truly bring great pressure to Chen Xuan was the three great caves crushing down from the firmament. A true king was always a true king, and a cave was far from being comparable to a realm. One was a chaotic small space and the other was a real world. How could it be compared? For today's Chen Xuan, the main thing was not to break into the true king realm, but to settle down. The talent he had gained from the internal qualification was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It could be called 1 in a million, but after all, the cultivation time was too short. But in just 1 month, he had already reached the peak of the king realm, which was extremely unbelievable to anyone. And this also led to the fact that although Chen Xuan's roots were majestic, his potential had yet to be truly tapped out, meaning that at this moment, Chen Xuan's king realm strength still had a great deal of room to rise. If he had fully tapped his potential, he wouldn't have had such a hard time facing these three true kings at all. On the distant steel defense line, numerous soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, looking at the figure that had been crushed and hunched over, their entire eyes reddened, their fists clenched in death, and their bodies could not stop trembling. This included those members of the mythical special forces as well as several generals such as Wang Pangyong. The battle scene that was like destroying the heavens and the earth did give them a great shock. But at this moment, the only thing left in their hearts was grief as well as hatred. They hated why they were so weak. If not, why would they leave Chen Xuan alone to fight alone? Even they needed Chen Xuan to guard them. Especially those members of the mythical special forces were clenching their teeth, and blood was even spilling out from the corners of their mouths. Up! As Wang Pangyong and the others grieved, Chen Xuan, who had been suppressed by the three great cave heavens, violently raised his head and roared aloud. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. A majestic impact of power swept through, and Chen Xuan's body, which was originally all on the verge of becoming bowed, slowly straightened up. As he straightened up, crackling and popping bursts immediately emanated from Chen Xuan's body, and dense beads of blood seeped out from the top of his skin, dyeing Chen Xuan into a bloody man in only a few moments. Chapter 67. The time to strike back arrives. Roar! A roar like a dragon's roar reverberated from Chen Xuan's mouth as his body stiffly straightened up. Even the three great cave heavens were toppled by more than 10 meters, his majestic aura sweeping like a storm. Only, Chen Xuan's miserable appearance caused Wang Pangyong and the others on the steel defense line to nearly shed tears. Indeed, if it were not for the sake of alleviating the pressure on the Dragon Kingdom's army, Chen Xuan would not have had to fight so hard against those three Chen Yuan underworld race powerhouses. On the surface, the two sides had not really made a move, much less collided with flashy moves, but this simple and uncomplicated crushing of the cavernous heavens was far more menacing, and once he could not withstand it, Chen Xuan would surely be transformed into bloody mud. With Chen Xuan's terrifying 12-system domain, it was not a cave heaven that was better than a cave heaven, and if there was no need to alleviate the pressure of the Dragon Kingdom's army, he was completely able to use his own domain to counteract the power of the cave heaven. Perhaps the process wouldn't be easy, but it would by no means be this miserable in a short period of time. Humph! I have to say, your natural talent is the only thing this seat has seen in his life, but to think of resisting us is tantamount to a fool's dream. Feeling the strong aura that had erupted from Chen Xuan, the cleft Xian True King snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. But what no one could see was that the hand he had behind his back was clenched in death, his heart rolling over like a shocking wave. How could this barren world give birth to such a terrifying demon? In the entire barren domain, as far as he knew among the younger generation, no one could compare to this son. Death, this person must die. Once the other party was allowed to break into the True King, in the entire Chen Yuan underworld clan, aside from the legendary ancestor, he was afraid that no one would be able to stop him. Boom! Thinking like this, the killing opportunity in the heart of the Rift Xian True King exploded, and the power in his body gushed out in a steady stream, energizing the cavernous sky, and the two Xian Yuan underworld tribe True Kings beside him similarly erupted with all their might. Bang! Terrifying pressure, like a heavenly river pouring down. Chen Xuan's body bent once more, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. His body like a porcelain vase that was about to shatter, covered in dense cracks, scarlet blood could not be stopped from bubbling out. Despite the unimaginable pressure, Chen Xuan did not pay any attention to it, nor did he resist, but instead gathered all of his mind within the domain, mobilizing the power of the domain to exterminate the 100 levels and even above 95 levels of the Xian Yuan underworld clan's army. Rumble! On the battlefield, the sound of rumbling was endless, and the terrifying 12 lineages of energies were like a raging wind and rain, sweeping around recklessly, destroying one Xian Yuan underworld race powerhouse after another. Seek death. The Rift Xian True King did not expect that Chen Xuan would dare to attack and kill his Xian Yuan underworld clan's powerhouses, even when he was left to his own devices. A monstrous rage swept through him. A terrifying power erupted out, and the cavernous sky belonging to him crushed down like a 10,000-foot mountain, causing Chen Xuan to violently spray a mouthful of blood on the spot. His face as pale as a sheet of paper, and his entire body seemed to be shattering, as unimaginable excruciating pain assaulted his heart. In the face of such an onslaught, Chen Xuan did not care, still mobilizing the power within his body, guarding himself while triggering the domain to destroy those strong members of the Xian Yuan underworld clan's army. Ah! At this moment, within the range of the domain, screams resounded one after another. Countless thunder, ice fronts, and other 12 lineages of energies wreaked havoc, and in just a short period of time, more than 70% of the top powerhouses of the Xian Yuan underworld race's army were killed or injured, and even the ordinary military personnel and even their mounts had fallen by at least 100,000 or more. What kind of terrifying number was this? Of course, Chen Xuan's trauma wasn't small either, if it wasn't for the fact that he possessed the divine grade talent Emperor Dragon Hegemony body, which could draw in a steady stream of fallen Xian Yuan underworld clan powerhouses to replenish their vitality from the realm. He wouldn't have been able to hold out for such a long period of time for the three great cave heavens to suppress him. You deserve to die. Ah! The feeling of watching his clansmen die one after another while he was unable to do anything about it made the three great true kings such as the split Xian True King completely furious, and their terrifying auras shook the heavens and the earth as countless storms raged, and the entire battlefield was impacted into ruins. If it wasn't for the influx of spiritual chi that elevated the entire Blue Star's world-bit grid, thus causing the strength of the space and even the earth to increase many times over, just the outbreak of this chi could have impacted the entire Dragon Kingdom and triggered countless natural disasters. Boo! Terrifying power crushed down from the three great cave heavens. Chen Xuan's entire body was directly blasted into the ground. Countless debris exploded. A 10-mile crater emerged, and the entire earth was like an earth dragon turning over. The three great cave heavens pursued the attack, seemingly crushing down like three huge mountains, with the intention of bursting Chen Xuan in one fell swoop. Red Flame Furnace. Chen Xuan staggered up from the ground, not caring about anything else, and directly exploded his talent Red Flame Furnace with all his might. The Red Flame Furnace could swallow all energies and transform them into crystals that could be absorbed by his own body and even others. The impact of the enemy's attack was naturally considered a form of energy. It could be said that any one of Chen Xuan's 5 great talents was enough to create a supreme heavenly pride, yet he had gathered them all in one place. Rumble! In an instant, a fiery vortex glowing with a purple golden light violently rose from the sky above Chen Xuan's head, devouring all the energy falling from above like a purple golden black hole. Buzz! Under the transformation of the red flame melting furnace, a single energy crystal surged forth, like stars, spread throughout the void, shining brightly. Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed as the power within his body erupted, directly shattering these crystals. The shattered crystals transformed into a terrifying torrent of power that surged into Chen Xuan's body, repairing his injuries as well as replenishing his vitality, and the originally shriveled-up man became alive and well again. Impossible! This scene, on the spot, gave Rift Xian True King and the others shocked, confused. Exclamations of shock exploded one after another, but the next moment, as if they thought of something, Rift Xian True King and the others, their eyes suddenly red, staring at Chen Xuan, that gaze as if they were looking at a supreme treasure. At such a young age, he had already reached the peak of the King realm, and had also comprehended the power of the 12 systems of laws, and had even condensed the 12 systems of the realm, and now he was also displaying such a mysterious divine ability. If one were to say that Chen Xuan did not harbor a great secret, they would definitely not believe it. A barren little person could grow to such an extent even after obtaining such a secret. If they were to obtain this secret, wouldn't they have a myth within their reach, or even be expected to be emperors? At this moment, the greed in the hearts of the Fisher Xian True Lords rose to a point of no return, and they even disregarded the deaths of those great armies, wanting nothing more than to suppress Chen Xuan and obtain Chen Xuan's secret. If they were able to break through to Mythic Monarch, even if all of these 2 million armies fell, what was the harm? Anyway, he had many clansmen of the Xian Yuan underworld clan, but there was only one mythical monarch ancestor, Zhan. The Fisher Xian True King and the others looked at each other and made up their minds without hesitation, their figures flickering as they formed the momentum of the 3 talents, encircling Chen Xuan underneath. while their cavernous heavens were also like 3 rounds of vast suns as they constantly trembled in the skies above Chen Xuan, transmitting gusts of light as a strong mighty pressure continuously crushed down. Without a doubt, True King Split Xian and the others were about to completely explode. Logically speaking, Chen Xuan, who was facing such a mighty force, would not say that he was terrified, but at least he would not be at ease. But at this moment, he had a smiling expression on his face. There was no other reason. The top powerhouses of the Chen Yuan underworld clan's army had already been killed off by him, and their numbers had shrunk to around 1.5 million. He finally could strike back. Chapter 68 today, Sword drinks True King's blood. Kill! In an instant, a roaring sound that shook heaven and earth exploded, and invisible waves of sound swept out like ripples. Accompanying the fall of this roar, the 12 lineage domains were instantly withdrawn by Chen Xuan, and Chen Xuan, who no longer needed to be distracted from casting the domains, exploded with all his might. The chaotic sword body was fully activated. The talent Emperor Dragon Hegemony body was fully activated. The talent Sword Heart Tong Ming was fully activated, and the talent Red Flame Furnace was fully activated, except that what the Red Flame Furnace devoured was no longer the power of the attack, but rather, the aura in the heavens and earth. The endless aura was pulled by the Red Flame Furnace like a heavenly river pouring into Chen Xuan's body, and in this instant, the entire Dragon Kingdom-wide aura was even sucked empty by Chen Xuan. Boom! With the chaotic Emperor Dragon's sword in his hand, endless sword intent erupted from Chen Xuan's body, the entire person seemingly transforming into a world-defying sword god, and like a divine sword that was about to cut through the heavens and earth, filled with endless sharpness. Bang! Chen Xuan stomped his heel, and the entire earth exploded as his entire body rose up from the ground like a supreme divine sword, instantly impacting towards the 3 great cave heavens. Boom! When the two collided together, a horrifying storm swept through the 8 directions, and Dao Dao was like a gully-like crack in the void ripped open, and the 3 great cave heavens, which were originally at hundreds of meters in the air, were hardened by Chen Xuan's sword that toppled up to 10,000 meters in the air. Countless berserk forces swept through 10,000 meters in the air, and the sound of roaring resounded like thunder, and even thousands of kilometers away, one could feel the power of this terrifying collision. Hiss! What happened? God! It's horrible. The whole thing looks like it's going to die. That direction, it seems to be the front line? Countless Dragon Country subjects are alarmed. The internet is a clamor, especially from the Inner Mongolia precautionary area close to a few precautionary area residents, but also shivering, full of fear, looking at the stormy sky dome. Meanwhile, on the front line, with Chen Xuan's outburst, Wang Pengyong, who had long been unable to hold back, also exploded. Fire! A hoarse roar came out from Wang Pengyong's mouth. A loud and clear horn sound followed. The spiritual energy laser cannon on the city wall was instantly activated. The spirit stones embedded in it were constantly being sucked out of the spirit chi. A little bit of radiance surged out of the mouth of the spiritual energy laser cannon's barrel, and then it got bigger and more eye-piercing. Bang! Finally, the psychic laser cannon fired. A dozen streams of light were like meteors, cutting through the sky, and with incredible extreme speed, they crashed into the many armies of the Chen Yuan underworld race, with one mass of blood mist after another exploding one after another, and the entire battlefield was as if a rain of blood had fallen. Within the straight-line range of the psychic laser cannon's impact, but any Chen Yuan underworld race powerhouses or mounts below level 50 blew up one after another, and even those above level 50, as long as they hadn't reached level 70, were all traumatized to varying degrees. For a while, a dozen roads like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood presented themselves, and even the many Dragon Kingdom soldiers with tough minds couldn't help but vomit when they saw this scene. In the face of this scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Wang Pengyong didn't have the slightest ripple. His face was extremely cold. He raised his arm high, and then it fell down violently. Fire! Bang! A roar rang out, and the tanks behind the city wall continuously trembled, spewing out shells that were mixed with sparks, presenting a parabola, falling from the top to the bottom, landing in the Chen Yuan underworld clan's army. Not only that, inside the temporary base of the Inner Mongolia preventive zone, the major missile vehicles also began to shoot, and one after another stream of light broke through the sky and fell straight toward the battlefield. In a short period of time, the entire battlefield seemed to be raining meteors. Endless cannonballs roared down. The roar of explosions was endless, and the entire earth trembled violently. With such an intensive attack, there was no possibility of survival for the Chen Yuan underworld race powerhouses and even foreign beast mounts below level 50, and at least 300,000 or more Chen Yuan underworld race powerhouses and even foreign beast mounts died tragically under this bombardment. Rumble. Immediately afterward, the second round of bombardment opened. Round 3. Round STH. 10 rounds of bombardment, in addition to the area where the steel defense line was located. As far as the eye could see, the entire battlefield no longer had a piece of intact earth. There were broken ruins everywhere, and blood mixed with broken meat flowed among the ruins, as if it was a purgatory. At least 100 tanks were scrapped in this high-intensity bombardment, and even the psychic laser cannons on the city walls were emitting black smoke. Where are the mythical special forces? Standing on top of the city, Wang Pangyong loudly burst out. The intensity of the killing machine seems to make the temperature between heaven and earth have dropped several levels. All hands on deck. Yes. In an instant, a figure leapt up from the city wall, like a wasp crossing the border to kill the Chen Yuan underworld tribe's army. And before the people arrived, the horrifying attack had already descended like a fierce wind and rain. Not only that, but all the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom whose ranks were around level 20 also jumped down from the city walls, neatly advancing towards the army of foreign beasts, with all sorts of vocational skills, as if they were 10,000 arrows, falling towards the battlefield. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom launched a full-scale counterattack. Under the favorable conditions created by Chen Xuan, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers were as angry as rainbows, their killing machines exploding. This was a collision between the Dragon Kingdom and the Mythic era, as well as a collision between modern technology plus occupational awakening and the natives of the Mythic era. On the other hand, 10,000 meters up in the air, the battle between Chen Xuan and the three true kings, including Split Xuan, had also officially begun. I must say that this seat has underestimated your strength. As long as you are willing to hand over your secrets obediently, this seat can let you live and promise not to invade your country again. The three of them, the Split Xuan true kings, surrounded Chen Xuan, their eyes staring at him with crimson redness, their faces filled with greed. Just now, Chen Xuan's outburst was a bit shocking even to them, and it even gave them a feeling that they could not fight against it. But this, however, deepened their hearts in wanting to obtain Chen Xuan's secret. If it was one person, perhaps they might not really be able to stop Chen Xuan. But there were three of them. The power of three true kings joining forces was not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1. Today, the sword drinks the blood of the true king. At those words, Chen Xuan's face was ancient, his body intertwined with killing intent and sword intent. A dull roar exploded out. At this moment, Chen Xuan was like a lion that had lost its restraints. A terrifying aura permeated his body. Fields. Chaos Sword Domain. Zhan. Chen Xuan did not have the slightest reservation, simultaneously executing the 12 systems domain as well as the gifted chaotic sword domain. The two clusters of light were like stars, rising from behind Chen Xuan, hardening the three great cave heavens above him. Bang! Violent collisions swept between the three great cave heavens and the two great realms, with terrifying impacts like a tornado, stirring up everything around them. Two fields. How? The appearance of the chaotic sword domain caused Split Xuan and the others to be directly confused, and the entire group had a feeling as if they had seen a ghost. Previously, Chen Xuan's comprehension of the power of the 12 lineage laws as well as his condensing of the 12 lineage domains, although hard to believe, was barely acceptable, but now Chen Xuan had actually erupted into a domain once again. This was somewhat heavenly. They were considered to have seen a lot, but they had never seen someone who could condense two domains, and both of them were so powerful. Chapter 69. Exchanging wounds for wounds, healing the battle. At the time when Split Xuan and the other true kings were shaking, Chen Xuan didn't freeze, losing the cave heaven binding him. Completely letting go of his hands, the chaotic emperor dragon sword in his hand waved, bursting out with sharp sword chi, the whole person killed towards the three true kings in a flash. Frozen miles. One sword out. Snow drifted from heaven and earth. The ice laws gushed out crazily, and the temperature of the entire heaven and earth dropped to the extreme point, as gusts of frost wrapped cracking Xuan and the other true kings as if they were going to freeze them into ice sculptures. Spirit Vault Sword Slash. Sword Edict Divine Thunder. After briefly restraining the three true kings, Chen Xuan did not hesitate, bursting out one after another, professional skills as if they did not need any money, constantly spewing out, all kinds of laws intertwined, the entire heaven and earth colorful, dreamy wrapped in a shocking killing opportunity. Bang! The three true kings broke free from the bonds of the frost and looked at the powerful attack that came from the onslaught. Their eyes reddened and their anger erupted like a volcano. They admitted that Chen Xuan's talent was indeed unmatched in all of eternity, but the peak of the king realm in the district wanted to kill the three of their true kings as well? Ridiculous to the core. Endless power erupted, and the powerful aura belonging to a true king instantly caused the entire heaven and earth to shake and the atmosphere to explode. The terrifying pressure rose up, dispersing the dark clouds that were lingering above, forming a ring-shaped black hole with a diameter of thousands of meters. And behind this ring-shaped black hole was an infinite pitch-black void that was so deep that it was frightening, as if it was an abyss that swallowed everything. Griffin, die! As the tyrannical roar fell, the split Xian True King's fist wrapped in boundless power and slammed out, a huge fist print like a mountain peak tearing through the heavens and earth, appearing instantly in front of Chen Xuan at a speed that appeared to be slow but was actually fast. Before the terrifying fist-on landed, the void was torn open with a huge hole, and from afar, it looked as if a fist had smashed a hole in the sky and the earth. At the same time, the two Xian Yuan underworld race True Kings beside True King Cleavage Xian also instantly stepped out to block the various occupational skills that Chen Xuan had erupted. Boom! It was also at the moment when the huge fist seal blasted down. A huge sword-on that seemed to be sealed with a pitch-black hell rushed up, sweeping the sky with ghostly light and sharpness, with a magnificent aura. Darkness profession skill, dark hell obliteration. The sword came out like hell, and heaven and earth lost their colors. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi and the fist aura intersected, but after only a moment of stalemate, the fist aura tore the sword chi to shreds, followed by dazzling light bursting out, and the entire heaven and earth formed a huge explosion. Bang! Under the horrifying impact, the heavens and earth shook, the fist aura crumbled, but the overflowing fist energy still shattered the void, and Chen Xian's entire person was bombarded by that huge force to retreat backward one after another. And with each step that fell, he stepped on a pitch-black hole in the void. Chen Xian's talent was indeed terrifying, but ultimately, he still had too little experience. More than a month ago, he was just an ordinary person, and in this short period of more than a month, having achieved the peak of the King Realm, how much King Realm strength could he truly exert? At this moment, Chen Xian was like a piece of hard divine iron. As long as it was smashed, it would surely be able to smash people to death. But he only knew how to smash in a straight line without knowing how to bend and penetrate. In addition to his lack of combat experience, his King Realm potential had not been fully developed, such as the major laws which he had not comprehended to completion, as well as his lack of understanding of the cross-use between laws. Which peak of the King Realm hadn't experienced endless trials and tribulations of life and death before arriving? A true peak King Realm powerhouse was not only experienced in battle, but was also incomparably skilled in the use of laws. Chen Xian was equally aware of his weaknesses, and thus, these three strong members of the Xian Yuan underworld race were his stepping stones to help him sharpen himself. Bang! Rumbling sounds exploded as Chen Xian's entire person appeared in an instant around the Rift Xian True King, the chaotic Emperor Dragon's sword in his hand, waving wildly, chopping out dashes of sword chi. The densely packed sword chi wrapped around the Rift Xian True King as if it was going to tear him to shreds. Humph! The Rift Xian True King snorted coldly. His body's fist intent was like the sea, and his two fists bombarded crazily, as if he wanted to break the sky with his fists, domineering and unparalleled. At the same time, the other two True Kings also came towards Chen Xian in a pincer attack, with swords, and the impact of the strong force swept across the entire sky dome, turning the 10,000 meters of altitude into a forbidden land of death. Bang! Chen Xian fought one against three, and although he was constantly bleeding and being sent flying, he was like an undefeatable little strong man, getting more and more courageous as he fought on, and that horrifying battle intent that seemed to want to fight the heavens and the earth. Even the few people from the split Xian True King were all heart-struck. On the other side, the battle on the ground was equally tragic. Many members of the mythic special forces were fighting with all their might against the top powerhouses in the Xian Yuan underworld clan's army, and berserk forces swept across the entire battlefield. Fortunately, all powerhouses above level 95 were basically killed by Chen Xian, and as such, the members of the mythic special forces were still able to easily fend off the Xian Yuan underworld clan's powerhouses. The only thing that is more grueling is the killing of ordinary armies. Now, on the front line of the Dragon Country army, compared to the previous, although there is an increase, but the overall average level, but only in the 20 level up and down, even if they are more surrounded by fewer, but there are still a lot of casualties. No one flinched, no one grieved, only the unrivaled will to fight as if they were dying. Whenever someone died, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers at the back would immediately top up, hardening themselves to keep these Xian Yuan underworld clan hordes out of the steel defense line, their vocational skills continuously falling like a downpour of rain, and their spirit energy guns blasting one after another. The battle was raging, the casualties were heavy, and the entire battlefield was filled with an aura of sadness. Despite the many casualties, the balance of victory was slowly tilting in favor of the Dragon Kingdom after all. The top powerhouses of the Chen Yuan underworld clan's army had basically been killed off by Chen Xuan, and with only those remaining, they simply could not hold back the Red Sky Squad, whose average level was above 90. Even after losing Xia Pinggu and the others, there were still hundreds of people in the Red Sky Squad, and these were the ones who joined the Red Sky Squad after awakening to the legendary profession later on. On the steel defense line, Wang Pengyong didn't pay attention to the battlefield on the ground. In the case that the Chen Yuan underworld race army didn't have any top-notch powerhouses, the outcome of the battle was already self-evident, and the only thing that he was worried about was the battlefield above the Sky Dome. That, then, is the battle that really decides the winner. Chen Xuan wins. No worries for the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Xuan loses. Boom! A shocking roar resounded from above the firmament, and in the firmament battlefield, Chen Xuan's entire person flew out backwards, blood spurting wildly from his mouth, his face as white as paper. At this moment, he felt as if all the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in his body were going to be torn to pieces, and the unspeakable and intense pain caused his face to twist up. After stabilizing his stance, he didn't bother about the injuries on his body, and his eyes gazed at the battlefield with a deadly gaze. In order to break the situation, he ignored the bombardment from the split Shen True King as well as another True King and stared at that weakest True King as if he was desperately trying to keep bombarding him, and in that wave of confrontation just now, he didn't even defend himself just to inflict fatal injuries on that weakest True King. Chen Xuan's strategy was correct, as he fought to the death. That weakest True King was covered in sword marks, blood constantly spewing out, coloring him into a bloody man, a huge wound ripping open in front of his chest, and vaguely, one could even see his ribs. Seeing this, Chen Xuan smiled and took a deep breath as he raised the chaotic Emperor Dragon's sword in his hand. The power in his body continuously surging into the sword as the crisp sound of the sword's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Time Reverse Sword Formation. Chapter 70. The True King falls, heaven and earth cry blood. Time Reversal Sword Formation, a sword formation condensed by the law of time in the sword formation, causing the enemy's thinking and action to be slowed down by 10 times, chipping away at the enemy's vitality as well as chi and blood, causing a bleeding effect, and in the sword formation the bleeding effect is not reparable. Among the current occupational skills that Chen Xuan had awakened, the Time Reversal Sword Formation was definitely the most powerful, bar none. What was the concept of thinking and acting 10 times slower? This meant that after Chen Xuan executed the Time Reversal Sword Formation, those below a True King would be directly immobilized without any possibility of movement, and even those above a True King would be unable to act for a short period of time. Coupled with the bleeding effect, even if Chen Xuan was inexperienced in battle, he could definitely claim to be invincible in the King realm, and unless he could instantly break through his Time Reversal Sword Formation, he wouldn't be able to block it at all. However, if one wanted to instantly break through Chen Xuan's Time Reversal Sword Formation, it was feared that only a strong person at the peak of a True King would barely be able to do so. This was Chen Xuan's true killing move. Buzz! In an instant, a sword shadow condensed from the laws of time sprang forth, taking on the orientation of the 8 trigrams and encircling the entire battlefield, and the True King of Cleft Shen, who had originally been furious due to the trauma inflicted upon the weakest True King, as well as another True King, who wished to unleash an attack on Chen Xuan, were directly immobilized, stopping even their thinking. In the entire battlefield, it seemed as if time and space had stood still, and the picture was bizarre to the extreme. Gangjin Chop! Chen Xuan, who sensed the constant flow of power within his body, no longer delayed, and with a sway of his body, he appeared in front of the weakest True King, the chaotic Emperor Dragon's sword in his hand raised high, the golden laws madly surging in, and brilliant golden light bursting out. Boom! As Chen Xuan chopped down, the huge golden sword on, as if it was going to break through the heavens and the earth, blatantly chopped down towards the weakest True King with unstoppable might. Before the sword on landed, the terrifying sharpness had already torn through the void, and a pitch-black crack up to 100 meters long was presented in the sky above the battlefield. The fatal crisis finally allowed that weakest True King to wake up from the effects of the Time Reversal Sword Formation. However, he, who had already suffered heavy injuries, was already too weak to put up resistance after suffering the bleeding effect, and could only despair as he watched the sharp and unparalleled sword blade fall towards him. Bang! An ear-splitting roar sounded out, and like a firework like blood mist exploded. Under this sword, the weakest True King died out without any surprises, completely dissipating in between the heavens and the earth. Seeing this, Chen Xuan sighed in relief and hastily revoked the Time Reversal Sword Formation. Although the reverse sword formation was strong and unrivaled at this point, the power consumed was also extremely terrifying, and in a short period of time, the power consumed by Chen Xuan had reached at least 50% of the total amount of his entire body. Boom! The split Xian True King and the other True King, who had just broken free from the influence of the time reversal sword formation, had not yet reacted in any way when they saw a pillar of red-blooded light falling from the dome of the heavens, with endless visions strewn about and pores of blood raining down. The True King fell, and heaven and earth wept blood. No! This scene caused the eyes of the two split Xian True Kings to split, and their angry roars resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. At the same time, this pouring rain of blood as well as pillars of red-blooded light also appeared on the ground battlefield, and everyone subconsciously stopped their hands, looking at the sky with disbelief. Those Shen Yuan underworld race armies were all dumbstruck, with terror in their eyes. The Dragon Kingdom didn't have any True King powerhouses, which meant that the three True Kings of the Shen Yuan underworld clan attacked one of the Dragon Kingdom's King Realm Peaks and failed to kill the other party. But they were even killed by the other party? This heavenly scene caused many of the Shen Yuan underworld clan's army to panic. Good. Yes. On the Steel City wall, Wang Pengyong and the others clenched their hands in death, their entire bodies trembling continuously due to their intense excitement. Wang Pengyong took a deep breath, took a large trumpet from the guardsman beside him, and fiercely shouted aloud, "Kill!" This sound is like a tiger's roar and a dragon's roar. Originally stopped, the many soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom have come back to God one by one, red in the face and ears, body boiling with the will to fight, shouting and killing sounds exploded one after another. The whole person as if he ate a berserk drug, crazy, and the Shen Yuan underworld army killed. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Ganges country, in an ancient mountain range, several figures stood on top of the mountain. Each figure was 3 feet tall, with a head full of long hair dancing wildly in the wind, and a sturdy body filled with a majestic aura. These several figures were none other than the leaders of the blazing winged lion race who had invaded the Ganges River country. At the head of the group was Lai Yu, who had reached the peak of the King Realm, and the 3 people beside him were his brothers. A true king has fallen? Big brother. This world doesn't seem as simple as we thought. The second oldest gazed in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom, his fiery red gaze seeming to peer through the layers of obstruction to the heaven and earth visions on the battlefield of Inner Mongolia. His words filled with heartfelt astonishment. This aura, it seems to be a powerhouse of the Shen Yuan underworld clan. It seems that it's not only my flaming winged lion clan that possesses a space-time passage to this world. Lai Yu frowned tightly and spoke in a condensed voice. His face, full of fiery red lines, was filled with the color of gravity. According to the natives here, that land seems to be a country called the Dragon Kingdom with a history of 5,000 years. To be able to kill a true king ancestor of the Shen Yuan underworld clan must have extraordinary depths. The oldest 3 voiced out with the same grave expression. This land is already enough for us to explore. The invasion of the Dragon Kingdom is not urgent for the time being. Eventually, the boss, Lai Yui, said in a deep voice. The fall of the true king had completely stunned these powerful members of the fiery winged lion race, and all of them who had originally wanted to immediately invade the Dragon Kingdom could not help but pause in their thoughts. Although his Lai-winged lion clan was stronger than the Shen Yuan underworld clan, but it was limited, the Dragon Kingdom was able to kill a true king powerhouse, and already possessed the strength to threaten his Lai-winged lion clan, and they didn't dare to act rashly before they had inquired about the true strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Not only the fiery winged lion clan, the heads of the major alien clans invading other countries all sensed the heaven and earth visions of the true king's fall in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom, and one by one, their faces stared in disbelief, their scorn for the Dragon Kingdom rising in a straight line. On the Inner Mongolia battlefield, the split Shen True King and another True King of the Shen Yuan underworld clan lost their souls and looked at the exploding blood mist with stagnant gazes. His Shen Yuan underworld clan only has 5 True King ancestors, and now one of them has fallen in this barren world? Coupled with the many previous losses, the entire Shen Yuan underworld clan had undoubtedly suffered a huge blow. Damn you! After a short period of pain, split Shen True King's grim roar violently reverberated in the sky dome. An unrivaled aura burst out from him, and the monstrous killing machine seemed to have condensed into substance, making this battlefield like an ice cave, filled with a heart-pounding coldness. In an instant, the split Shen True King and the other Shen Yuan underworld race True King erupted with all their might. As if they were insane at this moment, they did not have the slightest scruple, and their only thought was to kill Chen Xuan on the spot. They even withdrew the cave heaven that suppressed Chen Xuan's domain, gathering the power of the entire cave heaven to condense a shocking strike. At this moment, heaven and earth roared, and space exploded. Chapter 71. If you dare to violate the Dragon Kingdom, you will be executed. In just an instant, Chen Xuan was sent flying by that terrifying force, spraying blood arrows from his mouth, and his body felt as if it was being twisted by a long knife, the pain unbearable. Kill! Even with such severe pain, Chen Xuan was still seething with battle spirit as he held the chaotic Emperor Dragon sword aloft. His aura as strong as a rainbow as he pointed the long blade, sword chi erupted, and the laws of various systems swept through. Imperial Dragon Bastard Body. The 12 faculty domains are added. At this moment, Chen Xuan frantically operated the power within his body, using the dual-boosted state of the Emperor Dragon Hegemony body and the 12 lineage domain to meet the shocking strike that erupted from both of the split Xian True Kings. On the sky, two radiant lights stood far away from each other. On one side, sword shadows surrounded and colorful light shone. On the other side, fist shadows and sword awnings burst out and dazzling light flashed. Unspeakable pressure, like a heavenly river pouring down, sprinkled down from the sky, causing all the people fighting on the battlefield to be able to feel the terrifying pressure from the sky above. And that kind of pressure, just the aftermath, made their hearts palpitate with fear. Must win. On the city wall, Wang Pengyong and several other generals seemed to have a premonition of something as well. Their fists clenched tightly, their gazes gazing deathly into the sky above, and their hearts praying unceasingly. Bang! Ear-shattering roar from the vault of the sky sounded out, unparalleled power impact. In the entire sky above the ripples, Dao like a gully void cracks present, densely packed at first glance. As if the sky cracked, the scene is very impactful. On the heavenly dome battlefield, two clusters of light rumbled and collided together, endless power sweeping out, and within the clusters of light, Chen Xuan exchanged hundreds of strokes in an instant with True King Rift Xian, as well as another True King of the Xian Yuan Underworld clan, with booming sounds exploding one after the other. At this moment, whether it was Chen Xuan or Split Xian and the other True Kings, they were all in a state of madness, fighting without regard for anything else. They all knew clearly that the only way to end this battle was to kill the other party, and for that they were willing to pay any price. As far as Chen Xuan was concerned, he had the entire Dragon Kingdom behind him, and there was no way to retreat as far as Rift Xian and the other True Kings were concerned. His Xian Yuan Underworld clan had already suffered a huge loss, and if he couldn't take down this new world, his Xian Yuan Underworld clan would surely fall. Boom! After being blasted away once more, Chen Xuan ignored his own injuries and appeared in front of the split Xian True King with terrifying speed, and the chaotic Emperor Dragon sword in his hand fiercely chopped, and in an instant, the dazzling sword on, which was 100 meters long, tore through the heavens and the earth, leaving behind a semicircular crack in the air. Bang! The split Xian True King raised his fist to meet him, and the berserk power mixed with the domineering and overwhelming fist momentum formed a destructive shockwave that swept across everything in the surroundings. Time reverse sword formation. Chen Xuan did not bother to look at the result, but instead directly erupted the time reversal sword formation, enveloping another True King of the Xian Yuan Underworld clan. And when he was immobilized by the time reversal sword formation, Chen Xuan's figure flickered and appeared beside him in an instant, with a slash of the chaotic Emperor Dragon sword in his hand. How dare you! Seeing this scene, the split Xian True King, his eyes wanting to split, roared angrily, the whole person as if shifting shape, wanting to rush into the time reversal sword formation to save that True King. But the sword formation that contained the laws of time is not something that he can easily break through. Simply being close to the time reversal sword formation caused him to slow down his actions, and his original speed, which was as fast as thunder, slowed down. Bang! Rumbling sounds exploded, visions were in abundance, and heaven and earth were weeping blood. Another True King fell into Chen Xuan's hands, and on the ground battlefield, many of the Xian Yuan Underworld race's powerhouses had been stunned by the re-emerging heaven and earth visions, their eyes filled with fear. How long has it been that another True King has fallen? How strong is that native? Ah! You deserve to die. On the dome of the sky, the Rift Xian True King looked up to the sky and roared in anger, but at the same time he couldn't help but be terrified. 3 True Kings had joined hands, but they were actually counter-killed by Chen Xuan, the peak of the King realm in this area. The strength as well as the means that Chen Xuan had displayed was horrifying to the point of terror. This king doesn't believe that you have any strength left. The split Xian True King spoke out icily, the power within his body completely erupting out as he attacked towards Chen Xuan, his killing intent towards Chen Xuan in the end outweighing the fear in his heart. At this point in the battle, even he was a bit out of his depth. He didn't believe that Chen Xuan, who was at the peak of the King realm, could still explode again. As long as there was no interference from that sword formation of the laws of time, he still had the certainty of beheading Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan sneered, and without hesitation, he greeted towards the split Xian True King. If it was an ordinary Peak King realm, it would still be truly unable to support such an intense battle, but what kind of person was Chen Xuan? The owner of the only mythic level hidden profession, Chaos Swordsmaster, with 5 mythic quality talents and 12 mythic quality vocational skills, the power he could draw on far exceeded that of a normal Peak King realm or even a true King realm powerhouse. Under such circumstances, it was simply a fool's errand to try and compete with Chen Xuan in terms of endurance. Other than that, the talented red flame furnace alone could support Chen Xuan in battle. Bang! The battle resumed, and this time it was even much more intense than the 3 of them surrounding Chen Xuan, because, whether it was Chen Xuan or the split Xuan True King, both of them had already put life and death at risk, and every move and every stance was aimed at killing the other party. Above the entire firmament, almost no complete space could be seen anymore, everywhere was densely packed with cracks, and the impact of berserk power filled the entire battlefield. Any awakened below the King realm stepping in would be instantly churned to pieces by that berserk power. This battle is definitely the toughest battle since Chen Xuan's awakening. He is physically and mentally exhausted. His body is no longer intact. It is full of densely packed wounds. Even with the guardianship of the chaotic Emperor Dragon armor, he can't completely block the Rift Heavenly True King's raging power. In the end, Chen Xuan once again executed the time reversal sword formation to completely end the Rift Xuan True King. Boom! Thunder exploded, and heaven and earth wept blood. This time, everyone in the entire ground battlefield stopped their hands, presenting a bipolar type of picture. On the Dragon Kingdom's side, everyone's faces were pleasantly surprised, and their entire bodies were constantly trembling due to their intense excitement. In the Xian Yuan underworld clan side, the remnant of the army was similarly trembling, only that their trembling was of fright. Yeah, this is the guardian deity of my Dragon Kingdom. If we don't fight, we will win. No matter any strong enemy that dares to violate the Dragon Kingdom, they will be executed. On the city wall, Wang Pengyong and a few other generals were exuberant, and the entire crowd was flushed with excitement. 3 entire alien True Kings, if not for Chen Xuan, what would the Dragon Kingdom be able to hold back? Even if they could be strangled using high-yield nuclear weapons, once they landed on the Dragon Kingdom's territory, how much sacrifice would the entire Dragon Kingdom have to pay? Chen Xuan, who had killed 3 True Kings, was already enough to be called a Dragon Kingdom guardian god. Ahem! On the celestial dome, Chen Xuan was violently choking on blood, his face as pale as paper. He couldn't care less about his injuries during the battle, and now that the battle was over, he realized how grievous his injuries were. With a wave of his large hand, he collected the storage bags of the split Xian True King and the others before slowly falling down. When Chen Xuan landed on the steel city wall, the entire steel defense line was silent. Wang Pengyong and the other generals, as well as the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom stationed on the city walls, stared blankly at Chen Xuan, who was drenched in blood and almost no longer had any intact skin. The bridge of their noses souring as tears couldn't be stopped from slipping from the corners of their eyes. Chapter 72 Great Harvest. Opportunity for Development. Just from Chen Xuan's exhausted and miserable appearance, Wang Pengyong and the others could tell just what kind of battle Chen Xuan had gone through. Ahem! We won. Chen Xuan looked around the battlefield in the distance and realized that although the battle was not yet over, the general situation was already settled, and a smile could not help but emerge on his face as he chattered out his blood. This battle fought very hard, not only him, even the dragon soldiers, also the same battle to madness, but in the end it was a victory, and from the situation of the battlefield, the casualty ratio is not large. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Wang Pengyong and the others' hearts trembled and they did not make a sound, but instead bowed deeply towards Chen Xuan. As far as the eye could see, the many soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom on the steel city walls bowed in unison, and what a spectacular scene it was. Immediately afterward, without waiting for Chen Xuan to react, Wang Pengyong straightened up, took a few steps forward, and held Chen Xuan. How do you feel? Military doctor, military doctor. No, just let me rest for a while. Chen Xuan waved his hand and forced himself to endure the pain as he walked into the city building and began to heal his wounds. With his injuries, even the best military doctors couldn't cure him, and the only way to fix it was with heavenly treasures, healing elixirs, or himself. Admiral Chen has laid the foundation of victory for us. All hands on deck, full counterattack. Kill this group of foreigners who dare to invade my Dragon Kingdom. Looking at Chen Xuan's departing back, Wang Pengyong's eyes flickered with a flash of ruthlessness. his body permeated with an astonishing killing machine, and roaring commands resounded throughout the steel defense line. Yes, as Wang Pengyong's order rang out, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers who were originally stationed on the steel defense line leapt up and charged towards the alien army. At the same time, the soldiers who operated the spiritual laser cannons also aimed at those high-level Chen Xuan underworld race powerhouses, and did not hesitate to erupt their laser cannons to help their fellow soldiers exterminate the Chen Xuan underworld race powerhouses. Rumble! Deafening roars resounded throughout the battlefield. Mournful wails resounded. The deaths of the three true kings had long since scared the hell out of that group of Chen Xuan underworld clan's army. Originally unable to defeat the Dragon Kingdom's army, after losing their morale, they were even more unable to do so, and every moment, there were Chen Xuan underworld clan people dying in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. The entire battlefield had already turned into a one-sided massacre, with countless Dragon Kingdom soldiers acting like berserkers, frantically surrounding and killing the Chen Xuan underworld race's army, and they even surrounded the entire space-time channel, preventing this group of scared Chen Xuan underworld race from escaping back to the mythic era world. Even though they wailed incessantly, there was no softness in any of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers at this moment. Every single one of them was holding in their anger, not only for Chen Xuan being injured so miserably, but also for their inability to help Chen Xuan. As a result, this group of Chen Xuan underworld race's army could only be reduced to an object for many Dragon Kingdom soldiers to vent their anger on. After 3 hours had passed, the entire battlefield had completely calmed down, and as far as the eye could see, the earth collapsed, and the corpses of the Fey Beast Mounts as well as the corpses of the Chen Xuan underworld clan's strongest members were everywhere. All the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were cleaning up the battlefield. The foreign beasts were divided into different categories, waiting for the logistic troops to drag them back to be divided and become food on the table, while the corpses of those people of the Chen Xuan underworld clan were gathered together and uniformly incinerated for a prolonged period of time. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who died in battle were solemnly gathered up, and with a heavy heart, one soldier of the Dragon Kingdom carried the coffins of the fallen soldiers back into the steel defense line. After 3 hours of healing, although Chen Xuan had not been able to fully recover from his injuries, his condition was much better compared to before, and although this battle had been difficult, his gains had been tremendous. After all, not just anyone could have the qualifications to fight against three true kings at the peak of the King Realm and even kill them. This great battle, although not to the extent of completely making up for Chen Xuan's lack of combat experience, it also allowed his combat experience to rise by a large margin, and even made him more comfortable with the use of the various lineage of vocational skills as well as the major talents. Although his cultivation hadn't changed in the slightest, his overall battle power had at least risen by 1 or 2% from before. In addition, the wealth collected by those three true kings was even more astonishing, with various qualities of spirit stones piled up like mountains, heavenly materials and treasures, as well as countless pills and some weapons and so on. Chen Xuan left behind all that he could use, while the rest, all of them, were handed over to Wang Pengyong to train the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Of course, compared to Chen Xuan, the entire Dragon Kingdom's harvest was the greatest. The corpses of the many alien beast mounts alone were considered to be a vast amount of wealth, and even if they were only used as food, they would be able to be consumed by all the subjects of the entire Dragon Kingdom for quite some time. After all, this time there were millions of Fey mounts, each of which was at least tens of meters in size. In addition to this, it can be used for research as well as building weapons out of Fey bones, leather armor, and more. As for the corpses of those Chen Xuan underworld clan's army, although they could not create value, the treasures they themselves carried were enough to make the Dragon Kingdom rich. Even if only 10% of the Chen Xuan underworld clan soldiers possessed storage pouches, it could be called a huge amount. At this moment, within the steel defense line, the group of logistics troops were busy, gleefully counting the supplies while being so tired that they were about to collapse. In the command room of the Citadel, Chen Xuan sat on the main seat with a pale face, flanked by several generals including Wang Pengyong. In this battle, my Dragon Kingdom lost 3,670 people in battle, and more than 176,800 were injured, completely annihilating the incoming enemy, and the wealth that was harvested is immeasurable. Wang Pengyong held back his excitement and reported towards Chen Xuan. Despite the fact that the battle deaths of more than 3,000 people pained them to no end, to be honest, this number of deaths had greatly exceeded their expectations, and it was all thanks to Chen Xuan. Otherwise, the number of deaths would have at least doubled more than 100 times over, and even the entire line of defense could have collapsed. To be able to completely annihilate 2 million enemy troops with more than 3,600 battle deaths is an unprecedented victory in the entire history of the Blue Star War. The pensions of soldiers killed in battle are tripled and, as a matter of policy, the families of martyrs are given preferential treatment. After a moment of silence, Chen Xuan instructed towards Wang Pengyong and the others. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengyong nodded solemnly, his face filled with solemnity. Immediately afterward, Wang Pengyong continued, "This battle, in addition to harvesting a huge amount of supplies, the many soldiers who participated in the battle, the occupational level have also been raised tremendously. At least all of them have been raised by more than 10 levels, and many of them have stepped into the threshold of 30 levels." In this regard, Chen Xuan was not the least bit surprised, not to mention the rank of the Shen Yuan underworld race generals. That group of foreign beast mounts alone would be able to give many Dragon Kingdom soldiers a huge boost. The lower the professional level of the existence, the experience gained from killing high-level foreign beasts could be described as massive, enough to allow them to instantly skyrocket by several levels, and the many Shen Yuan underworld clan armies as well as the foreign beast mounts of this invasion were generally higher in level than the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, so to have such a gain was not something unexpected. The deaths of the 3 true kings are enough to deter the Shen Yuan underworld race, as well as the other foreign races that have invaded the Blue Planet, and within a short period of time, the Dragon Kingdom will win the time to develop peacefully. This time will be an opportunity for my Dragon Kingdom to change its destiny. So all the wealth gained this time will be used, as much as possible, to enhance the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's military personnel, so that my Dragon Kingdom can grow completely strong. Chapter 73, The Backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the command room, Chen Xuan's solemn voice echoed, and Wang Pengyong and the others all nodded in response with grave expressions on their faces. Whether it was Chen Xuan or Wang Pengyong, it was clear that even though the Dragon Kingdom had won this battle, what was to come would be an even more difficult challenge. Therefore, if they did not take advantage of this period of calm to speed up their advancement, even with Chen Xuan, the Dragon Kingdom might not be able to survive the storms to come. This time, although the Shen Yuan underworld clan had suffered a heavy blow, let's not forget that there were still 2 true kings in their clan as well as countless clansmen, and this alone, if they were to go berserk, would be enough to cause a huge impact on the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention the fact that they also had legendary Saint Exalt level ancestors. Moreover, they couldn't guarantee whether the Shen Yuan underworld clan would jump over the wall and share the space-time passage to a stronger foreign race in exchange for benefits. All in all, this great victory was worth cheering for, but one could not relax and should instead be more vigilant. This was the tone set by the post-war summarization meeting. After 3 days, the war gained the harvest was completely counted out by Wang Pengyong, submitted to the Central Military Department of the Dragon Country. At the same time, by the central news station released by the dynamics of the whole Dragon Country and even the world for the vibration. This dynamic, there are only 4 words, the backbone of the Dragon Country. Underneath is an hour-long video. The video content is Chen Xuan against the 3 Shen Yuan underworld true king and many Dragon Country soldiers to fight bravely to kill the scene. At the end of the video were words that moved everyone. He, with his own strength, fought against the 3 Fey true kings, while crushing numerous Fey high-ranking powerhouses. Gaining the upper hand in this war, they, with their flesh and blood, forged a steel defense line to fend off the Fey beasts and even the Fey races, saving the Dragon Kingdom from the invasion of foreign races. He is Chen Xuan, the director of the Mythic Specialization Bureau, and they are the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. This is the backbone of my Dragon Kingdom. Let it be as heavy as a mountain. I will carry it with my strength. Let it be crazy and tyrannical. I will stand firm. Anyone who violates my Dragon Kingdom will be executed. This one dynamic silenced all the people of the Dragon Kingdom as well as the foreigners who had watched it. Hats off to Director Chen Xuan and to the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Thank you for having you. Salute. When I'm successful in my studies, I will go to the front lines and serve my country. Comment after comment sprang up underneath this dynamic, whether it was the public or the major platforms. All of them sang the praises of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers as well as Chen Xuan. National cohesion rising like never before at this moment. Everyone knows that they can have this peaceful life now, all rely on the dragon soldiers to fight to the death. Otherwise, I am afraid that it would have been the same as foreign countries, even if the country does not fall but also have to suffer heavy casualties. At the same time, countless foreign people on Twitter are also talking words all mixed with envy. Dragon Country, an ancient and mysterious country, now awakening, really amazing. So envious. Why doesn't our country have a hero like Chen Xuan? Chen Xuan, save us. There are alien beasts everywhere. Shit. Can we immigrate to the Dragon Kingdom? Same question. Online lively and extraordinary, in reality many Dragon Country soldiers did not slack off, is utilizing this gain harvest, fully enhance their own strength. At this moment, within the frontline command room in Inner Mongolia, Chen Xuan was watching foreign intelligence. Stars and Stripes encountered an invasion of 1 million alien armies, The alien race is short and can borrow the power of the Earth, bringing great losses to Stars and Stripes. Currently, Stars and Stripes has lost more than half of its territory and is retreating to a superbase made up of more than a dozen states such as the state of Corolla. The alien race that Russia is facing is tall in stature, controlling the power of cold and ice, and is unpredictable in its power. It took more than an hour for Chen Xuan to finish reading this intelligence, and the entire person was silent. The goblin race of the Star-Spangled Kingdom, the cold ice saint race of Russia, the bloodthirsty berserker race of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and the undead ghost race of the Great Cold. Within Asia alone, there are more than 10 alien races that have appeared, and other continents have several alien races at the very least. Looking at the entire blue planet, the total number of alien invasions is already close to 50. What kind of appalling number? The goblins of the Star and Stripes Kingdom were far away, and were not within the Dragon Kingdom's scope of precaution for the time being, but many foreign races bordering the Dragon Kingdom's territory were in need of the Dragon Kingdom's key precautionary measures. If not for the fact that he had killed 3 true kings this time around, giving these foreign races a great deal of deterrence, Chen Xuan had no doubt that these foreign races would invade the Dragon Kingdom after occupying the territory of another country. After all, the vast territory of the Dragon Kingdom was a great treasure to all of these foreign races, and would never give it up easily. The situation is getting more and more rotten, and the next calamity will be more and more terrifying. Chen Xuan sighed lightly, and a touch of sadness could not help but appear on his face. It's just that, if there are resources that aren't used, when will they be used? The current Dragon Kingdom has to be upgraded as soon as possible. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan spoke in a condensed voice. Originally, he did not wish to utilize the resources in the Human Emperor's secret realm too much, but the situation facing the Dragon Kingdom today was extremely tense, and if he did not use it within a short period of time, it would be difficult to develop. Future matters, future again. Currently, the most important thing for the Dragon Kingdom was to survive this great calamity. If it couldn't even survive, what future was there to talk about? If all the members of the Red Sky Squad could be trained to the King Realm, even in the face of many foreign races besieging him, Chen Xuan would be confident of winning the battle and even counterattacking the Mythic Era world. Of course, even with the Human Emperor's secret realm, it would take a long time to train all of the Red Sun Squad to the King Realm, but it was always a hope. In the following days, war raged abroad, but the country was quiet. Whether it was the Dragon Kingdom soldiers or the general public, they were all riveted to cultivation, and a large amount of fey meat was transported to the major precautionary zones, supplying the Dragon Kingdom soldiers for consumption, and if there was any remaining portion, it would circulate to the market for the public to purchase. A week later, Chen Xuan, who had recovered from his injuries, led all the members of the Red Sky Squad to the Human Emperor's secret realm. This time, not only would the Red Sun Squad be undergoing training to sharpen their skills, even Chen Xuan himself would be in the Human Emperor's secret realm, developing his own potential and enhancing his battle prowess. Woo! It was also just as Chen Xuan entered the Human Emperor mystic realm with many members of the Red Sun Squad, that the sound of a clear and loud horn resounded throughout the Inner Mongolia defense line, as beast after beast emerged from the space-time passage. It seems that this Xian Yuan underworld race is planning to utilize these foreign beasts to wear down the living forces of my Dragon Kingdom. On the city wall, Wang Pengyong looked at the foreign beasts that were no more than tens of meters in size and laughed coldly. The fall of the 3 true kings had probably completely pained the Xian Yuan underworld tribe, and before there were any countermeasures, they were categorically unlikely to attack in a big way, and even tacitly refrained from using high-ranking powerhouses, intending to utilize low-grade fey beasts to sap the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Anyway, foreign beasts are abundant within the Mythic Era world. Even they themselves are subject to foreign beasts, and no one will be heartbroken if they die more. Chapter 74. This vengeance, we shall not share the same sky. Gentlemen, there is an enemy invasion. What should we do? Kill those who dare to violate the Dragon Kingdom. Execute. Dull roars echoed throughout the steel defense line. The sound force was amazing to the extreme. All the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, their gazes stared tightly at the group of foreign beasts, without the slightest fear, only endless battle intent as well as scorching heat. In the eyes of many frontline soldiers, this group of foreign beasts is not an enemy, but rather, it's a nutrient for them to enhance their strength. 1st Brigade, advance with all hands, stop the Eastern Alien Beast Army. 2nd Brigade, full advance, stop the... On the city wall, Wang Pengyong methodically commanded, and all the Dragon Kingdom soldiers obeyed the orders and jumped off the city wall to fight with the Alien Beast Army. Rumble! In an instant, deafening roars resounded throughout the battlefield. Many Dragon Kingdom soldiers, with 5 people in a squad, split the alien beast army, each squad besieging an alien beast, a wide variety of occupational skills, blossoming on the battlefield. After more than a week of digestion, the 5 million dragon soldiers on the front line in Inner Mongolia, the average professional level has reached more than 30 levels, therefore, facing this group of generally in the 40 to 50 levels, the highest but 80 levels of the alien beast's army, it seems to be easy to handle. After all, the battlefield is not only the frontline army, there are also many members of the mythical special forces. Their professional level, generally close to level 80, is the frontline battlefield, the real god of war legion, but also against the main force of the high-level alien beasts. Although the situation was great, Wang Pengyong did not have any relaxation, but instead became more and more gloomy, because there were too many alien beast armies, and they were still pouring out from the space-time channel. In just less than 10 minutes, the alien beasts that emerged from within the space-time channel were already up to tens of thousands. On the other side of the space-time channel is a huge plain. At the moment, this plain, densely packed with foreign beasts, a glance cannot be seen on the edge, the void. There are many Chen Xuan underworld race of the strong in the foreign beasts, so that these foreign beasts surged into the space-time channel. Not only that, there are also countless strong men of the Chen Xuan underworld race, capturing foreign beasts from all directions and placing them on top of this plain. At the end of the plain, there was an endless mountain range, lush and green. The ancient trees in the sky were like a loyal guard protecting the entire mountain range. On a peak, 2 figures stood, their gazes seeming to peer through the heavy obstacles to the scene on the plain. Big brother, is this really useful? The second true king ancestor of the Chen Xuan underworld clan, the supreme Earth True King, couldn't help but inquire out loud. Whether it's useful or not, only one who has used it will know. No matter what, the deaths of the oldest 3, oldest 4, and oldest 5 will be avenged by my Chen Xuan underworld clan. A touch of viciousness surged on the face of the Chen Xuan underworld clan's first True King Prime Sky, and he responded in a chilling voice. Upon hearing this, the supreme Earth True King's face similarly surfaced with indignation, his body revealing a murderous streak as he angrily cursed out, "This group of damned natives, it is an honor for them to be occupied by my Chen Xuan underworld clan. How dare they still resist? If it wasn't for the fact that I can't contact my old ancestor for the time being, I would definitely break them into pieces." Although the Prime True King did not say anything, the anger that surged from his body caused the surrounding void to tremble. This enmity will not be shared. When I, the Chen Xuan underworld clan, arrive at the King's Landing, that is when they will pay the price. While the battle was in full swing at the Inner Mongolia defense line, Chen Xuan, who had arranged for the Red Sky Squad, did not bother Xia Pinggu and the others, but instead came before the trial tower. Wanting to develop one's potential to the fullest, battle was undoubtedly the most suitable method, and although Chen Xuan was confident in his own strength, it was impossible for him to recklessly enter the mythic era world and purposely go looking for alien powerhouses to battle. Thus, the trial tower in the Human Emperor Mysterious Realm was the best place for him to practice. The trial tower, created by the original Human Emperor and many mythic monarchs, was a place for ancient civilizations to cultivate prides and even powerful people, with a total of 99 floors, and every 10 floors could be rewarded accordingly. The target of the trial is the foreign races or foreign beasts that invaded the ancient civilization, from the basic 100 levels to the highest legendary saint. Of course, the foreign races or foreign beasts in the tower are not real foreign races or foreign beasts, but are phantoms condensed by the power of the formation. Even though they were only phantoms, their strength was still 80% of their original body. Chen Xuan pushed open the door of the trial tower and entered in stride. What met his eyes was an empty hall, and in the center, there was a stone pillar so tall that it could not be seen from the top, and on the stone pillar, there was a layer of light curtains covering it, and on it emerged a dense array of names. Qi, 18 years old, passed the 59 layers, ranked first. Eddie, 18 years old, passed the 58th floor, ranked second. Undoubtedly, the names above were none other than the prides of the ancient civilization era, and even Chen Xuan was shaken by these prides. 50 levels corresponded to, but the King Realm level, this ancient civilization era's heavenly pride had already reached the King Realm at only 18 years of age. What kind of terrifying talent was this? The most important thing was that there were not 1 or 2 such prides, but the top 100 of the entire trial tower ranking list were basically all those who had cleared more than 50 floors, and were all under the age of 20. From this alone, one can see the splendor of the ancient civilization, but it is such a glorious era, it is difficult to resist the invaders. One can imagine that the so-called mountain and sea, how terrifying it is. To the position of more than 800, Chen Xuan found the names of Xia Pinggu and the others, basically all passed through 40 or so layers, corresponding to the basic 90 levels of strength and above. After a short period of shaking, Chen Xuan opened the trial. He did not try out one layer at a time, but instead directly started the trial from the 70th level corresponding to the true king's strength. With Chen Xian's current combat prowess, only a true king powerhouse would be able to bring pressure to bear on him. The rest of the king realms would not be able to play a role in the trial, but of course some of the supreme celestial pride level king realms would still be able to bring pressure to bear on Chen Xuan. Only there was simply no existence of this level in this trial tower. After a moment of heavenly rotation, Chen Xuan appeared in the midst of a grayish space, and after he had completely regained his senses, a tall, ferocious beast slowly coalesced. Roar! As soon as the beast appeared, its scarlet eyes stared towards Chen Xuan, and the sound of a roar mixed with a berserk aura swept out. In the basic 100 levels, there was not much difference between all living beings, and above the basic 100 levels, there was also not much difference between the profession awakened and the mythic era's Fae, with only the Fae beasts showing changes. Fae beasts that had broken into the king realm did not need to comprehend laws, but instead condensed their chi and blood, turning them into blood patterns and inscribing them on every part of their body, using their chi and blood to turn them into domains. To put it simply, it meant that Fae beasts tended to be more like physical cultivators in novels, whereas profession awakened or Fae races were legal cultivators. Despite the fact that foreign beasts don't have laws, their strength is powerful and unparalleled, even invincible in the same realm, and because of this, the foreign beasts that have reached the king realm can't be driven even by foreign races, which is why the foreign races that have attacked the blue planet haven't mobilized the help of the king realm's foreign beasts. The king realm foreign beasts were basically not something that the foreign races could drive, such as the previously invading Rift Sky Demon Ape clan, and even if they were strong enough, these foreign beasts would invade the foreign races and kill each other with the foreign races in the mythic era world. Chapter 75 Conquest Trial Dragon Mark Body Refining. In addition, races with the same bloodline also condensed basically the same domains, such as the Split Sky Demon domain of the Split Sky Demon Ape clan. True king level foreign beasts also possessed cavernous skies, only that their cavernous skies were entirely condensed from chi and blood, and their power was not weaker than other kinds of cavernous skies at all, and even a few points more terrifying. The beast that appeared in front of Chen Xuan was covered in fiery red scale armor, with sharp barbs growing from its joints, shaped like a mutated humanoid fiery lion. As for its name, Chen Xuan was unable to say it, as there was simply no record of such a beast in the Book of Exotic Beasts. Roar! As Chen Xuan pondered, the roar resounded once more, and the unknown beast, wielding a huge fist, blasted towards Chen Xuan, its violent fist force tearing through the void, appalling and unparalleled. Not only that, with this beast as the center, dozens of miles in a radius are transformed into crimson. It is from the beast's cave. In this crimson cave, Chen Xuan can clearly feel his body's blood seems to be pulled, cannot stop boiling up. The entire person's essence and even strength was suppressed by a layer. It might seem like very little, but in a true king-level matchup, this layer was enough to form an overwhelming victory. Chaos Sword Domain. Chen Xuan didn't dare to be slow. His face stared as he directly exerted his talent, and in an instant, dense sword chi surged forth, colliding with the alien beast's cavernous power. As the saying goes, greed chews too much. Even if Chen Xuan comprehension is strong, it is not possible to simultaneously sharpen everything to the extreme, can only come one by one, and this first one Chen Xuan chose is his own talent, Chaos Sword Domain. As a mythic quality talent, the potential of the Chaotic Sword Domain was undoubted, and Chen Xuan's utilization and even cognition of the Chaotic Sword Domain was still at an extremely rudimentary stage today. He planned to use the Chaotic Sword Domain to counteract the phase power of the Cave Heaven, and use the phase body to sharpen his own vocational skills, all of which he had already planned for when he came to the Human Emperor's secret realm. Spirit Vault Sword Slash. After resisting the pressure of the Cave Heaven, Chen Xuan greeted the impacting beasts without dodging or avoiding them, and the first time he struck, it was his strongest spatial skill. Rumble. Fist power and sword on instantly collide together, the violent power to form a shock wave that destroys everything. Spreading out in all directions, the entire land was lifted off a thick layer, smoke and dust, a large and a small crazy collision. Chen Xuan held his sword in the air, and various vocational skills continued to spring up like rain, with space collapsing and the earth cracking under the bright sword light. This unknown beast, although it was merely an illusion, its fighting instincts as well as its strength were not weak in the slightest, battling with Chen Xuan, and even if it only possessed 80% of the strength of its original body, it was not weaker than the weakest of the three true kings of the Chen Yuan underworld clan's invasion.
强大的战斗本能驱使下，这头异兽压根不会与陈玄玩什么你一招我一招的对轰，能避就避，不能避就以最小的代价接下，而后给予陈玄最大的反击。
Bang! A roar exploded, and amidst the rolling smoke, Chen Xuan soared out at supersonic speed, appearing 10 miles away in the blink of an eye. Only at this moment, he was in an unusual state of distress. He stood with his sword, his body boiling with battle intent, the light in his eyes as blazing as the obsidian sun, and the next moment, he struck again, his sword light flashing, like a sword god in the dust. His might was unrivaled. While sparring, he also distracted himself from sensing the vocational skills as well as the power of the laws that he had comprehended, striving to maximize the effects of his sharpening. It was only after 2 whole hours that Chen Xianfang had killed this unknown beast, and instead of immediately entering the next level, he sat on his knees on the spot, comprehending the previous battle, and it wasn't until half an hour later that he proceeded to enter the next level. On the 71st floor of the trial tower, Chen Xian was faced with 2 early true king beasts, their bodies pitch black like giganticized wolves, fangs in their mouths flashing with a cold, chilling light. Boom! Explosive sounds exploded as Chen Xian didn't have any unnecessary nonsense and directly opened up the great battle. For 3 whole days, Chen Xian stayed in the trial tower to try out, from the 70th floor until the present 79th floor, and after painstakingly decapitating 3 peak foreign beasts that had reached the mid-true king stage, Chen Xian stepped into the 80th floor. At this level, the only foreign beast he faced was a single one, but its cultivation level was sufficiently high to reach the late stage of true king. Just the aura alone caused Chen Xian to feel great pressure, and even a faintly fatal crisis. Above the king realm, the gap between each small realm is like a heavenly difference in the basic 100 levels, but wherever the talent is superb, they can fight against 7 or 8 or 10 levels, and when it comes to the king realm, to be able to fight against a small realm is enough to be called a heavenly pride. Those like Chen Xian, who had fought against a true king at the king realm, could be called supreme demons, and even in the mythic era world, there would never be many such demons. In these 3 days, although Chen Xian was exhausted from the battle, the gains he had gained were also enormous. His combat experience soared, and his use of professional skills as well as laws became pure. Compared to the person he was before crossing into the trial tower, his battle power had risen by at least 20%. Chaos Sword Domain. Sword Heart through and through. In the grayish space, Chen Xian opened 2 major talents in a row, using the chaotic sword domain to fight against the cave heaven while he himself wielded the chaotic emperor dragon sword and impacted towards the late-stage true king foreign beast. It was only during these 3 days of intense battles that Chen Xian truly understood the role of the gifted sword mind Tongyi, which not only strengthened his comprehension of the sword Dao, but also enhanced the might of the sword techniques he erupted with. With the addition of the power of the laws thrown away, the sword skill that erupted from him who had opened the state of sword heart enlightenment increased in power by nearly 3 times. Boom! In a matter of moments, Chen Xian was battling that late-stage true king fey beast, with a variety of vocational skills being used crosswise and colorful light blossoming throughout the battlefield. It had to be said that a late true king foreign beast was far from being comparable to a mid-true king, and the pressure that this late true king foreign beast brought to Chen Xian was even greater than the 3 peak mid-true kings on the 79th floor. In this battle, Chen Xian had poured out all his strength and spent 3 hours before he was barely able to kill him. At this moment, Chen Xian was drenched in blood. His entire body was miserable. His face was as pale as paper, and the tiger's mouth that held the chaotic emperor dragon sword was constantly bubbling with fresh blood, which had been cracked by the enormous force of the beast after colliding with it. Congratulations on clearing the 80 floors and obtaining the reward dragon mark body refining technique. The moment Chen Xian decapitated the beast, a crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire space, and then a pillar of light struck down from above, appearing in front of Chen Xian, and within the pillar of light, a piece of ancient and mysterious jade simplification sank to the surface. Ahem! Dragon mark alchemy? Chen Xian chattered blood, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth while whispering suspiciously, but his hand movements were not slow, immediately removing the jade sketch that was floating in the pillar of light. Chapter 76 Xia Pinggu enters the King Realm. As Chen Xian removed the jade sketch, inexplicable fluctuations immediately emanated from the jade sketch, and immediately afterward a mammoth amount of information surged into Chen Xian's mind, and even with Chen Xian's mental strength at the moment, he had a dizzying feeling. Dragon Mark Body Refining, a technique practiced by ancient civilizations' body cultivators, quenching the body with qi and blood, refining the skin, sinews, and bones, and using the laws to gather dragon marks and inscribe them on the entire body, achieving a supreme treasure body. After a long time, Chen Xian, who had absorbed that majestic information, his entire body froze directly in place, and if one were to look closely, one could still notice that his body was trembling slightly. How could Chen Xuan not expect to obtain such a powerful technique by clearing these 80 floors? This dragon mark body refining technique, there were a total of 9 weights. The first weight was the basic introduction, that is, using chi and blood to quench the skin, sinews, and bones, and after the quenching was completed, one would be able to step into the second weight. From the beginning of this weight, the dragon pattern body refining art is a bit dreamy, even with the perceived power of the law cohesion into a dragon pattern, inscribed in the whole body, bones, and even internal organs and so on. Once successful, the strength of the physical body will show a geometric upsurge. It was equivalent to saying that once he stepped into the second level, even if he didn't directly utilize his professional skills, every punch and kick could carry the power of laws. How incredible was that? Of course, wanting to cultivate successfully was also extremely difficult. This first weight alone required majestic chi and blood power, and it was also extremely painful during the quenching process, and once the second weight was reached, condensing the dragon pattern with the power of the law was a threshold, and inscribing the dragon pattern on the entire body was yet another threshold. Law power melting body, the slightest carelessness could lead to the collapse of the body. The viciousness was extremely great. It was just that, compared to the great power gained, the risk was still worth taking. Unfortunately, there's no way to pass on this gong method. Chen Xuan sighed lightly and spoke out rather regretfully. After understanding the dragon pattern body refining technique, he also learned that this dragon pattern body refining technique contains some kind of taboo and could not be directly taught. Otherwise, if everyone in the Dragon Kingdom could cultivate the dragon pattern body refining technique, even if the awakened occupational grade was not high, it would still allow the Dragon Kingdom to make people like dragons. Try. After lamenting for a moment, Chen Xuan also stopped thinking about it and directly began to attempt to cultivate the dragon mark body refining technique. Only to see, with a wave of his hand, a several hundred meters tall alien beast corpse appeared in the middle of this space. This was the several hundred level alien beast corpses that he had previously collected on the battlefield, which he had originally used to satisfy his appetite, but now he had a use for it. Chen Xuan took a deep breath, tranquilizing his heart and mind as his mind continuously recalled the cultivation method of the first level of the dragon-marked body refining technique, and when he was familiar with it, he placed his palm against the corpse of that foreign beast and operated the dragon-marked body refining technique's method. Buzz! Wisps of blood chi diffused out from the corpse of that foreign beast in a manner visible to the naked eye, converging towards Chen Xuan's palm and beginning to quench the flesh and skin under Chen Xuan's drive. Hiss! Only just starting to quench, the unspeakable pain caused Chen Xuan to stifle a breath of cool air, his entire face twisting up slightly as he gritted his teeth and insisted on quenching up. The majestic chi and blood that had been absorbed from the corpse of the foreign beast, under Chen Xuan's control, seemed to transform into a giant hammer that continuously pounded Chen Xuan's flesh. As the chi and blood continued to pound away, Chen Xuan's flesh and skin began to gradually increase in toughness as well as hardness. During the quenching process, Chen Xuan was completely wrapped in pain and could not feel the passage of time at all, which meant that this trial tower did not limit time. Otherwise, he would not be able to cultivate here so casually. It was only after that foreign beast's chi and blood had been completely digested that Chen Xuan retreated from his cultivation state. It was then that he realized that his body was soaked with sweat, and although it was hard to bear, he didn't pay any attention to it, but couldn't wait to check out his flesh, only to see that the skin of his right palm had become delicate, and the flexibility was at least a few times higher compared to before, and it was also possible to see that there were tiny and tough muscles hidden under the skin. Chen Xuan gently clenched his fist, feeling that the strength of his right hand was much greater. Only, this consumption of chi and blood was too terrifying, wasn't it? A basic 100 levels level Fey Beast's chi and blood was only enough to quench the skin and flesh of one palm? What about the flesh of the entire body? How much chi and blood must be spent? And the sinews and bones still need to kill more Fey. Unconsciously, Chen Xuan felt like he had become a gold-devouring beast, and for the gifted Emperor Dragon Bastard body to be promoted, it also required the use of chi and blood, and now there was a dragon mark body refining technique. Fortunately, with today's environment of Blue Star, there is no worry about killing foreign beasts. Unfortunately, foreigners are not the same as foreign beasts, and cannot be directly absorbed by humans. Otherwise, killing foreigners can also enhance their strength. Wouldn't it be great? After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan continued to take out the corpse of the foreign beast and began to quench it, and aside from leaving a small portion for eating, all of the rest was used by him to quench the flesh and skin. 5 hours passed, and Chen Xuan had digested all of the chi and blood of those basic 100-level Fey beasts, while his entire right hand had completed its skin and flesh quenching, and from the naked eye alone, one could tell that his right hand had changed greatly from his left. Immediately afterward, Chen Xuan conducted some post-battle summarization, converting all the gains he had gained from challenging the 70th to 80th floors into battle power, and after the high-intensity battles, he clearly felt that his use of the power of the laws was even more comfortable, and even his comprehension was also vaguely improved. Go on. Chen Xuan's eyes flashed through a ray of essence, and after cheering himself up a bit, he stepped into the 81st layer without hesitation. Just the 80th floor alone could obtain such a terrifying feat. What about the 90th floor? What about even the highest 99 layers? Of course, with Chen Xuan's current strength, he wouldn't even be able to reach the 90th layer. Corresponding to the peak True King's 85th layer, it was possible to make an impact. At the same time, Xia Pinggu and the others who were in the Hall of Enlightenment for Enlightenment also ushered in a breakthrough opportunity. In the vast Hall of Enlightenment, Xia Pinggu and other dozens of people were sitting separately, fully comprehending the power of the law that fit with themselves. After this period of closed-door cultivation, these dozens of them had reached the basic 100 levels, and the law fluctuations were also faintly emerging on their bodies, among which Xia Pinggu and the 5 mythic profession awakened were the most intense. Click! A sound as if the bottleneck broken violently in the silence of the Hall of Enlightenment resounded, the surrounding diffusion of the rich spiritual qi, as if by the traction crazy towards Xia Pinggu convergence, and Xia Pinggu fit the law of light is also manifested in the Xia Pinggu circumference to form a wisp of lines, as if the elves in the Xia Pinggu circumference fluttering, and then along his pores surged into his body. A faint golden halo filled out from Xia Pinggu's body, spreading out in all directions. 1 mile. 10 miles. After expanding to 50 miles, this golden halo finally stopped. This was Xia Pinggu's domain cone, the holy fighting domain that belonged uniquely to his holy fighting warrior profession. As this domain took shape, a strong aura belonging to the king realm also permeated Xia Pinggu's body, and Yi Wentao and the others who were sensing the laws on the side were awakened by this strong aura. Chapter 77 Rotating and Practicing Troops. Xia Pinggu has become a king? Yi Wentao and the others were first stunned, and then they were overjoyed, and their gazes were filled with envy. Although they had also touched the laws, they wanted to truly break into the king realm, but it would still take some time. Becoming a king would mean being able to leave this place and go to the front line to kill the enemy. Although this place was incredibly friendly to professional awakened people, they preferred to kill the enemy on the front line and do their best for the country. They all knew that they could be so peaceful here in seclusion, all thanks to the courage of the generals on the front line to fight and kill. Furthermore, Xia Pinggu, who had now achieved the king realm, was the second king realm in the entire Dragon Kingdom besides Director Chen Xuan, which was also a great honor for soldiers like them. After breaking through the king realm, Xia Pinggu did not come to his senses, but rather collected his breath and consolidated his realm. Seeing this, Yi Wentao and the others didn't hesitate, and continued to fall into the realization of the law. Xia Pinggu's breakthrough made them exhilarated, but also brought them a sense of urgency. As fellow legend quality professional awakened, how had they ever been weak? If Xia Pinggu could make a breakthrough, so could they. However, it wasn't long before Yi Wentao and the others were awakened by several other fluctuations, and gazing at them, a touch of envy couldn't help but emerge on their faces. Worthy of being a mythic quality occupation awakened to have broken into the king realm so quickly? The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. Looking at Wei Guoqing and the others in the distance, whose bodies were permeated with the aura of the king realm, Yi Wentao and the others couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Wei Guoqing and the other mythic profession awakened compared to them, but the late awakening for a long time, even so, they still later to rise above such qualifications and talent, even if they are these legendary profession awakened, is also envious. Gentlemen, we also have to speed up, Yi Wentao said towards the crowd and then immediately plunged into comprehending the laws, and the rest of them did not delay any longer, sinking into deeper levels of comprehension. 3 days later, Xia Pinggu, who had consolidated his cultivation, left the secret realm of the human emperor and returned to the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, on the front line in Inner Mongolia, a grueling battle was underway. Many Dragon Kingdom soldiers fought with the densely packed foreign beasts, and every now and then, foreign beasts or Dragon Kingdom soldiers died, and the entire land was already devastated, and the prolonged battles had resulted in a layer of bloody scabs on the land. Ever since Chen Xuan had left the front line and traveled to the secret realm of the human emperor for seclusion, the battles on the entire Inner Mongolia frontline had never stopped, and every now and then, countless foreign beasts invaded. In just over a week's time, the death toll of the soldiers on the Inner Mongolia front within the dragon had already broken 100,000, and of course, the number of deaths of the Fey beasts was even higher. Those foreign beast meat has circulated to the whole dragon country. Even civilians can often eat foreign beast meat. As for the military, it is all the time foreign beast meat, Inner Mongolia frontline, but also our high-grade foreign beast meat. Successive wars, although the loss of a lot of dragon soldiers, but the enhancement of the frontline soldiers in Inner Mongolia is also extremely huge. Now more than 5 million frontline soldiers in Inner Mongolia basically have broken into more than 50 levels, such as the mythical special forces members, but also each of them reached 90 levels or more. The overall strength compared to before at least doubled several times. Of course, those who were fighting today were not the original soldiers from the Inner Mongolia frontline, but those who had been rotated from other military regions. On the second day of the Great Invasion of the Beasts, the Central Military Ministry had already set a strategy to utilize this invasion of the beasts to practice their troops, but any soldier who had reached level 50 or above would need to be rotated so that people from other military regions would come to Niameng to hold down the fort. Because of this, nowadays, in the Dragon Kingdom's army, the number of soldiers who have reached level 50 or above has broken through to 8 million, and the number is still increasing. On the city wall, Wang Pengyong narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the entire battlefield. These days, the several generals had personally gone into battle to kill the enemy, and as a result, their occupational levels had basically all reached level 50 or above. The increase in level had made their physical qualities much stronger. Otherwise, with such a succession of battles, they would have long been unable to consume them. Roar! At this moment, a roar like a flood bell resounded violently throughout the battlefield, startling Wang Pengyong and the others on the city wall, as well as the Dragon Kingdom soldiers who were in the midst of the battle, couldn't help but sniff at the sound and look over. With just one glance, they all had their pupils shrink, only to see an incomparably large-sized beast broke free from the space-time channel, and its strong aura swept across the entire battlefield like a raging wind and rain. Under this aura, the bodies of those foreign beasts trembled, and they all lowered their heads towards it to show their submission. King Realm Foreign Beasts. Wang Pengyong's face was unsightly as he cursed. Sure enough, how could the foreign races watch their Dragon Kingdom ascend? Only, he didn't expect that the other party's handiwork would be so large that they would directly go and capture King Realm Fey Beasts. Roar! In the next moment, several dull roars rang out one after another, as one King Realm Foreign Beast after another extruded out of the space-time channel. The entire 5 King Realm Foreign Beasts, like heavenly giants, just standing there, made the entire battlefield silent, an unspeakable pressure, enveloping every Dragon Kingdom soldier. That terrifying King Realm pressure. Even the tough-willed ones couldn't help but be terrified. Damn it! Quickly, go to Kunlun and inform Admiral Chen Xuan. Wang Pengyong cursed angrily and hurriedly droned towards the summoning soldier beside him. Despite the fact that the strength of the Dragon Kingdom had increased drastically during this period of time, it was impossible to hold back the 5 King Realm Foreign Beasts. After all, they weren't that monster Chen Xuan who was able to fight against the King Realm with the strength of a basic 100, not to mention, there were no basic 100 powerhouses amongst those present. Below the King Realm, all were like ants. These words were not just words. Moreover, the strength of a King Realm Fey Beast in itself was much more powerful than the same realm. These 5 King Realm Fey Beasts, if they were to recklessly impact, it would be enough to overrun the entire Niameng frontline. The messenger soldier who received the order hurriedly ran away, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. Roar! It was also at this time that the 5 King Realm Fey Beasts let out an ear-splitting roar in unison. The roar was as if it was a horn of attack, and the surrounding Fey Beasts heard it as if they were going crazy, and impacted towards the many Dragon Kingdom soldiers. With 5 King Realm Fey Beasts leading the way, the aura of that group of Fey Beasts' army obviously all became different. Bang! Watching that the King Realm Fey Beasts casually strike, causing the Dragon Kingdom's army to suffer numerous deaths and injuries, the eyes of Wang Pengyong and the others on the city wall turned red. Quickly, join forces to stop this group of. The members of the mythical special force were equally enraged, and several members who had reached level 95 or above forcibly repelled the alien beasts that were fighting with them and ran to those 5 King Realm alien beasts wanting to stop them. However, when they had just arrived in front of the 5 King Realm Fey Beasts, the impact of power like a raging wind and rain swept towards them, and the whole person flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings and ruthlessly smashed into the ground far away, smashing the ground out of a huge human-shaped pit. The 5 King Realm Foreign Beasts were moving in unison, and wherever they passed, no one could stop them. Chapter 78. Blood for blood-seeking golden votes. Even though those 5 King Realm alien beasts were invincible and powerful, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom still went forward and backward, trying to hold off the pace of these 5 King Realm alien beasts, and a sad and desperate aura permeated the entire battlefield. On the city wall, the psychic laser cannons were already smoking, and they failed to bring damage to those 5 King Realm alien beasts, and could only rely on that impact to make them pause for a moment. In just these few minutes, the death toll of the dragon soldiers reached thousands, which even included several members of the mythical special forces. Such a huge loss made all the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom furious. Watching their comrades die in front of them, who could not be angry? Even if they knew that they were no match for these 5 foreign beasts, they still exploded with all their might, and even if they died, they had to give these 5 King Realm foreign beasts trauma. Sinner! It was also at this moment that an angry roar violently resounded above the entire battlefield, and 6 streams of light came from far and near, and in an instant, they surfaced in the sky above the battlefield. These 6 streams of light were none other than Xia Pingwu and the others who had come out of the human emperor mystic realm. They stood in the air, their auras bulging around them, their gazes falling on that one dead dragon country soldier, their monstrous anger surging out like a volcano erupting, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Kill! Without any unnecessary words, they directly burst out with a roar and charged towards those 5 King Realm Fey beasts. Only to see, Xia Pingwu was clad in a golden battle armor. His body bloomed with bright golden light, like around a vast sun that shone in the world. Infinite battle intent permeated out from him. The long sword in his hand waved down. The sword seemed to cut through the sky and the earth as if it was going to cut through the sky and the earth, and it impacted towards the 5 King Realm foreign beasts. Rumble! Ear-splitting roars resounded. A powerful storm swept in all directions, forcing all the surrounding beasts and even the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom to retreat, and the 5 King Realm beasts that had been subjected to such a powerful attack also finally stopped in their tracks, and the large scarlet pupils stared at Xia Pingwu and the others, with a cold killing machine that seemed to be freezing the emptiness of the sky. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been trembling under this gaze. Xia Pingwu didn't pay the slightest attention to the killing opportunities of those 5 King Realm foreign beasts. At this moment, he only wanted to vent his anger and kill these 5 King Realm foreign beasts on the spot. As Xia Pingwu charged straight out, Wei Guoqing and the others also erupted. As a shadow swordmaster, Wei Guoqing's body trembled, and his entire body merged into the void and disappeared without a trace. And even if he utilized spiritual thought perception, he was unable to detect his trail. He was like a poisonous snake, hidden and ready to deal a fatal blow to those 5 King Realm foreign beasts. With a wave of Puppet Master Yi Zhentian's hand, 2 King Realm and 7 basic 100-level puppets emerged, and under Yi Zhentian's drive, they killed towards those 5 King Realm foreign beasts. On the city wall, Wang Pengyong looked at Xia Pingwu and the others who were each showing their abilities, and his entire body relaxed. Finally, it's time. The time for a counterattack has come. Generals, kill! In the next moment, Wang Pengyong fiercely shouted, his voice like a bell, resounding through the 8 directions. The angry soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, as if they had taken a berserk drug, their momentum was like a rainbow as they surrounded and killed many foreign beasts, and at this moment they were like a madman, more like foreign beasts than foreign beasts. They couldn't kill the King Realm Fey beasts, they couldn't avenge their comrades who died under the King Realm Fey beasts, but they were able to kill these ordinary Fey beasts, and if one head wasn't enough, then they would kill 2, 3, and 10. At this moment, the entire battlefield was filled with a raging fury. Not only were the dragon soldiers on the battlefield killing each other, but the many dragon soldiers on the city walls were likewise killing each other. They have a spiritual energy sniper rifle constantly sniping foreign beasts. Some drive a machine gun spitting fire dragons. Spiritual energy laser cannon is also constantly shooting out shells. My Dragon Kingdom, at last, is strong. On the city wall, Wang Pengyong looked at Xia Pingwu and the others who were displaying great power. His eyes were filled with tears, and his entire body was trembling slightly due to his excitement. Xia Pingwu and the others had stepped into the King Realm, and to the Dragon Kingdom nowadays, it was definitely good news worthy of a nationwide celebration. This meant that the Dragon Kingdom had truly possessed the strength to defend itself against the invasion of foreign beasts and even foreign races. Previously, although Chen Xuan was strong, in the end, there was only one person. If it was a 2-sided battle or even a 3-sided battle, Chen Xuan was also distracted. With Xia Pingwu and the others, even if it was a 3-sided battle, his Dragon Kingdom did not need to be afraid. Bang! On the battlefield, a roar exploded as Wei Guoqing, who was hidden in the void, finally found an opportunity to cooperate with Xia Pingwu and kill a King Realm foreign beast with a single sword. When that huge and incomparable body collapsed on the battlefield, the other 4 King Realm Fey beasts that were fighting, as well as the rest of the Fey beasts, all shuddered, and the Fey beasts that were of low rank couldn't help but run away. Only the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, who contained anger in their bodies, would not let them escape. Directly guarding the space-time passage, he began to kill up. Above the void, Wei Guocheng was still hidden in the void, while Xia Pingwu and the others were rounding up the other 4 King Realm foreign beasts. Those dead dragon soldiers, they had no way to bring them back to life, but they were able to send this group of damned alien beasts down to bury the dragon soldiers with them. Blood for blood, teeth for teeth. Offenders of the Dragon Kingdom. Punishment. The war continued. The battlefield was strewn with corpses and wailing. The battle, which lasted for more than 5 hours before it ended. Some of the dragon soldiers had already lost their strength and collapsed directly on the battlefield, panting heavily. Those who still had the strength to do so walked silently toward those fallen comrades, saluted and bowed, and carried their bodies toward the city walls. At the same time, the soldiers stationed on the city wall have also jumped down. Some collected the bodies of comrades. Some began to clean up the battlefield. A large number of medical personnel have also flocked out. The entire battlefield was more than action, but no one spoke up. Everyone was silently doing their job, and every time they passed by a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom who fell in the middle of a pool of blood, they would stop and salute. Inside the command room, Xia Pingwu and the others apologized towards Wang Pengyong and a few other admirals. Sorry we're late. Not too late, not too late. Wang Pengyong waved his hand repeatedly, and without waiting for Xia Pingwu and the others to make a sound, he continued, in this battle, even though the losses are not small, but to be able to kill 5 foreign beasts, you have already made a great achievement, and moreover, the country will also reward you for breaking into the King Realm. Xia Pingwu and the others looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't say anything else. And then, Xia Pingwu and the others began to understand the current situation from Wang Pengyong. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan in the Tower of Trials was struggling against 3 peak True King powerhouses within the 85th floor. Above 80 layers, each layer passed was incomparably difficult, and Chen Xuan stayed at each layer for a long time before entering the next layer of the trial. Bang! Deafening roars continued to resound throughout the entire space, as Chen Xuan, holding the chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword, surged left and right, with a variety of vocational skills erupting. The entire space seemed to have become a place where fireworks bloomed in splendor. Chapter 79 Comprehensive Enhancement. At this moment, Chen Xuan, the power that erupted from every move and every stance was incomparably terrifying, and the various vocational skills were utilized in an extraordinary manner, having been able to fully control the power of all of the vocational skills that he had awakened. On top of that, his 12 lineage domains were not even half as weak even when he fought against a peak True King's Cave Heaven, and the 12 lineage domains remained firm under the cave heavens of the 3 peak True King Fey beasts. Although this cave power was the same as those 3 peak True King Fey beasts, with only 80% of its power, the 3 beasts joining forces was not something that an idle peak True King could easily withstand. It was no exaggeration to say that at this moment, Chen Xuan's overall strength was at least several times higher than it was before he had even stepped into the trial tower. Boom! Ear-splitting roars exploded throughout the space, and after several hours of difficult combat, the war between Chen Xuan and these 3 peak True King foreign beasts finally came to an end with Chen Xuan winning. At this moment, Chen Xuan's entire body was quite miserable, blood-stained and pale, with dense scars appearing on his entire body, with only his right arm, which had been tempered by the Dragon Mark body refining technique, being a little better. Phew! Chen Xuan panted heavily as he took out a healing elixir and recovered on the spot. After a long time, Chen Xuan, who had recovered from his injuries, first reviewed his previous battles to find out his deficiencies and perfect them to rectify them, and then he called up his career panel to check his overall changes over this period of time. 86 layers, even if it wasn't at the legendary Saint Exalt level, it was at least 5 peak True King foreign beasts. Such power was no longer something Chen Xuan was able to resist, or at the very least, at the current time, he couldn't do it. Realm, Peak King Realm. Strength. 686 dragons, 1 dragon, equals 100,000 base value. Physique. 798 dragons. Spirit. 967 dragons. Avatars. Spirit Dome Sword Chop, Ice Seal, Sword Edict Divine Thunder, Dark Prison Obliteration, Universal Illumination of the 8 Directions, Fire Revenge, Gung Jin Chop, Heavenly Wooden Goddess of Mercy, Absolute Defense, Time Reversal Sword Formation, Wind and Stick Strike, and soul-cutting control of each of these aptitudes has been brought to completion, and the understanding and control of the 12 systems of laws have been brought to full fruition. Talents. Sword Mind 60%, Chaotic Sword Domain 80%, Imperial Dragon Bastard Body 70%, Red Inferno Furnace 50%, Phoenix Dao Nirvana 46%. Divine Armor. Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, Chaos Emperor Dragon Armor, Chaos Emperor Dragon Boots King Grade Extreme. Domain. 12 faculties domain peak of Deshang. Technique. Dragon mark body refining technique first level, right hand skin and flesh hardened. Special talent. Chaos source body 3 forms, Chaos demon source form. Consumes a large amount of blood, increasing power by 3 to 5 times, depending on the amount of blood consumed. Chaos divine source form. Consumes a large amount of soul power, increasing power by 5 to 8 times. Chaos berserker form. Consumes one's own vitality, increasing power by more than 10 times on all fronts. This, then, was the effect of Chen Xuan's trials during this period of time. The 3 basic attributes as a whole rose by more than 100 dragons, the 12 divine aptitudes were mastered to perfection, the laws were comprehended to a great completion, and the 5 great talents were all improved. Even the 12 faculty domains were elevated from a great completion to the peak of a great completion. It appeared to be a great improvement, but Chen Xuan felt that he had not yet reached the limit potential of the king realm. At the very least, he had to reach the perfection of the 12 lineage laws comprehension, the perfection of the 12 lineage domains, as well as the complete cultivation of the first level of the Dragonlance body refinement technique before Chen Xuan would even consider breaking into the True King. Once he reached True King, he would also be able to attempt to head to the Inheritance Tower and obtain the inheritance of the gods of the ancient civilization, and what he craved for the most was naturally the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Shun. After all, this was the only Starry Sky Emperor in the entire ancient civilization. Its strength had already reached the point of being unpredictable, and the only way to obtain it was to reach the realm of the True King. The only way to go to the Inheritance Tower is to have a cultivation level of True King or above, and an age of 50 years or less to go to the trial. After learning a bit about his exact strength, Chen Xuan got up and left the trial tower. Outside the Hall of Enlightenment, Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the crowd, and after noticing their state, he did not go in to disturb them, but merely swept a glance and left straight away. It seems that Xia Pinggu and the others have successfully broken into the King realm. Chen Xuan was secretly happy in his heart. The breakthroughs of Xia Pinggu as well as Wei Guoqing and the others meant that the strength of the Dragon Kingdom had grown exponentially, and he would not need to take on so much pressure and have more time to cultivate. Moreover, under his perception, he found that Yi Wentao and the others were not far from a breakthrough, but it was the members of the Red Sky Squad who were new to cultivation who still needed a long time to accumulate. In addition to Yi Wentao and the others, his parents had also both reached the basic 100 level, and were currently already sensing the power of the law. Once they broke through, the alchemy as well as the enchantment under their control would surely be even more powerful, and the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom would be even stronger at that time. Even though both of Chen Xuan's parents had activated mythic quality professions, due to the fact that they were auxiliary professions and that they rarely participated in battles, their cultivation process was far slower than that of Wei Guoqing and the others, and was even inferior to that of Yi Wentao and the others. Of course, Chen Xuan would not allow his parents to fight, allowing them to cultivate so that they could enhance their physical fitness as well as their longevity, and secondly, he did not want them to waste their talent. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom had fully accepted the fact that the mythic era had come to pass, and all sorts of brand new industries were popping up, such as elixir stores, enchantment stores, and so on, and Chen Xuan's parents' talent was currently the highest in the enchantment as well as alchemy industries in the country. Once they developed their talents perfectly, the help they could bring to the Dragon Kingdom would far exceed even his. After all, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible to raise the strength of all the subjects of the entire Dragon Kingdom at once, whereas enchantments and elixirs could raise the strength of the crowd in all directions. After leaving the Hall of Enlightenment, Chen Xuan headed straight to the treasure vault. This treasure trove contained the legacy of an entire ancient civilization. Its resources were countless, and now Chen Xuan had only broken open the first 3 layers, all of which had caused the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom to rise by a lot, and this treasure trove had a whole of 9 layers. The higher the level, the more precious its resources would naturally be, and with Chen Xuan's current strength, it was also enough to break open the 4th layer of the treasure trove, and he wanted to go and see what astonishing treasures were placed on the 4th layer. After stepping into the treasure vault, Chen Xuan came straight to the 3rd floor. Looking at the ancient colored steps, Chen Xuan took a deep breath, operating the power within his body as he stepped onto the steps. Boom! In just an instant, Chen Xuan felt an unspeakable pressure act upon him, causing his entire body to sink, and this pressure was already equivalent to the aura of a true king-level powerhouse bursting out at full strength. After a little bit of acclimatization, Chen Xuan climbed continuously against the pressure. Fortunately, his strength nowadays was not what it used to be, and although it took a lot of effort, he still successfully ascended to the 4th layer of the treasure trove. Looking around, the space of the 4th layer is half smaller than the 3rd layer. On the left and right sides, each standing a stone pillar. On the stone pillar, a variety of treasures are wrapped in a light cover. The yinging light shines throughout the space. A flash of anticipation spread across Chen Xuan's face as he took large strides to the first stone pillar, and without hesitation, he reached out and probed into the mass of light. This is Chapter 84 Saints and 4 Fiends, Felling the Gods Against All Odds. King Rank Extreme Military Formation Green Dragon King Formation. Not bad, the stone pillar wrapped within is actually an extremely rare military formation, with the army into a formation, condensing the military road formation spirit, contains infinite power, can gather the power of an army against the odds to cut down the gods. Simply reading the introduction of the formation alone left Chen Xuan stunned. This military formation, it could actually condense the strength of an entire army, manifesting into a military Tao formation spirit, and exerting a might that far exceeded the strength of the soldiers. How could Chen Xuan not have expected that there was even such a peculiar formation? The Green Dragon King Formation, also known as the Green Dragon Military Formation, one of the 4 sacred military formations of the ancient times, a formation arranged on the basis of 100,000 military personnel, which could visualize the sacred beast Green Dragon military spirit, and the higher the rank of the military personnel who had condensed the formation, the stronger the visualized Green Dragon military spirit would be. Up to 100,000 basic 100-level soldiers could be arrayed, and the manifested Green Dragon military spirit would be strong enough to rival a true king-level powerhouse. What kind of unbelievable increase is this? On the surface, there were a lot of 100,000 100-level powerhouses, but that depended on what kind of enemy it was against. If it was an enemy that had initially stepped into the king realm, it could be defeated or even decimated after paying a terrible price, but if it was the peak king realm, it was not necessarily so, and as for the true king, it was even more impossible. Other than that, the cave heaven alone could smash down a large number of 100-level powerhouses, and this Green Dragon army formation could even cross 2 realms hard, winning over a true king with 100 levels? It's unbelievable. Chen Xuan's entire heart was thumping. His face flushed a lot from excitement. How beneficial this military formation would be to the Dragon Kingdom. One could figure it out with one's toes. He took a few deep breaths and suppressed the excitement in his heart, putting the jade slip inscribed with the Green Dragon King formation into his spatial ring before continuing to explore towards the next stone pillar. White Tiger King Formation, Vermilion Bird King Formation, the Taotai King Formation. As Chen Xuan explored, one after another king rank extreme grade military formation was taken away by him, and the first 8 stone pillars were all king rank extreme grade military formations, which were the 4 saints and 4 fiends. By an ancient civilization's mythic quality formation profession awakening master, whose rank had reached the peak of mythic monarch, and 100 legendary quality formation masters, whose rank had reached legendary saint existence. It took 10 years to imitate the 4 sacred beasts of the ancient times as well as the 4 ferocious beasts to condense into the ancient 8 army formations. The value of these 8 military formations alone had reached an incalculable point, even in Chen Xuan's opinion, far exceeding the cultivation resources within the first and second layer treasury. Just the first 8 of the stone pillars, all of which had such amazingly extreme treasures. What about the stone pillars at the back? For a moment, Chen Xuan's eyes turned red, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. After a full quarter of an hour's pause, Chen Xuan calmed down and continued to explore towards the next stone pillar. Above the 9th stone pillar was a medicinal formula called body-quenching liquid, possessing the special effect of quenching the physique. If it was only that, it would not be qualified to be placed here at all, but it was oblivious to any rank, meaning that even newborn babies would be able to use this body-quenching liquid to condense their physique. With this body-quenching liquid, the talent of the new generation of the Dragon Kingdom will surely soar in the future, so it can be said that this body-quenching liquid may seem ordinary, but it represents the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Maybe it's an exaggeration, but it makes the new generation of dragons stronger and stronger for sure. 10th, 11th, it took 3 whole hours for Chen Xuan to finish exploring the 100 stone pillars of this 4th floor, and the harvest that he had obtained was such that even Chen Xuan was unable to remain calm. The treasures within this 4th layer were basically those that could increase the overall strength of a race, and other than the 8 army formations, the rest were basically Dan formulas, drawings of powerful weapons, and so on. For example, the prime pillar within the 56th stone pillar was crafted from a dozen types of rare metals, inscribed with special array patterns, and after activating it using a spirit stone, this prime pillar would be able to transform into a 10,000-foot-high stone pillar, dealing a devastating blow to the enemy. The bombardment of a 10,000-foot stone pillar could not even be seen to be blocked by the king realm. There were also large-scale spirit-gathering arrays as well as teleportation arrays, one that could gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the other that could teleport across domains, but unfortunately, these 2 types of arrays were basically only set up by reaching the rank of a true king. Chen Xuan selected some of the ones that the Dragon Kingdom could currently use, such as the 8 army formations, body-tempering fluid, prime pillar, and so on, before leaving the treasure trove. As for the fifth layer, although Chen Xuan could also step on it, he did not intend to go there for the time being. As far as the current 4 layers of the treasure trove were concerned, they were enough for the Dragon Kingdom to digest for a while, and greed could not be chewed. There were some things that exceeded the specifications, and once they were taken out, they would definitely be paid special attention to by the foreign races, and at that time, if they caused the foreign races on the opposite side of all the time and space passages on the entire blue planet to rise up in a group to attack them, then the Dragon Kingdom would be in danger. After leaving the treasure trove, Chen Xuan left the human emperor's secret realm straight away, intending to return to the front lines to gain some insight into the current situation. At the same time, since Xia Pingwu and others broke through the King realm after the return, the pressure of the entire Inner Mongolia front line, obviously much smaller, although every now and then there are foreign beasts' army invasion, but these foreign beasts' army, as if it has become the dragon country's practice object. In just a few days, all of the dragon's active military basically have been sharpened in the Inner Mongolia front. The average level reached more than 50. Now, even the domestic major precautionary areas of the inspectorate have organized a lot of teams, come to the Inner Mongolia front to kill the experience. On top of that, the Dragon Kingdom Professional Association had also released quite a few missions to reinforce the front line, and although it had only been a few days, there were already quite a number of civilian professional awakenings that had come to the front line in Inner Mongolia to practice. However, even with Xia Pingwu and the others guarding the area, casualties were unavoidable, and thus the vast majority of folk professional awakened people still chose to go to those deep mountains and ancient forests to fight with mutated animals. Although the mutated animals in the deep ancient forests of the mountains also had ferocious dangers, they were undoubtedly much smaller compared to the front line. Chen Xuan, who had returned to the front line in Inner Mongolia, did not have any unnecessary nonsense and directly convened a high-level meeting. Inside the command room, Chen Xuan sat on top of the main seat, flanked by admirals such as Wang Pengyong, and then Xia Pingwu and other existences that had broken into the King Realm. It was worth mentioning that after breaking into the King Realm, Xia Pingwu and the others were also granted the rank of 1-star Major General by the Central Military Department. How far has the infrastructure of the Lhasa Defense Line, the Altai Defense Line, the Mo Defense Line, the Nangquin Defense Line, and the Shenhe Defense Line progressed? Chen Xuan swept a glance at the crowd present and inquired. These major defense lines, which basically bordered other countries, had been built since the fission of the space-time channel, using new alloys whose strength was, in no way, inferior to that of the Inner Mongolia Defense Line. It's all but completed, and the Mythic Specialization Bureau's attachment team, as well as the formation team, have gone to attach, as well as set up the formations. Wang Pengyong, who was on the side, hurriedly responded. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan raised his eyes and commanded aloud. From today onwards, every major military region in the country will select elite armies, with a limit of 100,000 people, and 800,000 people will be selected to form the 8 legions of the Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, Chaos, Por Chi, Tao Tai, and Legend. This is the 4 Saints and 4 Murderers army formation that I found from the Human Emperor's secret realm. After the 8 legions are formed, let all the legionnaires cultivate their respective corresponding army formations and make sure to form the formation in the shortest time possible. Chapter 81. Not a big problem. Upon viewing the 8 army formations that Chen Xuan had taken out, the entire command room resounded with the sound of gusts of cool air being sucked in. After a short period of vibration, Wang Pengyong and the others were all excited beyond measure. With these 8 army formations, the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom would undergo a sea change, even if the 8 army corps could not currently do a full 100 levels, but even if it was just a full 50 levels, the army spirits that were condensed would be enough to be comparable to the King Realm. For the current Dragon Kingdom, every birth of the King Realm was precious. Wang Pengyong didn't even care that he was still in a meeting, and directly couldn't wait to call and notify his assistant to immediately convey Chen Xuan's order down. Seeing the excited crowd, Chen Xuan smiled and brought out the treasures that he had selected from the 4th layer of the treasure trove, once again causing an uproar and howls of excitement that resounded throughout the command room. Even as calm as Wang Pengyong, he couldn't hold back his excitement. Jingle bells! It was also when Wang Pengyong and the others were excited that the loud and clear ringing of the phone rang. Chen Xuan touched his pocket and took out his cell phone to take a look at it. His face instantly became serious. Hello, Chief. Yes, this call, it was the number 1 chief who dialed it. The Pu Daiji has asked me for help. With a single sentence, it caused Chen Xuan's eyes to narrow as he inquired in a condensed voice, "What is your decision?" Before his closure, Russia's situation is not optimistic, lost most of the country, but by relying on nuclear weapons can barely hold out. After all, Russia is vast and sparsely populated. As long as the population is well relocated, throwing nukes can be thrown to the cool. After the revival of the aura, the entire world of the Blue Star changed, The most intuitive and obvious change was that the several large states and even the ocean were slowly expanding, and the space as well as the solidity of the Earth was also gradually rising. As a result, the harm of nuclear weapons compared to before has not been so horrible. Of course, it is still the big brother of the Blue Star technology weapons, even if the newly developed spiritual laser cannon of the Dragon Kingdom in the range of damage cannot compare to it. You can't defend it or take it back anyway, so you might as well reward the aliens with some nukes. This time, what Russia is facing is not only facing the Cold Ice Sacred race, there is also a foreign beast race. Looking at the situation, it should be the two races cooperating. Their leaders are, respectively, a true king-level Cold Ice Sacred clan ancestor, as well as a true king-level Fey beast. The armies of the two major races are still in the midst of assembling. The number is hard to say. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan laughed out coldly. It seems that they are planning to take Russia down in one fell swoop. Nice. I think I can help if you're sure. Without waiting for Chen Xuan to open his mouth, Head Number 1 continued. The think tank side analyzed that once we let the Cold Ice Sacred clan take the entirety of Russia, our Dragon Kingdom will be facing the Cold Ice Sacred clan head-on, and at that time, with multiple fronts of combat, even if the Dragon Kingdom is strong enough, it cannot afford to wear and tear. Helping Russia to hold back, for one thing, our country's relationship with Russia is still good and the other party is sincere, for another, it will also allow Russia to hold back the Cold Ice Sacred clan and share some of the pressure. Assuming you're sure, of course. At the end, the number 1 chief added that despite the fact that Chen Xuan had previously killed 3 true kings, this time Russia was facing an unknown level of true kings, and compared to helping Russia, the number 1 chief was more reluctant to allow Chen Xuan to have the slightest accident. Nowadays, Chen Xuan was the Dragon Kingdom's pinnacle of the sea. Good relations were good, but wanting the Dragon Kingdom's pinnacle of the sea to go and fight for another country was absolutely impossible. One Fey true king, not much of a problem. However, I personally have one more condition. Chen Xuan first spoke back confidently, and then coyly. Haha. Go ahead and say it. I'll definitely fight for you. Hearing Chen Xuan's coy words, the number 1 chief was happy. His gentle laughter audible even to Wang Pangyong and the others. After the support, all the alien beasts we strangle will be mine. The puzzled voice of the number 1 chief came out from the phone. With Chen Xuan's current strength, the meat of an idle exotic beast would be of little use to him at all. I obtained a technique in the secret realm of the human emperor that requires a large amount of qi and blood to cultivate. However, this technique was obtained in the trial tower and possesses some sort of taboo, so it cannot be directly imparted. Okay, I'll get it for you. Some foreign beasts are just that. If he doesn't agree, we won't even support them. Thank you, Chief. Okay. For now, I'll let you know when the other side agrees. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xuan swept a glance at the crowd and instructed, Xia Pingwu, Wei Guoqing, Wang Menghu, and Alamuto. The 4 of you will guard the front line in Inner Mongolia, while Yi Zhentian and Wu Jinqing will follow me later to support Russia. Even though he hadn't actually confirmed it yet, Chen Xuan was already 100% certain that Russia would definitely agree to his conditions. If you can't even defend it, what do you care about the Fey? If that's true, then they deserve to be destroyed. Originally, Chen Xuan was still worried about how to hunt and kill foreign beasts to use to cultivate the dragon-marked body refinement technique, but he didn't expect that he would be sent straight to his door. Nowadays, although the front line of Inner Mongolia was infested by an army of foreign beasts every now and then, the levels of these foreign beasts were generally low, and were of little use to Chen Xuan. Of course, there was still a role if the amount was large enough. It was just that, compared to boosting the strength of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, this role of his was nothing. As for the invasion of Russia, there were true king-level foreign beasts. The qi and blood of a true king-level foreign beast should not be a big problem for him to complete the tempering of his entire body, skin, and flesh. The true kings were there, the king realm was thought to be there as well, and if there were enough of them, he would even be able to directly complete the first level of the dragon-marked body refining technique. Plus, getting paid by Russia as well as goodwill is just a bonus. Yes. Hearing Chen Xuan's order, Xia Pingwu and the others rose to respond. Yi Zhentian's puppeteer profession, for being able to summon a large number of puppets, was definitely second to none in the army in terms of single-person killing ability, second only to Chen Xuan and Wu Jinqing. Which Zhen Cheng's ghost, which spellcaster profession, extremely bizarre, to kill the enemy with spells, a ranged spell thrown down, almost able to exterminate a large area, but where the level is lower than which Zhen Cheng's, no one will be able to carry it. Currently, among the several great king realms in the Dragon Kingdom, Wu Jinqing's strength was definitely the strongest and most bizarre. After nearly half an hour more of deliberation, this meeting was over. After Chen Xuan announced the end, Wang Pangyong hurriedly left, He could not wait to see the might of the 8 legions after they had taken shape. While waiting for the news to come from the number 1 head, Chen Xuan thought for a moment and dialed a video call towards Lin Tong, who was stationed at the Lesa defense line. Looking at the valiant Lin Tong in the video, Chen Xuan's heart throbbed slightly. After chatting for a few moments, Chen Xuan received a notification from the number 1 chief, and could only end the call with Lin Tong with a sense of satisfaction, taking Yi Zhentian and Wu Zhenqing with him to rush to Russia. Chapter 82. With him, this battle will be one request for golden votes. Russia, Siberian Plain. The towering and majestic steel defense line, cutting the entire plain into 2 halves, under the walls of the dense steel wire as well as spikes to form a forbidden area. On the walls, countless Russian soldiers stand. Tanks and cannons fill the entire wall. This is Russia's front line in the war against the alien race, the Siberian base. On the battlefield, the dense craters and scorched land interpreted the grueling nature of the war, and a tense and depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire Siberian base. Although the army of the Ice Sage clan had not yet appeared, Russia was already preparing for the war. All kinds of hot weapons were constantly being transported to the city walls, and the Russian professional awakened people were also sharpening their weapons. On the base airfield, several Russian admirals stood at attention, surrounded by dozens of Russian soldiers on guard, looking as if they were greeting someone. Buzz! A warplane inscribed with the 5-star red flag crossed the sky and slowly landed on the airport. Chen Xuan walked out from the warplane with Yi Zhentian and Wu Zhenqing, valiant and upright, with an extraordinary appearance. As soon as they saw Chen Xuan, the Russian admirals rushed to greet him. Mr. Chen, welcome to Russia. Thank you for your support. Russian Admiral Ivan Ivanros Ivanjar led the crowd to Chen Xuan and spoke out in excitement. Admiral JL is welcome. Chen Xuan smiled and spoke softly. On the surface, he was being polite with Admiral JL, but in reality, his spiritual thoughts had enveloped the entire Siberian base, and the strength of Russia was perceived by all of him. There were less than 100 professional awakened above level 50, and those below level 50, the number was quite a lot, naturally not comparable to the Dragon Kingdom, but when looking at the world, it was considered quite okay. After all, it had only been a little over 2 months since the mythic era had descended, and to be able to develop so much in the face of an onslaught of foreign races and even foreign beasts was proof of Russia's strength. Under the leadership of Admiral Jer, Chen Xuan and the others were led to a room within the base to rest. Although it was simple, it had everything, and Chen Xuan and the others did not have the intention of loitering around, quietly waiting in the room. Knock, knock. Only, as soon as Chen Xuan and the others sat down, a knock sounded at the door, and Yi Zhentian consciously got up and went to open the door. With just one glance, Yi Zhentian was a little confused. The visitor had blonde hair and blue eyes, a simple short sleeve plus shorts, revealing his explosive body without reservation. His face was exquisite and his skin was like jade fat. Although Yi Zhentian stayed in the army for many years, but for this woman, he also had a little understanding. Ivan Katia, Russia's most popular and beautiful actress, and even the world's most famous, truly one of the best international actresses, with hundreds of millions of fans around the world, and in Russia, she is regarded as Russia's first goddess. In just an instant, Yi Zhentian guessed Katia's purpose for coming here, and a playful smile flashed across his face. You want to conquer the chief by a beauty trick? Oh, hello. I'm looking for Mr. Chen Xuan. Ivan Katia blinked towards Yi Zhentian and playfully voiced out. Her voice was like a yellow warbler, and it was pleasantly melodious. There is no falsehood in the name. This woman is worthy of being the first goddess of Russia. Even with Yi Zhentian's tough will, there was a momentary loss of concentration. He looked back towards Chen Xuan and said, Director, looking for you. Inside the room, Chen Xuan had long since sensed the presence of Ivan Katia. For this Russian first goddess, how could he not know? If he could be approached by this Russian first goddess before the mythic descent, he could not help but be so excited that he would not be able to sleep for 3 days and nights. But now his mind was rippling. No! Chen Xuan directly transmitted his voice to Yi Zhentian, not even bothering to go out. I'm sorry, the chief is practicing and doesn't have time. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhentian was not polite, and after directly speaking towards Ivan Katia, he closed the door straight away. So what if she's the first Russian goddess? You want the director's body? No way. Looking at the door of the room that was almost pressed to her nose, Ivan Katia stomped her foot and left with a face full of grudges, looking like a disgruntled woman who had been abandoned by a scummy man. Hey, chief. This is the first Russian goddess? Aren't you going to have a dewy-eyed affair? In the room, as Yi Zhentian walked in, Wu Zhenqing, who was on the side, also scowled and flirted towards Chen Xuan. You want to practice with this general? Chen Xuan glanced at Wu Jinqing and spoke out faintly. Ahem. Wu Jinqing almost lost his breath, his body trembled, and he shook his head in a hurry. Yi Zhentian on the side looked at Wu Jinqing with admiration, daring to flirt with the director. So bold. This little episode did not concern either Chen Xuan or Yi Zhentian in the slightest. On this trip, they were only there to kill foreigners as well as foreign beasts. Woo! About several hours later, a high and loud horn sound violently resounded throughout the Siberian base. Accompanied by this horn sound is a burst of noisy booming people. Inside the room, Chen Xuan's trio opened their eyes at the same time, a wisp of essence flickering through their eyes, as they could already feel the strong aura coming from beyond the steel defenses. Dang! Mr. Chen, the foreigners are coming. Please head to the city walls. Admiral JL's slightly anxious voice rang out from the door. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan's few people got up and headed out of the room, led by Admiral Jer towards the city walls. Along the way, you can see that one by one, heavily armed Russian GIs are lined up to rush to the city walls, and each Russian GI is holding a gun, which is basically a newly developed super powerful weapon. On top of that, there were quite a few people holding large swords as well as shields, which were basically crafted from the bones of exotic beasts. Compared to the Dragon Country, Russia, and even other countries of professional awakening varieties, undoubtedly a lot less combat class occupations to knights, berserkers, wizards, etc., and auxiliary classes generally on the alchemist, alchemy warlock, and so on. As Chen Xuan and the others marched forward, many of the Russian GIs were curiously sizing up Chen Xuan and the others after all. There were not many in the entirety of Russia that could allow Admiral Jer to personally greet them. Admiral Jer, not only was he a 5-star Russian admiral, but he was also one of the first career awakeners, awakening the mythological quality career Holy Knight with his level approaching 60, and was considered to be one of the strongest few existences in Russia at the moment. There were quite a few Russian GIs who recognized Chen Xuan, their pupils shrinking, and even though the situation was serious at the moment, they still couldn't help but whisper about it. He's the Dragon Kingdom's god of war? Chen Xuan, isn't he? Hiss. I didn't realize that this time Russia, had enlisted his help. With him, this war will be won. Chen Xuan's invincible name had long been known all over the world, all because Chen Xuan had fought his way through one battle after another, and regardless of whether or not he was in conflict with the Dragon Kingdom, there was no denying Chen Xuan's might. At this moment, Chen Xuan was already recognized as the strongest human being in the entire Blue Star. The many Russian GIs who were originally worried, with Chen Xuan being recognized, all put their worries back into their stomachs, and each one of them watched Chen Xuan and the others leave with glowing eyes and reverence. Even those condescending Russian professional awakenings were no exception. Chapter 83 Polar White Bear. On the city wall, countless long guns and short cannons were set up, and boxes containing grenades were placed all over the city. Not only that, but countless landmines were also buried within the 1,000 meters below the city wall. It is fair to say that Russia gave everything it had for this battle for the ages. At the city tower, Chen Xuan and the others stood side by side with Admiral Jer, looking out at the distant army of the Ice Sacred Race as well as the army of foreign beasts. The Cold Ice Sacred Race, born to control the power of cold ice, had a body shape not far from that of a human, but their skin color was frighteningly white. On top of that, their long hair also appeared snow white, and there were also lines on top of their skin that were like snowflakes. In the desolate domain, the Cold Ice Sacred Race was also called a first-class race, and its strength was even stronger than the Shen Yuan underworld race that had invaded the Dragon Kingdom, with 2 legendary Sacred Zune-level ancestors. Speaking of which, I don't know whether it was the Dragon Kingdom's fortune or misfortune that the Shen Yuan Plutonian clan that the Dragon Kingdom was facing was the weakest foreign race among the various major countries that had invaded the Blue Planet, whether it was the Cold Ice Sacred Clan of Russia, the Blazing Winged Lion clan of the Stellar River Kingdom, or the Goblin clan of the Star and Stripes Kingdom, etc. All of them were stronger than the Shen Yuan Plutonian clan. Standing above the Cold Ice Sacred Clan's army was a tall female powerhouse. This woman was the Cold Ice Sacred Clan's supreme powerhouse, Cold Yui Yui, with a cultivation level that was sufficiently high to reach the peak of a true king. In addition to her, there were also 5 other King Realm powerhouses in the Cold Ice Sacred Clan's army. Beside the army of the Cold Ice Sacred Race, there was a head of huge-sized foreign beasts that could not be seen at a glance, and the ferociousness of their might could be clearly felt even on the steel defense line. Polar White Bear Clan, more powerful than the Split Sky Demon Ape Clan Beast Race, strength and Cold Ice Holy Clan is not far from the Cold Ice Holy Clan, because of the Cold Ice Holy Clan neighbor, resulting in the 2 clans, although there are some contradictions, but the relationship are still good. This time, the Polar White Bear Clan had sent out a similar number of powerhouses as the Cold Ice Sacred Clan, all led by a peak true king as well as 5 king realms. If it wasn't for Chen Xuan and the others coming here with the power that the two races had deployed this time around, Russia would definitely not be able to stop it, and unless all of Russia's stockpiled nuclear weapons were erupted and fought to the death, the loss of the country would be inevitable. Roar! When this deafening sound of beast roar exploded, this war was also officially opened, and one polar white bear after another came crashing towards the steel defense line, and as far as the eye could see, it was like a sea of waves of snow. Under this sea of snow, the earth trembled and space shattered. At the same time, those strong men of the Ice Saint clan also followed the side of the polar white bear. Waving the scepter in their hands, a channel of ice arrows emerged, and in a few moments, densely packed ice arrows were like a downpour of rain that bombarded towards the Siberian base. An idle man who saw this horrible scene would have his heart trembling with fear and despair. Russian soldiers on the walls, also fear and trembling, but no one back. They know that behind them is their loved ones. If they cannot stop, their families will die. Even if it's not for their country, but only for their family, they have to die fighting. Ola! The roar of the neatly organized roar was so loud that it shook the clouds and made the blood boil. One by one, the Russian soldiers, with their guns raised high in their hands, aimed at the ice arrows that shot up from the firmament and kept on strafing them, while at the same time, a missile, interspersed with flames, was launched from the Siberian base, blasting down towards the polar white bear's army. A tank was running at full power, guns firing one after another, fierce machine guns, spitting out a dragon of fire, intercepting the ice arrows in the sky. Every moment there were Russian soldiers who were hit by ice arrows and turned into an ice sculpture, and there were also polar white bears and even people of the Cold Ice Sacred Clan who were blown to pieces and turned into a blood mist like fireworks that bloomed out. Even though the artillery fire was unusually heavy, there were still strong polar white bears that broke through the defense line and approached the city walls, and after going through the mine zone as well as the wire exclusion zone, many more polar white bears were stopped. Those who failed to stop them were struck by Russia's army of professional awakened ones, and were jointly strangled. One by one, Russian GIs with great swords and shields leapt up from the rear and charged at the approaching polar white bears. This is a Berserker Legion specially formed by Russia, all composed of Berserker profession awakened, powerful, amazing defense, can be called Russia's first daredevil team. Bang! One after another, the sound of roaring explosions, many berserkers as bone-crushing ants continue to encircle those polar white bears, and in the distance is still artillery fire. The entire battlefield is filled with smoke, such as the human purgatory, full of bloody flavor. The first attack, which lasted 2 hours, stopped, and the Russian soldiers only had time to bring back the bodies of their comrades before they had to face the second attack at once. This time, the polar white bear army didn't charge recklessly, but rather, the many strong men of the Cold Ice Sacred Race constructed layers of ice walls as a defense, advancing forward little by little. Under the joint exertion of hundreds of thousands of Cold Ice Saint Race powerhouses, even if it was only for a short period of time, the ice wall in front of the polar white bear army was nearly 100 feet thick, and it was still increasing. Those polar white bears at the forefront extended their huge paws and pushed the ice wall forward. At this scene, it was hard to see Admiral JL's face. He gritted his teeth and growled out, "Fire!" A powerful missile shot out from the rear base, like a shooting star, crossing the sky, landing on the ice wall without exception, blowing up layers of craters. Both sides were just like that, one blowing up and the other mending, as if it were child's play, but everyone understood the ferocity that was involved. The ice wall was too thick. Even though the missiles were powerful, they failed to destroy the ice wall under the hundreds of thousands of Cold Ice Saint Clansmen stitches, and only managed to block the opponent's advancement time a little bit. Seeing that the wall of ice was about to advance to within 2,000 meters, Admiral Jier finally couldn't hold back and looked towards Chen Xuan, pleading sincerely, "Please, Mr. Chen Xuan, take action and save my Russia. Being of the same human race, we should help each other." Chen Xuan pulled Admiral Jier up and solemnly spoke out. Why not help Russia and make Russia grateful, making the friendship between Russia and the Dragon Kingdom further elevated, and also get the blood and flesh of these foreign beasts to enhance the strength of the people of the Dragon Kingdom? As the words fell, Chen Xuan also no longer hesitated, violently waving his hand. Majestic power spewed out, like a vast ocean, coagulating a sword chi in front of the city wall, and in a short period of time, thousands of sword chi surged out, looking at Admiral Jier as well as the many Russian GIs in disbelief. Go! With a single command, 10,000 swords were fired. The sword chi wrapped with amazing sharpness cut through the sky and instantly fell. Bang! Deafening roars exploded one after another, and under the bombardment of this roiling sword chi, the ice wall, which was 100 feet thick, crumbled apart in an instant, turning into a sky full of snowflakes drifting down. After shattering the ice wall, the sword chi went on unabated, piercing through one polar white bear after another with unparalleled might, crushing one cold ice Saint Clan powerhouse after another. Blue blood flowers and extremely white snowflakes intertwine and encircle, outlining a blue and white rhapsody that is bleak and tragic. Chapter 84 Dragon Kingdom Chen Xuan, like a god, like an immortal. The entire battlefield was instantly quiet. Many ferocious polar white bears subconsciously stopped in their tracks, and a touch of fear flowed out of their huge pupils. In this short period of time, the losses of the polar white bears and the ice sacred race combined were at least 10,000. Only one strike can cause such a huge killing power. No need to think to know the level of the person who shot must be above the king realm. In the face of such an existence, if they were to foolishly rush up again, it would be tantamount to looking for death. Hiss! On the other side, on the steel city walls, after a brief moment of silence, a gust of cool air was heard as their bodies stiffened, mechanically turning their heads to gaze at Chen Xuan as if they were looking at a god, their gazes filled with endless awe. Even Admiral Jier, one of Russia's leading existences, shivered with a look of awe. Is this the strength of the number one person of the Blue Star? With a single blow, he destroyed the ice wall that Russia could not do anything about, and also killed nearly 10,000 polar white bears and the strongest members of the Ice Saint clan, so this kind of heavenly power is no different from that of a god. This was the first time that Admiral Jier and many of the Russian soldiers had seen Chen Xuan strike with their own eyes, and with just this single strike, they no longer had any doubts, and the only thing left in their hearts was endless awe and worship. What's going on? How could a king realm powerhouse appear in this indigenous country? While the crowd was shaken by Chen Xuan's strength, the polar white bear and the leader of the cold ice sacred race were surprised. The war between them and Russia was not just one or two times. If not for the strange technological weapons, the Russia that did not even have a 70 level would have been taken down by them long ago. This time, the two races joined forces in order to completely take down Russia, share the Russian territory, completely in this new world to stand firm, but they did not expect this Russia suddenly appeared king realm level powerhouses. Can't it be? In the next moment, the peak true king leader of the cold ice sacred clan, Cold Yui Yui, and the peak true king leader of the polar white bear, Xiong Bat-yin, suddenly remembered something, and their pupils shrunk violently, their faces both coincidentally becoming grave. Previously, the dragon country orientation of the true king fell vision has long been reported up by the then cold ice saint tribe powerhouse, has always been weak Russia, suddenly has a king realm powerhouse, no need to think can guess, must be to turn to that so-called dragon country natives. To one's own strength, strangle three true kings, this kind of strength, almost already no less than them, the appearance of a strong person of the same level, no way for them not to be cautious. Yi Zhentian, Wu Zhenqing. As the leaders of the two clans speculated, Chen Xuan on the city wall, his eyes narrowed slightly as he called out, "Last general is here." The two of them answered the call in unison, and a shocking battle intent permeated above their upright bodies. "The king realm powerhouses of the cold ice sacred clan are yours." As the words fell, Chen Xuan's figure flickered, appearing directly above the battlefield, his powerful aura sweeping out like a shocking wave, the entire heaven and earth instantly changing in wind and clouds. The majestic Chaos Emperor dragon armor set Chen Xuan off as if he were a supreme god of war, and between his battle intent and sword intent, he stirred the winds and clouds of the heavens and earth, causing the 8 directions of the void to tremble. Majestic spiritual thoughts instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, and the locations of the peak true king powerhouses of the two races as well as the king realm powerhouses were clearly perceived by Chen Xuan. With a single movement of his thoughts, the gifted Chaos Sword domain unfolded straight away, completely enveloping the 5 king realm powerhouses of the polar white bear clan, followed by the 12 lineage domain that also surfaced, wrapping up the peak true king leader of the cold ice sacred clan, Cold Yui Yui. Boom! After doing so, Chen Xuan's entire body aura opened up, his sword intent rushing skyward, holding the chaotic emperor dragon sword, seemingly shifting his form, appearing before Xiong Bat-yin in an instant, gathering the power of his entire body with the chaotic emperor dragon sword, fiercely chopping down. Too fast. Chen Xuan's movements were so fast that the two peak true king powerhouses were unable to react, from the time he appeared, to the dual domains enveloping him and launching his attack on Xiong Bat-yin, a total of less than 0.01 second, and it was almost as if these movements were already completed as soon as he appeared over the battlefield. Good guts! Feeling the sharpness of that direct chop, Xiong Baishan's anger rose from the bottom of his heart, his large fist wrapped in astonishing strength, smashing out like a giant hammer. In the face of Chen Xuan's attack, he had not been able to pay attention to anything else, and had only sensed that the aura Chen Xuan had erupted with was merely the peak of the King Realm, and because of this, he had become even more enraged. A mere peak King Realm, how dare he make a move against him, a peak true king existence. Simply looking for death. If the existence that had killed the 3 true kings of the Xianyuan underworld clan had come over, perhaps he, Xiong Badian, would still respect him, but a mere peak King Realm was nothing more than a mole cricket to him. If a mole cricket tries to shake the sky, it is a capital offense. Bang! The fist and sword chi collided together, creating a monstrous storm, a destructive impact that obliterated the surrounding void, and the polar white bears that originally surrounded Xiong Badian were also instantly lifted out of the sky, with blood gushing out of their mouths. A man and a bear, a small and a big, in the sky of smoke and dust, crazy collision, invisible ripples washed away the clouds of the sky, within a radius of several hundred meters. No matter the sky and the ground, there is no polar white bears dare to come close. While the 1 man and 1 bear were fighting, the peak true king leader of the Cold Ice Sacred Clan, Cold Yuyu, was stunned. How is it possible? Those eyes with an azure luster constantly flickered, and her fair face was filled with horror and disbelief. Xiong Badian, that big old man, hadn't noticed, but she had clearly discovered that Chen Xuan had unexpectedly cast 2 domains one after the other, and both of them were extraordinary domains. The field that enveloped her contained 12 systems of laws, and the field that the 5 polar white bear king realm powerhouses were facing was also extraordinary, and from a long distance away, Han Yui could feel the sharp sword chi overflowing from that field. Dual domains, comprehension of the 12 system laws, what kind of demon is this? In her thousands of years of life, Cold Yui had never seen such a terrifying demon. It was simply unbelievable. The strongest demon of her Cold Ice Sacred Clan was only able to comprehend the power of 3 systems of laws and achieve the King Realm at the age of 25, and was considered the future pillar of the Cold Ice Clan. How could a barren native of the New World have such a terrifying talent? The extremely shocked Cold Yui even forgot to collide with Chen Xuan's 12 lineage domains, as she froze in place like a statue. At the same time, after Chen Xuan had struck, Yi Zhentian and Wu Zhenxing were also battling with those 5 King Realm powerhouses of the Cold Ice Sacred Race. These 5 King Realms of the Cold Ice Sacred Race basically had cultivation levels between the peak of the early stage to the middle stage, and although there was a great deal of pressure to the 2 of them, Yi Zhentian, why wasn't it a kind of sharpening? Only to see Yi Zhentian waved his hand and directly summoned 3 puppets, which all had the same cultivation as him, reaching the early stage of the King Realm, but their true strength was less than 70% of his own strength. However, under the shroud of which Zhen Cheng's spell seal, the strength of those 5 Cold Ice Sacred Race King Realms were also no longer in their peak state, with only about 90% of their peak strength. Chapter 85: The Big Kill. This is the terror of the ghost witch spellcaster. On the melee ability is far inferior to the warrior and the Swordmaster, but on the wide range of mitigation damage as well as sustained damage, the mythological quality of the ghost witch spellcaster can be called the most of all professions, in tacit cooperation with the puppet master, is undoubtedly the best choice to win more with less. Wu Zhenxing stood above the void, applying spell seal after spell seal on the King Realm powerhouses of the Cold Ice Sacred Race, causing them to suffer greatly, while Yi Zhentian, along with his puppets, indiscriminately attacked the kings of the Cold Ice Sacred Race, the powerful attacks bombarding down like a raging wind and rain. Even though there were 5 kings of the Cold Ice Sacred Clan and their cultivation levels were generally higher than the 2 of Yi Zhentian, they were struck in a terrible way under the 2's pincer attack. Of course, in a short period of time, Yi Zhentian and his 2 men wanted to kill these 5 Cold Ice Sacred Race kings, but it wasn't that easy. After all, they had infested the King Realm for many years, while Yi Zhentian and his 2 men had only just broken through. Looking at Yi Zhentian, these 2 people who seemed like Chen Xuan's entourage had even erupted with such a terrifying power. Admiral Jer as well as many of the Russian soldiers had been stunned, each one of them frozen on the spot as if they were statues. God! Is this the strength of the Dragon Kingdom? God! That's horrible. The Dragon Kingdom, so mysterious and powerful, so envious of the Dragon Kingdom's people. Many Russian soldiers exchanged words, their words filled with awe. The only way to realize the terror of the Dragon Kingdom was to truly see the might of Chen Xuan and Yi Zhentian's men. Everyone was facing the same mythic-era invasion, so why was the Dragon Kingdom able to ride it out? It was simply as if they were hanging on, not at the same level at all. Rumble! On the other side, Chen Xuan and Xiong Baishan's battle also carried to the white-hot stage. Both sides fought exceptionally fierce. Basically all broke out their strongest strength. The surrounding range of kilometers has been like a ruin, Everywhere is the violent power. See many polar white bear clan's strongest people trembling with fear. Xiong Badian went from being angry at the beginning to being surprised and now trembling in shock. And in a short period of time, the mental journey was like riding a train, soaring one after another. How could he not have expected that Chen Xuan, a mere peak of the king realm, would be able to erupt such a terrifying power, and even if he used the extreme cold cavern, he could not help Chen Xuan. It's just unbelievable. Bang! A roar exploded as Chen Xuan, who was holding the chaotic Emperor Dragon sword, sent Xiong Badian flying with a style of Spirit Vault sword chop, the sharp sword-ons interspersed with horrifying spatial laws, crushing his power, and a hideous wound was slashed across his chest. How is that possible? Xiong Badian's eyes widened as he looked at Chen Xuan in disbelief. The pain from the wound on his chest was far less than the shock of Chen Xuan's terrifying strength that was able to crush him. Chen Xuan did not say a word. His eyes erupted with a shocking killing intent as he took a deep breath and operated the ice laws. The thick ice laws causing the chaotic Emperor Dragon's sword to erupt with gusts of coldness. Frozen miles. A sword chopped out, and heaven and earth froze. This sword directly caused the entire battlefield to freeze. Some of the polar white bears that were at the edge of the battlefield even perished instantly. Although it only froze Xiong Badian for a few moments of time, this was already enough for Chen Xuan. Sword Edict Divine Thunder. In an instant, the sword-on that contained infinite thunder chopped at Xiong Badian, who had been briefly frozen, with an unrivaled momentum. After Xiong Badian broke through the ice, the sword-on that flashed with lightning arcs had already approached him. The berserk as well as sharp power made Xiong Badian feel a great crisis. His huge pupils shrunk fiercely, and not caring about anything else, he burst out with all his strength. Roar! An ear-splitting roar resounded, and endless chi and blood mixed with the power of ice spewed out, forming a thick defensive shield in front of Xiong Badian. Bang! The sound of collision exploded. The terrifying sword aura will be the defensive shield chopped, turned into fragments broken apart. The defensive shield is broken, but finally blocked the sword, let Xiong Badian relax breath. But the next moment, his heart jumped, lowered his huge head, looked at the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword that pierced through his own body. His pupils slowly lost focus. He, who had wholeheartedly resisted the Sword Edict Divine Thunder, hadn't even realized that Chen Xuan, who had sneaked up beside him, was his greatest crisis. Looking at Chen Xuan, who had calmly put away Xiong Badian's corpse, the entire heaven and earth was silent, and whether it was the cold ice sacred race, the polar white bear, or the Russian soldiers on the defense line, they all froze in place at this moment, their bodies unable to stop trembling. How long has it been since the start of the war? Less than an hour, and this supreme powerhouse, who was strong enough to destroy Russia, had been killed by Chen Xuan just like that? Just how terrifying was Chen Xuan's strength? Compared to the Russian soldiers, the polar white bear and the cold ice sacred clan were more frightened and trembling. The true king ancestors were dead. What could they, the little Karami, hold back? Even cold Yu Yui, who was trapped in the 12 lineage domain, couldn't stop being terrified at the moment. In terms of strength alone, she wasn't even comparable to Xiong Badian. Even Xiong Badian had been decapitated by the other party, not to mention her. From the moment that Han Yue had failed to break through Chen Xuan's 12 lineage domain with all her efforts, Han Yue's heart had been filled with uneasiness. But she still hadn't expected that Chen Xuan's strength would be so strong that even Xiong Badian could be beheaded so quickly? Could it be that the one who killed the 3 true kings of the Shen Yuan underworld clan previously was this person? While the crowd was shocked by Chen Xuan's beheading of Xiong Badian, Chen Xuan did not stop in the slightest and directly operated the chaotic sword domain with all his might, strangling all 5 polar white bear kings trapped in the chaotic sword domain. For today's Chen Xuan, no one in the same realm was even his opponent unless they were a supreme heavenly pride, and it was effortless to behead these 5 polar white bear kings. Fortunately, he had brought quite a few space rings with him this time to support Russia. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to fit in these huge alien beast bodies. After easily killing the 5 polar white bear kings, Chen Xuan didn't rush to take care of the top powerhouses of the cold ice sacred race, but instead began to slay the polar white bears. Although today's Dragon Kingdom had no shortage of foreign beast meat, these foreign beast meat contained majestic energy. No one would have too much of it. Besides, even if the Dragon Kingdom couldn't use it all up, it would still allow him to absorb the chi and blood and condense the dragon mark body refining technique. Rumble! Chen Xuan's casual strike could easily kill countless polar white bear powerhouses, and the entire battlefield was filled with roaring sounds exploding one after another. But all polar white bears above level 50 were killed by Chen Xuan, and their corpses were all taken away by him. However, in half an hour, the originally powerful polar white bear clan army completely disintegrated, and those polar white bears below level 50 all fled in fear. Of course, the Russian powerhouses wouldn't let go of this great opportunity, directly deploying legions of berserkers as well as legions of knights to encircle these polar white bears below level 50. Above the void, when Chen Xuan's gaze looked towards the cold ice sacred race, all of the cold ice sacred race's powerhouses, including cold Yui Yui, had their hearts trembling as fear surfaced on their faces with difficulty containing it. Chapter 86 Falling Curtain Seeking Golden Votes. Boom! Chen Xuan ignored the fear of the many powerhouses of the cold ice sacred race, and with a sway of his body, he appeared on top of the 12 systems domain, directly casting the Chaos Sword domain, and the terrifyingly huge power of the dual domains instantly suppressed the cave heaven that cold Yui had cast out. Even with the peak cultivation of a cold Yui Yu true king, at this moment he felt a powerful pressure. Today's Chen Xuan was not the Chen Xuan who had fought against the 3 true kings of the Shen Yuan underworld clan. After the seclusion of the human emperor's secret realm, his overall strength had risen by more than 2 times compared to before. This kind of strength was strong enough to support him in fighting across a large realm, and crushing a peak true king was no longer a luxury. Time Reverse Sword Formation. After casting the chaotic sword domain to suppress cold Yui, Chen Xuan directly cast his strongest career skill, and under the terrifying effects of the time reversal sword formation, cold Yui, a peak true king, was weakened to the extreme. Immediately afterward, Chen Xuan's figure shifted and appeared directly in front of Han Yue, the chaotic emperor dragon's sword in his hand flatly stabbing straight out. However, it was this mediocre sword that brought a great fatal crisis to Han Yue, and under the heavy weakening, even if Han Yue wanted to fight back, she simply did not have the strength to resist Chen Xuan's sword. The sound of a sharp sword entering the body rang out, azure blood gushing like a spring. The spiritual light in the eyes of cold Yui gradually extinguished. Her body fell straight down into the void, smashing the entire ground out of a huge pit. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. Although cold Yui Yui had a different kind of charm, to Chen Xuan, she was an invading enemy. It was either you die or I die. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of leaving cold Yui Yu behind and allying with the Cold Ice Sage clan so as to understand the Mythic era better as well as prepare for the Dragon Kingdom's counterattack on the Mythic era. But since the Cold Ice Sage clan had invaded Russia, it meant that the Cold Ice Sage clan had an extremely aggressive nature. Perhaps under his formidable strength, Cold Spectre might succumb, but once the other party returned to the Mythic era, he was afraid that he would instantly forget about him, and might even gather many powerful people to completely decimate him. Thus, before resisting the power of a legendary Saint Exalt, Chen Xuan still did not intend to ally with the foreign races of the Mythic era. The prerequisite for an alliance is to have equal strength, and the current Dragon Kingdom is still far from it. After decapitating cold Yui Yu, Chen Xuan glanced at the battlefield of Yi Zhentian and the others and nodded in satisfaction. Yi Zhentian two people's cooperation was extremely tacit understanding in a short period of time, although they could not kill those 5 Cold Ice Sacred Race Kings, but they also made them in a mess. After thinking about it, Chen Xuan chopped out with a sword and ended up with 2 Cold Ice Sacred Race Kings, leaving behind 3 of them, sharpening Yi Zhentian and Witch Xinqing. This sword directly caused the 3 remaining Cold Ice Saint clansmen to be scared out of their wits. Originally, Chen Xuan's easy decapitation of their peak true king ancestor, Cold Yui Yui, had already caused them to be terrified, and now that he had killed 2 of the strongest kings among them with a single stroke of his sword, it had caused them to completely lose their fighting spirit. Without the fighting spirit, their outcome has been self-evident. Chen Xuan, who stood in the air, did not pay any more attention to the battlefield of Yi Zhentian and the others. If he could not even deal with the 3 kings who had lost their fighting spirit, then Yi Zhentian and Witch Xinqing were not worthy of his cultivation. Chen Xuan condescendingly looked down at the many desperate Cold Ice Sacred Race powerhouses with brilliant eyes. In his eyes, this group of Cold Ice Sacred Race powerhouses could be treasures that would increase the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. In this Cold Ice Saint clan's army, there were dozens of 100-level powerhouses, hundreds of those above the 90th level, and those above the 50th level, nearly 100,000 in their entirety. These 100,000 level 50 and above alone were enough to bring the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's army to another level. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan fiercely unleashed his 12 lineage domains, directly enveloping all of the level 50 and above powerhouses in the Cold Ice Sacred Race's army. As majestic power surged through the domains, but all of the Cold Ice Sacred Race powerhouses that were enveloped by the power didn't even last a single second before they were directly shocked into unconsciousness. Unfortunately, living things could not be stored in the spatial ring, and even though these Cold Ice Saint Race powerhouses were already unconscious, they were still alive, and thus Chen Xuan could only continue the domain, enveloping them in it. Chen Xuan's powerful and terrifying strength once again caused the soldiers of the Cold Ice Sacred Race to crumble. one by one howling as they fled in all directions, while these cold ice sacred race hordes that were only below level 50 once again became the prey of the Russian army. It can be said that after this battle, the overall strength of Russia must have risen sharply. This made Admiral Gier on the defense line of the city wall overjoyed. His entire body trembled continuously due to intense excitement, and at the same time, he was incredibly grateful that his country had friendly relations with the Dragon Kingdom and was able to bring in such a terrifying foreign aid. This battle was completely pacified by Chen Xuan with his own strength, and that horrifying strength made Admiral Gier deeply fear and worship, and he secretly resolved to wait for the aftermath of the battle, and no matter what, convince Emperor Pu to make every effort to befriend the Dragon Kingdom, and to never be an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom. The strength displayed by Chen Xuan had not only become a nightmare for the armies of the Cold Ice Sacred Clan and the Polar White Bear Clan, but had likewise become a nightmare for Admiral Gier and the many soldiers in Russia. After resolving the Cold Ice Sacred Race's powerhouse, Chen Xuan paid no further attention to the others, and with a sway of his body, he appeared on the Steel City wall while his domain, still suspended above the battlefield, looked down on the entire battlefield as if he were a god, giving the Cold Ice Sacred Race, as well as the fleeing soldiers of the Polar White Bear race, a great deal of intimidation. Mr. Chen, thank you for your help. After Chen Xuan landed, Admiral Gier hurriedly greeted him and respectfully saluted Chen Xuan. You're welcome. Chen Xuan waved his hand and laughed out softly. Don't worry, Russia will always be a friend of the Dragon Kingdom. If the Dragon Kingdom is in need, I, Russia, will do my best to help. Seeing this, Admiral Gier currying favor with the voice, he is very clear, his last words, afraid that it will never be possible to realize, to Chen Xuan showed the strength, the Dragon Kingdom will only get stronger and stronger, and can need his Russia to help when the Dragon Kingdom is facing an enemy afraid of exceeding the imagination, and he, Russia, may not necessarily be able to help. Chen Xuan smiled and did not make a sound as he quietly stood on the city wall, watching Yi Zhentian and the others fight. Admiral Gier did not dare to say any more, and after giving a slight salute towards Chen Xuan, he left in a hurry. Had it not been for Chen Xuan's special status at this moment, he would not have had the time to come and chat with Chen Xuan at all. The many fleeing enemy armies required him to deploy his army to surround them, and at the same time, he himself had to hunt and kill the enemy armies to gain experience value to level up. This battle was definitely the easiest battle for Russia since the descent of the Mythic era, and at the same time it was also a day of revelry for the Russian army, because, in the face of those enemy troops who had been scared out of their wits by Chen Xuan, even some of the higher-ranked enemy troops, when faced with the lower-ranked Russian soldiers, had no desire to fight, and were only concerned with fleeing towards the space-time passage. After 5 hours, the war finally came to an end, and Yi Zhentian and the two of them managed to kill the 3 Cold Ice Sacred Race powerhouses, and under the cheers and compliments of the Russian soldiers, Chen Xuan returned to the Dragon Kingdom with the two of them as well as the many Cold Ice Sacred Race powerhouses that had fallen unconscious. Chapter 87: The Movements of the Fierce Winged Lion Clan. Thank you for the Dragon Kingdom's assistance. The Dragon Kingdom, the ancient civilization of the East, the cultural heritage of 5,000 years of long history, gives the Dragon Kingdom incredible power, and in the face of foreign enemies, the Dragon Kingdom still adheres to the attitude of friendship and peace, and helps other countries with the extremely great nation style. May the friendship between the Dragon Kingdom and Russia last forever, and may the Dragon Kingdom grow stronger and stronger. After the end of the Great War, the dynamic published by the official number of the Russian federal government with an extremely frightening speed reached the first place in the Twitter hot search, and in just half an hour, the number of clicks on this dynamic exceeded 100 million. In addition to the textual dynamics, there was also a video of the battle in which Chen Xuan had decimated the polar white bear with devastating strength. Oh, is this God? Hiss. Terrifying. Is this the strength of the first person of Blue Star? God. Mr. Chen is open for business, isn't he? Why can he have such a powerful strength? Envious Russia, to be able to see Mr. Chen strike with his own eyes. Inside the comment section, there was a clear sigh of amazement. Everyone was shaken by the great strength Chen Xuan had displayed, and no one dared to discredit him in the comment section. Even the Star-Spangled Nation, who had always been arrogant and haughty, were praising him. There was no way around it. Chen Xuan was too strong. So strong that he made everyone fear and scorn him. At a time like this, if we make an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom again, pure and simple cutie. Even the Star-Spangled Nation's official published a dynamic to congratulate them. After all, everyone is clear that now the strength of the Dragon Kingdom has far exceeded other countries. In the face of the Mythic-era alien threat, no country dares to guarantee that they will not resort to the Dragon Kingdom head. now can vigorously offend the Dragon Kingdom, wait until you want to ask for help, crying have no place to cry. Not only was the Blue Star's native country shaking, those foreign races that had occupied territories were also shaking over the vision of the true king's fall in the direction of Russia. On the top of a certain mountain in the Ganges River country, the leader of the fiery winged lion clan, Lai Yu, along with his 3 brothers, gazed at the heaven and earth visions in the direction of Russia for a long time. Even in the desolate domain, the true king-level powerhouses can be called the top of the existence. Each is the mainstay of the major races' ancestor-level characters, even if the major races kill each other constantly, but there are few cases where the true king has fallen. And now they, the high and mighty desolate domain races, have fallen several true kings one after another while conquering this barren new world. Even though these fallen true kings were not from the fiery winged lion clan, they still made Lai Yu and the others fearful. They, perhaps, underestimated this new world. At this moment, Lai Yu and the others were even a bit thankful that the space-time channel that appeared in the clan was not connected in that mysterious and powerful indigenous country, the Dragon Kingdom, or else they would definitely not be able to stand here so peacefully at this moment. To be able to kill a true king powerhouse so easily, the Dragon Kingdom at least possessed AP. Each true king or even a legendary saint exalt level powerhouse. Big brother, let us, the second oldest, who stood beside Lai Yu, murmured out softly, a flash of astonishment flashing through his eyes. During this period of time, they had pretty much gained control over the land of the Ganges River country, and thus their hearts were somewhat foolish, but it was the 2 true kings that fell this time, like a basin of 9 ghosts of icy water, that drenched them, causing the fire in their hearts to completely dissipate. But let them just occupy this piece of land. They are equally unwilling. We can't take this new world alone anymore. Contact the Chen Xuan underworld race, as well as the cold ice sacred race that have appeared so far and cooperate with them. After a moment of contemplation, Lai Yu's eyes flickered with a flash of brilliance as he spoke in a condensed voice. Regardless of whether the Dragon Kingdom had any legendary saint exalted level powerhouses, just the strength that the Dragon Kingdom was displaying at this moment was already enough to cause the fiery winged lion clan to pay great attention. They occupied this new world because they wanted to make their race stronger, and if they could only occupy this new world after heavy losses, what was the point? Want to cultivate a true king-level powerhouse, need a long time as well as a huge amount of resources. The loss of one are enough to let the blazing wing lion clan hurt. Do not see the loss of 3 true kings of the Chen Xuan underworld clan. The current situation in the deserted domain has become very bad. The Chen Xuan underworld clan is just fine, but the cold ice sacred clan is high-minded. Will they agree? Hearing Lai Yu's words, a touch of hesitation surged on the second oldest's face. With the current strength of the Chen Xuan underworld clan, it was impossible for them to refuse them. Rather, it was the cold ice sacred clan, which was a little bit stronger than the Lai winged lion clan in terms of true strength, and the relationship with the Lai winged lion clan, which was not very good either. Don't worry, they'll say yes. The death of a peak true king is enough to cause them to pay attention. If they still have their eyes on the top, the worst thing they can do is to seek the cooperation of other races. Without his cold ice sacred race, we can't beat them? Joke! Lai Yui laughed out coldly. A ray of coldness flashed in his eyes. He hoped that the cold ice sacred clan would be able to refuse. At that time, this new world, there would no longer be a share of the cold ice sacred clan. Once it was occupied by them, if the cold ice sacred clan wanted to get their hands on the new world again, it would depend on whether they agreed or not. All right, I'll immediately go back to the clan to inform them. Upon hearing this, the second nodded and then hurriedly left. Chen Xuan, who had returned to the Inner Mongolia defense line, placed the many unconscious past powerhouses of the cold ice sacred race in the square before informing the mythical special forces to go ahead and collect heads. Returning all the way from Russia in a field, spare Chen Xuan also consumed quite a lot. After talking with Wang Pengyong and the others, Chen Xuan returned to his room to recuperate. On the other hand, the news that the Dragon Kingdom had helped Russia win the war had also reached the country, causing an uproar in the country, and the entire Dragon Kingdom's many online platforms were all filled with this hotspot event. There aren't enough enemies in the country for Admiral Chen to kill? Old Russia is really resourceful, knowing how to ask Admiral Chen to make a move. At this moment, Emperor Pu is afraid that he is stealing joy. Various kinds of comments surging in the network for today's Dragon Country subjects. Chen Xuan was undoubtedly already a guardian god-like existence. If not for Chen Xuan, how could they be so cozy chatting on the network nowadays? Of course, those who chatted idly were basically those who had awakened auxiliary or life class professions, but anyone who had awakened to a combat class profession was basically hunting mutated animals in the deep ancient forests at the moment, raising their level while earning wealth. Those mutant animal fur bones and so on, a lot of companies would collect, Thus, a lot of people had already taken hunting mutant animals as a shortcut to get rich, even if it was a bit dangerous, but in front of the huge benefits, no one could hold back. You can get stronger and make money at the same time, cutie. It was only then that they went to chat on the internet. They couldn't wait to stay in the deep ancient forests 24 hours a day to hunt mutated animals. Chen Xuan, who had recovered to his peak state, looked at the discussion on Weibo and gently smiled without paying too much attention to it, and with a sway of his body, he appeared in a huge warehouse. This warehouse had become his exclusive cultivation place, and he appeared here precisely because he wanted to utilize the chi and blood of Xiong Badian and the other powerful members of the Polar White Bear clan to cultivate the Dragon Mark Body Refining Technique. Chapter 88 Demonic Apostle Seeking Golden Votes. The power of the Dragonlance body alchemy was beyond doubt. Even if the cultivation process was painful, Chen Xuan would not give up, and his only concern was whether or not the corpse of the Fey beast that he had acquired this time around would allow him to reach the first level of perfection. In addition to a peak True King and 5 King Realm Polar White Bears, Chen Xuan had also taken 4,500 levels as well as 120 Polar White Bear corpses that were above 95 levels. With a wave of Chen Xuan's hand, several level 95 Polar White Bear corpses instantly appeared in this huge warehouse, and he sat down on his knees on the spot, recalling the details of the Dragonlance body refining technique in his mind, and after taking a deep breath, he began to quench it. This time, the one he chose to quench was his left hand. As Chen Xuan operated the Dragon Mark body refining technique, strands of chi and blood diffused out from the massive Polar White Bear corpse and converged towards Chen Xuan. The chi and blood were like a body, resembling a giant hammer whacking the flesh and skin of his left hand, and the excruciatingly painful pain was unspeakable, causing Chen Xuan's entire face to distort. If someone could see through Chen Xuan's body, they would find that within Chen Xuan's left hand, countless amounts of chi and blood converged, and a dragon pattern gradually emerged, attaching itself to the skin and flesh, and it looked as if a dragon shadow had been squeezed hard into the skin and flesh tissues. Roar! There seemed to be the sound of a dragon's roar and a tiger's whine emanating from Chen Xuan's body, capturing the soul. Under Chen Xuan's quenching, time passed quietly as one Polar White Bear after another of level 95 or higher turned into dry corpses, becoming the nourishment for Chen Xuan's quenching of his flesh. Left hand quenched, left leg, right leg. While Chen Xuan was in seclusion and quenching, countries around the globe also held urgent meetings due to the developments published by Russia. Inside the White House of Stars and Stripes, in the conference room, the Supreme Commander and many of Stars and Stripes' top executives were gathered. Tell us all. Should we ask the Dragon Kingdom's Chen Xuan for help? The Supreme Commander narrowed his eyes slightly as he scanned the many executives present and spoke aloud. He seemed to have aged even more even after awakening his profession. His entire body was still haggard. It couldn't be helped. During this period of time, the Stars and Stripes country was almost collapsed by the foreigners. Not to mention the heavy losses, even the country had lost most of its territory. The original Blue Star hegemony is now languishing. Those powerful and incomparable foreign races and even foreign beasts rubbed the dignity of the Stars and Stripes on the ground, knocking their high spirits completely to the dust. Now, seeing that with the help of the Dragon Kingdom, Russia easily fended off the alien invasion and even made a fortune out of it, the Stars and Stripes couldn't help themselves. Invite for sure. Exactly what should it cost? A general of the Stars and Stripes spoke up. When these words came out, all the people in the conference room were silent. To be honest, they still hadn't really made their stance clear. They couldn't afford to pay too many resources to invite the Dragon Kingdom to participate, but if they didn't, they couldn't fight against the foreigners. You guys, don't you have to think about whether or not the Dragon Kingdom will grant our request first? Given our relationship with the Dragon Kingdom, are you sure that the Dragon Kingdom will agree to help? As the crowd fell silent, another Stars and Stripes general spoke up, causing the crowd to grow more silent and resentful. Was there ever a time when he, the Stars and Stripes, had to look the other way? In the past, when he gave the order to the Stars and Stripes, how many countries were subordinate to him? How many countries had to honor him as their big brother? Now he is so humble that he is not even qualified to ask for help? While the White House conference room was deathly quiet, a ragged young man walked slowly through Yellowstone Park in the Stars and Stripes, his golden pupils crimson as strands of blood flowed from his wounds. Shet, damn Fey. The youth's name is Alan Adolph, a mediocre civilian of the Stars and Stripes with a warm and perfect family. But the appearance of the Fey has completely shattered his family, and the tragic deaths of his parents and even his sister have left Adolph completely devastated. He wanted to awaken his profession and avenge his family, but now that the awakening stones are all controlled by the official hands of the Stars and Stripes, if he wants to awaken, he has to pay money, an unusually large amount of money which he cannot afford to pay in his current situation. The hatred for the alien race and the grudge against the official Star-Spangled Kingdom completely crushed him, and at this moment, he just wanted to wait quietly for the end of his life in this Yellowstone Park, where he had once traveled with his parents for everything. Bang! Staggering forward, Adolf, without paying attention, was wrenched down by a stone on the ground, and his whole body fell to the ground like a dog on the ground. Fark! He collapsed on the ground, unable to stop the tears from falling from his scarlet eyes, his heart filled with indignation at the injustice of fate. At this moment, in that gray sky, Adolf seemed to see his parents waving to him. He seemed to feel a trace of warmth, and the indignation on his face completely disappeared, replaced by a smile. Go to life. Go to alien. Adolf cursed and thought it would be nice to just die, not have to be so tired and be reunited with his parents. You want to get stronger? In a trance, Adolf heard this ethereal voice, thinking it was a hallucination, but unexpectedly, it became clearer and clearer, like a nightmare, echoing in his mind. His whole body jerked. Who? Adolf rose from the ground and scanned the area warily, his entire frame tensing up. O man favored by the devil, throw yourself into the arms of the devil. Let the great demon help you become strong. The seductive voice made Adolf's vigilance slowly subside. He longed to become stronger, longed to avenge his parents and break that group of foreigners into pieces, and even more so, longed to become a man on top of a man, and make that group of lofty star and stripes aristocrats bow down. Honorable Demon Lord, Alan Adolphus is willing to become your servant. Please grant you great power. Alan Adolphus is willing to incarnate into your incarnation and hold the power on earth for you. Adolf dropped to both knees and chanted reverently. This damned world has made Adolf completely desperate, as long as it can make him stronger and allow him to avenge his parents. So what if he throws himself into the arms of the devil? Buzz! As Adolf's words fell, a dark red stone not far from his side suddenly bloomed with dazzling light, which instantly attracted Adolf's attention. He raised his eyes to look at it, and his pupils instantly shrank. He recognized that this dark red stone was the legendary occupational awakening stone, only this awakening stone was extremely different from the awakening stones he had seen on the internet. Unstoppably, he stepped forward and ran headlong into the brilliant dark red glow. In an instant, strands of dark red lines filled out from the stone, as if it were a hellish spirit, and surged into Adolf. Ah! Unspeakable severe pain, so that Adolf could not help but scream. Miserable voice echoed in this area. Gradually, unable to withstand, Adolf fainted, but the transformation of that strange power, but did not disappear, but more and more prevalent. I don't know how long has passed. Awake Adolf. The first time to feel the great changes in the body, the powerful power, so that he cannot help but be mesmerized by it. Mythic profession Evil Knight. Apostles of Hell's Demons. Chapter 89. After this, the world is in control. Ha ha ha. A loud, hearty laugh resounded throughout the whole of Yellowstone, and Adolphus, like a madman, laughed so hard that his whole frame trembled wildly. He, Alan Adolf, finally got rid of that damn fate and became a professional awakening to gain supreme power. From now on, the world is in your hands. At this moment, Adolf had no previous unwillingness and resentment, only endless pleasure and arrogance. After understanding his awakened profession and current power, he already had the qualification to defy the people of the world. Evil Knight, combat class Hellbound Demon subclass profession, mythic quality special profession for the supreme demonic apostles of hell. Upon awakening, Adolf has the strength of the peak of the King Realm and has awakened 6 professional skills. Hell Flame, Hell Prisoner, Sword of Judgment, Devil's Gaze, Prison Fire, Soul Burning, and Indestructible Body, of which Indestructible Body is a mythic quality skill, and the rest of the skills are of legendary quality. In addition, he was able to summon a Hell 3-headed dog as a mount, and this mount, too, possessed King Realm strength, and its domain, the Fire Hellfire Demon domain, was powerful and unparalleled. Of course, it is not without a price that he can be so powerful. His soul has been contributed to the demon. It can also be said that nowadays Adolf has become a slave of the demon. Let him live and he will live, let him die and he will die, and he will never be able to surpass the demon in strength. It seemed like a loss of dignity and freedom, but Adolf didn't care. Even if he hadn't become a slave to the demon, what dignity did he have? This world had forced him to lose his options, and anyone else would surely have made the same choice as him. Therefore, instead of being the slightest bit depressed, Adolf was grateful and glad that he was able to be chosen by the devil and become the devil's apostle. No way! The Dragon Kingdom has too big an appetite. A growl mixed with anger resounded through the Stars and Stripes White House conference room as the Stars and Stripes general rose to his feet, a look of indignation filling his face. Just now, the Supreme Commander connected to the #1 chief of the Dragon Kingdom, wanting to seek the Dragon Kingdom's help, but he didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom would ask for a large sum of money. Not only did they want all of the Star-Spangled Kingdom's scientific research, but they also wanted to take even the corpses of the decapitated Fey beasts. This is undoubtedly an impossibility for the Stars and Stripes, which still adheres to its high-mindedness. If we don't say yes, can we block it? Do we really want to throw nuclear weapons on the country without any consideration? We've already lost a large portion of our country today, and if we throw more nuclear weapons, the entire Stars and Stripes nation will have no room to survive. When the words of this senior member of the Star-Spangled Nation fell, all the people in the conference room fell silent, their faces unsightly, and even the general who had spoken first did not know how to retort. Now that the alien army was already gathering, this time the army was far more than before, just with the current awakened people in his Star and Stripes country. He couldn't hold them back at all. Either he had to turn to the Dragon Kingdom for help, or recklessly throw in the nuclear weapons and lose both sides of the battle with the alien race. Jingle bells. The crisp ringing of the phone broke the deathly silence, and the Supreme Commander's face changed when he answered it. What? Shedder. The Supreme Commander cursed angrily, hung up the phone with an ugly face, and not caring about his grooming, he said in a cold voice, "The alien army has attacked, preliminary estimation, a whole 2 million troops. William, you're going to the front line to sit in immediately." When the Supreme Commander's words fell, the faces of the Stars and Stripes executives in the conference room also changed, and General William cursed angrily and hurriedly left. After General William left, the people in the conference room once again fell into silence. They knew clearly that it was time to make a decision. Even if they were no longer willing to do so, there was nothing they could do. On the Great Plains in the central part of the Star-Spangled Nation, on the defense line of the Wessex base, countless Star-Spangled Nation GIs looked at the densely packed Goblin race army and shivered, their faces turning white. After this period of time, the Star-Spangled Nation's professional awakened also exceeded 500,000, with strengths comparable to Russia's, with the highest level being around level 50, but even those awakened were trembling after seeing this boundless army of Goblin race. The Goblins seemed to have a short body, but the power they controlled was powerful. Their innate affinity for Earth laws was incomparably strong, and standing on the Earth, they were almost in a state of invincibility, and the Earth explosions, Earth spikes, Earth flows and other skills that they erupted from were simply a nightmare for Star-Spangled Nation GIs. That is, in the beginning, the Goblins did not understand the technological weapons, so that the Stars and Stripes killed a lot of Goblin powerhouses, but later on, the Goblin army Earth wall together unless high-intensity missiles or else idle ammunition cannot make an impact on the Goblin army. On the Weiss defense line, General William, who had hurriedly arrived, looked at the boundless Goblin race army, and his entire heart sank. Fuck. After cursing angrily, General William began to direct the defense. Boom! After 10 minutes or so, the sound of roaring exploded, and the Goblin army began to attack. Only to see, above the Goblin army, countless Earth elements condensed into spear-like Earth spikes, and with the command of the commander of the Goblin army, the densely packed Earth spikes swept over like 10,000 swords. Fire! General William pulled redneck shouting, countless heavy machine guns, bazookas and other seemingly like no money constantly projected out. In the rear of the defense line of land tanks also opened fire. Bang! Cannonballs and Earth spikes clashed together with a dull roar, and a number of cannonballs skimmed over the Earth spikes and projected themselves into the Goblin army. But they were all blocked by the Earth shields that erupted from the Goblin army. The entire process of counter-bombardment lasted for about half an hour, and just as the Star-Spangled Nation soldiers secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the Goblin race would hold off on their attack, a Goblin race powerhouse in yellow armor rose up in the air from the rear of the army. This person was none other than the commander of the Goblin clan this time, Earth Delusion, a mid-King Realm expert. This was also the first time since the Goblins invaded the Star-Spangled Kingdom that they had utilized a King Realm powerhouse. Boom! Earth Delusion stood in the air. A shocking killing opportunity permeated his eyes, and with a wave of his palm, countless sturdy Earth thorns appeared around him. These Earth thorns, which appeared to be fewer than the Goblin race's army, but their strength was far from what the Goblin race's army was capable of comparing to. Just one round of bombardment made the Star-Spangled Nation suffer heavy losses. Countless Star-Spangled Nation GIs died tragically on this round of attack. The entire defense line was filled with mutilated limbs and broken flesh, just like the scene of hell on Earth, making many Star-Spangled Nation GIs couldn't help but vomit, and one by one, They trembled in horror. Even General William was scared stiff. And at this moment, he even planned to flee directly. It's horrible. Until this moment, General William truly realized the power of the goblin race. Previously, the goblin race was afraid that they were all teasing them, or were afraid that they were going to die with them and kept throwing nukes so that they didn't use this kind of strong person. Griffin. It was also when the Star-Spangled Nation GIs were in despair that a dull roar violently exploded in the middle of heaven and earth. General William, as well as many of the Stars and Stripes GIs, looked over at the sound of the noise, and just one glance made them freeze. Chapter 90. Where the God's Temple passes, foreign hell requesting golden votes. Only to see on the distant sky dome, a 50-meter-tall hell's three-headed dog stepped into the air. His body was filled with dark red flames, and under the hot flames, wherever the hell's three-headed dog passed, the void was distorted in a way that could be seen by the naked eye. What really shook General William and many of the Star-Spangled GIs was that on top of this three-headed dog of hell, there was a man sitting. The man was wearing a dark red armor. His face was not clearly visible, nor did he have any aura blooming, but just the fact that he was riding a hellish three-headed dog was enough to cause chills. Even on the defense line, those professional awakened who were as high as level 50 or above, after taking a look at the three-headed dog of hell, their hearts trembled as if they were looking at some great horror, and their souls couldn't stop palpitating. They all deserve to die. As the crowd was shocked, an icy cold roar violently exploded in the sky above the entire battlefield, and immediately afterward, a killing machine that caused one to feel a bone-chilling chill swept out like a storm. Adolf leapt up from the hell's three-headed dog and stood above the void, and with a big wave of his hand, the hell's three-headed dog instantly roared and killed towards that King Realm commander of the goblin race. Bang! In an instant, the two collided together, erupting into a shocking roar. Flames interspersed with earth spikes swept wantonly. The entire dome of the sky was torn open with tiny pitch-black cracks under the battle between the two. As the three-headed dog of hell fought with the goblin race commander, Adolf was also not idle. Killing opportunities erupted in his eyes, and he directly opened the domain Hellfire Demon Domain, a full 80 miles of the domain, shrouding a large area of the goblin race's army. The cold but hot hellfire, burning in the entire field. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling echoed throughout the battlefield. Under the terrifying hellfire, countless goblin race powerhouses. All were burned to death. Not even a single ripple was set off. Even the goblin powerhouses that had reached 100 levels were unable to block the hellfire for an instant, and the sound of screams resounded through the goblin army. This scene, looking at General William as well as many of the Star-Spangled Nation's GIs, was directly dumbfounded. Adolf's heroic posture that resembled a god made their blood boil, and endless reverence rose in their eyes. Is he, too, the savior of the Stars and Stripes? Boom! While the many Star-Spangled Nation soldiers were revitalized, Adolf's abuse still continued, under the terrifying hellfire. No one was his one enemy, the goblin race, which had made all the Star-Spangled Nation's people tremble with fear, in Adolf's hands, was like a mole cricket and was easily crushed. And that previously formidable and incomparable goblin race commander, under the attack of the hell's three-headed dogs, was also in a sorry state, and in just a short period of time, his body had already suffered a considerable amount of injuries. After a brief moment of shock, General William rushed to inform the messenger soldier to contact the White House to inform them of the status of the front line. At the same time, inside the White House conference room, the Supreme Commander, who was originally preparing to connect to the #1 chief of the Dragon Kingdom and agree to the conditions of the Dragon Kingdom, after receiving the news from the front line, the entire person directly froze on the spot. Ha ha ha! It was only after a long time that the Supreme Commander came back to his senses, and the sound of wild laughter exploded throughout the conference room. He laughed so hard that his entire body trembled, and his original shriveled demeanor became spirited. I, the Star-Spangled Kingdom, have finally risen again. The blue star hegemony has always been mine, stars and stripes. The Supreme Commander's sudden seizure caused the people in the conference room to be dumbfounded, secretly speculating that the Supreme Commander shouldn't have been stimulated into madness, right? Until, after they also received the news, deafening laughter once again resounded within the conference room. Weiss front line, after 3 hours, this war that almost changed the ending by one's own strength came to an end. Looking around, the entire battlefield was densely filled with burnt and charred corpses of the goblins. The three-headed dog of hell had long since disappeared, and on the void, the only person who was independent was Adolf, like a god, enjoying the worship of the world. On the defense line, General William and many of the Star-Spangled GIs cheered, their faces filled with excitement. A whole army of 2 million goblins, There was also a king's realm commander among them, and when had he, the Stars and Stripes, ever won such a glorious victory? My lord, please also come down for a moment. After the excitement had passed, General William cried out respectfully toward Adolphe above the void. The star-spangled GIs on the defense line gazed up with anticipation and admiration. Only those who have experienced despair realize what a blessing it is to come back from the dead. Facing General William's call, Adolphe's face was indifferent, and he said aloud, I, Alan Adolphe, the messenger of hell, will hereafter found the Temple of Hell in Yellowstone, and all who believe in the God of Hell may join. The purpose of the temple is that wherever the temple passes, it is a hell for the foreigners. As the words fell, Adolphe's figure flashed and directly disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a crowd of frenzied star-spangled nation GIs. Where the temple passes, the alien hell. What a magnificent oath! Worthy of the savior of the Stars and Stripes. An hour later, the video of this war appeared on the major media platforms of the Star-Spangled Nation, instantly triggering the entire Star-Spangled Nation. Countless Star-Spangled Nation nationals were in ecstasy, and almost more than half of them, all of them went to Yellowstone Park, desiring to become an apostle of the Temple of Hell. Meanwhile, on Twitter, a large number of videos of the war appeared, and the arrogant Star-Spangled Nation people, as if they had found a catharsis, frantically commented on Twitter. The 8 words, where the temple passes, the foreigners go to hell, were practiced by countless Star-Spangled Nation citizens as if they were the will of God. See, I, the Star-Spangled Kingdom, am the true Blue Star Overlord, and the Dragon Kingdom is nothing. Not bad. If you have the guts to let that what's-his-name Chen Xuan come over, I, Adolphe, the god of hell of the Star-Spangled Kingdom, will definitely make that what's-his-name Chen Xuan crawl back. Ha 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 ha. Where the temple passes, the foreigners go to hell. Hiss. Haven't been on Twitter for a few hours and the world has changed. Big brother, save my Sakura country. You guys aren't dead yet? At this moment, the heat on Twitter was rising in a straight line. Even within the Dragon's country, all heard about it, however, except for those life class occupation awakened people who were too idle to panic would occasionally go forward to refute a few sentences. The rest of the people did not pay any attention to it. Kidding aside, if you have time to go to a cursing war, you might as well kill a few more mutated animals. Sneaking stronger while they're mad is the truth. Not only did the dragon not pay attention to it, Russia and other countries that are friendly with the dragon also did not pay attention to the suddenly rich Stars and Stripes. Only those countries that were originally friendly with the Stars and Stripes and have conflicts with the dragon, as if they had found their backbone, they have been tweeting to flatter and fawn on Twitter. In just half an hour, Twitter was, well, a cluster. Chen Xuan, who was in seclusion in the frontline warehouse in Inner Mongolia, did not know in the slightest that while he was in seclusion, the Star-Spangled Nation had experienced such a great change, and at this moment, he had already condensed to the last polar white bear corpse. It was also that peak true king polar white bear, and it had to be said that peak true king foreign beasts had truly terrifying chi and blood. At this moment, Chen Xuan had already quenched to the point where he was approaching the perfection of refining tendons. Chapter 91 Former Civilization Powerhouse. Phew! After a long time, Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes and lightly exhaled. A touch of bitterness could not help but well up on his face. It was simply terrifying that a peak true king alien beast, 5 king realm alien beasts, as well as more than 100 alien beasts of 95 levels or higher could not even manage to bring him to the first level of perfection of the Dragonlance body refining technique. Rao Chen Xuan was terrified by the amount of chi and blood required for the Dragonlance body refining art. No wonder even the human emperor of that year had only managed to cultivate the Dragonlance body refining art to the 4th level. Such a terrifying amount of chi and blood, who could supply it? Of course, although the consumption was terrifying, the enhancement gained was equally terrifying. Now, Chen Xuan had only perfected the first level of skin refining and tendon refining hammering, allowing him to raise his dragon force by more than 100 whole. Such a terrifying enhancement that was simply beyond imagination. The increase in strength was secondary. What was even more crucial was that his skin and flesh as well as his tendons had become even tougher under this kind of hammering, and it was no exaggeration to say that even a king rank weapon would not necessarily be able to break through Chen Xuan's skin and flesh. Merely due to the fact that it had yet to be fully tempered, Chen Xuan's defense had not improved too much after all. The bombardment of a king rank weapon might not be able to break through his skin and flesh as well as his tendons and veins, but the impact would be able to penetrate through the skin and flesh, shattering his bones as well as even his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. However, Chen Xuan believed that by the time his entire body was thoroughly tempered and he reached the first great consummation, his body would be enough to be called a humanoid weapon. After experimenting with the increased strength, Chen Xuan exited the gate, leaving behind only piles of skeletons. Taking out his cell phone, Chen Xuan realized that he had spent an entire week in the seclusion, and he went straight to the meeting room in the city building. Chen Xuan, you're out of seclusion? Seeing Chen Xuan who had walked in, Wang Pengyong's face was delighted, and Xia Pingwu and the others who were within the conference room also looked towards Chen Xuan. What happened? Seeing that everyone was there, Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he inquired. There are no major events, although the Xian Yuan underworld race continuously drives the foreign beasts to attack. None of the top powerhouses have appeared. Nowadays, this battlefield has almost become our practice ground. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan gently nodded and gently cautioned, don't be careless. Those who are not of my kind will always have different hearts. The Xian Yuan underworld race is unlikely to give up on the blue star, and today is merely the tranquility before the storm. I understand. Wang Pengyong nodded solemnly and then spoke out. On the Star-Spangled Nation's side, something not so small has happened. Recently the Star-Spangled Nation's nationals have been very jumpy on the internet. Oh? What is it? Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow, asking out with interest. A top-notch powerhouse has appeared in the Star-Spangled Kingdom, and according to the observations of Major General Xia and the others, that person has likely reached the peak level of the King Realm. In addition, that person also created a force called the Hell Divine Hall in the Star-Spangled Nation, and now the Hell Divine Hall has become a savior-like existence in the entire Star-Spangled Nation, with countless Star-Spangled Nation professionally awakened people flocking in, and within a short period of time, it has become a behemoth that even the Star-Spangled Nation officials have to curry favor with. Wang Pengyong's face was a bit gloomy. The Star-Spangled Nation had always been at odds with the Dragon Nation, and now that such a behemoth had suddenly appeared, it was inevitable that it would attract the Dragon Nation's attention. Can we find out what occupation that person has awakened? Chen Xuan's eyes flickered slightly as he inquired out. How long had it been since the mythic era had descended, and the Star-Spangled Kingdom had given birth to a peak King Realm level powerhouse? How was this possible? The reason why the Dragon Kingdom was able to have the strength it had today was entirely because it had taken the first opportunity to cultivate through the inner test game, coupled with the massive resources in the Human Emperor's mysterious realm, and even then it had only managed to produce a few king realms such as Xia Pingwu. If there is no internal test qualification, no Human Emperor secret realm, even if the country's efforts to cultivate now the strength of the Dragon country, but also can be barely equal to Russia and other big countries, even if it is strong, it will not exceed the other big countries too much. According to the secret agent's returns, the one who awakened is a mythic quality profession evil spirit knight. The specific information, at the moment, cannot be found out. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan frowned in contemplation, his mind constantly recalling the information regarding the profession awakening in the internal test game. A moment later, he seemed to have remembered something, and his entire being was happy. So that's how it is. You know? Seeing Chen Xuan's expression, Wang Pengyong hurriedly inquired out loud, and Xia Pingwu and the others not far away also looked towards Chen Xuan. According to the news that had been poked around, that so-called Hell Divine Hall Master Alan Adolphus was previously nothing more than an ordinary person, who couldn't even afford to pay the money to pay for his professional awakening. But in a matter of days, the other party had not only succeeded in awakening, but also directly fought his way up to the pinnacle of the King Realm, which was simply unimaginable. It was also this unbelievable speed that made the Dragon Kingdom care so much. It's just being a dog for someone. No need to care. Evil Spirit Knight is an extremely special profession. Those who awaken this profession are required to contribute their souls to the so-called demons in exchange for great power. This profession appears to be of mythic quality as well, but its upper limit is far from being comparable to other mythic quality professions, and is not even comparable to certain top legendary quality professions. Chen Xuan waved his hand and laughed out coldly. With regards to special professions, he had carefully understood that such special professions were capable of acquiring great power in a short period of time, but they all required some sort of price to be paid, such as Adolphe who sacrificed his soul to the devil. Adolphe, Chen Xuan did not care. What he really cared about was the so-called demon behind Adolphe. It seemed that the revival of the aura had caused all of these bullish demons to jump out. According to Chen Xuan's speculation, that so-called demon was most likely a strong person who had survived from the last epical civilization. After all, not everyone could hold the determination of certain death to fight against the foreigners. Even in that glorious ancient civilization, there were many who only cared about their own survival. Of course, with so many long years having passed, those people were not necessarily still alive, and even if they were, within a short period of time, they would not be able to come out, and Chen Xuan even suspected that there might be such an existence in the Dragon Kingdom as well. There is still such an occupation? Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Wang Pengyong and the others were taken aback. Although they despised Alan Adolf for contributing his soul in exchange for great power, the other party's peak king realm cultivation was genuine, and while Chen Xuan could not care, they had to be wary. However, it is only vigilance, the main enemy of the Dragon Kingdom or foreign races and foreign beasts, that the so-called Alan Adolf stayed safely in the Stars and Stripes country is just, if he dares to come to the Dragon Kingdom provocation, waiting for him will certainly be the Dragon Kingdom's thunderbolt. Have any other countries sought our assistance recently? Chen Xuan shrugged his shoulders and inquired towards Wang Pengyong. In order to thoroughly cultivate the first level of the dragon-marked body refining technique to perfection, Chen Xuan had to seize every opportunity to obtain King Realm exotic beasts. With his current level of quenching, only King Realm exotic beasts would be able to fetch a big roll. Exotic beasts above the 100th or 90th level were not enough to allow for his quenching, unless they were in large quantities. Chapter 92. Successive Appearances 1. Perfection. If Chen Xuan had cultivated the dragon-marked body refinement technique from the very beginning of his awakening, the amount of qi and blood required would have been a lot, but it wouldn't have been so horrifying as to be this terrifying. Nay, Chen Xuan's rank had already reached the peak of the King Realm when he began cultivating the dragon-marked body refinement technique. His physique, in the process of leveling up, had already been tempered, and wanting to temper it again would naturally be incomparably difficult, which meant that the dragon-marked body refining technique was powerful and unrivaled. In exchange for ordinary body refining techniques, it would simply be useless to Chen Xuan. Even if Chen Xuan could now be called the number 1 strongest person in Blue Star, there was always someone stronger than him in the entire Mythic Era world, and there were countless others stronger than him, so the only way to guard the Dragon Kingdom was to keep getting stronger. Yes, the commander of the Manga Kingdom has asked for assistance from the number 1 chief, and 3 King Realm Fae as well as an army led by 3 King Realm Fae beasts have appeared in its territory originally. If you hadn't come out of the gate, I was going to have Rear Admiral Xia and the others make a move. Upon hearing this, a brilliant aura flickered in Chen Xuan's eyes as he said in a condensed voice, "I'll make a trip there myself. The King Realm Fae beasts will be of great use to me. Also, if any other country asks for help, you will inform me directly. Of course, there has to be an invasion of King Realm alien beasts or above, and besides, countries like the Stars and Stripes are even." Wang Pengyong nodded in understanding. In the current international situation, there are still more countries that trust the Dragon Kingdom, even if the Star-Spangled Kingdom's Hell's Pantheon has set off a not-so-small storm. The ones that have attached themselves to it are just those countries that are on good terms with the Star-Spangled Kingdom. After all, looking at the entire Blue Star, only the Dragon Kingdom still maintains a complete territory from beginning to end, have never lost an inch of the country. This alone is enough to prove the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. What's more, those idle netizens of the Dragon Kingdom, who also tweet about their lives from time to time, don't know how many countries' nationals are envious and jealous, and there are countless foreigners who currently want to squeeze into the Dragon Kingdom and obtain Dragon Kingdom citizenship. After discussing the details of the army's development with Wang Pengyong and the others, Chen Xuan did not delay and directly traveled to the Manga Kingdom. After Chen Xuan left, Wang Pengyong and the others remained in the meeting. "Gentlemen, at present, several major defense lines have been completed and need top-notch powerhouses to guard them. Which defense line do you want to go to guard?" Wang Pengyong swept a glance at Xia Pinggu and the others and inquired out loud. The 5 major defense lines such as Lessa, plus the Inner Mongolia defense line, totaling 6 major defense lines, corresponded exactly to the 6 King Realm powerhouses such as Xia Pinggu. In addition, the 4 Sacred Legions as well as the 4 Fierce Legions are beginning to take shape, and with the exception of the Green Dragon Legion and the Vermilion Bird Legion as mobile legions, you may lead a legion to the defense line that you are guarding. After this period of selection, the 4 Saints and 4 Murderers Legion had been thoroughly formed, and the soldiers within the legion were all practicing their corresponding formations, but of course it would take some time to break in if they wanted to form an effective fighting force. "I'll guard the Nankuan defense line and bring the Chaos Army." After Wang Pengyong's words fell, Wu Jinqing opened his mouth without even thinking about it. "Then I'll go to the Desert River defense line and take the Legendary Legion." Yi Zhentian spoke immediately after. The remaining Xia Pinggu and the others looked at each other and also opened their mouths. "All right, in that case, you will go down and prepare yourselves, and from tomorrow, take your respective legions into the defense line." Wang Pengyong nodded and said in a deep voice. Xia Pinggu and the others didn't hesitate and straight away got up to leave. On the following day, Wu Jinqing and the others took their respective legions and headed to the defense line they were guarding, while Lin Tong, who had originally been temporarily deployed to guard the Lessa defense line, was also redeployed back to the Inner Mongolia defense line. It was only after realizing that Xia Pinggu and the others had all broken into the King Realm and that Chen Xuan was not in the Inner Mongolia defense line that Lin Tong decided to head to the secret realm of the Human Emperor to retreat. The hazy sentiment prompted Lin Tong to keep getting stronger. She didn't want to become a vase, and even more so, she didn't want to waste her talent. Even if she couldn't catch up to Chen Xuan, at least the gap wouldn't be too big. At the same time, with the emergence of the Star-Spangled Nation's Hell God Temple, some countries with ancient inheritance also had some top powerhouses appearing, such as the country of Greece, which suddenly saw the appearance of a thunder god who had reached the peak of the king realm and was rumored to be the thunder god's inheritor. Among the remnants of the Ganges kingdom that had been destroyed, a Shiva inheritor appeared, also possessing the strength of the peak of the king realm, and killed hundreds of thousands of strong people of the fiery winged lion race in a short period of time, and continued to gather the remnants of the people, which was like the trend of restoration of the country. A whole month has passed, the top strength of each country continues to emerge, even Russia has appeared a peak king realm strongman, the appearance of these strong men so that the original disadvantage of the Blue Star countries have the power of resistance, although not directly to the foreigners to drive out, but already have the power to resist the foreigners. Within the territory of the Northern Dynasty Kingdom, Chen Xuan was seated between several large-sized foreign beasts, strands of blood qi rushing out from the foreign beasts and surging into Chen Xuan's body. This month, Chen Xuan traveled back and forth to various countries around the world, as if he were a brick, moving wherever he needed to, seemingly busy, but his gains, however, were also tremendous. Nowadays, he had already quenched his bone refining to perfection, and even his 5 viscera and 6 bowels only had his heart left to be completely quenched. However, after helping Bei Chao decapitate these 5 late King Realm foreign beasts, Chen Xuan was confident that with the qi and blood of these 5 late King Realm foreign beasts, he would be able to quench his heart and completely reach the first major consummation of the Dragonlance alchemy art. Buzz! Only to see, under Chen Xuan's guidance, a strand of qi and blood coalesced into a dragon pattern, carefully squeezing in towards the heart. At this moment, Chen Xuan was incomparably cautious and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Even though his heart was already approaching quenching perfection, at this moment, Chen Xuan still felt unspeakable pain, as if a million ants were devouring his heart, causing his entire face to distort. Roar! About half an hour later, the soul-stirring sound of a dragon roar violently came out from Chen Xuan's body. If someone could see through Chen Xuan's flesh, they would find that at this moment, Chen Xuan's body was densely packed with dragon lines, and the entire person seemed to be transformed into a world-defying dragon, permeated with an extremely horrifying dragon might. Chen Xuan, who was seated on the ground, was surrounded by dragon shadows, his divine splendor dazzling the world, as if an exiled immortal was approaching the dust. His might was immeasurable. After many hardships, Chen Xuan finally reached the first major consummation of the dragon-marked body refinement technique, thoroughly hammering his entire body, unprecedentedly powerful, causing Chen Xuan to nearly be unable to hold back a long whistle. Boom! At this moment, an inexplicable aura burst out from within Chen Xuan's body. An unspeakable feeling of palpitations surged forth, and vaguely, Chen Xuan seemed to see a mysterious and incomparable portal appear somewhere within his body. The portal, with its lingering light, exuded an indescribably mysterious aura. Chen Xuan gathered all of his thoughts and stared tightly at the portal. His brows furrowed as he continuously recalled his memories, trying to find out information about this portal. I don't know how much time had passed, but Chen Xuan's body tightened with surprise and joy. Could it be? Chapter 93 Human Limits Requesting Golden Votes. Human Body Limit. This is a description of the cultivation realm level in the internal qualifications. The human body limit, among the foreigners, was also known as the Divine Forbidden Domain, meaning a domain that was difficult for the gods to step into, and once it was reached, there was no doubt that they would all become the topmost heavenly pride of the world. This kind of domain could only appear when one reached the king realm or above, only that it was extremely difficult to think of reaching it. For example, in the king realm, to reach the extreme degree, one had to have at least 5 times the strength of a normal person, which meant that while the normal king realm was 100 dragon strength, the extreme powerhouse was 500 dragon strength. Of course, this was just a generalization. Everyone had different limits that they could reach due to their different talents, and naturally they were also different, which created, even in the divine forbidden realm, there was a difference between the strong and the weak. The stronger the talent, the harder it would be to reach the divine forbidden realm, and once they did, the gains they would receive would be incomparably amazing. Of course, due to the fact that the divine forbidden realm corresponded to physical strength, causing many heavenly prides to, in fact, not have that much patience to purposely hammer their physical bodies so that they could reach the divine forbidden realm. After all, the body after the king realm had already undergone a certain amount of refining, and then wanting to refine it to the limit was as difficult as climbing up to the sky, and the time spent was extremely large, and during this period of time, people at the same level were afraid that they had already caught up. After recalling the information about the limits of the human body, Chen Xuan took a deep breath gathered all of his essence, mobilized all of his strength, and fiercely blasted towards that portal. Dang! Like the sound of drums resounding out, spare with Chen Xuan's huge strength at the moment one's own strength, but also just make that portal gently trembling. Chen Xuan did not get frustrated, full concentration on the impact up. Ka-ching! Without knowing how much time had passed, the sound of shattering violently emanated from within Chen Xuan's body, and under Chen Xuan's diligent impact, the portal, which symbolized the divine forbidden realm, was finally broken open. With excitement in his heart, Chen Xuan took a step past the human limit. Boom! In an instant, a majestic power was generated within Chen Xuan's body, flowing through all of Chen Xuan's meridians, and the power that was originally deficient due to the first consummation of the dragon mark body refining technique was instantly replenished, and even the cells of his entire body were hardened and squeezed into quite a bit of power. At this moment, Chen Xuan even had the feeling that he was about to burst into flames. Fortunately, although this force was majestic, it was gentle and mixed with infinite vitality, allowing Chen Xuan to be able to withstand this sudden vastness of power. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Xuan's body completely returned to calmness as he slowly opened his eyes. Only gently moving his body caused the surrounding void to distort in a manner visible to the naked eye, as if even the void could not withstand Chen Xuan's fleshly body. Chen Xuan took several deep breaths and suppressed his excitement as he began to familiarize himself with the surging power within his body. On the surface, his cultivation hadn't changed in the slightest, but his strength had changed drastically from before. About an hour later, Chen Xuan, who was familiar with his own power, pulled up the career panel and carefully examined it. Realm, Peak King Realm. Strength, 1,569 dragons. 1 dragon equals 100,000 base value. Physique, 1,637 dragons. Spirit, 1,792 dragons. Avatars, Spirit Dome Sword Chop Ice Seal Sword Edict Divine Thunder, Dark Prison Obliteration Universal Illumination of the 8 Directions, Fire Revenge, Gung Jin Chop, Heavenly Wooden Goddess of Mercy, Absolute Defense, Time Reversal Sword Formation, Wind and Stick Strike, and soul-cutting control of each of these aptitudes has been brought to completion, and the understanding and control of the 12 systems of laws have been brought to full fruition. Talents, Sword Mind 60%, Chaotic Sword Domain 80%, Imperial Dragon Bastard Body 70%, Red Inferno Furnace 50%, Phoenix Dao Nirvana 46%. Divine Armor, Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, Chaos Emperor Dragon Armor, Chaos Emperor Dragon Boots King Grade Extreme. Domain, 12 Faculties Domain Peak of Deshang. Technique, Dragon Mark Body Refining Technique First Perfection. Achievement, King's Realm Limit. Special Talent, Chaos Source Body 3 Forms, Chaos Demon Source Form. Consumes a large amount of blood, increasing power by 3 to 5 times, depending on the amount of blood consumed. Chaos Divine Source Form. Consumes a large amount of soul power, increasing power by 5 to 8 times. Chaos Berserker Form. Consumes one's own vitality, increasing power by more than 10 times on all fronts. Even Chen Xuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after seeing his occupation panel. Although he knew that he was strong at this moment, he didn't have a concrete concept of how strong he was after breaking through the King Realm limit until he saw the detailed panel. Generally speaking, the base value of a true King Realm powerhouse is enhanced about 5 times more than the King Realm. To put it simply, it means that the average true king, the 3 base values are just 500 dragons. The peak of a true king, probably around 1,000 dragons. In other words, at this moment, Chen Xuan, based on his physical strength alone, had already far surpassed a peak true king level powerhouse. And if one were to include the power of the laws and so forth, one would be afraid that he would be able to wrestle with a legendary Saint Exalt even in the face of one. Coupled with the terrifying special talent Chaos Source Body, Chen Xuan even had the confidence to fight hard against a legendary Saint Exalt mid-level powerhouse. Of course, Chen Xuan had not seen the power of a legendary Saint Exalt with his own eyes after all, and thus, whether or not he could counteract it would have to be thoroughly seen after a personal battle. However, even if he was unable to battle a legendary Saint Exalt, Chen Xuan was confident that he would survive the legendary Saint Exalt's hands. The next step is to push the law sense to a complete level, and then we can proceed to break through to the true King Realm. Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly planned. Chen Xuan, who had already tried out the benefits of the Divine Forbidden Realm, naturally wanted to reach the Divine Forbidden Realm in every realm going forward. Only, it was incomparably difficult to do so. For a regular person to have a realm reach the Divine Forbidden Realm, it would be considered smoke from their ancestors' graves. Even Chen Xuan, although he had such thoughts, He himself did not have much confidence, and the only thing he could do was to firmly establish the foundation of each realm, and only if the foundation was strong would there be a possibility of realm divine forbidden. Break through to the true king and perhaps try to enter the mythic era. After murmuring softly, Chen Xuan put the corpse of the foreign beast in front of him, which had already been turned into a dry corpse, into his spatial ring, and then without greeting the senior management of the Northern Dynasty Kingdom, he directly swept towards the Dragon Kingdom. It didn't take long for him to appear in the Inner Mongolia defense line, and after handing over the accumulated face skeletons in his hands to the researchers, Chen Xuan went forward to find Wang Pangyong to get some insight into the current situation. To Chen Xuan's surprise, during this month, Yi Wentao and the others also broke through to the King Realm one after another, and now the Dragon Kingdom already possessed a dozen or so King Realm powerhouses. These powerful people who had broken through to the King Realm were also scattered to man the major defense lines. After encouraging Yi Wentao and Xia Pinggu, who were stationed at the Inner Mongolia defense line, Chen Xuan headed straight to the secret realm of the human emperor. The perception of laws was extremely difficult, and only with the help of the Hall of Enlightenment in the secret realm of the human emperor did Chen Xuan have the confidence to perceive all 12 systems of laws to completion within a short period of time. Chapter 94: The Dragon Gate. Families. Look, this is the depths of Shenangjia. Isn't it beautiful? Deep in the Shenangjia, a young man was holding up his cell phone, scanning towards the surroundings while introducing himself with a joyful smile. The youth's name is Lu Yu, and he is a network anchor. Since the mythic era had descended, although human society had been subjected to huge changes, certain industries had remained unchanged and even flourished, such as the anchor industry, especially those who carried out live broadcasts in the wilderness. Almost all of them had made a fortune. As for Lu Yu, after awakening the rare profession of flowing light Swordmaster, he continued to engage in his own live broadcasting industry, only to change indoor to outdoor, and, due to the characteristics of his profession, it resulted in his ability to survive in the wild far more than other professions, and thus, in a short period of time, he had grown into a big anchor with 3 million fans. It's still Lu Running Run who is powerful, daring to run to the depths of Shenangjia. Isn't that so? It's rumored that there are already level 40 mutated animals deep in the Shenangjia, and no other anchor dares to come here to broadcast. One rocket sent up. Land Runner looked deeper. On the phone, pop-up after pop-up, the atmosphere was overwhelming. Currently, the vast majority of the civilian awakened in the Dragon Kingdom were still hovering between level 10 and level 30, with the only ones who had reached level 30 or above being those of the Desperado class. As for Lu Yu, although his level is only 30, his speed is like streaming light, exceeding the same level by many, thus he is also affectionately known as Lu Run Run. Thanks for the rockets sent by Brother Power. Brother Dolly, don't be in a hurry. Let's explore slowly. Seeing the rocket rising up in the sky on his cell phone screen, Lu Yu laughed out softly. The words fell. Lu Yu also no longer talk, carefully explore in the depths of this, although he is confident that the speed is superb, but this is after all the depths of the Shenangjia. Careful is not a big mistake. Previously, although Shenangjia had gone through some cleansing by the Dragon Army, the Dragon Army had only cleaned up mutated animals above level 30, and after this period of time, there had been quite a number of mutated animals that had been upgraded again. The Dragon Kingdom officials had already made these deep mountains and ancient forests into trial places, and had stationed quite a number of troops on the periphery. Even so, there were still quite a few people who died in these deep mountains and ancient forests. After all, very often, those who encountered dangers did not have the chance to hold out on the periphery to ask for help. This time, in order to bring his popularity to the next level, Lu Yu purposely ventured to the depths of the Shenangjia, which he could only come to originally at level 40. Families, guess what I found? As he moved forward, Lu Yu suddenly tensed up and hid behind a large tree, aiming his cell phone directly in front of him. Hiss, this is a level 40 mutant ape? Surprisingly, there are a full 5 heads, worthy of being deep in the Shenangjia. The audience, seeing the gorilla that appeared in the screen, were all surprised and talking. Looking at the rising heat in his cell phone, Lu Yu rejoiced in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't dare to move a muscle. The whole person curled up like a stone behind a big tree, even holding his breath directly. Although his speed far exceeded his own level, the speed of a level 40 mutant ape wasn't slow either, and once he was surrounded, he would be able to be slapped into mush with just one palm. He's trying to make money, but he's also afraid for his life. With Lu Yu's caution, he managed to avoid the group of mutant orangutans and continued to step deeper into the Shenangjia. About an hour later, Lu Yu came to a valley. He carefully looked inward, the deep valley entrance, looking at Lu Yu a moment of fear. Families, this valley is too weird. I'm not going to head there. It's a little sad, but understood. Not bad. In case Lu run hiccups. There will be no one to live stream the beauty of these deep mountains and ancient forests for us. Yeah, and Landrunner's live broadcasts are also beneficial for us to get field intelligence, or at least avoid some powerful mutated animals. Hearing Lu use words, the crowd in the live broadcast room posted pop-ups in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Yu nodded in relief. There was also this group of netizens who were not hot-headed enough to let him go in and explore. He had an intuition that if he entered this valley, he would probably die. Still, he wanted to make money, but that was with a guarantee of life, and if even his life was gone, what was the use of having more money? With this thought, Lu Yu was ready to leave this valley and return to the precautionary area. Buzz! And that's when the change happened. Only to see, in Lu Yu as well as many netizens' dumbfounded gaze, a layer of halo from the valley radiated. Immediately after, the periphery of the valley will appear out of thin air, a layer of light cover. A figure from the light cover stepped out. Lu Yu as well as the netizens were directly shocked and froze as they looked at the figure standing in the air. The man was wearing an ancient costume, with long flowing hair and a handsome face. His body was permeated with an air of superiority. He looked down on Lu Yu from above. Contempt and disdain welled up on his face. Griffin, who gave you the guts to trespass my dragon sex compound? As Lu Yu froze, a contemptuous and disdainful word came out from the mysterious youth's mouth. This sentence directly caused the netizens in the live broadcast room to explode. Damn, who does this guy think he is? And a mole cricket. How arrogant. What is this dragon sect about? Look at his costume. It's obviously ancient. Can't it be some kind of hidden sect? Che, you think this is a novel? That's hard to say. Even the mythic era has appeared. What's so strange about some hidden sects appearing? While the netizens were filled with righteous indignation, Lu Yu cautiously arched his hand towards the other party and cautiously voiced out, "My lord, I have accidentally intruded into this place, so I will leave now. Please forgive me, my lord." Compared to the netizens, he, who was facing the mysterious youth directly, felt more profoundly. He could clearly feel the terrifying power within the youth, a terrifying power that made it difficult for him to rise up against it. Even though he was also angry in his heart at the mysterious youth's condescension, he had to save his own life first, even though he was even more angry. Leave. Trespassing into my dragon sex compound and you still want to leave? Come here to this seat. The mysterious youth let out a cold smile and fiercely stretched out his hand to grab it. And the majestic power instantly transformed into a large hand that grabbed towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu, who was only at level 30, could not react in time and was grabbed by that big hand of power, while his cell phone, moreover, directly fell to the ground. The mysterious youth who grabbed Lu Yu smiled contemptuously and returned to the valley with Lu Yu. After the youth's return, the light shield that was revealed on the periphery of the valley also disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. The netizens in the screen saw that Lu Yu was arrested. All of them were shocked. Some people angrily sprayed this mysterious youth arrogant and domineering, and some people immediately called the police. One after another phone call to the E-Province Preventive District Inspectorate. In the middle of the inspectorate of the people do not dare to be negligent, and hastily reported to the Mythical Specialization Bureau. Chapter 95, Arrogant to the Core. At the Mythical Specialization Bureau's Imperial Capital Headquarters, Lin Jianya, who had gotten the news, immediately convened a meeting. Did you find out who they are? Inside the conference room, Lin Jianya's face was grave as he inquired out towards the leader of the intelligence group. Bureau Lin, on the big data, there isn't the slightest bit of information on that person, and based on what's available, it's speculated that this so-called Dragon Gate should be the strong person left behind from the ancient civilization that Director Chen once spoke of. The leader of the intelligence group hastily got up and spoke out with a cautious face. Today's Dragon Country, not compared to the previous, in the mythological era before the advent of the Dragon Country, has sent out several big cleaning. Now the Dragon domestic, basically no black households, all people are registered, identity information is completely controlled by the state. In this situation, a person who had no identity information at all suddenly appeared. Apart from foreign spies, it was only the case of a strong person who was a remnant of an ancient civilization. At those words, Lin Jianya's face grew more and more gloomy. From the video alone, one could see how arrogant these ancient civilization remnant powerhouses were, and just by accidentally trespassing into the periphery of their compound, they were directly captured, simply provoking the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. I know. Keep a close eye on it. After saying that, Lin Jianya left the conference room directly and returned to his office to report this unexpected event to the cabinet, including the speculations about the strong people left behind by the ancient civilization, all of which were reported to the cabinet. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the cabinet call, Lin Jianya sat in his chair, a cold aura bursting from his eyes. A bunch of lingering guys. How dare they be arrogant? Really think they are superior? Lin Jianya sneered and without any further delay, immediately connected to Xia Pingwu and a few other king realms and told them to head to the dragon sect to demand someone. At the same time, a large amount of news about Anchor Lu Yu's arrest appeared on the Dragon Kingdom's network. Weibo hot search number 1. Lu Yu was arrested. Twitter buzz number 2. What's a Dragon Gate? Since Lu Yu is a big internet celebrity with 3 million followers, it caused this incident to ferment almost at a very fast speed. After all, he was caught under the eyes of hundreds of thousands of netizens. Damn. This guy really needs a beating. Yeah. Just looking at his snotty face makes me want to slap him. Arrogant is arrogant, but its strength is also really horrible. Lu Yu's speed, idle 35 level awakened person can't even catch up in that guy's hands. He can't even react, and he was directly caught, so you can imagine how strong this guy's strength is. It's at least a level 70 or higher awakened. In the major network platforms, countless people were talking about it, and even many of the awakened teams that were practicing in the Shenangjia received the news and did not dare to stay in the Shenangjia for much longer, and hurriedly withdrew from the Shenangjia. At the same time, Xia Pingwu and the others who had gotten the order also moved to rush to Shenangjia. In order to show off its muscles, this time, the Dragon Kingdom had sent out a full 6 king realms, and in addition to Xia Pingwu, there were also mythic quality awakenings such as Wei Guoqing. From the other party's wanton capture of Dragon Kingdom citizens alone, one could tell that the other party was not easy to get along with, and in the face of such self-righteous fellows, the Dragon Kingdom had always been nonchalant. It didn't take long for Xia Pingwu and the others to appear in the valley where Lu Yu had disappeared. With just one glance, the eyes of Xia Pingwu and the others all narrowed. With their cultivation of the king realm, they could naturally sense clearly that there was a formation hidden in this valley, and it was not of a low grade. Judging from its intensity, it should be at the level of a true king, which caused Xia Pingwu and the others to slightly gaze at it. A true king-level formation, even they didn't dare to slack off. Boom! At the next moment, Xia Pingwu and the others all exploded their own aura. The 6 king realm might, like a raging wind and rain, swept through the entire heaven and earth. The surrounding sky-high ancient trees, under the strong aura, directly exploded, turning into sky-high wood shavings, drifting and flying in this heaven and earth. Under this terrifying aura, the formations that were originally hidden away were directly forced to manifest themselves, and the vast shroud of light was presented at the periphery of the valley. Compared to the previous shroud of light when the mysterious youth appeared, this time, it was undoubtedly more complete. This array barrier shrouded the entire valley, isolating this valley from the entire blue star, as if it had turned into an independent small world. Xia Pingwu and the others were even able to see, standing in the array, densely packed pavilions and pavilions. Where is the Taoist friend who descended upon my dragon sect? It was also at this moment that a loud voice violently resounded from within the formation, followed by several figures stepping out from within the formation, strong auras spreading out from them, colliding with the auras of Xia Pingwu and the others, erupting in bursts of airborne explosions. Appearing in front of Xia Pingwu and the others, there were a total of 5 people, all dressed in ancient clothes with pale faces, but the aura on their bodies was majestic and unrivaled, stronger than Xia Pingwu and the others. 5 peaks of the king realm? Feeling the aura released by those 5 people, Xia Pingwu and the others all frowned. They had already tried their best to overestimate the strength of this so-called dragon sect, but to their surprise, they had still underestimated it. The thought of this group of people obviously powerful, but greedy and fearful of death cowering, Xia Pingwu and others could not stop the pimples welling up in their hearts. If this group of people can help each other, why would his dragon kingdom be like this? Not to say that they could directly counterattack the mythic era, but the situation, it was definitely better than now. Who are you people? Dragon Sect Grand Elder Chi Yutian sized up Xia Pingwu and the others. His brows furrowed slightly as he inquired in a cold voice. Major General Xia Pingwu of the Dragon Kingdom. In the face of Chi Yotian's inquiry, Xia Pingwu and the others didn't hide it and spoke out bluntly. Major General Rukoku? Upon hearing this, Chi Yutian and the other Dragon Sect elders looked at each other, and all of them flickered through a ray of essence in their eyes. If it was before, they, who had not been out in the world for a long time, did not know what the Dragon Kingdom was in existence, but those who had captured Lu Yu had already been informed of the present era from Lu Yu's mouth, and thus they knew that the Dragon Kingdom was the leader of the dynasty in the central plains of the land nowadays. What is it that you have come to my dragon sect for? Although they knew that Xia Pingwu and the others were the generals of the country that ruled the central plains nowadays, Chi Yutian and the others didn't care. After all, they had learned from Lu Yu that nowadays it was only just the recovery of the aura, and they had encountered the invasion of the mythic era, so how many strong people could appear in this country? To have 6 king realms was already beyond the expectations of Qi Yutian and the others, fearing that these 6 king realms were already the strongest force in the Dragon Kingdom. In the face of Qi Yotian's inquiry, Xia Pingwu and the others' faces sank, and they were almost exasperated and laughed. It's obvious that you're the ones who captured the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, and now you're asking us what we're doing here instead. Isn't it not quite proper for you to arrest my Dragon Kingdom citizens for no reason? Xia Pingwu held back the anger in his heart and asked in a cold voice. Don't worry. We're just inviting that little friend to be my dragon sex guest. Qi Yutian shrugged and made a casual sound. There is no need, and please let him out. Xia Pingwu spoke in a chilling voice, looking at Qi Yutian with a gaze filled with ill will. You! Seeing Xia Pingwu's attitude, the several dragon sect elders standing beside Qi Yutian instantly became enraged and were about to say something, but Qi Yutian stopped them. Chapter 96 Inhuman Torture Begging for Golden Votes. Elder 2. Go and bring that little friend over. Qi Yutian glanced at Xia Pingwu with a smirk, and without turning his head, said towards the second elder beside him. Yes. The second elder reluctantly answered and turned around to return to the valley. The remaining few dragon sect elders, as if they had thought of something, also looked at Xia Pingwu and the others with a teasing face. Since the beginning, they did not put Xia Pingwu and the others in their eyes. A mere 6 king realms, which of their dragon sect elders were not at the peak of the king realm? If they casually deployed a few of them, they could easily capture these so-called Dragon Kingdom major generals. It was only that now that the aura had not yet completely recovered, and there was still the invasion of the foreigners from the mythic era, they were unwilling to face the invasion of the foreigners alone, and wanted to let the Dragon Kingdom stand in the way for them. After about 10 minutes or so, the second elder of the dragon sect lifted Lu Yu and appeared in mid-air, and then casually threw him to the ground, smashing out a human-sized pit. Due to the suddenness of the incident, coupled with the fact that Xia Pingwu and the others didn't expect the dragon sect powerhouses to do this, by the time they reacted, Lu Yu would have already been thrown to the ground. Gazing at them, Xia Pingwu and the others could no longer hold back. Like a volcano erupting, anger swept out. Xia Pingwu and the others' gazes were crimson, staring at Qi Yutian and the others dead on, the killing opportunity contained in their eyes, undisguised. It was really because the Lu Yu at this moment was too miserable. Covered in blood, clothes broken, body densely packed with wounds, face as white as paper, almost on the verge of death. No need to look to know, he suffered what inhuman torture. Alamudo, who was a radiant priest, forced down the killing opportunity in his heart, and with a sway of his body, appeared beside Lu Yu, picked him up and returned to Xia Pingwu and the others, while running his healing technique to heal the injuries in Lu Yu's body. The limbs were broken, and at least 70% of the bones in his body were broken. It wasn't until he touched Lu Yu's body that he truly realized how serious the injuries in Lu Yu's body were, and with a gloomy face, he whispered towards Xia Pingwu and the others beside him. You are provoking my Dragon Kingdom? Hearing Alamudo's words, Yi Zhentian and the others almost couldn't help but make a direct move. Even Xia Pingwu took several deep breaths before he could hold back the tyrannical killing intent in his heart. He stared at Qi Yutian and the others tightly and questioned in a cold voice. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? This little friend, who is talking with my dragon sect disciples, this is just a game they are playing. Young people, it's understandable that they don't know their place. In the face of Xia Pingwu and other people's killing and questioning, Qi Yutian seemed to smile and not laugh out loud, words full of banter and ridicule. He even somewhat hoped that Xia Pingwu and others can immediately take action. At that time, they will be able to let this so-called dragon country see their strength. Go! Hearing Qi Yotian's words, Xia Pingwu was really on the verge of being unable to hold back, but he knew very well that with just the few of them, they were definitely not a match for the 5 Peak King Realm members, and if they were to act out of anger, they would only get themselves caught up in it as well. It is imperative to save Lu Yu as soon as possible. Even though Yi Zhentian and the others wanted to make a move, they knew that Xia Pingwu's decision was the right one, and they coldly glanced at Qi Yutian and the others as if they were looking at a dead person, before turning away without hesitation. Snort. What a Dragon Kingdom. It's nothing more than that. Watching Xia Pingwu and the others leave in disgrace, the second elder laughed aloud, his voice shaking the 8 directions, not caring about Xia Pingwu and the others in the slightest, and he was even intentionally amplifying his voice. All right, the district is just a Central Plains country. It's not worth our attention. Our true opponents are the other hidden sects as well as the mythic era. Grand Elder Qi Yutian waved his hand and stared. Big brother is right, let this dragon kingdom first block for us, really can't, we'll send them out to those foreigners to enslave, in this way my dragon sect will be able to preserve down. There are so many of them anyway, it wouldn't hurt to send a bunch to the Fae. When Qi Yotian's words fell, several other elders echoed, as if they had already treated the dragon kingdom as an ant in the palm of their hands, which could be taken and pinched at will. That's a good idea. It's just that those few hidden sects, I'm afraid they won't agree. Qi Yotian's eyes flickered as he hesitantly spoke out. Snort, after so many years, their strength is not necessarily stronger than my dragon sect. Furthermore, it's not like my dragon sect doesn't have allies. As long as we pull in most of the hidden sects, just those few won't be able to make any waves. A cold smile spread across the second elder's face as he spoke disdainfully. For those several large hidden sects they have not really seen, just from the ancient books to understand that their ancestors on their secret, but these people long ago, not when the ancient civilization left behind the group, but through an unknown number of generations of inheritance. Because of this, they didn't pay any attention to those few large sects. There's no rush on this matter for now. Wait for the sect master to wake up and confer with him before making a decision. Grand Elder Qi Yutian waved his hand and returned to the dragon sect with a few people. On the other side, Xia Pinggu and the others who were rushing to the imperial capital were all a bit sullen. Their faces as gloomy as water. They had thought that this ancient sect would be difficult to get along with, but they had never thought that the other side would be arrogant to this extent. How is he? Will he survive? Xia Pinggu glanced at Lu Yu in Alamuto's hands and asked in a condensed voice. Could be. However, within 6 months, he's afraid he won't be able to leave. Alamuto responded while continuing to heal Lu Yu. If not for him, a glorious priest, with Lu Yu's injuries, he wouldn't have been able to return to the imperial capital. The ING guys. No matter what, this revenge must be avenged. Yi Zhentian, who was on the side, viciously voiced out, his face filled with cold killing intent. You guys are. Just as Xia Pinggu wanted to speak out in response to Yi Zhentian, a weak voice rang out, and upon sniffing it, he found that Lu Yu had come to his senses at some point. We're from the mythic special forces. Don't worry, you're safe. The state will never just let go of what happened to you. Xia Pinggu looked at Lu Yu and spoke in a condensed voice. Upon hearing this, a smile suddenly spread across Lu Yu's miserable face. To be able to see my idol, and to have you guys come to my rescue, Lu Yu, it's worth it even if I die. As the words fell out, Lu Yu seemed to have remembered something and spoke out guiltily. Hold. I'm sorry, they tortured me. I couldn't stand it, so I told them something about the Dragon Kingdom. But, basically, it's all known to the public, Director Chen, and some secrets that I didn't say. I really tried my best. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Xia Pinggu and the others couldn't tense up. From the injuries that Lu Yu had received, they could all tell what kind of torture he had endured, and even so, he still thought about the country and still intended to hide it. Such a loyal citizen of the country but suffered such bullying if not reported his dragon country how to call the world power. You've done well. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Chapter 97 Table 20,000. Damn. I'm going to shoot them. In the conference room of the Mythical Specialization Bureau's Imperial Capital Headquarters, a middle-aged man in military uniform with a tough look roared out in anger, and the entire conference room even trembled gently from his vocal power. Wang Tiancheng, a 5-star general of the Dragon Kingdom, a senior figure of the Central Military Department, awakening the legendary profession of Berserker Boxer. His rank had reached 100 levels, and he was currently in charge of all the major military districts within the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the entire conference room, besides Wang Tiancheng, there were also Mythical Specialization Bureau Deputy Director Lin Jianya, Xia Pinggu, and others, as well as the cabinet heads who were on a video call. Tiancheng, sit down. In the video, the number 1 chief droned in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiancheng shrunk his neck and obediently sat down. But the anger on his face did not diminish at all. Chief, the other party has provoked our Dragon Kingdom like this. No matter what, we must strike back and teach the other party a lesson. These life-hungry people, their spine is already broken. If we don't give them some deterrence, they will only become more and more excessive, and even later on, they will instead give us a backstabbing. Lin Jianya, who was sitting on the side, stood up and spoke out with a serious face. This battle was not only for Lu Yu but also for the Dragon Kingdom. With the arrogance shown by the other party, even if there was no Lu Yu, one day they would be in conflict with the Dragon Kingdom, but it was just a matter of time. Counterattack is definitely necessary, but with the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, besides Comrade Chen Xuan, Who can be their opponent? Is it hard to use nuclear weapons? Use nuclear weapons on our own territory? Or to make a move on a figure that can be said to be our ancestor? The number one chief's rhetorical question made everyone present fall silent. Indeed, with the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, it really wasn't a match for the other side. But if it didn't move, this was too stifling. Admiral Wang Tiansheng directly couldn't help but mutter. Ancestors? They are also worthy. Moreover, how do you guys know that there is only one dragon sect? What if they have allies of the same level? Weakness will be beaten. This has to be recognized. But you can't submit. My Dragon Kingdom has gone through so many hardships to get to this point. No matter who it is, as long as we straighten our spine, even if we suffer some humiliation for the time being, one day we'll be able to fight our way back again. What we should do now is not to be impotent and furious, nor to be murderous, but we should strive to improve and strengthen ourselves. Number one chief's words echoed throughout the conference room, causing Xia Pingwu and the others to be silent. Their fists clenched in death. Even Wang Tiansheng, unable to speak. It was easy to act with intent, but the consequences that resulted were not something that anyone could afford. Especially for those of them in high positions, every time they acted out of their will, the disaster they caused could affect the entire Dragon Kingdom. That's it. For the time being, let's put this matter under wraps and wait for Comrade Chen Xuan to come out of seclusion before making a decision. As those words fell, the video call on the screen hung up. Bang! Ma! After the call hung up, Wang Tiansheng couldn't stand the suffocation and directly got up, slamming his fist heavily on the table with a loud boom, and the entire table directly crumbled away like a mirror breaking. Table 20,000. Lin Jianya sat with his chest clasped and spoke out calmly. Wang Tiansheng, who was originally angry, directly broke his defenses, like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law, staring at Lin Jianya with a grudging face. Gentlemen, work hard. With the internal troubles and the external troubles, if you want to guard the Dragon Kingdom, the only way to do so is through strength. Lin Jianya ignored Wang Tiansheng and got up straight away, sweeping the crowd before leaving the conference room. Seeing this, Xia Pingwu and the others also got up and left. Their faces looked ancient and unperturbed, but there was a determined light shining in their eyes. Breaking through to the King Realm had caused them to slack off a lot. How could they have imagined that this Dragon Gate would be like a blow to the head, directly waking them up? Although they had suffered humiliation, their will to become stronger had become more and more resilient. At the same time, in the Human Emperor's secret realm Enlightenment Hall, quite a few figures sat cross-legged, with laws surrounding their bodies. These people were none other than the members of the Red Sky Squad who had awakened their legendary professions, in addition to Chen Xuan's secretary, Lin Tong. After these days of closed-door cultivation, these hundreds of Red Sun Squad members, including Lin Tong, had all risen to the level of 100, and were currently making every effort to comprehend the power of the laws, seeking the King Realm. In the deepest part of the Hall of Enlightenment, Chen Xuan sat here with his eyes closed tightly, the power of the laws entwined around his body, and his aura surging, as if a true god had descended and was floating in this place. Under that powerful enlightenment and the blessing of the Hall of Enlightenment, Chen Xuan, who had immersed himself into enlightenment with all his heart, progressed at a rapid pace, as the various subtleties of the power of the laws surged within his mind, being absorbed greedily by him. The only thing that could slightly stop Chen Xuan in his tracks were the special laws of space, time, light, darkness, etc. These special laws were extremely arcane, and trying to comprehend them was not easy, even for Chen Xuan. Whenever he encountered a bottleneck, Chen Xuan would stop comprehending and instead begin to study the second level of the Dragon Mark body refining technique, using the power of the laws to bring together the dragon marks and inscribe them on his entire body. Starting from the second level, although it also required a huge amount of chi and blood, but compared to the first level it had been reduced by a lot. The second level started, more importantly, is their own perception of the power of the law as well as the degree of affinity. The only way to condense the law and brand it in the body is to have a deep enough understanding and affinity. Branding one type of law dragon mark was the early stage of the second level. Branding two types of law dragon marks was the middle stage. 4 types of law dragon marks was the late stage, and 6 types of law dragon marks was the consummation. From this level onwards, the dragon mark alchemy placed more importance on qualifications, talent as well as perception. After all, comprehending 6 different law powers alone was enough to eliminate a large wave of people. What made Chen Xuan somewhat alarmed was that according to his deduction, if he wanted to reach the second level of the law limit, which was the true King Realm's divine forbidden realm, he would have to condense at least 12 types of law dragon marks, which appeared to be only twice as much as the second level of the regular dragon mark body refinement technique. but the difficulty of actually practicing it would definitely be more than 10 times as much. That's just it, take your time. Chen Xuan sighed lightly and did not rush. The second weight was not destined to be condensed so quickly, and its difficulty was far greater than that of the first weight. He opened his eyes and sensed the changes in himself. In terms of his comprehension of the power of laws, other than the 2 laws of time and space which were just short of the threshold, the rest of the laws, he had already comprehended them to a perfect level. After some thought, Chen Xuan did not continue his seclusion, but instead headed to the trial tower. Now that he was stuck in a bottleneck, there was little use in continuing to remain in seclusion, so it would be better to utilize the Tower of Trials to have a good fight, and perhaps have an opportunity for a breakthrough. This time, Chen Xuan wanted to try and take on a legendary Saint Exalt level. With this in mind, Chen Xuan stepped into the trial tower without hesitation, directly appearing on the 86th floor. This was a level that he hadn't even dared to step into during his last trial, and now, with his strength transformed, he was already comfortable in facing the 5-peak True King foreign beasts in this 86th floor. Chapter 98: A Fierce Battle Against the Saint Sovereign. These 5-peak True King Fey beasts were still the same Fey beasts that Chen Xuan had failed to find from the Fey Beasts Compendium, and at this moment, Chen Xuan had already vaguely speculated somewhat that the mountain and sea invasion as revealed in the ancient civilization might not be the same as the mythic era. Of course, this guess wasn't necessarily accurate. After all, the mythic era was immense, and it made sense that the complete list of Fey beasts for the inner qualification hadn't been collected in full. In Chen Xuan's heart, he hoped more than anything that his guess was wrong. If it was true, it would mean that Blue Star was likely to be invaded by the 2 major worlds, which would definitely be an unimaginable disaster for Blue Star. Even for one mythic era, Blue Star had a tough time resisting, let alone another one. Rumble. In the midst of his thoughts, Chen Xuan's offense did not stop, powerful vocational skills erupting one after another, the power of the laws of the various systems spewing out, pressuring the 5-peak True King beasts without the ability to fight back. The increased battle power that came with reaching the limit of the King realm was incomparably terrifying, directly allowing Chen Xuan to possess the strength to crush a peak True King. However, in just half an hour, Chen Xuan had already resolved these 5-peak True King Fey beasts. Of course, this was also because the Fey beasts in the trial tower only had 80% of the strength of a true Fey beast. On the 87th floor, the 7-peak True King foreign beasts were still easily resolved. Layer 88, 10-peak True King Fey beasts. On the 89th floor, 2 half-step legendary Saint Exalted foreign beasts. The so-called half-step legendary Saint Sovereign refers to the fact that the power has been transformed into legendary Saint Sovereign power, but the laws perceived have not yet been completely transformed into law Upanishads, and at the same time, the cavernous heavens condensed have not yet been transformed into realms. After a professional awakened person reaches the peak of a true king, the laws evolve into arcana, and the cavernous heavens condense into realms. They can break into the realm of the legendary Saint Exalted. Legendary Saint Sovereigns, true absolute powerhouses, after condensing the realm, they would be able to possess the power of a realm with vast and infinite power, and every move they made possessed the energy of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. As strong as Chen Xuan was, when faced with these 2 half-step legendary Saint Exalted beasts with only 80% of their strength, he had to go through a great deal of trouble before he was able to kill them completely. Boom! As soon as Chen Xuan stepped into the 90th floor, a terrifying aura that was like the splendor of heavenly might crushed towards him, and even Chen Xuan could not help but have his body sink, as if he was being suppressed by a 10,000-foot mountain. He gazed at it, only to see that a terrifying beast that was 10,000 meters tall was standing in the distance, just like the prime beast, and just standing there gave people a palpitating feeling like falling into an ice cave. This huge beast, with a blood-red body, as if coming out of hell, coalesced with dense scale armor all over its body, and its hair resembled a blood-colored sharp blade, flashing with a lurid red light. Without a doubt, this was a true legendary Saint Exalted beast, and even if it was only 80% of its strength, it still caused Chen Xuan to feel a great deal of pressure. Boom! Chen Xuan didn't hesitate and directly took out the chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword, exploding up with all his might. Never mind whether it worked or not. The buffs were added first. Sword Heart opening, Emperor Dragon Bastard opening, Red Inferno Furnace opening. In an instant, a strong aura gushed out from Chen Xuan's body, like waves roaring in fury, colliding with the aura of that legendary sacred exalted beast, and the entire space instantly reverberated with the sound of a burst of airbursts. Bang! Chen Xuan slashed out with his sword. The terrifying Spirit Vault sword tore through the void, chopping at the prime beast with an unrivaled momentum. Not only that, but Chen Xuan's entire person was like a shadow, the time reversal sword formation directly opening up, enveloping the beast. At the same time, his figure swayed one after another, and in a short span of time, he had already changed 8 directions, and in each direction, he chopped out a professional skill of a different lineage. The Chen Xuan who was on fire was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Roar! Seemingly muffled thunder like roars exploded in the face of Chen Xuan's attack, which could be described as deathless. That prime beast actually did not intend to resist, crimson eyes, staring at Chen Xuan, violently slamming out a fist. Even though its speed had slowed down a lot under the influence of the time reversal sword formation, it was still as fast as thunder in Chen Xuan's eyes. Bang! Before the fist arrived, the terrifying fist force had already crushed the void, causing Chen Xuan's skin to tingle and his clothes to explode one after another, revealing the radiantly smooth, chaotic Emperor Dragon armor. Gangjin Chop! Chen Xuan's eyes were stern as he raised the chaotic Emperor Dragon's sword in his hand, the power of the perfection golden laws surging madly into the sword as he slashed down. Boom! Like a star collision, roaring loud bang exploded, endless power impact to the naked eye visible ripples way, wantonly destroyed this piece of space, powerful impact. Directly the space of the land lifted off, rolling smoke and dust in the sky. At the same time, the deathless attack that Chen Xuan had erupted from had completely landed on the prime beast, with wounds tearing open, causing the prime beast to stifle a howl of pain. It was too confident in its defenses and had underestimated Chen Xuan's fearsomeness. Of course, at this moment, Chen Xuan was also not feeling well. Hardening himself against this strike from the prime beast had caused his chi and blood to surge and his face to turn pale. If it were not for the fact that the dragon-marked body refinement technique had already reached the first major consummation, Chen Xuan would even feel that this punch would be enough to slam his own body into mush. It was too late. After being knocked back by this punch, Chen Xuan did not care about the turbulent chi and blood in his body and directly changed his orientation, once again erupting into a fierce attack. Facing a legendary saint exalted Fey beast, even if it only had 80% of its strength, it could not afford to be half negligent. Despite being under extreme pressure, Chen Xuan's battle spirit was becoming more and more prevalent, and the battle with this prime beast was gradually falling into a white-hot stage. If outsiders were to see this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. The peak of the King Realm dared to take on a legendary saint sovereign? It's like a fantasy that you wouldn't necessarily believe even if you saw it with your own eyes. This battle was Chen Xuan's first battle to break into the limit of the King Realm, and it was also the soundest battle he had fought since his awakening. Under the high-intensity pressure of the prime beast, he had exerted all of his mastery to his heart's content and utilized all kinds of vocational skills to the fullest extent. Boom! The delay in taking down Chen Xuan caused this prime beast to finally become enraged, directly utilizing its own realm. This was a blood-colored realm that stretched for thousands of miles, in which an extremely special blood Upanishad floated, and under the pressure of this blood-colored realm, Chen Xuan was forced to utilize his 12 lineage domains as well as his chaotic sword domain. With the dual domains added to his body, he was only able to block this terrifying blood-colored realm. Chen Xuan did not slow down and immediately launched an attack, and the moment he started, it was a variety of powerful and unparalleled career skills, and he knew very well that a legendary saint who utilized the power of the realm was a true legendary saint. Rumble! Terrifying roars exploded once again, like tornado-like impacts that wreaked havoc in all directions. If in the outside world, a collision of this level would be enough to easily destroy a country, for example, an island nation such as Sakura country would sink in an instant. In this battle, Chen Xuan had exerted all his strength and fought for 10 hours before he managed to kill this legendary saint exalt level foreign beast. Chapter 99 Law Crystals, unrivaled throughout the ages seeking golden tickets. In the 90th level of space, Chen Xuan was half kneeling on the ground, holding the chaotic Emperor Dragon's sword propped up against the ground, panting heavily, his body covered in blood, his face as white as paper. Opposite him, the 10,000-meter tall prime beast slowly fell down, and before it hit the ground, it turned into a sky of light and dissipated between this heaven and earth. Chen Xuan lifted his palm with difficulty and took out several healing pills, swallowing them into his stomach as if swallowing them in one gulp, and as his strength revolved, the majestic medicinal power transformed into a warm current that flowed through Chen Xuan's body, repairing his injuries. It was only after a full 2 hours that Chen Xuan felt better. He stood up and looked straight ahead, and as expected, the rewards of the 90th floor appeared. Soaring columns of light, an extremely mysterious diamond-shaped crystals floating. The surface is inscribed with a dense pattern. The inner even seems to have a living water flow. Just a glance can be seen that this diamond-shaped crystals are not simple. Under the pillar of light, Chen Xuan was not able to carefully perceive the subtleties of this diamond-shaped crystal, but just by looking at it, it inexplicably gave birth to a longing in him, an urge to immediately seize this diamond-shaped crystal. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and slowly walked towards the pillar of light. Settling in front of the light pillar, Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he violently probed his hand and clutched the diamond-shaped crystal in his palm. As Chen Xuan took this diamond-shaped crystal into his hands, a stream of information immediately surged into his mind, and when Chen Xuan digested this stream of information, his entire body directly froze in place, his still whitish face flickering with incredulity. This mysterious and incomparable diamond-shaped crystal was actually a perfect law manifestation? No one could imagine. At this moment, Chen Xuan's heart set off what storm waves, the ancient emperor's large strokes, simply beyond Chen Xuan's imagination, to a perfect level of law as a reward, in exchange for other people who can have this kind of strokes. Even in the vast and boundless mythic era, I'm afraid that there aren't many people or forces that have this kind of handiwork, right? If you want to manifest the power of a perfect law into a solid entity, either by virtue of great perseverance and power, spend a long time to condense, and the person who condenses, the level cannot be low either, is to directly extract their own perception of the law, will be condensed into a solid entity. This way of fast speed, the disadvantage is that once the condensation, they can no longer perceive the kind of law condensed out. It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Xuan only needed to take out this diamond-shaped crystal, and it was enough to exchange for a powerful race to shelter the Dragon Kingdom in the mythic era, provided that he could resist the greed of others. However, if Chen Xuan dared to spread the news out with Chen Xuan's current strength, he would be killed and seized in minutes. If it was just an ordinary law, it would be just that. The key law contained in this diamond-shaped crystal was still the law of force that symbolized the limit of the physical body. Without having to think about it, Chen Xuan knew that this diamond-shaped crystal was definitely condensed by a supreme powerhouse in an ancient civilization that had practiced the dragon-marked body refinement technique, and it was even likely that it had been condensed by the emperor of the ancients himself. The law of force that breaks all laws with a single force, the supreme law of the world, an existence that is comparable to the special laws of space and time. In other words, as long as Chen Xuan completely refined this diamond-shaped crystal, he would be able to immediately obtain a perfect level law of force, this kind of heaven-shattering creation. Even with Chen Xuan's nature of mind, he was so excited that his body was trembling at this moment. No matter who it was, in front of this kind of creation, it was feared that no one would be able to calm down. Even a legendary Saint Exalt powerhouse would be moved by it. After taking several deep breaths, Chen Xuan was able to calm his excitement, and instead of immediately refining this law crystal, he went all out to recover from his injuries. Several hours later, Chen Xuan, who had fully recovered, did not hesitate in the slightest and directly began to refine this law of force crystal. In order to be able to fit the laws of force, Chen Xuan suppressed the other laws he had comprehended and only utilized the pure power of his physique to wrap around the law crystals. Boom! As Chen Xuan refined, majestic laws of force subtleties surged through his mind like a torrent, and he absorbed this laws of force subtlety while refining it with all his might. Thanks to Chen Xuan's use of the pure physical power of the fit to refine it, otherwise, it would not have been so easy to refine this law of force crystal. Even so, it took an entire day for Chen Xuan to finish refining this law of force crystal. At this moment, Chen Xuan hung in midair, the law of force inscriptions permeating his body, the vast power causing the void around him to distort in a manner visible to the naked eye. To perceive the power of the 13 systems of laws at the peak of the King realm, when one looked at the mythical era, one feared that no one would be able to match it. Thoroughly refining the perfection law of force crystal allowed Chen Xuan's power value to climb another 500 dragons, and his overall power value had already broken through 2,000 dragons of force, an unprecedented sense of power filling Chen Xuan's heart. Of course, a brand new law had appeared, and even with Chen Xuan's enlightenment, it would take a certain amount of time for him to be able to integrate it. To Chen Xuan's surprise, after refining the laws of force, his perception of time and space had also improved, and there was a hidden opportunity to break into perfection. With a sway of his body, he directly left this 90th floor and appeared in the hall on the first floor of the trial tower. Perhaps with his current strength, he would be able to go up 1 or 2 more floors, but to Chen Xuan it didn't have too much significance, so it would be better to seize the opportunity to break through to the realm of time as well as the laws of space. At this moment, Chen Xuan's remaining light caught sight of the leaderboards, and his entire body froze for a moment. First, Chen Xuan, passing through the 90 floors at the peak of the King realm, unrivaled in the ages, a heavenly wizard, only to see that a line of large, golden letters floated to the top of the leaderboards, followed by the labeling, looking at the corners of Chen Xuan's mouth slightly hooked up. Unparalleled in the ages, a heavenly genius? If you can talk, talk more. A moment later, Chen Xuan slowly disappeared into the halls of the first floor of this trial tower, leaving behind only a light laughter echoing. By the time Chen Xuan reappeared, he was already in the depths of the Hall of Enlightenment. He sat cross-legged, seizing that breakthrough opportunity with all his might, and in his mind, the mysteries of time and space simultaneously surged forth, and the two major law inscriptions within the Hall of Enlightenment surged towards Chen Xuan, like elves, fluttering around him. At this moment, it was as if Chen Xuan was traveling in the river of space and time. His consciousness was ethereal, and in this state, his perception of time and space was so fast that it was as if someone had sent the answers directly to Chen Xuan, and he could easily accomplish a perfect score. Finally, all complete. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes and lightly exhaled in delight. Peak of the King Realm, 13 systems of laws consummated, dual domain body. Such an achievement was worthy of the slogan of the Trial Tower ranking that was unmatched in the ages. After consolidating slightly, Chen Xuan came to the center of the Hall of Enlightenment to check on the cultivation status of Lin Tong and the others. During the time he was in seclusion, 5 more members of the Red Sky Squad had broken into the King Realm and were currently leaving the Human Emperor's secret realm, and the rest, although they had yet to make a breakthrough, were not far from doing so. Chapter 100 True Kings Tribulation Seeking Golden Tickets. With the many resources of the Human Emperor Mysterious Realm, even a pig would be able to achieve quite a bit, not to mention the members of the Red Sun Squad who had awakened to the legendary quality. Thus, Chen Xuan did not find it strange for the members of the Red Sun Squad to break into the King Realm one after the other. After all, with the existence of the Hall of Enlightenment, which could be called a cheat, if they were still unable to make a breakthrough, then the Red Sun Squad would also be apologizing for the cultivation of the country. In the next moment, Chen Xuan seemed to sense something, and a smirk could not help but spread across his face. Boom! In an instant, a powerful aura violently erupted from within the Hall of Enlightenment, the source of which was none other than Chen Xuan's secretary, Lin Tong, who was at the moment blossoming with a radiant light all over her body, as if she were a fairy descending from the heavens, with endless law inscriptions like elves encircling around her luscious and delicate body. The King Realm aura swept through the entire hall like a storm, waking up all the other members of the Red Sky Squad who were originally in the midst of enlightenment. And when they realized that the person who had broken through to the King Realm was actually Lin Tong, a touch of envy surged on their faces unanimously. They had entered the Hall of Enlightenment even earlier than Lin Tong, and they hadn't expected that Lin Tong would break into the King Realm one step ahead of them. Not bad for the secretary of the bureau. The crowd lamented and couldn't help but feel anxious again in their hearts, as they watched others break through one after another while they never made the slightest movement. They would also feel the pressure. Thinking of this, they all sank into their senses once again. Not long after, Lin Tong, who had completed her breakthrough, noticed Chen Xuan's presence, a gentle smile spreading across her face as she came towards Chen Xuan in a graceful manner. Director, congratulations on breaking into the King Realm. Chen Xuan looked at the gentle and lovely Lin Tong and smiled lightly in congratulations. And thanks to the chief for making it happen. Lin Tong smiled and playfully winked at Chen Xuan. That lovely and moving appearance made Chen Xuan couldn't help but thump. A mature and charming woman revealing such an expression. Which man would be able to withstand it? Fortunately, now that the mentally powerful Chen Xuan was able to completely control his desires, he hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Since you've already broken into the King Realm, let's go out." Upon hearing this, Lin Tong nodded gently, and while walking towards the outside with Chen Xuan, she inquired, "Did anything major happen while you were in here?" Chen Xuan shook his head and recounted to Lin Tong the situation in the Dragon Kingdom when he entered. It didn't take long for the two to leave the Human Emperor's secret realm. This time, Chen Xuan and Lin Tong did not return to the Inner Mongolia front. Instead, they planned to make a trip to the Mythic Specialization Bureau. Under Chen Xuan's powerful perception, even if he was in the Kunlun Mountains, he could sense the situation at the Inner Mongolia front. In the absence of a major crisis on the Inner Mongolia front, he didn't need to stay on the Inner Mongolia front to sit on it all the time. After all, nowadays, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom wasn't too small, so he didn't need to do everything himself. Relaxing and letting Xia Pinggu and the others do it would be a kind of exercise for them as well. Furthermore, he was also the director of the Mythical Specialization Bureau, and with such a position, he occasionally had to keep abreast of the development of the Mythical Specialization Bureau. On the other hand, the conference room of the Mythical Specialization Bureau's Imperial Capital Headquarters. Lin Jianya was sitting on top of the first place, and underneath him sat the various team leaders of the Mythic Specialization Bureau, This was the weekly routine meeting of the Mythic Specialization Bureau, which was basically reporting on the development of the Mythic Specialization Bureau. Bureau Lin currently, the Dragon Dan Pavilion has spread across the country's major precautionary regions, with daily sales of at least 1 billion Dragon Kingdom dollars, and that's still with the scarcity of medicinal herbs. Otherwise, this sales would be even more. Lu Yun, the deputy head of the alchemy group, rose and reported. After Lu Yun's words fell, the deputy head of the attachment group also followed the report out. The attachment pavilion is likewise spread throughout the country's major precautionary zones, with the daily turnover numbering more than 100,000 and the amount of money involved amounting to more than 500 million. One group after another rose to report what was going on within their group. Today's Mythic Specialization Bureau is no longer just a department that fights against the Mythic era, but has developed into a central group of companies affiliated with the Crown. The Dragon Dan Pavilion, Magic Attachment Pavilion, and Artifact Refining Workshop under his command had almost become the most popular industries in the entire Dragon Kingdom, with countless folk professionals going to buy them every now and then. This also led to the fact that today, the Mythical Specialization Bureau's tax revenue almost accounted for more than 30% of the total tax revenue of the Dragon Kingdom, and it was even increasing. The emergence of the Mythic era was destined to eliminate many industries. That is, nowadays it has been fully awakened. Even if it is bankrupt, as long as one has the guts, one can rely on hunting and killing mutated animals to make money, or else it is feared that many people will commit suicide due to bankruptcy. Keep it up. Remember, make sure to prioritize supplying the major military regions as well as the frontline soldiers. Hearing the reports from the groups, Lin Jianya gently nodded and solemnly admonished. We understand. Upon hearing this, the crowd responded in unison. Nice! At this moment, a voice of admiration resounded in the conference room, causing the people in the conference room to be startled and fiercely sniff at the sound. And when they realized that the people who had appeared were Chen Xuan and Lin Tong, the executives of the Mythic Specialization Bureau, including Lin Jianya, were all overjoyed. Chief, you're out. Even after the outbreak of the alien invasion, Chen Xuan seldom returned to the Mythic Specialization Bureau, but to these Mythic Specialization Bureau executives, Chen Xuan was always the Mythic Specialization Bureau's pillar of the heavens, and his position in the Mythic Specialization Bureau could not be compared to even Lin Jianya, who was often the administrator of the Bureau. To be precise, within the current Dragon Country, disregarding other aspects in terms of the National Worship Index alone, one didn't need to think to know that it was definitely Chen Xuan who was number one. Aha! You've all done well in my absence. Keep up the good work. Seeing the fervent gazes of the crowd, Chen Xuan smiled gently and spoke out in appreciation. Receiving Chen Xuan's appreciation, those executives of the Mythic Specialization Bureau were excited and looked at Chen Xuan with increasingly fervent gazes. To them, being able to receive a word of appreciation from Chen Xuan could motivate them more than anything else. All right, the chief just got back. Give him a break and adjourn the meeting. Upon hearing Lin Jianya's words, those executives were a bit disgruntled, but they didn't dare to say anything as they arched their hands towards Chen Xuan and exited the conference room. Chief, you've broken into the true king? After those people had withdrawn, Lin Jianya looked towards Chen Xuan and asked out in a slightly expectant voice. Even Lin Tong, who was beside Chen Xuan, curiously looked towards Chen Xuan. Even after breaking into the king realm, she was unable to perceive Chen Xuan's specific cultivation. In her perception, Chen Xuan was as if he was immortal. There was not the slightest bit of power overflowing out at all. Not yet, but an idle true king is no longer my opponent. Chen Xuan shook his head and spoke out bluntly. As a matter of fact, with his current level of cultivation, if he wanted to break into the true king, he could do so at any time, only that when he broke into the true king from the king realm, he had to face the heavenly landmine revenge or the true king revenge, and the only way to accomplish the true king was to pass through it. The more heaven-defying a person's qualifications were, the more terrifying the true king's tribulation they faced would be. Thus, even with Chen Xuan's strength, he had to be careful. No one dared to ignore the terror of the greatness of heaven and earth. Chapter 101. To warn the monkeys. Upon reaching the human limit, Chen Xuan had a feeling that the true king's tribulation he was facing would definitely be extremely terrifying, and Chen Xuan wouldn't dare to venture into the true king's tribulation until he had prepared himself thoroughly. Has something happened recently? Chen Xuan glanced at Lin Jianya and fiercely asked out loud. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianya sighed lightly and nodded. Something did indeed happen. Shortly after your seclusion. As Lin Jianya recounted, Chen Xuan's face became increasingly ugly until finally, although Chen Xuan did not show any angry behavior, Lin Jianya as well as Lin Tong could feel the temperature within the entire conference room dropping to an extreme point, leaving them with a chilling sense of horror. After hiding for so long, instead of continuing to hide, You still dare to jump out and be arrogant? Very well. Chen Xuan's face was icy cold as a nameless rage surged within his body. How could he not expect that while he was in seclusion, the Dragon Kingdom had suffered such a disgrace, and what pained him the most was that this disgrace did not come from the foreign races, but rather, it had come from the strong people left behind by ancient civilizations, and these people could even be said to be their grandfathers. It was really ridiculous to think about it. At a time when the entire Dragon Kingdom was doing their best for the mythic invasion, it was just as well that these rats didn't help out. But they even dared to jump out and provoke, and they even acted as if they were superior? Who do they think they are? Do they really think they are onions? After saying that, Chen Xuan didn't hesitate and directly took out his cell phone in front of Lin Jianye and Lin Tong, dialing the cabinet head's number. This is Chen Xuan. Chief, I already know the matter. Hustling the outside world must first secure the inside. This group of people, leave it to me to resolve. Chen Xuan would never allow, while he and a group of Dragon Kingdom soldiers were toiling against the alien invasion, someone in the country jumped out to make small moves. Anyone who dared to move would surely endure a destructive blow. From the fact that this group of people had meticulously survived until now, it was evident that it was impossible to expect them to help the Dragon Kingdom fight against the Mythic Era invasion. Since this was the case, let's make an example out of them. Nowadays, it wasn't an ancient civilization. Times have changed. All right, the Dragon Kingdom fully supports you. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, the number one chief did not hesitate in the slightest and spoke out bluntly. The Dragon Kingdom aspires to peace and will never use force to solve a problem unless it is necessary. But the other party has already bullied their way to the door, and if they don't fight back, do they really think that he, the Dragon Kingdom, doesn't have any fangs? Previously, he didn't make a move only because he didn't have the means to deal with the peak of the King realm or even a true king. But now that Chen Xuan had returned from seclusion, the Dragon Kingdom had the backbone, so naturally it wouldn't be indifferent anymore. Not to mention that Lu Yu was a serious citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if he was just a pet dog of the Dragon Kingdom, it was not something that outsiders could bully at will. Leave one king realm to guard the major defense lines, and the rest of the king realms, follow me to Shenangjia. In addition, notify the major military regions to mobilize lethal weapons, including spiritual energy laser cannons. Since they have provoked the Dragon Kingdom, there is no need for them to exist. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xuan's face was indifferent as he directly ordered towards Lin Jianye. Counting the 5 new king realms that had previously broken through as well as Lin Tong, the Dragon Kingdom currently possessed a full 12 king realms, and even if 6 king realms were left behind to hold down the fort, there were still 6 king realms that could be mobilized. As for mobilizing those lethal weapons, it was purely just for the purpose of blocking off that so-called Dragon Sect's compound and completely destroying that so-called Dragon Sect. This? Will it move too much? When Chen Xuan's words fell, Lin Jianye and Lin Tong looked at each other in dismay, and after hesitating for a moment, Lin Jianye cautiously spoke. To be honest, Lin Jianye was naturally furious towards the Dragon Sect as well, but he had to consider the entire Dragon Kingdom. The other party's strength was unknown, and rushing to destroy the other party right off the bat would leave no room for maneuvering once the real battle was underway. If he failed to completely destroy the other party, and the other party escaped some people, even if it was only 100 levels, it would be enough to cause irreparable trauma to the current Dragon Kingdom. How can we make an example out of a chicken if there isn't much movement? The Dragon Sect is the first, but it will never be the last. These meddlesome generations, thinking that they are powerful, they can stand tall, not placing anyone or even the country in their eyes. If they are not given a profound lesson, any further Dragon Sect situations in the future will only become more and more troublesome. Chen Xuan's face remained unchanged as he explained out loud. After learning of this matter, his only thought was to overthrow the Dragon Sect, and while killing the chickens to make an example of them, he would also let all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom know that whenever anyone dared to bully the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom for no reason, the country would seek justice on their behalf. Furthermore, the other party has yet to be fully unsealed, so they dare to be so arrogant. What about when the other party is fully unsealed? Wouldn't the entire Dragon country be under its control? Understood. I'll go and inform. Lin Jianye nodded solemnly and hurriedly left. The other party will definitely be someone left over from the previous era. Their methods are unknown, are you sure? After Lin Jianye left, Lin Tong came to Chen Xuan's side and asked out with a worried expression. Not much of a problem. Chen Xuan gently smiled, his words filled with confidence. With his current strength, he could fight a legendary Saint Sovereign, and if he were to break out his special talent, he would be able to kill anyone below the late legendary Saint Sovereign stage, and below the peak of the Saint Sovereign stage, a draw would not be a problem. Unless the other party possessed a mythical monarch-level powerhouse, But was that possible? A mythical monarch in the ancient civilization era was also definitely a top powerhouse, such a powerhouse the ancient emperor would let it live on. Don't be ridiculous. In a battle of races, if you don't fight for everything, how can you win? Even just a single mythic monarch would likely lead to victory or defeat, and under those conditions at the time, Chen Xuan could guess with certainty that the entire mythic monarchs of the ancient civilization had definitely all been conscripted by the emperor of the ancient world to travel together to fight against the so-called mountain and sea invasion. Anyone could hide, but powerful individuals above the level of mythic monarchs definitely could not. After all, if even strong people of this level were to hide, what hope would the entire ancient civilization have? Thus, with regards to this so-called Dragon Gate, Chen Xuan did not care too much. Even if the other party was in control of some sort of unimaginable power, the big deal would be that he would directly transmute the true King's tribulation on the Dragon Gate's premises, and at that time, the Dragon Gate powerhouses would definitely not be able to survive. Of course, his true King's tribulation would also surely be enhanced many times over on top of the original, and Chen Xuan would not make such an extreme choice in a non-essential situation. This time, I will also go. Lin Tong nodded gently before speaking out firmly towards Chen Xuan. Of course, nowadays, you are the King Realm, the top combatant of the Dragon Kingdom. You have to go even if you don't. Upon hearing this, Lin Tong smiled, that stunningly beautiful smile that seemed to make all the flowers lose their colors, moving beyond compare. The originally cold conference room all seemed to appear as if a phantom of spring blossoms had appeared. An hour later, Xia Pinggu and the other 5 King Realm powerhouses had rushed to the Mythical Specialization Bureau headquarters to join Chen Xuan, and at the same time, all sorts of powerful weapons were being transported into the Shenangjia. In addition to the powerful weapons in the outer reaches of the Shenong Shelf, the 2 newly established Green Dragon and Vermilion Bird maneuver-type legions had also been deployed. Chapter 102 today, Overthrowing the Dragon Sect Seeking Golden Tickets. Of course, Chen Xuan did not expect the 2 newly formed legions, the Green Dragon and the Vermilion Bird, to be able to make a mark in this overthrow of the Dragon Sect. Even with the Green Dragon army formation and the Vermilion Bird army formation, these 2 legions were still a bit short of what they needed to deal with these ancient powerhouses. They were allowed to follow purely for the purpose of sharpening the 2 legions. Such a big commotion, naturally, it is impossible to hide from everyone. Just a few hours later on the network, there has been a large number of discussions. Everyone is speculating about what exactly happened. Hiss! Even the psychic laser cannons have been deployed. Is it possible that powerful mutated animals have appeared in the country? Looking at this movement, it's definitely more than simply a powerful mutated animal. What the hell happened? Many people looked at the pictures of the weapons transportation that appeared on the internet, and all of them were excitedly talking about it. Since the spiritual laser cannon made a big splash, the name of spiritual energy technology has resounded throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the world. Many countries that are on good terms with the Dragon Kingdom have purchased spiritual energy technology products such as the spiritual energy laser cannon from the Dragon Kingdom, and it is precisely by virtue of these powerful spiritual energy technology products that those countries were able to fend off the invasions of the alien races one after the other. Even countries with bad relations had spent large sums of money to buy psychic weapons from the Dragon Kingdom. Nowadays, although we have stepped into the era of the mythic era, technological weapons are still the top priority of countries all over the world, and even those countries where the awakened are not strong have put all of their energy into researching technological weapons, wanting to realize a bend in the road to overtake the others. In this environment, today's science and technology compared to the previous, there has been a significant improvement, a variety of new weapons constantly being developed. Some weapons, although not very practical or powerful, were valuable for research, and thus even the Dragon Kingdom was buying new technological weapons from other countries. During this period of time, the Dragon National Academy of Science had once again created a new type of spiritual energy technology called the Spiritual Energy Particle Cannon through the previous knowledge of spiritual energy technology instilled by Chen Xuan, supplemented by modern technology. This kind of spiritual energy particle cannon, all the body, gun barrels, and so on are using the bones of foreign beasts as well as special metals melted out of the new alloy, with electromagnetic force as well as aura combination of special particles, after storing energy, burst out of the super-strong beams of light. After testing, the beams that erupted from the spiritual energy particle cannon were enough to cause damage to a King Realm powerhouse, and the only drawback was that it required a certain amount of energy storage time. Even so, the emergence of the spiritual energy particle cannon is a huge takeoff in the technology of the Dragon Kingdom. As far as the current technological products, the power of the spiritual energy particle cannon is limited to nuclear weapons. Only after the development the Dragon Kingdom did not publicize has been treated as a secret weapon. The major precautionary areas are secretly placed in the spiritual energy particle cannon, And this time, in order to overthrow the dragon sect, the Dragon Kingdom does not intend to hide, use 10 spiritual energy particle cannon. The next day, outside the Shenangjia, all kinds of weapons were set up along the periphery of the Shenangjia. Just a glance would be enough to make people tremble with fear. At the forefront, it was the 10 oddly shaped psychic energy particle cannons, and then behind them there were many psychic energy laser cannons as well as all kinds of missile vehicles. These weapons were used as remote support, and it was still Chen Xuan and the others, as well as the 2 legions who were truly fighting. Families. I'm wearing my head on my belt this time to satisfy your curiosity. Extremely far away, in a large tree, a young man held up his cell phone and whispered. This youth is not unique in all directions. There are some dragon anchors ventured to come, intending to take advantage of this heat. Fire. What kind of weapon is that? Why haven't I seen it before? Unclear. Shouldn't you be concerned about what the country intends to do with such a big show? It's not like the state is going to harm us. So what do we care? The live broadcast room of the major anchors, the pop-up screen is densely packed. All of them are talking about those formidable and intimidating technological weapons, and there are many military fans who are even more fanatical. Even in this day and age, it's not that easy to see these weapons do battle with your own eyes, unless you venture to the front lines to participate in the war. Otherwise, ordinary people don't have the chance to see it at all. You guys, go read the latest announcement from the Mythical Species Bureau. The internet is blowing up. At this time, a bolded pop-up screen sprung up in these live broadcasts, and in just a few moments, the original hot and high live broadcasts all of a sudden fell silent. But these anchors didn't care because they also immediately took out their other cell phone to check out the latest announcements of the Mythical Extraordinary Bureau. Anchor the full event of Luyu. Only to see, on the official blog of the Mythic Extraordinary Bureau, the new dynamic was clearly written with this line, and underneath it was a detailed record of the situations that Anchor Luyu had faced, including being tortured by the dragon sect's strongest person as well as the dragon sect's strongest person's arrogant gesture and so on, presenting everything in detail in front of the public. The Dragon Kingdom will never give up any of its citizens, nor will it allow any of its citizens to be humiliated. Anyone who dares to bully a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom for no reason will suffer the wrath of the Dragon Kingdom. Wherever you go, as long as you are a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, as long as you are bullied as well as tormented for no reason, tell the state and the state will do it for you. Remember, behind you stands the Dragon Kingdom. These concluding words at the end of the document moved every member of the public in the Dragon Kingdom who saw this dynamic. Tears. A dragon countryman for life. A dragon countryman for life. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, the souls of the Dragon Kingdom, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are the people of the people. It's great that I'm a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. This damn Dragon Gate. Arrogant as hell. For a time, the entire Mythical Specialization Bureau official blog below, densely packed with comments, some people moved to reply, some people are angry spray Dragon Gate. At this moment, almost all the citizens of the Dragon Country were glad that they were born in the Dragon Country and had such a powerful country as a shield. If they were in another country, maybe the Anchor Luyu had already cooled off. For example, if the Hell's Temple of the Stars and Stripes were to kill an ordinary citizen of the Stars and Stripes, would those at the top of the Stars and Stripes dare to avenge that citizen's death? It's impossible to think with your ass. But the Dragon Kingdom, it dares. Isn't such a country worth their loyalty? Isn't it worth giving their lives to protect? It was also that the Dragon Kingdom did not open the draft now, otherwise the degree of fire, I'm afraid that it would be even more terrifying than the draft before the mythic invasion in the first place. Today, overthrow the dragon sect. After about 30 minutes had passed, the Mythical Specific Bureau updated its dynamics once again with only 6 words, but it paralyzed the entire microblog directly, and it took 10 minutes for the microblog to recover. Almost instantly after recovering, tens of millions of replies had popped up underneath this dynamic. Everyone thought that the Dragon Kingdom just wanted to use this to hammer the dragon sect and even ask for some compensation. No one expected that the country was planning to directly overthrow the dragon sect. When did the Dragon Kingdom become so stiff? Chapter 103. Kill anyone who sees it seeking golden votes. Not to mention those foreigners. Even the Dragon Kingdom's own people found it unbelievable. In their impression, the Dragon Kingdom had never been so rigid. Of course, that kind of race war of foreign invasion didn't count. The Dragon Kingdom rises. Awesome, my country. So envious of Luyu. Let the country avenge him. One comment after another appeared under that new dynamic, all the people of Longua, proud and excited discussion. Not only so, Twitter, the same appeared a large number of discussion in a short time. Anchor Luyu, this 4 words, has been on the world's major international network platforms of the hot search. Shit. Has the Dragon Kingdom gone mad? For such a trivial matter, The Dragon Kingdom dares to start a war with a force that doesn't know what's going on. In the White House of Stars and Stripes, the old commander cursed out in 100 dark curses. Not only him, the leaders of those countries that were in conflict with the Dragon Kingdom were similarly stunned, except for those countries that were on good terms with the Dragon Kingdom, who all had a feeling of being honored. The character of the Dragon Kingdom in caring so much about its domestic citizens was worthy of their admiration, and this made them feel more at ease with their alliance with the Dragon Kingdom. Russia's Prussian emperor, moreover, made a direct public statement, between the lines, full of admiration. This time, I'm standing for the Dragon Kingdom. If the Dragon Kingdom is in need, I, Russia, will do my utmost to help. Ola! This wave of speeches drew a lot of joy from the dragons as well as the Russians, who replied underneath it. While countries around the globe were paying attention to this incident, on the outskirts of the valley where the Dragon Gate of the Shenangjia was located, Chen Xuan, who was wearing the Chaos Emperor dragon armor, stood in the air like a lord, looking down on the seemingly ordinary valley underneath. Beside him, Lin Tong, Xia Pinggu, and the others similarly stepped into the air, and they were also wearing gorgeous and heroic battle armor, all of which the state had taken out of the human emperor's secret realm treasury to reward them after they had broken into the king realm. The grades were all at the extreme end of the king rank, including their weapons, which were of the same quality. Not far away, the two major legions, the green dragon and the vermilion bird, stood quietly, one green and one red, clearly separated. The battle armor of the 8 legions was similarly taken from the human emperor's secret realm treasury, only that it was armor that had been recast by the mythical extraordinary bureau refiner's workshop. For the basic members, the battle armor and even weapon grades were around 60, while the 1,000-man squad leader grade was 80, the 10,000-man brigadier grade was 90, the 50,000-man commander was 100, and the 100,000-man army chief was the lower grade of the king's rank. These 2 legions, just standing there, made the mutated animals within a 1,000-mile radius tremble, even if these 2 legions didn't intentionally emit their aura, but that kind of majestic might still made the entire heaven and earth depressing and incomparable. Chief, I'll get someone? In mid-air, Xia Pinggu narrowed his eyes slightly as he glanced at the flat, uninteresting valley and inquired out towards Chen Xuan. Hearing Xia Pinggu's words, Chen Xuan lightly glanced at him and calmly said, "They're almost dead men, so what's the point of screaming? After I make my move later, you guys go straight up and kill anyone you see." Once these words fell, Xia Pinggu and the others were directly confused, their faces filled with shock. They knew they were going to attack the Dragon Gate, but wasn't it a bit much to kill everyone on sight? Seeing the looks on Xia Pinggu's and the others' faces, Chen Xuan calmly explained, "They are all left over from the ancient times, even if some of them were born recently, but in this hermetically sealed environment, these people have definitely been brainwashed, and there's no doubt as to their loyalty to the dragon sect. In this situation, if we let some people go due to mercy, when they grow up, how much trouble will they bring to the Dragon Kingdom? Why get yourself in trouble for something you can beat to death with a stick? When an avalanche occurs, not a single snowflake is innocent if they are to be blamed. They can only be blamed for being from the dragon sect." Upon hearing this, Xia Pinggu and the others were silent for a moment before nodding heavily towards Chen Xuan. These forces left behind by the ancient civilization, no one can imagine what kind of cards they actually hold. If they let those weaklings go, they can't guarantee that these weaklings will grow up in a very short period of time, and even more so, they can't guarantee that these people will not retaliate against the Dragon Kingdom. It would be better to kill them all rather than waiting for these people to cause trouble later on when the Dragon Kingdom was facing a foreign invasion. Seeing this, Chen Xuan turned on his own earpiece and said, "Prepare!" In an instant, the many technological weapons on the outskirts of Shenangjia were turned on. The spiritual energy particle cannon was aimed directly in the direction of the valley where the Dragon Gate was located, and began to store energy. The spiritual energy laser cannon, as well as the many missile weapons, were similarly aimed at the Dragon Gate's compound. Regardless of whether or not these weapons could kill those Dragon Sect powerhouses, let's first give them a wave of Dragon Kingdom specialties as a meet and greet gift. After informing the general in charge of technological weapons, Chen Xuan took a deep breath and violently raised his hand to make a fist before slamming it out. Boom! The deafening sound of air explosion instantly exploded, and the vast power converged into a fist print that covered the sky, like the fist of the heavens, with incredible speed, instantly smashing into the formation in the periphery of the Dragon Sect's compound. Ka-ching! In just an instant, that true king-level formation appeared with dense cracks, and under the shocked gazes of Xia Pinggu and the others, it exploded and shattered, as if it were starlight, and dissipated in the middle of this heaven and earth. At this moment, The strength that Chen Xuan displayed caused Xia Pinggu and the others to be moved. With just one punch, this true king quality formation was blown up? What kind of terrifying power is this? After Chen Xuan blasted through the Dragon Sect's protective formation, the originally plain and uneventful valley instantly underwent a sea change, with countless pavilions presenting themselves to the eyes of the crowd, resembling a fairyland-like scenario that froze quite a number of the Green Dragon Legion as well as the Vermilion Bird Legion. Fire! Chen Xuan expressionlessly glanced at that Dragon Gate residence and blandly spoke out. Boom! In an instant, 10 meteor-like beams of light impacted from the outer reaches of the Shenangjia, instantly bombarding the Dragon Gate residence that resembled a fairyland. Bang! One after another, the sound of roaring exploded, and after these 10 beams of light, the laser cannons, as well as the missiles that roamed the sky, also fell. The entire earth trembled as if the Earth Dragon had turned over. Debris and smoke raged, defiling heaven and earth. Rippling impacts, centered on the valley, swept away in all directions. The sky-high ancient trees within a 100-mile radius burst apart, and a gully-like crack in the ground tore apart. Looking around, the valley that was right in the center was like extinction, and the scene was extremely impactful. Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird. Rise to formation. Anyone from the Dragon Sect. Kill anyone you see. Above the void, Chen Xuan stood with his hands in the air and ordered. Yes! The 100,000 Green Dragon Legion and 100,000 Vermilion Bird Legion answered in unison, their voices shaking the entire heaven and earth, and even on the outskirts of the Shenangjia, one could faintly hear the soul-crushing sound. Chapter 104 Sacred Temple Ruins begging for golden tickets. Inside the Dragon Sect's main hall, a dozen figures were seated, and a majestic aura filled the entire hall. The main seat in the center was empty, and on the left and right sides were also two gorgeous chairs, on which sat two figures, both middle-aged in appearance. These two were the Dragon Sect's Vice Sect Masters, the left Vice Sect Masters Wu Chan, and the right Vice Sect Master Rai Chong. Further down, there was Grand Elder Chi Yu Tian and other Dragon Sect elders. The outside world has now recovered its aura to the intermediate stage, and when it is advanced, my Dragon Sect will be able to truly come out of the world, and at that time, all of them will come out of the mountains to seize those relics as well as the places in the holy temples. Sui Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, his face serious as he voiced out towards the crowd. On the other side, Rai Chong had a half-asleep look, and his entire person appeared a bit lazy, but from his slightly condensed brows, one could also see the importance he attached to what Sui Chan said. Yes, we understand. When Sui Chen's words fell, Chi Yu Tian and the other elders spoke out in response. Sect Master Zhua, the outside world has already encountered the invasion of the mythic era, if we meet up with those foreign races. At this time, one of the elders inquired in a condensed voice. There's no harm, that so-called Dragon Sect will block them for us. An inscrutable smile flashed across Sui Chen's face as he waved his hand and said, They will be so obedient? If they're not obedient, then let them be obedient, isn't it? As soon as these words fell, everyone present looked at each other and smiled, with inexplicable colors flashing in their eyes. Bang! Just as the crowd was laughing wildly, a dull roar violently exploded in the entire Dragon Sect residence, and immediately afterward, the ground shook where the Dragon Sect residence was located. The formation broke? How is that possible? Inside the main hall, the smiles of the crowd came to an abrupt end, as Wu Chan and the others rose abruptly, their faces unbelievable. But in the next moment, infinite rage surged out from them, not expecting that a momentary lapse of attention would allow a curmudgeon to bully their way to the door. Boom! But when they were about to make a move, a terrifying fluctuation encroached. The entire hall disintegrated like papier-mâché, and 10 paths of light, like that of a star as it fell, were reflected in their pupils, growing larger and larger. Damn! Angry roars exploded. Sui Chan and the others couldn't even think of anything else. They could only go all out to block these 10 streams of light. To them, these 10 streams of light weren't much, but to some of the disciples of the Dragon Sect, these 10 streams of light were enough of a fatal disaster. After destroying these 10 streams of light, before Sui Chan and the others could breathe a sigh of relief, an explosive shock exploded in the entire Dragon Sect compound, like blossoms all over the place. A horrifying shock that instantly crushed quite a few of the Dragon Sect disciples who were not even able to react to the situation. Screaming and wailing became the main theme of this area. In the end, who is it? Sui Chun and the others roared angrily while woefully fending off these impacts and guarding the Dragon Sect disciples. It was too sudden. They didn't even know what had happened before the entire dragon sect suffered such a blow. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan and the others in the outside world stood in the air, quietly watching the fireworks bloom in the distance while gazing at the Green Dragon Army formation, as well as the Vermilion Bird Army formation. Green Dragon Army formation. Rise. Vermilion Bird Army formation. Rise. Two loud sounds exploded in the middle of this heaven and earth, as brilliant green and red lights blossomed out from the two legions, as if they were dividing this heaven and earth into two halves, each occupying half of the sky. In the Green Dragon Legion, every member of the Green Dragon Legion was filled with a wisp of green lines like a dragon's shadow, which seemed to possess spirituality, and were constantly converging towards the Legion leader in the center. The Vermilion Bird Legion was similarly in the same situation, except that their lines were as red as those of a vermilion bird. Boom! As time passed, the ripples that permeated out from the many legionnaires gradually converged on the two great army leaders, interweaving into the shadow of the massive green dragon and the shadow of the vermilion bird. In an instant, a terrifying dragon might as well as a scorching aura swept across the entire heaven and earth. Chen Xuan gazed at the shadow of the green dragon and the shadow of the vermilion bird, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he could thankfully sense the power of these two major formation spirits, which had yet to reach the King Realm, but could be called invincible under the King Realm. Although these two legions had only just been established and had not been honed enough, these legionnaires were all elites from the major military regions as well as the frontline generals, and their occupational levels were all at least above level 60, coupled with their equipment as well as the two major formations. It was no surprise that they were able to evolve a formation spirit of such strength. The only flaw was that this was, after all, their first battle in which they had coalesced the formation spirits, and perhaps they were not yet able to fully utilize the full strength of the formation spirits, but for the moment such strength would suffice. Rumble! After the two major formation spirits coalesced and became formed, the two major army leaders who drove the formation spirits did not hesitate to make a move. They directly controlled the two major formation spirits and recklessly rushed into the smoke and dust, hunting and killing those dragon sect disciples. A single sweep of the dragon's tail would sweep away a large swath of dragon sect disciples, and as the vermilion bird's fire spread, I don't know how many dragon sect disciples died tragically among them. Looking for death, some dragon sect elders discovered the attack of the two major formation spirits, their pupils wanting to split as they roared in anger. Boom! Powerful aura burst out from his body, and his entire person appeared beside the dragon shadow as if he was shifting his body. His palm wrapped in monstrous power and slapped down blatantly. Just when this palm imprint was about to fall on Dragon Shadow's body, a figure silently appeared beside Dragon Shadow. A blazing light flashed above his fist, colliding with that palm imprint. Bang! A roaring sound exploded, and the figure that appeared instantly exploded back 100 meters away, his face pale and a wisp of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. It's you guys! That dragon sex elder, seeing Xia Pinggu's face, his pupils shrunk violently, and the anger that permeated his body grew stronger. He had thought that it was which of the same forces that had suddenly attacked his dragon sect, but he hadn't expected it to be this new era's Central Plains dynasty. Simply damned. Cough! Today, your dragon sect will surely be destroyed. Xia Pinggu suppressed the turbulent qi and blood in his body, staring tightly at that dragon sect elder and grinning. This elder was precisely one of the 5 dragon sect elders who had previously confronted them. His cultivation had reached the peak level of the King Realm, and under a hard confrontation, he was directly traumatized by a considerable amount of wounds. However, Xia Pinggu did not have the slightest worry, but instead was confident. The dragon sect was strong, but in his opinion, as long as there was a director to make a move, the dragon sect would surely be overthrown. How dare you! That dragon sect elder's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Killing machines erupted in his eyes. Vast power erupted from his body. His entire person instantly appeared beside Xia Pinggu and battled with Xia Pinggu. Bang! Deafening roars instantly resounded throughout the battlefield. Not only Xia Pinggu, Lin Tong and the others also took on the other elders of the dragon sect. Only Chen Xuan, who always stood in the air, without the slightest movement. The dragon sect executives, such as Wu Chen, were fending off the artillery fire and protecting the dragon sect disciples. Thus, for a short period of time, although the strength of those dragon sect elders was stronger than that of Lin Tong and the others, Lin Tong and the others were barely able to fend them off. Chapter 105. Only the strong can control order. From the situation of the battlefield, anyone with a discerning eye knew that Xia Pinggu and the others would definitely not last long. Although they were strong, they were ultimately not Chen Xuan, to be able to resist the dragon sect elder who had been immersed in the peak of the king realm for a long time at a cultivation level that was at the beginning of the king realm was already very impressive. If they were to be replaced with an unusual beginning king realm powerhouse, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to carry even one of the other party's moves. In the realm above the king realm, the difference of one small realm was a world of difference. Boom! At a certain moment, as the shells from the technological weapons were completely knocked out this time, and the sound of the artillery fire gradually faded away, a powerful force burst out from the dragon sect's compound, directly dispersing the smoke and dust that had enveloped the entire compound. Chen, Chong, two deputy doormasters as well as the great elder Chi Yu Tian and other elders, looking at the ruins of the resident as if the earth's purgatory, the whole body uncontrollably trembling, unspeakable anger rises up, cold killing machine burst, the whole heaven and earth at the moment seems to fall into the two heavens of ice and fire, their homes destroyed like this. He, the dragon sect, had never been so traumatized even in the crises that had befallen the ancient civilization, and now a new era had just begun, and the dragon sect hadn't even really come into existence yet, and it had been directly destroyed by someone's residence. The wailing all over the place as well as the ruins that were like a purgatory constantly stimulated Chen and the others, making them want to lose their minds, and the killing opportunity that permeated the entire heaven and earth was as if it was going to condense into substance. Dragon Kingdom, you seek death. When he learned the identity of the attacker from those elders, Chen couldn't hold back any longer. His eyes fiercely looking towards Chen Xuan, his stern killing chants sweeping out like a raging wind and rain. Not only Chen, Chong and the other dragon sect powerhouses were similarly staring at Chen Xuan, with gazes that were itching to break Chen Xuan into pieces on the spot. Facing the murderous aura of Chen and the others, Chen Xuan's face remained unchanged as he looked straight at them and spoke indifferently. He who insults others, others will always insult him. You who think you're so high and mighty, did you ever think you'd see this day? As the words fell, Chen Xuan ignored the reactions of Chen and the others and spoke once more. Two true kings, nearly 20 king realms and countless numbers under the king realm, such power, yet they are cowering here, and at the time of the invasion of the mythic era, you and the others were indifferent and did not think of coming to the aid of each other. If that's the case, why did you and the others jump out? But unintentionally intruding into this place and being tortured by you, what do you think you are? Gentlemen, times have changed. On my Dragon Kingdom's territory, if you do not abide by my Dragon Kingdom's laws, there is no need for you to exist. You can safely cower here because you're strong? No, it's because there are thousands of soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom fighting in blood on the front line. And if you dare to mess around in the back, you'll have to bear the wrath of the Dragon Kingdom. Plain words that echoed throughout the entire heaven and earth, seemingly without any emotions arising, were inexplicably palpitating. If they were ordinary people, when they heard these words they might still feel some remorse, but Chen and the other dragon sect powerhouses didn't have the slightest bit of remorse, and what they had was merely cold and merciless killing intent. Dragon Kingdom? That's bull. Daring to bully my dragon sect like this, not only you, but the entire Dragon Kingdom, will have to pay the price for your capriciousness. You're right, times have changed, but one thing hasn't. That is, only the strong are qualified to control all order. Chen's face was icy cold. His words were filled with endless mockery, and a strong aura violently burst out from him, the peak pressure of a true king, like a brilliant heavenly might, covering the entire battlefield. Not only him, but Chong and other dragon sect powerhouses also exploded their own auras. For a time, the entire heaven and earth was windy, and an unspeakable oppression swept through the 8 directions. Even Xia Pinggu and the others who were battling in the distance were affected, and they couldn't help but stop their hands. As Chen's roar exploded, Chen and the others struck out, either smashing out with their fists, chopping with their swords, or slashing horizontally with their knives. Fist awnings, blade lights, sword shadows. Dozens of attacks like a raging wind and rain, bombarded towards Chen Xuan. Even from a long distance away, one could feel the horror of those attacks. The entire void under these attacks were distorted in a manner that could be seen with the naked eye, wisps of cracks spreading out. But the next moment, a scene that made Chen and the others horrified appeared, only to see that Chen Xuan stood in the air, blandly extending his right hand and clenching his fist to slam it out. This punch, which was flat and seemingly didn't have the slightest amount of power surging out, but its speed was like running thunder, fast to the extreme, and in just an instant it collided with the attack of Chen and the others. One side of the might of the heavens, a party as plain as water, seemingly far apart from the two sides. After the collision, but both obliterated, the collision center, the only point of starbursts appeared. How? Zuo-chan and the others' pupils shrunk in unison, and they exclaimed in disbelief. That strike just now, these people of theirs could all have struck out with anger. Although it was not considered to be their full strength, it was still considered to be a strike of their full power. Even if it was a strong person at the same level as them, it was impossible for them to be able to block it. Even a top Heaven's Pride level peak true king powerhouse wouldn't be able to take their joint strike so easily. Buzz! While Zuo-chan and the others froze, Chen Xuan did not froze. His entire person shifted shape and appeared beside a dragon sect elder in an instant. His fist wrapped in a shocking force and fiercely blasted down. That dragon sect elder, although he had the strength of a mid-king realm, Chen Xuan's speed was simply not something he could react to. And in just an instant, his consciousness was plunged into darkness. And in the eyes of the outsiders, Chen Xuan's fist smashed out, and that dragon sect elder directly exploded like a firework of blood, causing those dragon sect disciples to tremble in fear. Bang! Chen Xuan's figure swayed one after another. Each appearance meant that a dragon sect elder was taken away. No matter what level of cultivation, no one could carry Chen Xuan's punch. Even the peak of the king realm was as obliterated as a bubble under Chen Xuan's punch. In just a few short breaths, the dozen or so elders who had originally appeared with Zuo-chan and the others had died tragically, and those who were still by Zuo-chan's side today were only the vice sect master, Right Chong, as well as the grand elder and the other 4 dragon sect elders at the peak of the king realm. Damn you! This change caused Zuo-chan and the others to surge with rage, their gazes reddening as they stared at Chen Xuan, and while they appeared to be enraged, what flickered in the depths of their eyes was panic. How could they not expect Chen Xuan's strength to be terrifying to such an extent? At the first moment Chen Xuan struck out, they had already discovered it, especially the 2 true kings, Zuo-chan and Right Chong, who had clearly seen Chen Xuan appear beside the dragon sect elder. But what caused them to panic was that even if they had discovered it, they were incapable of stopping Chen Xuan. That divine speed was beyond the reach of even them, and they could not even detect Chen Xuan's trajectory of movement. At this time, even Zuo-chan and the others couldn't help but feel remorseful. If they had known that the Dragon Kingdom was so strong, they should have gathered other forces and strangled the Dragon Kingdom regardless. Chapter 106 Saint Exalted One solves the everlasting dragon. Boom! The endless anger made Zuo-chan and the others not want to bother with anything else. The only thing in their hearts was to tear the Chen Xuan in front of them to pieces, and then go to the Dragon Kingdom, destroying the entire Dragon Kingdom to avenge those dead dragon sect disciples. Zuo-chan and Right Chong went all out, and a vast cavern stretching for nearly 100 miles presented itself, like 2 rounds of vast suns, hanging high above the dome of the sky, a terrifying pressure, dropping down from the dome of the sky, collapsing space. However, wherever they were within the cave sky's shroud, other than Chen Xuan, the rest of them were all hunched down, their bodies unable to stop trembling as cold sweat flowed out from their foreheads and dripped onto the ground. Even if it was just the cave heaven pressure, it was not something that an idle king realm could easily resist. At this moment on the battlefield, there were no other battles. Everyone, all of them, stared at the sky. Many dragon sect powerhouses, their faces were excited, as if they wanted to watch their elders tear Chen Xuan apart, while Xia Pinggu and the others, their faces were grave. Even if they had already broken through the king realm, a battle at this level was not something they could easily intervene in, and any collision between the 2 sides could easily tear them apart. On the battlefield, Chen Xuan looked at the 2 great cavernous heavens in the firmament, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up in a sneer. If it was before, he might not have been able to withstand the might of the cave heaven, but the first major consummation of the dragon pattern body refining technique had made his physique incomparably strong, coupled with the breakthrough in the limits of the human body. At this moment, although he was still at the pinnacle of the king realm, his true battle power was already comparable to that of a legendary saint exalted level powerhouse. A single punch is the power of 2,000 dragons. Who can resist? Bang! In the midst of the crowd's shocked gazes, Chen Xuan's figure shifted, appearing in an instant above those 2 great cave heavens, his hands stretched out, clenching his fists and slamming them down, just like the twin dragons coming out of the sea, the terrifying power converging into a vast fist, resembling the fall of stars, falling straight towards those 2 great cave heavens. At the same time, the chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword appeared in his hand. The power of the laws of space and the laws of gold filled the air, and 2 swords chopped out one after another. The Spirit Vault Sword chop as well as the Gung Jin chop erupted with a brilliant light, following the 2 fist-ons, and fell towards those 2 great cave heavens. Even from a long distance away, one could feel the ferocity of the attack that Chen Xuan had erupted, and just a slight perception of it caused the 2 dragon sect vice masters, Zuo-chan as well as Right Chong, to change their faces. Boom! The 2 of them glanced at each other, Their faces all surged with gravity, and the power in their bodies continuously flowed out, crazily surging into the two great cave heavens. The cavernous sky that had obtained the power of the two instantly blossomed with radiant light, colliding with the twin fists and twin swords that had erupted from Chen Xuan. Bang! Deafening roars resounded in all directions. Rolling impacts raged in all directions, and the entire dome of the sky seemed to be bombarded by some sort of gigantic force, collapsing down in pieces. Biffed! In the smoke and dust, Suichan and Right Chang's faces changed, violently spewing out a mouthful of blood, with unbelievable colors in their eyes. They were able to feel that the cavernous sky that they had manifested had shattered. One punch and one sword, and it shattered their cavernous sky? What kind of monster is this? At this moment, these two dragon sect vice masters finally realized that they had incurred an enemy that could not be incurred. There's no way out. We can only forcefully awaken the sect master. Suichan looked at Right Chong and sighed out softly. The moment the cavernous sky shattered, he knew that they were not Chen Xian's match at all. And as unbelievable as it was, they had to admit it. They had managed to survive until now, relying on not only the power of the dragon sect, but also caution. If you lose, you have to admit it. Of course, the two only felt that they had lost, but not the dragon sect. Right Chong, who was on the side, nodded gruffly at his words. Bang! Only, when they had just made the decision, a figure appeared in front of them, and the two of them didn't even have time to react. They were directly blown away by a punch, with blood gushing out of their mouths, and the whole person, like a cannonball, ruthlessly smashed into the ruins, lifting a piece of the originally tattered and torn rubble directly off the ground. Ahem! In the ruins, the two men chattered blood, their faces pale and grim as they staggered up from the ground. They looked miserable, their bodies stained with blood, their entire chests collapsed, and if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be impossible to imagine that these were two true king-level powerhouses. Consequently, this scene caused everyone present to fall silent. Many dragon sect disciples, their faces flickered with shock. How could they not believe that their two vice sect masters were so unimpressive, fighting two against one, and were even easily defeated? One must know that the two vice sect masters were both true king-level powerhouses. When the new era had just begun, shouldn't a true king-level powerhouse be looking out of the corner of his eye, invincible with me? How could that district of the Central Plains possess such a terrifyingly powerful person? It's unbelievable. You are indeed strong, but that's where it ends. With your talent, if you were to hold back, perhaps Dragon Sect, might actually be destroyed by you, but today you will definitely die. Suichan covered his chest as his eyes gazed at Chen Xian, killing intent bursting forth as he spoke in a chilling voice. As the words fell, he simply ignored Chen Xian's reaction, forcibly enduring the injuries within his body. His hands hooked up one after another, and beside him, Right Chong did the same. In an instant, a strand of arcane inscriptions spread out from between their hands, intertwining and entwining in midair before violently shooting towards the depths of the ruins. Chen Xian stood in the air, quietly watching the two men's movements, and did not make a move to stop them. In fact, he couldn't stop it. His strength, although enough to easily crush these two true king powerhouses, would take quite a bit of time to kill them, and that time would be enough for the two to accomplish what they wanted to do. Boom! About 10 breaths later, an extremely terrifying might violently burst out from the depths of the Dragon Gate ruins. When this might appeared, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have stood still, as if everything, before the might, needed to kneel down. When Xia Pinggu and the others felt this terrifying pressure, all of their faces changed, their entire bodies involuntarily fell from the void, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and even the formation spirits that erupted from the Green Dragon Legion as well as the Vermilion Bird Legion directly shattered apart, as if they were fireworks. Biffed! All the members of the two legions sprayed out a mouthful of blood in unison. Their faces were pale, they couldn't see anyone at all, they only felt an unimaginable pressure, just like a 10,000 feet huge mountain, suppressing on them, making them unable to move. Buzz! An inexplicable ringing sound exploded throughout the entire heaven and earth as a silhouette silently appeared above the depths of the ruins of the Dragon Sect's compound. And with a single step, he arrived above the battlefield. The person who came, white hair, an ancient robe, eyes deep and sharp, looks old, but his body is straight as a pine. See you, Sect Master. Suichan and the others lowered their heads and bowed. A respectful voice echoed throughout the entire heaven and earth. The person who came was none other than the strongest person in the entire dragon sect, the dragon sect master Xiaochonglong, known as the Long Dragon Saint Zun in the ancient times, an existence that had opened up the great dragon sect with his own strength. Chapter 107: A Battle in the Starry Sky. Xiaochonglong stood with his hands behind his back, not bothering with Zuoqian and the others, but instead casting his gaze towards Chen Xuan, surveying him for a little while. A flash of surprise could not help but spread across his face. The peak of the King Realm can destroy my dragon sect to such an extent? You very good. A gentle voice came out from Xiaochonglong's mouth, and it was impossible to tell that he had any anger at all. Instead, it was filled with praise. This scene was not unexpected by Zuoqian and the others. They raised their eyes to look at Chen Xuan. Their gazes showed pity. They knew very well that the gentler the sect master was, the more miserable Chen Xuan would be. If he was furious, Chen Xuan's fate, on the contrary, could be a little better. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly as he quietly looked at Xiaochonglong. This fellow was considered to be the strongest enemy that Chen Xuan had faced since the advent of the mythic era, and was not even comparable to the test subjects on the 90th floor of the Human Emperor Mystic Realms Trial Tower. When this person had just appeared, Chen Xuan sensed his rank, which was sufficiently high to reach the peak of the early Legendary Saint Exalt stage, half a foot into the mid-Legendary Saint Exalt stage. Such strength was not something that could be compared to the 80% Saint Exalted strength illusion at the Trial Tower, and even the Chen Xuan at this moment could not help but feel an extremely strong pressure. But more than that, it was wariness. At this moment, his potential had been completely developed, and his strength had reached the limit of the King Realm, but Chen Xuan always had a feeling that at this moment, he was not yet able to resist the true king's tribulation that he was about to face. Therefore, he wanted to try and see if the pressure of an overpowering opponent could make him break through again, transcending the limits of the limits and reaching a point where no one had ever been before. Star 1. With this thought, Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow towards Xiaochonglong and spoke in a condensed voice. The power of a Saint Exalted level was terrifyingly terrifying. Even if it was fought at a high altitude, it was enough to spread to the Dragon Kingdom, and at that time the entire Dragon Kingdom would surely suffer an unimaginable disaster. Ha! Your courage is truly admirable to me. Back then, if the old man had the courage like you, perhaps his achievements today would be far more than that. A flash of surprise surged on Xiaochonglong's face, smilingly looking towards Chen Xuan. His gaze filled with appreciation. If one were to look at the two men's behavior alone, one would not be able to tell that they were hostile at all. Instead, they were as good as old friends. Chen Xuan shrugged his shoulders and did not open his mouth again, his gaze fixed on Xiaochonglong. The battle intent that permeated out from his body could be felt even from a long distance away, a battle intent that could even affect a person's heart and mind, causing those around him, too, to involuntarily want to fight. Perhaps sensing this battle intent, Elder Xie shook his head and sighed softly. Just as well, I'll fulfill you once. With your qualifications, even though you only have a cultivation at the peak of the King Realm, you are still considered qualified to fight with Old Man. Strangling a supreme celestial pride with one's own hands is also a novel experience for the old man. As the words fell, Xiaochonglong disappeared without a trace, and along with him, there was also Chen Xuan. With the disappearance of the two people, the pressure that was almost suffocating also dissipated, and the entire heaven and earth once again regained its calmness. Zuoqian and the others lightly exhaled, and with some palms of their hands, they pulled out several healing pills and directly swallowed them into their stomachs. While refining the medicinal power in their bodies and repairing their injuries, they looked at Xia Pinggu and the others and laughed sorrowfully. Your dependence is doomed to die, but you need not worry, for in a moment you will go down to be with him. The entire Dragon Kingdom, too, will pay the price for your foolishness. A cold and gloomy laughter resounded in these ruins, and a cold killing machine was like a gale that swept through the 8 directions, causing one to shudder. Xia Pinggu and the others gathered together and looked at Zuoqian and the others with grave faces. Even if Zuoqian and the others were traumatized, a true king was a true king after all. It was still not something they could resist, and even more despairingly at this moment they were likewise not in their peak state. Despite their despair, they didn't have the slightest bit of fear. They were clear that it wasn't their battlefield that would truly determine the outcome of this war, but the battlefield above the stars. As long as Chen Xuan was able to triumph, even if they died, it would still represent a victory for the Dragon Kingdom. As soldiers, they have long had the idea of being loyal to the country in their hearts, and the only pity is that they can't see with their own eyes the Dragon Kingdom standing at the peak, and can't see with their own eyes the blooming years. War! Countless roars exploded in unison like thunder. The sound shook the entire heaven and earth. Xia Pingwu and the others, as well as the two major legions, all of them were battle-hardened, staring at Chen and the others with deadly intent. Their gazes, filled with determination, were also filled with madness. They had already put aside their own lives and deaths, and their only thought was to stall this group of people and prevent them from interfering with the battles in the stars or ravaging the Dragon Kingdom. Stupid griffins. Seeing the posture of Xia Pingwu and the others, Chen and the other dragon sect powerhouses laughed contemptuously, their eyes filled with disdain. At this moment, they simply did not place Xia Pingwu and the others in their eyes. For the Dragon Kingdom, to produce a Chen Xuan was already extremely heaven-defying, and it was impossible for another existence to appear that could stand up to them. Everything, it will be over. As these thoughts fell, they all moved, and an infinite killing machine centered on them. Enveloping the entire ruined battlefield, just this killing machine alone could cause powerhouses below the King Realm to fall and become walking corpses. Buzz! But just as Chen and the others were about to explode into an offensive and completely destroy Xia Pingwu and the others, an accident appeared. A layer of halo like a bubble, in a lightning-fast momentum, enveloped the entire ruined battlefield. Endless sword intent filled out, Dao sharp sword chi, as if a life-suppressing talisman. So that's Chen and others, all pupils shrunk. Where's the field? This field, why is it so terrifying? Only, it was destined that no one would be able to unravel the doubts in the hearts of Chen and the others. In the next moment when they were enveloped by the domain, they already had no time to care about Xia Pingwu and the others. All they could do was to destroy the endless sword chi that was surging around them. Outside the halo, Xia Pingwu and the others watched this scene, their eyes twitching at the corners of their eyes, their fists clenched in death. Again, they thought that by breaking into the King Realm, they would be able to make the Dragon Kingdom stronger, and they would be able to help the director, but they never thought that in the end, they would still need to rely on the director's protection in order to survive. They thought that they were already qualified to help Chen Xuan and hold up the huge mountain that was pressing down on his shoulders, but now it seemed that they still weren't qualified enough, and they couldn't even hold up the edge of the huge mountain. Lin Tong held the sharp sword, looked at the layer of halo, and then looked at the dome of the sky. Her whole heart couldn't stop twitching, and at this moment, she inexplicably had a strong heartache. From the beginning to the end, it was him who resisted alone, although the Dragon Kingdom helped him, but compared to his contribution, it was simply insignificant. He, more than being the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom, should also be the patron saint of the Dragon Kingdom. They didn't know what the outcome of this battle would be, and all they could do was stand here impotently, quietly waiting for the outcome to appear. A feeling that could truly drive one mad. Chapter 108, Yuan Demon Sect Seeking Golden Tickets. Himalayas. Lai Yu and the others stood upright on top of some kind of mountain, their eyes seeming to peer through the layers of obstacles to the vast country. What a rich land! A flash of infatuation appeared on the face of the second oldest beside Lai Yu as he spoke out with emotion. Don't worry, it won't take long for this land to become our territory. Lai Yu's eyes flashed through a wisp of essence, and he opened his mouth in a loud voice. News has come from within the clan that the Yuxian Underworld clan and the Cold Ice Sacred clan have agreed to join forces with us and attack the Dragon Kingdom together. This time, each of the three clans will send out a sacred ancestor, and the Dragon Kingdom will surely be destroyed. When Lai Yu's words fell, the remaining few strong men of the Blazing Winged Lion clan, who had excited faces, chimed in. With the sacred ancestor making a move, this time, the Dragon Kingdom definitely won't be able to stop it. Once we destroy the Dragon Kingdom, it will be impossible for the other indigenous nations to hold us back, and at that time, this new world will surely become the possession of my Flaming Winged Lion clan. Unfortunately, it will have to be divided with the other two clans. It can't be helped. It's too much of a loss for us alone to eat this new world the hard way. While several strong members of the fiery winged lion race were discussing, Lai Yu suddenly frowned and fiercely looked somewhere into the void, coldly shouting, "Since your excellency is here, why don't you show yourself?" As soon as these words fell, the remaining few Blazing Winged Lion clan powerhouses instantly tightened their bodies and looked around vigilantly. Not long after, a figure shrouded in black robes suddenly appeared in front of Lai Yu and the others, and the aura that permeated out from his body caused Lai Yu and the others to look grave. "True King Realm? What is your honor?" Lai Yu's gaze was fixed on the black-robed man as he inquired in a deep voice. The few of them were only at the peak of the King Realm, and they couldn't be more vigilant when facing a true King Realm powerhouse. "What people, you don't have to care. This seat is here to cooperate with you." A hoarse voice came out of the black-robed man's mouth, causing Lai Yu and the others to be shocked. Anyone who faced a stranger who suddenly ran over to ask for cooperation would be wary, and if it wasn't for the fact that this mysterious person had true king cultivation, they would have blown him away long ago. How would your excellency like to cooperate? Lai Yu still didn't dare to be too stiff, and inquired in a gruff voice. They were backed by the fiery winged lion clan, but there were only a few of them here, so if they were too wild, not only might their lives be in danger, but they would also invite an unknown enemy to the fiery winged lion clan. Lai Yu, who could be assigned as the commander of the attack on the New World, was naturally not a stupid person. It's very simple, you guys continue your plans, and when the time comes, this seat will send people to help you, disintegrate from within, and help you attack the Dragon Kingdom. After this is accomplished, the forces behind the seat only need the 3 regions of Shenangjia, Kunlun Mountain, and Taihang Mountain Range. When the mysterious man's words fell, Lai Yu's few people looked at each other and directly fell silent. They had thought of many possibilities, but they had never thought that this mysterious person had come to seek their cooperation in overthrowing the Dragon Kingdom. Is it too much to look down on Rukoku? With the 3 of their clans joining forces, not to mention other ranks of powerhouses, the 3 legendary saint ancestors alone would be enough to bulldoze the Dragon Kingdom several times over. Does your excellency think too highly of the Dragon Kingdom? Thinking that, Lai Yu directly inquired out loud. The map of the entire Dragon Kingdom had been studied thoroughly by them, and the 3 areas that the mysterious man had mentioned, which they also knew, were nothing compared to the vast Dragon Kingdom territory. It was just that dividing the cake between the Xianyu Underworld clan and the Cold Ice Sacred clan had already caused them quite a physical pain. So where would they be willing to have another mysterious force to divide the cake? Besides, the Dragon Kingdom wasn't worth their caution. A frog at the bottom of a well. Facing Lai Yu's inquiry, the black-robed man snorted coldly, his words filled with disdain. At the time when Lai Yu and the others dared to be angry, the black-robed man continued. The power that the Dragon Kingdom possesses is simply not something that you and others can speculate on, and what has appeared so far is nothing more than a newcomer to this era, and a lot of powerful forces have been left over from previous eras, only that they are all hidden. But as the concentration of aura increases, those hidden forces will also show up, and these forces are the real opponents. As far as this seat is currently aware of among the several forces, all of them possess at least legendary saint exalted level powerhouses. This seat can say with certainty that there are at least no less than 20 legendary saint exalt powerhouses among the hidden powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom. In that case, do you still think you can take the Dragon Kingdom? The black-robed man's words were very plain, but in the ears of Lai Yu and the others, they were like thunder, shaking them to the core. How is that possible? Lai Yu and the others' faces were horrified. Even if they heard it with their own ears, they still felt that this black-robed man's words were like a fantasy. But would a powerful true King Realm Master come to tease them on purpose? At least 20 legendary saint exalted powerhouses, such strength had already surpassed any of the foreign races in the desolate domain, and even if it was the strongest 10 saint exalted at the top would be remarkable. After the shock, Lai Yu and the others couldn't help but sweat coldly, and their gazes towards the black-robed man showed a touch of gratitude. If it wasn't for this mysterious person, they really didn't dare to imagine the consequences after they made their move to invade the Dragon Kingdom. If they caused those 20 saint-exalted powerhouses to make a move, even if the 3 clans had poured out their nests, it would be impossible to stop them. At that time, it would not be them overthrowing the Dragon Kingdom, but the Dragon Kingdom overthrowing them. However, don't worry. The forces behind the seat are also allied with several forces, so if you're willing to cooperate, there's at least a 70% certainty of taking down the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing the black-robed man's words, Lai Yu hesitated for a moment and inquired through clenched teeth. Senior is also from the Dragon Kingdom, right? Why would you be? As the commander of the New World Blazing Winged Lion clan, Lai Yu was not so much as to be swept away by the benefits. It was definitely not simple for the Dragon Kingdom to have so many powerful people, and this mysterious person himself was also a person from the Dragon Kingdom. In case it was just a trap, then the 3 of their clans, they would be completely cold. To cooperate in such a way was no longer something he could decide on. Not even the Patriarch was qualified, and it was only the Sacred Ancestor who had the qualifications to cooperate with this group of people. You can look at the forces of the Dragon Kingdom as 2 factions, both of which have a grudge, and the forces behind the seat want to use you to put an end to the grudge once and for all. The rest, you don't need to know. You only need to bring the seat's words to your clan's old ancestor. Whether you want to cooperate or not, 3 days later, give this seat an answer. The black-robed man swept a glance at Liu and spoke out faintly. Got it. Since your excellency wants to cooperate, can you tell us the name of the power behind you? Liu nodded and asked in a gruff voice. If it was just the fiery-winged lion clan itself, even if the benefits were great, it would not be possible to cooperate with this mysterious person. After all, the forces behind them were too mysterious, and cooperating with them was tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger, and if one wasn't careful, one would be eaten up to the extent that not even crumbs were left. But with the three clans joining forces, even if the forces behind this mysterious man were strong enough to swallow the three of them, they would still have to weigh their options. Yuan Demon Sect. Chapter 109 Cloud Dragon Realm requesting golden votes. Bang! The starry sky, dreamy and vast, a star, like a pearl, illuminates the dim universe, making this dark universe with colorful light. And today, a terrifying battle erupted in this tranquil starry sky. Silent roar like ripples, resonating in all directions, visible to the naked eye shock waves, as if a tornado, wantonly destroying everything around. In this impact, any meteorite will be obliterated. In the area where Mars was located, the two figures clashed together crazily, and with each move, they were able to set off a shocking storm. These two figures were none other than Chen Xuan and the Lord of the Dragon Sect, Xia Changlong. At this moment, Chen Xuan was wearing the Chaotic Emperor Dragon armor and holding the Chaotic Emperor Dragon sword, his sword aura bursting out all around him, as if the sword god was approaching the dust in a majestic manner. I didn't expect that your strength could reach such a level at the peak of the King Realm. It really impresses me. To be honest, old me is really a bit reluctant to kill you. Opposite Chen Xuan, Xia Changlong stood with his hands folded, his profound gaze gazing at Chen Xuan, his face filled with appreciation. The collision just ended. Although it was only his exploratory attack, Chen Xuan's ability to block it without any injuries despite being at the peak of the King Realm was something that he had not expected at all, and if it were any other true king, he would have died under his attack just now. With a cultivation at the peak of the King Realm, he had erupted with a strength infinitely close to that of a legendary Saint Exalt. Such an astonishing talent was something that even Xia Changlong, who had lived for 2 eras, had never seen before. Back then, the ancient civilization that was glorious to the extreme had not even seen a heavenly pride as terrifying as this. As long as you make a soul oath and return to my dragon sect, not only will I let you live, I will also do my best to cultivate you and even make you the next generation of Dragon Sect's sect master. Today's Dragon Sect, said strong, is also strong, but compared to other ancient forces but still a lot worse, almost all rely on him alone to support. In the final analysis, it is the Dragon Sect green and yellow. There is not enough heavenly pride against the heavens. Although they managed to escape the ancient catastrophe and pass down their legacy peacefully, they also suffered a lot of costs. For example, if they want to recruit new disciples, they can only do so in the Dragon Sect, and once a heavenly pride doesn't appear within the Dragon Sect, the Dragon Sect of their generation will definitely suffer a great loss of strength. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dragon Sect's heritage wasn't weak, the Dragon Sect at this moment wouldn't be able to possess such strength. Thus, after seeing Chen Xuan's such natural talent, Xia Changlong really couldn't help but be moved. With Chen Xuan's talent, if he could truly grow up, he would definitely be able to hold up the banner of the Dragon Sect and carry the Dragon Sect forward completely. In the face of Xia Changlong's solicitation, Chen Xuan replied in a friendly manner with a phrase of nationalism. Even Xia Changlong, a person of the ancient civilization, understood this national essence, and his entire face immediately sank. The killing chance in his eyes could no longer be contained. Great! Since you don't know the heights of heaven, then I will fulfill you. The Xia Changlong, who has always been calm and quiet, was directly broken by this sentence of nationalism. And I have to say that the beautiful nationalism, the power is really big. Boom! The might of the peak of the early stage of the legendary Saint Exalted was unreservedly erupted by Xia Changlong, and with him at the center, the void within a 100-mile radius instantly distorted in a manner visible to the naked eye as if it couldn't withstand the pressure of his might. A round of light and shadow like a vast sun rose up from behind Xia Changlong. The sound of the dragon roaring and tiger whistling ignored the vacuum field and reverberated in all directions, and it was vaguely visible that there was a scaly dragon roaring in that light and shadow. This was none other than Xia Changlong's realm, the Cloud Dragon Realm. With its own laws, it condensed the dragon shadow and transformed it into a realm, and when the enemy was enveloped, not only did they have to suffer from Xia Changlong's realm suppression, but they also had to suffer from the attack of the dragon shadow as well as Xia Changlong himself. Only nowadays, Xia Changlong had only condensed 3 augur dragons, and when he truly condensed 9 dragon shadows, that would be the time when he reached legendary Saint Exaltation perfection. Of course, even if there were only 3 augur dragons, their power was terrifyingly incomparable because contained within these 3 augur dragons were all of Xie Changlong's laws, and the strength that could be erupted was almost 80% of Xie Changlong's main body. Relying on the Cloud Dragon realm, Xie Changlong could definitely be called a top-notch powerhouse even in the realm of peak early-stage legendary Saint Exalt. It would be an honor in your life to die in the middle of old man's Cloud Dragon realm. Since I became famous, you are the first peak king realm to die in the Cloud Dragon realm. Looking at Chen Xuan, who was enveloped by the Cloud Dragon realm, Xie Changlong's demeanor was relaxed as he spoke out in pity. In his opinion, there was no way Chen Xuan could withstand his Cloud Dragon realm, and it was considered remarkable of him if he could last for a few minutes. The district realm is just a realm, and you want to kill me too? Old dog, you talk too much. Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he snorted out coldly. Without waiting for Xie Changlong to react, he directly exploded. Emperor Dragon Hegemony activation, Sword Mind activation, Red Inferno Furnace activation. After adding a wave of status, Chen Xuan didn't hesitate to cast the 13 series domain, a field that was thousands of miles long and even overshadowed understanding Elder Dragon's Cloud Dragon realm. Not only that, the 13 system domains that joined the Law of Force had become extremely terrifying, and the strength of their domains was not even the slightest bit weaker even if they were to clash hard with the Cloud Dragon realm. Spatial system obliteration, ice system freezing, thunder bombardment, dark system ablation, light system sword rain, force system fist seal. 13 systems of attacks instantly erupted in the entire domain. A variety of attacks directly let the 3 major augur dragons of the Yunlong realm even rush to the front of Chen Xuan couldn't do it, and was directly by those terrifying attacks dragged down. 13 lineage domains? How is that possible? This scene shocked Xie Changlong so much that he almost bit his own tongue off, those deep eyes almost bulging out, his entire body even trembling continuously due to the extreme shock. Just at the peak of the king realm, he was able to comprehend the 13 systems of laws. Such an appalling comprehension was simply unheard of. The most frightening thing was still Chen Xuan's age. To know each system of law perception are incomparably difficult. Unusual people want to sense a system of laws all need to spend a long time, and even some people throughout their lives cannot sense a system of laws. Even if the talent is outstanding, energy is also limited. It is impossible to endlessly sense the power of the law. Can be under 50 years old, king realm level, on the sense of the power of the 5 systems of the law, can already be called the absolute generation of pride. More than 5 systems, each increase of a system are enough to shock the world. Back then, in that ancient era where the strongest people were like forests, the strongest human Emperor Shun, at the time of the King Realm, was only able to perceive the 9 systems of laws, and just this were known as the first pride of the human race that would be hard to come by in the ages. He really couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying talent and existence that had sensed the power of the 13 lineages of laws under the age of 50 and at the King Realm level would possess. In Xie Changlong's heart, a wave of remorse inexplicably arose at this moment. Chen Xuan's heavenly arrogance terrified him. What is impossible in your eyes is nothing but ordinary in mine. As the words fell, Chen Xuan's figure shifted and appeared directly behind Xie Changlong, and the chaotic Emperor Dragon's sword, which he held aloft, erupted with a brilliant radiance. Chapter 110 Fusion of Laws Requesting Golden Tickets. Bang! The overwhelming sword intent was mixed with berserk thunder, and it was uncheckly declared, and the sword on that flashed with thunder arcs, with unrivaled momentum, blatantly chopped towards Xie Changlong, and the entire void seemed to have been cut out of a huge mouth by this sword. After the power of the thunder laws had reached the consummate level, the might of the spirit vault sword slash had reached an extremely terrifying point, and with Chen Xuan's current strength, a single move of the spirit vault sword slash was enough to heavily injure any peak true king powerhouse. However, a legendary Saint Sovereign was a legendary Saint Sovereign after all, and its power had reached an incredible level, and the most terrifying of all was the arcane power after the metamorphosis of the laws. Thus, Chen Xuan's move, the Spirit Vault Sword Slash, which could easily destroy a peak true king, was easily destroyed in Xie Changlong's hands. You are indeed remarkable, but you will never be able to break through the gap between the King Realm and Saint Exalted. Perhaps in the eyes of commoners, the King Realm is very strong, but in the eyes of the old man, you are no different from a mole cricket. Below the Holy Father, all are mortal dust. Xie Changlong stood with his arms folded as he calmly looked towards Chen Xuan and spoke out indifferently. Merely, while he appeared calm on the surface, the killing intent towards Chen Xuan in his heart had risen to the point of no return. Chen Xuan's qualifications were too terrifying, so terrifying that Xie Changlong could no longer tolerate Chen Xuan's continued existence. To be an enemy of this kind of terrifying heavenly pride, one would either have to fight tooth and nail to kill him, or wait for retribution in the coming days. As the head of a sect left over from an ancient civilization to the present, Xie Changlong had seen too many tales in ancient books, and those forces that had offended the heaven's pride were all high-minded and arrogant, while letting the tiger return to the mountain, leading to regrets. There is no way he could have made that mistake. Since the hatred was irrevocable, Chen Xuan must die, and no one could save him. Boom! Thinking like this, Xie Changlong no longer hesitated, and fully exploded his own aura. The terrifying legendary saint exalted might induced the entire starry sky to be in turmoil, and on top of his fists, at some point, a pair of gloves had already appeared. Dragon Fist Gloves, legendary quality divine soldier. The dragon sect's town treasure left over from the ancient times. Only the sect master can control it. Since achieving the legendary saint exaltation, this was the first time Xie Changlong had utilized the dragon in fist gloves. Enough to see the importance he placed on Chen Xuan, or enough to see his determination to kill Chen Xuan. If someone had told him in the ordinary course of events that a hallowed legendary saint sovereign would have to go all out to kill a peak king realm, he would have inevitably disdained it. After all, looking at the world, which peak of the king realm could block a punch from a legendary saint sovereign? Or rather, which peak of the king realm was worthy of a legendary saint sovereign's serious swing? No. Under the heavens, Xie Changlong had only met Chen Xuan. Roar! As Xie Changlong poured his power into his fists, a soul-stirring dragon's roar instantly exploded in the starry sky, and even Chen Xuan was momentarily disoriented due to the sound of this dragon's roar. It was this momentary lapse of concentration that Xie Changlong instantly struck out. Bang! Only to see his two fists smashed out, as if double dragons came out of the sea. The horrifying fist-ons transformed into two dragon shadows, roaring towards Chen Xuan with teeth and claws. Chen Xuan, who was facing these two dragon shadows directly, not only was he faced with the crushing power of the fists, but his entire mind and soul were also faced with the intrusion of the dragon power, which could be described as a double oppression of both the physical body and the spirit. It was also that Chen Xuan was born with a powerful soul, coupled with breaking through the limits of the king realm as well as practicing the dragon mark body refinement technique. Whether it be the spirit or the physical body, it was far beyond the ordinary. Otherwise, just by virtue of this double oppression, it would be enough to press Chen Xuan to the point where he was unable to move. Time reverse sword formation. In the face of this overpowering oppression, Chen Xuan did not hesitate to utilize his time-based vocational skill, and under the influence of the time reversal sword formation, the double punches that were originally as fast as thunder were instantly delayed, and Chen Xuan took advantage of this moment to utilize the laws of space to move to the other side, avoiding this horrifying punch. Gangjin Chop. After avoiding it, Chen Xuan erupted several occupational skills one after another, chopping at the two fist seals as a means of resisting them, while at the same time, his figure flickered and appeared on the side of Xie Changlong, his body power erupting with full force as the dark occupational skill Dark Prison overturning chopped out without hesitation. After chopping out the sword, Chen Xuan did not stop, but continued to chop out the light profession skill Universal Illumination of the Eight Directions. The two sword-ons were chopped out almost at the same time. Moreover, the power that Chen Xuan had instilled into the two skills was exactly the same. It didn't take long for a bizarre scene to appear, only to see that the Dark Prison Obliteration and Universal Light 8 were suddenly intertwined in the process of moving forward, light and darkness constantly entwined, colliding with each other to repel each other, but with some kind of inexplicable attraction. When these two sword-ons representing light and darkness chopped in front of Xie Changlong, they had completely fused together to form a huge black and white sword-on, and the sword might that erupted from it far exceeded the two sword-ons that were there before. How is that possible? Originally, Xie Changlong, who was still careless, after feeling the terror of the black and white sword-awnings, his face instantly changed drastically, and not being able to think about anything else, he fully operated his body's power to resist this move. Bang! In an instant, a silent explosion swept through. The violent power was like a storm that swept in all directions, destroying all the meteorite belts suspended around. Even the Mars not far away was affected, and a large area of the barren Mars was affected as if it was blowing up a grade 10 tornado. On the battlefield, Xie Changlong's figure exploded back dozens of miles as he glanced at the blood-stained wounds on his arms, his face gloomy. His hallowed legendary Saint Exalt, who had gone all out against a peak king realm, was injured? If this were to be rumored, I'm afraid no one would dare to believe it. Suddenly, he recalled the abnormalities of Chen Xuan's moves that had previously erupted, and as if he had thought of something, His pupils shrank as he exclaimed out in disbelief, "Law fusion? No way. How could you possibly do law fusion?" Chen Xuan, who had heard Xie Changlong's voice of alarm, had a cold smile spread across his face. If he did not have such an undercurrent, even if he was as strong as he was, he would not have dared to say that he would be able to kill a legendary Saint Exalt. The law fusion was something he had comprehended after intense and constant battles in the Human Emperor Mystery Realm Trial Tower. To be precise, it was a killing move that he got after accidentally discovering it and taking the initiative to explore it. The so-called fusion of laws was the fusion of opposing laws together, thus evolving a completely new power, and this power, definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, its power was almost exponentially increased. For example, the moves that Chen Xuan had previously erupted into, the Dark Prison Obliteration and Universal Illumination of the 8 Directions, belonged to the fusion of the laws of light and the laws of darkness, and if both of these attacks had a power of 100%, the power of the fusion could reach 300% or even 500%. Of course, it wasn't that easy to fuse the laws. The premise of fusion must be the opposing laws completely comprehend. This alone can let an unknown number of people cannot catch up. Furthermore, the opposing laws have unimaginable repulsive. Want to fuse it is as difficult as heaven, a little careless but will hurt themselves. I don't know how many people wanting to fuse the laws, but those who can succeed are few and far between. Chapter 111. Killing a Saint Exalt in reverse begs for golden votes. So what if the laws are fused? Battle against a Holy Father? Delusional. After a short period of shock, Xie Changlong roared angrily, his fists blossoming with radiant light as he violently slammed down towards Chen Xuan. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar exploded in the middle of heaven and earth. And when the fist came out, it moved heaven and earth. The large fist on, like a star wanting to destroy the world, wrapped in astonishing might, unstoppable towards Chen Xuan, the domineering and unparalleled fist intent, as if it wanted to crush the sky down. Under this terrifying fist mane, even Chen Xuan felt great pressure, but he did not retreat and directly met it towards this fist mane. The chaotic Emperor Dragon's sword in his hand swung one after another, and densely packed sword chi swept out like a raging wind and rain. Bang! When the two collided together, an amazing explosion swept away. Two figures in this explosion, crazy collision, horrible waves destroyed everything around. As if two starry sky beasts in the collision, the might is amazing to the extreme. Wind and underworld striking fire hijack. A soundless roar spread out as Chen Xuan stood in the air, swinging out two sword awnings one after the other. And when they were about to collide with the unraveling dragon, these two sword awnings instantly fused together, erupting with astonishing might. Wind and Underworld Strike is a fusion of the Fire Skill Strike and the Wind Skill Wind and Underworld Strike. With the wind helping the fire, the power is infinite. The wind blades that seemed to cut through everything were mixed with hot flames, enveloping Xie Changlong with an unrivaled momentum. Damn! Xie Changlong cursed and did not dare to slow down. He fully operated the power in his body to resist, even as a legendary Saint Exalt. He could not get rid of this attack. He could only resist it hard, which made Xie Changlong very frustrated. Ka-ching! The wind blades and flames fell on Xie Changlong's defense shield at the same time, and the negative statuses such as cutting and erosion continued to be added, causing the defense shield that Xie Changlong had erupted out of to be unsustainable under the densely packed wind blades and flames. Bang! With a roaring explosion, Xie Changlong shattered the wind blades and fiery flames and emerged, his entire person already in a sorry state, his eyes as if they were spitting fire as he stared angrily at Chen Xuan. Come to die! The sound of roaring resounded. Xie Changlong was like a shapeshifter, instantly appearing beside Chen Xuan, both his fists blatantly smashing down. The strong fist force smashing two holes in the void. The legendary Saint Sovereign had been suppressed by a mere Peak King Realm fellow, and although he hadn't suffered any too serious injuries, it still made Xie Changlong feel humiliated. Thanks to the fact that it was in the middle of this uninhabited starry sky. If it was on the blue star, the prestige of his dragon sect master would be gone. Earthen wood cannon. In the face of Xie Changlong's anger-laden strike, Chen Xuan was calm beyond compare, and at the first moment, he executed a brand new skill fused from the Earth Profession skill Absolute Defense as well as the Wood Profession skill Tianmu Guanyin. Earth Profession skill plus Defense, Wood Profession skill plus Vitality. The fusion of the two was undoubtedly a heavenly match, coupled with Chen Xuan's own strong physique. Even the furious Xie Changlong was unable to destroy Chen Xuan's defense. Buzz! After blocking the blow, Chen Xuan disarmed the two skills at the first opportunity, and his entire body appeared behind Xie Changlong in an instant, the endless sword chi enveloping Xie Changlong like a storm. Chen Xuan would not be foolish enough to fight with Xie Changlong for strength, much less defend for long without attacking. In his opinion, the best defense was offense, especially when facing an existence like Xie Changlong whose cultivation was higher than his own. Once you choose to play defense, you will end up on the wrong end of the stick. How dare you! Dragon Tsunami Buster Fist. Xie Changlong, who was enveloped by the storm of sword chi, had a cold killing intent in his eyes. He could no longer tolerate Chen Xuan, the peak of the king realm, scurrying around himself, and this strike would surely put an end to him. At this moment, Xie Changlong truly erupted, domineering and unparalleled punching intent erupted out. Both fists were like the vast sun, blooming with brilliant light under this domineering punching might. The sword chi storms that Chen Xuan erupted out of were destroyed one after another. The infinite pressure subdued Chen Xuan on the spot, and the void around him couldn't even withstand this terrifying weight, twisting and turning with a gesture visible to the naked eye. As strong as Chen Xuan was, he felt a thick crisis of life and death under this overbearing fist might. In that case, let's decide the winner with one move. A cold aura flickered across Chen Xuan's eyes as he murmured secretly. If he were to dodge, he would be able to do so, but he had no intention of doing so, and a hard encounter with this move might be quite treacherous, but it was an opportunity. Chaos Demon Source Form. In the next moment, Chen Xuan directly consumed 50% of his own chi and blood to open the chaotic demon source form, increasing his power by 5 times. If a man is not ruthless, he is unstable. Spell it out. Chaos Divine Source Form. Conservatively, Chen Xuan once again turned on his second form, the chaotic divine origin form, consuming 30% of his soul power to increase his power by 5 times. It was worth mentioning that the chaotic divine origin form was an increase on top of the chaotic demonic origin form, which meant that at this moment, Chen Xuan was increasing his power by a full 25 times his own. The unprecedented power caused Chen Xuan's entire body to tremble, and he even felt that he couldn't even somewhat manage the surging power. Gung Jin, Li Fire, Tian Wood, Earth Royalty, Ice Seal, Chop. Chen Xuan didn't dare to be slow. His face was more serious than ever before. The power in his body continuously surged into the chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword, and when the clear and loud sound of the sword's chanting exploded, the 5 differently colored sword-ons instantly chopped out. This was the strongest killing move that Chen Xuan had condensed after he had sensed the fusion of the laws, a fusion of the 5 elements laws to form the 5 elements god-breaking chop. But of course, at this moment Chen Xuan had not comprehended the laws of the water system. However, it was fine to replace it with the water variant of the law of ice, only the fusion would be much more difficult than the normal fusion of the 5 elements. In the trial tower, Chen Xuan had spent far more time on the fusion of the 5 elements than earth, wood, wind, fire, light, and darkness. If he hadn't opened up the 2 major forms of his special talent, Chen Xuan wouldn't have dared to perform this move, and with his current native strength, he wouldn't have been able to support this move at all. Boom! Majestic power poured out. 5 sword-ons formed a pentagram-like shape and blasted towards Xie Changlong in unison. Their speed was unpredictable. Even a legendary Saint Zun powerhouse like Xie Changlong could not capture the trajectory of the sword-ons. When he was about to collide with Xie Changlong's fist, the 5 swords were united, and the 5 elements god-breaking chop came out in the world, and just the sharpness emitted from it directly shattered the attack that Xie Changlong had erupted, and then chopped straight towards Xie Changlong. Biffed! The terrifying sword-on penetrated through Xie Changlong's body, cutting through the dark universe, and landed on a huge meteorite far away, and in just an instant, the meteorite, which was hundreds of kilometers in diameter, shattered like fireworks, turning into particles that floated in the dim universe. No! No way! Xie Changlong looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief, and his entire body couldn't stop shaking. Chapter 112 10,000 Beasts Sorrow Together, Heaven and Earth Sorrow Together. Xie Changlong was no more, gone peacefully. Once his eyes were closed, his body exploded, like a firework. Not even a single bone dregs were left. It was called a clean, thorough. Biffed! Seeing this scene, Chen Xuan was instantly relieved, deflated. He could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood spraying out. His face swished and turned pale, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. A thick sense of weakness surged in, causing Chen Xuan to barely be able to control his fall into the void, and he swallowed several king-rank healing pills before he could barely stabilize himself. This time, although he managed to decapitate Xie Changlong, he himself also paid a small price. 50% of the blood and 30% of the soul force. If it were someone else, they would already be lying there at this moment, and it would take a lot of cost as well as time to subsequently recover. Of course, this payment was absolutely worth it for any peak king realm. An ordinary peak king realm, even if they put their lives on the line, would not be able to decapitate a legendary Saint Exalt powerhouse, or even injure a single hair on its head. Chen Xuan's reverse decapitation of a Saint Exalt with the king realm would be enough to shock the world when it was spread out, and even those of the Fei clan would have to be moved to scorn. Bang! While Chen Xuan was healing his wounds, Xie Changlong's cavernous sky also collapsed with Xie Changlong's fall, and channels of void turbulence then emerged, startling Chen Xuan into hastily avoiding it. Even Chen Xuan did not dare to easily touch the power of the void turbulence. However, although his person was retreating, the movements of his hands were not slow, grabbing those treasures that fell from the unraveling Changlong cave sky one after another. Those of average grade were directly twisted into smithereens by the void turbulence without waiting for Chen Xuan to grab them, and those that could be grabbed by Chen Xuan were basically high-grade treasures, at least at the true king level. Rumble! While Chen Xuan was scrambling to grab the Xie Changlong treasure, an ear-splitting thunderclap violently exploded in the starry sky. Rolling clouds of blood covered the sky, and uncountable divine beast silhouettes surged forth, wailing in unison as the entire starry sky was filled with an aura of sadness. This was a vision that only occurred when a legendary saint sovereign fell. All the beasts mourned together, and heaven and earth mourned together. Under the influence of this vision, even Chen Xuan, his heart inexplicably gave birth to a wave of sadness. At least it is also a legendary Saint Zun-level powerhouse. Giving a little respect is not excessive, just a few seconds of silence. Silence is silence. The action of rescuing the treasure cannot be stopped. It was unknown whether it was because Xie Changlong was the Dragon Sect's sect master or for some other reason. The treasures that Xie Changlong possessed were a massive amount, and even though the vast majority of the treasures had been destroyed by the void turbulence, it still allowed Chen Xuan to capture them for a full 10 minutes or so. Within these 10 minutes or so, Chen Xuan had salvaged at least hundreds of treasures, all of which were of a grade above the true king level, which was enough to imagine how terrifying Xie Changlong's collection was. During this period, Chen Xuan's injuries were also able to stabilize, and although his face was still pale, his overall strength had already recovered quite a bit, and the consumed qi and blood as well as his soul power in a short period of time would not be able to recover. After collecting the treasures, Chen Xuan did not hesitate any longer, and with a shake of his body, he sped towards the blue star. Meanwhile, in the Shenangjia, bang! In the chaotic sword domain, the roaring sound still continued, but compared to before, it was obviously reduced by a lot, while on the other side, Xia Pinggu and the others stood quietly, as if they were outsiders staring at the battle within the sword domain. However, if one were to look closely, one would be able to discover that underneath the calm exterior of Xia Pinggu and the others, there was a deep concern hidden. Damn! Why isn't that guy dead? Within the sword domain, Zuochen and many other dragon sect powerhouses roared out in resentment. At this moment, Zuochan and the others were in a sorry state, their bodies covered in wounds, shame as well as pain, making them annoyed, but more than that, they were terrified. In their opinion, Chen Xuan, a mere ant at the peak of the king realm, should quickly die out in the hands of the sect master, a legendary Saint Exalt powerhouse, and the domain that had enveloped them would break. But I didn't expect that after such a long time, this domain still existed. Did this not mean that Chen Xuan was still alive? How is this possible? How could a mere peak of the king realm sustain for so long in the hands of a legendary Saint Exalt level powerhouse? For some reason, Zuochan and the others had a strong uneasiness in their hearts at the moment. No way! No way! Sect Master is a legendary Saint Exalted powerhouse. That kid is only a mere peak of the king realm. It's absolutely impossible for him to be Sect Master's opponent. Seemingly comforting himself, Zuochan uttered his voice repeatedly, but the panic in his words could not be concealed. Rumble! Just at this moment, the entire sword domain suddenly underwent a drastic change. The sound of roaring was heard in all directions, and in the sky above the sword domain, countless sword chi surged, as if it was like blowing the zither of the death incantation, and the sharpness emitted made Zuochan and the others fall into an ice cave. Their bodies all involuntarily stiffened, and endless panic surged in their hearts. This change in the sword domain was undoubtedly confirming that their sect master had truly lost. No way! Zuochan roared up to the sky unwillingly, his hideous face filled with despair. Buzz! Just as this unwilling roar of Zuochan fell, the sword chi in the dome of the sky suddenly resounded with a burst of clear and loud sword chants, and countless sword chi, like a downpour of rain, fell down with a roar. This terrifying scene caused all the dragon sect powerhouses that were enveloped by the sword domain to despair. Among them, there were more than 10 kings plus 2 true kings, but they couldn't even break the domain of a peak king realm, and now they were about to die under each other's domain? What a ridiculous scene is this? Why has this world changed so much? Could it be that their era has really become a thing of the past? Are the people of the new era really that strong? These doubts became the last doubts in the lives of Chen and the others, and when that boom spread out, the chaotic sword domain dispersed with it, leaving nothing behind except for the pitted ruins on the ground. A figure, stepping out from the smoke, light footsteps, echoing in this silent ruined battlefield. Xia Pingwu and the others stared at the figure dead on, and when they saw the figure's face, everyone present burst into hot tears, their entire bodies trembling continuously due to the intense excitement. The Dragon Kingdom is invincible. The director is invincible. I don't know which soldier excitedly shouted out, followed by all the people all shouted in unison. The momentum of the sound is vast, shaking the 8 directions. In the distance, those remaining dragon sect disciples looked at that upright back. Their pupils were filled with panic as well as disbelief, their bodies trembling. Among them, there was that one dragon sect disciple who had condescendingly grabbed Lu Yu away, only that at this moment, he no longer had his previous condescending stance, and the only thing he had was in a state of distress as well as panic. After an hour, this general does not wish to see any of the dragon sect still alive. While the 2 legions as well as Xia Pingwu and the others were excited, Chen Xuan's indifferent voice violently sounded out, causing everyone's pupils to shrink before they didn't hesitate and rush towards those remaining dragon sect powerhouses. No one would feel that Chen Xuan was ruthless, because, if it wasn't for Chen Xuan this time around, the entire Dragon Kingdom would still not know what kind of ravages it would be subjected to by the dragon sect. Chapter 113 Huashan Chuanshan. An hour later, on the ruins, the 2 major legions stood straight, and in front of them was Xia Pingwu and the others, and even though they were drenched in blood at this moment, they were already looking at Chen Xuan, who stood in front of them with burning eyes and fervor. It was this young man, who was only in his 20s, who led them and overthrew an arrogant and powerful ancient power. The youth's power made everyone present worship him. Looking at the fervent gazes of each and every one of them in front of him, Chen Xuan's face was bland as he waved his hand. All of you, return to your respective defense lines in your town. In this overthrow of the dragon sect, although the 2 legions had suffered heavy damage, no one had died, which was extremely unbelievable in anyone's eyes. But in the eyes of the 2 legions, it was nothing, because behind them stood the entire Dragon Kingdom, the Chen Xuan who loved his soldiers like sons. In fact, if it weren't for Chen Xuan's deliberate guarding, at least 90% of those present would have to die in this battle. Of course, the Dragon Kingdom didn't lose everything. After all, it had consumed so much ammunition, but compared to the gains from the Dragon Gate's treasure trove, these losses were nothing at all. This time, killing a chicken to make an example of a monkey, it was thought that it would bring deterrence to those ancient forces. As the crowd left in an orderly fashion, Chen Xuan stood with his arms folded, narrowing his eyes slightly as he gazed at the ruins and thought darkly. If not for the fact that the Dragon Kingdom was still weak and still facing the invasion of powerful races from other realms, Chen Xuan would not have been willing to go to such extremes. After all, those ancient forces were deep and strong. If they could be subdued one by one, it would be enough to allow the Dragon Kingdom to grow in a short period of time. It was a pity that the Dragon Kingdom simply didn't have that much time to take in each and every one of them, and since these ancient powers, each one of them was high-minded and high-eyed, it wasn't that easy to take them in. Just one dragon sect was so arrogant, what about other, even stronger forces? If they weren't deterred by thunderous means, when these ancient forces truly came out, it would be enough to bring a huge impact to the Dragon Kingdom. With the internal and external problems, even with him, the Dragon Kingdom might not be able to hold on. A long way to go. Chen Xuan sighed lightly, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared without a trace. Outside of Shenangjia, all the major anchors looked at the army that was withdrawing one after another, with a touch of bewilderment on their faces. Is it over? What's going on? Did you win or not? Not only are these anchors, along with their respective live broadcasts, there are countless pop-ups inquiring, but unfortunately those anchors simply don't dare to go up and inquire. Even if there are people in the live broadcast abetting them, they don't have the guts. How could they dare to intercept these soldiers when the Dragon Kingdom in the past had placed an extremely high value on military operations, not to mention the fact that now, anyone who dared to obstruct military operations would be sanctioned by the law. After abetting uselessly, the people in the major live broadcasting rooms have flocked to the official blog of the Mythical Specialties Bureau, and in a short period of time, no less than millions of messages were left, and the heat was amazingly high. The Dragon Sect has been destroyed. Anyone who dares to bully a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, regardless of any force anyone, will be sanctioned by the Dragon Kingdom. About half an hour later, this dynamic appeared on the Mythical Specialization Bureau's official book, causing a huge stir. Dragon Nation is awesome. The Mythical Bureau of Specialization is awesome. A powerful and mysterious force, said to be extinguished, just for one person. This is my great dragon kingdom. I am fortunate to be a dragon countryman in this life. One comment after another appeared under this dynamic, and all the people of the Dragon Kingdom were talking about it with fervor, and countless people were proud of it. Just ask which country in the entire Blue Star countries can overthrow a powerful and mysterious force just for the sake of a single child of the district. Only the Dragon Kingdom. For a while, the hot-blooded subjects of the Dragon Kingdom flocked to the many deep mountains and ancient forests, hunting those mutated animals, all of them wanting to become stronger and then serve their country. Everyone understands that today's Blue Star is no longer the Blue Star of the past. This brand new era places more importance on strength. Even if there are still national laws that bind them, being strong at least protects you from bullying, while still being able to serve your country as well as earn greater wealth. Among them, the students of the 4 holy institutes are especially the most important. They were the first batch of people to enjoy professional awakening apart from the Dragon Kingdom's army, and the first batch of people to enjoy the new era's national policies. Coupled with their youthfulness as well as their fists to serve the country, their conviction of wanting to become stronger had never been seen before. Meanwhile, in the Qinling Mountains, a lofty and treacherous mountain peak stood like a lonely sword. Mount Hua, one of the 5 mountains, known as the world's first danger, the root of China's reputation, in today's dragon country. This is just a tourist attraction, but in the ancient times, here is a powerful force Chuanjin Taoist sect's residence. At the top of Mount Hua, under the seemingly scenic exterior, lies the entrance to the small world of the ancient power Chuanjin Taoist sect. A figure wearing modern clothing quietly appeared here. He came to a boulder before, gently patted, the void immediately rippled, followed by a crack that could only be passed by one person emerged. The person did not hesitate, directly stepped into the crack. Seems like a step away, but it's like 2 worlds apart. Behind the crack, there was a small world of about thousands of square kilometers, with beautiful landscapes and clouds, and pavilions hidden in the clouds, as if it was a fairyland. The dragon sect's quarters were as different as the sky compared to this. Right in the center of the main peak, the ancient and colorful hall towered over it, transmitting an ancient and majestic aura. And when that figure appeared before the hall, the door of the hall opened automatically. Disciple Chun Miaochong, sect master and the 7 elders. After stepping into the main hall, the figure bowed, and his respectful and loud voice echoed throughout the main hall. Directly facing the youth, it was the contemporary master of the whole body Taoist sect, Wang Zhenyang, and on both sides beside him were the 7 elders of the whole truth Taoist sect, which was undoubtedly more powerful compared to the dragon sect. The sect master Wang Zhenyang alone possessed the cultivation of a legendary Saint Exalt in the middle stage, while the 7 elders had all reached the peak of the true king, and that was only within the Great Hall. The true strength of the Quanjin Dao sect was simply beyond speculation. No need to be polite. How are you doing with your prying? What is the outside world like in this day and age? Wang Zhenyang waved his hand and inquired gently. Back to the door, master. Today's era is dominated by technology. Back in the day. Hearing the inquiry, this Chuanjin Taoist disciple did not dare to be slow, and hurriedly described the news he had found out one by one, and at the same time, he also took out the dozens of cell phones he had bought, one by one. Of course, since the Quanjin Dao sect was in a small world and not connected to the internet, these cell phones were currently extremely single-function. Even so, it made Wang Zhenyang and the others excited. After the basic background of the era was told, this Chuanjin disciple's words were given a beat, while Wang Zhenyang and the others understood that the main event had come, and each one of them sat upright and stared at this Chuanjin disciple with a serious face. Chapter 114: An opportunity to condense the law dragon marks. Whether it was the all-truth Taoist sect or any other ancient power, the current people were actually not the group of powerhouses from the ancient times, but rather the descendants of these powerhouses. They are located in a closed small world. The aura is sufficient, coupled with the inheritance of those ancient powerhouses, resulting in them being able to cultivate until now. For the ancient times of the Great Catastrophe, they have not actually seen with their own eyes, only from the ancient books have seen. Of course, certain extremely powerful forces are truly possessed of strong people who have survived to this day from the ancient era, only that these strong people are basically in the midst of dormancy, and it was the entire force back then that spent a great price to make them dormant and in a state of absolute stasis, preserving their lives and keeping them from falling due to the arrival of their great limitations. Forces that could do this in the ancient era were also definitely called the topmost forces, and the Quanjin Dao sect was such a force, and thus Wang Zhenyang and the others were far more aware of the horror of the great calamity than the other forces. Currently, the Middle Kingdom is ruled by a country called the Dragon Kingdom, and unlike the mountain and sea invasion recorded in the ancient texts, this invasion is of the world called the mythic era. I don't know if it's related to the mountain and sea, which I have not been able to explore. About 2 months or so ago, the mythic era invaded. The space-time channel opened. The heaven and earth changed drastically. The aura revived. The Dragon Kingdom was the first to learn of the news and raised its nation to resist. And now, the entire Dragon Kingdom has awakened as a whole, with tens of millions of troops, blocking not only the invasion of foreign beasts, but also the invasion of foreign races. When this disciple's words fell, Wang Zhenyang and the others' faces twitched in surprise. Oh, who is the strongest person in this Dragon Kingdom? What cultivation level? Originally they thought that the new era of the Middle Kingdom must not be able to block the invasion of foreign worlds, but did not expect the result is beyond their expectations. They can be sure that this Middle Kingdom, previously absolutely in the age of the end of the law, and now the new era opens just how long the other side will be able to block the invasion of beasts and even the foreign race. Although this had to do with the fact that the other world had not attacked in a big way, the fact that it could hold off the early attacks was enough to prove the power of the Dragon Kingdom. A Dragon Kingdom man named Chen Xuan, currently a 5-star general and head of the Mythic Special Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom. His exact cultivation is unknown, but he has killed several alien true kings with his own strength. It can be said that the entire Dragon Kingdom is basically supported by this person. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenyang and the others looked at each other and all of them narrowed their eyes. They had thought that the Dragon Kingdom was able to hold back the foreigners. It was the strongest of the entire kingdom, but they didn't expect that it was supported by one person. This person was able to block several sets of foreign invasions one after another. His strength must be extraordinary. Not long ago, Dragon Gate had. At the time of my disciple's return, the Dragon Kingdom had just overthrown the Dragon Sect, and the Dragon Sect's sect master, Xie Changlong, a legendary Saint Exalt-level powerhouse, fought with Chen Xuan in the starry sky, and was decapitated by Chen Xuan. What? At this moment, Wang Zhenyang and the others were truly shocked. Each one of them stood up abruptly, their faces flashing with shock. To be able to kill a legendary Saint Exalted powerhouse meant that this Dragon Kingdom Chen Xuan, even if he wasn't a legendary Saint Exalted, definitely had the battle power of a legendary Saint Exalted, and such a character had to be treated with caution even with the power of his Quanjin Dao sect. He's making an example of me. A moment later, Wang Zhenyang's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a condensed voice. I didn't realize that there were still such outstanding people in the new era. One of the elders on the side fiercely sighed out with appreciation in his words. Sect Master, then should we contact the Dragon Kingdom now? Immediately after that, another Quanjin Dao sect elder also opened his mouth to inquire. And when his words fell, several of the surrounding elders, one after another, looked towards Wang Zhenyang. Wait a little longer, the current concentration of aura is not enough. It's not appropriate for my Quanjin Dao sect to come out in full force yet. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zhenyang shook his head and said in a deep voice, Notify down from the immediate start the whole truth all disciples, all closed-door cultivation, do everything to enhance the strength. In addition, will be the door in the resources open 70%, to help the disciples in the door to enhance. Upon hearing this, the faces of several elders were solemn as they nodded and responded to the drink. They know very well that once the Quanjin Dao sect really comes out, it means that the Great War is coming, those terrifying foreign races as well as foreign beasts. Even he, the Quanjin Dao sect, is not sure that he can block it in the face of such a terrifying enemy. If it is still stingy, the Quanjin Dao sect won't be long to live. Mythical Specialization Bureau, Imperial Capital Headquarters, Director's Office. Chen Xuan leaned his back on the boss chair, slightly squinting his eyes as if he was soundly sleeping. Not far from the sofa, Lin Tong quietly flipped through the documents. Her graceful posture, like a seductive rose, made one's heart pound. She raised her eyes to look at the falsely sleeping Chen Xuan, and a smile that caused all the flowers to lose their colors flickered across her flawless white pretty face. It had been a long time since she had felt such a calm and warm moment since the mythic era had descended upon her, and she had never imagined that what had been a mere estate sale not so long ago would now be able to move her heart. Previously, she had merely looked at Chen Xuan differently due to his face value, but over this period of time, she realized that she had completely sunk. I will stand with you no matter what. Lin Tong gazed at Chen Xuan, murmuring firmly in her heart. Chen Xuan, who was lying on the office chair, could feel Lin Tong's gaze, but he did not move. At the moment, he appeared to be faking sleep, but in actuality, he was healing his wounds. In that previous battle, the injuries he had received were actually not large. The main thing was still the chi and blood as well as the soul power consumed by using the special talent. In terms of chi and blood, he had utilized a large amount of exotic beasts' blood and flesh to replenish it, while in terms of soul power, he could only rely on the soul-type elixirs in the Human Emperor's secret realm. It was also fortunate that the types of pills in the Human Emperor's secret treasury were extremely comprehensive. Otherwise, cultivating his soul alone would have required him to consume a great deal of time. Of course, although this battle had cost a considerable amount, the gains that Chen Xuan had gained were beyond imagination. First of all, he had increased his experience of battling against legendary Saint Exalted. Speaking of which, the battle with Xie Changlong was the first time he had faced a true legendary Saint Exalted powerhouse head-on, and this kind of battle experience, no matter to anyone, was extremely valuable. Secondly, during the sparring session with Xie Changlong, the successive use of vocational skills as well as fusion laws allowed him to take his knowledge of his own laws to the next level, and his utilization of the power of his entire body to truly reach perfection, and his potential to be further developed. Even because of this sparring session, he had gradually found the second introductory method of the Dragon Mark body refining technique, and during the sparring session with Xie Changlong, he subconsciously operated the Dragon Mark body refining technique, and utilized the stimulation of Xie Changlong's powerful offensive force, thus making some of the power of the laws which was forced to be integrated into his body. And these laws that were forced into his body were equivalent to a seed, and with this seed, it would be much simpler for Chen Xuan to cultivate the second level of the Dragon Mark body refinement technique. He intended to take advantage of this time to cultivate his soul power and use this opportunity to directly step into the second level of the Dragon Marked body refining technique. And after that, he would start preparing to cross the true king tribulation. Chen Xuan believed that as long as he could step into the second level of the Dragon Marked body refinement technique, it wouldn't be difficult for him to cross the true king's tribulation. Chapter 115, the beginning of unrest-seeking golden votes. During this period of time, the successive victories of the Dragon Kingdom had not caused the Dragon Kingdom's army to slacken off. Instead, it had caused them to struggle even more, and even the bottom soldiers understood that their victory at the moment was entirely dependent on Chen Xuan to hold them up. In particular, the two major legions that had seen the battle at the Dragon Gate, as well as Xia Pinggu and the others, understood even more profoundly that, based on the strength of the Dragon Kingdom today alone, it was still fish and meat on someone else's plate. Previously, if Chen Xuan hadn't left behind a domain, they wouldn't have been able to stop the Dragon Sect's true king powerhouses. Conventional cultivation, wanting to rapidly improve in a short period of time, was simply impossible, so after the Battle of Dragon Gate, apart from leaving behind the necessary king realms to hold down the defense line, the rest of the king realms, almost all of them, had gone out to help the other countries to defend against the invasion of the foreign races. It was also the only way to allow these strong Dragon Kingdom members who had just broken into the king realm to rapidly improve by constantly fighting against the king realm, and the Dragon Kingdom at the moment was pressured not to have any king realm level invaders. These moves also led to the Dragon Kingdom becoming more and more popular internationally, and even forming offensive and defensive alliances with several countries, such as Russia and Ba, one after another. Nowadays, the countries that still survive in the Blue Star are almost only 60% of what they were before the invasion of the Mythic era, and there is no lack of small countries that have had good luck in making friends. After the Dragon Nation formed an alliance with other countries one after another, the Stars and Stripes Nation couldn't help but give play to its shameless characteristics, and coerced and lured them into forming an alliance as well. In addition to these two alliances, there was a surprising one, the Western Alliance, which was dominated by Greece. Originally, Greece was almost at the end of its tether and was close to extinction, but after the emergence of the inheritor of the Greek gods, Greece was revitalized and survived the desperate situation, and even gradually regained its territory. In addition, those kingdoms that possessed the so-called divine inheritors, even if they had already perished, had risen up and formed a remnant team to fight against the foreigners. Of course, these remnant teams could only be considered as a small fight. The truly strong ones were still the three major alliances, of which the alliance led by the Dragon Kingdom was recognized as the strongest of the three major alliances. Mythic Specialization Bureau Headquarters, within the secret room, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed, a wisp of law inscriptions permeating his body. This arcane to the extreme law inscriptions, as if it were a genie, fluttering around Chen Xuan, and from time to time, it seemed to be tugged at, rushing into Chen Xuan's body. After spending 3 days repairing the consumed soul power, Chen Xuan immediately began to try and condense the law dragon pattern. In order to ensure success, Chen Xuan's first condensation was chosen to be the golden law of the 5 elements laws. The sharpness of gold is indestructible. If he could successfully condense the golden law dragon mark, Chen Xuan's physical strength would also be able to take on the characteristics of the golden law, possessing an indestructible effect. In comparison, although the other 5 elemental laws were also powerful, They were not comparable to the increase that would be brought about by the successful condensation of the Golden System Law Dragon pattern, and as for the special laws such as the Thunder System and Space, Chen Xuan had no intention of condensing them for the time being. Even if he had already comprehended these special laws to the point of perfection, Chen Xuan was still unsure that he would be able to condense them successfully. The reason why special laws were special was because their power was far greater than that of other laws. This kind of law was not something that could be controlled by the average person, and the obstacles that one would suffer if they wanted to condense them into a law dragon pattern was definitely much greater than that of other laws. Despite the fact that condensing the law dragon marks was much more difficult than condensing the Qi and blood dragon marks, after the stimulation of the battle with Xie Chonglong, Chen Xuan already had the seeds of the laws within his body, and after 5 days of seclusion, he managed to condense the first strand of the Gangjin dragon marks and branded it onto his right hand. One could only see at this moment, on the thumb bone of Chen Xuan's right hand, a strand of tiny dragon patterns, flickering with a faint golden glow, occasionally transmitting a sharpness that was as palpable as a sharp blade. With Chen Xuan's current bone hardness, coupled with this strand of the Gangjin dragon pattern, this right thumb of his was enough to poke a large hole in a peak true king quality defensive armor with a single finger, and even legendary quality defensive armor would be damaged. The power of the Gangjin dragon pattern was clearly manifested, causing Chen Xuan to be secretly excited. Chen Xuan struck the iron while it was hot and continued to condense the Gangjin dragon pattern, as strands of golden laws continued to pour into his body under his traction, which was then madly compressed by Chen Xuan. Although the pain of condensing the laws into the body far exceeded that of the first Qi and blood dragon tattoo, Chen Xuan's physique at this moment was not what it used to be, so this bit of pain gritting his teeth was still able to withstand it. What's more, if you want to become stronger but don't want to suffer, how in heaven can there be such a cheap good thing? As time passed, people gradually adapted to the emergence of the new era. Eating, sleeping, and fighting mutant animals had almost become the daily life of human beings around the globe. Even those awakened of the life class professions would try to go out and kill mutant animals to use to raise their level. Life class profession awakened, although the combat aspect was far inferior to combat class profession awakened, its role, from a certain aspect, far exceeded that of combat class profession awakened. For example, a plow farmer may seem to be just a planter, but the food grown by a plow farmer not only increases satiety, but also restores one's vitality as well as fatigue to a small degree. Another example was the botanist, who seemed to be just a plant breeder, but they could shorten the growth cycle of herbs, and even botanists of high enough quality could improve the quality of herbs. From the beginning of the bewilderment to now, a variety of careers has gradually been tapped into the potential of the people. The network are circulating the saying that there is no ordinary occupation, only ordinary people. The recovery of Aura certainly brought a great crisis to Blue Star humans, but it also brought more possibilities to humans in this era. Although the weak is strong, but as long as you are willing to fight, even if you can't become a top powerhouse, but if you want to excel, you are still able to do it. A month later, the city of Shannon, about 200 kilometers from the Lessa defense line. In a remote corner, in a mediocre house, dozens of black-robed people sat quietly around a rectangular table, the atmosphere serene and eerie. LOL. An ear-piercing push of the door sounded, and a tall black-robed man revealed himself, a hoarse voice coming out of his mouth. Gentlemen, the plan can begin. Currently sitting in the Lessa defense line are the newly promoted King Realm powerhouse Eddie Lin, a member of the former Mythical Special Forces Red Sky Squad, in addition to the 100,000 Taotai Legion as well as the 2 million Ordinary Legions, and the rest of the technological weaponry is countless. As the words fell, the tall black-robed man swept a glance at the crowd and continued. Eddie Lin will be dealt with by someone else. What we need to deal with are those legions as well as destroying the Lessa defense line. Group 1 and 2, with the poison of Phantasmagoria, tackle the Dragon Kingdom troops on the Lessa defense line. Group 3, Group 4, take the gold-eating quicksand and destroy the steel wall defenses. When the plan is complete, leave as fast as you can. As the words fell, the tall black-robed man left without looking back, and the dozens of black-robed men in the room disappeared without a trace. Chapter 116, The Great Tribulation Comes. Red Alert. At the same time, in the city building of Lessa Precautionary Area, the newly promoted king-level powerhouse Eddie Lin was sitting in his room, sensing all the power of his own. He broke through when Chen Xuan and the others overthrew the Dragon Sect, and when he consolidated his cultivation and came out, the matter of the Dragon Sect had already been concluded. Eddie Lin, who had missed the Dragon Gate incident, was very regretful and had no choice but to defend the Lessa defense line, while continuing to realize the strength of the King Realm, so that the other King Realm powerhouses, who were able to travel to other countries to practice and improve their strength. During this period of time, the Dragon Kingdom's King Realm powerhouses continued to increase, currently approaching 30, all of which were members of the Red Sky Squad that had entered the Human Emperor's secret realm for retreat, and apart from leaving a few behind to guard the major defense lines, the rest of them went to other countries to fight against the invading foreign king realms, improving themselves while increasing the Dragon Kingdom's popularity, and also receiving a considerable amount of pay, which could be described as triple sunshine. Alas, it's a shame that it takes January to rotate. Eddie Lin sighed softly, his face rather regretful. Why would he not want to go forward to assist in another country and fight against the foreign kingdoms? Who wouldn't want to improve their strength as soon as possible to protect their country before the storm comes? It was a pity that he was unlucky enough to be drawn to be stationed there, and could only watch with red eyes as others went forward to battle against the alien king realm and improve themselves to their heart's content. Pity? No, you should be grateful. At that moment, a hoarse voice violently rang in Eddie Lin's ears, causing his face to change dramatically, his sweaty hairs to stand on end, and his entire body suddenly stood up, shouting aloud in a loud and explosive voice, "Where are the rats?" Boom! The king realm aura, like a starburst, swept out, vast, shaking the entire house. Eddie Lin's eyes were cold and stern, constantly scanning the surroundings, his face serious to the extreme. With his current strength and the guards of the Lessa preventive area, how could someone touch him silently? Even if the other party had not taken the initiative to make a sound, he would not have been able to realize it. The strength of the person who came was definitely stronger than himself. Buzz. Under Eddie Lin's nervous gaze, a figure wearing a black robe slowly revealed itself from the void, the eyes hidden under the black cap indifferent and deep. No need to be nervous. This seat has been commissioned by the Hell Death God to come and send you to meet with the Hell Death God. The hoarse voice fell, and an even stronger might then filled the air, a terrifying pressure, like an ancient giant mountain, causing Eddie Lin to feel a tremendous amount of pressure. Peak King Realm. Eddie Lin's face sank, his gaze coldly staring at that black-robed man. The pressure this mysterious man was giving him was far more than just the peak of the King Realm. His cultivation appeared to be only at the peak of the King Realm, but his strength was definitely far more than that. What are you? Eddie Lin didn't care about his own safety, he cared more about the intentions of the other party's sudden appearance. Judging from his words, this person was definitely coming from a bad place. If it was just for him, it would be just fine. If it was for the Lessa defense line, then it would be dangerous. To be able to use a peak king realm at will to stop him, who could guarantee that behind this mysterious person, no other power had been used? You want to fight here? The black-robed man ignored Eddie Lin's inquiry and instead spoke out faintly. When the black-robed man's words fell, Eddie Lin's face was clouded to the extreme, gritting his teeth and glaring at the black-robed man. He didn't expect that the other party would be despicable to this extent. To know, at this moment they are in Lessa defense line, once the outbreak of the war, the King Realm of Might, enough to tear Lessa defense line, even with the array guard, but that kind of aftershock is enough to let the many soldiers of the Dragon State guarding this tragic death. The King Realm and the basic 100 levels are simply as different as the sky and the earth, even if it is just the aftermath. It is not something that an ordinary basic 100 levels can withstand, and once the battle is completely fought, he will definitely have no time to care in the face of such a supreme powerhouse. Is the other side trying to get out of the way? Damn! Eddie Lin's heart was boiling with anger, yet there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't possibly disregard the Dragon Kingdom army in the middle of the Lessa defense line. The other party's plotting, it made him hate it. I will kill you. Eddie Lin's eyes flushed red, and after saying this sentence through gritted teeth, he disappeared without a trace. Hearing Eddie Lin's words, the black-robed man's mouth hooked, a touch of mockery appearing on his face, followed by disappearing without a trace as well. At the same time, within the Lessa defense line, the stationed Dragon Kingdom troops, one by one, fell down, and without a sound, the entire 2 million Dragon Kingdom troops fell unconscious, without any omissions. Who the hell is it? The Taotai Legion stationed in the Lessa defense line sensed the abnormalities and instantly rushed out from their quarters, looking at the unconscious Dragon Kingdom troops that had passed out one by one. Each one of them was furious beyond measure, and their eyes were red. They quickly came to the city wall and looked into the distance, and with just one glance, they all froze, only to see, at the end of that sky, dense black shadows emerged. Even the sky and the earth lost their color. Dark clouds covered the sky, seemingly desiring to destroy the city. That horrifying scene, even if their mental qualities had been sharpened, they couldn't help but be emboldened by it. Quickly, summon the Mythic Species Bureau immediately. Red alert. The Taotai Legion commander, Chen Xuan, pulled his neck red as he cried out, and while he was furious, he couldn't help but despair. No one expected that the catastrophe would come so suddenly. There was no preparation at all. They didn't even know who the enemy really was. In just one split second, the 2 million garrison troops of the Dragon Kingdom were all comatose, and even the King Realm powerhouses had disappeared. The strength of the enemy behind the scenes is beyond imagination. The messenger soldier beside Chen Xuan didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly headed to the command room to send a message to the mythic Extraordinary Bureau. After the messenger soldier left, Chen Xuan took a deep breath, looked at the men standing beside him, and said in a condensed voice, "Gentlemen, the great tribulation is coming. The enemy's methods are beyond our imagination, and now, on this border, we are the only ones left. Whether or not I can hold the country, I do not know, but as long as I am not dead, I will not give an inch. You and others, are you willing to follow this general and kill all the incoming enemies to protect the country's borders?" Chen Xuan drew his sword and pointed it towards the sky. His body was boiling with battle spirit, and his 100-level aura swept out like a storm. At this moment, he no longer had any fear, and what he had was only the determination to pay for his life. Kill! Kill! When Chen Xuan's words fell, each and every Taotai legionnaire shouted, pulling their necks red, their bodies surging with battle intent, their auras bursting forth, no one fearing, no one backing down. Even if they knew that they would surely die, they still had the will to fight. Ka-ching! At this time, a gust of strange sounds spread. The entire steel city wall could not stop shaking. If Chen Xuan and the others had looked carefully just now, they would have realized that the enchantments on the wall of the steel city wall had already lost their luster, and the entire steel city wall was filled with decay. Retreat! Chen Xuan's face changed drastically as he shouted aloud explosively and led the crowd to quickly retreat. Boom! Just as they had just backed up, the entire steel city wall collapsed, and all of the dragon soldiers who were unconscious on the wall were buried, and I don't know how many of the dragon soldiers didn't even know how they died. That tragic scene made the eyes of Chen Xuan and the others crack. Chapter 117 Bloody Battlefield. There was a time when they were talking and laughing, but now, they could only watch them being buried by the city walls, and they couldn't even go and dig these fellow soldiers out. They could choose to dig up those fellow soldiers, but once the enemy came with an onslaught, they would not be able to form an effective counterattack, and would instantly be swept away, at which time the less precautionary area behind them would surely suffer a heavy blow. The choice between a fellow soldier on one side and the people of the Dragon Kingdom behind him was enough to be devastating. At this moment, both Chen Xuan and the group of Taotai legionnaires hated each other so much that their gums were clenched. Their gazes reddened as they looked at the black-packed enemy army. At this time, they have already put life and death at risk. The only thing they want is to kill the enemy as much as possible, not only to earn enough money, but also to avenge those fellow soldiers. Rumble! Ear-splitting roars exploded. The earth shook as if the earth's dragons had rolled over. The rolling smoke and dust seemed to invade like a dragon scroll, and the entire heaven and earth was filled with a suffocatingly terrifying pressure. The Taotai Legion, led by Chen Xuan, stood before the ruins of the steel defense line. Their sharp blades gripped tightly in their hands. Their bodies permeated with a shocking killing machine, and their eyes stared sharply and indifferently at the boundless enemy army. If one looked down from a high altitude, the scene on both sides was almost desperate. The enemy army was like a monstrous sea wave, while Chen Xuan and the others were like a small boat under a huge wave which could be capsized at any time. This was an extremely unequal battle, and an ordinary person would not even have the courage to face it head-on. Boom! When the enemy army impacted, the murderous aura that made people feel like falling into an ice cave came to the surface, and the terrifying might of countless strong people coalescing together gave people a heavy feeling of carrying a 10,000-foot huge mountain, and even if they were King Realm powerhouses, their hearts were bound to palpitate and tremble in such a spectacle. Taotai Army Formation. Rise! Chen Xuan's gaze was scarlet, his sharp blade pointed high, and he shouted aloud, the power in his body rolling out like waves, and arcane formation patterns manifested from his body, and in an instant, they connected with the Taotai legionnaires behind him. At the same time, many members of the Taotai Legion also pinched their hands and made seals, with the same seals appearing one after another, and the formation patterns that spread out from their bodies continuously echoed the formation patterns that Chen Monzhan had manifested, forming a music-like rhythm. Roar! The roar that shook the sky and moved the earth was suddenly heard, and the unimaginable ferocious might invaded out like a storm, as if it would suppress the boundless enemy's aura. A huge figure that stood on top of the sky and the earth appeared above the Taotai Legion. This was precisely the Taotai spirit of the Taotai army formation, evolved from the Taotai, one of the four great beasts of ancient times, with infinite ferocious power. Under Chen Xuan's driving, this Taotai formation spirit was like an invincible god of war, and with unstoppable might, it blatantly charged towards the boundless enemy army, the terrifying power tearing through the void, and wherever it passed, it even formed a terrifying burst of power. Bang! In an instant, the Taotai formation spirit collided with that black pressurized piece of enemy army. The amazing sound exploded the heaven and earth. The enemy army that originally formed a dark horizon was directly torn open by the Taotai formation spirit. That huge body just rolled, it could crush countless enemy troops, and with a casual slap, a large area of dead and wounded. Even though the Taotai formation spirit's ferocious power was earth-shattering, the enemy army was still fearlessly charging and killing, and all kinds of moves bombarded the Taotai formation spirit. The entire battlefield was filled with colorful light, just like a dream scroll, gorgeous but containing endless killing opportunities. Bang! The entire battlefield, at this moment, was as if it had been turned into a bloody millstone, with limbs and broken flesh spread all over the battlefield, and blood swirling around this battlefield like a river. With the Taotai Legion's current strength, the Taotai formation spirit that had been condensed was enough to crush any enemy below the King Realm, and even a King Realm level powerhouse could tough it out. With such strength, crushing and killing the cannon fodder enemy troops rushing at the front was but a breeze, of course, due to the large number of opponents, Chen Xuan and other Taotai legionnaires. They also endured great pressure, and in a short period of time they were almost shocked out of some internal injuries by the force of that counterquake. However, compared to the hatred in their hearts, these Su internal injuries are nothing. The only belief that supports them at this moment is to kill the enemy, to kill all the incoming enemies. Boom! On the other side, in the middle of a valley, roaring sounds exploded one after another, and the violent power impacts, like waves, shook the entire valley, and the falling rocks rolled down. Eddie Lin's body was filled with a murderous aura, his power constantly spewing out. Furious, he fought almost regardless of the cost. That stance of desperation was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. But that black-robed man, however, was always at ease, and could even mock a couple of sentences from time to time. Bang! A roar exploded, and Eddie Lin's entire body was directly blasted out, blood gushing from his mouth, his face as white as paper. Even though he had taken a heavy blow, he still rushed out at the first opportunity, his powerful professional skills being cast out. Give up, with your strength, you're no match for this seat. If you are willing to submit to this seat can spare your life, and even allow you to ascend to the peak. You will never know just how many strong people are hidden in this world. In the past you were nothing but frogs in the bottom of a well. As long as you are willing to submit to this seat, with your qualifications, your future achievements will be second only to those under this seat. The black-robed man's indifferent voice echoed in Eddie Lin's ears. If other people, in such a huge gap, said that the heart will not be moved, but Eddie Lin has only endless anger as well as killing machine. He didn't even pay attention to the other party, and directly expressed his determination with his actions. This black-robed man was indeed desperately strong. Even if he used all his strength, he was unable to inflict damage on the other party. And even the other party's casual strikes could easily destroy his attack. One didn't need to think about it to know that in the peak of the King Realm, to be able to have such strength, one's career grade, even if it wasn't mythic quality, was definitely at the top level of legendary quality. The only way to easily crush him was to do so. After all, his own career grade had already reached legendary quality, and even if he was only entering the King Realm for the first time, his true strength was enough to rival late King Realm level awakened below legendary careers. Even though he knew that he might not be able to defeat this mysterious person, and that he might even die if he continued to fight, Eddie Lin didn't choose to retreat, but instead, he fought with the other party at all costs, wanting him to die, and the other party would have to lose a piece of flesh. He didn't know what was going on in the Lessa defense line today, but the only thing he could do now was to stall this mysterious man and reduce the pressure on the Lessa defense line. Otherwise, if he returned to the Lessa defense line and pulled the King's Realm battlefield to the defense line, the damage he could cause would be absolutely incalculable. Not everyone, like Chen Xuan, was able to perfectly control their power and suppress it to the smallest detail. Chapter 118 Enemy on three sides seeking golden votes. Ding bells! At the same time, at the Mythical Extraordinary Bureau headquarters, a sharp alarm bell rang out, and bursts of strong light erupted from the alarm bells throughout the entire headquarters, and all of the Mythical Extraordinary Bureau headquarters were stunned by this sudden alarm bell. The very first thing that every employee who joined the Mythical Specialization Bureau understood was not the employee handbook or the mythical era information, but this red alarm, the highest level disaster alarm, which, once it appeared, signaled the beginning of a national disaster. It was the first time since the red alarm had appeared that it had gone off. The entire staff within the headquarters was at a loss, and only after a few moments, remembering what they had learned about what needed to be done when the alarm went off, left in a hurry. At this moment, the entire Mythical Specialization Bureau headquarters was busy, people were in a hurry, and a look of gravity appeared on every face. Bang! Inside the deputy director's office, Lin Jianya hung up the phone and slammed his fist heavily on the desk in front of him. His body was as angry as a volcano erupting, and the entire office was filled with a thick and depressing atmosphere. Damn Fei! After secretly cursing, Lin Jianya lifted the landline on his desk, passed the order that all Mythical Specialization Bureau executives head to the combat command room immediately. After hanging up, he picked up another landline. Supreme Directive, Mythic Special Forces. Immediately head to the Lessa front line for support. The 2 legions of the Green Dragon and the Vermilion Bird go with them. Order. All king realms that have traveled abroad for assistance to return to the Dragon Kingdom immediately. Order. The Dragon Kingdom Vocational Association will immediately release a mission to aid Lassa. Anyone who is ranked above level 50 is forced to take the mission, and those who take the mission below level 50 will have their mission rewards doubled. Order after order came out of Lin Jianya's mouth, and it wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that he hung up his landline, and after some thought, he dialed the office of the number 1 chief of the cabinet. Chief, should we notify Director Chen Xuan? Wait a little longer. Every time he goes into seclusion, it's extremely difficult for him, and it's also a chance to soar. The Dragon Kingdom, can't rely on him for everything. He's under enough pressure already. The voice coming out of the phone caused Lin Jianya to be silent for a moment before nodding. I understand, Chief. After hanging up, Lin Jianya got up and headed to the combat command room at the headquarters. The secret room of the headquarters of the Mythical Special Weapons Bureau can be called the highest level safe house in the Dragon Kingdom today. Not only are multiple formations arranged, but also all enchanted. Unless someone wakes up, the people in the secret room will not be subjected to any outside intrusion at all. Of course, this was also because Chen Xuan was in the midst of a deep level of cultivation. His entire mind was used to condense the laws, and he didn't purposely pay attention to the outside world. Otherwise, with Chen Xuan's power, this formation and even the demonic possession wouldn't be able to stop him from observing it. Jingle bells! In the Green Dragon and Vermilion Bird legions stationed outside of the imperial capital, the urgent bell rang out, and the members of the 2 legions, who were originally doing their own things, rushed to the equipment warehouse at the first opportunity, and after putting on a good outfit, they neatly lined up in the square. The commanders of the 2 major legions had heavy faces, and without too many words, with a wave of his hand, he led the 2 major legions and rushed to the Lessa defense line. At the same time, the Mythical Special Forces stationed at the Inner Mongolia defense line also assembled within the first hour and hurriedly left. The entire Dragon Kingdom, at this moment, exerted an extremely powerful force of action. If one were to look down from above, one would be able to discover that there were densely packed teams that were converging towards the Lessa defense line. In addition, secret bases close to the La Salle precautionary zone have opened their ports, calibrated the battlefield of the La Salle precautionary zone, and activated their missiles without hesitation. Boom! A stream of light passed through the clouds and landed on the battlefield in the Lessa precautionary zone, erupting into a shocking roar, given the large number of enemies, leading to these secret bases, which didn't need to concern themselves with their own people at all, dropping missiles behind the enemies back to their heart's content. However, this time, the enemies were boundless, numbering in the millions at least, and even with the assistance of the missiles, they could not change the end of the Taotai Legion that was holding out. Mythical Directorate of Specialization Headquarters, Operations Command Room. Deputy Director Lin Jianya, as well as many of the Mythical Specialization Bureau executives and even the staff in the command room, looked at the satellite images displayed on the screen, and the entire group was furious. Their fists clenched in death, and grief and indignation permeated their faces. The feeling of watching your fellow soldiers in trouble was so painful that it was hard to breathe. Not only them, but almost all of the existences that were paying attention to this event were gnashing their teeth, wishing to immediately appear on the battlefield and shatter the incoming enemy into pieces. Bang! On the battlefield of the Lessa defense line, roars resounded one after another, and the horrifying force impacted the entire battlefield into a ruin, and the broken limbs and flesh turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, making the scene extremely horrifying. At some point, the Taotai formation spirit that had erupted from the Taotai Legion had collapsed, and many members of the Taotai Legion had suffered heavy injuries, but they still gritted their teeth and persevered, constantly fighting the enemy. One by one, the members of the Taotai Legion fell, and beside them, they were often followed by the corpses of several fallen enemies. They were like tireless gods of war. Even though their enemies were boundless, they still fought like a force to be reckoned with, and that tragic scene was enough to move anyone. The Taotai Legion, which was surrounded by enemy troops, had no idea that the enemy troops had already crossed over them, straddled the steel defense line, and stormed towards the Lessa precautionary zone. There were enemy troops on all sides, and there was no other possibility for them to do anything other than to keep fighting and decimating as many enemy troops as possible. Bang! Rumbling sounds exploded one after another. One after another Taotai legionnaires fell, and before long 100,000 Taotai legionnaires had become corpses on the battlefield, and those enemy troops hissed and howled in excitement, and like a torrent of water, rushed towards the Lhasa preventive zone, leaving behind a field of ruins as well as the unwilling Taotai legionnaires. This time, the fiery winged lion clan had used 2 million troops as well as 1 million foreign beasts in order to take down the Dragon Kingdom territory, totaling 3 million troops, and the Taotai Legion was able to block this army for nearly half an hour, which was already amazing. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom's Inner Mongolia defense line, as well as the Shenhe defense line, also suffered an invasion of foreigners. The Xianyu underworld race and the Cold Ice sacred race likewise deployed 3 million troops to attack the Inner Mongolia defense line as well as the Shenhe defense line. Fortunately, the Inner Mongolia defense line as well as the Shenhe defense line did not encounter the mysterious people attacking the Lhasa defense line. Therefore, although the two major defenses endured a great deal of pressure, they were still able to withstand it. Fire! On the Inner Mongolia defense line, 5-star General Wang Pengyong looked at the densely packed enemy army. His face was full of cold killing machines, and the large hand that was raised up was swung down violently, and the deafening sound of roaring resounded. Immediately afterward, many tanks as well as missile vehicles in the rear erupted, and the spiritual energy laser cannons as well as spiritual energy particle cannons on the city walls were all turned on. The entire battlefield was filled with artillery fire, and the sound of booms exploded one after another like thunder. Chapter 119 Russia's Assistance. Not only was the Inner Mongolia defense line, the Shenhe defense line was also in flames. All kinds of artillery shells were constantly bombarding the battlefield, and countless soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom raised their spiritual machine guns, spiritual sniper rifles, and so on, and constantly shot those enemy troops. Boom! The entire battlefield roared and exploded one after another. Horrifying power swept through the 8 directions, and that heaven-destroying scene could be felt even from a long distance away. Such a drastic fluctuation in aura caused the strong foreigners invading the neighboring countries of the Dragon Kingdom to almost all feel the war from the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. Since the destruction of the Sakura Kingdom, the territory of the Sakura Kingdom had been completely occupied by foreigners, and the remaining Sakura Kingdom subjects lived in deep water all day long. In an oddly shaped mansion in the Eastern Warp, the capital of the former Sakura Kingdom, a man with a white face and wearing a kimono sat quietly kneeling, the aura of law permeating his body. At that moment, the man's eyes snapped open, a pair of blood-red eyes like sharpening will eyes, and snapped towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom, a wry smile spreading across his face. The Dragon Kingdom? With such a vast territory, how can I, the Yamato celestial race, not get a piece of it? A sorrowful voice came out of his mouth, and in the next moment, his entire body instantly appeared outside the mansion, and a voice like thunder exploded over the entire Eastern scripture. The armies of my Yamato heavenly clan, assemble at once and march toward the Dragon Kingdom. As this voice rang out, the countless Yamato heavenly clan soldiers who were having fun within the Eastern scripture quickly assembled and formed a square formation, and under the leadership of the major commanders, they marched in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. Not only the foreign races of the Cherry Blossom country, the Phantom Lin Ghost race of the U country, the Lizard Dragon Sinister race of the Filipino country, the Demon Winged Fox race of the main country, and so on also gathered their armies at the first opportunity and marched towards the Dragon country. The Dragon Kingdom at this moment was like a huge cake, allowing countless neighboring foreign races to desperately want a piece of the pie. Twitter was abuzz with the many countries in conflict with the Dragon Nation. Haha! The Dragon Kingdom is finished. God! It's unfortunate for the Dragon Kingdom. I, the Star-Spangled Kingdom, am the overlord of the universe, and what Dragon Kingdom is nothing but a joke. People of the Dragon Kingdom, my Star and Stripes Kingdom is willing to give you a chance to come to my Star and Stripes Kingdom as slaves. At least you can live, no? With the Supreme Hell Divine Hall in place, what foreign races are nothing but ants? Various kinds of comments kept emerging. There were lamentations, arrogance, and sneers, etc. In the past, at this time, The countless key fairies in the Dragon Kingdom had disliked these foreigners so much that they couldn't take care of themselves. But now, none of the people in the Dragon Kingdom paid any attention to them. After the Dragon Kingdom Occupational Association released the task of assisting in the guarding of the major precautionary zones, but all of the civil occupation awakeners above level 50 went to station in the major precautionary zones, and for those below level 50, there were countless people who teamed up to go there as well. However, almost none of the awakened of the combat profession retreated, and even the awakened of the living profession were doing their best to facilitate the many people who were fighting to the best of their ability. Professions such as alchemy, enchantment, and artifact refining, but also all-out refining, at historically ultra-low prices to help those willing to go to the front line of the town of professional awakening of those large companies and so on, but also a large number of assistants to the major front lines. The cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom and the belief that if one side is in trouble, all sides will support it, at this moment it was completely displayed, causing many of the country's subjects to be shocked by it. However, the predicament faced by the Dragon Kingdom was one that made all the countries feel sorry for it. Several foreign races attacked together, and if you counted the foreign armies of the Sakura Kingdom and other countries, it was close to 20 million. How powerful was this? It is also the Dragon Country has been far ahead of the other countries of the Blue Star, only to let today many countries have the possibility of discussion. In other countries, even the qualification of being discussed are not directly waiting for death. Even the stars and stripes. Don't look at today's star-spangled nation as very jumpy in the international arena, but in the eyes of the other surviving countries of the Blue Planet, the star-spangled nation's strength, even when added to the newly formed Hell's Shrine, is still far inferior to that of the Dragon Nation. As the currently recognized strongest country in Blue Star, a single mythical extraordinary bureau chief could deter other countries, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom's more than 10 million troops as well as a full 1.4 billion occupational awakened. Even if less than half of them were combat occupational awakened, there were still hundreds of millions of them. With such a huge number of people, which of the Blue Star countries today can be compared? It was also that the foreign races were desperately powerful, otherwise, even if so many foreign races invaded, they might not be able to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. On the other side, the Russian High Command. Numerous high-ranking Russian officials were seated in a hall, and Emperor Pu swept a glance at the people present and said in a condensed voice, "Tell us all, how many troops should be sent to help the Dragon Kingdom? This time the Dragon Country is in trouble. Help is certainly to help. After all, when Russia can survive the disaster, all rely on the Dragon Country to help. This time the Dragon Country is in trouble. Russia, if he does not help spread the word in the future, there are any countries dare to help him Russia? What's more, now that the foreigners have invaded, there are not many surviving countries in the entire Blue Planet. Even if they can survive one foreigner invasion, who can guarantee that they will always survive? After all, there are times when you need help from others. If they are ungrateful, who will dare to help them in the future? No country dares to ignore such a matter of national face. This time, although the Cold Ice Sacred Clan attacked the Dragon Kingdom in a big way, our country can't afford to be without a defense force, as I see it. Sending 100,000 paladins as well as 100,000 Imperial Bear troops to help the Dragon Kingdom will be enough. This war is destined to rely on the Dragon Kingdom itself, and all we can do to help is simply to do our part." A Russian general spoke aloud, his majestic voice resounding throughout the conference room. When this person's words fell, the rest of the high Russian officials' eyes flashed with brilliance, and they all began to ponder. Indeed, the disaster faced by the Dragon Kingdom this time was too horrible. Even if they raised their country's strength to help, the effect would not be very big. After all, the strength of Russia, compared to the Dragon Kingdom, was still far from it. Although the 200,000 troops were not much, they were all their elite legions, and could relieve some pressure on the Dragon Kingdom. Besides, they themselves had to guard against the invasion of the Cold Ice Sacred Race. Okay, then. Also, send some more supplies for the Dragon Kingdom. Emperor Pu nodded and finalized his conclusion, sending a general who had reached level 90 to lead 200,000 Russian troops to help the Dragon Kingdom. That said, since Chen Xuan had helped his Russia defeat the invasion of the Cold Ice Sage clan, the supplies he had received had allowed his Russia's strength to skyrocket, and nowadays Russia's armies, which were generally above level 40, had even gradually begun to awaken in all of its people as well. It was also because the Dragon Kingdom had once been too big a favor, leading to the fact that this time, even if the Dragon Kingdom was facing a great danger, Russia was willing to send troops to help. The invasion of the foreigners is a disaster for the Blue Star. The Dragon Kingdom is peaceful and friendly, a great country, and will be able to annihilate crumbs of small. My country is willing to raise 200,000 troops to help the Dragon Kingdom defend itself against this foreign invasion. And may the friendship between the Dragon Kingdom and Russia last forever. It didn't take long for the Russian Foreign Ministry to release its latest remarks, sending shockwaves through the countries of the Blue Planet. Chapter 120: Tragic and Tragic Begging for Golden Votes. Oh my God! Has Russia gone crazy? In a situation where they are bound to lose, they still dare to send troops to help. Oh, by karma. Russia's friendship with the Dragon Kingdom is really enviable. Unfortunately, 200,000 troops won't solve the problem at all. One foreigner after another tweeted about it, their words filled with regret, and what made it hard for them to understand was that after Russia, a dozen more countries had expressed their intention to send troops to help the Dragon Kingdom, and even though their own countries were already facing a not-so-small threat, they still chose to help the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, the Star-Spangled Kingdom and other countries' subjects deeply felt the prestige of the Dragon Kingdom in the international arena. In just a few hours, more than 10 countries helped each other, and together they were close to 10 million troops, and this kind of calling power was beyond imagination. The most shocking thing was that many of these dozens of countries were small countries that were themselves in a difficult situation, and they even sent troops to help the Dragon Kingdom? Were they not afraid that the foreigners would take this opportunity to invade? Difficult to understand, yet greatly shocked. This is the state of those foreigners at this moment. Kill. Fight these damn foreigners. Killing one is enough. Killing two earns you. Lessa precautionary area. Bursts of shouting and killing sound resounded. A sad and tragic war is in full swing. After destroying the Lessa steel defense line and decapitating the 100,000 Taotai Legion, the army of the fiery winged lion clan, ignoring the unconscious ordinary troops of the Dragon Kingdom, stepped on their bodies and crossed the steel defense line to attack the Lessa precautionary zone, putting aside those soldiers who were initially buried and caused their deaths. This stampede and collapse also led to the tragic deaths of countless unconscious soldiers stationed at the Lessa defense line. Despite the fact that the Lessa Preventive Region organized the military personnel stationed in the Lessa Preventive Region to defend against the enemy at the first time, and even mobilized the civil awakened people in the Preventive Region to participate in the battle, the millions of enemy troops still made the Lessa Preventive Region to pay a painful price. Rumble. Deafening roars rang out, and the entire plain in front of the Lessa precautionary area almost became a millstone of flesh and blood every moment. People died, and the thick gore seemed to color the sky red. Densely packed army of fiery winged lions as well as huge-sized alien beasts, and scrupulously impacted the Lessa precautionary area, the original high and mighty city wall. The precautionary area wall has been turned into a piece of rubble. Many Lessa precautionary area of the station military personnel as well as civilian awakened people fight bravely to kill, attempting to block the fiery winged lion's army. Due to the fact that Lessa precautionary area is located in the plateau, the land is vast and sparsely populated, resulting in the entire Tibetan area is only more than 3 million people. Putting aside infants and other unaccountable combatants, it is about more than 2 million combatable soldiers, which is almost equivalent to the entire population, together with the 1.5 million dragon army stationed in Lessa precautionary area, totaling nearly 4 million combatants. As for the Flaming Winged Lion Clan, this time they deployed 3 million troops to fight against the Taotai Legion on the Lessa iron and steel defense line, and although they completely wiped out the Taotai Legion, they also lost more than 300,000 troops, and currently there are still more than 2,600,000 troops left. It seemed that there were fewer combatants than in the Lessa precautionary area, but the overall strength far exceeded the Lessa precautionary area after all. The average professional level in the Lessa precautionary area was only around level 30, while the average level of the army of the Flaming Winged Lion Clan was a full level 50. With such a huge gap, the grueling nature of this war is evident. If it were not for the aid of many new technological weapons, the Lessa precautionary area would have fallen in a short period of time, but even so, the Lessa precautionary area suffered huge losses. At present, a full hour had passed since the Lessa preventive area had been attacked by the army of the Fiery Winged Lion Clan, and to the despair of many of the Lessa preventive area's subjects, support had not yet appeared so far. What the hell is going on? Why hasn't backup shown up yet? Has our Lessa precautionary area been abandoned by the state? Damn Faye! What the hell is the country doing? It's been a whole hour. What's the point of backing it up anymore? A roar of despair resounded in the middle of the entire battlefield. Even those Dragon Kingdom soldiers stationed in the Lessa precautionary zone were not immune to despair. Their messenger soldiers, constantly messaging back to the Dragon Kingdom military headquarters, but they had not received any news. Military headquarters. This is Lessa preventive area. Come in when you hear me. In the base of the Lessa preventive area, such voices echoed continuously in the combat command room, as a dozen or so summoning soldiers anxiously summoned. Copy that. This is the Dragon Kingdom military headquarters. Support hasn't arrived yet? The support left a long time ago, but on the way, it was blocked by a powerful group of mysterious people. I'm sorry for your suffering. Please hold on for a while longer. The major military regions are deploying troops and rushing to support them. Finally, a certain messenger soldier got a response, but this response made the entire combat command room despair. They didn't expect that the army supporting them had also been attacked. Who exactly launched this premeditated and planned invasion? The sound of dark curses resounded throughout the combat command room. Even the general of the Dragon Kingdom, who was in command of the 1.5 million garrison troops, could not help but be enraged, and he could not predict how much longer he would be able to hold on with the current situation in the Lhasa precautionary area. This is still the entire Lhasa precautionary area of the people's will, regardless of the cost of resistance to achieve the results. If only 1.5 million garrison troops to resist alone, simply cannot hold out now. In fact, what they didn't know was that 40 minutes ago, the mythical special forces supported by the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the Green Dragon Legion and the Vermilion Bird Legion, had already stepped into the boundaries of the Tibetan area. However, when they had just stepped into the boundaries of the Tibetan area, they were blocked by a group of mysterious people dressed in black robes. This group of mysterious people, there were only 20 of them, but all 20 of them were not Peak King Realm level powerhouses. That is, the first to arrive were the mythical special force, the Green Dragon Legion, and the Vermilion Bird Legion. In other words, it would be impossible for the other Dragon Kingdom armies to hold back these 20 Peak King Realm mysterious people. Who the hell are you people? Near Tangula Mountain, angry roars resounded throughout the entire sky and earth, and many members of the mythical special forces, glaring angrily, gazed deathly at the black-robed man not far away. On either side of them, the Vermilion Bird Formation Spirit condensed by the Vermilion Bird Legion and the Green Dragon Formation Spirit condensed by the Green Dragon Legion surfaced respectively. After this period of time, the mythical special force, excluding the Red Sky Squad, which was full of legendary profession, awakened. The total number of people had developed to nearly 20,000 people, and these nearly 20,000 people's profession grades were basically at the rare level, and their cultivation, after the Dragon Kingdom's full cultivation, had all reached the basic 100 level. It was also this great strength, as well as the two legions of the Vermilion Bird and the Green Dragon, that allowed them to withstand 20 Peak King Realm mystics. Below the King Realm, all are ants. 20 Peak King Realm powerhouses joining forces. It was no longer a matter of quantity being able to win, unless a true king powerhouse made a move. Otherwise, the only way for an idle person to be destroyed in such a lineup was to be destroyed. Chapter 121. Chen Xuan emerges, terrifying values. Bang! Those 20 black-robed men at the peak of the King Realm pressed and ignored the mythic special forces' forced questioning. Like a ruthless killing machine, fighting without a word, the overriding killing machine, permeating this Tangula mountain range, startling the mutated animals in the mountain range to hide inside their caves, shivering. Shocking roar explosion, strong impact as ripples as the center of the battlefield. Swept in all directions, the surrounding trees and the impact, all were destroyed, turned into a sky of wood debris fluttering. The entire ground are torn open channels like a gully, cracks, smoke and dust filled. Various kinds of vocational skills bombarded indiscriminately, colorful light, flickering in all directions, under the shroud of the domains of these 20 Peak King Realm powerhouses. Even though the mythical special forces as well as the two major legions of the Green Dragon and the Vermilion Bird exerted their utmost efforts, they failed to break through the defense line and were forced to only tangle in this area and were unable to support the Lhasa precautionary zone. What was even more detestable was that during the battle, the magnetic field was disorganized, and they were simply unable to transmit the news of this place through the electronic devices on their bodies. This also led to the Dragon Country's military department, although found anomalies, but wasted valuable time, a full waste of nearly half an hour, before the emergency mobilization of troops from other military regions to go to Lhasa precautionary area to support. Boom! 2 hours since the steel defense line in Lhasa was destroyed, other alien armies that coveted the Dragon Kingdom also arrived in the Dragon Kingdom and began to launch an onslaught on the Dragon Kingdom. For a time, the entire Dragon Kingdom was caught in the midst of a war, and the major defense lines were under great pressure. That is, the Dragon Country has been awakened and everyone patriotic in the face of disaster, everyone brave first, only to withstand this enormous pressure in other countries, in the face of so many foreign invasion, afraid of long ago sunk. There is not the slightest room for resistance. In the underground chamber of the Mythic Special Agency headquarters, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged, his skin lit up with a faint golden light, densely packed dragon stripes flickering on top of his skin, and a palpitation-inducing sharp aura swept through the entire chamber with him at the center. If an idle person stepped into this secret room, they were afraid that they would instantly be shocked by the sharp aura, and their souls would sting as if they were cut by a sharp sword. At a certain moment, the sharpness of the entire chamber swept away, and the golden light on Chen Xuan's body, as well as the dragon pattern, also quietly converged, and the moment Chen Xuan opened his eyes, just like a sharp sword out of its sheath. The unparalleled sharpness of the sword was straight up frightening. It finally worked! A murmuring voice with faint joy echoed out in this closed chamber. After this period of time in seclusion, he finally stepped into the second level of the dragon pattern body refining art, condensing the laws of gold into dragon patterns, branding every part of his body, and taking his strength to the next level. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan casually called up the profession panel and began to investigate. Realm, Peak King Realm. Strength, 3,972 dragons, 1 dragon, equals 100,000 base value. Physique, 4,123 dragons. Spirit, 4,597 dragons. Avatars, Spirit Dome Sword Chop, Frozen Miles, Sword Edict Divine Thunder, Dark Prison Obliteration, Universal Illumination of the 8 Directions, Firejacking, Gung Jin Chop, Heavenly Wooden Goddess of Mercy, Absolute Defense, Time Reversal Sword Formation, Wind Underworld Storm Strike. Soul-cutting control of each avatar has been brought to perfection, and the power of the 12 laws of the 12 systems has been brought to perfection. Laws of Force unintelligible avatar control is 20%. Talents, Sword Mind 90%, Chaotic Sword Domain complete, Imperial Dragon Bastard Body 90%, Red Inferno Furnace 80%, Phoenix Tao Nirvana 60%. Divine Armor, Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, Chaos Emperor Dragon Armor, Chaos Emperor Dragon Boots King Grade Extreme. Domain 13 Series Domain Semi-complete, because the laws of force have not been mastered to perfection, so the degree of domain mastery is semi-complete. Human Limits, Breaking the Divine Ban exceeding human limits. Technique, Dragon Mark Body Refining Technique. First level perfected. Second level condenses the dragon marks of the Law of Gold. Special talent, Chaos Source Body 3 forms, Chaos Demon Source Form. Consumes a large amount of blood, increasing power by 3 to 5 times, depending on the amount of blood consumed. Chaos Divine Source Form. Consumes a large amount of soul power, increasing power by 5 to 8 times. Chaos Berserker Form. Consumes one's own vitality, increasing power by more than 10 times on all fronts. Looking at the occupation panel in front of him, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Worthy of being called a dragon pattern body refining technique, just condensing the second level of the Law of Gold dragon pattern made his base strength and physique skyrocket by more than 1,000 dragons. And even his spirit went up by nearly 1,000 dragons. It was inconceivable that when he condensed all 13 laws into dragon marks, his strength and physique would have skyrocketed to such a terrifying extent. Especially the Law of Force, which was known for its power. If he could condense the Law of Force into a dragon pattern, his power value would definitely skyrocket, even directly exceeding his physical and spiritual values. If we press the normal conversion of 1 base value equal to 1 fist blasting out 10 gene of force, then his power value at this moment. 1 dragon is equal to 100,000 values, which is 1 million gene of force, and 3,972 dragons is 3,972 million gene of force, which is to say, at this moment, Chen Xuan's normal value of 1 fist is equal to 198,866 billion tons. What kind of terrifying power is this? It's unimaginable. Even a true legendary Saint Exalt wouldn't be able to reach such a terrifying power value, unless it was one of those legendary Saint Exalts with outstanding natural talent that could have this level of power. This was still just the normal state. If one were to count the enhancements of talents such as the God's Dragon Hegemony or the enhancements of vocational skills, the power that could be erupted was almost geometrically multiplied. If the aura had not been revived before, the power of Chen Xuan's punch, not to mention sinking the entire Asia, but causing large-scale casualties, would be a breeze even if the aura had been revived nowadays, resulting in the entire blue star being greatly increased in both spatial strength and area. The power of Chen Xuan's punch would be able to reach the level of extermination. In a real outburst, the impact caused by the highest yield nukes wouldn't even come close to matching his. Of course, as the concentration of aura increased, the spatial strength of the entire blue star, as well as its area, would become larger and larger until finally, it would even be able to resist battles at the level of legendary Saint Exalted and even mythical monarchs. With the current strength of the blue star, it could also withstand a legendary Saint Exalted level battle, but if a great battle went on, the entire human race on the blue star would basically be gone. The battle center is needless to say, the ashes are not known to be able to come together, and those that are not in the battle center, the tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions caused by the aftermath alone are enough to destroy the living beings on the blue planet. Chen Xuan took a deep breath and converged his own power to the extreme. With his current strength, a slight lack of control, not to mention the Mythical Species Bureau headquarters, the entire Dragon Empire would have to collapse. After adjusting his power, Chen Xuan directly got up and pushed open the door of the dusty chamber that had been sealed for a long time. "Hello, sir." The two members of the mythical extraordinary bureau escort guard guarding the door of the secret room hurriedly stood up straight and greeted them with a salute in unison. Chapter 122 synonymous with invincibility. Hard work. Looking at the two excited soldiers in front of him, Chen Xuan returned the salute and nodded with a light smile. No hard work. The two soldiers stood up straight and responded in a loud voice, looking at Chen Xuan with admiration and excitement in their gazes. Nowadays, Chen Xuan had become the hero of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Being able to act as his closed guardian was the dream of an unknown number of Dragon Kingdom soldiers, and the two of them had been lucky to snatch this position. Has anything happened recently? Chen Xuan smiled and gently inquired out towards these two soldiers. He didn't let his status make him superior. He knew very well that if it wasn't for his good fortune that he just happened to get the qualification for the internal test, with his previous status, it would have been difficult to reach these two soldiers, let alone talk to them. Today's identity and strength did not mean that he was able to do whatever he wanted. Rather, this identity and strength now allowed Chen Xuan to feel nothing but heavy pressure as well as responsibility. As the current strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom, pinning the hopes of the entire Dragon Kingdom, he, an ordinary person, could hold out until now. No one could imagine how much pressure he was under. If not for the strong strength as a backing, he would have long been unable to bear it. A very simple example, if an ordinary person suddenly becomes a general, and is about to represent the country and command the army to fight against foreign enemies, what he feels is definitely not honor, but heavy pressure as well as panic. A lot of people see other people destroyed to complete an extremely glorious and honorable thing. There is a kind of I also do the illusion, but they do not know, in that destroyed behind, people bear how unimaginable price. When Chen Xuan's inquiry fell, the two soldiers' agitated faces sank, replaced by unspeakable anger, and with Chen Xuan's current strength, he naturally noticed the two men's strange behavior at the first opportunity, his eyes narrowing slightly as he asked in a deep voice, "What happened, sir?" "The foreigners have invaded in force and the Dragon Kingdom is in crisis. Several hours ago." Under the gaze of Chen Xuan's bland gaze, one of the soldiers slowly narrated, his words filled with grief and indignation. If not for his duty, Chen Xuan had no doubt that these two soldiers would have immediately rushed to the front lines to fight those enemies. With the narration, the two soldiers gradually felt an unspeakable pressure permeating out from Chen Xuan's body, and under this pressure, they even wanted to suffocate a few times, and the dropping temperatures around them made them shiver even more. At this moment, Chen Xuan was indeed burning with rage. Even if he tried his best to suppress it, his body's aura couldn't help but overflow. How could he not expect that during the time he was in seclusion? The Dragon Kingdom had suffered such an attack. What he hated even more was that the fall of the Lhasa defense line obviously had the cause of backstabbing by his own people. Otherwise, how could those 2 million garrison troops have fainted for no reason? Just listening to the soldier's account, Chen Xuan could guess the conspiracy behind the fall of the Lhasa defense line. "It seems I was too kind after all." Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed as he spoke in a cold, dark voice, the killing opportunity in his heart sweeping like a storm. He had thought that overthrowing a dragon sect would allow these ancient forces to settle down, but to his surprise, he had still underestimated the shamelessness of these ancient forces. Without having to think about it, Chen Xuan knew that it was those ancient forces that were behind this. In the current Dragon Kingdom, other than those hidden ancient forces, who had the ability to put the Dragon Kingdom troops stationed on the Narasa defense line into a coma, or even destroy the steel walls that had been guarded by enchantments as well as formations. Of course, those powerful foreigners were also able to do it, only that it was almost impossible for those foreigners to infiltrate the interior of the defense line and then make trouble from the inside. Until Chen Xuan disappeared, the two soldiers had not been able to regain their senses from the terrifying pressure. And it was only after a long time that the two soldiers loosened up and gasped for air. With the director making a move, those enemies will surely be overwhelmed. The two soldiers looked at each other and murmured out in unison, a bright light of hope welling up in their eyes. After leaving the underground chamber, Chen Xuan did not head to the combat command room at the Mythic Specialization Bureau's headquarters, but rather, his figure flashed as he sped towards the Lhasa precautionary zone. Nowadays, the entire Dragon Kingdom is surrounded by enemies on all sides, but to say that the most serious one is the Lhasa precautionary area. The only way to minimize the dragon's losses is to fight for time. No one could imagine how furious Chen Xuan was at this moment. For the first time since becoming the director of the Mythic Specialization Bureau, he was so angry that he was even on the verge of losing his mind, his heart filled with killing opportunities. An entire 100,000 Taotai troops and an unknown number of ordinary troops died like this. What pain should their parents and children feel at this moment? The bottom line is that they died horribly because of the betrayal they suffered, which is even more unacceptable than if they had died on a frontal battlefield. For the first time since the mythic era descended, the Dragon Kingdom had suffered such a tragic loss. At this moment, Chen Xuan desperately needed to kill to calm the anger in his heart. Just wait. After this incident, whoever dares to betray will pay 100-fold and 1,000-fold. A cold aura erupted in Chen Xuan's eyes as he murmured out with killing intent. Boom! It didn't take long for Chen Xuan to sense the onslaught of berserk power sweeping ahead of him, and as he gazed, he realized that it was none other than the battle between the mythical special forces, the Green Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, and those 20-peak King Realm mysterious powerhouses. Bang! On the battlefield, the sound of roaring was endless. Compared to the beginning, at this moment many members of the mythical special forces and even the two major armies, their bodies were hung with colors, and the whole person appeared to be in a sorry state. On the contrary, the 20-peak King Realm mysterious powerhouses, in addition to a slightly disordered breath with the beginning of almost no difference, it is not difficult to see, as long as the battle continues, the mythical special forces and even the two major legions of the final result, they only defeat this one, and even whether all can escape is a problem. Upon seeing this scene, killing chances surged through Chen Xuan's body, and with a sway of his figure, he appeared in the center of the battlefield, a palpitating aura permeating above his upright body. Without a second thought, he coldly swept a glance at the 20 mysterious black-robed men before directly blasting out a fist. Bang! In an instant, the void shattered and a storm swept through. The fist print that covered the sky and the sun made the entire battlefield fall into dead silence. The terrifying and overbearing fist might, just like the heavenly river pouring down, suppressed on those 20 mysterious black-robed people. As strong as they were, it was difficult for them to move the slightest bit under this pressure. Many members of the mythical special forces as well as the members of the two major legions, for the first time in the faces of this group of black-robed people, they felt panic as well as shock, and they realized that this group of people were not really killing machines, and that they would be afraid as well. It's the chief. The chief has finally come out. These damned enemies will pay. Those present looked at Chen Xuan's upright back and the fist prints that covered the sky, coming back from the shock and calling out in excitement. Chen Xuan had become synonymous with invincibility in their hearts. As long as there was Chen Xuan, any enemy would be destroyed. The counterattack of the Dragon Kingdom is about to begin. Chapter 123 Heaven and Earth Drifting Snow, Killing Intentions Uneven. With Chen Xuan's current strength, it was nothing short of a descending blow to a powerhouse of the same level, and it was not certain if even a mythic quality profession awakened would be able to block a single move of Chen Xuan amongst those of the same level. Although the strength of this group of black-robed people was strong, far exceeding that of their normal counterparts in front of Chen Xuan, they simply weren't enough to look at, and with just a single punch they were unable to even react and they directly fell on the spot. Boom! Dull roars rang out one after another, and one after another blood mist that bloomed like fireworks surged in the void, and the entire area was filled with a strong smell of blood at this moment, as if it was raining blood. If ordinary people were to see this scene, they would be shocked beyond words. But in the eyes of the many members of the mythical special forces as well as the two legions, they were not surprised and were incomparably calm. Unconsciously, during that battle, Chen Xuan had become their faith. As long as Chen Xuan was there, no matter what the difficulty was, it could be easily solved, and the only thing they were surprised about was just that Chen Xuan was stronger than ever, and the promotion speed was beyond imagination. The only thing they had some regrets about was that they hadn't even gotten into a position to watch the battle before the enemy was no more. As a matter of fact, Chen Xuan was also a guardian deity that the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom had purposely created. In terms of the big picture, the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were powerful since they knew very well that in the face of a sudden mythic-era invasion, no matter what kind of historical heritage as well as strong beliefs the Dragon Kingdom possessed, the general public would be at a loss or even in a state of shock. In such a situation, the only way to quickly pull up the confidence of the populace is to set an example, an invincible patron saint. Chen Xuan, on the other hand, was the god they had molded. Fortunately, Chen Xuan did not fail to live up to their expectations, and from the establishment of the Mythic Specialization Bureau to the present, the entire Dragon Kingdom has been refreshed, and while other countries suffered from the ravages of the foreign beasts and even the foreign races, the Dragon Kingdom was unharmed, and even grew rapidly with the help of this windfall. As of today, the Dragon Kingdom is facing multiple foreign invasions, and the entire country's borders are in the midst of war, but no one is retreating, no one is afraid, and even by virtue of its ultra-high international friendliness, it has attracted many countries to send troops to assist. May I ask, if we look around the world, Which other country can achieve such a degree as the Dragon Kingdom? All of this, there are Chen Xuan's factors, but also the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom and many high-level coordination of the overall situation, and do their best to pave the development of the Dragon Kingdom and other factors, but also the entire Dragon Kingdom of the will of the people, not to be afraid of the difficulties and dangers of. It can be said that everything that the Dragon Kingdom is currently experiencing is a crisis for the Dragon Kingdom, but it is also a nirvana. Once it survives, the entire Dragon Kingdom will be transformed and completely become a powerful existence that the foreign races do not dare to easily ignore. The Green Dragon Legion, as well as half of the Mythic Special Forces, head to the other defense lines for support. The Vermilion Bird Legion, as well as the remaining half of the Mythic Special Forces, rush to the Lessa Precautionary Zone for support. As the words fell, Chen Xuan directly disappeared without a trace. Yes! The crowd stood up straight and saluted in the direction Chen Xuan had left, their gazes filled with endless adoration. And then, following Chen Xuan's orders, they divided into two major teams, each advancing towards their targets. The La Salle defense was hit the hardest on this play, but the pressure on the other defenses should not be ignored. The Inner Mongolia defense line encountered the Xianyu underworld clan's 3 million troops attacking only due to the Inner Mongolia defense line is the first defense line established by the Dragon Kingdom. No matter the army's combat power or defense, it is far more than the other defense lines, so the pressure is a little smaller compared to the other defense lines. The Desert River defense line, facing the attack of the 3 million troops of the Cold Ice Age clan, originally resisted reluctantly and even suffered considerable losses, but after the return of the King Realm powerhouses who had supported the foreign countries as well as the successive return of newly promoted King Realm powerhouses from the secret realm of the Emperor of Humanity, they gradually firmed up and fought the Cold Ice Sage clan. Other than that, several other major defenses suffered roughly the same as the Mohegan defense. Of course, this is in the attack of the many foreign races have not yet used the true king above the strong reason. If not, the Dragon Country several major defense line, afraid that will be very fast speed collapse. No matter how strong Chen Xuan was, he was ultimately just one person. He could save a single line of defense, but he could not save multiple lines of defense at the same time. Time was of the essence and Chen Xuan almost used his fastest speed, but after just a few minutes, he appeared over the Lessa precautionary area. As far as the eye can see, it's like hell on earth. With the Lessa precautionary area as the center within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, all have been turned into a piece of rubble, and the high-rise buildings in the Lessa precautionary area are broken at the waist, and countless cracks in the ground are like cobwebs all over the whole precautionary area. Countless sounds of wailing and crying echoed in the sky above, and even with Chen Xuan's current state of mind, he trembled at the sight. The state is difficult. Before the invasion of the Mythic era, hundreds of deaths could cause an entire nation, even an international sensation, and how many people have been lost in the Lassa precautionary area today? Tens of thousands. But all of them were the subjects of the Dragon Kingdom. They worked hard and fought for their lives, just wanting to guard their home and live happier. But now everything is gone. Families are broken. Loved ones have fallen. And the blood-colored melody is sketched out over the entire Lessa precautionary area. Chen Xuan had never had a moment where he wanted to vent his anger with killing so much. The killing opportunity that permeated from his body directly condensed into substance, and with him as the center, the void within a 100-mile radius was directly frozen. Snow drifted from heaven and earth, and the killing intent was difficult. At this moment, the vision of heaven and earth made the people of the Lessa precautionary area who were still holding on to the battle underneath freeze. Even those of the blazing winged lion clan's army who were laughing and killing, all subconsciously stopped their hands and looked up at the snowflakes falling on the dome of the sky. What happened? This is a vision of heaven and earth? No. This is a killing machine. Retreat. The pupils of a King Realm powerhouse from the Flamewing Lion clan shrunk violently as roars exploded one after another. Just the killing chance alone was able to induce heaven and earth visions. The strength of the incoming person was already beyond their imagination, and with just a few of their King Realm commanders, they would not be able to block this kind of strong person. It's just a shame they found out too late. How could Chen Xuan, who was about to lose his mind with rage, let this group of executioners who had wantonly slaughtered the people of the Dragon Kingdom escape? Bang! A thunderous roar exploded above the firmament, and countless heaven and earth auras, as if summoned by some sort of call, swarmed in from all directions, converging above the vision. Under the crowd's trembling, a handle of sword chi condensed by the vastness of spiritual chi surfaced above the sky dome. Lifting his eyes to look, the entire sky densely filled with huge sword chi, covering the sky and the sun. The naked eye alone has not been able to count the number of these sword chi. The terrifying sharpness was like a river pouring from the sky and crushing down, But all the clansmen of the fiery winged lion clan felt the terrifying killing opportunity from the sky. Their souls were like falling into an ice cave, and their bodies were as if they were frozen in place. Their faces were filled with horror. Who can resist such great power? Chapter 124, A Hundredfold Repayment Requesting Golden Votes. Hiss! Oh my God! How is this possible? Run! In the dome of the sky, the densely packed sword chi made the army of the fiery winged lion clan panic. Cries of terror resounded one after another, and the army that was still slaughtering the people of the Lhasa preventive area fled in a hurry, wishing to have 2 more legs. Even those foreign beasts that were not highly intelligent were terrified and fled. The several King Realm commanders who led the army of the fiery winged lion clan stood in the air, their faces staring intently at the roiling sword chi on the sky. Even though these sword chi had not yet fallen, the sharpness emanating from it, even they had palpitating fear. The most terrifying thing was that each of these sword chi, almost every one of them, made them feel a life crisis, which meant that each sword chi almost possessed the power to decapitate a King Realm powerhouse. As one looked around, there were more than thousands of sword chi in the firmament. In a way, this roiling sword chi was equivalent to thousands of King Realm powerhouses striking with all their might. What kind of terrible move is this? In just a moment, these several King Realm commanders of the fiery winged lion clan even lost their heart to fight. And even though they knew that there were still backstops in their clan, they still couldn't help but want to escape from this place. Drop! When this flooding voice, which was like a thunderous thunder, fell, the roaring sword chi was like a torrential downpour, and the terrifying sharpness pierced through the void, causing densely packed pitch-black cracks to appear in this part of the sky and the earth, spreading out like a spider's web. Under this terrifying pressure, that group of fiery winged lion tribe army that wanted to flee were suppressed in place. Even if they exhausted all their strength, they couldn't get rid of the suppression, and they could only watch the raining swords fall from the sky, with despair and fear in their eyes. Rumble! When it was too late, but in an instant, the entire battlefield erupted with a shocking roar, like the explosions of countless missiles bombarding the battlefield, causing this piece of ruined battlefield to once again suffer from destruction, with countless large craters presenting themselves on the ground. Shockingly, these sword chi, as if possessing spirituality, did not cause harm to the survivors of the Lhasa precautionary area, but deliberately avoid them. Even if they cannot be avoided, there will be a force that will guard them so that they were able to resist the impact of the explosion. It was also at this time that these surviving citizens of the Lhasa precautionary area finally saw Chen Xuan standing in the air, his upright and heroic posture, like a god descending into the world, causing all the surviving personnel of the Lhasa precautionary area to cry tears of joy. They are at last saved. It's just a shame that the rescue came too late and their loved ones, many of whom had already perished. These damned foreigners are finally going to die. Lord Chen, please also kill these foreigners and avenge us. Yes, kill them. Many of the survivors of the Lhasa precautionary area came back to their senses and gritted their teeth as they looked at the exploding battlefield, their words filled with hatred and anger. If it weren't for this group of damned foreigners, their homes, would they have suffered such losses? If it weren't for this foreign race, how would their loved ones have died? Don't worry. If they dare to touch my dragon kingdom, they need to return the favor tenfold and 100-fold. One day, my dragon kingdom will counterattack the foreign races and make these foreign races pay for their aggression. Chen Xuan, who was standing in the air, looked at the survivors who were roaring in anger and said in a loud voice, his loud voice resonating throughout the entire heaven and earth, the killing opportunities contained therein causing one to tremble in fear. 100-fold. 100-fold. Upon hearing this, many of the surviving personnel of the Lhasa preventive area raised their arms and shouted. And despite their exhaustion, the wariness and killing intent they displayed at this moment was enough to move anyone. Bang! The roaring sound lasted for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. When the explosion stopped, everyone gazed at the entire ruined battlefield had already been turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Uncountable corpses of the fiery winged lion race army, as well as the corpses of the foreign beasts, were piled up together. Scarlet blood gathered into a river, and in the air, the thick smell of blood was permeated. In normal times, such a bloody scene, enough to make people chilled, but at the moment, many of the surviving personnel of the Lhasa precautionary area, there is no fear in their eyes, only endless pleasure. In a racial war, any mercy was a harm to oneself. Even if the blazing winged lion race died more, they would not be merciful and would even feel that they had not killed enough. Those who invade deserve to die. If they didn't have Chen Xuan, a supreme powerhouse, in a short while, those of them would have been slaughtered to death by the blazing winged lion clan's army. and even if they hadn't been slaughtered, they would have lost their human rights and fallen into slavery to the other side. Chen Xuan, who was standing in the air, narrowed his eyes slightly as he surveyed the entire battlefield. In that move just now, he didn't use any skills and purely just utilized his massive power to condense into sword chi. Even so, its power was still horrifyingly incomparable, killing at least more than 60% of the Blazing Winged Lion Clan's army. However, there were still about 40% of the Blazing Winged Lion Clan's army that didn't die. After all, with an army of several million, the range was too wide, and even if the number of sword chi was large, there were always lucky people who could dodge through. Even though there were still around 40% of the Blazing Winged Lion Clan's army left, these armies were all injured to varying degrees and could no longer become anything. Even if Chen Xuan did not make a move, they would not be able to make any major waves. In that case, it would be better to leave it to the surviving personnel of the La Salle precautionary area to do the job. They had just endured such a calamity, and some of them had even lost friends and relatives, and they had accumulated an unknown amount of resentment and anger in their hearts, which, if not released, could easily cause them to have mental problems. And these fiery winged lion clan hordes that could no longer become much of a climate were just the right place for them to unleash their fury. Gentlemen, I'll leave the remaining army of the Blazing Winged Lion Clan to you. They've all suffered heavy injuries and won't be able to become anything. Don't worry about going for the kill. This will sit for you. Have your revenge. Have your revenge. As Chen Xuan's words echoed through the heavens and earth, the eyes of many of the remaining personnel of the Lessa preventive area all turned red, and the killing machine in their hearts erupted as recklessly as a volcano erupting. Many killing opportunities converged together, forming a horrifying heaven and earth anomaly, causing the temperature of this ruined battlefield to be lowered to the extreme. Those blazing wing lion race armies that had managed to escape with their lives trembled with terror in their eyes after sensing this killing machine. They simply didn't have the courage to fight against each other any longer and only wanted to flee from this region, fleeing from Chen Xuan, this devil. Kill! But how can they, who have lost their fighting spirit, compete with the surviving members of the Lhasa preventive zone, who are full of killing intent? Deafening shouts of killing resounded throughout the entire sky dome, and almost all the survivors rushed towards the remaining army of the Flaming Winged Lion Clan. Even the women, as long as they had some strength in them, were no exception. With Chen Xuan sitting here, they could vent their anger as well as their pain to their heart's content. So naturally, they would no longer have any scruples. No one wants to miss out on being able to take revenge themselves. Chapter 125: The 5 Great Sacred Venerables Seeking Golden Tickets. Ah! On the ruins of the battlefield of the Lessa precautionary zone, the mournful howls echoed in a moving manner, only that the source of the howls was switched, turning into the clansmen of the Blazing Winged Lion Clan being massacred by the people of the Lessa precautionary zone. A hideous look appeared on the face of every person from the Lessa preventive area, and they were merciless in their actions, as if they were ruthless killing machines, and no one could have imagined that the battle would happen so quickly. Boom! However, after the massacre was carried out for only a few minutes, a morose and terrifying aura erupted from a very far place. Under this aura, the time and space of the entire heaven and earth seemed to have stood still, and many of the people of the Lessa precautionary area were directly subdued by this aura to the extent that they were unable to move, and fear surfaced on their faces in an uncontrollable manner. It was a kind of fear that was naturally displayed towards high-ranking powerhouses and was not at all under their control. Chen Xuan, who stood above the void, had his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at the direction of the aura's outburst. Legendary Holy Father. This time, the Blazing Winged Lion Clan had actually used a legendary Saint Exalt? Boom! Chen Xuan did not wait to guess. From every other direction all erupted a not weaker than the Blazing Winged Lion race Saint Zun's strong aura. The center of the collision of these shares of the aura is the place where Chen Xuan is located. The entire heaven and earth at this moment the winds and clouds change. The emptiness to the naked eye visible posture distorted, as if it could not withstand these shares of the terrifying might. At this moment, as strong as Chen Xuan was, his body couldn't help but tense up, his face staring in disbelief. The entire 5 legendary saint sovereigns. With such a terrifying lineup, even he felt a tremendous amount of pressure. Buzz! Not long after, 5 figures quietly surfaced around Chen Xuan. They were both old and young, wearing different costumes, indifferently looking at Chen Xuan. After they appeared, an oppression that was almost suffocating swept across the scene, and even the air seemed to freeze up. Rumble! The earth trembled, smoke and dust rolled, and at the end of the sky, giant shadows like waves emerged, and a dense army of fiery winged lions advanced neatly. Their marching speed wasn't fast, but when that murderous aura filled the air, it was enough to make people despair. This a shutout, an extermination targeting Chen Xuan, targeting the Dragon Kingdom. A whole 5 legendary saint exalted powerhouses would be an extermination for any nation on the current Blue Star. What Chen Xuan did not expect was for the Blazing Winged Lion clan to be so ruthless as to use 3 million troops as bait to lure him into appearing. The army of the Blazing Winged Lion clan that appeared at this moment was the army that was truly used to occupy the Dragon Kingdom, and also, since the Blazing Winged Lion clan and other foreign clans had struck out against the Dragon Kingdom, they must have mapped out his and even the Dragon Kingdom's strength to the letter. It was thought that these foreign races were worried that the direct appearance of the 5 legendary saint exalted powerhouses would cause him to retreat without a fight, and with his strength, if he were to go into hiding and keep attacking and killing with vengeance, these foreign races would be in constant trouble even if they occupied the Dragon Kingdom, and thus they came up with this vicious ploy to keep him in place. Gather your hands and surrender, and this father can guarantee that he will not kill any more people of your clan. If not, not only will you have to die, but the people of your clan will also have to suffer heavy losses. The legendary Saint Exalt Powerhouse directly in front of Chen Xuan gazed at him and spoke faintly. He was dressed in a scarlet robe, tall and covered in red hair, with a pair of pupils that were a fiery red color, and was none other than the legendary saint ancestor of the Blazing Winged Lion clan, Lai Hong. The remaining few were Cold Ice Sacred Clan Sacred Zunold Ancestor Cold E, Xianyu Underworld Clan Sacred Zunold Ancestor Xianjun, Yamato Sky Clan Sacred Zunold Ancestor Kawagi Aikiru, and Demon Winged Fox Clan Sacred Zunold Ancestor Demon Blaze. These were all first-rate forces in the Mythic era's desolate domain, and all of them possessed legendary saint ancestors in their clans. As for the other foreign clans such as the illusory Lin Ghost Clan, which had also invaded the Dragon Kingdom, they were a little bit less powerful, and thus weren't included in the Blazing Winged Lion clan's joint scope. Even if they participated in the attack on the Dragon Kingdom, in the end, all they would be able to get was just a little soup base. A mere 5 saint sovereigns want this seat to surrender without a fight? Your Excellency is far too whimsical. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked straight at Lai Hong and laughed coldly. Despite feeling great pressure, his aura couldn't be weakened. He couldn't possibly give up the Dragon Kingdom and run away alone just because there was pressure. If he was this kind of coward, the person he was in the first place, wouldn't have chosen to cooperate with the country. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. This war, from the beginning, there is no room for maneuver. Either you die or I die. Arrogant. With your mere peak of the King Realm, it's already an honor for the 5 of us to make a move. What? You still think you can resist the 5 of me? Xianjun, the saint ancestor of the Xianyu Underworld clan, snorted out a laugh as he looked at Chen Xuan with disdain in his gaze. The other few old ancestors beside him did not say anything, but mockery also surfaced on their faces. 5 legendary saint exalted powerhouses, what a powerful lineup. Even in the desolate domain, no power was willing to make an enemy of them, and even the topmost desolate domain powers would have to be cautious when facing such a lineup. Among the 5 of them, Lai Hong as well as Cold E were the strongest, with their cultivation reaching the peak of the middle stage of the legendary Saint Zun, while the other 3 were at the peak of the early stage of the legendary Saint Zun, and when the 5 of them joined hands, it was only the existence of the peak of the legendary Saint Zun that could pose a threat to them. As for Chen Xuan, he was merely a peak king realm with extraordinary battle prowess, so it was hard to believe that he would still be able to stand up to a peak legendary Saint Exalt powerhouse. How is that possible? Unfortunately, when Chen Xuan had beheaded Dragon Sect Master Xia Chonglong, he was in the middle of the starry sky, and even if there were heaven and earth anomalies, they hadn't been transmitted to the Blue Star, so these foreign races didn't know that Chen Xuan had beheaded a legendary Sacred Zun powerhouse, or else they were afraid that they wouldn't be so confident. What need is there for words? Battle in the stars. In the face of Lai Hong and the others' sneers, Chen Xuan's face was calm as his faint voice reverberated in all directions. As the words fell, he didn't wait for Lai Hong and the others to respond. His figure suddenly drew up and rushed straight into the starry sky. Seek your own death. Let's go. Settle this mole cricket earlier so that we can occupy this new world earlier. Lai Hong shook his head and made a disdainful noise. Immediately afterward, the 5 of them disappeared into thin air in unison, chasing after Chen Xuan and heading out towards the starry sky. Rumble. At the same time, the newly emerged 1 million troops of the Fiery Winged Lion clan pushed their way into the Lessa precautionary zone, encroaching towards those remnants. This time, although the Fiery Winged Lion clan only utilized 1 million troops, these 1 million troops were undoubtedly the true elites of the Fiery Winged Lion clan, and their strength was far from being comparable to the armies that had appeared before. The average level, at least all of them were above level 60, and they were wearing level 50 quality standard armor, and there were no less than 10 King Realm powerhouses alone, and even the true King powerhouses, all of them had sent out 3 of them. Not to mention whether Chen Xuan would be able to cope with those 5 legendary saint ancestors. The 1 million fiery winged lion clan troops on the ground alone would be enough to inflict great trauma on the entire Dragon Kingdom. What was even more terrifying was that not only were true king-level powerhouses appearing in the less precautionary area, but several other major lines of defense were also beginning to see the true strength of the invading foreigners. True king powerhouses had almost become the standard in their army. Chapter 126 Pitfalls are not a sin, but a crime is committed in the bosom. This time, it was definitely the biggest crisis that the Dragon Kingdom had faced since the Mythic era descended. No one knew if the Dragon Kingdom could pull through, and even among the Dragon Kingdom, there were many hearts in despair. Boom! It was also just as those 1 million blazing wing lion clan troops were storming towards the remnants of the less precautionary zone that the supporting half of the mythical special forces as well as the Vermilion Bird Legion finally arrived at the less precautionary zone. Seeing the battlefield that was like an inferno on Earth as well as the less precautionary area that had been destroyed beyond recognition, the eyes of all the people all turned red, and monstrous killing chances permeated out from them. Kill! Shouting and killing sounds that seemed like thunder resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth, and the Vermilion Bird Legion directly opened the Vermilion Bird Army formation, driving the Vermilion Bird formation spirit, spitting out scorching flames and sweeping towards the army of the flaming winged lion race. At the same time, the members of the mythical special forces also struck out one after another, and a variety of occupational skills blasted out, and colorful light shone throughout the entire heaven and earth, illuminating the originally gray and cloudy heaven and earth in a very dreamy manner, like a star-like collision, making the entire heaven and earth tremble crazily. Across a long distance, can feel the impact from the center of the battlefield. Dow dark cracks spread all over the void, as if the end of the world is coming. Kill! Another burst of shouting and killing sounds, a dozen figures in the distance came at a fast pace. Before the people arrived, the strong attack, it has swept across the sky, landing on the many fiery winged lion race's army. One after another explosion rang out. I don't know how many fiery winged lion race's strongest people perished under these bombardments. These dozens of figures were the newly promoted King Realm powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom, who had rushed to support them after coming out of the human emperor's secret realm. Their appearance instantly drew the attention of the blazing winged lion clan's King Realm powerhouses. Seek death! Angry roars rang out, and the blazing winged lion clan King Realm powerhouses who had originally wanted to abuse the members of the mythic special forces immediately rose up in the sky, charging towards the dozen or so newly promoted King Realms of the Red Sky Squad. Bang! When the two sides collided together, the ghastly impact instantly swept out like a storm, and every member of the Red Sky Squad was under great pressure. But they still had no choice but to frantically hold back these King Realm powerhouses. Many of the King Realm powerhouses of the Fiery Winged Lion clan were veteran powerhouses, and there were even quite a few peak King Realm powerhouses, whereas the members of the Red Sky Squad that had rushed to support them had only just broken through to the King Realm, and the disparity between them was self-evident. This war was destined to be one of the milestone wars against the Mythic era in the history of Blue Star mankind, and at the same time, it was also one of the most tragic wars, and countless years later, this war was hailed as the battle where the Dragon Kingdom crossed the heavenly gates, seeming like a submerged dragon coming out of the abyss and metamorphosing into an invincible true dragon. In the middle of the vast starry sky, where Pluto is located, Chen Xuan stood in the air, his body's aura bursting forth, his gaze sharp, and even though he faced the surroundings of 5 legendary Saint Exalted, he still did not change his expression, and that kind of light-heartedness was enough to amaze. I really don't know what you Griffins think. Why don't you just surrender? Why do you have to struggle in vain? Xian Zhan, the saint ancestor of the Xianyu underworld clan, gazed at Chen Xuan and snorted out a laugh, his words filled with disdain. In his opinion, with the 5 of them making a move, Chen Xuan, a mere peak of the King Realm, couldn't even block a single move from them, and struggling like this was nothing short of a joke. In that case, can you tell me why you must invade our world? Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned Xian Zhan and the others, asking in a deep voice. Despite the fact that the new world had a considerable role to play for any world, compared to the Mythic era world, the entire Blue Star was undoubtedly a small world, with an area of territory that wasn't even comparable to the Mythic era's most barren territory, Wasteland. To get a new world without any effort, no one was willing to give it up, but the key was that their previous resistance had already cost these foreign races a small price, and with such a small world that still required a large price to attack, it was believed that no race would be willing to do such a costly business. Even though the area of the Blue Star would eventually grow and even the concentration of aura would increase in the event of a revival of aura, this time, undoubtedly, was extremely long. At least, for the time being, Chen Xuan really couldn't figure out why these foreign races, rather than paying a huge price, would want to occupy the Blue Star. But these foreign races, they were completely reckless and desperate to take over the Blue Star, which made Chen Xuan feel incredible. If it was before, he hadn't considered this, but after seeing the blazing winged lion clan willingly lure him, the strongest person in Blue Star, with 3 million troops, he sensed something was wrong. That was a whole 3 million troops, and none of them were weak. He felt that even with the might of the Flame Wing Lion clan, it was impossible to ignore such a loss. Your world is not as simple as you think. Perhaps it was because they already had a plan to take down Chen Xuan. After hearing Chen Xuan's inquiry, the Shenzhen several people looked at each other and laughed out softly with deep meaning. At those words, Chen Xuan's brows furrowed lightly as he gazed at Shenzhen. What do you mean? After the probing of our several great clans, we have discovered that your world has extremely high potential, and that it may even develop into a world like ours in the future. More than that, your world is still the only one that can devour other worlds like the mythic era world. This has never been done before in any of the worlds discovered. Try a world with such great potential. No matter what the cost, it's worth it. Seeing the startled Chen Xuan, Shenzhen did not hide anything and spoke out bluntly. After exploring the potential of the Blue Star world, even they were shocked beyond measure. After all, they had never discovered that there were worlds that could devour other worlds to strengthen themselves like the mythic era world. It was also because of this discovery that they were able to join together without any disagreement. If it was really just a small world, it would not be worthwhile for them to join forces. Because a small world was far from enough to support the development of several of their great clans together. However, this kind of world with extremely high potential, even a few more communities would not be too much to ask for, and even if it were not for the appearance of this space-time passage in the desolate domain, they would not even have the qualifications to intervene and take it over. If the news spreads out, the powerful forces of those richer regions will definitely not be able to resist making a move, and the entire desolate domain will not even be able to have a mouthful of soup. It was for this reason that they had completely joined forces and closed off all news, intending to join forces together to capture the Blue Planet and later join forces to develop it. At that time, their clan would surely become more and more powerful. Even if it was comparable to the most powerful forces in the mythic era, it was possible to do it. Such a great temptation, who could hold back? Hearing Shenzhen's words, Chen Xuan's brows furrowed as his entire heart grew heavier. At this moment, they are just like a child who is carrying the most precious treasure, and any powerful forces, once they learn about it, are afraid that they will want to come and grab it. Chapter 127 Double Gold Edition. Break his arm. The Blue Star's specialness, as of now, had not been able to bring them gains, but instead had brought about a huge crisis, the temptation that a world that was able to grow by constantly devouring other worlds could be imagined. The fact that this group of people were able to do their best to block this news nowadays was nothing more than the fact that they had the possibility of capturing the Blue Star, and once they couldn't, it was guaranteed that they would pass on the Blue Star's special. At that time, the enemies that Blue Star would have to face would be even more terrifying. In other words, unless they could grow to be truly invincible, their enemies would only grow stronger and more numerous. Seeing Chen Xuan's worried look on his face, Shenzhen and the others were instantly happy and mocked out nonchalantly. What? You're dying and you're still worried about your world? Don't worry. Falling into our hands will definitely not bury your world. You can go in peace. Of course, if you can convince your country to surrender, we can give you a whole body. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan snapped back from his rambling thoughts and swept a glance at the grinning Shenzhen and the others, sneering in his heart. This group of people were really winning. Since this was the case, let's give them a surprise. Boom! In the next instant, a powerful aura violently erupted from Chen Xuan's body, seeming to take in the soul like brilliant heavenly might, as endless power swept and swept, shaking the entire starry sky. Beginning to strike, Chen Xuan directly used his full strength, the chaotic Emperor Dragon sword entering his hand, sharp to the extreme sword intent sweeping through, the entire person like a shadow, instantly appearing beside Shenzhen. The Emperor Dragon hegemony body opened, and the red flame furnace, chaotic sword domain, and 13 systemic domains enveloped Shenzhen at the same time, suppressing the other party while at the same time sucking in the other party's power. Not only that, Chen Xuan also executed the time reversal sword formation, utilizing the power of the laws of time to slow down the opponent's thinking, and even though the effect of the time reversal sword formation was limited due to Shenzhen reaching the level of a legendary saint exalted, even if it was only for a moment, it would be enough. Buzz! Only to see, Chen Xuan raised the chaotic Emperor Dragon sword in his hand. Golden light flared out, the consummate level of golden laws completely wrapping the chaotic Emperor Dragon sword as the Gungjin chop fell with a roar. After condensing the golden dragon mark, the golden profession skill Gungjin chop that Chen Xuan had erupted from had its power doubled by several times, equivalent to a double gold enchantment, making the originally mediocre Gungjin chop almost the strongest undercard of Chen Xuan. The gold system, with its sharpness and armor-breaking effect, coupled with the 100 soldiers of the king's sword, which was also known for its sharpness. The power of this Gungjin chop move had exceeded everyone's imagination. Under the influence of the time reversal sword formation as well as the dual realms and the red inferno furnace, even if Shenzhen reacted, his body was unable to react in the first place, and he could only watch as the sword that caused his heart to palpitate fell towards him. How dare you! Han Yi and the others who had not been enveloped by the time reversal sword formation instantly reacted, roaring angrily and exploding at the same time as strong power fluctuations swept out from their hands, violently blasting towards Chen Xuan. How could they not expect that under the noses of several of their legendary saint sovereigns, Chen Xuan, a mere mole cricket at the peak of the king realm, would even dare to take the initiative to attack and kill? Where does that put them? However, even as he felt the threat from behind, Chen Xuan continued to chop down regardless, his face calm, the indifference of that incomparable gaze causing Xianzhan's heart to tremble. This mole, who would rather be bombarded by 4 legendary saint exalted powerhouses than cut him down with a sword. How big of a grudge is it that deserves him to be so cruel? Tear. This sword, without any surprise, landed on Xianzhan's body. The extreme sharpness tore Xianzhan's body apart. An entire arm was directly chopped off by the sword, and blood gushed out like a spring. Bang! The terrifyingly huge force then bombarded Chen Xuan's body, causing his entire body to directly crash into Xianzhan, and the two of them instantly affixed themselves together, and then, like a meteor, crashed through the void and shot off into the distance. I don't know how many meteorites were blasted down before the two figures came to a halt. Biffed! Chen Xuan's clothes were shattered, his face was pale, and blood continued to spray from his mouth as he staggered and stabilized himself, pulling out a healing elixir from his spatial ring and swallowing it in one gulp, running to refine it with all his might. Compared to Chen Xuan, Xianzhan, the saint ancestor of the Xianyu underworld clan, was even more miserable, as his entire body was directly embedded into a huge meteorite, with blood continuously bubbling outward from his body, permeating the entire meteorite. At this moment, Xianzhan had already passed out. In addition to the broken arm, his chest was directly sunken. If it was not for the extremely strong vitality of a legendary saint exalted powerhouse, he who had suffered such a heavy blow would definitely be too dead to die again. All of this was within Chen Xuan's calculations. His full force attack just now, although it was able to inflict a heavy blow to Xianzhan, it was unable to cause him to fall into unconsciousness. However, the joint bombardment of Han Yi and the other 4 legendary saint exalted powerhouses, even if most of the power fell on Chen Xuan, the terrifyingly huge force also reverberated through Chen Xuan's body and backfired on Xianzhan as he impacted on Xianzhan. Under the double blow, it directly caused Xianzhan, a legendary saint exalt powerhouse, to lose his fighting strength on the spot. Being able to make the other party lose a saint exalted combatant, even if he was severely injured, was worth it to Chen Xuan, allowing him to reduce his pressure by an unknown amount. If not, with 5 saint sovereigns surrounding him, a person as strong as him would not have the certainty of surviving. Of course, if he hadn't refined the dragon-marked body refinement technique and reached the 2nd level, with his physique greatly enhanced, Chen Xuan wouldn't have dared to take such a risk. A joint strike from 4 saint exalted powerhouses, among the king realm, he was the only one who could withstand it. Griffin, you deserve to die. In the next moment, Han Yi and the others instantly appeared around Chen Xuan, glaring angrily at him, their stern killing machines completely enveloping him. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to see Chen Xuan's calculations just now, but it was precisely because they could see it that it made them even more furious. 5 saint exalted powerhouses in the hall were actually being calculated by a mere mole cricket at the peak of the king realm. The key is that the other party even succeeded. If it was spread out, what face would they have? They didn't care about Xianzhan's trauma, and were even happy to see it. What they cared about was their own damaged face. What made them tremble even more was that the 4 of them had joined forces, and this mere king realm griffin was able to withstand it. Such amazing battle power, even for them, they were all a little afraid. The roar that contained endless killing opportunities exploded like a thunderclap, and the 4 saint exalted, including Han Yi, shot out in unison, blasting out a fist towards Chen Xuan, like a vast ocean of power condensing into a huge fist, blasting towards Chen Xuan with unstoppable might. East, west, south, north and south, all 4 directions, there is a horrible fist on. Almost all of Chen Xuan's retreat closed. that terrible fist power like brilliant heavenly power, a few desire to suffocate. If it were an ordinary peak of the king realm at this moment, he would have long been unable to move and could only wait quietly for death. Even Chen Xuan felt a tremendous amount of pressure, but he did not panic and remained chillingly calm. Chapter 128. Please die. Bang! Even if Chen Xuan resisted with all his might, the strike from the four saint exalted powerhouses still sent him flying away, and a terrifyingly huge force swept through his body uncontrollably, his already pale face becoming even paler. If he hadn't practiced the dragon-marked body refining technique before, even if he had already surpassed the limits of the human body, he would surely die under a single punch from these four saint sovereigns. Those who are invincible in the world are called legends. This kind of existence, with a single strike of their hands, could be called destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. That is, Chen Xuan, if it were anyone else, even a peak true king powerhouse at the level of the supreme celestial pride, would not necessarily be able to block the joint attack of the four legendary saint sovereigns. Watching Chen Xuan still block their anger-laden strike, Han Yi and the others all had their pupils shrink, unable to stop the look of shock from spreading across their faces. Chen Xuan's power was simply beyond their imagination. Their legendary saint elders. For people joining forces, which was already too much for them, but they still suffered successive setbacks in Chen Xuan's hands. Simply unbelievable. If not for the fact that it was right in front of their eyes, they simply couldn't believe that a peak king realm mole could block the joint attacks of four saint sovereigns one after the other, and such a battle performance would be enough to leave Chen Xuan in history even if he were to fall today. Throughout the entire mythic era, it was impossible to identify a peak king realm powerhouse that could have such amazing battle prowess as Chen Xuan. This son must die. Almost at the same time, the killing chance of Han Yi and the others rose to the extreme. A mere peak of the king realm had such terrifying battle power, and when Chen Xuan reached true king or even legendary saint exalt, they really didn't dare to imagine who else would be able to stop him. Even if they were no longer willing to admit it, they could not deny the fact that Chen Xuan was at an absolute invincible position amongst his peers. If Chen Xuan was at the legendary saint exalt realm, they would definitely turn around and flee without hesitation, and even with four people, they were not confident that they would be able to defeat Chen Xuan at the same level. What made Han Yi and the others fortunate was that Chen Xuan had yet to truly grow up, and they still had a chance to snuff out this heaven-defying demon in the cradle. A few people looked at each other, and without hesitation, they flashed and attacked. Phew! Chen Xuan lightly exhaled, once again taking several healing pills, holding the chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword, and without hesitation, he met them without hesitation, while at the same time, he was also fully operating the Dragon Mark refining technique, wanting to utilize the external pressure to condense the second Dragon Mark law, the Thunder System Dragon Mark. After seeing the five people of Han Yi again, Chen Xuan realized that his only way to break the game was above the true king's tribulation. Once an outsider intervenes when a transitor is facing a thunderbolt, not only will the power of the transitor's thunderbolt be doubled, but the interloper will likewise face the thunderbolt's punishment, the strength of which corresponds to the interloper's cultivation level. It was with this undercard that Chen Xuan had the confidence to battle with the five legendary saint sovereigns such as Han Yi, and even kill them back. Otherwise, even if he condensed the second dragon pattern, it would be impossible for him to decimate Han Yi and the others, and at best, he could possess a battle power equal to theirs. But this, however, was not what Chen Xuan wanted. Even if he blocked Cold Yi and the others and temporarily repelled them, their next attack would surely be even more terrifying, and at that time he would not have an external force such as a thunderbolt. On the contrary, at this moment, if he was able to fight against Cold Yi and the others with the thunderbolt, although he would also encounter no small amount of danger, if he could leave Cold Yi and the others behind altogether, the results he could achieve would definitely be beyond imagination. Of course, before that, Chen Xuan still needed to make every effort to increase his cards against the lightning tribulation. After all, even he himself couldn't speculate on the terrifying power of the lightning tribulation he had induced. On top of that, doubling it again, that kind of power, just thinking about it, was daunting. Bang! In an instant, Chen Xuan collided with Han Yi and the others, and like a storm like ripples, centered on the five, swept away in all directions, and wherever the ripples passed through, everything was obliterated. Not far away, Pluto's planet, under the impact of this ripple, all rolled up in a shocking storm. Biffed! The moment they touched, the terrifyingly huge force once again threw Chen Xuan out, scarlet blood gushing out like a spring. After stabilizing his stance, Chen Xuan didn't hesitate, once again bullying his way to the top. With the support of his powerful physique, his vitality was not weaker than that of a legendary Saint Exalt powerhouse, which was also the reason why he dared to condense the Thunder System Dragon pattern with the help of Cold Yi and the others. This powerful vitality was enough to support him, for a short period of time, to resist the bombardment from Cold E and the others, and this time was Chen Xuan's chance to condense the Thunder System Dragon Mark. If Han Yi and the others were to know that under such a perilous situation, Chen Xuan was even using them as stepping stones, they would be afraid that they would directly vomit blood in anger. Rumble! One after another explosion surged, looking at the Chen Xuan that was like an undefeatable little strong man. Han Yi and other people's faces were all gloomy down, obviously were almost killed, but the next second, and with nothing, once again collided with them. That perseverance as well as the terrifying physique, none of them made Cold E and the others feel bizarre. To think that their own felt humiliated for legendary Saint Sovereigns joining forces, yet they were slow to take down a Peak King Realm Mole Cricket? Who would believe it? Who would dare to believe it? Sword Edict Divine Thunder. Sword Edict Divine Thunder. In order to enhance the condensation of the Thunder Dragon sign, Chen Xuan had not utilized any other vocational skills, tirelessly using the Thunder vocational skill Sword Edict Divine Thunder, and under the high-intensity bombardment, the entire battlefield was filled with densely packed thunder, seemingly transforming this battlefield into a thunder domain. Under the influence of these thunderbolts, the thunder laws of this battlefield all became extremely active, as if it had evolved into a holy land of thunder cultivation. The several people of Han Yi looked at each other and burst out at the same time. Their power was so vast that it seemed to run like a shocking wave. Facing the pincer attack of several people, Chen Xuan was valiant and undaunted, the chaotic Emperor Dragon's sword in his hand, encircled with thunder, chopping out one after another, berserk thunder interspersed with sharp sword chi, filling the entire battlefield. Bang! Without a doubt, Chen Xuan was once again sent flying, and the attack he had erupted from was shattered by the fists of Cold E and the others in just a split second. But he was tireless as he once again charged out across the room. At the same time, under the extremely active thunder factor as well as the pressure from Han Yi and the others, the cohesion speed of the second dragon pattern was getting faster and faster. If Han Yi and the others were careful enough, they would be able to notice that the thunder in the battlefield was surging into Chen Xuan's palm little by little, and in his palm, a faint dark purple dragon shadow was slowly taking shape. It was a pity that the mentality of Han Yi and the others was almost broken by Chen Xuan, and all that was on their minds was to kill Chen Xuan, so they couldn't be quiet enough to observe carefully. Give my father death. An hour later, Cold E and the others were cloaked in their hair. Their eyes were red, and they were constantly roaring out. They're really going crazy. Every time it was easy to send Chen Xuan flying, but not once was Chen Xuan able to kill him. The tenacity of this guy's life was simply unheard of and unseen. For legendary saint exalted powerhouses joined forces, yet they were slow to kill a Peak King realm? Who dares to believe that? Chapter 129 The Dragon Kingdom will win requesting golden votes. At this moment, Chen Xuan on the battlefield, his entire body was in an extremely miserable state. His body was covered in wounds and drenched in blood, as if he was a bloody man, but the light that blossomed in his eyes was bright and incomparably bright, and the battle intent that permeated his body was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. No one could have imagined that after enduring such a heavy trauma, Chen Xuan's willpower would still be able to reach such an astonishing level. In the case of an ordinary person, after such a heavy trauma, he would have long since passed out. Sure enough, fighting is the best way to improve. Chen Xuan's heart secretly rejoiced. After being subjected to the pressure of a powerful external force, his speed of coagulating the dragon pattern was beyond imagination. In a short period of time, he had already branded the second dragon pattern, the Thunder System Dragon pattern, to all parts of his body, leaving only his heart to be branded. It was also because of the success of the branding of the Thunder System Dragon pattern that he was able to fight more and more bravely and not be surrounded and beaten to death by Cold E and the others. Take advantage of this opportunity to completely brand the Thunder System Dragon pattern in one go. Chen Xuan's eyes flickered with a fierce color. This excellent opportunity. If he missed it, he would definitely regret it. Even if the risks involved were great, it was still worth a try. If there were an existence that also practiced the Dragon Mark alchemy technique and knew that Chen Xuan wanted to brand the Dragon Mark at his heart in the middle of a battle, they would definitely think that Chen Xuan was crazy. Undoubtedly, the most fragile and treacherous places in the branding process are definitely not the skull as well as the heart. The head, hosting the human body's most mysterious soul, is located. The slightest error, become an idiot are possible, and the heart is even more fragile. A little stimulation may be gone. Even if one reached the peak of the king realm, once their heart was destroyed, there was no possibility of survival. If not for the fact that he had already gone through the first level of chi and blood branding as well as the golden dragon mark branding, and that his heart had already been strengthened, Chen Xuan wouldn't have dared to take such a huge risk. If a man is not ruthless, he will not stand. If he wanted to have the power to defend himself in the next calamity, he had to successfully brand the Thunder System Dragon pattern and fight thunder with thunder, so that he would have a chance of survival. Boom! Thinking like this, Chen Xuan's eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness, his entire body's aura bursting forth, once again taking the initiative to strike. Above the Chaos Emperor Dragon sword, thunder flashed, each swing driving dense thunder, as if the Thunder Road sword god. While striking, Chen Xuan also converged most of his mind into the dragon brand at his heart, and while he appeared to be incredibly brave, he was careful within. Griffin, die for my honor! Angry roars emanated from Han Yi's mouth, and a strong impact of power swept out as the 4 legendary Saint Exalted powerhouses erupted into an overwhelmingly strong attack, blasting towards Chen Xuan. The successive losses had caused several people's anger to have built up to an extreme point, and their emotions were close to breaking down. They had never seen a peak king realm with such tenacious vitality. It was simply like a heavenly dream. How to look at it was fantastic. Aside from certain overwhelmingly powerful undercards that required a large price to be paid, they had all pulled out all the stops, and as a result, they had still failed to cut Chen Xuan down. Who would have thought that a hallowed legendary saint sovereign level powerhouse would be forced to such a point by a peak of the king realm? Bang! Shocking collisions swept out, but in an instant, Chen Xuan and the others had collided hundreds of moves, so fast that they could not be seen at all, and the figures of several people, like streams of light, crazily intertwined and entangled. The entire battlefield was densely covered in thunder, and raging power swept through it. At the same time, on the Dragon Kingdom's borders, the miserable battles were still going on, and every defense line was like a millstone of flesh and blood, with people dying every moment, and blood staining the entire earth red. After the alien race's true king powerhouses were deployed, the Dragon Kingdom's losses grew geometrically, and if it wasn't for the help of a variety of powerful technological weapons, the major defenses had already collapsed completely. Even so, it was only a matter of time before the major defenses collapsed. As long as it failed to solve the problem of true king powerhouses, the Dragon Kingdom was destined to be unable to hold those border defenses. Of the several major lines of defense, the battlefield in the Lessa precautionary area was the most tragic. However, in a short period of time, 3 of the newly promoted King Realm powerhouses supporting the Lessa precautionary area had already fallen, and the other King Realm powerhouses were also in danger of being surrounded by the same level of powerhouses from the Blazing Winged Lion clan. The formation spirit of the Vermilion Bird Legion had already been broken down. 100,000 Vermilion Bird Legion bare arms, fighting with that densely packed army of the Fiery Winged Lion race. After losing the advantage of the military formation, these Vermilion Bird Legionnaires also gradually fell. Even the mythical special forces had many members who died tragically in the battlefield. Of course, the losses of the Fiery Winged Lion clan were equally huge. Only under that huge number, these losses were nothing at all. The Dragon Kingdom will win. A King Realm powerhouse of the Red Sky Squad issued the last extinguishing song of his life on the verge of death. He still pulled a King Realm powerhouse of the Fiery Winged Lion race to die with him, to death. His face is still filled with the determination of returning with the enemy and a touch of regret of not being able to see his country's mountains and rivers again. That tragic scene caused many of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers present to shed tears. Ah! Damn Fei! The remnants of the people in the precautionary area of Lessa roared with rage. Some are angry, some are wailing, some are murderous. The only thing that wasn't there was awe. The will of these natives is truly amazing. On the void, the true king powerhouse of the Fiery Winged Lion clan looked at the many people of the Dragon Kingdom who fought to the death to resist. A flash of appreciation flashed through his eyes, and he couldn't help but voice out his emotions. Unfortunately, weakness is the original sin. Another true king powerhouse of the Blazing Wing Lion clan shook his head and spoke in a condensed voice. Kill! Damn foreigners, master is here. Get out of the Dragon Kingdom! It was also at this moment that noisy shouting and killing sounds resounded from afar, and as far as the eye could see, dense silhouettes of people rushed across towards the battlefield, and a shocking killing machine swept across the sky. These silhouettes were none other than the Civil Awakening people who had come from all over the world for support. At the sight of that tragic and miserable battlefield, some people's legs and feet were weak, some people were furious, and some people were murderous, but the only thing that didn't retreat was that even the people who were frightened by that bloody battlefield followed the large troop and charged forward. Their strength wasn't high, generally around level 50, but the will as well as the killing machine they erupted with was enough to cause trepidation. Any more than that, and it's just a death sentence. Why bother? The several fiery winged lion clan true king powerhouses standing on the void looked at the densely packed reinforcements, shook their heads, and snorted out a laugh. A mere group of mole crickets that hadn't even reached the 60th level wanted to change the battle situation? It's just ridiculous. Dude, we're late, hold on. Don't be afraid. I'll help you. Hey. This big guy let the master have it. In an instant, those civil awakenings rushed onto the battlefield, and they coincidentally went forward to help the remnants of the besieged Lazar precautionary zone, replacing the wounded. The beacons will rise again, and blood will fill the sky. Chapter 130 Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's Mansion. Make your move. Put an end to the flukes of these ants once and for all, and make them despair. A true king powerhouse of the fiery winged lion race swept a glance at the battlefield below and spoke out indifferently. The remaining few true king powerhouses nodded approvingly as they heard this. Boom! In the next moment, a strong aura violently burst out from them. The entire heaven and earth instantly changed in wind and clouds, and a thick and oppressive aura swept across the entire battlefield. In the battlefield, every single person from the Dragon Kingdom felt the terrifying pressure like a mountain, a pressure that made their entire bodies tremble uncontrollably, even those King Realm powerhouses. Not anyone could do what Chen Xuan had done, using the power of the King Realm to easily reverse the true king, and most of the King Realm powerhouses simply did not have the slightest resistance when faced with a true king. Damn! Every dragon countryman on the battlefield roared in anger, wanting to break free from this terrifying suppression, but even with their best efforts, it was difficult for them to get rid of this pressure that was like a 10,000-foot mountain. Those below the King Realm were even directly pressed to the ground by this terrifying pressure. Crackling sounds emanated from their bodies. Their bones seemed to be crushed, and their entire faces became distorted. Just the aura alone directly oppressed them to the point where they could not move. At this moment, the atmosphere of despair kept sweeping, especially those folk awakened people who had just come to support, incomparably angry and unwilling. They originally thought that they could make a big kill, or even worse, they could exchange one for one, but when the other party directly sent out a nuclear bomb-level character, it was as if they had come over to send them to their deaths. Griffins should be resigned to their fate. A true king powerhouse of the fiery winged lion race stood in the air, looking down on the many people of the Dragon Kingdom. His indifferent and merciless voice, as if it were a thunderbolt, resounded in the ears of the crowd. Even though all the true king powerhouses of the fiery winged lion clan had erupted their auras, only one of them had actually made a move. A mere group of mole crickets was not worthy of them to fight together, and it was already an honor for these mole crickets to die in the hands of a true king powerhouse. Recognize Nima? A triple X. In this moment of silence, a member of the Red Sky Squad flushed red and raised his eyes to look up at that true king powerhouse, his hard-drinking curses echoing clearly. In just an instant, that true king powerhouse of the blazing winged lion clan's face clouded over with rage. Very well. This king admires your courage, but your insolence will only cause you to die faster. Boom! As the words fell, power like a vast ocean suddenly erupted from the hands of this true king powerhouse, and the void around him distorted under the influence of this power in a manner visible to the naked eye. The aura of heaven and earth within a radius of 10,000 meters was like a whale swallowing it, swarming towards this person, and the infinite power continued to converge in the dome of the sky, gradually forming a palm print that covered the sky. The palpitating palm power was like a heavenly river pouring down. Under the shroud of this palm power, every dragon nation felt as if their whole body bones were going to break, and the unspeakable pain caused their faces to twist up. At the same time, the army of the fiery winged lion clan also withdrew from the battlefield at the first time, looking at the dragon countrymen who were enveloped by the vast palm imprints with a caricatured smile, and their gaze was filled with endless euphoria. There was no doubt that once that huge palm that covered the sky fell, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom would surely die without any possibility of surviving. Rumble! Like a giant mountain like palm print, it collapsed the space and came down with an unrivaled momentum. The entire ground, all set off gusts of wind, endless smoke and dust mixed with debris, was swept up into the sky, forming a horrific tornado. Many suppressed dragon country people were blown to open their eyes. The skin was even cut by the debris, appearing densely packed with tiny scars. But compared to the wounds on their bodies, what made them even more agonized was the fact that they had not a single power of resistance, and could only watch their compatriots die horribly. Boom! Under the smiling gazes of the many blazing wing lion clan armies, the giant palm that covered the sky came down with a roar, and a deafening roar immediately resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. On the void, The several true king powerhouses of the blazing winged lion clan, including the one who had struck out, seemed to have sensed something. Their faces changed slightly and their eyes instantly became sharp as they continuously scanned the battlefield below that was covered in smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, the sardonic smiles on the faces of the many blazing wing lion clan soldiers stopped as they stared blankly at the three pale figures that appeared above the heads of the many dragon countrymen. Those were three old men wearing ancient costumes, their long snow-white hair fluttering in the wind, seemingly pale. Their eyes were shining. Their bodies were filled with a shocking aura, and with them as the center, a vast power enveloped all the people of the Dragon Kingdom in it. It was also this force that saved many Dragon Nation people from being robbed. Live. Who are they? A flash of dismay flashed across the faces of the many Dragon Kingdom people, staring blankly at the three figures in the sky above, including those members of the Red Sky Squad, who were also puzzled. They could be sure that they didn't recognize these three old men, and the Dragon Country had not yet seen such powerful old men at the moment. Could it be that they were people from an ancient power left over from the ancient times? A mere foreigner. How dare you take liberties in my central plains? Do you really think I have no one in the central plains? As the crowd froze, the old man in the center raised his eyes to look at the fiery winged lion clan's true king powerhouse in the sky above, and the sound of a cold snort exploded like a thunderclap. You guys, what are you? Those few true king powerhouses of the fiery winged lion clan's faces were grave as they stared at the three old men with a deadly stare and inquired in a cold voice. They were able to feel great pressure from these three old men, and it was obvious that the strength of these three old men was definitely at the same level as them, or even one step stronger than them. But how is that possible? According to known intelligence, wasn't there only one heaven-defying young heavenly pride in the Dragon Kingdom? And where did these three come from? Could it be that what that mysterious person said before was true? Thinking about what Lai Xian and the others had once reported, these few true king powerhouses of the fiery winged lion clan immediately changed their faces. Dragon Tiger Mountain, Heavenly Master. The loud voice echoed throughout the battlefield, drawing many Dragon Nation people to look at it. Lung Fushan Heavenly Master's Mansion? Isn't that a tourist attraction? A Taoist shrine? What's going on here? Many people from the Dragon Kingdom who didn't know the inside story were shocked. Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's Mansion? The eyes of the true king powerhouse of the fiery winged lion clan narrowed slightly and murmured softly before his eyes snapped, staring intently at the three old men as he droned. This seat advises you to mind your own business. If you and the others just retreat, this seat can pretend that nothing has happened. Upon hearing this, the old man in the center of the room was happy and directly snorted out a laugh. Retreat? Who do you think you are? If you dare to invade the Middle Kingdom, you will all die. After snickering, that old man looked at the many Dragon Kingdom people on the ground and apologized. Sorry, we are late. Next, leave it to us. Chapter 131. The True King's Revenge approaches requesting golden votes. Boom! As the words fell, strong auras swept out from them, shaking the sky and the earth. Shockingly, the cultivation of these three old men had all reached the peak of True King, and in just an instant, that astonishing might caused everyone present to tremble. Come and fight! The old man in the center, with sharp eyes, shouted aloud. Above his seemingly stooped body, a shocking battle intent filled the air. Immediately afterward, the three of them shot out in unison. Their dry palms blossomed with a glistening radiance, and between the slaps, Dao palm prints erupted out. Humph! Although they were shocked by the cultivation of the three old men, the true king powerhouses of the flaming winged lion clan were not afraid. After all, although their cultivation was not as good as the three old men, they were outnumbered, and under the joint efforts, the three men would not be able to take them down easily. Bang! In an instant, a few people will collide together. Deafening roar then exploded, the violent impact, with them as the center, swept away in all directions, the entire void as if by the impact of a horrible cannonball. To the naked eye visible posture distortion up. Even the ground are set off layer after layer of storms, the sky of smoke and dust, the entire battlefield will be obscured. The people who were closer to the battlefield were directly lifted out by that terrifying impact, spraying blood furiously from their mouths, unable to withstand this terrifying aftershock. The battle of a true king powerhouse was as terrifying as it was. The crowd on the ground couldn't stop their bodies from trembling as they looked up at the battle in the sky above. Kill! Also, just as the true king battle in the sky above was in full swing, the many Dragon Kingdom powerhouses also reacted, their eyes flashing with hatred as monstrous killing machines swept through their eyes. violently impacting towards those frozen fiery winged lion race armies. Bang! At the beginning of the moment, the entire Lhasa precautionary area once again set off a horrifying war. No matter in the sky or on the ground, all were engaged in heart-stopping battles, with many folk awakened people as well as the three-peak true king powerhouses of the Heavenly Master's mansion joining in. The entire battle situation had already tended to be close to equilibrium. At the same time, the other defense lines of the Dragon Kingdom also coincidentally emerged several mysterious powerhouses. These mysterious powerhouses, none of them were in the realm of the true king, and their appearance made the alien race's true king powerhouses all be held back, and also allowed the Dragon Kingdom to stabilize the battle situation. Bang! In the starry sky, Chen Xuan's entire body was blasted out like a cannonball, ruthlessly smashing into a huge meteorite in the distance, shattering that meteorite into pieces. Gentlemen, this mole has been jumping around for so long. It's time to put an end to him. Standing in the air, Han Yi looked at Chen Xuan in the distance, a flash of sternness flashing through his eyes as he spoke aloud towards the demonic Blaze and the others beside him. At this point in the battle, the patience of Han Yi and the others had been completely worn out, and the killing chance as well as the anger had accumulated to the extreme. Even if they paid a greater price, they would have to kill Chen Xuan completely here in order to fulfill their own legendary saint's reputation. At this moment, not only were there Han Yi and the others, but even Xian Zhan, who had previously been knocked unconscious by Chen Xuan's surprise sneak attack, had also come to his senses and joined the battlefield. Compared to Cold Yi and the others, Xian Zhan's killing intent towards Chen Xuan was even greater to the point of no return. After all, he was a legendary Saint Exalt, yet he was sneak attacked and seriously injured by a Peak King realm mole cricket. This was simply a disgrace in his life. If he didn't wash away this shame, what face would he have to stand between heaven and earth? As Han Yi's words fell, Xian Zhan and the others flickered and directly appeared around Chen Xuan, surrounding his entire person with the momentum of a five-pointed star, a fierce aura of solemnity and murder permeating the battlefield. Boom! In the next instant, a strong might swept out from the five people of Han Yi, like a vast ocean of power, converging in their palms, the strength of this power, so that the surrounding void could not stop trembling. A strand of pitch-black cracks, tearing away in all directions, like a spider's web. One pillar of light after another gushed out from Han Yi and the others, 5 pillars of light like pillars in the sky, floating in this dim starry sky, followed by chains extending from the pillars of light, linking the 5 pillars of light together. Chen Xuan, who was situated within it, was as if he was enveloped by a prison cage, unable to escape or avoid it. Facing the full force blockade of 5 legendary Saint Sovereigns, even a true peak legendary Saint Sovereign powerhouse would not necessarily be able to break free easily. It could be said that Chen Xuan, who was trapped within it, was like a living target, and the only thing that awaited him was death. It was also at this moment that an unimpeded sardonic smile finally surfaced on the morose faces of Han Yi and the others. They had finally trapped this damned mole cricket. God knows how much they wanted to kill Chen Xuan. He's too creepy. Don't give him a chance. Strike together and exterminate him completely. The devil blazed on the side. His eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness, and he droned in a condensed voice. Even though he had already trapped Chen Xuan at this moment, Demon Blaze still attached incomparable importance to Chen Xuan. Previously, Chen Xuan's performance had already cast a shadow over him, and he did not want to let this great situation disappear due to a momentary neglect. The rest of them nodded as they heard this, and the power in their bodies continued to mobilize. Putting everything aside, they were still extremely respectful of Chen Xuan, with a cultivation at the peak of the King realm, fiercely battling 5 legendary Saint Exalted without dying. This was something that could be described as astounding, something that not just anyone could do. At least, in their impression, no one in the entire desolate domain was able to achieve this step. It's over. In the next moment, Han Yi and the others who had gathered the strength of their entire body looked towards Chen Xuan in unison and sighed out softly, their eyes flickering with a touch of regret. If not for the fact that the hatred between the two sides had become irreversible, they really couldn't bear to kill Chen Xuan's such a demonic celestial pride. If their clan could have such a demonic heavenly pride, they would definitely offer it up like a treasure, and such a character would be enough to hold up a strong clan on his own. Rumble! However, just as Han Yi and the others were planning to completely end Chen Xuan, a terrifying thunderclap violently exploded in the starry sky, and immediately afterward, a vast pressure spilled down from the sky, just like billions of feet of gigantic mountains, pressing Han Yi and the others to the point where they could hardly move. What is this? Han Yi and the others, who were enveloped by this pressure, were confused as a whole, As they raised their heads with difficulty and looked towards the dark clouds that were constantly converging on the dome of the sky, their pupils contracted violently, and their hearts couldn't stop beating furiously. Boom! However, in an instant, with Chen Xuan as the center, the dome of the sky within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles had already been obscured by dark clouds, and endless thunderbolts shone and raced through the dark clouds, as if they were a thunder dragon. Strong thunder might mixed with a heaven-destroying aura swept across the entire starry sky. What was even more frightening was that the calamity cloud hadn't stopped condensing and was still spreading outwards, and the pressure that permeated between heaven and earth was becoming more and more terrifying. Are you crazy? Why don't you stop now? Han Yi and the others trembled as they roared out in terror towards Chen Xuan. Chapter 132 Exterminating Thunder Tribulation Seeking Golden Tickets. With the eyesight of Han Yi and the others, they were naturally able to see what Chen Xuan was doing at the moment. How could they not expect that Chen Xuan would be so crazy that he would directly invoke the Thunder Tribulation in this situation? Doesn't he know that a thunderbolt with an outsider intervening will grow geometrically? One must know that even just a mortal intruding into the lightning tribulation would cause the power of the tribulation to fluctuate, let alone 5 of their legendary saint sovereigns. The original lightning tribulation that Chen Xuan had faced was already terrifying enough, and with the doubling effect after their 5 legendary saint sovereigns had intervened, they could no longer imagine how terrifying the lightning tribulation that Chen Xuan had triggered this time would be. Damned griffins! You're so mean. However, in an instant, Han Yi and the others figured out Chen Xuan's idea and could not help but growl out, their faces incomparably ugly, and their eyes involuntarily transmitting panic. If it was just a thunderbolt triggered by an ordinary heavenly pride, although it would cause them some trouble, it would not be so bad that they would fall on the spot. However, with the terrifying qualifications that Chen Xuan had displayed, the strength of the thunder tribulation that he had induced was absolutely unique to the ages, and the pressure that they, who had been pulled into the thunder tribulation by Chen Xuan, would have to face was absolutely terrifying. Normally, the lightning tribulation that interveners faced was based on the qualifications of the person crossing the tribulation, plus their own cultivation level, which meant that the lightning tribulation that their 5 legendary saint sovereigns were about to face was equivalent to the one that would occur when Chen Xuan was about to break through into mythic monarch after reaching the peak of the legendary saint sovereigns. Not to mention them, even a true mythic monarch would have to fall on the spot in the face of a mythic thunderbolt from a heaven-defying demon like Chen Xuan. It was because of this that Han Yi and the others were so alarmed. They were trying to kill Chen Xuan, but they didn't want to die with him. If they had known this, they would have preferred to let Chen Xuan go rather than face this terrifying thunderbolt. Compared to the panic of Han Yi and the others, Chen Xuan was calm and unperturbed. He ignored Han Yi and the others and did not pay attention to the thunderbolt in the sky, but instead swallowed healing pills with all his might to recover from his injuries. The appearance of the thunder tribulation was already in his plan. If he didn't have to wait for the Thunder Road Dragon mark to finish branding, he would have already triggered the tribulation. Rumble! Ear-splitting roaring sounds resounded one after another. The heavenly dome of the robbery clouds kept tumbling, dark golden light blossomed out from the robbery clouds, vaguely visible. In the robbery clouds, a thick dark golden thunder was constantly intertwined together. The terrifying thunder power spilled down from the sky, shocking the hearts and minds. As time passed, Chen Xuan's injuries gradually recovered, while the sky's robotic clouds continued to coalesce and take shape. The coverage of the calamity cloud, from hundreds of thousands of miles to hundreds of thousands of miles to millions of miles at this moment. As far as the eye could see, the vast calamity cloud, which covered the entire starry sky, even rippled to the distant Pluto planet. If there were still astronomers on the blue planet watching the stars at this moment, they would be able to notice the changes on Pluto. Boom! At a certain moment, a boom spread out, and the sky's robbery cloud had completely coalesced into shape, and the dark golden light shone throughout the starry sky, dyeing the area a dark golden color. At this moment, the coverage of the calamity cloud had already reached 10 million miles, and the heavenly might that permeated it was so dense that it caused the 5 legendary saint exalted such as Han Yi to tremble, and the entirety of them were in a state of shock. Just the power of the calamity was terrifying to such an extent. If the thunderbolt truly descended, how terrifying would it be? This is the Extinction Thunder Tribulation. Cold E, who had been stirred up to some sort of reminiscence by this terrifying robbing might, roared out violently, his voice trembling, and the panic in his words was impossible to conceal. Extinction, Extinction Thunder Tribulation. Not far away, Xian Zhan and the others heard this and shivered, despair uncontrollably surfacing on their faces. Starting from the King realm, every time one advanced to a large realm, one would need to cross a heavenly mind tribulation, and above the king realm there were 4 major heavenly mind tribulations: the True King Tribulation, the Saint Xuan Tribulation, the Myth Tribulation, and the Emperor Tribulation. After countless years of groping, the Mythic era's understanding of the heavenly mind scourge was extremely extensive, and certain existences had spent a great deal of time listing the heavenly mind scourge in a systematic and detailed manner in order to allow the Mythic era to give birth to more powerful people. The common lightning tribulations were the 5 elements Thunder Tribulation, Chen Xuan Thunder Tribulation, Demon Breaking Thunder Tribulation, and so on, and the more special ones were the ones condensed by special laws, such as the Darkness Devouring Thunder Tribulation, the Soul Lighting Thunder Tribulation, the Empty Blaze Thunder Tribulation, and so on. These Thunder Tribulations were uniformly categorized as Transcendent Level Thunder Tribulations, and above the Transcendent Level Thunder Tribulations were Epic Thunder Tribulations, Legendary Thunder Tribulations, Chaos Thunder Tribulations, and World-Suppressing Thunder Tribulations. As for the Extinction Thunder Tribulation, it was above the Jinshi Thunder Tribulation, which had never appeared since ancient times, and was a thunder tribulation that was in the middle of a theory. Han Yi and the others had thought that the Lightning Tribulation Chen Xuan had invoked might be a chaotic thunder tribulation or even a world-suppressing thunder tribulation, but they had never imagined that what he had invoked was the legendary world-destroying thunder tribulation. In all of history, the first extinction thunderbolt was just born. Is this an honor for them, or an unfortunate one? In the Mythic era, being able to survive an epic-level thunder tribulation was enough to be called a top celestial pride, and no matter which great power one went to, one would be accepted, and once one had survived the legendary thunder tribulation, one would even be able to become a true disciple of those truly great powers, and become a mainstay of the future of those great powers. As for the chaotic Thunderjack, that was already the next generation of the Lord of Power by default, the seed celestial pride that was cultivated by gathering the strength of the entire clan. If one could survive the world-suppressing thunder tribulation, all the great powers within the entire Mythic era, including those hidden great powers, would catch wind of it and fight for it with everything they had. Throughout the history of the Mythic era world, those who had passed through the world-suppressing thunder tribulation were only a few, and the vast majority of them were the world-suppressing thunder tribulation of the True King Tribulation, and those who had passed through the True King Tribulation and the Saint Xuan Tribulation double world-suppressing thunder tribulation were only 3, and as for the triple world-suppressing thunder tribulation, there was not a single one. From this, it could be seen that the higher the level of the heavenly mind tribulation, the more terrifying its power was. The world-extinguishing thunder tribulation that Chen Xuan had invoked, from its name one could tell a thing or two: world-extinguishing, a thunder tribulation that was capable of obliterating the world. How powerful it was already self-evident. Gentlemen, do your best to resist. Even if we were to fall, it would be an honor for us to see the supreme extinction thunder tribulation. Coldy swept a glance at Devil Blaze and the others, and laughed out bitterly. The whole person was disheveled and desperate, and had already given up any struggle. Facing this kind of terrifying thunderbolt, death is inevitable, but even if he dies, Han Yi will fight until he dies, and to be able to personally endure some of this supreme thunderbolt, such as the thunderbolt of extinction, he is also considered to be able to rest in peace. Upon hearing this, Demon Blaze and the others looked at each other and all fell silent. Now that the thunderbolt has become a reality, no matter how much they regret it, it won't help. Either he could try his best to resist and fight for a ray of hope, or he could only wait for death. I didn't expect that we, who have lived our entire lives, would fall into the hands of a peak king realm. The time is also destiny. A moment later, Devil Blaze sighed out softly, a sadness permeating his body like the end of a lord. Chapter 133: Destroying 2 saints in a row requesting golden votes. Rumble. Bursts of thunder resounded in the starry sky, and in the calamity clouds, thunder like the shadow of a dragon kept tumbling, and the terrifying thunder might was uncontrollably declared, and even from a distance of 10,000 miles, one could feel the terrifying might. The heavens and earth were vast, and their might was limitless. Even a supreme being like the Starry Sky Emperor was as small as a mole cricket in front of the might of the heavens and earth. Roar! Like a dragon's roar of thunder exploded. The whole 9 huge thunder dragon, from the calamity cloud probed out, dark golden light, sprinkled all over the starry sky, the indifferent and merciless dragon eyes, as if looking down on a group of mole crickets, only to look at a glance, people's souls trembled dramatically. The first wave of thunderbolts descended. Beneath the thunderbolt, Chen Xuan awoke from his recovery state, his entire body involuntarily tensing up. Just the first wave of thunderbolts had brought a tremendous amount of pressure upon him, a pressure that was not even inferior to that of a legendary Saint Exalt. How horrible is this? In the case of a normal person facing a lightning bolt that was like that of a legendary saint, they would definitely die. Normally, the last wave of the Jinshi Thunder Tribulation in the True King's Thunder Tribulation was only of this magnitude, and he, with only the first wave of Tribulation Thunder, was equivalent to the last wave of the Jinshi Thunder Tribulation. The distant Han Yi and the others similarly felt the pressure of the robbing thunder from above the sky, the entire person completely despairing. Compared to Chen Xuan, the robbing thunder they were facing was even more horrifying. Just the first wave was equivalent to the full force of a peak mythical monarch-level powerhouse. They weren't even confident that they could carry through this first wave of robotic lightning. Rumble! At this time, the 9 thunder dragons in the robbing clouds all fell down in unison, blasting towards Chen Xuan with teeth and claws, the terrifying might, collapsing the void, causing this piece of the void to tear apart as if a mirror had shattered, cracks of pitch-black emptiness, spreading throughout the entire space. Imperial Dragon Bastard Body, Chaos Sword Domain, 13 Lineage Fields. Facing this powerful thunder dragon, Chen Xuan didn't dare to slow down and exploded with all his might. The chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword having appeared in his hand at some point, the power within his body constantly surging into the sword. Spirit Vault Sword Slash, Frozen Miles. The professional skills that erupted one after another caused the entire space to be filled with colorful light, and the Dao Dao Swordmans, cutting through the void, chopped towards the Thunder Dragon in reverse. Bang! In an instant, the Thunder Dragon and the sword aura collided together, and a shocking storm instantly swept away in all directions, with countless sword chi mixed with thunder, recklessly impacting the surroundings, blasting everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles into powder. Chen Xuan's entire person was directly enveloped by the vastness of thunder, densely packed as if it was about to tear Chen Xuan apart, incessantly impacting Chen Xuan's body. At the same time, Han Yi and the others were also enduring the terrifying thunder. The huge thunder dragon directly swallowed them into its belly. The dense thunder continuously squeezed towards them. The power they had erupted from, in the midst of this terrifying thunder, appeared extremely small. Biffed! Just a moment after touching, Han Yi and the others sprayed out a mouthful of blood in unison, their faces as white as paper, and their entire bodies trembled uncontrollably. Block for this seat. Han Yi and the others hissed up to the sky, looking as if they were crazy, recklessly erupting their own power, even burning their own essence blood in exchange for strong power to withstand this terrifying thunderbolt. Rumble! Just at this time, just like the sound of thunder like a flood bell once again exploded, the great robberies in the clouds, all together probed out the hideous dragon head, the whole 18 thunder dragon, once again impact and down. As far as the eye could see, the entire void was strewn with thunder, as if a thunder field was suppressing it, and that visual impact was enough to cause anyone to despair. The second wave of thunderbolts, without even giving it time to rest, fell straight down. Chen Xuan, who was resisting the thunder, had a solemn expression on his face as he continuously erupted his own power, with various kinds of occupational skills, chopping out one after another to weaken the power of the robbing thunder. Boom! When the second wave of thunderbolts fell, Chen Xuan's entire body was directly blasted away by that terrifyingly huge force, and the dense bombardment of thunder caused his body and even his mind to be briefly paralyzed. The unspeakably sharp pain caused his entire face to distort, and his skin was strewn with cracks as if it were dry, scarlet blood seeping out of the cracks and coloring his entire body into a bloody man. The power of this wave of lightning tribulation was equivalent to the full force of a peak mid-stage legendary Saint Exalt powerhouse, and coupled with the residual power of the first wave, even Chen Xuan had a tough time resisting it. He knew very well that if he kept on being so passive, in the end, he would definitely not be able to survive the thunder tribulation in its entirety, and if he wanted to make a living in this thunder tribulation, the only way was to use the thunder tribulation to strengthen himself, and use this thunder tribulation as a stepping stone to make himself stronger. With this in mind, Chen Xuan did not hesitate to run the Dragon Mark refining art, intending to utilize the pressure of the Thunderbolt to help himself coalesce a third law Dragon Mark, and this time he chose the Earth Law, which was known for its defense. Ah! While Chen Xuan was doing his best to resist the second wave of the lightning tribulation, mournful screams resounded from afar, causing Chen Xuan to involuntarily shiver and look at the sound, only to see that Han Yi and the others were all miserable and incomparable. At this moment, Cold Yi and the others, their bodies were covered with dense wounds, the whole person was cloaked in blood, the terrifying thunder, flickering on their bodies, their vitality was being constantly devoured by the thunder. Although their cultivation far exceeded that of Chen Xuan, the power of the thunderbolt they faced was likewise more terrifying. Moreover, the stronger the cultivation, the more difficult it would be to cross the border and fight. Even Chen Xuan himself, if he was at the stage of a legendary Saint Exalt, would not dare to guarantee that he would be able to fight with a mythical monarch-level powerhouse, let alone Han Yi and the others. Originally, the first wave of the lightning tribulation had already caused them to suffer heavy injuries, and this second wave of the tribulation, which had been more than doubled, was not something they could withstand? Furthermore, at this time, what they were enduring was not only the second wave of the lightning tribulation, but also the residual power of the first wave of the lightning tribulation, and under the superposition of the two, the pressure they were enduring was beyond imagination. Bang! It didn't take long for the weakest Chen Xuan to take the lead in being unable to withstand it, and the entire person exploded like a firework, a huge blood mist that only appeared for a split second before it was directly vaporized by that terrifying thunder. At this scene, Chen Xuan could not stop chilling at the sight. It's too bad. Not even a whole body was left. Even the ashes were obliterated. This was definitely the most miserable legendary Saint Exalt powerhouse he had ever seen. If Xianjun knew what Chen Xuan was thinking at this moment, he was afraid that he would jump out of hell and curse at Chen Xuan. Bang! It wasn't long before Devil Blaze couldn't take it anymore and ended up like Xianjun. Coldy, several people who are resisting the thunderbolt, at this moment also can't help but emerge from the thought of the rabbit dying. Without a doubt, their end will definitely not be better than the Devil Blaze 2 people to wear. What is most difficult and frightening for them is that they know what will happen to them, but they do not have the slightest ability to change it. Chapter 134 Array Breaking Thunder Tribulation, Promotion to True King. This feeling of only being able to quietly wait for death. I believe that no matter who it was, it would break down. Rumble. At this moment, Chen Xuan had no intention of paying attention to Han Yi and the others. The terrifying might of the third wave of the Thunder Tribulation made him feel a fatal crisis. The entire 36 Thunder Dragons, as if they were going to destroy the heavens and the earth. As far as the eye could see, the entire starry sky was almost covered in thunder. The horrifying might was enough to make anyone fear for it. Despite the perilous situation, Chen Xuan did not have any panic. Instead, he grew calmer and calmer as his powerful vocational skills blasted out. A terrifying storm of power sweeping through the 8 directions as he fought against the terrifying thunder. Bang! Rumbling sounds exploded. The dense thunder constantly bombarded Chen Xuan. Even after his attack weakened, it still caused unimaginable damage to him. At this moment, he had just like a bloody man, his face as white as paper, and his entire body was shaking. Chen Xuan hurriedly took out the healing pills and swallowed them brainlessly into his abdomen, running his body with all his might, refining up the majestic medicinal power and repairing his own injuries. After doing so, he once again cast his profession skill and continuously blasted the thunder around him. Under the accumulation of the 3 waves of thunder tribulation, the thunder within 10,000 miles of Chen Xuan's surroundings at the moment had long since densified to the extreme, and any idle legendary Saint Exalt who stepped foot here would be destroyed by the terrifying thunder in an instant. If Chen Xuan hadn't already broken through the limits of the human body and gone through the refinement of the Dragon Mark body refinement technique, it would have been difficult for his body to withstand this terrifying thunder. Ah! On the other side, mournful cries rang out as the 3 of them, Han Yi, fell under the 3rd wave of lightning tribulation one after the other as if they had an appointment, and astonishing visions surged throughout the starry sky. The entire 5 legendary Saint Exalted powerhouses were easily obliterated like this, and the might of heaven and earth was as terrifying as it was. Who would have thought that a mere existence at the peak of the King Realm would be able to design a way to crush 5 legendary Saint Exalted powerhouses? Speaking of it, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Such a miracle could not be replicated by anyone other than Chen Xuan, and even another being who had awakened a mythic quality profession would not be able to invoke a thunder tribulation and decimate 5 legendary Saint Exalt powerhouses. At this moment, the only thing left in the entire starry sky was Chen Xuan and the chilling thunderbolt. Boom! With a booming explosion, the 4th wave of thunder tribulation fell with a bang. 64 thunder dragons covered the sky dome, and the terrifying might obliterated everything. Even the Pluto planet and the other stars that were extremely far away were affected, and the star's interior all set off shocking waves. Can't stop it. With just a glance, Chen Xuan understood that with his strength at the moment, he would definitely not be able to block this 4th wave of thunder. So he took a deep breath and waved his large hand, and 3 jade discs instantly appeared in front of him. This is the array disc that he took out from the Human Emperor's secret realm. The grade has reached the legendary saint level and are all defense formations. As early as when he sensed the thunderbolt, Chen Xuan had already been making preparations for the tribulation, and these 3 array discs were one of his preparations. Without hesitation, he directly took out a spirit stone and activated all 3 array discs. Boom! Brilliant light erupted from above the 3 array discs, and strands of array patterns spread out from above the discs. wrapping Chen Xuan's entire person in them, a full 3 layers of defense, wrapping Chen Xuan's entire person into a jade cocoon. Bang! In the next moment, the hideous thunder dragon swooped down, like a star falling, and ruthlessly crashed on top of the formation barrier. The sound of an explosion like a flooding bell resounded in all directions, and the sound waves swept in a way that was visible to the naked eye. Despite the guardianship of the formation, which saved Chen Xuan from facing the 4th wave of lightning tribulation directly, the terrifying force of the recoil still shook Chen Xuan out of his internal injuries, and blood gushed out like a fountain. At this moment, the place where Chen Xuan stood had been transformed into a thunder field, with endless thunder constantly bombarding the array barrier. Bang! As the 5th wave of lightning tribulation fell, the outermost array barrier shattered with a loud bang, and the 2nd layer of the array barrier, too, appeared to have dense cracks, and as the 6th wave of lightning tribulation fell, all of the array discs exploded into pieces, and the mighty might of the thunder crushed most of Chen Xuan's bones. Ahem! Chen Xuan did not care about healing his wounds and hurriedly took out 2 array discs from his spatial ring once again. The patterns on these 2 array discs were extremely complex, far surpassing those 3 array discs from before. Taixian's Spirit Protection Formation, Xuanwu Defense Formation, Mythical Quality Supreme Formations. Even in the treasury of the Human Emperor's secret realm, formation discs of this level were extremely rare. Buzz! When Chen Xuan agitated these 2 array discs, a light as bright as the vast sun flickered out, and the dense array patterns, coalescing into 2 huge phantoms, one being the Taixian Array Spirit, and the other being the Xuanwu Array Spirit, and these 2 large array spirits completely wrapped Chen Xuan in them, insulating him from all the thunder. It was only at this moment that Chen Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, taking out the healing elixir and recovering with all his might. Rumble! Outside of the formation barrier, densely packed thunder was continuously eroding the formation, and with the sound of rumbling exploding, the 7th and 8th waves of thunder tribulation fell together, and the terrifying thunder dragons had obscured Chen Xuan's line of sight. Under the bombardment of the densely packed thunder dragons, even the 2 major formations that had reached mythic quality were constantly trembling. Chen Xuan's entire heart lifted up as he stared at the formation dead-on, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Even through the formations, he could feel the terror of the thunderbolt, and if it wasn't guarded by these 2 mythical grade formations, he was afraid that he would have already been obliterated by the powerful thunderbolt. What made Chen Xuan fortunate was that these 2 mythic grade formations were powerful enough that even when the 2 waves of thunder tribulation fell at the same time, they remained firm and did not allow the thunder to shatter. Boom! Immediately after that, the 9th, 10th, and 11th waves of the thunder tribulation fell in unison, and that supreme heavenly might stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, and the heavens and earth beneath the thunder tribulation were all destroyed by this terrifying might. But even so, those 2 mythical grade formations didn't shatter, only densely packed cracks appeared. Phew! Chen Xuan lightly exhaled, once again taking out a formation disc, a Chaos Guardian formation that was sufficiently at the peak of mythic, the topmost formation disc in the secret realm of human emperors, and in the several layers he had searched for, such a one had only appeared. Bang! When the 12th wave of thunderbolts fell, the 2 mythical grade formation discs that had been set up earlier directly burst apart, turning into points of starbursts that dissipated into the thunder, and even the Chaos Guardian formation was constantly trembling under the bombardment of the 12th wave of thunderbolts. The last wave, the 13th wave of the thunderbolt, was incomparably loud. All sorts of thunder phantom beasts surfaced above the sky, such as the holy beasts known to Chen Xuan as the Green Dragon and White Tiger, as well as the major ferocious beasts and some unknown giants all manifested. Ear-splitting roars resounded in all directions, like 10,000 beasts rushing about, violently impacting down towards Chen Xuan. At this moment, Chen Xuan could no longer see anything in his eyes other than the densely packed thunder. I don't know how long had passed, the thunder that spread around him completely disappeared, and that Chaos Guardian formation shattered apart with it, and the sky dome above flashed with endless golden light, and a gigantic pillar of light, extending from the sky dome, enveloped his entire being in it. Chapter 135 God-Devil Battle-Seeking Golden Votes. Only to see that Chen Xuan's entire body was suspended within that gigantic pillar of light, and majestic power surged within the pillar of light, following the pores of Chen Xuan's entire body and surging into him. Under this gentle and extremely vitalizing power, the injuries that Chen Xuan had sustained were recovering at an extremely rapid rate, and not only that, this power was also continuously refining Chen Xuan's physique, making it even stronger. At this moment, Some sort of metamorphosis was being generated within Chen Xuan, as his entire being was being upgraded on all fronts. A powerful aura gradually permeating out from him, shaking the entire void. The starry sky, which seemed to have been shocked by the aura released by Chen Xuan, constantly trembled, with strands of void cracks spreading out in all directions with the light pillar as the center. Not only was Chen Xuan metamorphosing, but his 13 lineage domains were likewise metamorphosing, as dense law inscriptions filled out from the light pillars and drilled into Chen Xuan's domains, helping Chen Xuan to construct the domains into cavernous heavens. This was a gift from the laws of heaven and earth, a reward from heaven and earth for an existence that had successfully passed the thunder tribulation test. The more powerful the lightning tribulation that was crossed, the more generous the gifts from the heavens and earth would be after successfully crossing it. And because of this, the gifts from the heavens and earth that Chen Xuan received at this moment were enough to make any true king powerhouse envious. Of course, not everyone can afford to be so gifted. The heaven and earth gift, almost proportional to the strength of the person who transited, the person with insufficient strength, accepting the heaven and earth gift that is too strong, not only will they not get the benefit but instead, they will be burst by that horrible heaven and earth gift. At this moment, under the power gifted by the heavens and earth, Chen Xuan's entire strength had undergone a drastic change. The bones of his body were crystal clear, just like jade bones, his skin was as delicate as a newborn baby, and the entire person's physical defense had at least doubled compared to before, equivalent to the strength of branding a law dragon pattern. This kind of enhancement is beyond imagination. On top of that, not only was the aura within Chen Xuan's body as raging and endless as the ocean, but under the condensation of the power of the heavens and earth, the quality of the aura had also become incomparably pure. This is the power of a true king level? After an unknown amount of time had passed, Chen Xuan leisurely awoke and couldn't help but marvel out. At this moment, he felt that he was unprecedentedly strong. If it was against his previous self, it was enough to easily crush. If he were to use his current strength to fight against legendary saints such as Cold E, who had already been obliterated, he definitely wouldn't be in that kind of a mess anymore and would already be able to easily deal with it and even look for an opportunity to break them down one by one. In the next moment, Chen Xuan pulled up his occupation panel and squinted his eyes to check it out. Realm, Mid-True King Realm. Strength, 320 True Dragon Power, 1 True Dragon Power equals 100 Dragon Power. Physique, 472 True Dragon Power. Spirit, 512 True Dragon Power. Avatars, Spirit Dome Sword Chop, Frozen Miles, Sword Edict Divine Thunder, Dark Prison Obliteration, Universal Illumination of the 8 Directions, Firejacking, Gung Jin Chop, Heavenly Wooden Goddess of Mercy, Absolute Defense, Time Reversal Sword Formation, Wind Underworld Storm Strike. Soul-cutting control of each avatar has been brought to perfection, and the power of the 12 laws of the 12 systems has been brought to perfection. Laws of Force Unintelligible Avatar Control is 20%. Talents, True Sword Heart Understanding, True Chaotic Sword Domain, True Imperial Dragon Overlord Body, True Red Flame Furnace, True Phoenix Tao Nirvana. Divine Armor, Chaos Emperor Dragon Sword, Chaos Emperor Dragon Armor, Chaos Emperor Dragon Boots. True King Extreme. Cave Heaven. Hybrid Cave Heaven contains the power of the 13 systems of laws. In the future, for every law that is comprehended, the laws can be integrated into the Cave Heaven to enhance the power of the Cave Heaven. Human Limits. King's Realm breaks the Divine Ban. True King's Divine Ban not yet arrived. Technique. Dragon Mark Alchemy. First level complete. Second level condenses Gold System Dragon Mark, Thunder System Dragon Mark, 90% Earth System Dragon Mark. Special Talent. Chaotic True Source Body. 3 forms. Chaotic True Devil Form. Consumes a large amount of blood, increasing power by 5 to 7 times, depending on the amount of blood consumed. Chaotic True God Form. Consumes a large amount of soul power, increasing power by 8 to 10 times. Divine and Demonic Fighting Form. Consumes one's own vitality, increasing power by more than 15 times on all fronts. Looking at the career panel in front of him, Chen Xuan's mood shook, only feeling as if he was already invincible. Only by looking at the career panel can one truly appreciate the strength enhancement after one's promotion to the realm of the True King. Not only did the 3 basic values metamorphose into the True Dragon Power of the True King level, along with the talent as well as the special talent also completely metamorphosed. True level talents as well as special talents that corresponded to True Kings, the overall effect was drastically enhanced, far from what could be compared previously. It could be said that at this moment, Chen Xuan's battle power in his normal state was already enough to rival that of a legendary Saint Exalt. If the special talent was exerted, there was basically no opponent below the peak of legendary Saint Exalted, and once more than half of his vitality was used to perform the divine demon fighting form. Even the peak of legendary Saint Exalted could be killed. This is Chen Xuan's true king realm. Beyond the ancient and the modern, unprecedented. Who would have thought that a mere true king could have his strength metamorphosed to such an extent? After sensing the power of his own breakthrough, Chen Xuan did not delay any longer, and with a flash of his body, he sped towards the blue star. As he moved forward, Chen Xuan could not help but feel anxious in his heart. This time, the power used by several foreign races was unprecedented, alone attacking and killing him. There were 5 major legendary Saint Zuns, and the other true kings and even king realms were countless, so with the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, it was impossible to block it. Chen Xuan was truly afraid that by the time he returned to the blue star, the Dragon Kingdom territory he saw would have been reduced to rubble. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan's speed increased once more, and his entire person was like a meteor as he cut through the dimly lit starry sky. At the same time, the major defense line of the Dragon Kingdom, still smoke everywhere, tragic battles all the time to stimulate the eyeballs, even with the help of the mysterious strong, but many foreign armies, still led the Dragon Kingdom to pay a painful price. On the Lessa defense line, the heavens roared more than ever, and artillery fire raged on the ground. The 3 true king powerhouses of the Heavenly Master's mansion were colliding crazily with the true king powerhouses of the fiery winged lion clan, and deafening roaring sounds as well as violent impacts swept through the 8 directions, with dense cracks like spider webs spreading over the void. Even though those 3 true king powerhouses of the Heavenly Master's mansion had all reached the peak of true king, those few true kings of the flaming winged lion clan were not weak, and with the advantage of numbers, even they would have difficulty in decimating the true kings of the flaming winged lion clan in a short period of time. Because of this, they simply couldn't free themselves to help the Dragon Kingdom powerhouses on the ground, which led to the battle on the ground, which was extremely tragic. After all, the blazing wing lion clan's king realm powerhouses as well as the overall strength of the army far exceeded that of the Dragon Kingdom, and if it wasn't for those folk awakened who were not afraid to fight to the death, the entire front would have collapsed long ago, I'm afraid. But if no other support arrives, it will only be a matter of time before the battle line collapses. The ruins of the entire Lhasa precautionary area were like a bloody hell, with all sorts of limbs and broken flesh sprinkled all over the ground, and scarlet blood flowing through the cracks as if it were a river, with a thick bloody odor permeating the air. On the battlefield, all the Dragon Kingdom powerhouses had become completely numb, with only the enemy in their eyes, and even though they were physically and mentally exhausted, they continued to charge and kill. Chapter 136 Hope returns seeking golden tickets. Kill! Hoarse, feeble shouts of murder echoed from a certain ruin in the precautionary district of Lhasa. Lin Yi, an ordinary citizen of the Tianhai Preventive District, before the mythic era descended, he was nothing more than a fish seller, getting up early and late every day just to give his wife and children a better life. After the mythical era descended, when the country organized the awakening of the whole nation, he was lucky enough to awaken the legendary quality profession of Berserker Fighter, and after registering as a member of the Dragon Kingdom Professional Association, he formed a hunting team, specializing in hunting mutated animals as well as alien races. Up to this point, the lives of both Lin Yi and the members of his squad had been greatly improved. Lin Yi himself had bought a suite in the center of the Tianhai Preventive District, and his child was even attending a key elementary school so he could get more resources in order to be one step ahead of the others when he awakened at the age of 15. All of this is brought about by national policies, and although he never said it out loud, his heart is extremely grateful to the country. Perhaps everyone will face the threat of alien invasion in this mythic era, but compared to that time when money was the most important thing, this era is significantly better. Because, in this day and age, anyone who is willing to give and work hard can reap the rewards instead of being constantly squeezed. Because of this, when the country called on the civil awakened to support the front line, Lin Yi did not hesitate to lead his hunting squad and came to support the Lhasa defense line. It was just that the grueling nature of this war was beyond the imagination of Lin Yi and all the supporting civil awakenings. Living in the peaceful era, how had they ever experienced such a bloody battlefield? The excitement of that kind of life being like grass made everyone tremble. But even if they were frightened in their hearts, after seeing the tragic situation in the Lhasa precautionary area, Lin Yi and the other folk awakened were enraged, and their strong anger overcame the fear in their hearts, brazenly fighting with the blazing winged lion clan's army. The great battle had come to a head, and Lin Yi watched as his teammates were torn apart by the strongest members of the fiery, winged lion clan, and even his hysterical roars of rage failed to change the ending. His body had long been covered with wounds, his spirit had long been numb. He didn't know when this war would end, and at this moment, The only belief that supported him to still fight with the soldiers of the fiery winged lion clan was to defend the Dragon Kingdom as well as to return home alive. Bang! While Lin Yi was fighting numbly and violently, a 60th level fiery winged lion clan powerhouse set his sights on him, and his powerful fist directly sent his entire body flying out, ruthlessly smashing into a pool of blood. Biffed! Lin Yi forced himself to endure the severe pain on his body, blood spitting out of his mouth furiously, his face as white as paper, his eyes staring deathly at that 60th level blazing winged lion race powerhouse. Not to mention the fact that he was heavily injured and mentally exhausted at the moment. Even if he was in his heyday, he would have to be cautious when facing a level 60 powerhouse. After all, his level at the moment was just barely at level 50. If it wasn't for the fact that he had awakened a legendary quality profession, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to fight a level 60 powerhouse. Sorry, can't go back. Lin Yi's pupils were lax, and he murmured out in despair. Thinking of his but 10-year-old child, thinking of his wife waiting for him at home, Lin Yi's heart rose with endless guilt. How cruel is God to him? He was once a man who was constantly busy trying to make a living, and when he was able to get on his feet, his country was in trouble. This world is so undead. Lin Yi's eyes flickered with a touch of madness as he stared at that blazing winged lion clan powerhouse with a shocking killing machine permeating his body. Even if he was destined to die, he would drag the other party down to hell. Maybe he couldn't be there for his own children's growth, much less see his own children marry and have children. But he made sure to let his children know that his dad was a hero. Kill! An earth-shattering shout of murder resounded in these ruins, and the determination contained in the voice moved all who heard it. Boom! A strong aura violently swept out from Lin Yi's body. The long knife in his hand clanked, and the domineering and incomparable knife intent filled the entire ruin like a storm. Wherever the long blade went, the blade aura spread out. On the other side, the 60th ranked powerhouse of the fiery winged lion clan saw the onslaught of Lin Yi. A fierce smile surged on his face, and he directly slammed his fist out, the majestic power transforming into a huge fist main, blasting towards Lin Yi like a crackerjack. Bang! In a matter of moments, a sword and a fist collided together, and the terrifying storm of power instantly lifted the surrounding ruined ground, rolling up endless smoke and dust. Bang! In the midst of the storm, a loud roar spread out, and Lin Yi, who had been sent flying out, smashed the ground into pieces, and debris interspersed with smoke and dust splattered indiscriminately. Ahem! Lin Yi bled, spitting out pieces of his internal organs as he looked unwillingly at the blazing winged lion clan powerhouse who was slowly walking towards him. His all-out strike in desperation had ultimately failed to kill this person. Goodbye, my home, my country. Looking at the powerful member of the blazing winged lion clan who was looking down on him from above, Lin Yi's face was filled with fondness. Humble grills. That strong member of the blazing winged lion clan gave a disdainful sardonic laugh and raised his palm, which was full of lines, in order to finish Lin Yi off. Boom! But right at this moment, a thunderous boom resounded violently above the dome of the sky, and immediately afterward, densely packed sword chi surfaced on the dome of the sky, and then fell down like a downpour. In the battlefield, I don't know how many people, like Lin Yi, were waiting for death as unwillingly as this, but when that sword chi fell, the enemy in front of them was like a bubble easily torn apart by the sword chi. The bursting hot blood drenched them, but they ignored it, raising their eyes to the firmament in unison. Not only them, even the true King Realm powerhouses that were fighting in the Sky Dome and the King Realm powerhouses in the low altitude subconsciously stopped their hands and looked in unison at the direction where the sword rain had manifested. A silhouette quietly stood there, posture upright as a pine, body armor through the bright luster. Does not seem to have any momentum bloom, but it is like a peerless god of war. Just a glance, one would want to bow down and worship. Other than those few strong people from the Heavenly Master's mansion who were slightly confused, the rest of the Dragon Kingdom people were all in tears as they knew that hope had finally waited. As long as he is there, all disasters are no longer disasters. At this moment, all the Dragon Kingdom people on the ruins were so excited that they were trembling all over. Even if their bodies were already numb, they still burst out with amazing battle spirit, and the whole essence of the people knew as if they had changed into a new person. While the crowd was excited by Chen Xuan's appearance, Chen Xuan, who was standing in the air, looked at the scene that resembled a hell on earth. An endless sadness welled up in his heart. These, however, are the people of the Dragon Kingdom. How many people's homes have been destroyed by a war? Buzz! He waved his hands, and majestic power immediately surged out from his palms. The spiritual chi of the heavens and earth within a 10,000-mile radius swarmed to him, as if it was being swallowed by a whale, and the vastness of the spiritual chi coalesced into droplets of water under Chen Xuan's traction. Boom! In the next moment, a rain of aura that enveloped the entire battlefield came crashing down amidst everyone's shocked gazes. Chapter 137 Thoroughly Defeated, Madly Slaughtered. Tick! This majestic rain of aura, as if it possessed spirituality, bypassed all the enemies and landed on the many powerful people of the Dragon Kingdom, and the gentle and majestic aura that contained majestic vitality surged into their bodies in an instant. Under this powerful vitality, everyone's injuries actually gradually recovered, and even broken arms and legs were reborn under this terrifying aura rain. This was like a heavenly scene that shook everyone present. How is that possible? Those few true king powerhouses of the fiery winged lion clan cried out in disbelief, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their gazes filled with intense fear. They recognized Chen Xuan, the existence that had been surrounded by their legendary saint ancestors and even the legendary saint ancestors of several other clans. He had actually appeared alive? This was even more frightening to them than the appearance of the aura rain, especially if their legendary saint ancestor had not appeared. The eyes of the three heavenly master mansion true king powerhouses standing not far away all narrowed, and the one in the center, as if remembering something, exclaimed in a low voice, This is a mythical grade elixir? It's no wonder, he's only a true king's breath, but he was able to make it this far. Upon hearing this, the other two true king powerhouses of the heavenly master's mansion suddenly came to a realization, but after understanding the cause and effect, they were even more shocked. This is a mythological level elixir. In this age of the end of the law, this level of elixir was no less than a divine elixir for any professional awakened. Having a mythical quality healing elixir was equivalent to having another life. Even the heaviest of injuries could be recovered in an instant. But this stranger, to use an elixir of such a level to heal the wounds of a group of occupational awakenings whose average was just below level 70? What kind of shocking gesture was this? Even he, the heavenly master's mansion, could not be so wealthy. To be precise, it was impossible for all the forces left over from the ancient era to be so extravagant. Indeed, had it not been for the mythical quality healing pill that he had taken out from the human emperor's secret realm, even with Chen Xuan's current strength, it would have been impossible for him to manage to revive so many people's severed limbs. This elixir was indeed exceptionally precious, but if it was not used, it was nothing more than a waste elixir. These people, who had paid the price of blood for the frontier of the Dragon Kingdom and were fighting with their lives, no matter how precious the treasures were, they were all qualified to use them. Thus, after Chen Xuan saw the tragic state of the crowd, he did not hesitate to use the only mythic quality healing elixir he had in his hand, using the elixir coupled with his own strength to turn it into a roiling rain of aura to heal the crowd's injuries. How can you possibly be alive? At that moment, a true king powerhouse of the blazing winged lion clan stared deathly at Chen Xuan and inquired in a trembling voice. The fear-filled voice was unmistakable in the silent ruins. Whoever violates the Dragon Kingdom dies. In the face of this person's inquiry, Chen Xuan gave the other party an expressionless look, and words as merciless as death rang out from his mouth, and in the next instant, without seeing the slightest movement from him, his entire person had appeared in front of this person, his fist smashing down like a meteor, its speed so fast that the true king powerhouses present were unable to react. And when they did, all that was left in their eyes was a cloud of blood mist that exploded like a firework. Hiss! In an instant, the sound of sucking in cool air resounded throughout the heavens and earth as those present, one and all, were stunned by the strength Chen Xuan had displayed. A mid-tier true king level powerhouse was just resolved by a single punch? How fantastic! So strong! A true king powerhouse from the heavenly master's mansion squinted his eyes and marveled out. As strong as he was, having reached the peak of true king, there was no way he could tackle a mid-true king powerhouse so easily. Chen Xuan's strength was so strong that he could be called invincible in the same realm. This person is so young, yet he is able to have such terrifying strength, and that too in this age of the end of the laws. I'm afraid that the legendary sons of Qi are nothing more than that. No wonder the old heavenly master wants us to come out. This Central Plains Dragon Kingdom, to have this person guarding it, already has the image of a submerged dragon. The Celestial Master's mansion powerhouse in the center stared intently at Chen Xuan as he sighed out with a grave expression on his face. It was also that they did not know that Chen Xuan had just killed 5 legendary Saint Exalted, otherwise, they were afraid that they would be even more shocked. Even if Chen Xuan had killed them with the help of the Heavenly Landmine Tribulation, this battle achievement was a real one. While the crowd was shocked, Chen Xuan did not stop. His body was like electricity, flashing one after another. Every time he paused, a cloud of blood mist exploded in the sky and the earth. This true king powerhouse who was strong enough to easily destroy the city and crack the mountain was at this moment as if he was a mole cricket and was easily hunted down by Chen Xuan. Run away! This shocking scene completely scared the courage of the strong Winged Lion clan. Whether it is the remaining Winged Lion clan army or those King Realm powerhouses, all frantically fled, no longer before the mighty wind. Don't let them get away. Kill them. Come when you want. Leave when you want. What do you think my Dragon Kingdom is? The Dragon Kingdom's suffering today shall be washed away in blood. The many Dragon Kingdom powerhouses who had recovered from all their injuries saw this scene, and all of them flickered with hatred in their eyes, and without hesitation, they chased after this group of routed fiery winged lion race armies. On the celestial dome, Chen Xuan, who had decimated all of the fiery winged lion clan's true king powerhouses, extended his hand and gently shook it. Bang! Dull rumbling sounds spread out, and the group of fiery winged lion clan king realm powerhouses that were fleeing were crushed under this gentle grip, with not even a speck of bone dregs remaining. This scene, watching the many strong Dragon Kingdom people, was even more fervent and warlike. Brothers, I have avenged you. Lin Yi, who had killed several strong members of the fiery winged lion race, glanced back at the battlefield where his teammates had died with tearful eyes, but in just a moment, he wiped away the tears in his eyes and joined in the pursuit once again. At this moment, all of the Dragon Kingdom powerhouses on the ruins went mad, transforming into merciless killing machines and slaughtering the fleeing blazing winged lion clan army to their heart's content. On the celestial dome, Chen Xuan, who was overlooking the entire scene, suddenly condensed his eyes, looked in a certain direction, and coldly grunted, "Roll out!" His voice seemed very soft, but it seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power, causing the entire void to tremble. It didn't take long for a figure shrouded under a black robe to emerge in the crowd's line of sight. Upon seeing this person, those 3 true king powerhouses of the Heavenly Master's mansion immediately had their pupils shrink, their faces hardened, and they said angrily, "Indeed, it's you scum!" Snort! At those words, the visitor looked at those 3 true king powerhouses of the Heavenly Master's mansion and snorted. Biffed! This sound, like a shocking thunder, struck the 3 people's souls, shocking them out of their internal injuries, a mouthful of blood gushing out, and their faces swishingly turning pale. A holy powerhouse? A flash of panic passed through the eyes of the 3 of them as they stared at the man dead on. How could they not expect that there was even a Saint Exalted powerhouse spying in the shadows? Now that the aura had just recovered, how could a Saint powerhouse appear? Chapter 138. High and mighty? You're also worthy. These forces of theirs that had been left over from the ancient times to the present day. Although they each possessed small worlds, it didn't mean that the aura within their small worlds was infinite. The stronger the power, the more aura they needed. After all, there were many strong people in their power. If there was not enough aura, it would not be enough to support their daily cultivation. Like the dragon sect that appeared at the beginning amongst these ancient forces of theirs, it was at best a third-rate force and was nothing at all. In order to reduce the consumption of aura, those who had reached the peak of True King or above would basically choose to fall asleep, only to maintain the consumption of their own aura as a way to ensure the longevity of the entire force. If it was a Saint Exalted level powerhouse that recklessly absorbed aura to cultivate, even if they were as strong as their great powers were, they definitely wouldn't be able to hold out for such a long period of time. It was because of this that these 3 Heavenly Masters Mansion powerhouses were surprised by the appearance of this black-robed Saint Sovereign. To be able to appear at this time, either this person had not long broken through to Saint Exaltation, or the forces behind this black-robed Saint Exaltation were even more powerful than they had imagined. Either way, it's not good news for them. Tianshifu, what's the point of coming to the party if you don't stay well? If the old Heavenly Master didn't have a few thin fingers, just based on what you just said, this honored one would have killed you. The vicissitudes of a hoarse voice came out from the black-robed man's mouth, causing the 3 Heavenly Masters Mansion powerhouses to tremble and not dare to say anything more. If they had known that this person was a legendary Saint Exalted level powerhouse, they would not have spoken out in mockery even if they had despised the forces behind the black-robed man in their hearts. Legends cannot be dishonored. Go back and tell the old Heavenly Master that if the Heavenly Master's Mansion interferes again, then don't blame my father for not giving him face. Upon hearing this, the three heavenly master mansion powerhouses looked at each other in dismay, and after hesitating for a moment, the one in the lead stoutly gruffly said, "The paths are different. Yuan Demon sect, everyone is crying out for help. Even if you're a saint sovereign, if you want to move the central plains, you'll have to step over our corpses first." These words caused Chen Xuan, who was standing quietly not far away, to cast a sidelong glance, narrowing his eyes and sizing up the man for a few moments, a slight softness in his gaze. It seems that these ancient forces, not all of them are bad, and they cannot all be knocked down in one shot. On the other side, that black-robed saint sovereign saw this and said no more. Since they were seeking death on their own, it wasn't their fault. Although they were jealous of that old heavenly master, they were only jealous, not afraid. Boom! In an instant, a cold to the extreme killing machine from the black-robed saint sovereign body diffused out. It's surrounded by 100 meters range of the void, are condensed flakes of snowflakes, straight to the soul of the coldness, swept across the entire heaven and earth. "How do you, want to die?" An indifferent and merciless voice emanated from the black-robed saint sovereign's mouth. This was the first time he had spoken towards Chen Xuan since his appearance, as well as the first time he had looked at Chen Xuan squarely. That lofty stance was like a lord above the 9 heavens, looking down on the world. Thinking that a saint can kill him? These people, they really live in their own world. Chen Xuan laughed coldly in his heart, and without hesitation, he looked straight at the black-robed saint sovereign without saying much. "Your Excellency, be careful. This person cannot be defeated by force. If you have the means to do so, then use it with all your might. If not, then flee as soon as possible." At that moment, a gravely transmitted voice echoed in Chen Xuan's mind, the source of the voice being none other than that leading heavenly master powerhouse. "The Yuan Demon sect you mentioned, what kind of force is it?" Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he took advantage of this person's voice transmission to inquire out loud. "It's a sect that is evil to the core. Ancient records state that the Yuan Demon sect was created by some outlaws in the ancient times, who took the foreign beasts as their beliefs, believing that demon and human merging is the strongest form of evolution for human beings. They believe that the invasion of foreign beasts is a process of world evolution, and that humans shouldn't resist the invasion of foreign beasts, but rather embrace the arrival of foreign beasts and worship them as their masters as a way to gain great power. Every single person in this force possesses the bloodline of a foreign beast in their body, capable of demonization, and their strength is generally a few points stronger than the average powerhouse of the same realm. At the peak of this power, there was even a supreme powerhouse who was infinitely close to a starry sky emperor. Only, due to his belief in foreign beasts, he was killed by the emperor of the ancient world himself, and even the entire Yuan Demon sect was strangled by the emperor of the ancient world. I originally thought that they had already been destroyed, but I didn't realize that they had been left over from the ancient times. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's inquiry, that heavenly master's mansion powerhouse did not hide anything and directly transmitted his voice towards Chen Xuan. He Tianshifu as the ancient forces of the existence of one of the best, the house of the ancient books, since the unusual forces cannot be compared, in exchange for the general forces, perhaps already do not understand the information of the Yuan Demon sect. After all, such a long time has passed, the first batch of ancient characters left behind have basically died out, and nowadays the people in these ancient forces have long since changed for an unknown number of generations, and the information they know is learned from the ancient books left behind in the sect. Very well, for the first time since my father's emergence, I didn't expect it to be against such an arrogant ant. If it wasn't for the fact that there is no room for failure in the plan, my father really wouldn't care to kill you. With the strength of that black-robed saint, how could he not see that Chen Xuan was transmitting with others as if no one else was there at the moment? And in front of him, a legendary saint, this mole dared to act so arrogantly, directly causing the black-robed saint's anger to climb to its peak. How could he not expect that after his appearance, this mole would not just kneel down and beg for forgiveness, but also dare to ignore him? Boom! In the next moment, a dull roar exploded throughout the entire heaven and earth, only to see this black-robed saint sovereign take a single step, directly shattering the entire void as the entire person appeared in the air above Chen Xuan's head, and stomped his foot down towards Chen Xuan, with the intention of stomping Chen Xuan into mush. This kick, it seemed to be just an ordinary kick, but the power as well as the might contained within it caused everyone present to change their colors. Even from a long distance away, those 3 powerhouses of the Heavenly Master's mansion were able to feel the terror contained in that footprint. It was a big enough terror to pulverize them instantly. "It's just a mere saint sovereign, and you deserve to be so high and mighty?" Looking at the large foot that could be described as covering the sky, Chen Xuan's eyes chilled as he snorted out coldly. Immediately after, he mobilized the power within his body and continuously gathered it on top of his fists, the vastness of the power causing Chen Xuan's fists to blossom with glistening light. Bang! A fist slammed out and thunder rumbled. The invisible fist force seems to be like a shocking wave rushing out and directly stop the descending trend of that footprint. Between the two, there is constantly an explosion of power collision sound, layer after layer of power impact to a fist and a foot as the center of the diffusion of the spread out. Under this impact, the void collapsed inch by inch like a mirror breaking. Those three strong men of the Heavenly Master's mansion, seeing that the situation was not right, hurriedly operated their power to block down this impact, preventing it from spreading to a farther place and injuring the innocent. Chapter 139 Exasperated. Blocked. Blocked. A few moments later, the eyes of those three Heavenly Master's mansion powerhouses were glazed over, staring blankly at the battlefield that looked like heaven and earth had collapsed, a deep shock welling up on their faces, only to see that at this moment, Chen Xuan was resisting that huge footprint with one fist, and the entire person had not suffered any injuries except for his body position shifting down a few meters. This was a fantastic scene, and even the person in question, the black-robed Saint Sovereign, was stunned. This kick of his certainly had the intention of humiliating Chen Xuan, but it did not mean that it was not strong. He had used at least 80% of his force, this kind of force, not to mention a mole cricket that had just broken through to the true king. Even if it was an older generation powerhouse that had infested the true king for many years, it would not have been possible to block it. Chen Xuan's 1-meter-8 figure under that huge footprint seemed so small, just like a mole cricket colliding with the heavenly might, but it was this mole cricket that actually blocked his heavenly might. He didn't even suffer a single injury. It's not possible. Shatter. As several people were shocked, Chen Xuan's eyes snapped, the power within his body bursting forth once more, his entire fist blasting out against the massive footprint, the powerful impact of the force causing the entire heaven and earth to quake. Boom! A shocking roar echoed out, and the footprints that were enough to send chills down the spine of any true king powerhouse shattered like fireworks under Chen Xuan's punch, transforming into bits of light that dissipated between the heavens and the earth. Those few Heavenly Master's mansion powerhouses looked dumbfounded and stared at each other, wanting to say something, but when the words came out of their mouths, they couldn't say anything. They had done their best to overestimate Chen Xuan's strength, but they had not expected to underestimate it. Even if they had only clashed for a single move, they could see the frightening nature of Chen Xuan's strength just by that single move. An ordinary true king, not to mention colliding with a Saint Exalt, would already be remarkable if he could remain open and calm under its pressure. Griffin, my father has underestimated your strength. But if you think that with this, you can fight against my father, then you are very wrong. This father will let you see what is the true power of a holy father. You and a holy father, like a mole cricket and a divine dragon, are not comparable at all. The black-robed Saint Sovereign stood with his hands in the air, looking down on Chen Xuan with condescension. His words filled with mockery, as if he wanted to retrieve the face he had lost with that move by virtue of his words. If you want to fight, fight. So much nonsense? Who had thought that Chen Xuan would simply not give him face and directly rebuke him with his words? As the words fell, Chen Xuan even took the initiative without hesitation. Boom! Only to see Chen Xuan's footsteps, the void was directly stepped out of a pitch-black hole by him, and his entire person was like a meteor, instantly arriving beside the black-robed Saint Sovereign, and the chaotic Emperor Dragon sword, at some unknown time, had already appeared in his hand, and the overriding sword intent filled the 8 directions. He held the chaotic Emperor Dragon sword high in the air, and the power in his body surged into the sword body in a steady stream, causing a burst of clear and loud sword chants to sound, and then slammed down with a chop. The Spirit Vault sword chop, wrapped in the terrifying spatial force and overbearing sword intent, fell towards the black-robed saint with unstoppable might. You seek death. The black-robed Saint Sovereign hadn't expected that under his Saint Sovereign's pressure, Chen Xuan, a mere mole of a true king, would dare to take the initiative? This was more than not placing him in his eyes. It was simply trampling his face underfoot and ravaging it. Anger erupted like a volcano. A pitch-black greatsword entered his hand, and the berserk blade intent instantly collided with Chen Xuan's overbearing sword intent, erupting into a zippy boom as the black-robed Saint Sovereign slashed out with a backhanded slash in the nick of time. Clank! A knife and a sword certainly collided together. The sound of gold and iron striking was like a thunderbolt, and the stormy ripples, centered on the two people, spread out in all directions, and the entire piece of emptiness was as if it was being squeezed by a powerful force, and it was distorted. This ghastly collision forced the three strongest members of the Heavenly Master's mansion not far away back, and even the protective shield that they had laid down together was shaky, as if it could be torn apart at any moment. A few people looked at each other, their faces horrified, not bothering to be shocked. They fully operated the power in their bodies, reinforcing the protective shield. A battle of such a level, even just the aftermath, could cause countless innocent subjects to die tragically, and even though they knew that they wouldn't be able to block this onslaught as well, these three strong members of the Heavenly Master's palace still had no choice but to block this onslaught down. Thanks to the fact that they were still some distance away from the center of the battle, and that both Chen Xuan and the black-robed Saint Sovereign were deliberately controlling their power, otherwise they would have been sent flying by the impact, not to mention taking precautions. Only after thoroughly reinforcing the shield did they gaze towards the battlefield, and with just one glance, they froze again, sucking in a breath of cool air in unison. Only to see Chen Xuan and that black-robed Saint Sovereign were each holding their own weapons, fighting against each other, powerful power fluctuations permeating around them, as if layer after layer of the sea of power, constantly colliding with each other to encroach upon each other. If they were at the same level, having such a situation would not be surprising in the slightest, but the point was that Chen Xuan only had the cultivation level of a true king. Even if it was a mythic quality occupation awakened in the true king realm, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have this kind of terrifying strength, right? This mysterious person from the Dragon Kingdom. What exactly was his profession? Endless doubts and even shock filled the hearts of the three Heavenly Masters' mansion powerhouses. At the same time, the black-robed Saint Sovereign opposite Chen Xuan was grim-faced, his crimson eyes itching to devour Chen Xuan on the spot. His hallowed legendary Saint Sovereign-level powerhouse had lost one after another in front of a mere ant of a true king. It's a disgrace. Boom! In the next moment, the black-robed Saint Sovereign's eyes were stern, monstrous killing opportunities swept out. The long blade in his hand bloomed with a brilliant light and violently slammed down with a simple extreme strike, but it erupted with a palpitating might. In the entire heaven and earth, a loud bang erupted, and even in the precautionary area next door, the terrifying sound could be heard, and even the windows of the high-rise buildings that were closer to the less precautionary area were directly shattered. Under this astonishingly huge force, Chen Xuan's entire body directly retreated several steps backwards in the air, and every step that fell caused the void underneath his feet to tremble more than just a few times, cracking open like a mirror breaking. However, what shocked everyone was that even though the black-robed Saint Sovereign had struck out in anger, Chen Xuan still steadily received the blade, and apart from taking a few steps back, there was no further decline. Block! This father will let you block. Let you block. Seeing the unharmed Chen Xuan, the black-robed Holy Father's face suddenly couldn't hang on, both hands holding the long knife, one after another towards Chen Xuan chopping down. The speed was so fast that one could only see the layers of knife shadows as well as the crisp and clear sound of gold and iron striking. Clank! The two of them, one frantically chopping and the other constantly blocking, advanced and retreated. This kind of hard collision was far more treacherous than other fighting styles. But whenever Chen Xuan failed to block, his entire person would definitely be split in half by the black-robed Saint Sovereign's long blade. Chapter 140 True Source of Chaos. Why aren't you dead yet? Why bother struggling so hard? The black-robed Saint Sovereign stopped his hand, gasped for air, and rushed at Chen Xuan in an angry voice. To say it out loud, I'm afraid no one would believe that he, a legendary Saint Exalt-level powerhouse, killed an ant that had just broken through to True King and failed to kill the other party even after exhausting himself with the fight. If it weren't for the fact that the aura on Chen Xuan's body, which he had checked over a dozen times, was the aura of a genuine True King, he would have even thought that this fellow was a legendary Saint Exalted powerhouse pretending to be a legendary Saint Exalted powerhouse. This kid, is it possible that he is the son of God? If he were an ordinary True King under his chopping just now, he would have died 100 times, but this kid, he was still alive and kicking, and this bizarre scene made the black-robed saint's worldview vaguely begin to collapse. Don't worry if you die. I won't die either. If you are willing to inform me of the location of the small world of the power behind you, I can spare your life. Chen Xuan shook off his tingling arm, pointed his long sword, and spoke in a deep voice. The calamity suffered by the Dragon Kingdom will not be forgotten just like that. When this war is over, he will come to the door one by one. No matter who, no matter what kind of strength he possesses, he will have to pay 100 times, 1,000 times the price. Other ancient forces would be just fine. Even if they saw death, Chen Xuan wouldn't say anything more. But the mastermind behind the scenes, the Yuan Demon sect, he definitely wouldn't let go. Ha ha ha. This is the first time in my life that I have heard such a joke. The black-robed Saint Sovereign was directly infuriated by Chen Xuan's words and laughed, the sound of his maniacal laughter echoing throughout the entire heaven and earth, and in the next moment, his laughter came to an abrupt end, his eyes as bright as swords as they shot straight at Chen Xuan, his monstrous killing intent churning up like a raging wind and waves. Boom! At the next moment, the black-robed Saint Zun's long sword pointed. The power around him swept. A huge realm that seemed to envelop the entire heaven and earth slowly emerged behind him. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. The boundless spiritual chi surged and attacked, lining the black-robed Saint Zun at this moment as if he was a god like a devil, and the violent pressure shook the entire heaven and earth. Bang! Immediately after that, he slashed out horizontally with a sword. A terrifying power was declared and gathered into a terrifying sword-on. Under this sword-on, the entire heaven and earth was like it was going to collapse, tearing open cracks, and an ineffable storm swept through the 8 directions, causing the several heavenly masters' mansion powerhouses who were maintaining the protective shield to spurt out a mouthful of fresh blood in unison. And their faces were as white as paper. Come on! Full defense, hold on! The one at the head of the group roared with anxiety. We're here to help you. At this time, a dull sound rang out. Looking back, it was the Dragon King realm powerhouses who had freed up their hands, and with the concerted efforts of all of them, the shield that was originally on the verge of shattering was finally consolidated once again. On the other side, on the battlefield, it had all been covered by the overpowering and extreme blade chi, a terrifying sharpness that could be clearly felt even from a long distance away, and every blade chi in it was not something that an ordinary true king could withstand. At least, those few true king powerhouses of the Heavenly Master's mansion asked themselves if they were to go forward to resist. At best, they would only be able to resist 3 blade awnings, but at this time the blade awnings on the battlefield, there were more than thousands of them. They really didn't dare to imagine what kind of terrifying pressure Chen Xuan, who was facing such a terrifying move head-on, was facing. At this moment, Chen Xuan's entire body was shrouded by a power barrier, isolating those blazing blade chi as he gripped the chaotic Emperor Dragon sword tightly, his face staring intently at the black-robed Saint Sovereign who was surrounded by endless blade chi. Although his strength had skyrocketed due to his breakthrough to True King, he didn't dare to slow down in the face of a legendary Saint Sovereign who was truly going all out. The only legendary Saint Exalted who utilized the power of the realm was truly at full strength. This blade of the black-robed Saint Sovereign not only contained the aura of heaven and earth within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, it also contained the power of the realm that he had evolved, and it appeared to be only one blade, but it was equivalent to the entire world. A world was transformed into a sword chi and chopped. But if it wasn't him, below the legendary Saint Exalt, basically no one would be able to block it, not even the peak of a mythical quality true king. It could be said that even the human emperors of the ancient era, at Chen Xuan's level of cultivation, would not necessarily be able to possess Chen Xuan's current combat power. Chaotic true source form. In the next moment, Chen Xuan's eyes glared as he directly consumed half of his chi and blood to utilize his special talent, the chaotic true origin form, and in an instant, the chi and blood he had consumed was transformed into an infinite amount of power that surged through Chen Xuan's body. On his skin, densely packed lines appeared out of thin air, and underneath these lines, Chen Xuan was like a true god, transmitting an immeasurable amount of might. The chaotic true origin state of half of his chi and blood directly increased Chen Xuan's power by 5 times. Unprecedentedly powerful, causing the battle intent in Chen Xuan's eyes to reach the extreme. Immediately afterward, he once again executed the Sword Heart Passage as well as the Chaotic Sword Domain. Harnessing the Chaotic Sword Domain with the Sword Heart Tongming, integrating the Chaotic Sword Domain into the Chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword in his hand, as the black-robed Saint Sovereign used the Realm Domain to transform into a sword, then he used the Chaotic Sword Domain and transformed it into a sword. After the metamorphosis of the true Chaos Sword Domain, its might was no weaker than Chen Xuan's mixed Yuan Cave Heaven, and was even enough to be comparable to an average Saint Exalted realm, and if he hadn't utilized the Chaos True Source form, he wouldn't have been able to incorporate the Chaos Sword Domain into the sword in his hand. Buzz! The clear and loud sound of the sword chanting exploded in the entire heaven and earth. When this sound of the sword chanting completely echoed out, Chen Xuan moved, even with a person with a sword straight shot out. In mid-air, the human sword unity, forming a huge sword-on, cleaving through the layers of sword chi, towards the black-robed saint to behead straight. The ghastly sharpness of the blade tore open the void with a pitch-black crack like a gully, and from afar, it was as if the entire dome of the sky had been chopped in half by Chen Xuan's sword. What was even more frightening was that Chen Xuan's sword, The breath was internalized to the extreme, and from the surface alone, it was impossible to tell what kind of power was hidden in this sword. Seek death! In the face of the sword manes that came straight at him, the black-robed Saint Xuan was furious, and the whole person once again rose up in the air, holding the long sword in his hand high, gathering the power of the entire heaven and earth, as if it were the king of swords hanging high above the 9 heavens, and the sword momentum that only permeated out was enough to make any living being below the legendary Saint Xuan bow down for it. Boom! When the sword on approached the black-robed Saint Sovereign's 10-mile land, the black-robed Saint Sovereign did not hesitate and directly chopped down. A sword and a knife, in full view of everyone, violently collided together. The entire heaven and earth was first quiet, and then violently exploded, an unimaginable shockwave, directly shattering the protective shield that the crowd had jointly laid down, and those several true king powerhouses of the Heavenly Master's mansion, as well as the many Dragon King realms, were directly lifted out and ruthlessly smashed on the ground far away, and those below the king realm were even directly unconscious. With the lesser precautionary area as the center, the land of thousands of miles in circumference was directly transformed into a basin, and above the dome of the sky, a void crack like a long snake spread out, and at first glance it seemed as if the entire dome of the sky was shattered. Ahem! Several Heavenly Master True Kings as well as the Dragon King realm chattering blood staggered up from the pit. They didn't bother about the injuries on their bodies. Their gazes were dead set on the center of the battlefield. Chapter 141. Saint Sovereign falls, Heavenly Elephant surprises the world. Hiss! When the smoke and dust in the center of the battlefield completely dispersed, revealing the situation therein, everyone present was stunned, and the sound of sucking in cool air rang out one after another, the horror on their faces. How could they not hide it? Only to see that Chen Xuan stood above the void at the center of the battlefield, while the chaotic Emperor Dragon sword in his hand had already pierced through the body of the black-robed Saint Sovereign. The tip of the sword dripping drops of blood down his back, its cold and chilling light piercing the eyes beyond compare. Opposite Chen Xuan, the black-robed Saint Sovereign looked at the chaotic Emperor Dragon's sword in his chest before looking at Chen Xuan with disbelief, his eyes bulging out, and he couldn't stop blood from spilling from the corners of his mouth, but he no longer had the heart to care. Who is he? For hundreds of years, the Yuan Demon sect's only supreme heavenly pride to advance to legendary Saint Exalt, was known as the mainstay of the Yuan Demon sect's new era, and even had a hidden tendency to become the Yuan Demon sect's young lord. But now, he was actually defeated by a mere ant at the true king level, and it had just broken through. What's wrong with the world? Anyway, why is this such a fantastic thing? On his chest, the clear pain was incomparably genuine, telling the black-robed Saint Sovereign that he had been defeated by a true king who had just broken through. The space and time of this heaven and earth seemed to have stopped at this moment, and the crowd looked at the two figures at the center of the battlefield. Their moods were stirring and surging, and they couldn't calm down. Among them, those 3 Tianshifu powerhouses were the most serious. As people of the ancient forces, they were well aware of how big the gap was between a true king and a legendary Saint Exalt, and in the history of his Heavenly Master's mansion, there had never even been such a terrifying existence. While the crowd was shocked, Chen Xuan did not freeze. A flash of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes, and the hand that held the chaotic Emperor Dragon sword fiercely exerted itself and directly chopped down, instantly opening up the black-robed Saint Sovereign. Wow! Blood like a waterfall gushed out directly from the black-robed Saint Sovereign's broken open stomach. Even his intestines were exposed. The scene was extremely bloody. This slash directly dazed the black-robed Saint Sovereign. Even the pain in his body was ignored as he stared blankly at Chen Xuan. After all that, you're still playing dirty tricks? Taking advantage of someone? It's just not human. The black-robed Saint Sovereign was both furious and panicked in his heart. The sword that Chen Xuan had pierced through him had caused him quite a bit of damage, but with his legendary Saint Sovereign's strong vitality, it wasn't something too serious, and he even had the power to fight. But who would have thought that Chen Xuan would be so unkind to martial virtues that he would directly cleave him while he was frozen in thought? As a matter of fact, every single one that could become a Saint Exalt came out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and even if he stayed in the small world all year round, the battles he experienced were unimaginable to ordinary people, and it was reasonably impossible to make this kind of undeserved mistake during a battle. However, that scene just now was too shocking, and if any other legendary Saint Exalt were to face it, they would be as dumbfounded as he was directly. A legendary Saint Exalt powerhouse's all-out strike not only failed to kill a true king, but was instead directly shattered by that true king, and even in turn caused himself to suffer a heavy blow. This matter, how to look at it, is like a pie in the sky. Even the most sophisticated person, must be dumbfounded. Chen Xuan had opened him up, directly causing his injuries to reach a completely irreversible state. And even more frighteningly, Chen Xuan's knife appeared to have only chopped down in a smooth manner, but it contained an extremely strong force. There was the sharpness of the Sword Dao Law as well as the sharpness of the Golden Dao Law, and the dominance of the Law of Thunder, the entire sword containing the three major laws, and at his peak moment he still dared not ignore it, not to mention the state of being heavily injured. The black-robed Holy Father could clearly feel that his vitality was dissipating at an extremely terrifying speed, and his long hair, which was hidden under his black robe, even whitened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the skin on his body began to emerge with wrinkles. Boom! With the sword gaining momentum, Chen Xuan did not hesitate in the slightest as he chopped out another sword. This sword directly caused the black-robed Saint Sovereign to almost destroy a large portion of his body, and the entire person was directly thrown out, slamming a pitch-black large hole in the void, with blood spilling out of the air like rain. Chen Xuan did not give the black-robed Saint Sovereign the slightest opportunity to turn defeat into victory, and even though the black-robed Saint Sovereign was already heavily injured at the moment, Chen Xuan still pressed on step by step, directly using his full strength. Bang! One after another roaring sound, in the entire heaven and earth resounded, present in the ears of the crowd in addition to this roaring sound. Can no longer hear other sounds. All of them are dumbstruck looking at the sky not far away. Who would have thought that a legendary Saint Exalt level powerhouse would be like a dead dog at this moment, being casually ravaged by a true king powerhouse? Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they felt like they were dreaming. In particular, those three strong men from the Heavenly Master's house directly surprised Chen Xuan as a heavenly being, and had even decided that when this matter was over, he would definitely pay a visit, and even have the Heavenly Master's house focus on caring for the Dragon Kingdom. Even if everyone else in the Dragon Kingdom was trash, Chen Xuan alone was enough to make any ancient power place a bet. Not to mention, the Dragon Kingdom was also full of strong people, and although there were no top powerhouses, there were not a lot of young celestial prides. How long had it been since the aura recovery? The Dragon Kingdom had already sprouted so many powerful people. This alone was enough to show the momentum of the Dragon Kingdom. The only way to fight the alien invasion is to work together. Bang! At this time, a shocking roar exploded in the sky above the entire battlefield, and upon hearing the sound, that previously mighty and immeasurable Saint Exalted powerhouse had already exploded like a mist of blood, and a monstrous rain of blood covered the entire place where the Lhasa precautionary area was located. A shocking vision that surged in the sky above the entire Dragon Kingdom. Rumble! At this moment, all the living beings in the entire territory of the Dragon Kingdom could hear the mournful cries coming from above the sky dome, as an infinite amount of blood light flickered out, coloring the entire sky dome blood red, and layers of visions, surfacing one after another above the sky dome, dazzled the eyes of the people. After seeing the vision in the sky, the general public were all on edge, not knowing what was going on at all, and talking frantically on the internet, their words filled with unease. Hiss! Is there a hang big enough to say what happened? You have it there too? There is, presumably, a nationwide one, and it's horrible. Could it be that there was an accident at the front line? But no one can make this vision, can they? Various platforms, similar to this kind of discussion, almost linearly rising, countless anchors are also rubbing the heat, only no one can guess a reason. Of course, at this moment, those who could still discuss on the network in such a dashing manner were basically some old and weak women and children, as well as the existence of professional levels that were not very high, in addition to those living classes as well as some of the auxiliary class professionals who did not have combat power. Chapter 142 Falling Curtain. Rumble. In the Inner Mongolia defense line, the tragic battle was in full swing. Limbs and broken flesh could be seen everywhere, and scarlet blood, like a river, crisscrossed the entire battlefield. Successive wars, so that many of the front line of Inner Mongolia's dragon army are numb. Even if their comrades died beside them, they cannot care about grief. The only thing in their minds is to kill the enemy. On the dome of the sky, numerous King Realm powerhouses were fiercely engaged in battle, with terrifying power shaking the entire dome of the sky, and one level up, several true king powerhouses in ancient costumes were fighting against the alien true kings. Bang! In the battlefield of the King Realm, Lin Tong was dressed in battle armor, holding a long sword in her hand, and between the flickers of her exquisite figure, she erupted a powerful sword chi, using her own strength to fight against the three King Realm powerhouses of the Sai Xianxian underworld clan. At this moment, she was already physically and mentally exhausted. Her armor was stained with scarlet blood, both hers and the enemy's. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, messy and fluttering, and her whole person was no longer as valiant as before, but she was full of intimidation. A woman, in the face of the national tragedy, she did not hesitate, raised the sword in his hand, to protect the country, even in the face of the number of enemies greater than their own. She did not have the slightest fear. Boom! It was also at this moment that the Dao sound that struck the soul resounded over the entire Inner Mongolia battlefield, and the scarlet light sprinkled over the entire battlefield. Such a vision made the crowd on the battlefield subconsciously stop their hands, and on their numb faces, shocked colors surged. Scarlet-colored droplets, falling from the sky, dripped onto the cheeks of everyone present, even those true kings and king realms. All sorts of shocking visions surfaced in the dome of the sky, with dragons roaring and tigers whistling, and phoenixes cawing, and all of these sounds, without exception, revealed a sense of sadness. Sacred elder fell. How is that possible? The true king powerhouses high in the sky, whether they were from the foreign races or those ancient powers, were all trembling in fear, their faces filled with shock and fear. Compared to those few ancient powerhouses, the true kings of the underworld clan were well aware of the game behind this war, and because of this, the fear in their hearts was even greater. They were aware that the Saint Zun ancestors of several great clans were joining forces to strangle the strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom, which definitely did not have any legendary Saint Zun-level powerhouses. What a fine thought! Only, in their hearts, they were really unwilling to believe that a mere indigenous person could decimate their legendary saint ancestor. But with such a vision, they couldn't help but reverie, and the entire group was a bit flustered. As Lin Tong looked at the vision in the sky dome, in her mind, Chen Xuan's figure unconsciously surfaced. She had a vague premonition that the vision was caused by the one in her heart. I don't know when, plain and simple, he has become the guardian god in the hearts of all the nationals of the Dragon Kingdom. Even in the face of the greatest disaster, as long as he is there, the Dragon Kingdom will be able to turn the danger into success. Lin Tong firmly believed that this black curtain that had obscured the sky over the entire Dragon Kingdom would eventually dissipate under his leadership, and that warmth and light would once again flood the entire Dragon Kingdom. Scenes such as the one on the front line of Inner Mongolia were happening on all the frontline battlefields of the Dragon Kingdom, and every single person who looked at the visions on the dome of the sky was weak in the knees and feet. Apart from the people on the battlefield of Lhasa, no one knew what had happened. The strange change in the dome of the sky had pressed the pause button on the vast war that had swept across the entire Dragon Kingdom, and those ferocious alien armies didn't dare to act rashly under the celestial phenomenon. Almost the entire Blue Star, at this moment, was stunned by the vision in the sky dome, countless foreign powerhouses, staring dumbfounded at the shocking vision. At the same time, on the Lhasa defense line, Chen Xuan, who had resolved the Yuan demon sect's Saint Powerhouse, looked at the crowd underneath as if they were worshipping a god. His face was ancient and unperturbed, but if one were to take a closer look, they would find the sadness that flickered in the depths of his eyes. Tough guys, hold on a little longer and clean up the battlefield. Other battlefields, I'm still needed. Looking at the tired crowd at the bottom, Chen Xuan could not bear it in his heart, but he still said aloud, "Don't worry, Admiral Chen. Leave this place to us." "Yes, Admiral Chen, hurry up and go. Don't let other compatriots suffer." Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, the crowd responded aloud, and even though their voices were weak to the core, they still displayed an energetic demeanor. Seeing this, Chen Xuan endured the grief in his heart and dashed away. A few of the Heavenly Master's Mansion powerhouses looked at the departing Chen Xuan, a ray of essence flickering through their eyes as they did not continue to stay here, but similarly left. With such a heaven-defying demon appearing in the Dragon Kingdom, they had to immediately return to the Heavenly Master's palace to report. They knew very well that in this battle, their help had already formed a deep friendship with the Dragon Kingdom, and now what they needed to do was not to stay and wait for the gratitude of the Dragon Kingdom, but to let the Heavenly Masters know the potential of the Dragon Kingdom, and to renegotiate their way of treating the Dragon Kingdom. On the other hand, the departing Chen Xuan, like a firefighter, ran around the major defense lines, and wherever he went, heads rolled and blood flowed, and all the foreigners, regardless of their cultivation level, all died a horrible death in Chen Xuan's hands. Finally, Chen Xuan arrived at the last battlefield, the Inner Mongolia defense line. The visions in the dome of the sky had long disappeared, and the battlefield had resumed fighting. Even though the strongest members of the psionic underworld race were panicked in their hearts, they still didn't give up on attacking the Dragon Kingdom when the real result didn't appear, and they were even more frantic than before. This also led to casualties in the Inner Mongolia defense line, which were skyrocketing. Looking at the battlefield that was like a purgatory, and looking at the sinister figure that was deeply under siege. The anger in Chen Xuan's heart was like a volcano erupting, exuberant to the extreme. Without the slightest hesitation, he struck directly. Boom! Only to see that he stood high above the sky, and as he waved his hands, the aura of the entire heaven and earth instantly rioted, and the chaotic sword domain enveloped the entire battlefield in no time, and densely packed sword chi surged up in the dome of the sky. That hilt of sword chi that flashed with a cold aura was like the sword of the heavens, causing the entire battlefield to calm down instantly. Lin Tong, as well as the many soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, looked at the upright figure in the sky and all cried tears of joy, while on the contrary, those strong men of the Yu Xian underworld clan all trembled with fear. To the bottom soldiers of the underworld Xian clan, Chen Xuan was like a devil. The number of people of the underworld Xian clan who had died at his hands were countless. Even if many of them had just arrived at this battlefield, Chen Xuan's face had long since become a nightmare for them. And those in the king realm and even true kings were even more fearful. 5 legendary saint sovereigns. This devil's district was a king realm, but he was able to block the attack of 5 legendary saint sovereign ancestors? Simply unbelievable. Rumble. Under their horrified gazes, the dense sword chi, like a downpour of rain, fell towards them with a roar, and to their deaths, their minds were still filled with incomprehension and fear. They couldn't figure out how Chen Xuan, a mere king realm, was able to block the attacks of 5 legendary saint sovereigns. After the shocking storm, the battlefield fell into calm. The many soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom looked at the upright figure and were shocked beyond words. The alien army that had put them in a life and death crisis several times was thus easily solved by Admiral Chen Xuan with his own strength? What kind of dream? Chapter 143, Touching the Heart. The war was over, but the trauma brought to the entire Dragon Kingdom was unimaginable. Imperial capital, Great Hall of the People. A heavy closed session is unfolding. Directly in front of the high platform, a few elders were seated, and the first row underneath sat Chen Xuan as well as many of the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, and then down there were leaders at all levels as well as the major precautionary district governors and other leaders. Could be said that at this moment, within this synagogue, almost all of the top leaders of the entire Dragon Kingdom were gathered. Comrades, it is with sadness that this meeting is held here. The foreigners were rampant, messing with my Dragon Kingdom and bullying my people, and although they were repelled, they will never come back. In this war, we have paid a lot and lost a lot of people. This is unavoidable, but I hope that we can learn from our shame and dare to fight and advance, so that my Dragon Kingdom can truly grow stronger. The entire synagogue echoed with the serious and heavy words of the Grand Elder, and the people present, with tears in their eyes, had their hands on their knees, clenched in death. Next, please invite Comrade Wu Feng to speak. Wu Feng, the director of the Statistics Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom, stood up from his seat, came to the podium on the high platform, and said in a deep voice, "Honorable Comrade Chief, honorable leaders, good morning. According to the Bureau of Statistics, the number of people killed in action in this war reached 16,322,000. The number of people injured was 53,788,000. And the loss of property was estimated to be over $30 trillion. When this number clearly echoed in the ears of the crowd, everyone fell silent, and the sorrow that flowed from their faces became even more intense. That's a whole 16 million dead. What kind of horrible number is that? For the first time since the founding of the new Dragon Kingdom, there were such tragic casualties, second only to that dark war back then. But that war had swept through almost the entire Dragon Kingdom, and this time it was only on the periphery. Everyone knows that the Lessa precautionary area accounts for at least half of this number. The troops stationed in the Lessa precautionary zone alone have lost more than 2 million, plus the people of the Lessa precautionary zone who died tragically in it. That number almost no one dares to look at. In this battle, the worst hit was the Lessa precautionary area, and it can be said that the entire Lessa precautionary area was almost razed to the ground. After the report, Wu Feng walked off the high stage, and it was only when his footsteps sounded that the crowd snapped out of their grief. What a shocking number! More than 16 million people were killed in action. And behind this, how many families were affected? How sad should their parents and children be? They, the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom, the pride of the Dragon Kingdom, all pensions, doubled in their entirety, shall be paid to all, whether they are in the military or not. Those who fight for their country, no matter what, should not be chilled. Their children's parents, enjoying preferential treatment from the government, and the poor are supported by the government. Looking at the silent crowd, The Grand Elder paused and then continued. Tomorrow at noon, lower the flag at half-mast and hold the nation in mourning. Perhaps sensing that the atmosphere was too sad, the Grand Elder followed up with, everyone here, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom, should be thankful to one person. One person who saved the entire Dragon Kingdom. When the Grand Elder's words fell, everyone looked towards Chen Xuan, who was sitting in the first row, their eyes filled with respect. Even if the Grand Elder hadn't named them yet, they knew who the Grand Elder was talking about. If it weren't for Chen Xuan, the entire Dragon Kingdom would have suffered losses at least dozens of times greater than what it was now, even if it wasn't destroyed. At the back, several major battlefields were almost completely ended by Chen Xuan with his own strength. Otherwise, the losses would have been even higher. To the Dragon Kingdom today, Chen Xuan was not only a hero, but also a savior. Please invite Comrade Chen Xuan to the stage to speak. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the podium under the attention of all the people. He looked at the crowd underneath for a moment. He actually didn't know what to say. Any words in this tragic war seemed very powerless. If it was possible, he preferred not to have this honor and preferred to let those who sacrificed to be able to live over. Behind, get beaten. In the new era, my dragon country is still in the backward stage. Decades ago, how great was the gap between us and the rest of the world. But with the concerted efforts of the entire nation, in a short period of time, the Dragon State has re-emerged as one of the world's powerful countries. If our forefathers could do it, so can we. This war, it hurts, but even if it hurts again, we must continue to fight through the hardship and suffering. No one can defeat the Dragon Kingdom, and no one can defeat us. I firmly believe that this is one of the most painful wars of the new era, and definitely the last war of my Dragon Kingdom. An hour later, within a conference room, Chen Xuan sat opposite several elders. Xiao Xian, quite a few ancient forces have emerged this time. Some of them have extended a helping hand to my Dragon Kingdom. My suggestion is that you personally go to the door, and while thanking them, see if you can completely pull them into an ally. The current Dragon Kingdom is far from being a rival of the foreign races. This is something that we have to recognize, and joining forces is the only way out for the Dragon Kingdom at the moment. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Chen Xuan nodded gently and spoke out solemnly. I understand, and in a few days, I will personally come to the door and confer with them. After thinking about it, Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a condensed voice, Grand Elder, after this war, there were some black hands of the ancient forces, and the biggest of them all was a force called the Yuan Demon Sect. This power, with its belief in foreign beasts. If they hadn't stepped in and destroyed the La Salle defense, the losses in the La Salle preventive area would not have been so devastating. Such great hatred must be avenged no matter what. Listening to Chen Xuan's introduction, the Grand Elder sighed lightly and looked towards the righteously indignant Chen Xuan. Little Xuan, revenge must definitely be avenged, but with the current situation of the Dragon Kingdom, it is really inappropriate to be traumatized again. How powerful an ancient power is, we simply don't know, especially a top-tier power like the Yuan Demon Sect. It's not something that can be compared to that dragon sect from before. Iron sharpens iron, and the Dragon Kingdom needs to be thoroughly developed. Why did the Great Elder not want to take revenge? But he had to look at the big picture. What the Dragon Kingdom needed most right now was peace and stability. Everyone was physically and mentally exhausted from the war they had just experienced, and if the chaos continued, something big was likely to happen. For a top ancient power to casually come with a true king, no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom would be able to withstand it other than Chen Xuan, and if Chen Xuan were to be held back, the Dragon Kingdom would surely suffer another loss. It's not that I won't let you take revenge, but before you do, you still need to think it through and have a foolproof plan. The current Dragon Kingdom can no longer afford to lose. Looking at Chen Xuan in silence, the Grand Elder spoke out once more. Chief, I understand. I won't go easy without a foolproof plan. Even though Chen Xuan's heart was filled with murderous intent, he knew that the Grand Elder's consideration was correct. Chapter 144, Descending to the Heavenly Master's Mansion. At 6 o'clock sharp, a message released by the Central News caused the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even the world, to fall silent. They are the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom, the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom, and although they have passed away, they live forever in our hearts. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock sharp, lower the flag at half-mast and hold the nation in mourning. Faith lives on, and the soul of the hero will never die. At this moment, all website images and even television images, all of which were grayed out, Information about one fallen martyr after another slid across the television. Many people, watching the information sliding on the TV, were in tears and their bodies were trembling, especially the families of those martyrs, many of whom nearly fainted. Honor the martyrs. It took a long time for the dense comments to appear on the internet. At the same time, other countries have issued tributes. The Russian Foreign Ministry said as follows, "Hats off to the Dragon Kingdom. It was an incredible war. The enemy was very strong and powerful, but the Dragon Nation repelled that enemy, which was far stronger than itself, with a great spirit of fearlessness and a sense of courage to fight first. This is the first battle in the history of World War, in which the weak won over the strong. Even Stars and Stripes lamented. It's inconceivable that the Dragon Nation could repel such a strong enemy. It's a country to be admired. In a way, all the countries of the world should be grateful to the Dragon Kingdom. Ever since the appearance of the vision of the Saint Sovereign's fall and the failure of the major foreign races to attack the Dragon Kingdom, the foreign races all over the world had temporarily stopped their attacks and even took the initiative to retreat to their own territories. This has allowed many countries in a precarious position to have a breathing space. Therefore, even countries with bad relations have paid high respect to the fallen martyrs of the Dragon Kingdom at this moment. It was destined to be an uneventful night. The next day, 9 o'clock sharp, in front of Tiananmen Square, many armies stood, and one after another, the people of the imperial capital, came out of their rooms and came to Tiananmen Square in an orderly manner. Almost all of the imperial capital's people were all out, and as far as the eye could see, they were so densely packed that they couldn't even see the edges. In addition to this, the other precautionary districts of the Dragon Kingdom also appeared to be in such a situation. Every precautionary district subjects, all out of their own rooms, came to the square where the district government was located, and quietly stood under the national flag. Many, on their own, wore white and carried flowers, and some even created effigies of those orphans. When they were asked by the media, they said as follows, "These children have no relatives. We are their relatives. And at this time of the year, we come to offer them incense." Those foreigners who watched through the climbing wall were deeply touched at this moment, especially the leaders of the countries who watched by satellite, and it was almost difficult to hide the shock on their faces. Compared to the ordinary people who climbed the walls, they had a fuller and more shocking view. Counting the history of the countries of the world, how many times have we been able to get a moment of silence from more than 1 billion people? At 11:30, many leaders of the Dragon Kingdom appeared on the walls of Tiananmen Square, and at 12 o'clock sharp, the national flag was lowered to half-mast and the country observed a moment of silence. Everyone looked at the red flag that had descended halfway down and was fluttering in mid-air, their hands clenched in death, and their faces were surging with stern killing intent as well as tenacity. It can be imagined that in the future, the people of the Dragon Kingdom will be immortal against the foreign race. This racial war, destined to last for a long time, unless one side is extinct, otherwise, I'm afraid it won't end. The sacrifices of more than 10 million people from the Dragon Kingdom must be paid back in blood, and none of the foreigners who invaded the Dragon Kingdom, one or the other, will be able to escape. There had never been a moment when the dragons were so desperate to get stronger. On this day, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom were immersed in sadness, and until many years later, everything that happened today was still remembered, and later generations called this day. This is the blackest day for the Dragon Kingdom since the mythic era descended, and at the same time, it is also the beginning of the Dragon Kingdom's submerged dragon coming out of the abyss and truly taking off. After 3 days had passed, Chen Xuan, alone, arrived at the foot of Longhu Mountain. Looking at the once prosperous scenic area into today's sparsely populated appearance, Chen Xuan's heart also cannot help but surge out of sadness. If possible, he would rather not this body of strength return to the past, that peaceful and quiet days. At one time, he aspired to fly with his sword and roam between heaven and earth, but after seeing the battlefield that was like an inferno on earth, he realized that he might as well live in the times he once did. Just as some people yearn for the end of the world, longing to be like the protagonist in a doomsday novel, surrounded by beauty and soaring to the heavens, but if the end of the world really comes, how many people will be able to become the protagonist? Most people are afraid that they will die a horrible death in the doomsday without any order. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality, cruel. After lamenting a bit, Chen Xuan ascended Longhu Mountain. He did not rush, but rather walked slowly forward while admiring the magnificent scenery of Longhu Mountain. That said, this was the first time in his life that he had ascended this Longhu Mountain, which was known as one of the holy places of Taoism. Your guest has come to the door. The poor Taoist has missed the welcome. I hope you will forgive me. When Chen Xuan arrived at the halfway point of Longhu Mountain, a vicissitude and flooding voice violently resounded in Chen Xuan's ears, striking straight to the soul and causing Chen Xuan's eyes to narrow. The owner of this voice was definitely at the peak level of a legendary Saint Exalt, and it wasn't even an ordinary peak Saint Exalt. Worthy of being one of the most ancient forces, its depth was truly extraordinary. Fellow Taoist is polite. It was Chen Xuan who took the liberty of committing this offense. After thinking about it, Chen Xuan arched his hand and bowed out politely. If people honor me, I will return the favor. Although Chen Xuan was not a fan of the ancient forces, he still maintained a great deal of goodwill towards the ancient forces such as the Heavenly Master's Mansion that had taken the initiative to help the Dragon Kingdom. The Heavenly Master's Mansion is flabbergasted by the presence of a fellow Taoist. As this voice fell, the entire Longhu Mountain abruptly trembled, and a strand of formation patterns diffused out from all directions of Longhu Mountain, and then gathered at the top of Longhu Mountain, interweaving into a portal. Ancient and simple aura swept through the portal, and the rich aura made all flowers bloom at the top of this Longhu Mountain. Several figures stepped out from the portal. At the head of the group was Zhang Xian Legend, the Grand Elder of the Tianxia Mansion, and behind him were Zhang Dao, the Second Elder of the Tianxia Mansion, Zhang Heng, the Third Elder, and Zhang Yu, the Fourth Elder. With just a glance, Chen Xuan could tell that the cultivation of all four had reached the legendary Saint Exalt level, and even though they were only at the early stages, it was enough to prove the terror of the Heavenly Master's Mansion. Welcome, fellow Taoist. Zhang Xian Legend arched his hand towards Chen Xuan and spoke with a light smile. You are all welcome. Chen Xuan did not slow down and hastily returned the salute. To be able to send out 4 legendary Saint Exalted powerhouses to greet him was enough to show the goodwill of the Heavenly Master's Mansion. It can be said that the two sides, one with a groom and one with a concubine, were both satisfied to the core at their first meeting, albeit slightly out of the blue. Under the leadership of Zhang Xian Legend, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Master's Mansion, Chen Xuan stepped into the small world where the Heavenly Master's Mansion was located, and as soon as he stepped into it, a rich spiritual chi poured out of his face, the concentration of which was several tenths stronger than that of the outside world. Chapter 145 Present World Great Emperor begging for golden tickets. The small world in which the Celestial Master's Mansion was located was nearly 1,000 square kilometers, with beautiful mountains and rivers and vibrant life, which caused Chen Xuan to wonder how strong the heritage of these ancient powers really was. To be able to create such a small world, one had to be at least at the level of a mythic monarch, and it wasn't something that an ordinary mythic monarch could accomplish. If it wasn't for the lack of resources and the lack of raw materials, after so many long years, the Heavenly Master's Mansion and even other ancient forces would have already developed into an extremely terrifying force. Under the guidance of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Master's Mansion, the group arrived in front of the Heavenly Master's Mansion's main hall. Along the way, the Heavenly Master's Mansion's disciples all curiously sized up Chen Xuan. For those of them who had lived in the small world for many years, the outside world's people and even things had an unrivaled attraction. What surprised them even more was that this person from the outside world was able to make a few elders lead them personally. Could it be that the outside world had developed to such an extent? Even his Heavenly Master's Mansion couldn't ignore it? Under the intimidation of several Heavenly Master Mansion elders, the many Heavenly Master Mansion disciples, although curious about Chen Xuan, no one dared to come forward to disturb him, but only stood at a distance and discussed in low voices. The appearance of these disciples allowed Chen Xuan to have some knowledge of the overall strength of the Heavenly Master's Mansion. Leaving aside the high-level forces, these disciples alone, he sensed, were basically all at the 90th level or above, and were all relatively young, and there were individuals who had even reached the king realm. Occupational quality could not be sensed for the time being, but observing from the aura, it shouldn't be weaker than higher level. Pipe in the middle, the strength of the Heavenly Master's house, in addition to the number of 100 levels, is not compared to the Dragon Country. The other levels are much stronger than the Dragon Country. Only atop of the ancient power are so powerful. If the entire Dragon Country territory of all the ancient power added up, and how strong will it be? Unfortunately, with his current strength, he was not able to conquer these ancient forces. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom would not be in such a difficult situation, and could even start working on counterattacking the Mythic Era world. A passive defense that ultimately falls short. As soon as he stepped into the main hall of the Heavenly Master's Mansion, Chen Xuan saw the pale figure sitting directly above him. It was an old man with kind brows and white hair. He wore a gray Taoist robe, his body was hard and strong. He did not seem to have any breath blooming, but his eyes were shining. In addition to this old man, within the Great Hall, there were dozens of figures sitting, occupational levels, all at least at the true king level, such as the 3 who had assisted the less precautionary area, were also among them. Admiral Chen Xuan of the Dragon Kingdom. Meet the old Heavenly Master, and meet all of you Taoists. Coming to the center of the hall, Chen Xuan arched his hand and spoke aloud. We, the rest of you, meet General Chen. The many powerful members of the Heavenly Master's mansion did not slow down and rose to return the salute, including the old Heavenly Master who was sitting in the main seat. General Chen, please sit down. Old Celestial Master Zhang Zhixing pointed to the flashy seats not far away and smiled towards Chen Xuan. Seeing this, Chen Xuan also stopped being polite and directly came to sit on the seat. After taking his seat, Chen Xuan looked toward the old Celestial Master Zhang Zhixing and arched his hand in thanks. This time, I am grateful to the Celestial Master's house for their righteous assistance. General Chen is polite. Although we have lived here for a long time, we still have our hearts set on the Central Plains. No matter how many years have passed, we do not wish for the Central Plains to be destroyed. Not to mention that we are able to bequeath our legacy to this day, and we also carry with us the mission that was given to us by the Emperor of Man. Oh, I wonder what the mission is. At those words, Chen Xuan's heart stirred as he tentatively inquired out. Regarding the ancient hidden secrets, Chen Xuan was very interested, but it was a pity that in the human emperor's secret realm, there were no ancient secrets. Either the human emperor of that year was too late to leave them behind, or they were deliberately not left behind. This is not considered a hidden secret among the ancient powers. If General Chen wants to know, the poor Taoist knows everything. After a light laugh, Zhang Zhixing continued. Back then, the human emperor raised the world's power to fight against the alien race of the mountain and sea, gathering all the strongest, but only leaving behind several mythical monarchs in order to retain the human race's fire seed, preventing the human race from ceasing to exist after the failure. These several mythic monarchs, using their own power to open up small worlds, led their subordinates, hid in the small worlds, and have been in seclusion ever since. My old ancestor of the Heavenly Master's mansion is one of these several mythical monarchs. The human emperor had left a decree that if they were defeated, we, the people, would need to come forth at the dawn of a new era to help the human race and resist the invading foreign races. Hearing this, Chen Xuan's face instantly surfaced over a flash of doubt, and he couldn't help but ask out loud, since that's the case, then what are the other ancient forces? As far as he knew, there were more than just a few ancient forces, the exact number of which he didn't know, but it was at least over 10. Those people are just deserters from back then. After learning that the human emperor had left behind the human race's fire seed, they were resentful and took advantage of the fact that the Great War was coming and the human emperor had no time to worry about it, fleeing from the battlefield and leading their own men into hiding. In the end, they're just greedy. Zhang Zhixing spoke out with great disdain. To them, the human emperor's personally appointed orthodoxies, those so-called ancient forces, were nothing more than deserters and could not be compared to them at all. Sooner or later, all of them, the orthodox forces, would clear the air with those forces one by one. Chen Xuan nodded, but did not have much of a reaction. The ancient times were too far away from nowadays. For those deserters, he was just displeased, but not as indignant as Zhang Zhixing. Now that a new era has dawned, I wonder when the Heavenly Master will come out? After thinking about it, Chen Xuan looked towards Zhang Zhixing and asked in a condensed voice. Currently, the aura has not yet fully recovered and cannot support a legendary Saint Exalt level powerhouse. When the time is right, my Heavenly Master's house will come out. Zhang Zhixing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards Chen Xuan with deep meaning and laughed out softly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan no longer had the patience to bend the rules with Zhang Zhixing, and he spoke bluntly. The foreigners are rampant and disrupting my blue star. I wonder if the Heavenly Master's mansion is willing to form an alliance with my Dragon Kingdom to jointly resist the foreign races. The old Celestial Master Zhang Zhixing also did not expect that Chen Xuan would be so direct, and his entire being fell into silence, but in just a moment, he raised his head and solemnly said, My Celestial Master's house, I would like to form an alliance with the Dragon Kingdom to resist the foreign races. To be honest, although these ancient forces of theirs had a human emperor mission in mind, but after so many years had passed, this mission had almost become virtually null and void, and their old ancestors, they didn't know how many years they had fallen. In the face of a powerful foreign race, they were not yet so strong as to let the entire Longhu Mountain perish for the sake of a nebulous mission. Zhang Zhixing had agreed to ally with the Dragon Kingdom so quickly for no other reason than Chen Xuan alone. At such a young age, he had already stepped into the realm of the true king, and he was even able to kill a legendary Saint Exalt with a true king. Such a horrifying qualification was unheard of and unseen. It was foreseeable that as long as Chen Xuan did not fall, he would surely rise in the future. and was even expected to step into the Star Emperors and become a present-day Great Emperor. Such an amazing potential stock was naturally worthy of his Heavenly Master's house to fight for. Chapter 146. The Six Ancient Sects. Receiving the old Heavenly Master's confirmation, Chen Xuan was satisfied and spoke out solemnly. Soon, the Dragon Kingdom will send diplomats to come and deliver the alliance letters, and for the detailed alliance, you can talk to them. Upon hearing this, old Celestial Master Zhang Zhixing nodded gently. And then, after exchanging words with Zhang Zhixing for a few moments, Chen Xuan rose to take his leave. The Grand Elder several people escorted Chen Xuan out of the small world where the Heavenly Master's mansion was located before returning. Xuan Legend, you will be responsible for the reception of the Dragon Kingdom's envoys when they come, and you can make a slight concession in terms of interest. After the Grand Elder Zhang Xuan Legend and a few others returned to the main hall, the old Heavenly Master Zhang Zhixing spoke in a condensed voice. Xuan Legend understands. The Grand Elder respectfully responded without offering any rebuttal. He was well aware of what Chen Xuan's qualifications represented, and it was imperative to befriend Chen Xuan and the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Xuan, who had left the Celestial Master's mansion, took out his cell phone and rushed to the next power after reporting to the cabinet that the Celestial Master's mansion was willing to form an alliance. Wanchong Mountain, an ancient power that could almost rival the Heavenly Master's mansion. The founding ancestor of Wanchong Mountain, like the founding ancestor of the Heavenly Master's mansion, was also a figure who had been hidden by the Human Emperor's mission, and it was because of this reason that Wanchong Mountain had dispatched strong men to help the Dragon Kingdom. Compared to the Heavenly Master's palace, Wanchong Mountain majored in sword techniques, and the strongest people in the sect, basically awakened, were all sword-type professions, but under the long years it was not possible for Wanchong Mountain to awaken sword-type professions for everyone. Since only those who had awakened the profession of the blade technique class could become a true disciple of Wanchong Mountain, as of today, there were very few true disciples of Wanchong Mountain, but every one of them was an elite amongst elites, with a battle power at the same level far greater than that of the disciples of the other ancient forces. After learning about Wanchong Mountain from the Heavenly Master's mansion, Chen Xuan knew that there should be no suspense in the Wanchong Mountain line. After all, compared to the Heavenly Master's mansion and other ancient forces Wanchongshan had a claim, they were in dire need of fresh blood to strengthen Wanchongshan, and in the current Blue Planet, was there any other country that had more people than the Dragon Kingdom? With the huge population base of the Dragon Kingdom giving birth to some blade profession awakened, it would be an easy thing to do, and befriending the Dragon Kingdom would mean that from now on, the blade profession awakened of Wanchong Mountain would be able to pick and choose as many as they want. Such a temptation was absolutely irresistible to Wanchongshan. On his way to the 10,000 Heavy Mountain, Chen Xuan was also recalling information about other ancient forces so that he could target his responses when he passed. Aligning with these ancient forces was definitely the top priority for the Dragon Kingdom at the moment. The only way to block the invasion of the foreign races was to merge together, and also to allow the Dragon Kingdom to grow completely. In the current Blue Star, only these ancient forces are qualified to let the Dragon Country take the initiative to make alliances. Other countries, the strength is simply not comparable to the Dragon Country. In addition to a few fellowship countries, the rest of the country alliance, but it is just to add a few burdens to their own. As for the ancient forces abroad, Chen Xuan and the others' hearts were not that big yet. Among the ancient forces, other than the Heavenly Master's mansion as well as the 10,000 Heavy Mountain, there were 4 other major forces which were the Phase-less sect, the Shadow Stream sect, the 10,000 Sword sect, and the Overbearing Fist sect. Apart from the Heavenly Master's mansion, which was oceanic, the other 5 major ancient forces all had their own specialties. The Wanchong Mountain majored in swords, the 10,000 Sword sect majored in swords, the Bastard Fist sect majored in fists, the Wuxiang sect majored in body techniques, and the Shadow Stream sect majored in the art of killing and destroying. Because of this, the situation of the other several great ancient powers was almost no different from that of the Wanchong Mountain, and Chen Xuan still had a certain degree of certainty when it came to convincing them to ally with the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, this was also because of his current strength, which already possessed the qualifications to talk to these forces as equals. Otherwise, even if they were short of people, it would be impossible for them to ally with the Dragon Kingdom as equals, and it was very likely that they would be in a position of superiority, intimidating the Dragon Kingdom. Ancient times from now on how long has passed, even if there is the Emperor's will, to the present is of little use. Only the interests of the bundle is the world, the most consolidated alliance. On top of that, strength is of utmost importance. Soon, Chen Xuan arrived at the entrance to the small world where Wanchong Mountain was located. The entrance to the small world of Wanchong Mountain was in the middle of the Great Xing'an Mountains, and it was still thanks to the guidance of the Heavenly Master's office that Chen Xuan learned of the location of the small worlds of these great ancient powers. Undoubtedly, after Chen Xuan arrived at the entrance of the Wanchong Mountain's small world, the powerhouses within the Wanchong Mountain also sensed Chen Xuan's presence, and similarly dispatched their grand elders to respectfully welcome Chen Xuan into the small world. Chen Xuan's reputation had already spread amongst these ancient forces long after the end of the Great War, using the cultivation of a true king to fight against the legendary Saint Exalted, and also killing him. Such astonishing battle prowess was unparalleled in all of history. Even in the glorious ancient era, such heaven-defying human experts were extremely rare, and throughout the entire ancient era, there were definitely no more than 3 fingers. Because of this, these ancient powers that had been subjected to the human emperor's decree basically already had the intention to ally with the Dragon Kingdom. For no other reason than Chen Xuan, it was worth their while to ally with the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, for Chen Xuan's arrival, the higher echelons of Wanchong Mountain were naturally extremely welcoming. Inside the main hall of Wanchong Mountain, Chen Xuan met with Wanchong Mountain's mountain lord, Chen Xuan, a very ordinary name, but his strength was not ordinary in the slightest. Like the old heavenly master of the heavenly master's mansion, Chen Xuan's cultivation had reached the peak of the legendary Saint Zun, almost half a foot into the mythical monarch level, and even though his aura was not visible, Chen Xuan was still able to sense a domineering and extreme blade intent from him. It could be imagined that Chen Xuan's seemingly old body would definitely shock the heavens and the earth once it erupted. After some courtesy, Chen Xuan stated his intentions, and without any surprise, Chen Xuan, on behalf of Wanchong Mountain, agreed to form an alliance with the Dragon Kingdom. To this day, the number of true disciples in Wanchong Mountain was surprisingly less than 300, which was nearly 10 times worse than the thousands of disciples in the Heavenly Master's mansion. Of course, each and every one of these 200 or so disciples of Wanchong Mountain was at the King Realm level, and the true King Realm elders also possessed a full 25, and those at the legendary Saint Exalt level besides Chen Xuan, there were also as many as 5. In this regard, Chen Xuan was not surprised. After all, these ancient forces possessed extremely complete legacies, and their own heritage was also rich enough. Even if the heritage gradually disappeared due to the long years, it still had an energy that could not be underestimated. After exchanging some words with Chen Xuan, Chen Xuan rose to take his leave, and after similarly delivering back the news that Wanchong had agreed to an alliance, Chen Xuan continued on his way to the next location of the ancient power. Chen Xuan's heart was accumulating thick anger as well as ambition. Those foreign races had invaded his Dragon Kingdom with impunity, causing the sacrifice of many of his Dragon Kingdom's people. No matter what, this vengeance had to be avenged, as well as that Yuan demon sect. Once an alliance was made with all of these great ancient powers, then the Dragon Kingdom would be secured and could begin to work on its revenge. Chapter 147 Sword Saint Qiushui. Ever since that battle, the entire Dragon Kingdom, from top to bottom, had held their breath just to wash away the national shame, and each and every one of them had been working hard to level up, which had led to the mutated animals in those deep mountains and ancient forests, almost all of which had suffered. Teams like mercenary groups sprang up like a spring, but all combat professions, all of them were fighting monsters and upgrading, using the precious materials of mutated animals to exchange for possessions while using the battles with mutated animals to improve themselves. What menace, what crisis, all disappeared under the influence of that chi in the heart. In addition to the general public of the Dragon Kingdom, the military was naturally doing its best to boost. In that great battle, the Red Sky Squad that was originally in the secret realm of the human emperor in seclusion, there were more than 170 people who broke through the King Realm and went out to rush to the major defenses to hold down the fort, and it was also precisely because of these 170 King Realms that the Dragon Kingdom's army wasn't broken by the foreigners so quickly. But that great battle was too tragic, so tragic that these 170-odd King Realms had fallen, more than 120 of them, leaving only nearly 50 people, and all of them were seriously injured. If it wasn't for the elixir of the human emperor mystic realm, even if they didn't die, their lifespan would have been greatly reduced and they wouldn't have much time left. In order to be able to cultivate the Dragon Kingdom's top experts, the Mythic Specialization Bureau once again pulled out nearly 100,000 military personnel who were at least of rare quality, and many of them had even reached legendary quality, and headed to the human emperor's secret realm for closed-door cultivation. After experiencing that great war, both Chen Xuan and the senior management of the Dragon Kingdom deeply understand that the Dragon Kingdom is still too weak, and considering the future when it is weak is still a bit too far ahead of the curve. The only way to consider the future is to have the power of self-preservation. And these 100,000 soldiers, in Chen Xuan's vision with the higher-ups, was to gather the power of the human emperor's secret realm and fully assist them to break into the King Realm. 100,000 King Realms, if coupled with military formations such as the Green Dragon, the power that can be displayed is absolutely terrifying, and may even possess the power to fight against legendary Saint Exalted ones. Together with the members of the original Red Sky Squad, the Dragon Kingdom would truly grow and have the power to defend itself. On top of that, Chen Xuan as well as the higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom had a true king program, doing their best to cultivate a few true kings out of the country, and the candidates for these true kings were the 5 members of the Red Sky Squad who had awakened to the mythic quality. Legendary quality, although also top-notch, was ultimately no match for mythic quality in terms of potential. If the plan succeeded, the 5 mythic quality true kings would be enough for the Dragon Kingdom to comfortably deal with the attack of the true kings. After all, mythic quality level true kings, even those who had just made a breakthrough, had extraordinary battle power. Even if they were at the peak of the true king's level, it wouldn't be that easy to kill them. With 5 people joining forces, apart from a demon like Chen Xuan, almost any true king could be killed. On the other hand, Chen Xuan came to the entrance of the small world where the 10,000 Sword Sect is located, Shushan. Once the Shushan is also a large tourist mecca, magnificent scenery so that many people are fond of, but with the advent of the mythical era, Shushan and Longhu Mountain as well have become off the beaten track, that magnificent scenery, and then no one asked for it. Similarly, after Chen Xuan stepped onto Mount Shu, the strongest members of the 10,000 Sword Sect had sensed Chen Xuan's presence, and under the guidance of the 10,000 Sword Sect's Grand Elder, Lu Wenwu, Chen Xuan stepped into the small world where the 10,000 Sword Sect was situated and met 10,000 Sword Sect's patriarch, Qiu Shui. What Chen Xuan did not expect was that this 10,000 Sword Sect patriarch was actually a woman, and also a woman with a stunning, mature, and seductive appearance, the body that could be described as explosive as well as the sharpness that vaguely exuded from the woman, giving the woman a different kind of charm. Even Chen Xuan could not help but experience a palpitation of the heart from the first moment he saw this woman. All people had the desire to love beauty, let alone a woman like this who was akin to a heavenly fairy. However, that heart palpitation only appeared for a split second before it was suppressed by Chen Xuan's powerful willpower. In terms of looks, his secretary Lin Tong was not inferior to this woman in the slightest, but compared to her figure, Lin Tong was still a bit worse, and moreover, Lin Tong did not have this woman's noble temperament that stood high above the rest. For the first time, Chen Xuan had a deep cognizance of the words, "Woe to the nation and calamity to the people. Dragon Kingdom Admiral Chen Xuan. Meet the Sword Saint." These thoughts were but a momentary matter, and the moment the other party looked at him, Chen Xuan arched his hand in a polite salute. Not bad, this 10,000 Sword Sect patriarch had another alias, Sword Saint. Whether it was the old Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's Mansion or the Mountain Master of the 10,000 Heavy Mountain, all of them were quite fearful of this woman, and her name as the Sword Saint was also recognized by several great ancient powers. It is rumored that this woman awakened is the Sword Dao class mythological quality occupation, but also hidden uniqueness of the occupation, its birth. It will be heavenly phenomenon 10,000 swords chirping, so that the entire 10,000 Sword Sect are moved directly by the last generation of the 10,000 Sword Sect patriarch accepted as a personal disciple, gathered the entire 10,000 Sword Sect of the expectations of the strongest. And this woman did not fail the expectations of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Since her awakening, she had demonstrated an extremely high level of talent in the Tao of the sword, and with just a glance at almost any sword art, she was able to integrate it. Reaching the basic 100 levels in March, breaking into the King Realm in 1 year, entering the True King in 5 years, and entering the Legend in 10 years, by now, at the age of 42, her cultivation was infinitely close to that of a mythical monarch, and her battle power could even barely match that of a mythical monarch. After she reached the legendary Saint Exalt, she began her path to invincibility. First she took on several Saint Exalt elders of the 10,000 Sword Sect with her own strength and won the battle, and then she traveled to other ancient powers and challenged their Saint Exalt elders. Without exception, she won every battle, and after the challenge was completed, she returned to the 10,000 Sword Sect, closed her eyes for 3 years, and went straight to the peak of the legendary Saint Exaltation, and was commonly known as the Sword Saint by many ancient powers. It could be said that this woman's life was a legend, and the only legend to appear among the many ancient powers. Even though there was a reason why the 10,000 Sword Sect did not leave any room for cultivation, its talent too was definitely hard to come by in all ages. At the very least, amongst the people Chen Xuan had seen, aside from himself, this woman was definitely the strongest. General Chen is polite. This seat has heard a lot about General Chen. The Sword Saint Qiu Shui did not hold back, similarly arching his hand towards Chen Xuan as he laughed out softly. Her voice, like a yellow warbler, is as sweet as a spring breeze, but it seems to have a kind of charm, so that people cannot help but sink into it. Her pair of tantalizingly beautiful eyes curiously surveyed Chen Xuan, and a faint wisp of battle intent flickered in the depths of her eyes. As a legendary sword saint among the ancient forces, Qiu Shui had been ranked at the peak for a long time and was deeply lonely, longing for a rival, and she vaguely had a premonition that if she could fight with a strong person of the same level, she would definitely be able to break into the mythical monarch level with the help of this battle. It was a pity that the other ancient powers in power were still quite a bit short of himself in terms of strength, even if it was the rumored strongest old heavenly master, If it was a matter of life and death, Qiu Shui had the certainty of beheading the old heavenly master. It wasn't that she was arrogant, but she had sparred with those in power and deduced it from the strength they had shown. Chapter 148, Returning to the Essence-Seeking Golden Votes. Because of this, the Sword Saint Qiu Shui became interested in Chen Xuan after she learned that he was able to defeat a legendary Saint Exalt against all odds with the cultivation of a mid-stage true king, and even decapitated him. Of course, the interest was not that of a man and a woman, but that of a powerful man who might rival her. Even back then, she did not have such terrifying battle power as Chen Xuan in the true king level, and it was only at the peak of the true king that she possessed the strength to battle against a legendary Saint Exalt, but trying to kill a legendary Saint Exalt was absolutely impossible as well. Of course, a legendary saint would not be able to kill her if he wanted to. But Chen Xuan, only a true king mid-stage or a true king mid-stage that had just broken through not long ago, was able to decimate a legendary sacred father by destroying it, and with such astonishing combat power, even she, who was high-minded and proud, had to be submissive. Only, although Qiu Shui recognized Chen Xuan's potential and talent, but with the Chen Xuan at this moment wanting to be her opponent was still far from being qualified with her current strength. If she were to truly go all out, Chen Xuan might not even be able to block a single sword. Of course, this was only what Qiu Shui himself had deduced based on Chen Xuan's battle record. I'm sure the Sword Saint already understands the purpose of this general's visit. I wonder what the Sword Saint, and even the 10,000 Swords sect thinks? In the face of the Sword Saint Qiu Shui's sizing up, Chen Xuan's heart was as if it was still water, and he inquired out without being overbearing. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's inquiry, a flash of color flashed across the eyes of the surrounding 10,000 Swords sect elders. None of them had expected that Chen Xuan would be so direct, but they did not make a sound, quietly waiting for their Sword Saint's response. Regarding the alliance with the Dragon Kingdom, they had already made up their minds, and with the situation of the 10,000 Swords sect nowadays, there was no way for them to reject it. The 10,000 Swords sect is willing to ally with the Dragon Kingdom. However, this seat has an unkind request. I wonder if General Chen? Sword Saint Qiu Shui stared at Chen Xuan and laughed out softly. Oh, please, Sword Saint, speak clearly. Chen Xuan's face remained unchanged as he looked straight at the Sword Saint Qiu Shui. Take a move from this seat. Regardless of the outcome, the 10,000 Swords sect will ally with the Dragon Kingdom. When Sword Saint Qiu Shui dropped these words, Chen Xuan did not have much of a reaction yet, but those 10,000 Swords sect elders' faces changed, lightly stroking their foreheads in helplessness. From the life of the Sword Saint Qiu Shui, it was easy to see that although this woman had a scourge face, she was a militant who longed for battles and opponents. When Qiu Shui had just entered the Saint Exaltation, the old guys, were in deep water almost every day, and the most crucial thing was that Qiu Shui didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to their status as elders, and beat them to death every time. This also led to the fact that these 10,000 Swords sect elders, from being pleased with Qiu Shui in the beginning, were almost afraid to avoid him later on. Regarding Qiu Shui's mindset at the moment, these old men of theirs could be said to know the basics. It was nothing more than seeing Chen Xuan's heaven-defying battle prowess and becoming interested in him. Only, they were also deeply speechless at Qiu Shui's gesture of not looking at the situation. To be honest, with the Sword Saint Qiu Shui's status, it was undoubtedly excessive to ask Chen Xuan to take a move from her, and they were worried that this move of Qiu Shui's would cause Chen Xuan to become annoyed and give up on his alliance with his 10,000 Sword sect, and at that time it would be a case of moving a stone and stoning one's own foot. His 10,000 Sword sect's current situation, if he didn't recruit fresh blood, in another 100 years the 10,000 Sword sect would basically exist in name only. At this moment, the many Wanjian sect elders were all staring at Chen Xuan, tension flickering in the depths of their eyes, fearing that Chen Xuan would turn around and leave in a fit of annoyance. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Xuan first remained silent for a long while before raising his head, looking towards the Sword Saint Qiu Shui and saying in a deep voice, "Yes." As soon as these words came out, many 10,000 Sword sect elders were surprised, and even the Sword Saint Qiu Shui, with her stunningly beautiful and moving face, had a look of surprise floating on her face. To be honest, after uttering this request, the Sword Saint Qiu Shui didn't expect Chen Xuan to agree at all, and had even prepared for Chen Xuan to flip out. But what she didn't expect was that Chen Xuan actually agreed. She didn't believe that Chen Xuan would not first learn about her Wanjian sect before coming to the Wanjian sect, but she was well aware that Wanchong Mountain as well as the Heavenly Master's Mansion had already agreed to ally with the Dragon Kingdom. So Chen Xuan would definitely learn about the other ancient powers from them. Not just anyone could have the courage to accept a sword from her, with her reputation amongst the ancient powers, an idle legendary Saint Exalt powerhouse would have to tremble in fear when facing her. Chen Xuan, despite his heaven-defying battle prowess, was ultimately only at the cultivation level of a true king, and he actually had the courage to face one of her swords? At this moment, Sword Saint Qiushui was truly impressed with Chen Xuan. Regardless of Chen Xuan's strength, to have the courage to face one of her swords was worthy of recognition. It didn't take long for the crowd to move outside the main hall. The Sword Saint Qiushui stood proudly, a long skirt fluttering in the wind, her long black and shiny hair draped over her shoulders. If one were to look at it from the outside alone, it would be impossible to imagine that such a worldly woman would be a sword saint recognized by the world. "Are you ready?" Sword Saint Qiushui looked across the room at Chen Xuan and inquired in a condensed voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan took a deep breath and pushed the power within his body to the extreme, with talents such as the Emperor Dragon Hegemony body being empowered, and at the same time pushing the dragon pattern within his body to the extreme. On the surface, Chen Xuan hadn't erupted any aura, but within his body were shocking waves, his entire body taut, endless power poised to strike. This was the first time Chen Xuan had paid such attention since he had broken through to the middle stage of True King, and even that previous Yuan Demon Sex Saint Sovereign hadn't made him this fearful. Couldn't be helped, facing a Sword Saint level expert, anyone would have to deal with it carefully. Chen Xuan did not have the slightest confidence in this move, but he would do his best to deal with it, and regardless of the outcome, doing his best would suffice. Being able to fight against such a supreme expert, even if it was only for a single move, would be of great benefit to Chen Xuan. As Chen Xuan nodded, Sword Saint Qiushui's beautiful eyes narrowed as her slender jade hand reached out and gently hooked. Buzz! A clear and loud sound of a sword chant instantly exploded in the entire heaven and earth, and an azure blue longsword that flashed with cold and chilling light came out from the back and landed in the hands of the Sword Saint Qiushui. At this moment, this colorful woman, her aura changed violently. As sharp as a sheathed sword, she looked towards Chen Xuan and spoke out solemnly. "This sword, named Qiushui, is the 10,000 Swords Sex Sword of Jinzong." Not bad, the Sword Saint Qiushui's saber was the same as her name, and her name, to be precise, was derived from this saber. At the time when Chen Xuan was fully concentrated, the Sword Saint Qiushui held the Qiushui sword, and flatly stabbed forward, seemingly ordinary sword, fell in Chen Xuan's eyes, but it was as if a world of sword chi collapsed, allowing him to feel a great deal of pressure. This was a sword that returned to the basics, with power such as sword intent and even sword chi, internalized to the extreme. This is the power of a sword saint? Chen Xuan was horrified in his heart and did not dare to be the slightest bit slow, doing his best to push the power within his body without the slightest bit of reservation. Chapter 149 Sword Saints Evaluation Requesting Golden Ticket. Boom! At this moment, Chen Xuan could no longer control himself. All of his power exploded out, with him as the center. The void within a 10-meter radius was distorted in a manner visible to the naked eye. The strong power fluctuations made the Sword Saint Qiushui's eyes light up, and made the faces of the many 10,000 swords sect elders who were staring closely from a short distance away stare. None of them had seen Chen Xuan decapitate a saint-exalted powerhouse with their own eyes, but the strength of the force alone allowed them to ascertain Chen Xuan's strength. Time Reverse Sword Formation. Spirit Vault Sword Slash. Gangjin Chop. Finally, that flat and unexciting sword stabbed straight to Chen Xuan's body, and Chen Xuan, too, completely exploded. He first used his time-based profession avatar to slow down the other party's sword intent and other powers, and then he fully exploded his Spirit Vault Sword Slash and other avatars to do his best to weaken the power of the sword. At this moment, Chen Xuan clearly felt the gap between himself and the Sword Saint. It was unimaginable that the other party's mediocre sword had made him do his best, and he didn't even know how much power the other party had used in this sword. The might of the Sword Saint was truly strong and desperate. Bang! Despite the layers of weakening, when that sword bombarded Chen Xuan's body, it still broke through his defenses, sending his entire body flying out, and it was only after a full 10 feet of backpedaling that Chen Xuan was able to barely stabilize his body. Biffed! A mouthful of blood gushed out from Chen Xuan's mouth. His face, swish, turned pale, although he had not suffered a serious injury. The sharp blade of the sword had caused him to suffer a considerable amount of injuries. Looking at the Sword Saint Qiushui who had calmly withdrawn his sword, Chen Xuan could not help but have a touch of bitterness spread across his face. He had originally thought that with his current strength, he would not be the least bit afraid of the peak of the legendary Saint Exalted, but now it seemed that it was still too much to take for granted. Although there was some loss, Chen Xuan quickly adjusted. After all, Not every peak legendary saint sovereign could possess the strength of a sword saint, and characters like the sword saint could already be called invincible under the mythical monarch. In fact, what Chen Xuan did not know was how much of a shock he had given to the many 10,000 Sword Sect elders by receiving this sword from Sword Saint Qiu Shui at the cost of a minor injury. Even Sword Saint Qiu Shui was staring at Chen Xuan dead on at the moment, her beautiful eyes flickering with blazing light. It was the frenzy of running into a rival, the excitement of finally not having to be lonely anymore. At this moment, the Sword Saint Qiu Shui truly viewed Chen Xuan as a future opponent, and she couldn't even wait for Chen Xuan to break through to Saint Exaltation immediately, so that she could soundly battle with one of them. General Chen's name is well-deserved. It's Qiu Shui who has been a Menglong. General Chen can be as straightforward as he wants in terms of what compensation he wants. Returning to his senses, the Sword Saint Qiu Shui arched his hand towards Chen Xuan and solemnly spoke out. Forget about compensation. I just hope that the 10,000 Sword Sect will keep their promise. Chen Xuan waved his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Don't worry, this seed is true to its word. The 10,000 Sword Sect will definitely ally with the Dragon Kingdom, and as long as the Dragon Kingdom doesn't fail the 10,000 Sword Sect, the 10,000 Sword Sect will definitely not fail the Dragon Kingdom either. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan nodded his head in satisfaction, and then offered his farewells towards the Sword Saint Qiu Shui, politely declining their good intentions of helping to heal their wounds, and under the polite guidance of a few 10,000 Sword Sect elders, he left the small world where the 10,000 Sword Sect was located. Phew! Chen Xuan, who had appeared in the outside world, his tense body relaxed as he took a deep look at the light door that was gradually closing up and turned to leave. Defense is not an option with that situation just now. If the other party really wanted to leave him behind, he would definitely not be able to walk out of the small world. Of course, the other party wanted him to stay without paying a little bit of a price, and that would be impossible. He admitted that the Sword Saint Qiu Shui was indeed very strong. So strong that he didn't have the slightest possibility of defeating him, but if he were to fight against all odds, he might not be able to solve the Sword Saint Qiu Shui, but he would still be able to kill a few of the 10,000 Sword Sect Saint Sovereigns. Just now, resisting the power of the Sword Saint Qiu Shui, what he had used was merely his full strength in his normal state, and his undercurrent special talent could not have been used. Fortunately, things hadn't come to that point yet. The other party might really just be curious about his strength, and it was also possible that they wanted to try out the Dragon Kingdom, and whether or not they had the qualifications to ally with the 10,000 Swords Sect on an equal footing. While making wild guesses, Chen Xuan rushed to the next ancient power. At the same time, inside the 10,000 Sword Sect's main hall, many 10,000 Sword Sect elders all looked towards the Sword Saint Qiu Shui, and Grand Elder Lu Wanwu couldn't help but inquire, Patriarch, how much force did you use with that sword just now? This question was something that almost every Jian Sect elder longed to know. They wanted to see just how strong Chen Xuan was, and whether there was a gap between themselves and Chen Xuan, a mid-stage true king. 9 points. The Sword Saint Qiu Shui's face slightly condensed as he said in a deep voice, Hiss! As these words fell, the pupils of the many elders of the 10,000 Swords Sect shrank and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Compared to outsiders, they didn't say they knew all about Qiu Shui's strength, but they also understood a general idea. Ever since Sword Saint Qiu Shui stepped into the peak of legendary Saint Zun, none of the many Saint Zun elders in the entire 10,000 Sword Sect had been able to catch one of her full-strength swords. Several years had passed since Sword Saint Qiu Shui stepped into the legendary Saint Exalt, and within these years, Qiu Shui's strength must have become even more terrifying, and they didn't even have the courage to spar with Sword Saint Qiu Shui. A strike of 9 points of force, even if it was Grand Elder Lu Wanwu, who had already reached the peak of the late stage of the legendary Saint Exaltation, I was afraid that he would only be able to achieve this level of Chen Xuan. In other words, wouldn't Chen Xuan, a mid-true king, already possess the battle power of a peak-late legendary Saint Exalt? How amazing is that? Of course, when it came to a real battle, there were still other factors to consider, but regardless, being able to receive Qiu Shui's 9-point force strike at the cost of a light injury, Chen Xuan's strength was already enough to make any legendary Saint Exalt take it seriously. This seat can sense that he still has unused cards. In that moment just now, he had a powerful force built up in his body, probably because he was afraid that my 10,000 Sword Sect would make a move against him, and this force, if it really erupted, no one within the 10,000 Sword Sect would be able to block it except for this seat. However, he should also have to pay a great price. This person's natural talent has never been seen before. Once he reaches the peak of legendary Saint Exalt, even this seat does not have the certainty of defeating him. As these words of Sword Saint Qiu Shui fell, the 10,000 Swords Sect elders present became even more appalled. Looking at the many ancient powers, which one of them could get such an evaluation from the Sword Saint? Not to mention the true king level, even within the legendary saint, those who could make the sword saint pay a little attention were only a few people such as the old heavenly master of the heavenly master's mansion and a few others. A true king middle stage that could make the sword saint Choshue pay this much attention. When it was spread out, I was afraid that no one would believe it. Grand Elder, you are solely responsible for the alliance with the Dragon Kingdom. Make sure to entertain the other party. With Chen Xuan around, the future of the Dragon Kingdom is absolutely limitless. It's worth my 10,000 swords sex full friendship. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder suppressed the shock in his heart and responded respectfully, yes. Meanwhile, in a mysterious place, a new conspiracy is unfolding. Chapter 150 Entering the Inheritance Tower. In the dimly lit hall, several figures loomed, and a heavy aura permeated this hall. It's time for the intelligence system to change. This time, the losses are too great. A hoarse voice echoed in the dimly lit hall, followed by another hoarse voice. Who would have thought that such a demon would be born in the district Dragon Kingdom? To behead a Saint Exalt against the odds with a mid-true king. Such terrifying battle power has never been seen before in history. In the words, there was an appalling intent that couldn't be concealed in any way, and the several figures within this great hall were silenced by it. For the first time, they, who had always been lawless and reckless, felt fear in a true king. The Dragon Kingdom may not be destroyed, but this man must die. With him around, my Yuan demon sect will never be able to get ahead. Moreover, according to the news, this one has already traveled to those powers to seek an alliance, and once these powers intervene, it will be much harder for us to carry out our plans. After a long period of silence, a figure spoke in a cold voice, and the cold aura that suddenly lit up in the dimness was frightening. If the old heavenly master were here, he would definitely be able to recognize the identities of these figures. They were the 5 Saint Exalted that had awakened in the current Yuan demon sect. Demon Knight, Demon Chi, Demon Shang, Demon Blade, and Demon Xian. Among them, Demon Knight and Demon Chi were in the late Saint Exalted stage, Demon Blade was at the peak of the middle stage, and Demon Xian and Demon Shang were at the peak of the early stage. The one speaking at this moment was none other than Demon Shang. It's only the middle stage of a true king that can kill a Saint Exalt. When he's higher up, I'm afraid that even if we join forces, it'll be difficult to suppress him. Hearing Demon Shang's words, Demon Blade's cold eyes flashed as he spoke in a deep voice. Then snuff it out completely. With the Jintian demon formation, changing the sky and the earth, the 5 of us will strike together to exterminate. In the end, the strongest Demon Knight coldly said. A supreme demon who could kill a Saint Exalt against his will in the middle stage of a true king, no power dared to be arrogant, and if he was his enemy, he would either wait to be killed by him in the future, or he could only pour out everything he had to strangle him in the cradle. When Demon Knight's words fell, the remaining 4 Saint Sovereigns glanced at each other and nodded, none of them objecting. There's no way around it. They're scared too. Then it's settled. This time, we'll choose to strangle him at his base camp, so that those Dragon Kingdom ants will watch their guardian god die in our hands. My lord, not only do I want him to die, but I also want the hopes of the Dragon Kingdom to be completely dashed. Eerie words resounded in this great hall, and the killing opportunities contained within them were chilling. Chen Xuan, who was coming out of the Shadow School, did not know in the slightest that an attack targeting him had quietly swept in, and at this moment, he was on his way back to the Mythic Specialization Bureau's Imperial Capital headquarters. Following the 10,000 Swords sect, the Wuxiang sect and the Shadowstream sect also agreed to form an alliance with the Dragon Kingdom, and the rest of the details need to be carefully negotiated between the two sides before the alliance can actually be handed over. Only, there was no need for Chen Xuan to worry about these. After returning to the Mythical Specialization Bureau's headquarters, Lin Tong came over and inquired playfully, "Did it go well?" Looking at Lin Tong in front of him, a soft color flickered in Chen Xuan's eyes as he nodded. "I'm going to head to the Human Emperor's secret realm to retreat." Upon hearing this, Lin Tong looked towards Chen Xuan and solemnly said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of things here." Lin Tong's understanding, so that Chen Xuan was very touched, did not hold back, went forward 2 steps, Lin Tong in his arms, sniffing the moving fragrance, Chen Xuan whole heart fluttering straight, directly fled as if to leave. Looking at Chen Xuan's departing back, Lin Tong smiled, a pair of beautiful eyes squinting like a crescent moon, a stunningly beautiful smile that could make even 100 flowers lose their colors. Chen Xuan, who had already left the imperial capital, had gradually calmed down, and as he glanced back at the Mythical Species Bureau headquarters that stood in the center of the imperial capital, he couldn't help but let out an annoyed dark curse. Just a hug? What's wrong with you? Shaking his head without further thought, he turned around and headed towards the Human Emperor's secret realm. This time when he stepped into the Human Emperor mysterious realm, Chen Xuan planned to break into the inheritance tower to see if he could obtain the inheritance of an ancient emperor, or failing that, a powerful mythical monarch inheritance. Of course, with his qualifications, even without an inheritance, he was confident that he would reach the peak, but if he could have an inheritance, it would at least allow him to take many fewer detours. Moreover, with the power of inheritance, he could reach the peak of True King earlier, or even break into the realm of Legendary Saint Exalted, and once he could reach the Legendary Saint Exalted, the Dragon Kingdom would really be able to rest on its laurels. At the very least, it would be difficult for either those ancient forces or the desolate realm foreign races in the Mythic era to deal a devastating blow to the Dragon Kingdom. It didn't take long for Chen Xuan to arrive at the Human Emperor's secret realm, and instead of bothering those who were in seclusion in the Human Emperor's secret realm, he arrived before the Inheritance Tower silently. Towering into the clouds of the Inheritance Tower, permeated with the ancient vicissitudes of the atmosphere, standing under the tower, Chen Xuan have a self as a mole-like feeling vaguely. He seems to be able to feel from this Inheritance Tower the might of the Human Emperor back then. The Human Emperor, the most powerful person in the ancient era, the Starry Sky Emperor, almost held up the entire sky of the ancient era with his own strength, and in the end, he even gathered many powerful people from the ancient era and fought with the invading foreign races beyond the starry sky. Such a character, even Chen Xuan, a heaven-defying demon in the eyes of the world, would have to be convinced by him. His inheritance was also enough to make Chen Xuan's heart covet. LOL. Muffled sounds spread out, this silent for an unknown number of years of Inheritance Tower. In today was lifted the mysterious veil. Looking at the dimly lit portal, Chen Xuan took a deep breath and stepped in. Beginning a step into the first floor of the Inheritance Tower hall, the original dim hall, suddenly lit up, a fist-sized night pearl, placed in the surrounding stone pillars, even the dome also inlaid with dense night pearl. For a time, the entire hall was illuminated as if it were daytime. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly as he surveyed the entire hall. The entire first level of space was not vast, about 100 square feet. There were dozens of stone pillars standing, directly in front of the hall's door. There towered a stone pillar with a foot of 3 zhong. Next to the stone pillar, a stone monument inscribed with a script stood quietly. Chen Xuan walked over to the stone monument and looked at the script inscribed on it. These fonts were a far cry from modern-day fonts, but with his spiritual thoughts, Chen Xuan was able to understand the meanings expressed in these fonts despite not being able to read them. What was written on it was about the function of this 3-foot-tall stone pillar. A treasure that detects bloodlines. I'm afraid this was a treasure that the Human Emperor had specially created back then in order to prevent any foreign races from stepping into it and obtaining the inheritance. Undoubtedly, in this Human Emperor mystic realm, the most precious thing was not the things in the treasure trove or buildings like the Hall of Enlightenment, but this Inheritance Tower. In it, it was the inheritance of a Starry Sky Emperor as well as 100 or so mythical monarchs. It was no exaggeration to say that any power that could obtain this Inheritance Tower and successfully accept the inheritance within it, after a period of time, that power would definitely be able to become one of the greatest powers. Even the foreign races in the Mythic era would go crazy over it if they knew about it. Chapter 151, Weird Trials. Pausing for a moment, Chen Xuan did not hesitate as he walked directly to the stone pillar, palm outstretched, forcing out a strand of blood and pointing it at the stone pillar. Buzz! In a matter of moments, Chen Xuan's blood was absorbed by the stone pillar, and the lines inscribed on the stone pillar, as if they had come to life, began to wriggle, and a scarlet glow violently shone out from above the stone pillar. At this moment, the entire hall seemed to be covered by a layer of red haze, fantastically incomparable. Immediately afterward, Chen Xuan saw that strands of tadpole-shaped inscriptions diffused from the stone pillars, and as if these inscriptions possessed spirituality, they intertwined and encircled in front of Chen Xuan, gradually forming a one-person tall portal. Glistening light flowed through the portal, permeating with a mysterious aura. Chen Xuan took a deep breath, secretly operating the power within his body and being on full alert before violently stepping into the portal. As Chen Xuan stepped into the portal, the hall once again returned to calmness, as if nothing had ever happened, and the night pearl, which had originally been radiant, gradually dispersed its light, and the bright hall returned to dimness. After a period of heavenly rotation, Chen Xuan felt a sense of groundedness, and he slowly opened his eyes to a peaceful scene. The location he was in was a vast plain, with a clear and meandering river flowing on the plain, lush green grass and trees, and a gentle breeze, as if it was a paradise beyond the world, almost making Chen Xuan think that he had come to the wrong place. After carefully sensing the situation, Chen Xuan's face gradually became grave. He found that this seemingly vibrant place, there is no sign of the existence of any living creature. The entire area looks peaceful and beautiful, but the dead silence is shuddering. After observing for a moment, Chen Xuan did not hold back and began to explore. He chose a direction at random and explored forward while being secretly vigilant. Along the way, what made Chen Xuan's journey heavier and heavier was the fact that he really hadn't encountered another living creature besides him. Not even a single bug or bird in sight. He didn't know how long he had walked before he came to a barrier. Looking at the barrier that shrouded almost the entire heaven and earth, Chen Xuan's brows furrowed. This place was too bizarre. He was even a little afraid to cross over the barrier. He knew that it wasn't that simple to obtain the inheritance in the inheritance tower, but he hadn't thought that the test would be so bizarre. After stopping for a long time, Chen Xuan gathered enough courage and directly crossed the barrier, expecting to be hindered, but to his surprise, he passed through the barrier with ease. The world behind the barrier was at two extremes from the previous piece of paradise. As far as the eye can see, the sky is dark and depressing. The earth is dry and cracked, not to mention the living beings. Not even a weed can be seen here, as if it is a real dead land. Not only that, the aura within this area was extremely thin, and the air was mixed with a dark and destructive aura that was as strong as Chen Xuan at this moment was slightly uncomfortable. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, loose on the outside and tight on the inside as he slowly advanced, exploring this land of death. It didn't take long for a ruin to come into view. It was a dilapidated, old, ruins resembling an ancient town, most of which had collapsed, with only a portion of the foundation walls still standing. And what made Chen Xuan's heart alarmed was the fact that there were dozens of figures roaming around that town, as if they were a group of lone souls and wild ghosts. To be honest, the average person would be taken aback the first time they saw such a bizarre scene. Under Chen Xuan's spiritual thought perception, the dozens of figures that were wandering around actually had a cultivation level above the king realm. Perhaps this cultivation level was nothing in Chen Xuan's opinion, but when placed in today's Dragon Kingdom, it was an absolute mainstay. Woo! It was also at this moment that those figures roaming around the ruins discovered Chen Xuan and fiercely looked towards him. A pair of dark and deep eye holes, how it looked so frightening, a piercing whistling sound, fiercely resounded, and immediately afterward, those dozens of figures rushed directly towards Chen Xuan. A cold aura swept over the area, causing the temperature in Chen Xuan's area to drop in a straight line. Boom! Facing the onslaught of the group of bizarre figures, Chen Xuan's face was bland as he directly operated the laws of the thunder system. Radiant thunder surged in his palm, and as he slammed out his palm, densely packed thunder tumbled out like a shocking wave, sweeping towards the group of bizarre figures. Under the onslaught of the most rigid and masculine thunder, the group of bizarre figures didn't even have a chance to react before they were directly obliterated in the thunder, transforming into a wisp of black smoke and dissipating into the heavens and earth. Easily destroying the group of bizarre figures, Chen Xuan still did not let his guard down as his majestic power spread around his body, slowly stepping into the ruins. Arriving at the center of the ruins, Chen Xuan saw a stone monument standing in the center of the ruins, which was similarly inscribed with ancient scripts, and enveloping it with his spiritual thoughts, Chen Xuan instantly understood the meaning of these words. The first level of the trial, stay here for a full month, and after that month, if you are still sane, you pass the trial. This place is shrouded by a time system array, with a ratio of 30 to 1 to the outside world. After understanding the meaning of these words, Chen Xuan frowned, his mind puzzled. For the proportion of time in this place, he was not surprised. The ability of a starry sky emperor who could not imagine, even if the law of time is mysterious and incomparable, but with the starry sky emperor's ability, even if he did not comprehend the law of time, with the help of the array to mobilize a little time power, or to be able to do. However, Chen Xuan was quite puzzled by the way the trial was conducted. You only need to stay for 30 days and stay sane to pass the trial? He originally thought that the way of trial here was to hunt those weird figures, but he didn't expect that it was so strange. Can it be that this place is not as simple as it seems? It's also delirious? Chen Xuan, who was in disbelief, did not leave this ruin for the time being, but instead searched through it. Only, there was nothing else but ruins in this ruin. The trial hints, apart from that stone tablet, were no more. Buzz! Just as Chen Xuan was about to leave the ruins and continue exploring towards the depths, a bizarre voice rang out from somewhere. A bizarre voice that seemed to be able to strike right into the soul. and no matter how Chen Xuan tried to block it, he was unable to shield the voice. At this moment, Chen Xuan felt as if there were countless seductive voices that resounded in his mind, and his entire spirit was in a bit of a trance, and vaguely, it was as if he could see a stunningly beautiful woman scratching her head at him. On top of that, there were countless riches springing up in front of one's face, and the original ruins seemed like they were just an illusion. Buzz! However, in just a moment's time, a crisp sound of sword chants resounded, and a long sword emerged from Chen Xuan's mind, directly tearing through this illusion that had enveloped Chen Xuan's spirit. Chen Xuan, who had returned to his senses, looked around and saw that it was still a ruin. Where was there any beauty? Where was there any wealth? At this moment, Chen Xuan finally realized why he had to stay sane. I didn't expect that this place would be so weird. Just with a voice, it could make people unconsciously fall into an illusion. Strong as he was caught in the way. If not for the fact that he was endowed with the talent of the sword mind, he wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. Chapter 152 A,000 Illusions Beg. ING for golden tickets. Sure enough, it's not that easy if you want to obtain the inheritance. Chen Xuan lightly sighed. The person he was just now couldn't even detect the source of that weird voice with his current strength. He was caught in the path. Others stepping into this place, wanting to pass through the 30 days peacefully, would definitely have a lot of difficulties. However, compared to a moment ago, Chen Xuan was much more relaxed at this moment. The unknown, that's what's scary. Understanding the content of the trial, Chen Xuan could be considered to be a master of his art. And although the eerie voice just now was terrifying, it was simply impossible to make him delirious with just that voice alone. Not to mention that his own will was strong enough. The many talents he possessed alone could help him withstand the impact of the mental plane, especially the sword mind. On top of that, he was also in control of the laws of the soul, awakening mythological quality soul department skills, and with all of this support, his soul strength had long been able to compare to that of a Saint Zun level character. Just now, even if the sword mind was not powered up, he was able to break the illusion by himself. It was just a matter of a little more time. With something to fall back on, Chen Xuan did not intend to meddle in these ruins, but continued to go deeper. The way of passing shown on the stone tablet can only be said to be qualified, but if you want to get the human emperor's inheritance, how can it be just qualified on the line? This is the same as the examination. You section 60 can also graduate, but with section 99 points graduation, the gap can be a big go. Out of the ruins of the town, another dead earth. Chen Xuan moved forward vigilantly while surveying his surroundings. I don't know how long I had walked, but that strange voice came again. But Chen Xuan, who was already prepared, only paused in his steps before continuing to head towards the depths in an unhurried manner. Gradually, he came to a gray river which was not big, but had a broken stone bridge. Chen Xuan exuded his spiritual thoughts to perceive a bit, and did not find any abnormality. He did not dare to relax his vigilance, and the power in his body was built up to the extreme, capable of erupting into a shocking strike at any time, and then, he stepped onto the stone bridge. Just before taking 2 steps, a rotten smell came to his face, and immediately after, the entire stone bridge trembled violently, as if it could collapse at any time, and even more amazingly, the river under the stone bridge also began to tumble. Click! A strange sound rang out from the river, and before long, a black shadow leapt up from the river, impacting straight towards Chen Xuan. Those black shadows were actually a palm-sized black fish, but its mouth was even bigger than its body, with densely packed teeth that flashed with a cold and stern chilling light. What was most alarming was that the auras of these black fish were all at least above the king realm, and there were even a dozen of them that had reached the peak of the king realm. Facing the black fish pouncing all around him, Chen Xuan did not panic. The chaotic Emperor Dragon Sword was in his hand, and as he waved it around, it erupted with endless sharp sword chi, as he used it to guard himself, as well as use it to kill this group of bizarre black fish. Only, there were too many of these black fish, killing one group and coming back to another, as if they were endless. Just as Chen Xuan was planning to leave the stone bridge, he realized that he couldn't even move. It was as if there was a supreme force that was suppressing him rigidly on the stone bridge, making it impossible for him to leave the stone bridge, leaving him with no choice but to face this group of bizarre black fish. Still careless, Chen Xuan sighed and did not try to leave the stone bridge again. The movements of his hands became faster and faster, and the sword chi that erupted out became sharper and sharper. Bang! Those bizarre black fishes, like moths to a flame, continued to charge towards Chen Xuan. But one by one, they were strangled by the sword chi that Chen Xuan had unleashed, turning into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated away. At the back, Chen Xuan didn't even bother to make a move, directly enveloping his surroundings with the chaotic sword domain, using the sword domain to transform endless sword chi to decimate this group of bizarre blackfish. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to do what Chen Xuan did so easily, and it was even very likely that they would be consumed to death. After all, the aura of this place is thin, cannot absorb the aura of heaven and earth to supplement their own. The faster the consumption of the aura, the faster the death. Even if there are carrying treasure can be supplemented, but there is always a time to run out. It was precisely seeing this that Chen Xuan utilized the chaotic sword domain. His chaotic sword domain was not a move or a cave, but a talent. The aura needed to maintain the talent was very little. Even if there were more of these weird black fishes, what did he have to fear? That is, he didn't bring some food with him, otherwise, Chen Xuan would have to have a little drink on this stone bridge. Time gradually passed, and according to projections, roughly 3 days had passed without any more blackfish emerging, and Chen Xuan, too, was finally able to move. Without hesitation, he quickly stepped off the stone bridge, and after a little recuperation, he continued on. As Chen Xuan traveled deeper and deeper, he came across quite a few bizarre monsters with ranks at the lowest king realm level, and even quite a few true kings as he went deeper and deeper. However, under his formidable strength, all of these bizarre creatures were easily decimated by Chen Xuan. Finally, Chen Xuan arrived at the deepest part of the first level of the trial. Here, broken and dead, the sky is dim. The ruins of a decayed and ancient city presented itself before Chen Xuan's eyes. Standing in front of the ruins of the city, Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his face somewhat grave as he could sense an extremely oppressive aura emanating from the city. It did not take long for a figure to walk out from the ruins of the city, a pair of hollow eyes staring straight at Chen Xuan. This scene alone was enough to make anyone's heart palpitate. What was even more terrifying was that the auras permeating these figures had all reached the true king level. These figures were as tall as 3 feet, covered in dark purple scale armor, surrounded by a deadly aura, and were eerie. The difficulty of this trial was simply beyond Chen Xuan's imagination. There were so many true kings in just the first layer of the trial, and there were 8 whole layers of trials behind it, so how terrifying should the dangers be? However, what made Chen Xuan strange was that these bizarre figures at the true king level did not directly charge towards him like the bizarre creatures he had encountered along the way, but instead stood there silently. Woo! The next moment, a ghostly howl came out from the mouth of one of the figures, followed by the rest of the bizarre figures, who also howled, the sound piercing and soul-shattering, as strong as Chen Xuan. All of them were in a trance. Without waiting for Chen Xuan to come to his senses, illusion after illusion enveloped Chen Xuan. Each bizarre figure almost erupted into an illusion, and there were more than thousands of bizarre figures in the ruins of this city. Even Chen Xuan, who had the sword heart passage as well as control over the laws of the soul, for a moment, was unable to break free from those illusions, and his entire spiritual will sank directly into them. Tap, tap. After Chen Xuan was affected by the illusion, a slight sound of footsteps emanated from the ruins of the city, and immediately afterward, the densely packed figures in front of the ruins of the city began to wriggle up from the rear, parting a path. A figure that looked just like a normal person came from the end of the road and slowly walked towards Chen Xuan. Chapter 153, Professional Divine Crystal. This figure was somewhere between the real and the illusory, looking extremely bizarre, surrounded by a gray mist, its whitish eyes staring at Chen Xuan, who was caught in an illusion, as if it was looking at a prey. At the moment, Chen Xuan, who was in the midst of the illusion, was facing all sorts of temptations, and although he was using his natural power to keep himself awake, it was difficult for him to break through this heavy illusion in a short period of time. To be precise, he could only break through one illusion after another, without being able to destroy all of these illusions at the same time. As such, Chen Xuan was unaware that his body outside was facing a threat from a mysterious being. The mysterious figure that came before Chen Xuan looked Chen Xuan's body up and down and nodded with great satisfaction. Immediately afterward, it raised its hands and pinched its mysterious seals. The pinches were so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to see them at all. Buzz! Wisps of gray inscriptions diffused out from its hands, and in just an instant, thousands of inscriptions emerged, densely packed and intertwined to outline a large net, enveloping Chen Xuan's body within it. As more and more inscriptions surfaced, the mysterious figure's body became more and more illusory, slowly degrading down from the real to the imaginary, and even beginning to gradually dissipate. Or rather, his body began to transform into inscriptions, converging onto the great net of inscriptions enveloping Chen Xuan. If any ancient figure were to see this scene, they would be horrified. This mysterious figure's actions were actually an attempt to seize Chen Xuan, A monster from the land of trials actually possessed a will and intended to take over others? What kind of shocking thing was this? The inscriptions that the mysterious figure had unleashed were actually the evolution of its consciousness as well as its power, enveloping Chen Xuan in all directions, gradually infiltrating his body and devouring his soul before taking control of Chen Xuan's body. This kind of technique, even in the ancient era, those who could master it were extremely few and far between. Gradually, the mysterious figure had completely disappeared, and the large net that enveloped Chen Xuan was already impermeable, and from afar, it looked like a huge orb. Buzz! Inside the large net, wisps of gray mist diffused out from the thousands of inscriptions, following the thousands of pores on Chen Xuan's body and burrowing into Chen Xuan's body. Roar! However, just as these gray mists had just surged into Chen Xuan's body, a dragon roar sounded like a thunderous explosion, and the dragon inscriptions branded on Chen Xuan's body suddenly lit up as the shadows of the dragons fluttered out, snarling towards those intruders with their teeth and claws flailing. The gray mist that was caught off guard was directly consumed by a large portion of these dragon shadows. But these sentient gray mist quickly reacted and fought with the many dragon shadows. For a time, every part of Chen Xuan's body was reduced to a battlefield, as the dragon shadows and the giant beasts transformed by the gray mists fought ferociously, and the blood flowing through the meridians all continued to boil and tumble underneath this great battle. Dragon pattern? Good! An intermittent voice resounded in the large net, and that mysterious existence that wanted to take over Chen Xuan seemed to have become even more excited by the appearance of the dragon pattern, as more and more gray mist emerged from the densely packed inscriptions. At this moment, Chen Xuan did not know that his body had become a battlefield. He was still diligently cracking the heavy illusions, but unfortunately, even if he tried his best, he could only crack hundreds of them. Wanting to break free from those thousands of illusions, in a short period of time it was impossible. Meanwhile, the great battle within Chen Xuan's body was still continuing. Although the dragon pattern was terrifying and on its own turf, the mysterious gray mist, however, was as if it was endless. It simply could not be killed. Instead, the dragon pattern was under the attack of that endless gray mist, gradually losing ground. With the defeat of the dragon pattern, Chen Xuan's body was gradually dyed with the gray mist, and his bones also turned pitch black under the gray mist's infestation, and even the dragon pattern that was branded on top of his bones, skin, and so on was also dyed black. Roar! Gradually, the dragon patterns in the stained areas were then driven by the mysterious will, transforming into black dragon shadows and joining the battle, with the power of the mysterious will adding to it. The black dragon shadows were even more terrifying than Chen Xuan's original dragon patterns, and the dragon patterns within Chen Xuan's body were suppressed one after another. I don't know how long had passed. Chen Xuan's entire body, almost all of them were infested with gray mist, except for the heart and the head. All of them fell. The mysterious will knew that its seizing of the body had come to a critical moment, so it gathered all the power, ready to attack these two important places with all its might, and completely seize Chen Xuan. If anyone could see through Chen Xuan's body, they would find that the meridians around Chen Xuan's heart were densely filled with black dragon shadows, countless armies of gray mist assembled, and a dull aura spread throughout all the meridians and even the orifices. The meridians at the location of Chen Xuan's brain were similarly in the same situation. If Chen Xuan were to come to his senses at this point in time, he was afraid that he would even be shocked by the condition of his body. Buzz! As a strange sound resounded within Chen Xuan's body, the black dragon shadow that was waiting in strict formation instantly rushed straight out, impacting towards Chen Xuan's heart and even his brain, a ferocious might sweeping through, and the blood within Chen Xuan's meridians were all vaporized under the influence of this might. Clank! In the nick of time, a clear and loud sword-chanting sound violently sounded out. In the mysterious place in the deepest part of Chen Xuan's brain domain, a sword-shaped crystal hovered, which was the result of the profession that Chen Xuan had awakened, and was also known as the Profession Divine Crystal. Normally, only those who had stepped into the Starry Sky Emperor level would be able to come into contact with the Occupation Divine Crystal in one's mind, and would also be able to initially control the true power of the Occupation Divine Crystal. However, at the moment when Chen Xuan was facing the greatest danger, this chaotic Swordmaster's Occupational Divine Crystal revived on its own, and like the sound of a Tao-like sword chant, it emanated from the brain area, spreading out to all parts of Chen Xuan's body at an extremely fast speed. Under the influence of this sword chant, the black dragon shadows that had originally rushed towards Chen Xuan's heart and brain were fixed in place, as if they had been immobilized. Boom! As a burst of light erupted from above the vocational divine crystal, A strand of sword chi swept out, flowing out from the depths of Chen Xuan's brain region like a long river of sword chi, following Chen Xuan's meridians and spreading to all parts of his body. Wherever the river of sword chi passed through, many black dragon shadows crumbled. Not a single dragon shadow could survive under this sword chi. Not only that, even the gray mist spread throughout Chen Xuan's entire body were all directly churned by these sword chi. The gray mist that nearly seized Chen Xuan's body. Under this sword chi, not even a tiny bit of resistance. No. Impossible. Amir. True king. How can one mobilize the power of a divine crystal? The appearance of these sword chi caused that mysterious will to cry out in disbelief, its words filled with panic. But at this moment, it had already used everything it had to seize Chen Xuan's body, and even if it wished to leave Chen Xuan's body, it would not be able to do so. Chapter 154, A Blessing in the Face of Trouble. No! With a miserable cry from the mysterious will, the sword chi of the countless profession god crystals obliterated its will, and its powers were all purified, turning into pure power that flowed through Chen Xuan's body. With the incorporation of this pure power, Chen Xuan's originally evaporated chi and blood instantly made up for it. And not only that, even the power of the dragon tattoo became stronger and stronger, transforming from a golden luster to a dark golden luster. At the same time, under the stimulation of this force, the power within Chen Xuan's body also operated autonomously, striking towards Chen Xuan's cultivation bottleneck. No one had expected that this life and death crisis would become an opportunity for Chen Xuan. The film that represented the bottleneck, under the valiant impact of this force, gradually shattered apart. A brand new force was born within Chen Xuan's body, and a majestic aura, unconsciously, burst forth from Chen Xuan's body. Late True King, overnight. What was even more surprising was that after Chen Xuan had arrived at the late stage of True King, this force still had not stopped impacting, causing Chen Xuan's newly broken cultivation level to still be slowly rising. On the other hand, when that mysterious will was strangled by Chen Xuan's profession god crystal, the densely packed figures on the ruins of the city also dissipated, leaving only the motionless Chen Xuan in front of the entire ruins of the city. At first glance, it seemed as if what had happened before was just an illusion. The one who felt it most truly was Chen Xuan, who was in the midst of the illusions, and as he endeavored to decipher the illusions at a certain moment, the layers of illusions that had caused him to sink to his will unexpectedly collapsed at the same time. The sudden change caused Chen Xuan's entire body to be somewhat confused, and he froze for a while before returning to his senses. He hurriedly returned to his body, but as soon as he did, Chen Xuan was dumbfounded again. How did I reach the peak of True King? The vast and majestic power made Chen Xuan feel so unreal, and he clearly felt that his cultivation had actually reached the peak of True King, and his foundation was still incomparably strong without the slightest bit of flimsiness. This kind of bizarre change left Chen Xuan puzzled. He checked himself inside and out, but did not find any abnormalities. Can it be that experiencing illusions has the effect of enhancing one's cultivation? Other than this, Chen Xuan really couldn't think of any other reason that could explain the increase in his cultivation, and being enveloped by the illusion, he was not the least bit aware of what was happening to his body. This wave, lie down and win. Chen Xuan, who had not been able to think about it for a long time, could only put it down for the time being. As long as it did no harm to him, cultivation enhancement was a good thing for him. His two small realms crossed at once. If Chen Xuan were to cultivate on his own, without taking into account heavenly treasures as well as opportunities, it would take at least a year for him to reach the peak of True King, and possibly even longer. But soon, Chen Xuan realized the flaw. Although his cultivation had reached the peak of True King and his foundation was incomparably consolidated, his comprehension of the law Upanishads was still stuck at the same place, meaning that what he had improved was only his cultivation, not an all-around improvement. If he had cultivated himself to reach it, then his law Upanishads would have been similarly elevated, and the gap between the two could be huge. Even so, Chen Xuan was satisfied. After all, it was for nothing. After quietly comprehending the surging power for a while, Chen Xuan took a step into the ruins of the city, which was desolate and dead, and could not be seen at all. As he walked to the center of the city's ruins, like the town's ruins, a stone monument stood silently, and unlike the town's monument, this one was large, taller than Chen Xuan's entire body. Walking up and observing, there was no textual information inscribed on the stone monument. What was there was merely a strange inscription. After thinking about it, Chen Xuan forced out a strand of blood and dotted it on the strange inscription. Buzz! In an instant, Chen Xuan's blood was absorbed by the strange inscription, and immediately afterward, a massive suction force swept out, and before Chen Xuan could react, his entire body had been sucked into it. By the time Chen Xuan regained consciousness, he had already appeared in the second level of the trial. The location he was in was a huge ring, around which were stacked densely packed cages, each of which held an oddly shaped creature. According to Chen Xuan's speculation, these creatures, he was afraid that they were the foreign races that had invaded the ancient era, and with the isolation of the cage, he was not able to perceive the strength of these creatures. LOL. As a strange sound spread out, the circle of cages closest to the ring were all opened, and a ferocious aura came from all over the place, making Chen Xuan seem like a small boat that was about to topple over into these frightening waves. A figure stepped out of the cage, its scarlet gaze fixed on Chen Xuan, its cold killing intent causing the temperature of the entire ring to drop to the extreme. Without any signs or words, those monstrous creatures launched themselves directly towards Chen Xuan, their terrifying power rolling over like a vast ocean. True King. These strange creatures were actually all True King level experts, and as far as the eye could see, there were 30 to 40 of them. This trial? It's too hard. Isn't it? Chen Xuan spat helplessly while wielding the chaotic Emperor Dragon sword. This is a real king, not some cat or dog. How could an idle True King cope with 30 to 40 opponents of the same level? Even a mythic quality career awakened would be hard enough, and both the first tier trial and the second tier trial were frighteningly difficult. But if a different True King came over, not to mention the second layer, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to pass the first layer. Until now, Chen Xuan was still unclear as to how exactly he had passed through the first layer. It's almost like a fan. Under Chen Xuan's explosive battle power, those monstrous creatures that stepped out of their cages were quickly killed by Chen Xuan. But immediately afterward, the second circle of cages was also opened, and another wave of monstrous creatures came, and in terms of numbers, there were even more than 10 more than the first wave. This scene was simply exactly the same as on the ancient bridge on the first level, where one could only passively meet the battle. To be honest, Chen Xuan hated this feeling. To be precise, no one wanted to be led by the nose by others. But what can he do when he's already deep in the game? Bang! Ear-shattering roars continued to resonate in the middle of the ring. Circle after circle, wave after wave. Chen Xuan's entire body was somewhat numb from killing. After killing an entire 20 waves, this unfair ring battle, only then did it come to a complete end, and at the moment it ended, a door of light surfaced in the center of the ring, and without even giving a chance to catch his breath, he directly pulled Chen Xuan inside the door of light. And then, Chen Xuan appeared in the third level of the trial. On this level, there was still a ring, and there were still cages all around, and unlike the second level, each time it was opened, there was only one cage. However, the strange beings that came out of the cage were all at the peak of True King rank, and they weren't even ordinary peak True Kings. Each one was so powerful that even Chen Xuan would have to spend more than 10 moves to kill them. Chapter 155: A Desperate Trial Requesting Golden Tickets. The fourth floor, Layer STH. 8th floor. Finally, I don't know how much time had passed, but Chen Xuan had walked to the 9th level of the trial, and at this moment he was as tired as he could be. His hands were a bit sore and his face was numb. Couldn't be helped. Anyone going through such a battle would be numb. But likewise, the rewards that Chen Xuan had gained were unimaginable, as layer after layer of endless battles allowed him to thoroughly grasp the power of a peak True King, while at the same time, his sense of the law Upanishads he possessed was also gradually raised through the layers of battles. Since the fourth layer of the trial, he had consciously utilized his law Upanishads to fight, and for each layer only 2 law Upanishads were used, and it was in this constant sharpening, in the constant application, that the law Upanishads perception naturally became stronger. Compared to the previous 8 floors, the trial space on the 9th floor was undoubtedly much narrower, but Chen Xuan did not relax in any way. Instead, the more vigilant he was, the smaller the place, the bigger the matter. As the last layer of the trial, how could it be stronger than the previous layers? Buzz! Amidst Chen Xuan's vigilance, the trial space on the 9th floor violently trembled, and immediately afterward, a mirror was presented in front of Chen Xuan. Looking at the silhouette reflected in the mirror, Chen Xuan was at a loss. Is it hard to believe that this is to show him how handsome he is? In the next moment, a scene that caused Chen Xuan to be horrified appeared.